The daughter was beaten by a group of bullies to the point of losing control of her bowels and being unable to bear children. Yet, the father immediately severed his father-daughter relationship with her and then took his wife to the Civil Affairs Bureau to file for divorce. After that, he went alone to the rooftop, lit a cigarette, and dialed a mysterious number coded 001, I am 0. Prepare a van and an empty warehouse for me. At 7 p.m. tonight, I want to livestream the killing of a few people. This was all because these perpetrators had powerful family backgrounds, and in order to clear their children's names, they even bribed doctors to issue certificates of depression and mental illness, resulting in a mere compensation of 100,000 and a hasty conclusion to the case. Everyone thought this was just an ordinary case of school bullying, but they did not know that I, codenamed Zero, originally known as the God of Death, had served in the most secretive special team of the Dragon Country. If the cold law becomes a shield for the wicked, then I will use my skills in defending the homeland to seek revenge for my daughter alone. At this time, there are still 2 hours left before the live broadcast starts. I was preparing to catch the 5 people who were still at large when I suddenly received a call from Blackbird. He told me that the mastermind, Su Tingting, had been suddenly taken away by bodyguards at school. This person is a top hacker whom I saved while on a mission abroad. To repay my life-saving grace, he once promised that if needed, he would not hesitate to hack into the Pentagon even at the cost of his life. Therefore, based on the address provided by Blackbird, I quickly arrived at the alley near my daughter's school and successfully found the other 4 people. At this moment, they were bullying another innocent girl, so I parked the car at the alley entrance, blocking the escape route for the 4 of them. The 4 of them looked at me with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Aren't you supposed to be at the hospital watching over your daughter? What are you doing here? Did your daughter not make it and die? If so, please help us send a message when you burn paper for her, telling her that we still miss her very much. The 4 people still haven't realized the seriousness of the situation and continue to boast with their words. I looked past the 4 and into the depths of the alley, where the bullied girl had her entire face swollen, her hands and feet curled up in a strange position, and her exposed skin was covered in bruises, scrapes, and bloodstains. This girl also noticed my arrival, as if she saw a glimmer of hope, and quietly pleaded, "Uncle, please save me, I beg you to save me. Whose daughter is this again?" Seeing this, I instinctively clenched my fists. At that moment, the anger that had been building up for a long time completely erupted. "You people, today is your day of death." With that, I dashed like lightning towards the nearest boy. Before he could react, I kicked him into the wall, creating a large dent. The other 3 were immediately stunned by this kick, their eyes filled with terror. You're crazy. We're still kids. How can you?" Upon hearing this, I let out a cold laugh and directly responded with a punch, causing the girl to faint on the spot. This world just needs a madman to judge you people. The remaining 2 guys turned pale with fright. "You can't do this to us. We have the Su family backing us." One of them tried to use the Su family's name to intimidate me, but I was completely unmoved. Then, several punches were thrown. "Uncle, please, let us go. We know we were wrong. We won't dare again." The 2 kept retreating, continuously begging for mercy. But this alley was a dead end, and soon they had nowhere left to back away. As for me, having been through countless battles, I easily knocked these 2 weaklings unconscious with just a slight move. Finally, I threw these 4 people into the car one by one. After doing all this, I took out my phone and called 120 for the girl who was bullied in the alley. Soon, the car drove into an abandoned factory in the suburbs, where there were 5 chairs and a set of live streaming equipment in the open space. I dragged the 4 still unconscious people out of the car and securely tied them to the chairs with ropes that had been prepared in advance. After finishing all this, I glanced at the time, 6:50. With 10 minutes left until the live broadcast started, while I was in the midst of a fiery revenge operation, Su Tingting, who had narrowly escaped a disaster, was humming a tune back to her bedroom. Originally, the group had agreed to train their new plaything well this afternoon, but plans changed when her mother unexpectedly came to pick her up from school. Fortunately, the other 4 friends assured her that they would record the entire process, so she wasn't too disappointed about not participating in person. At this moment, it had not been half an hour since she left, and she figured the 4 were still training, so feeling bored, she lay down on her bed and started scrolling through short videos. Suddenly, a live broadcast pop-up caught her curiosity. When she clicked to open it, her eyes widened instantly, and her face turned pale. "Hello everyone, my name is Gu Mingson. You may not know me, but you must have heard of me. I am the father of the girl who was bullied and caused a stir online not long ago." While this was a lengthy self-introduction, Su Tingting's attention was completely focused not on this, but on the 4 companions tied to the chair behind me. Kidnapping? These 2 words instantly popped into her mind. At the same time, the comments in the live broadcast room were going crazy. "Oh my, this is too intense. They directly tied someone up and started a live stream. These bullying guys should be stopped like this. It feels really satisfying to watch. Su Tingting was in a state of panic and rushed out of her bedroom to find her father. Dad, something's wrong. You have to see this. Su's father was originally on the phone with a serious expression, arranging for someone to handle some matters, and was startled by Su Tingting's sudden action, frowning, but when his gaze fell on the screen, he instantly became both shocked and angry. This guy, has he gone crazy? After the shock, he immediately called the police and then contacted the head of the Su family, Su Tiancheng. Su Tiancheng's first reaction upon hearing the news was almost identical to his. Did you report it? Yes. Should we get involved? Su Tiancheng thought for a moment. We can provide some information to the police as assistance, but we shouldn't get directly involved. Also, from now on, Tingting should not go anywhere and just stay at home. All family bodyguards have been recalled to guard the manor 24 hours a day. Because Su Tingting was not harmed, the Su family's reaction was relatively calm, but the parents of the other four were going crazy. After discovering that their daughters had been kidnapped, they all pressured the police at the first opportunity. Although the strength of these four families was not comparable to that of the Su family, when they united, the pressure they exerted was not to be underestimated. The case was handled by Team Leader Lee, who had previously dealt with the bullying case. After receiving the case, Team Leader Lee also felt it was extremely tricky. Previously, Gu Mingsen had refused all compensation and lost the lawsuit. The purpose of kidnapping these four people is obvious. Gu Mingsen in the live broadcast room could kill those four people at any moment. The directors have issued a strict order. The case must be solved and the kidnapper captured within 2 hours. Team Leader Lee said seriously to the officers under him. However, some police officers, upon hearing this, flashed a hint of disdain. Why is there no such enthusiasm for bullying cases? Of course, these words were only dared to be muttered in their hearts, and they still honestly replied, yes. Xiao Zhang, have you found anything after retrieving Gu Mingsen's activity trajectory? Team Leader Lee asked Xiao Zhang, who was responsible for this task. Xiao Zhang lazily stood up. Report, Team Leader Lee, I have already contacted the traffic police team, but they have not replied yet. There was no hint of seriousness in his tone. Li Jian frowned deeply, raised his voice a few notches, and reproached, you haven't replied, and you're still sitting here leisurely. Go to the traffic police team in person to urge them. At this moment, IS live broadcast is still ongoing, and the number of viewers in the live room is growing at a terrifying speed, with the bullet comments scrolling continuously. Bro, are you stupid? You quietly tied up these few people and then destroyed the bodies, so there's still room for maneuver. Yeah, it's really not worth losing your life for these scumbags. Such comments quickly received agreement from many netizens. Gu Mingsen looked at the pop-ups and had mixed feelings in his heart. Why had he not thought of that? It's just that he has a reason not to. All four. Daughter, you guys are right. That's what I planned to do at first. Speaking of this, Gu Mingsen seemed to have thought of something. A trace of tenderness appeared in his eyes. But I had to do it for my daughter because I wanted her to see these five being tried with her own eyes. The only way she'll have the confidence to live is if she sees that brought her nightmares leave this world. So, I opened the live stream not only to satisfy my own inner desire for revenge, but also for my daughter to wake up and not be tormented by nightmares for the rest of her life. Towards the end, Gu Mingsen's voice had choked, and tears slid down his cheeks uncontrollably. The netizens in the live broadcast room saw Gu Mingsen's genuine appearance, and for a moment the pop-ups all turned into words of understanding. So that's how it is. Big brother is too difficult. He really paid too much for his daughter. Heartbroken big brother. Also heartbroken that bullied little girl. I hope she can get well soon. These abusers really deserve to die. They should be punished like this. Support big brother. And the other side. Xiao Wang, is there any progress in tracking the source of the live signal on the network technology side? Because of the time constraints, contacting the network platform to provide a signal source would be too much of a delay. So Li Jian chose to let the bureau's technicians crack it directly. Team Li, the tech department is still doing their best to crack it, they said. The voice suddenly paused. Li Jian's expression was stunned. Then he bellowed. Say what? Xiao Wang shuddered and hurriedly returned, saying that a hacker came out of nowhere and was blocking them from tracking the source of the signal. Chapter 9, The Mysterious Hacker. On the other hand, the network platform where Gu Mingsen was live streaming, there was a flurry of chickens at the moment as well. What the hell? Why is this live stream still running? The big boss stormed out, catching the backstage techs in the act and snapping at them. The backstage technicians also looked bitter. Boss, our backstage has been hacked. The live broadcast can't be closed. The big boss's brows were furrowed and his face was so gloomy that it could drip water. Although the headquarters of this company was not in Shanghai, the Su family, as the top family in Daxia, covered an extremely large business territory. Su Tiancheng personally called him and told him to immediately block Gu Mingsen's live broadcast. The owner of the online platform didn't care in the slightest about what happened to Gu Mingsen and only wanted to keep his billions, so he agreed without hesitation. But at this moment, he realized that Gu Mingsen wasn't a simple character either. Then we can't just let it go on the air. Power me down. Shut down the entire server. The technicians listened with relief. It's a solution they've thought of for a long time. Only no one dared to mention it. It is important to realize that for every second that fast tone servers are down, millions and millions of dollars can be lost. The technician immediately went to work to perform the shutdown of the server. However, when they shut down all the servers, there was no imagined shutdown of the live stream. What's going on? The technical director shouted anxiously. Lord, supervisor, it seems that the other party has hacked more than just one of our servers. A technician stammered, his face pale and his forehead covered in beads of sweat. He seems to have backed up our server's data to other places in advance. We can now continue to maintain the live broadcast through other channels even if we shut down this side of the server. When the owner of the network platform heard this, he was so angry that he almost passed his back, and he pointed at the technicians and cursed. What are you all doing for food? What's the use of keeping you guys if you didn't find out such an important thing? He had no choice but to report truthfully to Su Tiancheng. Elder Su, this is the situation now. I've cooperated as much as I can. There was a long silence across the room. Through the cell phone he seemed to be able to feel the aura that Su Tiancheng had cultivated over the years, and the sound of his breath did not dare to be made. Good. You've worked hard, and the Su family will be responsible for your losses. After that, he hung up. Su Tiancheng frowned more deeply. To the side of the housekeeper said in a deep voice, it seems that this Gu Mingsen behind the helpers cannot be underestimated. We cannot just count on the network platform side. You send some manpower to assist the police to find out the whereabouts of Gu Mingsen. Be sure to completely out of control before the matter of the children to save out. In addition, also go to find out the help of this Gu Mingsen and the end of what the hacker is. Who this hacker who helped Gu Mingsen is. Yes, family master. I'll go make arrangements. The butler received the order and immediately went to deploy manpower. As for the police station side, Li Jian and the others also learned about the hacking attack on the side of the network platform, and the server couldn't be shut down. It seems that this Gu Mingsen has experts behind him to help him. This matter is getting more and more complicated. Li Jian frowned, and in his heart, he felt more and more that this case was tricky. Xiao Wang said, Team Li, the technical department over there said that the hacker's strength is very strong, and has already hacked into Shanghai SkyEye permissions, and that in a short period of time. If you want to find the source of the live broadcast signal, you will have to acquire greater SkyEye permissions. Unless you do so, by the time the application comes down the cucumbers will be cold. As a government official, he could know all too well the style of work among the various departments. So what now? Li Jian grew more and more annoyed, pacing back and forth in place for a few moments before his gaze flickered. It can only be a gamble. There are 4 suburbs in total. Let's split up into 4. The officers responded in unison. Yes, Team Li. It then quickly split into 4 teams and sped towards different suburbs. At this time, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room where Gu Mingsen was located had already broken through a staggering number, and the pop-ups were still rolling like a tidal wave. Guys, the next scene might be a bit gory, so if you're uncomfortable you can leave the broadcast. He first advised the people who came purely to see what was going on. For those of you who remain on the air, I implore you to turn on the recording and videotape the entirety of my upcoming trial. The doctors say my daughter will most likely never wake up, but I'm sure she will. It's just that by that time, I may not be around for her anymore. So I sincerely hope that in the future, one of you will be able to show my daughter the video that was recorded when she wakes up. Tell her that your dad may not have been a great man, but he sure was a great father. Gu Mingsen said a lot. As the netizens in the live broadcast room listened to his words, many of them reddened, and the pop-ups rolled more and more frantically. Big brother, don't worry, we'll definitely help you record it. I hope your daughter will wake up soon. That's so touching. You are a great father. Those abusers deserve death by 1,000 cuts. Make sure to save the video for you so your daughter knows what you did for her. The parents of those 4 children were also following Gu Mingsen's live broadcast the entire time. At this moment, they finally lowered their lofty heads and left a message on the live broadcast, not unlike ordinary fathers, begging Gu Mingsen to spare their children. Mr. Gu, please, we know we're wrong. It's us who didn't educate our children well, letting them do such evil deeds. You're generous. Let them off this time. We promise to discipline them properly in the future, and never let them make such a mistake again. One parent's voice was laced with tears as she typed. Yes, Mr. Gu, the children are still young and don't know any better. If you have any anger, take it out on us. Just please don't hurt them. We'll make amends to you. We'll pay you any amount of money you want. Other parents followed suit with messages of earnestness, all without the usual condescension. At this moment, they only have the worry of those for safety and security in their hearts, fearing that Gu Mingsen will really do something extreme. But Gu Mingsen looked at the messages without the slightest falter in his eyes. Oh, now you know you regret it? Then what did you do when my daughter was bullied by them? Have you guys ever thought about the fact that she is also someone else's heart? And that she also has a father who loves her? The voice carried endless grief and resentment. The audience in the live broadcast room is also cold-eyed, and even curses these four little straight words. Chapter 10 The Dagger of Judgment. Lin, Daddy knows you can't see right now, but I expect you to hear. Today is Children's Day. Remember how Daddy prepares a gift for you every year on this day? This year is no exception. Only this gift is a bit special. Maybe you won't receive it until much later. Ha ha, I almost forgot. You're 12 years old and no longer a child. But that's okay. In Dad's heart, you'll always be the kid who never grows up. Remember when you were little and as soon as your mom would hit you, you would hide behind your dad and make mischievous faces and stick your tongue out towards your mom. Too bad it's all gone back. Really miss it. Finally, Daddy wants to say one more thing to you. I love you. Daddy will always love you. By the end of his speech, Gu Mingsen was already sobbing uncontrollably, and the four people tied up behind him had long been scared to the point where they were shaking like chaff. The words begging for mercy from his mouth had not stopped since the beginning. Uncle, please, we really know we're wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Please let us go. Uncle, we will definitely change our ways. Go apologize to Lin Lin. Make as much compensation as we can. Don't kill us. Their voices were laced with sobs, their faces snotty. In front of the threat of death, the arrogance of the past when bullying others was completely gone. At the moment it was just extremely scared children. In the hospital, Xinwei, who opened the live broadcast as promised, is now holding up her cell phone at her daughter's bedside, and is equally in tears. The netizens in the live broadcast room witnessed this heart-wrenching and contradictory scene, and their emotions were unusually complex. On the one hand, everyone sympathized deeply with Gu Mingsen's father and daughter, understanding the anger and hatred in his heart that was hard to quell at the moment. But on the other hand, it was hard to avoid watching these teenage kids beg for mercy in such terror. Alas, although these children are indeed abominable, but see them so scared, the heart is also quite uncomfortable. Really hope that this matter can have a relatively peaceful solution. How much pain must Big Brother bear in his heart to come to this point? But if it really causes a human life, Big Brother himself will be finished. I hope he can calm down and calm down. This is all the trouble caused by violence. I expect that this incident will make the whole society pay attention, so as not to let such a tragedy happen again. On the police department's side, the 4-team lineup is still in full swing. Li Jian was also keeping an eye on the live feeds throughout the process of elimination. At this moment, when he saw Gu Mingsen covering his face and crying, his heart thumped, suddenly felt bad. Sure enough, next, Gu Mingsen stopped sobbing and his eyes became extraordinarily fierce, as if he had made some sort of decision. He stood up, accompanied by the four guys' mournful pleas for mercy, slowly walked over and pulled out a dagger. Under the light, the dagger flickered with a cold, piercing chill, as if foreshadowing a brutal judgment to come. The live broadcast instantly exploded, the pop-ups rolled wildly, and the netizens' hearts were in their throats. Don't Big Brother, calm down, don't be impulsive, can't take yourself in, what can we do about this? Is someone really going to die? It's too heartbreaking. I hope someone can stop it quickly. Alas, although I understand Big Brother's indignation, but if a human being is really killed, this matter will be even more complicated. How can Big Brother live in the future? The parents of those 4 children were even more devastated to the core when they saw the scene, crying and begging in the live broadcast. Some even directly collapsed to the ground. Their mouths just kept chanting, don't hurt my child, please, Mr. Gu, we are willing to do anything, On the other hand, on the police station side, Li Jian's face changed drastically when he saw this. Anxious with fire in his voice, he yelled into his earpiece, Zhang Xiaozi, you died at the traffic police station. It's been an hour. With a squeak of electricity, Zhang Xiaozi's voice came from the headset. Report, Captain. Found it. Abandoned brick factory in the northern suburbs. When Li Jian heard it, his spirit was revitalized, and he immediately switched channels and shouted into his headset. Attention all. The target location is locked to the abandoned brick factory in the northern suburb. All of you quickly gather over there. Make sure to arrive at the fastest speed possible, and never allow Gu Mingsen to engage in extremist behavior. The officers responded in unison. Yes. Then they all changed direction and sped towards the abandoned brickmaking factory in the northern suburbs. The police car pulled the siren, whistling wildly on the road. red and blue police lights flashing, cutting through the silence of the city night, as if in a race against time. And in the live broadcast, Gu Mingsen had already walked up to the 4 tied-up guys, 2 fingers casually holding the end of his dagger. When those 4 people saw Gu Mingsen approaching, they struggled more and more. Their cries and pleas for mercy were intertwined, and the whole scene was chaotic and heartbreaking. The netizens were still posting pop-ups, trying to dissuade Gu Mingsen with their words. Big brother, think about your daughter she certainly does not want you to ruin yourself because of this matter Quickly put down the dagger. It's not too late to stop. Don't be impulsive. It's not too late to use the law to get them punished. But what these people didn't know was that if the law worked, Gu Mingsen wouldn't have gotten this far. Lee Sung-rak, Chen Fei, Javan, Li Ran. With every name Gu Mingsen recited, the dagger in his hand would slice across the person's neck, but no blood was seen. It's not that Gu Mingsen still has good intentions. Rather, it's because this video is for my daughter and it's not appropriate for her to see too much gore. Even though he hated to torture these 4 people to death at the moment with all the means available on the battlefield, he held back for the sake of his daughter. And everyone in front of the cell phone screen seemed to have their heartbeat stop half a beat every time they saw the sharp dagger slice through the necks of several people. Big brother, don't must be calm impulse is the devil, can't make a mistake again what's going to happen? Someone stop it. God, let's hope these kids can get away with this. And let's hope Big Brother can calm down and not get himself involved. The parents of those 4 children were even more devastated to the extreme at this time. Some had directly fainted, and some were still crying at the top of their voices. It was at this moment that they realized, have more money, more power. At the moment of death, they are no different from ordinary people. Gu Mingsen walked behind Li Chengle. You all deserve to die. With these words falling, he finally raised high the dagger symbolizing judgment. Chapter 11, the trial comes at last. The live broadcast room was dead silent, and everyone subconsciously held their breath. Immediately afterward, pop-ups erupted like a blowout, filling the screen with words of horror and discouragement. Don't, Big Brother, stop it, this is not good. Big Brother, do not be impulsive there is still room for redemption God forbid, don't kill anyone, or it's all over. However, Li Chengle let out a mournful and extremely miserable scream, and that sound seemed to break through everyone's eardrums, echoing in the live broadcast room for a long time, making everyone who heard it unable to resist trembling all over. With the dagger drawn, on the backside, unseen by the crowd, a line of blood jetted out. Crazy, Li Jian, who was sprinting over here, saw this scene in the live broadcast room, and his face instantly became ironclad. There is no doubt that Lee Sung-rak is dead. This meant that his hostage rescue operation was a complete failure, with extremely serious consequences for his future. The few officers in the car with him, however, were sorry with a hint of pain in their hearts. As a father, seeing this happen to my daughter firsthand, no madness. What's the point of living in this world? Li Jian was unable to gain insight into what was going on in the minds of several of his men, and could only roar angrily and urge the men who were driving the car, drive faster. The officer driving the car hesitated for a moment and pushed the gas pedal to the bottom with one foot, and the police car sped down the road like an arrow out of a string. Lee Sung-lak's biological parents are in a complete state of insanity after witnessing the murder of their son. The just kneeling and praying stance instantly changed to an angry snarl. You devil! I want you to pay for your life. The other 3 parents saw that Gu Mingsen's killing heart was set, and the hint of fluke they originally held was instantly gone, so they became hysterical as well. Yet, across the cell phone screen, their threat seemed so feeble and desperate. Gu Mingsen, if you dare to touch a single hair on my child's head, I won't let you go even as a ghost. A father, his face red and his neck bruised, hissed angrily at his cell phone screen, but that voice went out. But it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to reach Gu Mingsen, who was in the warehouse of the abandoned brick-making factory. All of this, Gu Mingsen could not hear or see, but it seemed to sense something, and he looked up at the camera. He laughed. It's a sardonic smile, as if mocking these parents for their powerlessness the moment he swung the dagger in his hand. It was like a retort to the way they had once laughed at Gu Mingsen's presumptuous attempts to overrate a tree. The trial continues. After Li Chengle completely lost his voice, Gu Mingsen once again came behind the female Zhao Wenwen. Zhao Wenwen's face was as pale as paper, and bean-sized beads of sweat kept rolling down her forehead. Her eyes widened as she stared deathly at the dagger in Gu Mingsen's hand that was still stained with blood. Her eyes filled with despair. It was as if he had seen death beckoning. The mouth shivered and begged. Uncle Gu, please, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. You let me go. I'll be a good person in the future. Gu Mingsen remained expressionless, and the dagger in his hand fell again without the slightest hesitation. Straight through the heart. Same process, Same screams of pain. The wait for death is undoubtedly the most agonizing. Javan's wail before she died was like a prelude to the coming of death. Endless fear invaded every cell of their body, and their body's physiological reactions could no longer be controlled. They pissed. However, that didn't stop Gu Mingsen's trial from coming again. With another scream, Li ran. Pawn. Now only Chen Fei was left alive. At this moment, he had long been scared out of his wits, his face twisted with fear. The reason why this is saved for the end is that he is the one who has committed the most profound crimes and evils besides Su Tingting. It could be said to be the cause of all this happening to my daughter. He coveted his daughter's beauty at first, and when he was miserably rejected, he became hateful, backtracking to say that his daughter is seducing him and encouraging Su Tingting to take revenge on her daughter. Inflicting atrocities on your daughter and doing that kind of thing. Gu Mingsen saved him for the end, to make him fearful, to make him despair. Finally, with a final scream, the warehouse fell into complete dead silence. All that was left was the pungent smell of blood filling the air. But the good news is that the picture is not too gory. The netizens in the live broadcast room were half speechless from the impact of this tragic to the extreme image, and the scrolling of the pop-up screen came to a near standstill. It took a while before scattered words emerged, full of shock, pain and deep helplessness at the tragedy. In the hospital, Xinwei seems to have been drained of all the anger, collapsed on the side of her daughter's hospital bed, her eyes empty and desperate. Tears have long been dried up on her face, leaving a trail of tears. She knew that Gu Mingsen could never turn back. The parents of those 4 parents are also all in a state of madness at this moment, angrily roaring to avenge their children. Li Jian, who was following the entire live broadcast, also turned pale. He knew that after this, he had no hope of promotion in his life. However, this matter must still be his responsibility to wrap up, or else I am afraid that it will be difficult to even keep his current position. Team Li, it's here. The player snapped him out of his daze with some urgency. Li Jian briefly cleaned up his mood, clenched his fists, and hissed into his headset. Attention all squads, dead or alive. Make sure you don't let the criminals get away from me. With a yes coming from the headset, Li Jian also opened the car door to join the arrest. Meanwhile, the live broadcast, which attracted the attention of citizens from all over the country, also attracted the special attention of a group of people with special status. They are scattered all over the country. However, after seeing Gu Mingsen's face on the live broadcast, he uncharacteristically bounced up from his bed or chair. Sam, Si Hong. So that's why you came to me for a loan. Chang'an City. Your grandma's leg. Damn it all. Rock City. Out and out damned. Dare to bully my brother. Jeju Springs. Is this the country we serve? If this is the outcome, I disagree. Kyoto. Li, immediately access the aftercare deployment information for the retired members of Special Squad 001. Yes, Chief. 20 minutes later, a military vehicle pulled into the Kyoto military compound. Immediately arrange a special plane to Shanghai. Pay attention to confidentiality. Yes, and at the moment in the center of the vortex of the Shanghai city forces, did not realize that the live broadcast will bring what a huge turmoil to the city of Shanghai. Chapter 12, Huge Rewards. Personally hand-slaying these 4 aftermaths. Gu Mingsen finally felt a hint of pleasure, but that's just the beginning. Gu Mingsen wiped the blood on the dagger dry and then simply closed the live broadcast. But what he didn't know was that the live broadcast didn't close. And after his figure disappeared from the broadcast, a passage appeared. Ladies and gentlemen, this trial has come to an end. So let us all look forward to the next trial. At the bottom of this paragraph, there is a name in deep red font. Trial subject, Su Tingting. The hearts and minds of everyone in the broadcast room were shaken. Holy, is this a complete disregard for the police? Coward, coward. If there really is a next trial, I'll honor you as a lord. It's simply impossible. With the strength of the Dasha police and the cameras everywhere, it's already a big deal not to be caught. And you want to have another live broadcast? It's not easy to say. Haven't you guys noticed that logically this broadcast should have been blocked while he was killing people? Yeah. I think this big brother is not simple. Surely hiding something backhanded. I'll go. So much for fine thinking. Just as the discussion intensified on the air, everyone's cell phone screen suddenly pops up. Live feed is closed. Boss, it's closed. But there was not the slightest hint of joy visible on the face of the fast-talking boss. Did that mystery hacker track it down? The technician was silent for a moment and finally said with a helpless face, "No, the other party's technology is far beyond ours." Boss Quicktone's brow furrowed as his face grew more and more somber. The fact that the other side is saying that there is another trial means that there is a high probability that the other side will make a comeback. All of the technicians in the room paled. There's a 99% chance that the other side will still choose Fast Tone for their live broadcast. At that thought, the Fast Sound boss slammed his fist on the table. We mustn't sit around and wait for death. From now on, all technicians will be on standby 24 hours a day to fully check for system vulnerabilities. Cybersecurity issues like these are not uncommon in internet companies. The trouble is that the issue is out in the open. After this incident, the nation is aware of the cybersecurity issues with fast tone, which leads to the risk of privacy breaches by association, resulting in the inevitable loss of a large number of subscribers. One quick sound was bearable, but to do it again? The fast tone platform is either dead or greatly crippled. And on the other side, the Su family. Su Tiancheng and his eldest son were also following the live broadcast throughout. Upon seeing Gu Mingxin's painful killings, and 4 lives fading away just like that, the duo realized what it meant to say, when a piker is angry, blood is spilled. Crazy. Simply crazy. He actually dared to kill someone. Yongwu, you understand now. The moment the butcher's knife falls, we are no different from those ordinary people. Su Tiancheng, however, behaved unusually calmly and said these meaningful words. Dad, so what do we do now? Su Tiancheng did not rush to answer, but closed his eyes and tapped his fingers on the desktop, quieting his mind to think. Dang, dang. The sound of knocking surrounded his ears, and Su Qiming didn't dare to make a single sound. This was because the old master would only appear in this state when he encountered something that concerned the fate of the entire Su family. Even though he didn't think Gu Mingxin was even worth the old master's attention, he still didn't dare to interrupt him. First of all, strengthen the security of our home by tripling the number of people scheduled to work on top of what we have. Su Qiming froze for a second and came back to his senses in surprise. Dad, there are already more than 20 bodyguards now. Su Tiancheng didn't budge. Waving his hand, he explained, just in case, don't be heartbroken about the money, said and added. Su Qiming couldn't find the words to retort and helplessly returned a cry. Su Tiancheng faintly and added, finally, issue another bounty on the road, with a bounty of $100 million. $100 million? Su Qiming's eyes widened at once, his face full of astonishment. $100 million to their Su family is just a drop in the bucket, but to put it outside, it can definitely cause a furor. Those on the road, no matter if they were punks or characters with a bit of means, I'm afraid that they would all go crazy over this huge bounty and try to take Gu Mingxin's life in any way they could. The police side. Li Jian got off the bus and immediately started the deployment of the arrest operation. The moment Gu Mingxin closed the live broadcast, action! With Li Jian's order, the police teams quickly launched a search of the entire factory. Attention all teams, the target is in possession of the murder weapon. If there is any resistance, shoot on sight. Team Li, this Gu Mingxin is just an ordinary person. It's not that bad, right? The team members next to him were puzzled to see Li Jian taking it so seriously. In his opinion, if Gu Mingxin had a hostage in his hands, then things might have been a bit trickier. But now that the hostages had all been killed by Gu Mingxin, with only a knife in his hand, he couldn't make a single wave. Li Jian frowned and said seriously, don't underestimate him. Since he dares to preview the next live killing, either he has left a backhand, or he is confident that we people can't hold him. What? The man next to him sniffed in surprise. But the information shows that he is just an ordinary person. Can an ordinary person have a top hacker friend? Before Li Jian could wait for the other party to finish, he interrupted and asked rhetorically. The team was silent as they listened. It's not impossible, is it? Another person picked up the conversation, but with a slightly lesser bottom line. Li Jian nodded with a grave expression on his face. No matter what, we can't take this lightly. Reporting, sir. Body of hostage found. At that moment, a voice from the intercom interrupted him. Where? Li Jian's face sank as he hurriedly pursued the question. Warehouse 2. Copy that. Be careful to protect the scene. Where's the perp? Any sign of him? Li Jian ran in the direction of warehouse number 2 while asking after him. No sir. This barn has been abandoned for so long. There must be footprints at the scene. Follow them. Li Jian's mind is extremely meticulous, and after learning that he did not capture Gu Mingxin on the spot, he immediately thought of a countermeasure. Looking for it, the other party ran off in the direction of the north of the barn area. Okay, attention all teams. Quickly close in to the north of the warehouse area. Make sure to block the criminal's path. Don't let him get away. Li Jian gave orders through the intercom while his feet turned the corner towards the direction of the north wall of the warehouse area and pushed forward quickly. The officers, on command, ran toward the north side of the barn area, and soon formed a perimeter that gradually narrowed. At the same time, he was vigilantly observing the movements in the surrounding area, not sparing any place where people might be hiding, and the gun in his hand was always ready to deal with unexpected situations. What they don't realize, however, is that Gu Mingxin's backhandedness was far beyond their imagination. Chapter 13 Darkness Falls. Brother Sam, the police have surrounded the factory. You haven't regressed much after all these years, have you? Gu Mingson had just put away his live broadcast equipment when a snickering voice came from his headphones. A ripple appeared in his expression. What do you think? The person on the other side visibly froze, and it took a few seconds for his voice to come through. Ha ha ha, I think it must be a small problem for you. You know you escaped from more than 100 terrorists with me as a burden. Not to mention you are alone now? And just as the words fell out of his mouth, another woman's voice came over the headphones. That's not right, Blackbird. Didn't you say that Brother Sun was killing gods and Buddhas at that time? How come it's turned into an escape now? Night Shao, I didn't lie to you. In front of me Brother Sun did portray the same as I did. I just didn't expect the opposite side to not speak of martial virtues and shake people. I'll go. More than 100 people couldn't take Sam. How many terrorists came from the back to support him before Sam backed down? Where's the follow-up? What about the follow-up? What did you do to get back at these terrorists when you were going to get out? Two more slightly childish voices came through the headphones. The headset was silent for a few seconds immediately afterward, as if expecting the person in question to share the gossip. Alright, this isn't the time to gossip. Hurry up and make me an escape route. Seeing that they were getting more and more sidetracked with their conversation, Gu Mingson couldn't help but interrupt. Brother Sam, please watch your words. You're the famous Zero. How can you use the word escape? It should be called getting out. It was the same two childish voices. Yes, Brother Sam, what's the point of running away from a bunch of little Karas? Why don't we just give them all a good beating? Night Sun didn't mind echoing the words. Are you guys crazy? I'm crazy? This is ing domestic. Gu Mingson was helpless with these three living treasures. It's not that he doesn't have the strength, but one must realize that Dacia was the second most powerful country in the Blue Star in terms of overall strength. The police are only the first line of defense in maintaining public order, and there is an even more powerful military behind them. Gu Mingson wasn't arrogant enough to take on the entire state apparatus on his own. Alright you three, descending stars, hurry up and formulate a set of routes to get away. That's when Blackbird's voice rang out. This was followed by a few seconds of silence in the headset. Sam, destination? Downtown. For Gu Mingson. After escaping the police, downtown is the safest place to sneak around. With Blackbird around, the surveillance all over the city would not be a hindrance, but even an aid. Roger that. There was another silence. The best route is to break out to the south of the plant, where there are 8 kilometers of mountains, 10 kilometers of industrial plant, and a 1,000-meter wide river. Judging by the reaction speed of the Dacia police, it's best to keep the time to cross the mountains within 15 minutes. Otherwise there's a 90% chance that they'll block off that area of the mountains before you can cross them. Descending Tatsu said quickly, a hint of excitement and nervousness in his voice. After all, the scene of going over a mountain forest in 15 minutes was something he had only seen in TV dramas. Gu Mingson nodded his head slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting up lightly, a wry light flashing under his eyes, as he seemed to have already made a decision in his heart. Next, he actually ran quickly in the opposite direction. Sam's wrong, it's south. That way is north. Descending Chen saw that the red dot on the locator was rapidly moving northward, and thought that Gu Mingson had misjudged the direction, so he hastily reminded him in a hurried voice. However, the speed of the red dot on the locator increased rather than decreased. Sam, just as he was about to remind again, he was interrupted by Gu Mingson's low voice. I know. Gu Mingson didn't explain too much. At these words, Surrendering Star then silenced his voice, but he was still puzzled. It didn't take long for the red dot on the locator to surprisingly stop moving again. He pressed on and spoke again. Sam, what are you? You'll understand later. Now give me a real-time report on the police's staffing of the plant. Gu Mingson interrupted Descending Star once again. Oh, good. The words fell, and there was another long period of silence. In the meantime, outside the factory, the police were on standby for the lockdown. Inside the factory the barking of police dogs, helicopters circled overhead, and the glare of searchlights illuminated the factory as if it were daytime. Fortunately, the abandoned brick factory Gu Mingson chose is not small. Like this type of carpet search? No 10 or 20 minutes. Simply cannot be completed. This also gave Gu Mingson time to react. Only Li Muzin was seen running wildly towards the north of the factory for hundreds of meters before stopping at an abandoned production workshop. It's full of abandoned bricks and manufacturing equipment that will help him hide better. But this is not enough. He can use the darkness of the night to hide from human eyes. But the smell of blood left on his body cannot hide from the nose of the police dog. Brother Sam, the police are closing in fast towards the north based on the footprints you left. It was Blackbird's voice, with a hint of concern. Roger, help me find a suitable breakout point to the south. Gu Mingson remained calm. It was only at this point that the 4 people on the opposite side came to a realization. I'll go. Brother Sam's brilliant plan. Create the illusion for the police that you broke out from the north. Come on, Now is not the time for ass kissing. At this time, he was still thinking about kissing ass. Gu Mingson was speechless. Well. The owner of the other boyish voice hastily turned his attention to the police dynamic locator he was responsible for watching. 10 o'clock. Only 4 men. No police dogs. The words just fell. Gu Mingson's gaze flickered, and then he immediately rushed towards the 10 o'clock direction like an arrow off the string. With such a fast speed, his footsteps were light and swift, and each step made almost no sound, as if he had merged with the dark night. When he was still a few dozen meters away from the 4 policemen, Gu Mingson stopped in his tracks, unobtrusively hiding in the darkness of the path that the 4 men must take, ready to give these 4 men a surprise blow. 10 seconds passed, and the slowly advancing 4 finally came into proper position. However, Gu Mingson did not make a direct move, as these 4 were cautious and did not rampage like a fledgling boy. They also knew to advance in teams of 2 or 2, but in front of Gu Mingson, it still wasn't enough. Finally, when the second man also entered his strike space, Gu Mingson moved. The arm probed out like a snake, accurately locking onto the back of one person's neck, and with a slight force, the policeman could not even utter a muffled grunt before he fainted. Gu Mingson did as he had done and subdued the other 3 one by one. 3 men and 1 woman in civilian clothes. Gu Mingson recognized the 4 at a glance. Just to his surprise, there was a familiar face among them. Li Jian. It's still a real injustice. Chapter 14, Acquaintances. Looking at the person lying on the ground, a fierce light flashed in Gu Mingson's eyes. Li Jian was the police officer in charge of Gu Linlin's violence case, and Gu Mingson had suspected more than once that he had colluded with the Su family, but there is no evidence. Plus at the moment he was not completely disillusioned with this country, so something like killing a public official without authorization was something he couldn't do. Sam is awesome. This hand speed. Absolutely amazing. Night Sky couldn't help but exclaim in admiration from his headphones, pulling him out of his thoughts. It's not a nightcap. You can't see it. How come Sam uses his hands? Descending Tatsu's childish voice came through the headphones. Nonsense. Sam is unwilling to hurt their lives. What do you use if not your hands? Nightcap disliked it nonchalantly. Cut the crap and keep on top of police movements. Gu Mingson chided in a low voice. Immediately afterward, he didn't dare to have the slightest delay and ran wildly towards the south. The police, on the other hand, did not know that their tightly closed blockade had been broken by Gu Mingson, and were still converging towards the north of the factory. Attention Sam, there are 2 more behind the wall. Just as he was about 100 meters away from the southern wall of the factory, descending Tatsu's voice sounded in his headphones again. Gu Mingson's footsteps slowed down, his eyes instantly became incomparably sharp, and his figure slightly lowered as he quietly approached in the direction of that wall. After approaching the wall, he first held his breath and listened to the movement, and with the sharp hearing he had practiced for many years, he roughly judged where the position of those 2 people was. He then picked up a small stone on the ground and threw it towards the other side of the wall, where it landed with a soft thud. What man? The 2 policemen, hearing the commotion, were immediately alert, moving their feet slowly with their guns in the direction where the stone had landed. Gu Mingson saw the right moment. Like a cheetah, he leapt up from the wall, and after leaping up high, he did a flying kick, which accurately kicked the wrist of one of the policemen, and the gun in the policeman's hand instantly flew out of his hand. Before the other policeman could react and shoot, Gu Mingson had already landed on the ground, followed by a sweeping leg, tripping the policeman to the ground, then quickly striking out and hitting him in the neck with his elbow, and the policeman fainted. The policeman who had just been kicked off his pistol was still trying to pounce to resist, when Gu Mingson dodged it with a sidestep and slammed a backhanded punch into his face, and he followed suit and collapsed limply. Sam is awesome. It's a shame we can't see Sam in person. After Gu Mingson cleanly resolved the 2 men, the 2 men's bragging came back over the headphones. Cut the poverty and keep us posted. Gu Mingson knew that he couldn't cooperate with the 2 of them to continue the conversation, or the nagging would surely be endless. Beyond the wall was a barren, grassy open space, and beyond that was the mountain forest that would help him get away. Gu Mingson crouched his back and quickly dived in the direction of the mountain forest, using the grass as much as possible to hide his figure. Brother Sam, the police seem to have sensed the anomaly in the north and are lining up in other directions. You need to speed up. Got it. Gu Mingson responded in a low voice, his pace quickening a few more points. In a short time, he came to the edge of the mountain forest and plunged headlong into it, and with the help of the dense trees and complicated terrain in the mountain forest, he continued to sprint in the direction of getting away. And on the other side, as the encirclement narrowed, the crowd soon realized the anomaly. Something's not right. If he ran north, he must have met up with our brethren blockading the north wall a long time ago. Could it be that he's still hiding inside the factory? A seasoned veteran police officer analyzed with a frown. The young officers next to him listened and nodded their heads in agreement. So did he turn around and run south again? At this point one of the men whispered uncertainly. The old civilian police officer froze. The possibilities of this line of speculation were magnifying in the mind. Quickly check the numbers to see if there are any missing brethren? Half a minute passed. They had indeed realized that they were missing Li Jian's small group. The old police officer quickly grabbed his walkie-talkie and called, Team Li, where are you guys? Did you encounter any criminals? But the end of the walkie-talkie but never responded. The old police face more and more serious, more and more firmly in the heart of the speculation. It's bad. Team Li must have encountered the criminals. Let's hurry and search in the opposite direction. The old police officer shouted loudly as he led the way toward the south side of the factory. And in his heart, he prayed that Li Jian and the others must not get into trouble, or things would become more complicated. Realize that dead hostages and dead cops are completely different in nature. No matter how many hostages die, it's a police matter, but any death of a police officer may alert the military. The public opinion generated is incomparable. Soon they found the 4 Li Jian who had fallen into a fainting spell. Seeing the 4 intact, the old police officer breathed a long sigh of relief. With that, he rushed to wake up the 4 of them. Li Jian and the 4 of them woke up leisurely, their faces full of confusion and shock, and it took a while for them to come back to their senses. Team Li, how did you guys pass out? Had an encounter with the criminals? Why didn't you send out any signals? The old police officer came up and asked 3 questions in a row, but he didn't notice Li Jian's face that had sunk to the color of earth. We all underestimated this Gu Mingsun. The other 3 woke up with frozen faces. Team Li, was the person who sneaked up on us really Gu Mingsun? But it doesn't make sense? How could an ordinary person have such a skill? To this day, the 3 of them still felt that Gu Mingsun was just an ordinary person, and that there was someone else who had sneaked up on them. Did you guys see how he struck? Hearing the old civilian police officer's renewed questioning, the 3 men shook their heads lightly in unison in silence. All I felt then was a sinking feeling in the back of my neck, and when I opened my eyes again I saw you all. One of the policewomen said while rubbing her neck which was still vaguely sore. Everyone was shocked at these words, for well-trained criminal police officers were just silently knocked out. It's just unbelievable. Now is not the time to discuss this. There is a large mountain forest to the south. Gu Mingsun must have run that way. After Li Jian calmed down, he immediately made a deployment. Immediately notify the armed police force to seal the mountain. And make sure it's quick. Yes. With a promise, the crowd moved quickly into action. Li Jian did not move in a hurry, but pulled the female criminal police officer who had fainted in the previous piece. Fenging, don't follow. I'll arrange another mission for you. Fenging looked at Li Jian with a puzzled expression. Team Li, what mission? Li Jian's expression was serious. You go and investigate Gu Mingsun's background information. The more detailed the better. Our previous understanding of him may have been too one-sided. This time, the stance he displayed is by no means unusual. I suspect that there are unknown experiences or forces behind him that are supporting him. Li Jian's intuition is usually pretty accurate. What he doesn't realize is that this move will complicate things even more. Chapter 15, Successful Escape. As Li Jian gave the order to blockade the mountains and forests, Gu Mingsun was speeding through the mountains and forests like the wind. Brother Sam, the police's response was much faster than we expected. Blackbird's heavy voice came through the headphones. How long will it take them to complete the blockade? Gu Mingsun asked, keeping his cool. 5 minutes. Enough. Gu Mingsun's tone was full of confidence. As soon as the words left his mouth, his traveling speed in the mountains and forests surged a few more points. In the other channel of their internal communication that consisted of only the 4 blackbirds, seeing Gu Mingsun speed up again, Bucking Chen couldn't help but marvel. I'll go. Did Brother Sun install a motor under his feet? If this speed were to go to the Olympics, it would definitely be at the level of a world champion. That's natural. You know he's in a mountain forest full of obstacles. Blackbird, is everyone in that mysterious squad in Dasha at the level of Brother Sam? Blackbird was silent for a moment before responding. I'm not too sure. That squad is so mysterious that I can't find any information about them on the internet. If they really all have this kind of strength, it would be truly terrifying. Time passed slowly, and Gu Mingsun finally reached the edge of the mountain forest. He gasped slightly, but didn't stop for a moment. After stepping onto the flat ground, the speed is even faster than lightning. I have left the mountains. Keep me posted on how to avoid surveillance along the way. Okay, Brother Sun. Hearing Gu Mingsun's command, Blackbird hurriedly ended the current topic and responded. Brother Sam, there are a total of 38 surveillance cameras within the 10-kilometer route ahead. Gu Mingsun's complexion tightened as his brain raced, thinking of a strategy to deal with it. Descending Tatsu. Straight to the point. Which surveillance can't be avoided? Brother Sun, there are 3 key intersections with unavoidable surveillance. At 3 kilometers, 6 kilometers, and 8 kilometers. Descending Chen quickly replied. Gu Mingsen gritted his teeth and decisively ordered, prepare for interference. Understood, brother Sun. Descending Chen immediately responded. Gu Mingsen's pace was unceasing, as if he were a speeding bolt of lightning rushing forward. It was clear to him that he had to avoid surveillance as much as possible on his escape to the city, which would buy him enough time to find a hideout next. He had originally planned to turn himself in after punishing all the bullies for his daughter, so he hadn't prepared any subsequent way to get out, which is why this time he was in such a hurry to get out. Soon, Gu Mingsen reached the first key intersection, and Blackbird immediately activated the interference. The surveillance image was instantly fixed at this second, and if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to notice the difference at all. Successful jamming. Sam, pass quickly. Without hesitation, Gu Mingsen rushed forward, then ran towards the front. Following suit, he passed the second and third key intersections without incident. At the moment, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. After leaving the army for many years, although he insisted on exercising on weekdays, his physical fitness nowadays could not be comparable to that of his peak period after all. By this time, the police had completed the cordoning off of the mountain and had begun a full-scale search of the mountain. By common sense, Gu Mingsen should have nowhere to run at this moment. 15 minutes had passed since Li Jian's four were sneak attacked by Gu Mingsen, and excluding the 5 minutes of delay in between, there was at most 10 minutes left for Gu Mingsen to traverse the mountain forest. Trying to traverse 8 kilometers of mountain forest in such a short period of time and without any external force is a no-brainer. Thus, everyone decided that Gu Mingsen couldn't have run out of the mountains in such a short period of time, and must be hiding somewhere in the mountains. However, Li Jian was the only one who didn't think so. By analyzing Gu Mingsen's previous moves, Li Jian felt that he could not speculate on him with conventional thinking. Perhaps Gu Mingsen had escaped from the mountains before the police closed them. Moreover, as the area of searching the mountain continued to expand, this intuition of Li Jian became stronger and stronger. Time rushed by when the police had already searched half of the mountainous area. On the other side, Gu Mingsen had already crossed 10 kilometers of the industrial area to the big river. The city of Shanghai is located at the mouth of the Great River, which is also the widest zone of the thousands of meters of flow section. 2 kilometers is a relatively narrow width. Brother Sun, there is surveillance on the bridge and the traffic flow is extremely high, so if interference is made, the police will soon notice the anomaly. Descending Chen's voice once again came from the headset. Gu Mingsen looked at the rippling river in front of him and frowned. Looks like we'll just have to swim. The good thing is that the current at the mouth of the sea is not too strong, and the risk of swimming through it is relatively low. Saying that, Gu Mingsen quickly took off his clothes, leaving only a pair of bottoms behind. A sculpted musculature was exposed to the air. Most noticeable were the dozen or so scars on it, mostly gunshot wounds. It's hard to imagine the ferocity he went through to leave so many shocking scars on his body. But now there was another dilemma in front of him, and that was the fact that his cell phone was not waterproof, and it was the only communication device he had on him that could keep in touch with Blackbird and the others. Well, it didn't take long for Blackbird to figure it out. Brother Sam, when you get ashore, find a way to get a cell phone and call this number. 159x times x times x times x times x. Hearing this, Gu Mingsen no longer hesitated. Glancing at the time on his cell phone, he then threw it into the big river. Taking a deep breath, he leapt into the river. The cold river water instantly surrounded him, but he didn't seem to feel it at all. Not a single ripple could be seen in his cold eyes. Arms powerfully paddling, legs desperately stirring the water. The whole person like a sturdy fish, quickly swimming toward the opposite bank. After disembarking, he was even more unconcerned about resting, and his eyes quickly scanned the surroundings once. Fortunately, there was a patchwork of residential neighborhoods not far away, mostly 1- and 2-story houses. It was now about 9 o'clock in the evening, and most people had already gone to sleep, which was just convenient for Gu Mingsen to act. Finding a random home to roll into, he then moved gingerly into the living room, following the sound of a grunt and opening the owner's bedroom door and carefully stepping inside. Judging by the wedding photos on the wall, the family would have been a couple. Just why is it only the man in this bed and the woman is nowhere to be found? Without much thought, Gu Mingsen opened the closet next to the bed and took out a set of men's clothes and a black duck-tongued hat from the bottom. Finally, the arrangement in the closet was again left as it was and exited the bedroom. During that time he was like a ghost making no noise. Back in the courtyard, Gu Mingsen didn't leave in a hurry, but went back into the kitchen. Create 2 dough balls, wrap them in plastic, stuff them in your mouth, and rake some pan dust off the bottom of the pan and smear it on your face. It wasn't over yet, only to see his upright and sturdy body slightly bent. His height of 1 meter 8.5 instantly shortened by 3 or 4 centimeters. Only after doing this did Gu Mingsen roll out of the courtyard wall. and his entire image and temperament had changed drastically.
Time to figure out how to get a cell phone next, Gu Mingson pondered as he headed towards the city center. Chapter 16, Police in the Dark.
And at this time, Li Jian's side still hadn't given up on searching for Gu Mingson.
Reporting to Team Li,
"We've finished searching 3/4 of the area.
Still no sign of Gu Mingson."
Asked to hear this report, Li Jian's face became more and more gloomy, and the intuition he had just now became stronger.
Team 1 down. Team 2, 3, and 4 continue to search the rest of the area,
taking care not to miss anything. This order immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of Guo Lichuan, the captain of the first team.
"Why did you call our group down alone?" In their eyes, Gu Mingson was now not just a dangerous man, but a walking book of credits,
just based on the crime he committed.
Once he is arrested,
it is a proper first-class merit,
and promotion and salary increase is not even a matter of concern.
Also therefore Guo Lichuan again heard Li Jian let him take his own men down the mountain, equivalent to make him lose this opportunity to make a merit.
Can be satisfied with it is strange. From this, it could be seen that up until now, they still believed that Gu Mingson was still hiding within the remaining mountain forest area. Guo Lichuan's questioning was heard in the headset,
and Li Jian did not choose to explain in the communication device.
With a strong attitude, he said, "Don't talk nonsense.
I'm the chief of the operation.
You carry out my orders."
Although Guo Lichuan was dissatisfied in his heart,
he didn't dare to openly disobey the order,
and could only lead a team of people down the mountain unwillingly. After dealing with Guo Pingchuan's comments, Li Jian followed up by having the technicians pull up the topographical maps around the mountain forest. With his sense of smell from his many years of criminal police career, he quickly judged the destination of Gu Mingson's escape, as well as the best route to get away after he ran out of the mountains.
An industrial area of over 200 square kilometers.
A large river 2 to 5 kilometers wide.
The fastest route would be through the interior of the industrial area,
which was only 10 kilometers away. But there was a lot of surveillance in it,
and it was hard to get through unnoticed. But put into Gu Mingson's body, it was just the opposite,
because he had a top-strength and mysterious hacker behind him. With his help,
Gu Mingson could easily avoid all surveillance.
With that thought in mind, Li Jian snatched the mouse from the technician's hand and drew a line on the computer screen.
If Gu Mingson was here,
he would have been very surprised, because this line drawn by Li Jian matched the escape route almost exactly.
"Check how many surveillance cameras are on the line,"
Li Jian ordered as he returned the mouse to the technician. The technician quickly maneuvered around and quickly provided an answer.
"Team Li, there are 32 monitors in total.
Immediately line up these surveillance cameras to see if any Gu Mingson has appeared during this recent time period."
"Ha?"
The technician froze slightly.
"Isn't Gu Mingson in the mountains now?"
Although he was puzzled, when he saw Li Jian's grave expression, he immediately reswallowed the words that had been mentioned in the eye of his throat.
Time passes by.
Because of the time constraints of having to watch 32 monitors at the same time, and the fact that the technicians were still vaguely unappreciative in their minds. So until Guo Lichuan descended the mountain and returned to the temporary command headquarters, Li Jian still hadn't waited for the results he wanted. Instead, he was once again greeted by Guo Lichuan's questioning.
"Team Li, I need a human reason.
Why did you transfer our first team of brothers down the mountain alone?"
Emotions are a little heightened. The unknown people around them also showed regretful expressions. Anyone who watched the soon-to-be first-class merit slip away from his side could not be anxious. The helpless Li Jian could only give an explanation with patience.
"I suspect Gu Mingson has escaped the mountains and am having the technicians line up surveillance of the escape route.
If it's really what I suspect, we have to respond immediately. That's why I called your team down."
"How?" Guo Lichuan became more emotional.
10 minutes across 8 kilometers of mountain forest. This is what one can do. At first thought, it does seem unthinkable,
but Li Jian's hunch grew stronger, and for that reason he was willing to take a gamble at the risk of being questioned by his men.
It's not impossible.
And now that only a quarter of the area remains unsearched,
3 squads are more than enough,
and I have to set aside enough police force to deal with unexpected situations. Li Jian's attitude remained strong,
making Guo Lichuan feel both helpless and angry. There was no way around it.
What Li Jian had said was justified. Even if Gu Mingson was really still hiding in the mountains and forests at this moment, then there was nothing wrong with what he was doing now.
"Team Li, it's lined up." At that moment,
the technician broke the atmosphere of the two men saber-rattling. Li Jian immediately asked,
"How is it? Did you find Gu Mingson?"
The technician opened his mouth, torn for a moment before speaking.
"None found."
At those words, Li Jian's brows furrowed as he fell into deep thought.
And Guo Lichuan, who was on the side, couldn't help but call out when he saw this. "Look at that.
I told you there was no way he could run out of the mountains on such short notice, right?" Li Jian glared at him.
"Don't jump to conclusions.
There must be a blind spot in these 32 surveillance cameras.
Can we find out?" The technician nodded, and there was another burst of keyboarding. Got it. There are 29 surveillance with blind spots. Li Jian's eyes lit up. Quick, pull up those 3 monitors that don't have blind spots. He knew that if Gu Mingsen chose this route, then the hacker behind him would definitely have his hands on the surveillance of these 3 locations. Sure enough, as several people watched frame by frame, they soon noticed an anomaly in the surveillance footage. 857, 906, 910, all have 5 or 6 seconds of framing. Team Lee, it seems that your deduction is not wrong.
It took a long time for the technician to come back to his senses and speak up to break the silence. Guo Lichuan's eyes were also wide with disbelief at this moment.
How is this possible?
Suddenly his eyes changed and he seemed to have some kind of guess.
Could it be the other side's plan of suspicion? It's just that the bottom line is slightly less impressive.
If Gu Mingsen was still hiding in the mountains and forests at the moment, the extra effort would only increase the risk of exposing the hacker in the dark,
which was completely unnecessary. It's not impossible.
Li Jian's face remained somber, without the slightest hint of the elation he felt after his guesses were verified.
So, what do we do now?
Guo Lichuan did not dare to stagger at this time.
With a posture that was completely dominated by Li Jian,
Li Jian frowned and contemplated for a moment, said, "This is still according to the original plan to search the mountain, to prevent the other side from transferring the tiger away from the mountain.
Lichuan, you take your men to line up along this route."
Guo Lichuan immediately responded, "Yes." Then it was off with a team of men.
Li Jian, on the other hand, continued to stay at the temporary command center, waiting for the results of the search on the mountain. However, what was unexpected to all of them was, at this moment, Gu Ming was leisurely walking on the streets heading to the city center.
He was now in desperate need of a cell phone to get in touch with Blackbird and the others, but if he stole a random cell phone, there was a high chance that the person who lost the phone would simply call the police, and that would inevitably draw the attention of the police to his trail. So he came up with a great place.
Chapter 17, A Deal in the Night.
Jiulu Street. It is an important gathering place for Shanghai's nightlife and night economy, where 80% of the city's bars are gathered. The outside of the bar at night looked like a golden paradise, with golden lights illuminating the entire corner of the street brightly. But there are also unknown dark corners hidden beneath the seemingly prosperous surface. Somewhere in a dimly lit alley, the ground was a little wet and gave off an unpleasant mixed odor, like liquor, garbage, and other unidentified liquids mixed together. At that moment, a tall man walked slowly into this alley. His face was covered in stubble, his eyes had a fierce look in them, and his brow was slightly furrowed, as if he was wary of everything around him. As he walked, he looked back every now and then, as if he was worried that someone was following him. There was also a black plastic bag clutched tightly in his hand, the mouth of which he had tied securely, and from the bulging shape, it seemed to contain something important. When he came to an iron door deep in the alley, he stopped and first looked around to make sure there was no abnormality around him. Then he took out the cell phone in his pocket. When the call connected, there was an immediate deafening electric sound, and he subconsciously held the phone away from him. "Hey boss, your order has arrived." "Arrived? Where are you?" "Back door of the bar." "Okay, I'll have someone get it right away." After that, the caller hung up on the other end. Within moments, a sound of a lock being unlocked was heard. The door slowly opened a crack. The first thing that hits your ears is the ear-splitting sound of barroom electricity. Immediately afterward, a head poked out of it. A man with a stalwart face. He first surveyed the Hanyu with wary eyes. Then his gaze fell on the black cloth bag in the Hanyu's hand. "Keiko? Ha? No. Kung is my boss. Just call me Lung, boss." "Aaron?" the man muttered softly, the caution in his eyes subsiding a bit. "Where's the stuff?" Aaron sniffed and hurriedly reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a thumb-sized glass bottle, carefully handing the glass bottle to the stalwart-faced man with a pleasing look on his face. He said, "Boss, this is it. It took a lot of effort to get it. You have to keep it." The man took the glass bottle and held it in his hands to scrutinize it, his brow furrowing slightly. After a moment, he raised his eyes to Along and asked, "Are you sure this thing works? Don't be another one of your random things to fool Su Xiao." "Boss, put 1,000 hearts into it. The quality of this stuff is excellent. Just one drop, no matter male or female. Within 4 hours, you'll be absolutely unstoppable and on fire." Aaron hastily patted his chest and assured him. The man gave Aaron a sidelong glance and said nothing more, only putting the glass bottle away carefully. Then he pointed to the black plastic bag held underneath Darren's armpit. "What's in here?" Aaron froze slightly, hesitated, and seemed to think of something else. Looking around warily, he beckoned again with a mysterious look on his face. The man attached his ear to it, only to hear Aaron speak softly. "The asterisk just arrived yesterday. Would you like to try it, boss?" As soon as the man heard this, his face instantly changed. A trace of shock and nervousness flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly took a step back. "You're crazy. Running around the streets with this thing. Don't you want to die?" Along compensated for the smile while lowering his voice and continued. He, boss, don't worry, we're dead if we get caught, so we definitely won't give you customers up. The man's brow furrowed and his face remained hard. Okay, anyway, let's pretend we haven't met today. That's it. After saying that, he stopped paying attention to Aaron and turned around to walk into the iron gate. Aaron stood still, looking at the man's back, the smile on his face fading away to a face full of disdain. Bah! What kind of woman can't you get with this? Aaron muttered under his breath as he headed out of the alley. Yet just then, a dagger suddenly poked out of the darkness on one side and was at his throat in a flash. Aaron was suddenly scared. His body instantly froze. His eyes were wide open, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He tried to call out for help, but a voice came to his ear immediately afterward. Scream if you want to die, and keep quiet if you want to live. The words, coupled with the cold stinging sensation on his throat, made him not dare to make a single sound. He could only swallow hard, along with the cries for help that came to his lips. Get the cell phone out. This low and morose voice sounded again. Aaron hastened to do as he was told. Password. The man in the dark immediately asked again after receiving the cell phone. Aaron was puzzled as to what the other man wanted his cell phone for, but considering that his life was on the line, he hesitated for only half a second before the password came out. 857 *****. As the code was reported, there was a dead silence that lasted more than 10 seconds. Aaron was regretting at the moment that he had set his cell phone buttons to silent mode. A word of advice. The voice in the darkness sounded again. Let's pretend this never happened today. And don't think about getting your cell phone back, or you and I will be in trouble if we attract the police. With that, the dagger in the man in the dark's hand pressed a few more points closer to Aaron's throat. A twinge of pain swept over him carrying the threat of death, and Aaron's face turned white with fear and his voice began to tremble. No problem. I definitely won't call the police. You, don't worry. Very good. The man in the shadows seemed to be very satisfied with his answer and slowly moved the dagger away from his throat a little. Seeing that his little life was saved, Aaron let out a slight sigh of relief. But the next second, all I felt was an empty armpit. Big brother, I can't. However, what responded to him was the dagger that had gone and returned, the cold touch causing the breath he had just let go to be lifted up again in an instant. He quickly changed his words. Big brother, you take it all. Only to hear the man in the shadows sneer as the dagger was once again put away. Aaron, however, didn't dare to make the slightest sound again. After a while, sure that the person in the dark should really be gone, he took a long breath as if waking up from a nightmare, but immediately afterward, his brow furrowed again, and his face was filled with a look of sorrow and helplessness. Millions of goods were robbed just like that. Go back to how to explain to the strong brother that temper. Hey, it's Sam. Mori, what's taking so long? Gu Mingsen explained while dumping the millions worth of stuff into the toilet. Chapter 18, The Great Dragon Scheme. Reporting to Team Lee. The mountain forest has been searched and no trace of the criminal has been found. Li Jian's face sank. As expected, Gu Mingsen had run out of the mountains long before the police sealed them. Now one can only put his hopes on the first team and expect the other team to give him good news. It didn't take long for Guo Lichuan's voice to come over the communication channel. Team Lee, we found footprints left by Gu Mingsen by the river. Li Jian's spirits lifted. Report position, then immediately rushed to the river. It was a little windy at night by the river, rustling the reeds along the shore. After Li Jian rushed to the river, what's the situation? Guo Lichuan first saluted towards him, then frowned and replied. The footprints became a bit disorganized by the time they reached this river, as if he stopped and wandered around for a while, then swam towards the other side of the big river. Bad. When Li Jian heard this, he said that it was not good, and his face became grim. He walked quickly to the riverside and looked toward the other side. The river was dark and gloomy under the night, and he could only see the river rippling under the wind. After a few moments of tightening his brow and thinking, attention all squads, Gu Mingsen is likely to have absconded to the city. All people quickly to the city's various traffic arteries, densely populated places as well as his possible hiding places close together. Contact the city's various precincts of the police to coordinate their efforts, and be sure to lock his location as soon as possible. The 2, 3 and 4 squads that had just descended from the mountain received the order and then hoofed it to the city. The sound of sirens cut through the night sky as a police car sped toward the city. Half an hour later in the downtown area, the atmosphere became a bit tense because of the large-scale police action, and many wandering citizens curiously stopped to watch and talk. At this time, Aaron, who had just escaped a short time ago, after seeing the streets full of police officers, instead of being shocked,
He was delighted. And then he had a plan. He was seen hurrying back to his home and came to the kitchen to fill up a small half bag of flour in a black plastic bag. Then once again to the street. Looking at the police officers who were lining up not far away, Aaron took a deep breath and then put on a sneaky look. He purposely kept his body low. His footsteps hurried but seemingly panicked, and every now and then he looked back as if something terrible was chasing him behind him. The black plastic bag with flour was clutched tightly in his hand, and he deliberately exposed part of the bag as if it could be seen by others. When walking some distance away from the police, Aaron deliberately pretended that he didn't see the police in front of him, and with one side of his body, he wanted to go around the side alley, but the evasive movements and unnatural demeanor instantly caught the attention of the police officers who were lining up. That guy over there. Stop! Aaron's face instantly showed a look of horror, and he scattered and ran. This run further convinced the police that he was in trouble, and at that moment they shouted in unison, "Don't run! Stop!" While shouting, he pulled his legs up and chased after them. Long secretly happy, while running, but also deliberately shook the black plastic bag in the hand more obvious. Mouth shouted, "Do not chase me, I did not do anything bad, The police would not listen to him, and chased after him, using the walkie-talkie to call nearby colleagues to come over for support. For a while, the area was alive with the sound of sirens. Aaron's physical fitness is quite good, turning left and right in these streets and alleys. On the basis of his familiarity with the surroundings, he temporarily distanced himself a little from the police, but he didn't dare to pull away too far. If he really lost the police, then his plan would be in vain. 10 minutes later, after a tense and intense chase, Aaron finally ran to his destination, the center of the Grand River Bridge. Panting, he stopped, bent over, hands propped up on his knees, breathing heavily, but his eyes were alert to the police who were coming after him, and a triumphant smile flashed across his face. It didn't take long for the cops on both sides to catch up and were rapidly forming a perimeter. Aaron didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly opened the black plastic bag in his arms and sprinkled all the flour inside to Dejiang. White flour drifted down on the river like snowflakes, blinding in the night and in the light of the police lights. The police officers stared slightly, then realized who Dayron was. Looking at him again, his eyes instantly changed, properly walking first class but when he saw the snowy flurry of flour, he was suddenly blinded. Stop it. My first class merit. Mentally snarling, he lunged at Aaron, but it's still a step too late. Looking at the black plastic bags that were slowly drifting towards the river, a chagrined and exasperated look appeared on each face. Quick! Hurry up and contact the salvage team to search for this plastic bag. A veteran police officer who looked at the experienced police gave the order immediately. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope rose in the hearts of the others. God forbid. I hope there are still some scraps left in the plastic bag. Already some people are secretly praying. Li Jian, who was directing the manhunt in the downtown area, was informed of this suspected big fish that had been captured, and also immediately handed over the command temporarily to his own deputy, and rushed back to the police station, ready to get a piece of the action. After a brief understanding of the situation, Aaron was immediately interrogated. Tell me, what's in that black plastic bag? There was a hint of majesty in his expression. However, Along is showing a wry smile, pretending to be innocent, said, "Comrade police, that's just a bit of flour. I really didn't do anything illegal. I just see you guys are arresting people. The heart is afraid to run." Li Jian stared at him with icy eyes and said with a slight chill in his tone, "Is it proper flour?" "What? There's an immoderate flour?" Aaron asked rhetorically in a flirtatious tone. Li Jian's face sank. He knew that Alon was deliberately sophomoric, trying to confuse things, but there was no evidence, so he couldn't do anything about Aaron, and could only expect some flour to remain in the plastic bag that had been retrieved. After temporarily taking Aaron into custody, Li Jian hoofed it to the evidence section. But to his dismay, the black plastic bag had not been salvaged. After all, trying to find a black plastic bag in the middle of the night on a vast river, the difficulty is not generally high. On the other side, Aaron's boss, Keiko, soon learns about Aaron's arrest from another henchman. He was so scared that he immediately had to run away with the bucket. After all, as the king of flour that has been running the entire Shanghai city for many years, he has lived to the end by never daring to fight, but by his keen sense of smell. But before he could move, another henchman came and told him that Lung had sprinkled all the flour into the river before he was captured. When he was sure that not a single bit was left, Keiko couldn't help but give a silent nod to Aaron in his heart. With that, he headed to the police station, ready to fish out his Aaron's brother. Chapter 19, The Disappearing Gu Mingsen. The time came early in the morning of the third day. After 2 days of efforts, the black plastic bag was successfully salvaged, but the test results let Li Jian disappointed. Did not detect anything that would incriminate Aaron. So the big fish, Aaron, had to be released. Meanwhile, after 2 days of carpet searching, they still had nothing on Gu Mingsen's whereabouts.
It was as if this person had evaporated.
Li Jian was called to the director's office. Hasn't the man been found yet? The director asked as he opened the door. Li Jian instantly shook his head lightly with a bitter expression on his face. Waste.
The director scolded nonchalantly at the sight. Li Jian slightly lowered his head,
not daring to make any retort. I'll give you 3 more days. You must catch someone for me, or else you won't be able to do your job as a criminal police captain.
Li Jian's heart sank hard,
realizing that it wasn't easy for him to climb to this position. Yes, back to the CID.
He immediately went to the female officer who had been knocked out with him in the first place.
Yang Li, how is Gu Mingsen's information checking out?
Yang Li sniffed and frowned in hesitation for a moment.
Report Li team.
I checked several times.
To say that there is only one point of abnormality, that is,
in his 7-year career as a soldier, there are 5 years is completely blank.
Upon hearing this, Li Jian's brows instantly furrowed.
A trace of doubt and gravity flashed in his eyes.
5 years completely blank? How is this possible?
The army's file records have always been very strict. It's impossible for such a situation to occur.
The problem must be hidden here.
Yang Li was also helpless. She spread her hands and said, in order to know what he actually went through in these 5 years, we can only ask the troop he was in at the time to find out. But it seems that only the director of our bureau has the authority to do so.
Upon hearing this,
Li Jian immediately returned to the director's office again, and after informing him of what had happened,
the director's expression was also grave. Actually, Yang Li was wrong. Daxia's military and political system were non-interfering with each other. Not to mention him as the director. Even the mayor didn't have the authority to directly access the military's databases. But it's not like there isn't the slightest way out. The mayor can't do it, but there's a city clerk. Furthermore, it was only asking about a retired soldier, so I thought it should not be a big problem. So he immediately called the city council.
The opposite party secretary was also having a headache over the matter,
as Su Tianyang, the head of the Su family in Kyoto,
had personally spoken to him on the phone not long before this. The words are to let it take care of the Su family in Shanghai.
As a qualified politician, what to choose do not even need to consider. Gu Mingsen's family was just an ordinary family,
not even comparable to the behemoth that was the Su family.
His daughter, Gu Linlin, could only be blamed for what happened to her,
and she was targeted by the little princess of the Su family.
But now, okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone,
the municipal party secretary immediately called one of the closest military bigwigs in Shanghai. The other party also thought that Gu Mingsen was just an ordinary retired soldier at first, so they didn't take it to heart. But the answer the correspondent gave him froze him for a long time.
What? Returning to his senses, he inquired, still incredulous.
The other side says the person's identifying information is top secret and...
Knock knock. The correspondent was in mid-sentence when he was interrupted by a sharp knock on the door.
Enter.
This chief's eyes signaled the correspondent to wait, then let in the knocker.
The door was pushed open.
Upon seeing the visitor, he immediately revealed a stunned expression. Old Li, what are you doing here?
Looking at this head of the Military Justice Enforcement Division, who was actually followed by 4 loaded law enforcers, he felt bad. Old Li didn't come up with an answer to his question. The eyes looked at each other in a complicated way,
and finally let out a long sigh. Urgent order from the central government. Wang Kitchen is suspected of leaking state secrets.
Immediately detained, and shall not be allowed to have any contact with the outside world until the arrival of the law enforcers from the central military region.
When Wang Kitchen heard this, his eyes widened with disbelief. Old Li, is this something? On the opposite side, Lao Li, however, looked serious and interrupted with a wave of his hand. Army Commander Wang, this is an urgent order from the central government. I'm just following orders.
The specifics will be investigated when the law enforcers from the central military region arrive.
Please cooperate with us now. Wang Kitchen opened his mouth and wanted to argue,
but he saw Old Li's ironic and selfless look, as well as the 4 loaded law enforcers behind him who were standing by. Knowing that no more words would help at this moment, he could only bite his teeth and follow them outside with a reluctant heart. And on the side of the correspondent is also controlled.
Just treatment is far less than Wang Kitchen was casually thrown into a secret room will no longer be asked. Wang Kitchen is, after all,
a military commander with military power in his hands.
And before the results came down,
Old Li didn't dare to slack off, so he took the post of guarding him himself and did not move an inch. At his leisure,
Wang Kitchen also finally asked about the confusion in his heart.
Old Li, we're old friends.
Can you tell me something?
Old Li took a deep look at Wang Kitchen,
and finally let out a long sigh, shaking his head slightly. I'm also confused.
I was drinking tea in my office,
when I suddenly received a call from the Central Law Enforcement Division, without any original reason, letting me take control of you at the first time. Wang Kitchen's heart sank and his brows furrowed. Directly arresting someone without any original reason, and arresting a military commander. The seriousness and strangeness of this matter far exceeded his imagination. I'm afraid I'll be in deep if I get caught up in this. Old Lee saw his uneasy demeanor. After all, it is a friendship of many years. Some heart. So he reminded. Think about whether you've done anything special lately. Wang Kitchen's frown tightened as he listened to Old Lee's words, and he tried to recall what he had done recently. Suddenly, his eyes glazed over. Is it because of that? What did you think of? Old Lee asked with concern when he saw that Wang Kitchen seemed to be thinking of something. Wang Kitchen pondered for a moment, thinking that there should be no need to hide it. Not long before, I inquired about a retired soldier to the Northwest Military Region side. The other side said that this person's identity belongs to the top secret level and did not provide. When Old Lee heard this, his face instantly became grave. His identity information is top secret level. You must have touched something sensitive if you went poking around so rashly. Wang Kitchen said with chagrin. I didn't think much about it at the time. Secretary Chen personally called. I thought it was just an ordinary retired soldier thing. How could I have thought it would be so serious? Now it's good that I got myself into this. Old Lee sighed and said, it's useless to talk about this now. Wait for the Central Military Region law enforcers to come. Tell us the truth. I hope it's okay. We're old friends. I really don't want to see anything happen to you. Chapter 20, The Mysterious 001. Ladies and gentlemen, this trial has come to an end, so let us all look forward to the next trial. The night was cold and windy. Shanghai CID. A group of police officers led by Li Jian were huddled in the warm conference room, discussing the case about Gu Mingsen. Is there still no sign of Gu Mingsen's activity on the Su family's side? Li Jian took off his headset and said slowly. Just now, he watched the replay of Gu Mingsen's live broadcast again. Since the other party had left this sentence, it meant that the next target must be the only abuser still alive. Su Tingting. 4 days had passed since the live broadcast incident, and they still hadn't found any trace of Gu Mingsen. As a matter of fact, Li Jian also no longer had any hope of finding Gu Mingsen. The difficulty of trying to find someone in the huge city of Shanghai was comparable to climbing up to heaven, so he could only hope that Gu Mingsen would show up on his own initiative at the moment, and set up police forces around the Su family to keep watch. No anomalies have been found yet, but we've stepped up our surveillance of the Su family. Li Jian nodded. Continue to keep an eye out. Gu Mingsen is not a simple person. We must not relax and be careless. Yes. Li Jian rubbed his temples. Refresh Gu Mingsen's past experiences and relationships again, and see if you can find any new clues. Understood. At that moment, Yang Li walked over with excitement on her face. Team Li, we've got something. Li Jian immediately turned around and eagerly asked, what discovery? Yang Li took a breath and said, we lined up his wife's bank transfer records for the last month, and there are 2 large remittances. One is the $5.2 million from the sale of their house for Gu Linlin's treatment, but there's also an unspecified amount of $600,000. Li Jian's eyes lit up. Did you find out where the money came from? Yang Li nodded, a hint of pride on her face. Li team, you do not know. In order to find out where this money comes from, can cost me a big effort. Cut the crap and get to it. Seeing her babbling on and on inviting credit, Li Jian couldn't help but reprimand her. Yang Li resentfully shrunk her neck and hurriedly said, Rongle City. Rongle City? Li Jian muttered a soft mumble. His brow furrowed. The city of Rongle is located in the northern part of the neighboring province, about 300 kilometers from Shanghai. Does Gu Mingsen have any relatives or friends over there? Yang Li shook her head. For the time being, I haven't found out that he has any relatives or friends in Rongle City. Li Jian's frown tightened as he sniffed. Did you find out the identity of the person who gave him the money? Only Yang Li nodded, then slowly spat out the name of a person. Levi Strong. Zhang Yi. Immediately contact the Rongle City police to retrieve all of this person's information. Yes. Not long after, Zhang Yi walked back with the information. According to the information, this Li Weiqiang is also a veteran, but the strange thing is that he and Gu Mingsen belong to different military districts, and it's unknown how the two met. Li Jian sniffed and frowned deeply again. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, his eyes lit up and he asked in a hurry, how many years of military history does he have? Any gaps in the file? Zhang Yi froze, and immediately opened the information to rummage through it carefully. 12 years of military history. A blank period. It's still there. There was a slight note of surprise in his tone. How many years? Li Jian asked eagerly. 5 years. What? 5 years too? Yang Li's eyes instantly widened at the news, her mouth unable to close for a long time. What do you mean 5 years too?
Zhang Yi looked confused. Yang Li swallowed and suppressed the shock in her heart. Gu Mingsen also has a 5-year gap on his military history file. Just like him. The words fell. In the room, shocked expressions jumped out on the faces of the crowd. There were speculations in their minds about Gu Mingsen's true identity. Li Jian, on the other hand, looked at the picture on the screen with a grim gaze. Gu Mingsen, I'll catch you myself. Sunnyside, built at the turn of the century. It is now looking a bit old. 502. Gu Mingsen was hiding here at the moment. He sat alone in the living room shrouded in darkness, his figure looking lonely and cold. My revenge. It's not over yet. He stared dead at the note with Su Tingting's residential address, his eyes flashing with a firm and cold glare. Brother Sam, I suggest you wait a few days before acting. Now that the police can't find you, they've already placed heavy troops around Su's manor, just waiting for you to throw yourself into the net. Blackbird's voice came over the headset with a hint of worry. Yeah, Sam. The owner of this house is out traveling and bought a return ticket for a month from now. Unless the police are going door to door, you are perfectly safe here. The police can't afford to waste too many officers on you for too long. The other three voiced their agreement that it was irrational for him to act now. But what they don't know is that Gu Mingsen was silent for a moment and sighed. You guys don't understand. I have a special identity, and dragging it out for a long time will only lead to tougher opponents. A brief silence fell over the headset at these words. Blackbird was the first to break the silence. His voice low. Is it 001? Upon hearing this name, Gu Mingsen's expression was stunned, and a trace of scorn flashed in his eyes, but there was also a hint of imperceptible nostalgia. Immediately afterward thoughts drifted away, seeming to return to the years when there had been a mountain of corpses. 001 was the very same special squad he had served in back then. Gu Mingsen didn't say anything, yet it seemed like an answer as Blackbird continued. Brother Sun, there's one thing I'm curious about. Why is the term of service for members of 001 squad only 5 years? Once the time is up, they have to be compulsorily discharged? The other three also immediately pricked up their ears, waiting for Gu Mingsen's reply. Gu Mingsen took a deep breath and said slowly, because what he experienced in those 5 years was enough to drain a person's energy and courage for a lifetime. The missions we carry out are extremely dangerous, extremely classified, and extremely physically and mentally taxing. 5 years is the limit. If we continue any longer, I'm afraid one will become no longer human. When Blackbird and the others heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. Then Brother Sam, your 5 years, Blackbird wanted to say. However, just when the atmosphere was dull, Gu Mingsen let out an untimely snort. This is all from what I heard from some seniors back in the day. I didn't really feel it myself. If it weren't for my heart and the 5-year mandatory retirement period, I wouldn't really want to leave. His eyes became deep, as if he was seeing a scene from Once Upon a Time again. Blackbird froze slightly, then thought that when he was saved by Gu Mingsen back then, he didn't seem to have seen a bit of abnormal state from him either. So, Brother Sam, do you think that the military will send 001 to capture you? Blackbird hesitated for a moment, but asked what was worrying his mind. Hearing such a question, Gu Mingsen's mouth but sketched out a touch of relaxed arc. Chapter 21 The Li Family Village. Ronglei City, Lijia Village. Hello Moncler, may I ask if Li Weiqiang is from this village? Li what's strong? Levi strong. What Vijan? Moncler outlet store. It seems that the years are not good. Plainclothes Wang Linian was about to be a little louder. An old woman with a kind face came out from the courtyard and waved her hand at the old man sitting in the doorway. You go watch the pot. I'll talk to them. Hey okay. With a promise Moncler outlet store he walked into the courtyard. The corner of Wang Linian's mouth suddenly twitched, and he didn't know if this grandpa just had a really bad ear, or if he was deliberately teasing himself. Put. A laugh in his ear interrupted his thoughts. Turning back, he glared at his apprentice Li Lei who had let out a laugh. Li Lei immediately coughed lightly to stop his laughter, but from the twitching corners of his mouth, it could be seen that he wasn't feeling very well pressed at the moment. What do you guys want with Big John? The elder woman's voice called Wang Linian back. We're police officers looking for him to find out something. As he spoke, he pulled out his police officer's license. The older woman was slightly surprised to hear that it was the police, and then a flash of panic passed through her. What did he do? In the minds of these ordinary people of theirs, anyone who is approached by the police is 80% guilty of a crime. Seeing that the elder lady seemed to have misunderstood their intention, Wang Linian hurriedly explained. No, it's just that there's a case where he needs to be approached to find out something, and if he's really committed a crime, there's no way it's just the two of us coming. Oh, good thing you didn't commit a crime. The older woman was relieved to hear this explanation. Wang Linian also saw from the performance of the elder woman that this Li Weiqiang was quite well liked in the village. I was about to ask Li Weiqiang which household he lived in, when I heard another long sigh from the elder woman. Alas, this Daxiang is a poor man.
This unexplained sentence instantly aroused Wang Linian's interest.
He had just arrived at the station in the morning when he received an order from the captain to go to Li's village to investigate Li Weiqiang. Said the man was related to the live-streamed killings that were all over the internet the other day and told him to be careful.
Wang Linian was first shocked and then felt very excited.
Knowing that this is a big case that has shaken the whole country,
the fact that he can be involved in it, even if he is only assisting in the case, is enough to add a colorful piece to his resume.
Then he hoofed it and called his apprentice to come over.
However,
this Lijia village residential courtyard crisscrossed,
even with the door number,
find it is not an easy task. It happens to see a grandpa in front of the gate pier sitting in the sun.
They went up to ask.
The purpose at first was to inquire about the location of Leviathan's home,
but it wouldn't be a bad thing to learn more about Leviathan beforehand.
Why do you say that,
Auntie?
The elder lady seemed to have guessed that the other party would ask this, and a hint of imperceptible cunning flashed under her eyes, only to see her sigh heavily again.
Alas! This child grew up with a hard life. Father alcoholism, mother remarried. To just so, can also live with?
But in the spring festival when he was 10 years old,
his father drunk accidentally fell into the river, and then no longer.
The village chief contacted his mother to adopt the child, but his mother's words were disliked, and the child's self-esteem was so strong that he lived down in the village alone. When he was 18 years old, just in time for the army expansion, our village people suggested that he go to the army.
After all, he grew up physically strong, and then he went, but it was 12 years away, and when we came back, we didn't even recognize it. The elder woman seemed to be a little tired of talking,
so she sat down on the stone pier that the older man had just made, only to hear him clear his throat and continue. It is reasonable to say that when so many years of soldiers, discharge fees must be quite a lot.
The fact is also true.
Dachang came back to the first thing is to return their old house to the reconstruction of the two-story house.
Can be elegant.
Wang Lingyan frowned slightly when he heard this.
The next step should be to get a wife and children and live a happy life. But the poor, in the mouth of the elder woman.
Now all the 10 miles and 8 villages know that Dachang's family is rich.
And one matchmaker after another began to come to the door. And the boy is also a bit mute and doesn't know how to refuse. So when the matchmakers set up, he soon married a daughter-in-law, and a year later gave birth to a doll.
Wang Lingyan frowned a little tighter,
because by this point there should be a twist coming. Sure enough,
all that was heard was another heavy sigh from the older woman.
If the days had gone on like this, life would have been complete, but bad luck picks on the miserable. At this point,
the older woman paused for a moment, her eyes filled with pity. Just when his child was 4 years old, a car accident tore his life apart again and he was the only one left alive.
Wang Linian and apprentice Li Lei's hearts trembled. And how did that end up being handled? Normally it's pay up and go to jail. Normal? What about abnormal?
The two men looked at each other,
both seeming to hear the implicit subtlety of the words.
But I don't know where this kid Dashian got the information that the owner of the car was actually drunk driving,
and relying on his family's connections. He didn't sit in jail for a day. Wife and children in heaven to see. This is certainly not willing to awe. So the petition, but the other side of the rich and powerful, the power of the sky. We are just a small people. How to fight? And at the end?
Seeing that the elder lady stopped at this point,
Li Lei was eager to know the final result, even though he had already made some guesses. In the end?
The older woman snorted. The good guys are muddled and the bad guys continue to get away with it.
When these words came out, the two people on the opposite side of the room fell silent.
They are police officers,
who should be the ones to administer justice.
But they can do nothing in the face of such injustice.
Wang Li year from the police for many years. This situation is not uncommon.
So all the helplessness will soon turn into a long sigh of smoke.
Auntie, thank you for telling us so much. Please tell us again which house Li Weiqiang lives in.
The elder woman sniffed and looked at Wang Lingyan with complicated eyes.
There was disgust, indignation, disappointment,
and more than anything else,
helplessness. Front row from east to west.
Third house.
After saying that,
he stopped paying attention to the two of them and returned straight to the courtyard. And the disappointed look on the elder woman's face was like a sharp thorn into Li Lei's heart.
He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say,
because he does not have the resolve to break the mold and guard all justice in the world.
Go. Wang Linian let out a long sigh, patted Li Lei's shoulder and walked ahead, walked to the door of this household pointed out by the damsel, looked at the door number, is indeed Li Weiqiang's home.
I just don't know if it was a bad time for the two of them to come, but the gate was locked at the moment.
Li Lei asked, Master, what now?
Wang Linian swept his gaze and saw that a house next to him had an open door.
Go ask this family next door. Li Lei nodded and walked over, knocking on the door. Instead of the householder's home, he was greeted by a sharp bark. Chapter 22, Pure Revenge. Hello, is anyone there? Woof, woof, woof. The bark was loud and sudden. scaring Li Lei. Who? Before people arrive. The sound arrives first, and a middle-aged woman with an apron comes out of the courtyard. Li Lei fixed his mind and took out his police officer's card. Hello, we are the police, and we would like to ask you where the owner of this house next to you, Li Weiqiang, has gone? This woman inside seemed to freeze for a moment when she learned of the other's identity. Looking for Big John? Li Lei nodded. He went out 2 days ago and hasn't come back since. Where did it go? No. Wang Lingyan came over and asked. I don't know. The woman shook her head and asked again. What's wrong? Did he commit something? Li Lei looked at the woman and said with a serious expression. We are currently investigating a case. Li Weiqiang is a relevant and important witness, and we need him to cooperate with the investigation. Did he say anything in particular when he went out? Or did he act in any unusual way? The woman tried to remember and suddenly her eyes lit up. He told me one thing before he left. What is it? Wang Linian hurriedly pursued the question. Said that if anyone came looking for him to give to help carry a message, and since his wife and kid's accident, his whole body has gotten all spooky, so I didn't care at the time. What was the message he asked you to bring? Say don't break down the door. The key is under the cairn. When Li Lei and Wang Linian heard this, they exchanged glances with each other and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Okay, thanks big sis. After bidding farewell to the woman, Li Lei and Wang Linian returned to Li Weiqiang's doorstep. Wang Linian went directly to the stone pier at the entrance, lifted up a corner, and indeed found a key tied with a red rope underneath. He picked it up and tossed it to Li Lei, signaling him to open the door. Li Lei hesitated. Master, are we counting this as illegal entry? Wang Linian returned a blank stare to him and said in a casual tone, Didn't you hear what Big Sister just said? The human host family has already agreed, so of course it doesn't count, he said, grabbing the key and inserting it directly into the door lock. There was a click and the lock was opened. Wang Linian pushed open the door. The yard seemed to have not been cleaned for a long time and was full of clutter. Didn't that big mom say that the people just left 2 days ago? Why does this yard look like it hasn't been inhabited for years? Li Lei was curious. Wang Linian did not answer his question, but walked straight to the hall. Li Lei couldn't care less about his curiosity and hurriedly followed. Walking into the house, the situation was better than the yard, but by the smell of alcohol in the air and the large number of empty bottles piled up in the corners could be seen. Li Weiqiang should have drunk a lot of alcohol before leaving. Does this Li Weiqiang still have a drinking habit? Li Lei covered his nose with his hand and frowned slightly. Wang Linian shook his head down lightly at his words. Not necessarily. People in general usually drink a lot of alcohol when they are faced with difficult decisions as well. Li Lei opened his mouth indistinctly, then picked up a bottle on the ground and looked at it carefully. Eyes lit up. It's true. The bottle hasn't been open long. Wang Linian, however, frowned again. So what decision did Leviathan finally make? Once again, he placed his eyes on the furnishings of the house, which were rather simple, with a somewhat worn table in the center, cluttered with a few dirty cups and some uneaten cold food, looking like it had been there for some time. Go into the bedroom. It was even simpler. A bed and bedding. And other than that just a closet. It was hard to imagine anyone living here. Wang Linian opened the closet door, in which there were a few pieces of old-style clothes hanging, and there was a box tucked in the corner. Intuition told him that there must be important information hidden inside, and he hurriedly took it out and put it on the bed. Open it. All that's in there is a couple of photos and a letter? The photo is Li Weiqiang himself. Naive face, somewhat mute expression. The most obvious only his bald head. Without lingering too long on the photo, he picked up the envelope and slowly unfolded it. The handwriting is somewhat scrawled and contains only one sentence. When justice is not served, pure revenge becomes the only justice. Wang Linian's mind was shaken. The words were like a declaration and a declaration of war. Declare war on the injustices that have befallen him. When he thought about what he had just learned from the elder woman, a trace of ominous foreboding arose. He immediately turned to Li Lei and said, Hurry back to the police station. What did you find out, master? Li Lei was very confused by Wang Linian's sudden abnormality. No time. I'll explain it to you on the way. Seeing that he had an expression that something big was about to happen, Li Lei suppressed the disbelief in his heart and quickly followed. After getting into the car, Li Lei drove at a fast pace towards the police station while asking what exactly had been found. But Wang Linian did not answer, but took out his cell phone and dialed the captain of the criminal police team in Ronla City. Captain, we didn't find Li Weiqiang. His neighbor said he left home 2 days ago and didn't know where he was. That's the situation, and I suspect that his next step will be to take action against those who had persecuted his family. So it's imperative that we find out what happened in the car accident case back then, and protect all those involved. As the words fell, there was first a long silence on the other end of the phone before the voice in a grave tone came again. Good. The brigadier first agreed and then said, You guys don't come back yet. Go directly to the traffic police and retrieve the cameras along the way when Li Weiqian left to track where he is going now. Good. Wang Linian replied without thinking. Hanging up the phone, his expression became more grave. Master, isn't it a bit too? For just one letter? The word arbitrary stopped at the edge of his mouth and failed to be uttered. Because the person in front of him was the master he had been following for many years, and saying it out loud seemed a bit disrespectful. Wang Linian cited his words and stared ahead with a grave gaze. It would be nice if it were as you say. Fear not. Fear not. However, Li Lei still disagreed somewhat. I think you're just being overly concerned. There's a lot of disease-free ground these days, and I haven't seen a single one of them get real. Not this time. What's different? I've been a police officer in Rongla for over 10 years, and I've seen a lot of things like Li Weiqian, not to mention hundreds of cities across the country. But have you ever seen a case like the live streaming incident in the previous paragraph? Li Lei thought carefully, then frowned and shook his head. Wang Linian continued. Hatred doesn't go away. It's only hidden in the bottom of the heart, waiting to be unearthed. So the previous live streaming incident amounted to a trigger? Yes. There will always be a group of people hiding in the shadows where the light can't shine, wreaking havoc without realizing that what they are doing is also pulling a group of people who believe in the light into the darkness. Li Lei nodded thoughtfully. His foot stepped on the gas a little deeper, and the police car whistled the traffic police. Chapter 23 Nguyen and Bin. Meanwhile, the Shanghai side is in a sticky situation. Several days had passed since the live broadcast incident, but they still had nothing on Gu Mingsen's hiding place. The director was furious, and Li Jian's face was getting gloomier by the day. Therefore, all the members of the criminal police team, every day to speak and do things are careful, for fear that an inattention to anger Li Jian this big captain. And it was on this day that the police department received a special visitor. It is called a visitor because of the special status of the visitor. Team Li, there's someone outside who wants to see you by name. Saying, can help find Gu Mingsen. As the words fell, Li Jian froze for 2 seconds, and then he bounced up from his chair with a tang. Where are the people? Yang Li pointed to the door and opened her mouth just to speak. Li Jian had already left her behind and walked quickly towards the door, but when he saw the visitor, he instantly froze. This person had a stalwart face and exuded an aura of solemnity, and the main thing that made Li Jian suspicious was that this person was wearing a military uniform, and his rank was not low. Lt. Gen. This was a character on the same level as their Shanghai city mayor, and it was really confusing to see him appear here at this moment. Hello Chief. Li Jian subconsciously gave a military salute. The other party also dynamically and easily returned one, his face still cold and solemn. I'm Nguyen Bin, head of the Central Military Region's Special Operations Division. That sentence alone is gone. Li Jian couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion, but with the other party handing them their officer's license for verification and their identity confirmed, they were completely convinced of the other party's identity. Good day, Chief. I'm Captain Li Jian of the Shanghai City Criminal Police. Please instruct me. Chief. Nguyen Bin waved his hand and then asked him to prepare a conference room. Without any hesitation and with a hint of doubt, Li Jian quickly vacated a conference room. Chief please. Nguyen Bin didn't move, only to see the guard beside him walk in. Only after a while did he come out and saluted Ruan Anping, reporting to the chief, everything is safe. Ruan Anping returned the salute and led the way. Li Jian followed suit. Just as both men went inside and closed the door, 2 guards instantly took up either side of the door, guns loaded. The move immediately caused surprise among the surrounding officers. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, not understanding what kind of identity the visitor had, and how confidential the matter he was talking about was. To be in such an enemy-like formation, no one explains them for them. Inside the conference room, Ruan Anping was sitting at the main seat, looking serious and exuding an unruffled aura. Li Jian is like sitting on pins and needles. He is not a little white man who knows nothing, and knows that the person who can develop this kind of aura must have gone to the battlefield and killed people, and the other party seemed to be intent on giving him a hard time, and for a long time they just stared at him and didn't say anything. Li Jian gulped furiously, thinking to himself, I surely haven't messed with you. Why are you looking at me with this look? For a moment the entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. While it didn't last long before Nguyen Bin spoke up. Captain Li, before we talk, I'd like you to answer a question. Ruan Anping's eyes became even more stern as he looked at Li Jian and added, I hope you won't lie to me. Li Jian subconsciously winced. How many people did you have to kill to develop that kind of aura? Ruan Anping didn't give him too much space to think and continued. In the bullying case of Gu Mingsen's daughter, did you police show any favoritism to the law? As he spoke, his gaze was as sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to pierce through Li Jian and leave him with nothing to hide. Li Jian's eyes widened when he heard this, but with years of experience in the world, Coupled with the extreme sensitivity of this topic, he quickly forced down the uneasiness in his heart. With a flat expression, he said, reporting to the chief, "There isn't. We've been handling this case in accordance with the formal process and the law, and every step of the process is documented, so it's impossible to bend the law."
Nguyen Bin narrowed his eyes slightly,
scrutinizing Li Jian's expression as if he was judging the truthfulness of his words. It was only after a moment that he slowly spoke. "I don't trust you, but I'm a soldier, so I'll help you catch Gu Mingsen."
With these words, Li Jian was slightly relieved, but before he could put down his hanging heart,
"But I'm telling you, this isn't going to end so easily, and whoever is involved, I'm going to make them pay, including you."
Nguyen Bin's voice was low and strong,
echoing through the conference room.
It made Li Jian's heart lift again, and fine sweat covered his forehead. It was important to realize that the person in front of him was a high-ranking and powerful general, and these words were clearly meant to seek justice for Gu Mingsen. Li Jian couldn't figure out why Gu Mingsen had such a heavenly background and why it hadn't been revealed before. He took a deep breath and tried to compose himself. "Chief, our CID team has a clear conscience when dealing with Gu Mingsen's daughter's bullying case, and can withstand any investigation." Ruan Anping's eyes were still cold, but he didn't hold on to the topic any longer. "Gu Mingsen's identity is rather special. From now on you should stop investigating."
Unsurprised, Li Jian nodded.
And what he was most concerned about now was how Ruan Pingon could help the police catch Gu Mingsen. Ruan Anping seemed to have read Li Jian's mind, slanted a glance at him and said slowly, "Prepare your police force,
I'll notify you when I find him."
When he finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. Li Jian was slightly stunned when he heard this and hurriedly got up to stop Ruan Anping.
"Chief, how is this going to work? I think it's better to communicate in advance." Ruan Anping stopped,
his brows slightly furrowed as he scrutinized Li Jian for a moment before saying,
"It's a matter of confidentiality. I can't tell you." After saying that, he left Li Jian alone frozen in place and left straight away. Li Jian looked at Ruan Anping's distant back,
his heart filled with helplessness and doubt.
And on the other side, Gu Mingsen, as everyone expected,
pointed his next target straight at Su Tingting.
At this moment, he was lurking on a hill opposite the gate of Su's manor, binoculars in his hand,
his eyes grimly observing the security arrangements around the manor.
"Brother Sun, through the monitoring intercom signal, there are roughly 30 police officers set up outside the manor, and the security personnel inside the manor is around 100.
There was a 2-second pause in Blackbird's voice within the headset before his voice became heavy again.
"The other side is fully armed."
Gu Mingsen's eyes stared at his words. Trying to hijack Su Tingting away under the protection of more than 100 gun-toting security personnel was not an ordinary difficulty, but the thought of his daughter, who was still lying in the hospital bed, not knowing when she would wake up, the hesitant expression instantly dissipated and turned firm. "No matter what obstacles lie ahead, they will not shake my resolve to avenge my daughter's death." After firming up his resolve for revenge, Gu Mingsen slowly got up and walked towards the bottom of the mountain. The purpose of this visit is to find out the security layout of Su's estate, and the next step is to prepare for the operation. Chapter 24, Can Money Buy Lives? June 9th night, 10 o'clock, Zhengyang Street. The night breeze is slightly cool. 2 patrol officers were coming in on patrol from east to west. "Brother Zhang, you said that we have not found them for so many days. They will not have run away, right? Who knows? The gang from the criminal police force swore that the person is still in Shanghai. If they don't change their words, we don't want to take it easy. Alas, when is the end? This every night does not go home. My daughter-in-law has a problem." As he was chattering away, the chapter on the side suddenly had a stare and followed his line of sight. Only a man with a duck-tongued hat and a full beard was slowly walking towards them. "Wait, Gonzo, look at this guy." Gundam froze at first, then stopped and looked in the direction Jean was pointing. Frowning, he didn't see anything out of the ordinary, but seeing that his partner, chapter, had already stepped forward, he could only follow. "Police, stop!" Zhang bellowed when he was about 3 meters away from the visitor. This was a common tactic he used, and if it was a criminal with a poor mental condition, he would surely run away when he heard the shouting. To his dismay, however, the duck-tongued man did not. Instead, he raised his head with a bewildered expression and looked at the visitor, with no panic in his eyes as Chapter had imagined. "Can I help you, officer?" "Routine check, ID out for a second." When Zhang saw the duck-tongued man's reaction, the doubts in his heart dissipated, but to be cautious, he still decided to check the other party's identity information. Learning the other party's intention, the other party nodded indistinctly, still showing no difference, but the next second, "Sorry officer, I don't have my ID with me, I left it at home." The tone is natural, and most people nowadays are not in the habit of carrying ID cards with them when they go out for nothing. But with 12 years of experience in the police force, Zhang was still partly suspicious. "Nothing,
Name, ID number.
With that, he turned on his walkie-talkie and called the back office to be transferred to the Citizen Information Database staff. During this process, Guzi on the side was also watching the duck-tongued man's expression change. It was a tacit understanding that he and Chapter had developed over time, with Chapter doing the talking to people to attract their guard while he silently observed them for any deviations. However, from beginning to end, the performance of the duck-tongued man in front of him was very natural, and there was not the slightest hint of a break.
Chan Gillen, ID number.
With the duck-tongued man without much hesitation will be his name and identity card number.
Familiar mouth out.
Just the heart of the vigilance of a few points lower. Chapter took another picture of the duck-tongued man.
He then chatted with them while reporting the information to the back office staff via walkie-talkie. Why are you going out this late at night?
Got stuck on the novel I was writing and thought I'd come out for inspiration.
A writer? Makes a lot of money, doesn't it? Generally average. And just a mixed bag.
As he spoke, a hint of despondency flashed across the duck-tongued man's face.
This reinforces the other's status as a down-and-out writer. Did you watch it live a while back? The one that kills people?
Right. Then the duck-tongued man said with a face of indignation. Those little are really not people.
And the parents and the ones who help make false testimony.
They really deserve to go to hell. The underdog is often more likely to be sympathized with. So the duck-tongued man's emotions come across as very real.
However,
a trace of embarrassment flashed across the faces of both Zhang and Gangzi.
After all, the dark sarcasm in the other party's words was very obvious. At that moment, a response came from over in the background. The information has been checked and there are no anomalies.
When Zhang heard this, the strings in his heart that had been taut instantly loosened. He smiled at the duck-tongued man and said, "Thank you for your cooperation." After saying that, he lifted his foot to leave. The duck-tongued man's words were too harsh, and just as the two left, the smile of the duck-tongued man with his back to them disappeared instantly. "I'll go. So close. So close. It's a good thing I hacked into the police's citizen information database ahead of time, or else I would have been exposed for sure." It was the familiar childish voice of the descending star.
If you ask me, it's still Brother Sam's mental strength that's strong enough. These two cops didn't see any difference at all.
Yes, the duck-tongued man is Gu Mingson,
whom the police have been searching for.
The two policemen who had just been there didn't know that a first-class honor had just passed them by.
At that moment,
Blackbird's slightly heavy voice came back over the headphones.
"Brother Sam, Lin Shi."
Ugh. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but in the end it all dissolved into a long sigh. Tonight Gu Mingson had risked coming out in order to see his daughter one last time before he made his last move. And the reason why Blackbird acted like that was because he hacked into the hospital's patient database and saw Gu Linlin's case.
The results are naturally not optimistic.
"Brother Sam, you don't have to worry too much.
Linlin's last surgery has been completed successfully. I'm sure she'll wake up."
The comforting words of the night snack came back over the headphones.
Gu Mingson didn't say anything, but walked towards the hospital with a taut face.
What he doesn't know is that at this moment his wife, Xinwei, is also facing heavy pressure.
On the one hand,
she has to take care of her daughter who is lying in the hospital bed every day, and on the other hand, she has to face the pressure exerted by the police.
After days of fruitless searching,
the police were also quick to set their sights on Gu Mingson's family. It seemed to them that since Gu Mingson was seeking revenge for his daughter, his family was bound to be his soft spot. As long as Xinwei is convinced to cooperate with the police, she will definitely be able to lure Gu Mingson out to arrest him.
But would Xinwei cooperate with the police so simply? The answer is no. Not giving up easily.
The police sent a number of negotiators to lobby.
From the righteousness of the country, talking about the temptation of gold and silver,
Xinwei has never been moved.
"I don't want anything. I just want a healthy daughter. Can you give me that?"
Xinwei's voice was choked with tears at the corners of her eyes. The negotiator opened his mouth but was speechless.
And the hospital corridors suddenly became silent. After a long time, the expert took a deep breath and tried to make one last effort. "Ms. Shin,
I still hope that you won't live in hatred all the time, or at least plan for the future."
Xinwei was silent.
This kind of words, she had heard no less than 10 times in the past few days. The negotiator continued to advise. "You should think more about the future. It's a huge expense, both in terms of medical bills and daily living.
Life's long. Gotta plan for the future, right? Money isn't everything,
but it's nothing without it. Enough money can solve 99% of the world's troubles."
Negotiators always believe in this credo, but he didn't know it was.
From start to finish, what Gu Mingson and his wife wanted was never compensation. Rather, it's justice. For the sake of justice,
they are even willing to give up their lives for it. Money, can it buy life? Chapter 25, Goodbye to Wife and Child. The negotiator walked away and didn't take with him the results he wanted. In front of the hospital, he brushed past a man wearing a ducktail hat and walked straight to a police car. Does the other side still not agree?
The police officer on duty saw that the negotiator did not have the slightest joy on his face, as usual, and had a suspicion in his mind. The negotiator nodded sadly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing under his eyes. In his negotiating career, Shinwei was definitely the hardest bone to chew. Looking at the departing negotiator, a hint of contempt flashed in the eyes of the policeman on duty. I thought that the negotiator the Su family found had a couple of skills, but it seems to be nothing more than that. I've heard that this Su family has secretly used a lot of means and spread a lot of money in order to capture Gu Mingson. Another policeman on duty said. What else can we do? Right now Gu Mingson is a time bomb to his Su family, and as long as he isn't arrested, he won't have peace of mind. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? People are doing what God is watching. God doesn't care. There are also evil people to collect. The other policeman on duty said indignantly. Shut up. Have you forgotten who you are? If everyone was like that man, what would we need? What's the law for? The policeman on duty chided righteously. The other skimmed his head resentfully and didn't say another word, but his expression remained unconvinced. And to their surprise, the man had disguised himself to sneak into the hospital. The police car on duty at the entrance. Gu Mingson merely glanced at it before calmly walking through the hospital doors. Arriving on the floor where his daughter was, he soon found plainclothes clothes hidden on this floor. He walked from one end of the aisle to the other without moving. The plainclothes in the shadows thought they were well hidden, but in Gu Mingson's eyes, there was nothing to hide. 5. Gu Mingson secretly read the number. Blackbird, find a way to detach them. Good. Blackbird instantly understood. Within a short while, a command appeared simultaneously in the headphones of the plainclothesman hidden on this floor. All hands on deck. We have a murderer on the first floor. Come to the rescue. The plainclothesmen's faces tightened at this command, and they didn't doubt the authenticity of the command in the slightest. With that, the four figures quickly ran towards the first floor. Gu Mingson frowned as one more person was stationed in place. It didn't take a moment for Gu Mingson to respond. He was seen walking slowly towards the police officer who was manning the door of his daughter's ward as if nothing had happened. And the officer's spirits tightened as he heard the command from his headset. So he soon discovered Gu Mingson walking towards him, but he didn't notice anything wrong, glancing at it and then turning his head to look in other directions. But, aha, did this guy just walk past? As a member of the criminal police force, his memory and observation skills were extraordinary, and with the fact that he was now in a state of mental stress, any abnormality that appeared would be magnified indefinitely. Thinking of this, he subconsciously had to return to the direction where Gu Mingson was. But the next second, he was greeted with a hand slash. Not good. With a heartfelt cry. Immediately afterward, his white eyes rolled over and he lost consciousness. And after Gu Mingson struck out, he sat down in a smooth manner to support the body of the police officer who was about to fall down, and set him upright before slowly getting up. So much so that the uninitiated just assumed the man had fallen asleep sitting up. Gu Mingson walked to the door of his daughter Gu Linlin's hospital room. A sudden frown of hesitation. After taking a deep breath, gently pushed the door open. Inside the hospital room, the white curtains swayed gently with the wind, and a few strands of moonlight spilled onto the floor through the cracks, forming a patch of light. Gu Linlin was lying quietly on the hospital bed, her face slightly haggard, her lips slightly dry and cracked, and her originally rosy cheeks had now lost their blood color. Gu Mingson's footsteps were very, very light, as if he was afraid of disturbing his sleeping daughter. He slowly walked over to the hospital bed, his eyes filled with love and guilt, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked at his daughter's waning face. Who? Suddenly, his wife Shinwei's defensive voice broke the silence. Since her daughter's accident, her sleep had been so light that the slightest movement could wake him up. Honey, it's me. The darkness obscured Shinwei's eyes, but Gu Mingson's familiar voice instantly broke through her heart. Old husband? You, what are you doing here? The voice was choked with sobs and a hint of panic and worry. It was important to realize that Gu Mingson was now wanted in the city, and it wouldn't be long before he became wanted nationwide, and that the police had already placed eyes around her and her daughter. One could imagine how much Gu Mingson had risked by coming here. Gu Mingson didn't reply, but instead directly stepped forward and embraced his wife into his arms. No sound is better than sound here. Shinwei could no longer restrain the tears in her eyes, and they came out of her eyes. While crying, he chided, "Are you stupid? How dangerous it is to come back with so many police outside." Gu Mingson still didn't say anything and hugged a little tighter. Both of them wanted time to stop forever, to indulge in this final tenderness. But no. Shinwei tried to stop her tears and ruthlessly broke away from Gu Mingson's embrace. Grab a look at your daughter. The police must be here soon. You. The word suddenly stopped and the tears spilled out uncontrollably again. And he couldn't say the final words that would make Gu Mingson leave, because this departure may well be really goodbye forever.
How could Gu Mingsen's mood not be the same at this time? He lifted his rough hand and gently ran it across his wife's face, smoothing her hair, then came to his daughter's hospital bed. He reached out with a trembling hand and stroked his daughter's forehead and, "Lin, Daddy's here." Gu Mingsen's voice was as low as a whisper, but it was clearly audible in this silent hospital room. "Sam, it's time to go. The police have responded and are coming towards the wards fast." Blackbird's voice came urgently over the headset. Gu Mingsen's body stiffened slightly, his gaze fixed on his daughter's pale little face, his eyes full of reluctance, but also knew it couldn't stay any longer. "Lin, bye." Gu Mingsen got up and gently dropped a kiss on his daughter's forehead, but he didn't notice as a tear dripped down onto her thinning cheek. He stood up slowly and took one last look at his wife and daughter, determination in his eyes, walked out of the hospital room, and the moment he closed the door, his wife's cries resounded again, like a heavy hammer, hitting him hard in the heart. Gu Mingsen closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his eyes had become stern. He raised the scythe of death once again to become that avenger. "Sam, there are 4 in the elevator and 6 on the stairs, all armed." Blackbird's words were brief as he laid out the police force. In the next second, before he could say a reasonable route to get away, he saw Gu Mingsen already heading toward the stairs where there were more people. Chapter 26, The Su Family's Reaction. The southern outskirts of Shanghai, Su Manor. Su Tingting, the instigator of the violence, is currently humming a little tune and swiping through videos. She had a brief moment of panic after the live streaming incident, but with the increased security at her home, and the relief of her parents, she quickly put that bit of panic behind her. "Miss, it's time to eat." The soft call of a babysitter came from the doorway. That voice is not big, but threw a wave of caution. After all, Su Tingting's temper cannot be considered good. The slightest inferiority will be furious. The servants in the house has not been less scolded by her. "Got it, got 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 it." Su Tingting responded impatiently, her eyes still glued to the screen of her cell phone, on which was the very video of them bullying Gu Linlin. It wasn't until the video finished playing that he reluctantly stood up, slipped on his slippers, and walked slowly toward the stairs, and muttered, "Too bad those 4 guys died before the video of the new pet was sent to me." "Come downstairs." The long dining table was filled with all kinds of delicious food, mountain delicacies and seafood, and the exquisite tableware exuded a soft luster under the light. Su Tingting's parents had already been sitting at the dining table for a long time, and when they saw their daughter come over, their faces immediately piled up with smiles. "Baby girl, come and sit down. Today are all the dishes you love to eat." Su mother greeted warmly, her eyes full of favor. "Wow, thanks mom." Su Tingting looked like a good boy and slowly sat down. Where's my brother?" Su Tingting looked at the seat across the room with cutlery but no one therein wondered. Unexpectedly, when these words came out, Su's father on the side instantly changed his face, coldly grunted, "I'm angry when I mention him. I just gave him a solution to the trouble he caused a while ago, but he still doesn't learn from his mistakes, and he goes out to fool around again." Su Tingting hung her head resentfully. The trouble in Su's father's mouth she also understands. "I heard that it is to spoil a married woman, and finally made a human life. It took a lot of effort and money to keep this down." After things settled down, her brother was grounded for half a month, but after his freedom, he still did what he wanted. "Not coming back tonight. I guess I found a new prey. By the way Dad, when will Gu Linlin's dad get caught? I'm bored out of my mind staying at home." Su Tingting suddenly complained. Su's father frowned at his words and pondered for a long time before saying, "This guy is a bit capable. The police haven't found any trace of him until now. What then? I can't stay cooped up all the time, can I?" There was a slight aggravation in his voice. When Su's mother saw her daughter's aggrieved expression, she felt a slight sense of indignation. "This Gu Mingsen really don't know what's good and bad. In all fairness, the compensation we gave is quite a lot. How many people can't earn so much money in their whole life?" As far as she was concerned, these poor people were tools to be used for the amusement of them, the sons of the powerful. Gu Mingsen's family can use the cheap daughter in exchange for a sizable amount of compensation. It's a good thing that cannot be found with a lantern, but he does not know how to do good, but also want to retaliate. Hearing her mother's words, Su Tingting nodded her head vigorously and agreed. "That's right, Mom, they just don't know what they're doing. I'm just having some fun with that Gu Linlin, and the person isn't dead. His father is good, and he dares to retaliate. When we catch him, we'll have to make him look good." Saying that, she viciously bit into the chicken leg in her hand, as if that chicken leg was Gu Mingsen. "All shut up." Suddenly, a bellowing cry filled with majesty rang out. Su Tingting's body trembled. This person was none other than her grandfather. Su Tiancheng, the head of the Su family in Shanghai. If she were to put it aside in the past, she was highly favored by Su Tiancheng and would never be like this. But ever since the last time she was slapped by Su Tiancheng, she began to feel a little fear of this grandfather who had always been amiable. I've said it many times before, you can be evil, but you mustn't be stupid. The three didn't dare to make a single sound, and all of them lowered their heads to listen to the reprimand. Our Su family is powerful and can solve 99% of the troubles, but once we touch that unsolvable 1%, it is possible that the entire Su family will cease to exist. The tone was very stern. Su Tingting was a little puzzled, mumbling, "Grandpa, what can he have? Not just a poor man, can turn out how big waves." Mother Su nodded rather approvingly. "Pop." Su Tiancheng slammed the table, and the tableware on the table trembled with him. Frightened, Su Tingting shivered and immediately silenced her voice. "What do you know?" Su Tiancheng was so furious that his beard was trembling slightly. Su father hurriedly persuaded, "Dad, you calm down. Tingting is still small, do not understand things." To say who else can save Su Tiancheng some heartache in this Su family now. It is only Su's father. Average ability. But at least it didn't get him in trouble all day. Moreover, Su Tingting and her elder brother Su Mingyu were at least half responsible for Su Tiancheng becoming what they are now. It is said that the next generation of relatives in the Su family is even more so. Su Tiancheng from the siblings as a child from the extreme spoiled, and that's how they developed their current lawless character. Su Tiancheng took a deep breath and calmed his emotions a little, knowing that it was useless for him to say any more. With a cold snort, he got up and left. Su's father was relieved to see this. He didn't have an intergenerational family. In case the old man transferred the fire to him, he definitely wouldn't be able to avoid another meal of the cane. Turning to his face, he admonished Su Tingting in a strict fatherly tone. "Tingting, watch what you say in the future. If you make your grandfather angry again, I won't protect you." Su Tingting felt aggravated at once, but didn't dare to say anything else and nodded in silence. But there was a dark hatred in his eyes. "Damn Gu Lin Lin, I blame your father. If your father hadn't been so arrogant at the police station and accepted the compensation honestly, where would all this have happened?" Finally, even secretly prayed Gu Linlin woke up, so that he could commit another atrocity to relieve his heart's hate. After dinner back to the room, Su Tingting, the more she thought about the more angry, so again sprang up without waiting for Gu Linlin wake up to implement the idea of revenge. "Hey!" In the darkness, Su Tingting suddenly revealed a sinister smile, as if a new conspiracy was brewing successfully. And on the other side, in the hallway of the hospital inpatient building, the sound-activated lights above were destroyed, and this place had turned into the realm of darkness, which was also Gu Mingsen's realm. He stood in the corner of the building, as if waiting for something quietly. Suddenly, a section of rapid and disorganized footsteps, from far away and closer, became clearer and clearer. "Hey!" A chorus of voices came from the next floor, but the voice-activated lights above their heads didn't brighten them up as expected. The leader realized that it was not good and raised his hand violently to stop the forward momentum of his rear teammates. "Flashlights!" There was another shout, but no one seemed to be prepared for this, and there was no movement for half a day with his hand outstretched. "Is a cell phone okay?" Everyone froze. "Yes, get out the..." The words were not yet finished. The leader only felt a strong wind sweeping past, and before he could react, his body fell uncontrollably soft and lost consciousness. Chapter 27, Kung's Secret Signal. Just when everyone was ready to take out their cell phones, only to see a sudden flash of black shadow above the building to leap down at speed. A hand knife chopped in the back of the neck of the leader's neck. The reaction of his teammates behind him was also extremely fast, aiming their guns at the black shadow the moment the leader was about to fall. But what they didn't expect was that the other party was so cunning that they bowed down and used the leader as a shield. For a while, everyone threw in the towel, not daring to shoot easily for fear of accidental injury. And the dark figure took advantage of this gap to lash out with his hands, pushing the soon-to-be fallen leader toward the police officers in front of him. They were overwhelmed and the scene was a bit chaotic. The black shadow, on the other hand, seized the moment and attacked towards the crowd like a ghost, accompanied by a few muffled grunts of pain. The foremost two people only feel a stabbing pain in their arms and necks. The pistol clang fell to the ground, and the people also stepped in the leader's footsteps. Then the black shadow did as he had done and prepared to take care of the remaining three. But the rest of the people, after all, has been professionally trained. Know that at this time the hands of the gun has become a liability. Without the slightest hesitation to make the choice to abandon the gunfighting, sidestepping his flying teammate, he lunged headlong towards the dark figure. Unbeknownst to him, the move was just as Dark Shadow had intended. For a moment, all that could be heard in the hallway were muffled grunts, before they could regret throwing their guns away. Just one by one, they were put down and lost consciousness. Gu Mingsen stood to the side,
looking at these people who had been settled on the ground without the slightest ripple in his eyes, as if it had just been a breeze. Staying in place for only 2 seconds, he quickly ran towards the first floor and eventually escaped before the police surrounded the entire hospital. Outside, the night was thick, with few pedestrians on the streets, and the occasional vehicle speeding by, bringing up a cool breeze. Gu Mingson lowered his ducktail hat to cover his face a little more tightly under the brim, avoiding surveillance along the way, and finally returned to the hiding place half an hour later. Brother Sin is bullish. Took care of these people in 3 or 2 strokes. I really don't know what those people in the military were thinking. Brother Sam is such a good fighter that they agreed to retire him? Just as he sat down, a chorus of bragging from Blackbird and the others came through his headphones. At this moment, he was out of danger, but Gu Mingson was still frowning tightly and was silent about the crowd's boasting. There was a long silence before he spoke. Blackbird, is there any more surveillance from the hospital? The other party seemed to freeze for a moment. It's been deleted. What do you need the hospital's surveillance for? In order to avoid the police discovering that Gu Mingson also had the ability to disguise himself. So before he decided to go and see his daughter, he let Blackbird do a good job of destroying all the surveillance within a 1-kilometer radius of the hospital. Along the route, Gu Mingson lowered his head and pondered for a moment before adding, "Can you call up the surveillance on the floor of the ward where Lin Lin is? I want it within 3 days. His tone was grave, and while he didn't know what had happened or was about to happen, it was clear to Blackbird that it must be very important. Good. Time went by second by second. Gu Mingson's heart could never be calmed. Finally, the Blackbird's voice sounded again. But, brings no good news. Sam. No. The tone of his voice was more than a little grave, and he obviously realized that something was wrong. No? Yeah, not just that floor, but the entire hospital has no surveillance records. For 3 days, Gu Mingson's face instantly became gloomy. It was obvious that someone must have visited his daughter in the hospital within these 3 days. This man was none other than his former comrade in arms. Back to the scene before he walked into his daughter's hospital room. My daughter's ward number is 007, which hasn't changed since she was admitted to the hospital. But this time he went to see that there was actually an extra string of knife-carved numbers above the door number. 122. 31. Anyone looking at it might think it was someone's prank, but only Gu Mingson understood that it was the code word for passing messages from the special squad he had once been in. 007 represented in the squad was none other than the Kung he had previously sought to borrow money from, Levi Kung. The last 2 numbers represent the latitude and longitude of a certain location, and the code word means to ask for a meeting with him. But why did he want to see himself? Could it be that the police got to him through where that money came from? But, if Kung is this kind of person, why would he lend me $600,000 without hesitation? Gu Mingson frowned and fell into deep contemplation. Blackbird, 122E, 31N, check this latitude and longitude coordinates for me. Although there were a lot of doubts, but no matter what, Li Weiqiang had benefited him. He had to go to meet to figure it out. It didn't take long for the Blackbird's voice to come. Brother Sam, it's a small restaurant. Gu Mingson immediately opened his cell phone navigation and searched for this small restaurant. He found out that the restaurant was in the neighborhood of his daughter's hospital, which instantly put him off the idea of going there right away. He had just escaped from there, and the police were sure to be all over the place at this point, so going now would be like throwing himself into a trap. Sam, what are you checking this for? The Blackbird finally asked the doubt in his mind. They were one of their own and had been going out of their way to help themselves, so Gu Mingson had no need to hide them. I was able to tell you all about the cause and effect. On the hospital side, shortly after Gu Mingson fled the hospital, the police had surrounded the entire hospital. Upon seeing their companions lying strewn about in the hallway, each one of them looked stony-faced. Li Jian, who was leading the team, had his brows furrowed and his face was so gloomy that it could drip water. It was a good thing the officers weren't in danger of losing their lives, or it would have been even more of a headache for him. It didn't take long for a few people to wake up, and Li Jian hurriedly asked a few people about the specifics of what happened to them at that time. The officers looked at me, and I looked at you, with a slight look of shock still lingering on their faces. The one in the lead was even more confused, as he was the first to fall, and he didn't know anything about what happened behind him. Only one of the stouter officers spoke up. Team Lee, it was pitch black and it was impossible to see the other side. One of the police officers who fought with Gu Mingson said, at that time, we were afraid of shooting accidentally, so we abandoned our guns, but I didn't expect that guy to be so powerful, and within a few strokes, he knocked us all down. Several others nodded in agreement, their faces filled with fear. Fortunately, the other party is not a vicious person. Otherwise this time the bureau should give them to organize the pension matters. When Li Jian heard this, his brows frowned tighter and he asked again,
How many seconds did it take for the other party to subdue you guys? As soon as this question was asked, an embarrassed expression appeared on the faces of those 3 police officers who had fallen last. Chapter 28, The Seriousness of the Matter. Less than 10 seconds. When these words came out, the entire room fell silent. 6 well-trained criminal police officers were all taken down in less than 10 seconds. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were in a movie. Li Jian's face became extremely ugly. He had always thought that he had already made a rough judgment of Gu Mingsen's strength, but he had never thought that he had still underestimated it. At the same time, he was also infuriated that Ruan Anping obviously knew a lot of things about Gu Mingsen, but just refused to tell him on the grounds that it involved military secrets. That's what led to his bad judgment and what happened. It was a complete lack of regard for the lives of their officers. Continue to put extra manpower around the hospital, streets, alleys, any place where someone might be able to hide. Don't miss a beat. Li Jian gritted his teeth and gave the order. Yes, the men did not dare to slacken off and moved quickly. Instead of remaining at the hospital afterward, he huffed and puffed and found Nguyen Bin, who was in the neighborhood. The other party was, after all, a superior. And although Li Jian was furious, he didn't show it obviously. I'm sure you already know about the hospital situation? Nguyen Bin took out a cigarette slowly and methodically, lit it, took a drag, and exhaled. Only then did he speak slowly. Got it. The voice was flat and not a ripple could be heard, as if it had been expected. When Li Jian saw his gesture, his anger grew a few points higher in his heart. Then please also ask the chief to tell us all about Gu Mingsen and make a precise judgment on his strength. There was an undeniable determination in his voice. Because of their misjudgment of Gu Mingsen's strength, they had already missed 2 opportunities to capture him. It was also fortunate that Gu Mingsen was not a murderous person. Otherwise the losses of the Shanghai police would have been unimaginably large. No comment. Ruan Anping's voice was equally resolute. Pa-dash. The anger in Li Jian's heart could no longer be suppressed. Slamming the table and questioning. Why? Standing up, he was about to go forward and grab Ruan Anping by the collar, but he ignored the guards who had been standing by. The guard reacted extremely quickly, arrowed forward, grabbed his arm in a reverse lock, and held him down on the table. Li Jian tried to struggle, but found the guard surprisingly strong. Without a word, the guard looked at Nguyen Bin with an expressionless face, waiting for the next instruction. What for? I'm the captain of the Shanghai City CID. Let go of me. Unable to break free, Li Jian tries to shock the guard with his status, but what he didn't know was that it was a soldier who subdued him. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. As long as Ruan Anping gave the order, he would not hesitate even to take Li Jian's life. Does Captain Li know what the offense is for attacking a high-ranking military general without cause? Ruan Anping's voice was not loud, but it traveled very clearly into Li Jian's ears. It was as if a pot of cold water had been poured from the top of his head, calming him down. He didn't know the relevant laws, but he couldn't escape at least one charge comparable to treason. Yes, I'm sorry, Chief. I was impulsive. The voice was pleading and a little fearful. Seeing that the other party had voluntarily conceded, Nguyen Bin gave a look for the guards to release him. The guard did as he was told, but remained standing within a meter of Li Jian, his gaze fixed on him with a clear meaning. Li Jian straightened his somewhat messy clothes. His face was full of pleading, and apologized again. Chief, I was really too impulsive just now, and didn't control my emotions. Nguyen Bin casually waved his hand to show that he was an adult. The matter behind Gu Mingsen's involvement belongs to the top secret level of secrecy. Not to mention you. Even if the secretary of your municipal party committee came, you wouldn't want to know a single bit of information. As if to appease the other, it was explained to him. Li Jian also had a warm heart. After all, after what just happened, Ruan Anping had absolutely no need to explain himself. However, when he thought of the 2 times when he had misjudged Gu Mingsen's strength, resulting in his failure to apprehend him, he still felt resentful. Thanks to the chief for clearing that up. But, Ruan Anping looked at Li Jian, who was about to speak, and frowned slightly, a touch of disgust flashing under his eyes. Because of the bullying case of Gu Mingsen's daughter, it had bred a strong dislike for all the police officers and other people who handled the case. It was just that there were more important things going on right now, which was why he kept that distaste to himself. But the Li Jian genus in front of me is really a bit unaware of the good and bad. But what? How all this happened was caused. You and I both know it in our hearts. And you, Captain Li, dare to say that you don't have the slightest responsibility? The attitude was no longer as gentle as it had just been. Li Jian's eyes flashed with a trace of panic, wanting to open his mouth to argue, but he met Ruan Anping's sure eyes, and immediately fell into an ice cellar. The previous bullying cases don't stand up to scrutiny, especially on those psychiatric certificates. It is the key to the 5 exonerations led by Su Tingting, but it is also where the biggest loophole lies. As long as it involves power and money transactions, there are bound to be traces. But as police officers, what have they done? No. Nothing.
The authenticity of the psychiatric certificates was confirmed by just sending a few random people to do a visit and investigation.
It is reasonable to say that when it comes to this, and when the above investigates deeply, the most they can do is to be negligent in their duties,
which is not a serious fault.
But what is the truth? Only Li Jian himself knows well, and when Wan Anping saw Li Jian's expression, he became even more convinced about the speculation in his heart.
He snorted coldly and said in an icy tone,
"Do you think that with the power in your hands you can manipulate the fate of ordinary people as you please? Think that Gu Mingxin doesn't have any backstage background, and think that if you catch him, you can make a big deal out of it and continue your game?" Li Jian looked up blankly, not understanding what the other party meant by the last sentence. Wrong. Big mistake. Gu Mingxin is just the beginning. If this matter is not handled properly, you, including the people behind you, will face a group of Gu Mingxin who have returned from hell with sharp blades in hand. What does mean?
Li Jian's mind was shaken. Although Nguyen and Bin didn't say it explicitly,
the implied meaning was obvious.
It was the fact that behind Gu Mingxin there was still a group of people hidden behind him who were no less powerful than him. That means that even if the police arrest Gu Mingxin, the people behind him will still carry on his legacy and carry on with the trial.
Just one Gu Mingxin has tossed Shanghai into a frenzy. If another group of...
Li Jian could no longer imagine the end result and was filled with panic.
It's obvious to me that they must be given something to answer for. Wan Anping looked at Li Jian, but his thoughts drifted far away.
It was a group of passionate soldiers who were willing to go incognito and perform the dirtiest,
most brutal, and most arduous tasks to guard this country.
He also retired from the military without the honor, treatment and love he deserved, but still without a single complaint.
But, how do the powerful in this country treat them? Chapter 29 The Trap. Li Jian left disoriented.
Through the conversation with Nguyen on Bin, he thoroughly realized the seriousness of the problem. Gu Mingxin's military background was something that no one had expected. Otherwise Li Jian wouldn't have gotten involved so easily. Afterwards, the Su family would definitely look for a scapegoat in order to calm the military's anger.
He, Li Jian, must have borne the brunt of it. At this moment,
his heart was filled with remorse, but it was too late to say anything now.
The time came to the third day. As the police deployment near the hospital weakens, Gu Mingxin finally comes out of hiding and comes to his appointment.
The address left by Li Weiqian was a small restaurant located in a hidden alley, and it was a reasonable choice.
Gu Mingxin didn't rush in,
but wandered around a few times to make sure the surrounding area was safe before walking into the restaurant.
But into the inside, did not see the imaginary figure?
Only a fat boss sitting on a stool cheerfully brushing the phone.
Seeing the guests,
the fat boss immediately dropped his cell phone to greet them.
"Hello sir, what can I get you?" Li Muzin pretended to scrutinize the environment and took a look inside. But unfortunately, although it was in an ugly alley, the environment was really well done. This made his intention to leave on an excuse fall through, and to avoid alerting the other party, Gu Mingxin could only pretend to order 2 dishes. What he didn't know was that the police had already been following him through a hidden miniature surveillance when he was wandering in front of the store. Yes, it's all a police conspiracy.
I should say it was the man who planned everything.
Nguyen on Bin.
Even though Gu Mingxin had changed his appearance,
he still recognized Gu Mingxin at a glance.
"Chief, the target has entered the surveillance area.
Is an arrest to be made immediately?"
The eager voice of the monitor came from the headset, and the plainclothesmen hidden on the nearby floors were all quietly waiting for Wan Anping's next instructions.
Nguyen and Bin, who was currently on his way to the small restaurant, frowned slightly and was silent for a moment. "Hold your horses for now. Keep waiting for the SWAT team to get into position. I'm going to go around with them for a while." While saying that, he picked up his pace a bit, but when he reached the door, he stopped again, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly opened them again before walking in. The moment, Gu Mingxin was sitting in the corner of the diner, seemingly leisurely waiting for the food to be served, but in reality, he was vigilantly observing everything around him. There was no sign of Chang's men, and he had a vague feeling in his heart that something was wrong. Just as he was about to urge the boss to hurry up and serve the food, and hurry to leave after eating, a familiar figure walked in from the doorway. Upon seeing him for the first time, it instantly made sense of everything. "Sorry I'm late." As soon as he entered, Nguyen Bin was filled with guilt. The feelings were genuine, and if he had shown up earlier, Gu Mingxin wouldn't have suffered injustice and wouldn't be on the path he was on now. And he wouldn't be standing here in person, arresting Gu Mingxin. Nguyen Bin had never felt so helpless. "Ha ha, it seems that Ginger is still old and hot. The leader really went through a lot of trouble to meet me." Although he guessed the other party's intentions, Gu Mingxin's face did not show the slightest bit of panic. He had thought that this was a trap.
But he didn't realize that this trap was laid by the once old leader himself. Since his retirement, he has not seen this old leader. When Ruan Anping was already a major general rank, now how to say it must be a lieutenant general. Drawing him out personally, Gu Mingxin was more or less flattered. Ruan Anping also heard the sarcasm in the other party's words and smiled helplessly and bitterly. It can't be helped. It's known that you have the deepest relationship with Li Weiqiang, so for insurance purposes, I can only borrow his name. While talking like old friends catching up, he walked over to sit down opposite Gu Mingxin. The guards behind him followed every inch of the way. Gu Mingxin glanced meaningfully at the guards before setting his gaze once again on the old leader across the room. How's Kung doing these days? Haven't you guys been in touch before and you didn't know? Gu Mingxin was silent for a moment and slowly said, only contacted once, and didn't talk much. At that time, in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for Li Weiqiang, Gu Mingxin did not catch up with him too much. It was only later, after careful recall, that there was something wrong with Levi Strong's voice that led to this question today. He is quite good. Nguyen Bin hesitated for a few seconds, but in the end, he didn't tell him the truth about Leviathan. Yeah well, that's good. Gu Mingxin lowered his eyes, flashing a hint of despondency. Can you give him a message for me? What's the word? Tell him his $600,000 may be going down the drain. Saying that, Gu Mingxin couldn't help but snort. It seemed to think of how furious Kung would be when he heard the news. Yes, Nguyen Bin responded with a heavy voice. Unlike the tranquility inside the bistro, the tension outside had already been building up. The SWAT team was fully in place, surrounding the entire alley. Li Jian also came to the scene to take over the command, now waiting for him to give the order. Waiting for the SWAT team will be like a tiger rushed in to carry out the arrest. And on the other side, the Su family. Su's father also got the news that Gu Mingxin showed up at the small restaurant and that the police had set up a dragnet. A smug grin spread across his face. Humph. Gu Mingxin, Gu Mingxin. No matter how good you are, you're still caught in the police's trap. This time I'll see where you're going to run. Su Tingting was also excited on the sidelines. Great. I can finally go to school. Ha ha ha. It seemed to think of some other bad idea and smiled sinisterly. Dad. I don't care. This guy scared me so much. He must not be spared so easily. Su's father surprisingly revealed a sinister smile at his words as well. Don't worry daughter. As long as this guy is caught by the police, Dad has 100 ways to clean him up. When Su Tingting heard this, her eyes immediately glowed with anticipation. But she didn't seem to be satisfied, only to see her eyes dribbling as another bad idea came into her head. Dad, I think his wife and kids need to be given some credit too. Doesn't his daughter need treatment? Let's make all the hospitals in the city not treat her, or set the medical fees high. Listening to his daughter's vicious ploy, Su's father couldn't help but frown as well. But it was not good to spoil the fun of his own little princess. Okay, when that demon is apprehended and brought to justice, Dad will help you get his wife and kids out of Shanghai. Yay! Thanks Dad. After getting assurance from Su's father, Su Tingting jumped happily. And inside the small restaurant, Ruan Anping looked at Gu Mingxin, his mood getting more and more complicated. After all, there's no general who doesn't love the soldiers under his command. Sam, stop. It's full of cops out there. But he was answered with a bitter laugh that implied helplessness. I'm sorry leader. I'm afraid this is the first and last time I'll disobey your orders. Ruan Anping opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything, could only sigh helplessly, stood up, and walked toward the outside. Chapter 30, A Lesson from the Latecomer and the Senior. I've long heard of the great name of Senior Zero, and I've finally met him today. Nguyen Bin stopped and looked at the guard who had spoken. Oh, look at this brain of mine. I forgot to introduce it. Xiao Wang also 001 retired. Joined after you retired. So you haven't seen it. When he didn't want to be discharged from the army, I arranged for him to be my guard. Gu Mingxin nodded slightly, not feeling surprised. From the first moment I saw Little King, I felt a long-lost aura from him. Senior is known as the legend of 001. My wish for many years has been to appreciate the skill of Senior. I wonder if I will have the honor today. Xiao Wang clasped his hands together with a sincere and slightly expectant face. Little Wang is a good fighter. And you know, Sam, that except for the 5 years you were there are very few members of the team who can walk away from 001 in one piece. Ruan Anping didn't stop it, but instead helped out with interest, because he also wanted to see how much Gu Mingxin's stance had regressed over the past years. Of course, he didn't hold out a single hope as to whether Xiao Wang could win the challenge. After all, Gu Mingxin was a legend since 001's inception. I still ask for your advice. Senior. Xiao Wang once again arched his fist in a very determined manner. Gu Mingxin smiled helplessly, knowing that even if he didn't agree, the other party wouldn't easily give up. Then he nodded. In the next second, Xiao Wang's breath suddenly changed. His eyes were solemn, and his right leg stomped fiercely,
killing Gu Mingsen. He was a soldier, and like Gu Mingsen, he had killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, all with the goal of completing the mission and taking the enemy's head. Coupled with Gu Mingsen's thunderous reputation in 001, he didn't dare to be a bit gullible, so there was no warning and it was a kill shot, turning instantly to kill in front of Gu Mingsen. The speed was extremely fast. If it was an ordinary person, 100% of a fatal blow.
But his opponent is Gu Mingsen.
What?
Only Gu Mingsen faced Xiao Wang's sudden attack without the slightest hint of panic on his face.
Just a light dodge. He easily avoided this powerful killing move, and his posture was as if he had already anticipated that Little King would make such a move. Or perhaps such an attack was just too trivial for him. Xiao Wang was surprised when he missed a blow. Well, it's a little slow. What? He was already afraid.
But Gu Mingsen's words instantly ignited his competitive spirit. Another killing move attacked. The result was still the same, but it was already in his expectation, only to see Xiao Wang use the momentum to twist his body in the air. His left leg immediately swept out horizontally, bringing up a whistling sound of wind, and attacked fiercely towards Gu Mingsen's waist. This leg was fast and vicious, and the angle was extremely tricky, obviously wanting to catch Gu Mingsen off guard. The corners of Gu Mingsen's mouth rose slightly, and his feet moved as if they were ghosts. His body shifted, and he once again skillfully dodged this ferocious leg of Xiao Wang, and the whole person seemed to be walking idly with a calm and relaxed demeanor.
Well, it's not bad this time.
Seeing that his opponent's move was not successful,
Gu Mingsen once again commented. The young king was both mortified and resentful. Gritting his teeth,
the attack became more and more disorganized,
each strike inflicting considerable damage on the shopkeeper.
Well, the force is good. Gu Mingsen had stopped dodging and began to exchange punches and kicks with him, but the venomous tongue continued. At this time, Xiao Wang's every blow was laced with rage and his force was a few points greater than usual, but he still couldn't pose a threat to Gu Mingsen. Nguyen and Bin, who stood in the doorway watching the battle, smiled and shook his head. This guy's mouth, as usual, stinks. Emotions are the best physical catalysts, and Gu Mingsen's training routine when he enlisted in the military often used his venomous tongue to trigger the emotions of the teammates he was sparring with, thus causing them to push their physical limits. It did work well, or he wouldn't have gotten into the habit. The exchange of blows between the two continued. You're good, much better than the teammates I used to have. Xiao Wang's punches and kicks rained down on him, but Gu Mingsen never panicked and judged every now and then. Finally, sensing that the force of Xiao Wang's punches and kicks was dropping rapidly, Gu Mingsen knew that he had reached his limit. If it were before, he would have been even more venomous, trying to stimulate the young king to break through his physical limits, but today was not the day. Plus he wasn't in the mood for it. Well, that's it. His doubts were not even uttered before Little King's shocked gaze, only feeling a few lingering shadows flashing by. His chest was hit like a truck, and his body flew towards the back uncontrollably. Bang dash! Wow! It hit the wall and landed on the dining room table, scattering dishes all over the floor. The fight, it's over. King is not convinced and is still trying to struggle to get up. Okay, Little King, you lost. However, he was stopped by Ruan Anping and could only look at Gu Mingsen unwillingly. However, he saw that the other party, after this battle, even just gasped for air, and quickly evened out his breath. For a moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. I can't believe that after so many years, your body has not changed at all. Mouth as well. Hearing the last three words, Gu Mingsen didn't hold back a snort. Think the rest of the team should have the same comment. Sam, don't worry, I'll do you justice. Nguyen Bin put away his smile and spoke in a serious tone of assurance, trying to get Gu Mingsen to give up resisting. After all, with his stature, if he resisted, the police would surely suffer casualties. But Gu Mingsen's answer disappointed him once again. I'm sorry, leader. I used to trust a lot of people. Now I only trust myself. At these words, Ruan Anping felt bad, and his premonition was right, only to see Gu Mingsen's eyes suddenly become stern. With that, he bent his legs and sprang up to pounce on Nguyen Bin. Ruan Anping's face changed, not expecting Gu Mingsen to launch an attack towards himself, trying to hold himself hostage to get away. However, he was once, after all, a member of 001, and although his hands were not as good as Xiao Wang's, they were not much worse, so he quickly sidestepped and dodged at the same time, while reaching out to block Gu Mingsen's incoming moves. Gu Mingsen naturally understood this old leader's stance, so this pounce directly used his fastest speed. Ruan Anping also realized this and instantly gave up dodging and made a full-force gesture to block Gu Mingsen's attack. The best defense is the offense. Knowing this, Ruan Anping, while blocking Gu Mingsen's blow, endured the severe pain and attacked towards his face.
but Gu Mingsen, as if he had anticipated the strike, dodged it with a tilt of his head and delivered a headbutt. Both sides of the brain collided. The one who suffered was naturally Ruan Anping, the older one, who only felt that his head was buzzing and the sky was spinning for a while. Then Gu Mingsen scored a backhanded takedown. Nguyen Anping felt a cold sting right between his neck, and his hands were bound behind his back by a strong palm. And just now, everything seems to be slow, but actually happened in a flash of lightning, only used less than 10 seconds. Chapter 31, Surrounded. Let go of the chief. With a loud cry, the young king struggled to rise to the rescue, but just as the body was halfway up, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he slumped to the ground once again. Gu Mingsen had prepared for it when he had just sparred, and although that last blow was not fatal, he would have to lie down for at least half a month before he could get out of bed. Ignoring him, he instead held Nguyen and Bin hostage and walked towards the outside of the restaurant. Going out, I realized that the entire alley had been surrounded by SWAT and plainclothes officers. If he hadn't held Ruan Anping hostage, Gu Mingsen really wouldn't have been able to escape. But things weren't looking good right now either, with snipers aiming in the distance like the sorrowful dead. If it wasn't for the fear of the dagger in his hand, I'm afraid that he would have killed him the moment he showed his head. Gu Mingsen, you are surrounded and have nowhere to run. Put down your weapon. Don't make the same mistake again. The sound of the loudspeaker momentarily overpowered all the noise. Li Jian's eyebrows have been wrinkled into a chuan. He was never expected. The other side will actually hold Ruan Anping hostage. This is a general. There can't be any accidents. For a while, although the police were armed, but they were afraid to take Gu Mingsen not a little way. Get out of my way, all of you. Gu Mingsen bellowed and took a step forward. The SWAT officers surrounded by guns were startled and followed a step back. Suddenly, the SWAT team leader looked like he saw something terrible and hastily grabbed his walkie-talkie and called out, "Never shoot. The other guy has a knife in his backhand." At these words, everyone's fingers subconsciously moved away from the trigger. By holding the knife in the opposite hand, I mean that the palm of the hand is facing upwards and the blade is facing inwards. Even if it was a one-shot kill, the moment the other person fell, the dagger in his hand would slice through the hostage's carotid artery. Li Jian's face became extremely ugly. Damn, it's obvious that you can just arrest them. Why bother? That answer was something only Nguyen and Bin could tell him, but that was clearly not possible in the current situation. Gu Mingsen, you can mention any conditions you want. Don't hurt the hostages. Li Jian could only verbally stall his opponent. Cut the crap and get out of the way. All of you. But Gu Mingsen didn't give him a chance at all. He had already started to hold Ruan Anping hostage as he slowly walked towards the outside of the alley. The narrow alleys favor the police, and once outside on the avenues, more variables are sure to come into play. Li Jian knew this, but with Nguyen and Bin as a hostage, no one dared to stop him. Even if he forced the order, it was expected that no one would follow the order. After all, violating his Li Jian's order would be a disciplinary action at most. But to get a general killed because of this, the loss of your job is light. Gu Mingsen moved a little bit towards the outside of the alley, and the SWAT officers looked at each other and backed up a little bit. Seeing that Gu Mingsen was getting closer and closer to the entrance of the alley, Li Jian gasped anxiously. Gu Mingsen, don't be so stubborn anymore. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for your wife and children. The sins you're causing now, won't they eventually have to carry them for you? However, in the face of his stolen concepts, Gu Mingsen merely gave him a cold look. Sam, if you recognize me as your old leader, trust me for once and give up resisting. I will give you justice. Ruan Anping tried to talk about Gu Mingsen with past love, but what he didn't know was, Gu Mingsen had long ago learned through Blackbird's channels how huge the Su family's power was. Ruan Anping alone was completely incapable of giving Gu Mingsen the justice he wanted. Old leader, you don't have to be lying to me. I know in my heart what kind of existence the Su family is. Ruan Anping was instantly speechless. He thought Gu Mingsen wasn't clear about it before he said that. Arsene is sorry. Gu Mingsen ignored it, and Ruan Anping stopped talking. Both of them know in their hearts that from this moment on, the two of them are completely strangers. Finally out of the alley, the situation has become more complicated. The onlookers, the good reporters, swarmed. Holy, isn't that the who? The father of the bullied girl. Oh my god, is he going to fall? What a shame. It looks like we won't see the next live trial. Think fart eat that. The first time it went live because there was no sign for him to exploit, and now that last is definitely protected. A flicker of pity flashed across the faces of most of the crowd at the scene, even though the man's statement was something they had all guessed at, but there is still a glimmer of hope in their hearts, and Gu Mingsen is like the deepest trust in their hearts, the heart that rises up in the face of injustice. Li Jian looked at the messy scene in front of him and became even more irritated. All back off. It's dangerous here. Stay away. But where was the crowd willing to listen? still fighting to see what's going on and adding a little trouble for the police. The reporters were even more frantic, chasing sensational stories, fame and fortune, and they all raised their microphones and pushed toward the inside. Assholes! Are these people crazy? This is an arrest scene. A police officer looked incredulously at the chaos before him. Anyone who knows Gu Mingsen knows that he's just a father avenging his daughter's death, not a vicious murderer. The constable opened his mouth, unable to speak. Yeah, maybe that's why these guys are trying to rush up regardless. Who wouldn't want to do something that's not dangerous and has benefits? Listen everyone, if you dare to move forward again, all of you will be arrested for obstruction. Li Jian proceeded to roar angrily over the loudspeaker. The move did stop the onlookers and journalists from advancing, but they still didn't disperse, forming a circle even larger than the police. Li Jian was relieved to see this and didn't proceed with the next instruction. After all, the larger the crowd on the periphery, the more difficult it would be for Gu Mingsen to get away. Gu Mingsen certainly realized this, looking around at the wall of people layer after layer, his brows furrowed deeply. His plan was to retreat to the street and grab a car to get away with the help of the Blackbird, but that was clearly not going to be possible in the immediate future. The plan fell through, and he was at a loss for a good solution, so he had no choice but to pray that the Blackbird in the shadows would provide a viable solution. Blackbird, is there another way? No reply came from across the headset for a long time, but Ruan Anping, who was held close to him, was shocked. Through checking the police information, it is known that there is a mysterious hacker behind Gu Mingsen, but there is no information about this hacker, hidden extremely deep, and just now, Gu Mingsen's careless words had let him learn the hacker's name, or the moniker, Blackbird. Ruan Anping recited it in his mind as if to engrave it in his heart. Brother Sam, with the current situation, it's hard to get out, unless there's a helper. The Blackbird's voice finally sounded, but it paused several times before speaking in full, and did not bring a practical plan. Gu Mingsen's frown tightened. Help? Where am I going to find help? Slowly, he became anxious. Haven't avenged my daughter yet. I can't get caught. There must be a way. Chapter 32, Li Weiqian's appearance. Beep, beep dash. Just then, a sudden and shrill honk silenced all the clamor. First were the peripheral onlookers who subconsciously looked in the direction of the honking horn, only to see a black sedan is speeding from the side of the street, without the slightest sign of slowing down, like an out-of-control beast. When the crowd saw this, they immediately panicked and fled screaming to both sides, and the encirclement that had just been surrounded was instantly torn open. It happened so suddenly that the police were completely unable to react. Stop him, Li Jian shouted in a stern voice. Gu Mingsen is already a turtle in a jar, and the mysterious figure that suddenly appears at this time must be the gang hiding behind him. Thinking of this, Li Jian was about to shoot regardless, but was stopped by a team member. Team Li can't. The chief is still in his hands. If something happens to the chief, none of us can be blamed. With this delay, the black sedan had already rushed to Gu Mingsen's side. A sharp brake was applied, and with a harsh sound, the body came to a steady stop. Sam, get in the car. The glass window lowered and a familiar face came into view. Django. Gu Mingsen was so surprised that he couldn't think about it in time. Getting away was most important at this time. Take control of Nguyen and Bin and open the backseat door. During this time, Ruan Anping tried to resist, but as if Gu Mingsen had expected it, the arm holding the knife strangled his neck to death. The slightest movement in that sharp dagger would likely slice through his throat. Bang! Go! The moment the car door closed, Li Weiqian stepped on the gas pedal to the end. The black sedan like a horse off the reins sped out. Towards the other end of the street rushed. The onlookers panicked again and moved out of the way. The police side is even more anxious to see this. No time was closer to successfully capturing Gu Mingsen than this one. Li Jian ran after the car for a few steps while shouting, "Chase! Give me a chase! Never let them get away!" The SWAT officers immediately got into their cars, and the sirens once again rang through the streets as a fierce chase was about to begin. However, when they turned around and chased after them, they found that the originally dispersed onlookers had gathered again to block the road tightly. All get out of the way! Get out of the way! Li Jian shouted anxiously with a loudspeaker, but it had little effect. They didn't have the courage of Levi Strong's rampage, and the onlookers clearly caught this soft spot. By what right? This main road is not your home. That's right. You police are in charge of the sky and the earth. You're so broad. Why don't you guys get so worked up when you're checking out the rich guys? The onlookers in front of him were determined to keep out of the way. And Li Jian was helpless. Get me the PTB. Now. He didn't choose to sit on his hands. Yes. Soon the call was answered. I am Criminal Police Captain Li Jian. There is a criminal is driving to abscond. License plate number. Immediately implement the interception. Roger that. The phone hangs up and the police vehicle starts moving out a little bit. These onlookers are not stupid.
Now at most they will be convicted of illegal road occupation, but if they touch the police car, it will be serious.
And on the other side, the black sedan raced through the streets, and Li Weiqiang drove skillfully, constantly weaving in and out of traffic. Kung, what are you doing here? There was a strong surprise in Gu Mingsen's voice. Basically, everyone who retires from 001 starts a quiet life. He couldn't figure out why Levi Strong chose to give up his peace and get involved in this matter with him. Ugh, it's a long story. Li Weiqiang didn't say it outright, making Gu Mingsen even more curious. Li Weiqiang, let me ask you, did you do the murder of the Chen family in Ronla City? Ruan Anping, who was originally calm, suddenly scolded in a stern voice. Ha! Li Weiqiang just sneered at his words. It was a long time before he spoke. They all deserve to die. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're not even a 3-year-old, are you? Ruan Anping was so furious that he even forgot that there was a dagger resting between his neck. You're a soldier. You took an oath. You sent a vision. Have you forgotten all of it? Of course I haven't forgotten. I volunteer to fight for my nation, my country, and my countrymen. I would like to be like the upright poplar, guarding the motherland's earth, not yielding an inch. A single oath seemed to bring the three back to that year. Gu Mingsen, take an oath. Gu Mingsen didn't forget, and because he didn't forget, his vengeance stayed relevant from start to finish. In the face of an aggressive police roundup, he didn't even take his hatred out on anyone unrelated. I remember it all. Then why are you even sparing a 3-year-old? He's innocent. Nguyen Bin's eyes were filled with anger and pain. He just couldn't understand how Levi Quan could do something as cruel as that. Li Weiqiang's face sank as he said coldly, innocent? Humph. From the moment he was born and started enjoying the power of the Chen family, he is no longer innocent. It is often said that weakness is the original sin. But for some people, they carry the sin from the moment they are born. Gu Mingsen listened on the sidelines, his brows furrowed. He didn't know what had happened to Li Weiqiang in the past few years, but listening to the two men's conversation, he could feel that there must be a complicated and heavy story behind it. In his impression, Li Weiqiang was not the kind of person who killed innocents indiscriminately. Alright old leader, just cut the crap. You don't even look at what kind of situation you're in now. Nguyen Bin choked. The next second. And you, Gu Mingsen, do you think you're doing the right thing now? Do you think you can stand up to the country's cultivation of you? To your cultivation? The corners of Gu Mingsen's mouth twitched, and for a moment he was somewhat speechless. After all, everyone who was elected to 001 has held absolute loyalty to the motherland since the beginning. Even on the path of vengeance, Gu Mingsen did not take any initiative to make any moves that would jeopardize the interests of his motherland. Shut up. I respect you and call you an old leader. You're full of national and state righteousness. But where were you when we were treated unfairly? Leviathan chided loudly, full of anger. If my country treats me like a man of honor, I will treat my country like a man of honor. But I have treated my country like a man of honor. But my country has not treated me like a man of honor. It's a collapse of faith. Where would you be right now if Sam hadn't made such a big deal out of it? Where else? Tea in the office. Thinking of this, Gu Mingsen also felt the slightest bit of resentment. When we first retired from the army, a mere $1 million got rid of us, and there were no military medals or verbal commendations. So do you take it that we really don't have any complaints at all? It's not that there isn't any, but it's all accumulated deep in the heart. Chapter 33, The Teased Police. $1 million. Buying out their 5 years of birth and death. Do you realize that every mission they carry out brings more than hundreds of billions of dollars of benefits to the motherland? So much for that. What is unforgivable is, they have guarded the beautiful mountains and rivers of the motherland, but those who are enjoying their success have gone so far as to kill the donkeys. For them, it was a collapse of faith. In the end, the two did not choose to hurt Ruan Anping's life. After all, he was their old leader. Knocked it out, casually found a hidden alley and threw it down. For a while there will be no one to find out. On the other side, Li Jian finally got rid of the onlookers. The first time to contact the traffic police team, inquiring about the tracking situation. However, the other party replied directly to make him freeze on the spot. What did you say, Captain Li? We didn't receive any instructions. You're so full of, I just called you, and all of us here are listening. Li Jian was so angry that he cursed. The members of the same car also looked at each other in surprise. Just now they did hear with their own ears that Li Jian had called the traffic police team and ordered them personally. But the other side's answer. Geez, my Captain Li, I really didn't get any calls. The operator supervisor on the other side is still in strong denial, and by the tone of his voice, it doesn't sound like a lie. You, Li Jian suddenly paused, realizing something was wrong. You wait. He hung up without waiting for a response and turned to get out of the car and quickly ran into the communications van. Transfer me to Cybersecurity. Yes. When he got through, Li Jian quickly stated his problem once more. Help me check the source of the signal I just called. The opposite side was fast. Less than a minute. Check it out. It's at the traffic police station. Li Jian froze. Was my hunch wrong? If someone posing as the PTU had intercepted and switched the call they had just made, why would the source of the signal still be at the PTU? Li Jian was not a professional networker, so naturally he could not figure out how the other side did it. But the police department's cybersecurity officer gave him the answer. The other party should have remotely controlled the landline of the traffic police. Through your description, the other party also used a voice simulator. This series of operations is extremely difficult. The hacker's strength hidden behind the other party is not simple. Can you trace the source of the signal that the other hacker used to control the landline of the traffic police? Li Jian reluctantly pursued. The other party was silent for a long time. Too much time has passed, and even if they were tracked down, the other party would probably no longer be at the scene. Ciao. In the end, Li Jian couldn't help but curse. 3 days later, Li Jian would never have predicted that the arrest 3 days ago would be the closest he would come to bringing Gu Mingxin to justice successfully. Team Li, there are tens of millions of people in Shanghai. Trying to find these two without any clues is like looking for fish in a haystack. The city's police force has been deployed for 3 days, and still no effect at all. Without exception, the daily work reporting process, the light of complaining about a large part of the time. Li Jian's hair was falling down by the handful, and he even wanted to surrender his position as commander-in-chief. But others are not stupid. Knowing that Gu Mingxin and Li Weiqiang, two people are two hot potatoes still go to pick up. Chief, do you have any ideas? Last time, when the police were at their wits' end, it was Nguyen and Bin who helped draw out Gu Mingxin. Despite the failure and the main factor being him, Li Jian could only place his last shred of hope on him at this moment. No. Li Jian's heart sank. The only way now is to wait. Wait? That's right. Wait for him to throw himself into the net. Li Jian's eyes lit up. You're talking about the Su family. Ruan Anping stood up and looked out the window. Gu Mingxin's purpose is pure. Just revenge. So he'll definitely show up at the Su family. He knew Gu Mingxin very well. Just like before when he had lured him out under the guise of Li Weiqiang. He knew that the other party would definitely come to the appointment. Li Jian frowned slightly. That's what I've always thought. But that alone would be very passive on the part of the police. If he doesn't make a move for a year, do we have to wait a year for him? Don't worry. No more than half a month at most. Ruan Anping said confidently. Why is the chief so confident? Li Jian still frowned. Ruan Anping always hid something from the police, but in the way of the other party's identity, the other party did not say Li Jian did not have the slightest way. However, the uneasiness in his heart caused Li Jian to resist opening his mouth. That's not the point. It's that even if he shows himself, I'm afraid you won't be able to catch him. This statement instantly caused the people in the conference room to become upset. Chief, that's a bit long in the tooth. That's right. As good as he is, he can still dodge bullets? With 100 guns pointed at him, Rambo would have no choice but to throw up his hands and surrender. A few previous captures did get their attention, but not to the extent of inhumanity. He doesn't need to be faster than the bullet, just faster than you can pull the trigger. A meaningful statement that caused an eerie silence to fall over the room. At night, a neighborhood with a rundown exterior. Inside, there were many houses that were still for rent, and Gu Mingxin and Li Weiqiang were hiding in one of them at the moment. After 2 days of spending time together, Gu Mingxin had already understood all the situations that Li Weiqiang had gone through in the past few years as well as his intentions. I don't know what to say about his approach. After all, the trouble is not as bad as his wife, children and mother. The other party is not even a 3-year-old child. It is indeed a bit too much. But as soon as the other party said his intentions, Gu Mingxin was greatly touched again. With over 100 guns, it's just not practical to sneak in completely unperturbed. Li Weiqiang frowned and analyzed. Gu Mingxin naturally understood this, and it was the reason why he had never made a move. He has never forgotten his identity as a soldier of China, so his revenge has always been pure. The target is only those 5 people, and has never hurt others. I don't want to hurt innocent names. Li Weiqiang was helpless to the core and was about to argue. But what? Noticing the change in Gu Mingxin's attitude, Li Weiqiang hurriedly asked after him. It's not like there aren't other ways to do it though. You can just incapacitate them without taking their lives. What? Leviathan looked incredulous. Are you crazy? I'm afraid this is more difficult than sneaking in unnoticed. Gu Mingxin had a flat face. What? Gunnery regressed after all these years? Nonsense. Think they're all as perverted as you are in terms of strength. Levi Strong became impatient, trying to shoot at parts of the human body that were not fatal and could be quickly incapacitated. Even at his peak he could not say that he did it 100% of the time. Chapter 34. Late night. Sam, go to bed. I'll keep watch tonight. It was a habit they developed during their service in 001 to keep one eye open for emergencies wherever they were and how many men were in the ranks. Gu Mingsen thought for a moment. Okay. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in days. And the two were both comrades in arms and in the same boat. It can be said that Li Weiqiang at the moment is the most trustworthy person other than his wife and daughter. Gu Mingsen lay down on the bed and quickly fell into sleep. All is silent. The undercurrent of the night. Li Weiqiang sitting alone in the living room, looking at the neon lights outside the balcony. The bottle of wine in his hands gradually bottomed out. His thoughts drifted to nowhere. Kung, tell me about you and Sam in 001? Suddenly, descending Tatsu's voice came from the headset, and in order to monitor the police's actions, Blackbird and the others took turns keeping watch at night as well. Levi Strong asked as he drank the last sip from the bottle. What do you know about 001? There was a moment of silence across the room. It's one of the most mysterious special teams in China, and we couldn't find any information about it on the internet. The strength of the four Blackbirds was evident to all, and could be considered the uncrowned kings of the cyber world. Since Jiang Chen said that he couldn't find out a single bit of information, it could only mean one thing. Because they're all paper records, you certainly won't find a shred of information online. That's no wonder. I was wondering how the official Chinese cybersecurity system is stronger than the Pentagon's in the little pretty country. Li Weiqiang was slightly surprised, listening to the meaning of these words. The other party seemed to have more than just breached the Pentagon's network system. Have you even hacked into the official network system of China? Hey, not only in China. We have patronized the P5 as well as all the developed countries in the world. The tone of his voice was full of smugness, as if he had won a military medal to show off to the people around him. Leviathan frowned. You guys have some guts? Aren't you afraid to show yourselves and get caught? Che, so what? You'll be recruited at best. Li Weiqiang was slightly stunned, but quickly figured out that the reasoning was also very simple. When they couldn't catch anyone, the dignitaries of various countries hated their guts, but when they caught someone for their own use, they had to sigh and say, that smells really good. In this world, there is light and naturally there is also a dark side that is hard for ordinary people to reach. And acting in the dark side, it must often use some unseen means, such as the 001 squad that Li Weiqiang had served and wandered in the dark side. At the end of the day, Levi Strong and the Blackbird guys used to be in the same category. The difference is that Levi Strong has the establishment and can walk away in one piece. Kung, are you asleep? Seeing that Levi Strong didn't make a sound for a long time, Descending Star asked in a low voice. No, listen to my advice. In the future 001 things you'd better pry less. Why? I was getting curious when Sam said the same thing. The corner of Leviathan's mouth twitched. Why are you getting more and more excited? I can guess even if you guys don't tell me. It's nothing more than assassinating so-and-so and grabbing something or other. Oh, pretty much. Li Weiqiang sneered and did not reveal too much. China needs to deal with a lot of things in the dark side. Need to be accomplished through 001. And 001 uses a variety of means. Whether you've heard of it, or never heard of it. Kung, I heard Sam say he saved your life. Is that true? Upon hearing Descending Star's inquiry, a scene from the past instantly flooded his mind. When Asen and I were 2 months away from retirement, 001 was given a major assignment that only Asen and I didn't participate in because we were close to retirement. But the superiors suddenly received a tip-off that a shipment of illegal weapons was about to be sent to a war-torn country on the Black Continent to support the rebels in the fishing port of Mauritius. Since that war-torn country at the time the main government in line with the interests of our country, in order to avoid damage to the interests of the country, so the higher-ups took the risk and only immediately sent 2 people, Sam and I, to go and intercept. 2 men to intercept a ship loaded with weapons. A trip that was bound to be so crisis-ridden that just thinking about it made the task impossible. What were your superiors thinking? Isn't this sending people to their deaths? Descending Tatsu was a bit indignant when he heard this. Sentenced to death? In those 5 years, which of our missions wasn't to die? Leviathan gave a light laugh and did not explain much. To say that the person I'm on a mission with isn't Asen is really almost as bad as sending him to his death. What do you mean? The meaningful sentence immediately aroused Surrender Tatsu's curiosity. Li Weiqiang continued. At that time, under the cover of Sam, I managed to activate the electromagnetic pulse, and the freighter instantly lost power and was unable to move. That's the end of it? There was some resentment in his tone. What Descending Chen wanted to hear was the specific picture of Gu Mingsen's great kill, but he never thought that he would be brought over by Li Weiqiang's sentence. Leviathan laughed softly and shook his head. Of course not. Realize that the EMP can be activated or shut down or destroyed. So we also have to protect the EMP and hold out until the Woolly Bear Nation's military arrives. Hey, wait a minute. I'm a little confused. Aren't the guards of this ship from the military of the Woolly Bear Nation? Although guns are not banned in the Woolly Bear country,
It is obviously impossible to transport this ship full of weapons out of the country quietly without the intervention of the military. Oh, on the surface it looks like it's the manhwa country that's shipping the weapons, but in reality the black hand behind it is the pretty country, who facilitated the deal by utilizing the psychology of the manhwa country's military chiefs who are seeking to make profits, thus dumping the pot on the manhwa country. Descending Tatsu sniffed and pondered for a moment. Well, that's really a usual trick of the pretty country. Since China's accession to the WTO, beautiful countries have been secretly targeting China. And with the rapid growth of China's economy, this targeting has become more and more obvious. Until recent years, the two sides were on the verge of becoming incompatible. So there are just two of you. How many enemies are there? How do you block them? If placed in ancient times, even if the other side has dozens of hundreds of people, the real sword to do a battle, the deer who died is not yet known. But now, a sniper rifle can take the enemy's head from 1,000 meters away. AK went down in a pike and Jesus couldn't stay. I don't know. Anyway, there are enemies on all sides, and bullets are even flying around. I'll go. So how did you guys survive? There's Sam. This guy's strength is super perverted. The bullets are like they have eyes. The guns explode. Sam is awesome. Descending Tatsu was thrilled, as if the man was himself. Levi Strong smiled and continued. It's a good thing that the Woolly Bear military wasn't slow to react. And after verifying the information we gave, they surrounded the entire harbor at the first opportunity. And then you were safe? But where did Sam save you from? If that was all it took, it certainly didn't count as saving Leviathan's life. Apparently, it's not over. Chapter 35. Because Asen and I have a special identity that cannot be exposed. Our superiors did not notify the Woolly Bear military that we had people sent to stop them. What? What are you going to do? I don't suppose the Woolly Bear military will leave you alone? That was natural. And then we retreated following the disengagement route provided by the rear. But, Li Weiqiang's words came to an abrupt end, and his face became abnormal, as if he was still in a state of shock over the situation. But what? Descending Tatsu hurriedly pursued the question. But the other side gave chase, and I was accidentally shot in one of my legs and eventually captured alive by the Woolly Bear military. Despite having expected it, Buckshin still couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart when he heard Li Weiqiang say it himself. It is important to realize that Li Weiqiang's identity at that time was neither a person of the Maoxiong military, nor could it be a Chinese. So once caught, it was inevitable that a severe beating would be unavoidable. What about Sam? Didn't realize you were shot then? Found it. But it was an emergency situation and we didn't know the other side's troop deployment, and both Sam and I realized that if we stopped, it was likely that both of us would be planted there. So Mori left you alone? There was a hint of surprise in Descending Chen's tone, as this was not quite what he had imagined, as he had thought that Gu Mingsen would have folded back as if he were a god of the heavens and saved Li Weiqiang from danger. That's all that can happen in that situation. So what were you in the mood for? Descending Chen asked carefully. Although he had never had the experience of being abandoned by his teammates, he thought that Li Weiqiang's feelings at that time must have been extremely complicated. However, it wasn't what he thought. Levi Strong spilled a smile. It's just a bit of a shame. Pity? That's all? No matter how one thought about it, Descending Tatsu felt unreasonable. Yeah, wasn't it a shame that it was only a month away from retirement and about to have a quiet life? Well, that's true, but soon Descending Star realized that things were not over yet, or else it would be impossible for Li Weiqiang to sit here and talk to himself at this moment. Immediately afterward, the Woolly Bear military launched an interrogation of me in an attempt to dig out my identity. Descending Tatsu couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. He still knew something about the interrogation methods of the Manhwa military. At that time they used a lot of means, but my mouth is very strict. The other party has no way. Gradually lose patience. About to kill me. And just then, Levi Strong gave a beat, and Descending Star had already guessed the answer. Sam came to your rescue? That's right. It's something I, as well as everyone else, didn't anticipate, knowing that there were two full reinforced companies surrounding the harbor. All killed by Mori? Descending Tatsu's tone was a little sharp. This was not 200 ordinary people, but well-equipped soldiers of the Woolly Bear country. I don't know. The casualty data at that time was in the hands of the Mao Bear military. The other side did not publish. This is nobody knows. 193. SH. What? Descending Chen suddenly popped out the number of people. Directly to Li Weiqiang whole froze. Half a long time did not react to what Descending Chen said is that one incident Maoxiong military death toll. If the time and place are right, should be this. Because of the headphones through the headset, Leviathan couldn't see that Descending Star was staring at a document on the computer at the moment. Exactly what Harry Bearfong wrote about that event. No. You. Where did you see that? Woolly Bear State Security Bureau. You can't tell. This document is pretty high level. The tone was casual, as if he was just recounting something sparse and commonplace.
Is this so simple to see? Where on earth did Sam meet these guys? Leviathan was secretly alarmed. It's not bad. It did make it a bit difficult to attack in the first time, but luckily there's a back door left from before, so it's a lot easier to get back in. The back door?
Carrying a gun to fight Li Weiqiang is a good hand,
but in terms of moving computer technology,
Li Weiqiang cannot compare to a dustfall.
So even this industry terminology does not understand what it means.
All in all, it's just that with this back door we're in the Woolly Bear NSA Cyber Information Center like we're home.
Put it that way, Levi Strong got it. Nor could he help but be shocked once again by the strength displayed by the dustfall few.
There were times when the swords and spears in the dark were the most dangerous.
The next day, Django, go get some sleep. Looking at Li Weiqiang, who hadn't slept all night,
Gu Mingxin felt a trace of comfort in his heart. It felt like going back to the time when we were fighting side by side, and were also so completely at ease that we put our safety and well-being after going to sleep into the hands of our teammates.
Levi Strong got up and headed for the bedroom, stopping abruptly as he reached the door. Don't you dare take liberties. For some reason, this premonition suddenly popped into his head. Gu Mingxin smiled and said in a calm tone, "You're overthinking it.
I'll just wait here for you to wake up and we'll discuss our next move."
Hearing this, Levi Chang's heart was a little more solid, and with a nod, he went into the bedroom.
Laying down on the bed didn't take long to fall asleep.
After all, they had been on guard all night,
and the four of them in the dark weren't all as chatty as Dustfall. Gu Mingxin sat down on the sofa and thought again of his daughter, who was unconscious in the hospital bed, and his eyes flashed with a stern light.
It's time to do it. Brother Sam, do you really plan to leave Brother Chang to act alone?
Yes,
Levi Strong's hunch was not wrong.
Gu Mingxin thought about it for a few days, and nowadays it is not like being in 001.
The mission is for two people, and the revenge is for him alone. There is no reason to involve Li Weiqiang, even though he, like himself, had become a wanted man. When do you plan to move? Blackbird asked again.
Evening. Gu Mingxin's eyes showed a chilling light and his voice was cold. The dark moon and windy killing night. The most important thing is that the night is the best helper for him.
8 o'clock in the evening. Because Gu Mingxin was there to keep watch, Li Weiqiang slept equally well, but Gu Mingxin was still a bit uneasy.
Quietly walking into the bedroom and looking at Li Weiqiang's sleeping face,
Gu Mingxin's heart surged with warmth, but soon, it was replaced by determination. Coming to the side of the bed, he reached out his hand and probed the back of Leviathan's neck with lightning speed. The other party was extremely alert and snapped his eyes open, but not before he made his next move. Gu Mingxin's finger has found the right acupuncture point and pressed down. Asen.
Leviathan let out only a whimper before his eyelids closed again without control.
Seeing this, Gu Mingxin was completely relieved. Leaving his cell phone on the bedside table, he turned to leave the bedroom and gently brought the door with him. Sam, there's bad news. Gu Mingxin's footsteps lurched.
Su family in 3 days to the country foreign exchange $10 million.
And today at 3 o'clock in the afternoon into a group of security personnel from abroad. The number of 32. Blackbird's tone was grave. Got it.
Gu Mingxin's face was as cold as frost and his voice was flat.
Once out the door, he quickly blended into the night,
heading toward the stated goal, Su's manor.
Chapter 36, The Rainy Night. Chief,
I'm sorry for not being able to protect you.
The guard, Wang, bowed his head with a guilty look on his face.
Oh,
don't say that.
I'm well aware of Sam's strength.
You did your best.
Nguyen Anping patted Xiao Wang on the shoulder.
However,
he didn't want these words to deeply pierce Xiao Wang's heart, as if telling him that it was a normal thing that he couldn't beat Gu Mingxin.
Okay, don't think too much. Get well in the hospital.
I don't feel safe at all without you around.
Gu Mingxin's hand was very measured,
and when he said that he would let him lie down for half a month,
it was definitely only more or less.
Ruan Anping also saw Xiao Wang's mind, but when he thought of Gu Mingxin's strength,
he could only sigh helplessly. There were a few brief words of comfort before Ruan Anping left the hospital. Meanwhile,
the Su family side was also very lively,
because Su's manor was extremely large.
Even though the police had dispatched more than 24 officers, they could not keep an eye on every corner at all times. Coupled with the fact that there were no signs of Gu Mingxin making a move for several days in a row, Li Jian was anxious to see it in his eyes.
Every day, I can't sleep at night, and I even go to the front line to sit in personally. Team Li, do you want to go back and rest for the night?
This Gu Mingxin has been out of sight for several days. I don't think it would be such a coincidence to pick tonight.
No, I can't sleep if I go back,
so I'll just keep watch here,
Li Jian said while picking at the boxed lunch in his hand. The police officer on the sideline sighed helplessly. When the hell is this going to end? Yeah, maybe the people have already run away,
and we're the only ones still stupid enough to stand guard here.
People aren't stupid.
They're shooting themselves in the foot if they come. Listening to the sentence-by-sentence complaints from his men, Li Jian's heart felt even worse. Those present hadn't had a good night's sleep in days, so it was only natural that they had this complaint. Li Jian grilled the last bite, closed the boxed lunch chopsticks inserted, thrown into the trash can, jerked a piece of paper to wipe his mouth. If people were going to run away they would have done so long ago. They would never have waited until now. Li Jian still had some authority, and when he spoke, everyone was silenced. At least until we're sure he's run away. We'll have to hold the fort. Without fear of 10,000. Li Jian couldn't guarantee that his guess was 100% correct. Well, there has to be a deadline. The sound was small, but it carried very clearly into everyone's ears in the closed caravan. Alas, I'm sorry gentlemen. I can't give a specific deadline. It could be 3 days, 10 days, half a month or months, maybe even tonight. Li Jian wasn't the roundworm in Gu Mingsen's stomach, so naturally he couldn't guess what was in the other party's mind. Morale is a bit low. The people are police officers, but at the same time they are the backbone of a family, all with wives and children. Not everyone was like Li Jian, who could devote himself to mission execution. Don't be so pessimistic, everyone. When tomorrow I'll definitely ask the director to deploy more manpower for us and give everyone more rest time. Hearing this, the crowd felt a little better. Suddenly, rumble, thunder? Li Jian opened the car window curtains just in time to see the frequent flashes of thunder in the distance. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The thunder grew louder and louder, as if it were going to tear the entire sky apart. That's a bit of a wicked thunderbolt, a police officer muttered. Li Jian's brows furrowed as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Soon the land was washed in a furious shower of rain. Beams of rain smashed against the car windows with a crackling sound. Team Li, it's raining so heavily. Will it affect our surveillance equipment? A police officer asked worriedly. Li Jian's face was grave. Check. Technicians have been checking the monitoring effect of each camera ground, and they have found a serious problem. Team Li, it's raining so hard that the visibility of the surveillance is low. With this kind of rain, even the naked eye couldn't see 20 meters away, let alone a camera. Li Jian's heart sank. If he was Gu Mingsen, he would inevitably choose to act in this kind of weather. That's why he has to deploy as soon as possible. And he wasn't the only one with this premonition. Dad, this rain came kind of suddenly. Su Tianchang looked at the rain curtain outside the window. His expression was grave, and he did not respond to his son's words for a long time. Dad, well, has the foreign lot been arranged? As you instructed, all security within 20 meters around the house has been given to them. What's up? What's on your mind? Looking at his son's lustful look, Su Tianchang asked, Dad, isn't it a bit redundant? You know that before they came, the estate was staffed with over 100 security personnel and a gun for each of them. The words fell, and a brief silence fell over the room. I felt the same way before, but when your eldest uncle told me Gu Mingsen's true identity, I honestly couldn't feel completely at ease even with these people. What? Su's father felt very shocked. Dad, you're not kidding, right? This one was hired by us for $10 million. $10 million? Su Tianchang smiled disdainfully. Even if it's $100 million to find someone, I'm not comfortable with it. Su's father was even more shocked, and at the same time, he became even more curious about Gu Mingsen's true identity. Dad, who the hell is he? The room fell silent again, and it was clear that Su Tianchang was hesitating to tell his son about Gu Mingsen's true identity. Alas, it's just that there's no harm in telling you, but you mustn't breathe a word of this to another person, including our own family. Su Tianchang's expression was extraordinarily serious. Good. Well, in the early 1990s, our military set up a special squad to deal with incidents that were off the table. Su's father was shocked in his heart, to be able to make Su Tianchang treat it so seriously. The information about this squad was definitely a secret amongst secrets. It also had a new perception of the capital Su family's energy in the military world. And Gu Mingsen once served in this squad. Then, doesn't that mean Gu Mingsen still has a military background? Exactly. But why hasn't the military reacted at all when things have gotten so big? The military is notorious for protecting the calf. It is reasonable to say that Gu Mingsen live killings made such a big fuss. There is no reason why the military does not know. Unless, someone's already here, and it's a lieutenant general. When did it happen? How come there's no sign at all? Who is it? Nguyen and Bin, the man who came the day after the live streaming incident and helped the police organize an arrest. You're talking about the last time. Su Tianchang nodded, his expression growing more and more grave. But the other party did not directly approach our Su family for accountability, but instead assisted the police in making arrests, making me wonder how. Well, maybe it's a concern for the eldest side. Su's father cupped his chin and analyzed. Chapter 37 Tiger and Lung. Su Tianchang did not comment.
He always felt that things are not so simple. The other party may be plotting something. There's something fishy. Although in recent years your eldest uncle has started to extend his hand to the military because of his merit from the dragon, but it's not so bad that the military doesn't even have one who dares to stand up and speak out. Su's father also tightened the corners of his brows at his words, thinking along with his father's doubts. In China, the two major systems of the military and government do not interfere with each other, and the initiative of the Su family in the capital to put their hands on the military is like walking on the tip of a knife, and every step must be extra cautious, especially in recent years as the Su family's hand has been stretching out longer and longer. It has long aroused the dissatisfaction of a portion of the military bigwigs. Maybe at some point the other side had dug a big hole for the Su family, waiting for them to jump into it. Dad, if they want to set us up, they definitely can't leave Gu Mingson. Well, what do you have in mind? Su Tianchang wanted to brainstorm, but unfortunately, his son pondered for a long time, and his final answer was still a shake of the head. I can't think of anything for a while. If I say handle, then there is only one. That is Ting Ting bullying. Bullying classmates. Su Tianchang nodded, signaling him to continue. But with this alone, it's impossible to bring down our entire Su family. Forget it. Soldiers come to block. Water comes to cover the earth. How many big storms and waves have come over our Su family? Not bad this time. Well, Dad, you're right. With our Su family's influence in the political and business world, I'm afraid that only that one can pose a threat. Su Tianchang was non-committal, but in his heart, he strongly agreed with his son's words. Dang, dang, dang dash. The sound of the bell echoed through the room, breaking the brief silence. It's 10 o'clock. You should get some early rest. Okay, Dad. Father Su promised and left the room. Su Tianchang still gazing at the rain curtain outside the window. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. In the meantime, Aaron, shift change, a man with a cold face, dressed in a black raincoat with a bulging waist, slowly walked towards the guard post located at the southeast corner of Su's manor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Finally a shift. This damn weather. The rain came suddenly, and no raincoat was prepared in advance. And along with the torrential rain there was also a fierce wind, and the parasol on his head had basically become an arrangement, so there was no place on his body that was dry. No anomalies were found, right? What abnormality can there be? It's raining so hard this damn day, we can't even see a rat. Okay, then get back in there and take a hot shower, and don't forget to change shifts in 2 hours. Aaron did not leave directly. Anyway, all ing wet. Not hurry this a while. Tiger, you a mother asterisk 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 asterisk, or give me a cigarette. Suffocate me fast. Tiger glanced at him. If it wasn't for the fact that the two had known each other for a long time, just for that verbalization, he would have greeted him with a slap. With that, he pulled out his cigarette case and took one out and gave it to Aaron, then put another whole one in his mouth. Inhale. Exhale. This mother asterisk 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 Dahua just feels different when you smoke it. Between one inhale and the next, half a cigarette was soon gone. You get what you pay for, so don't forget to take a few strips with you when you turn around. How many strips? What are you thinking, Tiger? Su's family is so rich, how can we get a few boxes? Tiger froze and couldn't help but snort. You're right. Between gulps, Aaron suddenly looked sad. What? Lung sighed. How many more days do you think we can do this job? Tired of it? That's not possible. It's only $3,000 a day to stand here. I wish I could stand here for the rest of my life. It's better than what we're selling at. Ahem. Tiger hurriedly coughed twice to interrupt Aaron and looked around warily. Aaron smiled disdainfully. I say, Tiger, you son of a have too little guts. You'll never get rich in your life like this. Tiger glared at Lung. You don't know. We're in the business of killing people. If I hadn't been careful, would I have survived this long? Aaron bristled with disdain. It's true to be cautious, but the key is to use your head. Thinking about the way he had handled the missing bag of flour earlier in the day, he felt a little smug. After smoking one, Aaron still felt a little uninspired and asked for another one, smoking it while talking. I'll go ahead and replace you in 2 hours. Aaron threw his cigarette to the ground and it went out the moment it touched the rain. Good. Aaron turned around and ran towards the makeshift dormitory in the pouring rain, leaving Tiger standing alone in the rain. The rain was still falling, and there was silence all around, only the sound of raindrops hitting the ground. Suddenly, bang! A gunshot broke the silence of the rainy night. Tiger instantly tensed his nerves, drew his waist pistol and gripped it tightly, looking around warily. Zip, zip, zip. What the hell? Where's the gunfire coming from? An urgent inquiry came over the intercom. It seems to be coming from the southeast. Tiger was shocked. Southeast? Not my side. Southeast? Whoever is standing guard and patrolling the southeast area, report position immediately. Once Tiger heard this, He actually didn't do anything about it and just turned off the intercom. Dumbass. Report Nima.
The man in the dark must have a walkie-talkie in his hand.
If he really reports it, he'll be a live target. It's only $3,000 a day. What a game.
Although he was not sure of the strength of the incoming enemy,
Tiger did not dare to take any chances and was very cautious. When asked back, just say the walkie-talkie accidentally fell in the water and broke. While muttering, he threw his walkie-talkie into a puddle. We can't stay here either. We have to hurry and find a place to hide, and turn around and say that we went to explore the anomaly.
After checking the walkie-talkie once to make sure it wasn't working, he made a mad dash towards the grove not far away. It was only when he kept running into the grove that Tiger's taut nerves loosened a little. He then found a location with dense grass and trees, and only after determining that all other directions were covered by grass and trees except for the top, did he completely let go of his heart. This should be foolproof. However, it wasn't long before a sound of footsteps, mixed with rain, came from far away. Tiger's heart was instantly in his throat, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He covered his mouth tightly for fear of making the slightest sound. The footsteps were getting closer and seemed to stop right near him. Tiger didn't dare to utter a single breath, the cold sweat on his forehead mixing with the rain. It shouldn't be here. A low voice rang out, followed by footsteps that faded away again. That's the sound of teammates, but Tiger doesn't dare show himself because, don't open the loot. Big man, I'll do whatever you say. As soon as Tiger's words left his mouth, he felt a wave of dizziness hit him and fell forward uncontrollably. In the moment before he fainted, he vaguely saw a familiar face. It was him. Blackbird, report enemy movements. Chapter 38, Searching the Forest. The remaining 73 perimeter security personnel are rapidly converging on your side and are expected to form a closed circle around you in 5 minutes. Blackbird speculated based on the distribution of red dots on the computer. It's a shame. If there hadn't been the gunshots earlier, I don't know if I would have been able to sneak in. It's not that simple. There's a 20-meter uncovered area around the Su family's main building. Trying to sneak in is almost impossible. A few people's words made Gu Mingson frown slightly. This remaining peripheral security was not difficult for him to solve. The difficult part was the 20 meters of uncovered area. Come on, let's not even discuss it. No one would have guessed that there were such cautious guys on the periphery that they had opened the insurance ahead of time. That's right, this guy isn't afraid to go off and crash into his own plane. Mori, any battle plans? Nintsio's words silenced several people at the same time. The plan? Gu Mingson's eyes glazed over as he secretly pondered for a moment. My plan is to take them all out. Another eerie-like silence fell across the headphones for a long time before Blackout's voice sounded. Better make it quick. The police have gotten the message and backup is coming in hot. Once the encirclement forms again, it won't be so easy to get out. Gu Mingson knew, of course, that the police encirclement was not comparable to these people in front of him. Ha! Where's the mother **********? Aaron took a shower and came out to see that his temporary roommates, who had just been smoking and playing cards and making a lot of noise, were all gone. Just as it was filled with doubt, the intercom on the bed rang with a zip sound. Attention all. The other party must be hiding in this forest. Remember not to act alone. Aaron's mind was shocked, and turned to feel very grateful. If the shift change a little later, he is likely to encounter the incoming enemy. Do not look at his usual blowing gongs and drums, but when it really comes to the critical moment, the courage is smaller than anyone. Listening to the constant sound of the intercom, Aaron fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Am I going or not? Other than that, in his current position, he deserved to go, or else he wouldn't be able to explain himself afterwards. Better go check it out. I'm not rushing ahead anyway if it kills me. Aaron warned himself in a firm tone as he dressed, and when he was done, with his raincoat on and his gun in his hand, he left the dormitory in the direction of the southeast corner of the estate. Lun, you're not dead? Bah! What obscure things you say on a dog's day. As soon as Aaron found the brigade, people who knew each other well came over to flirt with him, and he himself was not shy about hitting back. All stop. A stern voice interrupted the two. Lun, did you notice anything unusual when you and Tiger changed guard? No, Aaron blurted back, but quickly realized something was wrong. Something happened to Tiger? Not sure yet, but that shot just now was near your post, and there was no Tiger sound on the intercom after that. It's not even necessary to guess. It's 80% likely to be bad. When he thought that Tiger, who had been smoking and kibitzing together half an hour ago, was just gone, Aaron's heart sighed. So, what are we going to do next? The higher-ups have asked us to search this forest. Aaron's heart thumped. This dark and rainy. Searching the forest is not a good job. I'll be careful not to split up too much. The crowd carefully began to search the forest. Aaron walked in the middle of the group, his eyes constantly looking around. and he couldn't tell if it was rain or sweat on the palms of his gun grip.
Bang! Suddenly, there was a gunshot from the front, and the group was instantly disorganized. Get down!
Aaron immediately slumped to the ground in panic at the sound, his heart beating wildly.
Enemies hidden in the shadows are especially scary,
and no one dares to bet on whether they will be the next to die.
Who fired that shot? Someone roared angrily, and the crowd's panic subsided a bit. Well, seems to be ahead. Don't panic. Slowly feel your way forward.
Aaron gritted his teeth and moved forward a little bit after the group. He was smart enough to stay in the center of the group no matter which direction the group went.
But is this really safe? The answer is no. After the group had moved an unknown distance, they finally met up with a group searching from the other direction. It's one of our own. Don't shoot.
The leader of his side's team was the first to shout. Both sides breathed a sigh of relief.
Anything on your end?
No, not a single ghostly shadow.
What was that gunshot just now?
Asterisk 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 asterisk.
Speaking of which, this kid actually went off because he was nervous.
The leader was stunned, and quickly guessed the identity of the shooter. The people in their security company are professionally trained and this kind of mistake will never happen no matter what the situation is. So the other side could only be the group of outlaws that the Su family had found. But the thought of a false alarm was a fierce relief.
However,
before his hanging heart could be completely put down.
Ha!
Why are there so few of you? The leader froze for a moment.
Less what?
The others, including those who heard this, were also confused, while subconsciously looking at their own teams. And the moment he looked at his side's team, he understood what the other party's words meant, and his face changed drastically.
Holy, where's my nigga?
I remember that we had more than 20 people before entering the forest.
How come? There are only 11 people. The speaker winced and looked horrified. Where's the doggone bear?
Xiong is exactly the person who just interrupted him and another person bickering.
Originally had been following behind Aaron, but at the moment disappeared. Ah Lung was immediately scared out of his wits, and a chill went from the soles of his feet to the sky. Everyone calm down. They must have gotten separated in the chaos just now,
the leader said with forced composure. But it is clear to anyone that this is nothing more than self-congratulatory talk.
No way. Can a walkaway not move at all? Someone retorted with a shudder.
So, is there a ghost?
Don't talk nonsense,
the leader shouted angrily, exchanging glances with the leader of the other team.
All of you form a circle and continue searching. All of you keep an eye on the people beside you, and search.
By now fear had spread through the crowd, and there was a sudden sense of incredulity at the leader's orders.
Someone's teeth chattered, shivering, and proposed, should we not withdraw first? No way. We can't pull out until we've accomplished our mission. He wasn't like the outlaws in the group. If the mission failed, the other guy patted himself on the back and walked away. Nothing happened. Not for the likes of himself. Failing the mission would sour the reputation of their security company, and the repercussions could be lifelong.
The two forces were divided, and the leader could not easily let them go. After all, the outlaws made up a large part of the group,
and so the argument began.
And just then a ghost hidden in the darkness was slowly approaching.
Chapter 39, Ghosts of the Rainy Night.
I think it would be better to call the police and have them search the forest.
I think it's okay. Our job is to protect this estate, not to find people.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
The leader's face was grim, and even those in his own team began to move.
Clearly spoken for. Shut up, all of you. Do you really think this money is so easy to get? I'm telling you, anyone who disagrees again won't get a penny in the end.
At this roar, the crowd was eerily quiet,
but it also drew angry glances from the crowd.
The group were outlaws, and the leader spoke those words with a stiff upper lip.
Keep searching. I don't believe I can't find it. For the sake of money, the crowd began to compromise and wait in silence for the next instruction. However, just then, no, not good. One man suddenly sat paralyzed on the floor, his face pale.
Junior,
what's wrong with you? Vin is gone. He was just next to me. What?
The crowd was shocked.
Hey, boy, are you sure you read that right?
Someone shouted at the top of their lungs,
loud enough to try and suppress the fear inside. But the answer they got made the crowd even more terrified. It's impossible to misread.
Just as you were arguing, Wen and I were discussing whether to continue searching the mountain or leave, but he suddenly lost his voice,
and I turned my head to take a look. Xiao Xi's lips trembled. Turning his head, Wen disappeared without making a single sound.
The crowd stared at each other,
fear spreading across each face. Mud. I quit. Someone yelled,
and ran recklessly towards the outside of the forest.
Hey, come back. You get back here.
The leader shouted to stop them, but the other man did not respond and ran further and further away. The others, seeing that someone had taken the lead and run, began to waver as well.
Why don't we run too? This is too evil. Yes, even more money has to be spent. Hearing these words, the leader's face turned ironic and he was about to pacify the crowd. But the next second the crowd was suddenly silenced. Staring wide-eyed and full of horror in one direction, the leader of the Heart Thump followed the crowd's gaze to see, only to see the guy who just escaped, at this moment actually lying on the ground unconscious. Who the hell is this? The shock in his heart was beyond words. The team kept attrition, but they didn't even see the shadow of the enemy, including those teammates who disappeared into thin air. Whether they're dead or alive now is unknown. It is the unknown that is the most frightening. Just as the crowd's attention was all drawn to the fallen team member, Aaron suddenly felt a chill on his back, turn around, only to see a creepy scene, only to see his companion, who had been standing behind him, disappear and be replaced by a stranger. If this was all, there was no need to be frightened like this, but this man was. Aaron tried to cry out, but the other man was faster and struck lightning fast to strangle him, and he opened his mouth wide but couldn't make a sound. Endless fear instantly struck him, his legs weakened, and he couldn't control himself from paralyzing towards the ground. However, the other party's palm clamped down on his neck in a deadly grip, lifting him up in the air. Aaron's heart was beating wildly in fear, but it also gave him an ounce of strength to fight back, and he tried to swing, but his opponent didn't give him a chance. It was unknown which part of his body this mysterious person had struck, and Aaron only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and then he completely lost consciousness. Aaron wasn't the first, and certainly not the last. As the Spectre's harvest continues, the others never noticed the anomaly in the rear, still staring intently at their teammate who had somehow fainted in the distance. You, go check it out. The leader frowned tightly and ordered his men aside. I can't. Cut the crap and go. The henchman had no choice but to walk warily towards his fainted teammate. He took every step carefully, as if there was an abyss beneath his feet. Just as he was about to approach his fainting teammate, the hearts of the others immediately lifted. Suddenly, all the man heard was a cracking sound, followed by a heavy blow to the jaw, and he fell unconscious and heavily to the ground. I'll go. What the hell? Where did it fly from? I don't know. The rain was too heavy to see. To be. Or let's run. Don't leave it all ing here. This proposal was instantly approved by the majority, and it was about to be moved. Bang! The crowd immediately stopped in their tracks and looked in shock at the leader of the shooting. A bunch of big old men with guns are still scared like this. Who dares to run again? I'll shoot him now. The leader roared madly with red eyes. The rain ran down his cheeks, but it couldn't wash away the scowl on his face. The crowd was shocked by his sudden move, not daring to make another move for a moment. That direction. All of you, keep searching. I don't believe I can't find it. The leader of the pack was a horse in the lead. The crowd looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and give me. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, before the leader could finish his sentence, his head lolled and his body fell upright towards the ground. The crowd couldn't control their wobbling under the onslaught of fear, their mouths opening and closing without being able to utter a single word. Run! I don't know who shouted, and the crowd woke up as if in a dream. Coupled with the fact that there was no leader to stop them, the group of 30 or so people scattered as birds and beasts. Unbeknownst to him, this move was exactly what the man in the shadows had hoped to see, only to see a black shadow weaving like a ghost in the darkness, quickly chasing towards the fleeing crowd. Ah! A scream rang out in the forest. It reached the ears of the others as if they were hypnotized. Their adrenaline spiked and they went faster. I don't know how long passed, finally ran out of the forest, but the two sides look. More than 30 people, actually only a few people ran out. They were breathing heavily, their faces full of shock and exhaustion. Is this a human or a ghost? I don't know. Anyway, it should be safe to run out. Is it really safe to run out? I think so, but the next second, bang! A gunshot rang out. Without waiting for the crowd to react, bullets rained down on them. Ah! All of them were shot in both legs and incapacitated. Subconsciously, he raised his gun to counterattack, but just as his arm was raised, he was greeted with a bullet, and the pistol fell to the ground. Others tried to pick up the gun with a different hand, but they were greeted with another bullet. The bullets shot by the other side looked like they had eyes, but it was good to see that some people could see that the other side didn't seem to intend to take their lives, hastily reminding the others not to resist and to lie on the ground and play dead. Some doubt it, but at the moment, with both legs shot, they are lambs to the slaughter, and they can only hope. Chapter 40 Safe Houses. It worked, and the man in the shadows wasn't shooting at them, but it wasn't certain that it was completely safe. One could only endure the pain caused by the water-soaked wound in silence, not daring to make a single sound. Some couldn't hold on and fainted, while others felt that the man in the shadows had left and slowly moved their bodies,
The others didn't dare to breathe until the man had crawled out 10 meters or so, and none of the men in the shadows had fired a shot, before they followed the first man's example and crawled towards safety. The truth was just as they had suspected. The ghost hidden in the shadows had returned to the depths of the forest once again.
Boss, that guy didn't come out. Inside the residence, on the third-floor windowsill, a sharp-eyed, burly foreign man was driving a sniper rifle into the woods in the southeast corner. Okay, any sightings of the target in other directions? He was answered with a loud no. Boss's face sank, and his eyes looked deep into the forest, which had now regained its calm. Because of the curtain of rain, with the help of the high-precision binoculars in his hands, he could only see a vague outline. Everybody, keep an eye on it, and report anything immediately. The men on the upper floors observing the situation around the residential building responded. Boss retracted his gaze and walked towards Su Tiancheng's study on the first floor, opening the door directly as soon as he entered. Boss, the incoming enemy looks tricky. Do you have a safe house set up here? In foreign countries, basically every rich person will build a safe house in their residence for the purpose of dealing with unexpected situations. But this is in the country, known to be the best country in the world in terms of security, and it is the first time that boss accepts the employment of a rich man in the country, so he is not sure if the other party has equipped the residence with a safe house when it was built. Fortunately, Su Tiancheng is old and prudent, and had anticipated this situation today, not only built a safe house, but also spent a large sum of money. Good, you guys are going to the safe house now. Su Tiancheng nodded his head in agreement, while his own son looked upset. Does that mean you don't have the confidence to protect us? He was already upset with his father for bringing in this group of foreigners, so he couldn't hold back his complaint any longer at this moment. While the employer's nitpicking seemed a bit inexplicable, this was not the time to discuss it. Of course, more still, for money's sake, the boss is about to explain in a fine voice. Ah, Dad, is that him coming? He's coming to kill me, right? Su Tingting's body began to tremble under the onslaught of fear and she clutched her father's arm. Previously, she had also disdained Gu Mingxin's threat to seek vengeance on herself, believing that with so many people protecting the manor, even if the other party had the ability to enter the earth and the heavens, they would not be able to hurt themselves for a single point. But when Gu Mingxin really came, the fear also came up, but also could not control the image of 4 playmates killed by Gu Mingxin. Hearing her father say again that it still wasn't safe to have the protection of these people in the house, her mental defenses finally crumbled. Su father and Su mother saw this and rushed to comfort, and only then did Su Tingting gradually calm down. Su's father turned to glare at boss again, as if blaming him for all of his daughter's fault for being frightened. Boss heart straight to the wrong. They are also for the employer's safety considerations. How to still do wrong, but for the sake of money, the boss relented again. Boss Su, we have absolute confidence in keeping you and your family safe, but just in case, it's better to go to the safe house and wait for the results. Su's father was still about to argue, but he was interrupted by Su Tiancheng with a wave of his hand and glared at him. Listen to you. The crowd began to move towards the underground safe house, during which Su Tiancheng suddenly thought of something and stopped, looking at the butler beside him. By the way, Lao Chen, have you called the police yet? 10 minutes had passed since the first shots were fired on the outskirts of the manor, and by all rights the police should have arrived on the scene, but as things stood, things were not as he had thought. The butler opened his mouth to reply, but the boss beat him to it. Boss Su, there's no need to waste your efforts. There's a top hacker behind the other party, who has already breached all the communication systems in the manor, not to mention the phone calls. Not even a single letter can be sent out. Is there no other way? Su Tiancheng couldn't help but frown tightly. Compared to these 30 or so mercenaries, it was still the domestic police who were more secure. It's not that they are outmatched in combat capability and weaponry, it's that there are too few of them. Boss shook his head. If he had met the hacker in reality, he had 100 ways to kill the hacker, but in the network, everyone in the room is a brother. Su Tiancheng sighed and could only follow the boss's arrangement and continue to the safe house. Finally, the boss added in a serious tone, Boss Su, remember, no matter who asks you to open the door, don't say yes. Seeing them freeze, the boss added, this way, even if the other side takes us all out, this door will buy you some time, and maybe it's that time that will allow you to hold out until help arrives. Su Tiancheng nodded with a grave expression and watched the other party walk out of the safe house. At this point, Su's father asked aloud again, but we can't just stay out all the time, can we? Yeah, we can't just not open the door when the cops come, can we? This sentence was a bit of a carryover, but it had a few truths to it. After all, Gu Mingxin could disguise himself as a police officer and ask the people inside the safe house to open the door. In that case, even if the real police came, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It's my poor consideration. So, boss pondered for a moment. Tomorrow at 12 noon. No matter what the situation is on our side, it's definitely safe at that time. He was right. Communications were cut off. But by tomorrow morning at the latest or when the rain stopped, the police would have noticed something unusual on the estate. With the support of a large number of police forces, even if Gu Mingson had heavenly powers, he couldn't turn over a single wave. The door to the safe house slowly closed with a final dull thud. But is it really safe? The pouring rain was still ravaging the land, and people in comas were beginning to wake up. Ah, no! Aaron's eyes snapped open and his upper body bounced off the ground, his yelp standing out in the rainforest. Panting heavily, his hands subconsciously felt towards his sides, but in the next second his body suddenly froze and his eyes stared almost bulging out, soft with a hint of warmth, as if it were a person. Aaron mechanically dropped his head to look away. I'll go. He used both his hands and feet to try to hold up his body, but the scene around him caused the fear in his heart to spread rapidly, and his legs became weak and feeble. Climbing up, but the next moment fall again. Climb up, fall down, climb up, fall down. After I don't know how many repetitions, he finally touched the ground that would bring him a touch of solace. Chapter 41, Want to die or want to live? You're awake? Who? Aaron jerked around, but there was no one behind him. Hearing voices? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, that voice actually sounded again. Do you want to die or live? Aaron's heart was instantly in his throat, and he looked around nervously, his throat dry. Are you a man or a ghost? The voice was tinged with trembling. However, the only thing that responded to him was the sound of rain dripping off the leaves and ground. Fear followed him like a shadow, and Aaron knew the other man must not have left yet. Greatly, big brother, kid mixed mouth food just, you behave you're good, or just as I did not wake up can also be. I have an old man on the bottom of the small. The pleas were tinged with sobs, giving them a genuine feel. It was just a shame that this wasn't his first meeting with the man in the shadows. You don't remember me? The voice from the shadows had a chill through it. Aaron froze, then spun his brain rapidly, trying to recall. Suddenly, something seemed to come to mind and his face changed dramatically. Yes, it's you. Ha! A cold laugh came from behind him, and before he could react, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. The body instantly froze, unable to resist wincing in fear, but not daring to move half a step. I can't believe you and I are kinda related. Upon hearing this, Aaron's heart cried out for sinful fate, but his mouth was completely full of flattering words. So, do you want to die or live? Want to live, want to live. Having just said so many words at once, it made him forget his fear for a moment, and he actually returned the words with a hint of a flattering smile. If you want to live, you have to do what you're told. Do you understand? Don't worry, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. For a while he didn't hear a response from the man behind him. Aaron couldn't help but get nervous, fearing that the other party would back out. After all, the corpses piled up in a small hill at his feet were a foretaste of what was to come. Just as his mind was wandering, he only felt a gentle tap from the hand on his shoulder. The location of the garage is known, right? No. Okay, to the garage. The person behind him didn't have any nonsense and gave orders directly without even a warning. It seemed that he was very confident that Aaron couldn't turn the slightest bit of a storm on the way. Okay. Aaron walked ahead of him with great eyesight, and he really didn't dare to make any small moves. Coming to the garage, he stopped and waited for the next command from the man behind him, and the other man waited a moment before making a sound, seemingly looking for a suitable vehicle. The pickup truck. Aaron walked over to the driver's side door. Key off. He pulled off the key and turned to the man. Only then did he see the true face of the person behind him who had had two encounters, and it was none other than Gu Mingson. It was a cold face, with endless coldness in its eyes, as if it could freeze people instantly. Aaron unconsciously lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes. Get in the car. He hurriedly climbed into the driver's seat as Gu Mingson closed the door before walking towards the passenger side and opening the door to get in. Gu Mingson was cautious and didn't give Aaron a chance to escape at all. Of course, even if he had been given it, he wouldn't have dared to gamble on the slim chance of a successful escape. Go! Aaron took the keys that Gu Mingson threw at him and then started the vehicle and drove outside the garage. Turn left. Ah Long's heart sank. This was the direction to the Su family's residential building. He had guessed the purpose of the other party. He had also read the previous blip's hot search. The main character was none other than the Gu Mingson in front of him, and Chang had also told them what happened before he came. At first, he didn't care much because according to Chang, the Su family had spent over $100 million to ensure absolute safety. With this level of security, even if the Navy SEALs from the pretty country came, it would be enough to give them a hard time. But no one expected that Gu Mingson, alone, would take out all of them, more than 100 of them. Can't even use the word human to describe him anymore. Ah Long drove while stealing glances at Gu Mingson. His heart was in a state of flux, and he couldn't help but regret taking the job. The windshield wipers oscillated rapidly, but they couldn't scrape away the apprehension in his mind. Speaking of which, how did you end up here? Did you come to your senses and change careers? Aaron froze slightly, not understanding why Gu Mingson suddenly cared about this issue. He was doubtful, but he didn't dare hesitate for too long. It wasn't because you robbed the goods I was holding earlier, got blacklisted by the police, and ended up being placed here by our boss. A bitter smile appeared on Aaron's face. Speaking of which, Gu Mingson realized that something was wrong. People like those who did this kind of business were basically guys who regarded money as their lives. It's reasonable to say that if Lung has lost so many goods, his boss won't let him off easily. But judging by his intact appearance, it seemed that a perfect solution had been found. As for the fact that his boss was generous and benevolent and didn't bother with him about the looted goods, Gu Mingson was 100% unconvinced. Thereupon Aaron recounted to him how he had borrowed the hands of the police to settle the matter, and could not help but have a smug look on his face. Gu Mingson was slightly stunned, thinking that in this business, those who can live for so long are bound to not be stupid. Since you're not reformed, there's no point in giving you another chance. So that line of work is out of my reach for a short time, and my boss has placed me here for the time being. Ah Long was still acting as if nothing had happened, not realizing that he was already on Gu Mingson's blacklist at the moment. When he first encountered Ah Long in the alley before, Gu Mingson had moved to kill him. After all, the stuff they were selling had caused a lot of people's families to die. It's just that he was spared in the first place because it was inconvenient to reveal his location because he had to hide from the police. But sometimes it's just such a coincidence that he meets this scum again. At first, he thought that this bastard had changed his ways, and even moved a trace of compassion. But as he explained the reason for his visit, this compassion instantly disappeared. The pickup truck drove up to a 2-meter-high bush. Stop the car. Aaron was startled and subconsciously slammed on the brakes. Looking at the corner ahead, his expression instantly became grave, because after turning this corner, he could see the house where Sue's family lived. He knew Gu Mingson's purpose for being here, but he didn't understand why the other party had brought himself here as well. But a sense of foreboding in his heart was spreading rapidly. Big brother, too, here, am I allowed to go? Seeing that Gu Mingson was silent after calling off the vehicle, after a while Aaron finally couldn't help but inquire. Ha! The sneer was like a whisper from a demon from hell, sending chills down Aaron's spine. Don't you want to live? Aaron couldn't say anything, only nodding his head repeatedly. I'll give you a chance. Gu Mingson took something out of his pocket. Aaron's pupils shrunk as this was something he had only seen on TV. A remote-controlled bomb. Chapter 42 Remote Control Bomb. This bomb has a safety distance of 3 meters. Now I'm going to put it under your seat. The thought of having a remote-controlled bomb under his ass made Ah Long feel like he was on pins and needles, but he didn't dare to lift half of it under Gu Mingson's deadly gaze. Big brother, don't play with me. Didn't you say you'd give me a way out? Aaron expected that the other man had just been Gu Mingson's little joke with him, but was quickly disillusioned. I'm not lying to you, but only if you listen. Okay. I'll be sure to do as I'm told. Tell me what you want me to do. Although he didn't know what the other party wanted him to do, but now that his little life was in the other party's hands, he didn't dare to say the word no. Don't rush. Hear me out. Ah Long's eyes were filled with horror as he looked at Gu Mingson. In a moment you drive your car into that house, wherever you want. In any case you only have 1 minute. If you don't do it, you should know the consequences. Aaron swallowed hard. He finally understood his role, which was to cover Gu Mingson's passage through the 20-meter gap area around the house. At the same time there was more fear in his heart because the people in the house would never make it easy for him to crash his car into the house. There was no telling what the people in the house would do to stop it, but it was clear to Aaron that, as far as he was concerned, it was 9 deaths, but compared to the current situation of no chance of survival, he had no choice but to gamble on that ray of hope. Don't even think about jumping out of the car in the middle of your escape, because I'm watching you. Gu Mingson pointed to the upper right corner of the carriage, a small camera with a reddish glow. When did he install this? Aaron's heart was in his mouth as his last glimmer of hope was dashed. Cell phone out. Asterisk. What for? Hearing the other party's unkind tone, Ah Long quickly suppressed his doubts and did as he was told. Gu Mingson took the cell phone. Password, 121,314. Aaron looked straight ahead at the car window, not daring to look at Gu Mingson, and not knowing what the other party had opened his cell phone to operate. After about 10 seconds or so, the other person was seen placing his cell phone on the dashboard in front of the steering wheel, with the screen facing Aaron. On it is a 2-minute countdown. In a minute, I want to see the car running. Ah Long glanced sideways at Gu Mingson and opened his mouth, but nothing could be said.
Under the threat of death, one could only nod helplessly. Gu Mingson revealed a satisfied expression, then opened the car door and went down, disappearing into the rain. Ah Long was slightly stunned, and then he completely understood the other party's intention, which was for him to drive his car into the house where the Su family was hiding, attracting the attention of the security personnel therein, and he would take advantage of the chaos to feel his way in. But would the people inside really be what he thought they were? There wasn't much time for him to think about it more, as the countdown on his cell phone was already a quarter of the way through, leaving him with only 29 seconds left. To bump or not to bump? It's a killer. Crash. 9 deaths. If you don't hit it, you'll die 10 deaths. The atmosphere in the car became extremely dull, with only the hum of the pickup's engine in his ears, and the sound of the rain crashing outside the window. Finally, after glancing at the red dot in the upper right corner of the passenger side, Aaron made his decision. Drop the handbrake, put it in gear, let out the clutch and hit the gas. Each step he made so slowly that the past second felt like a century had passed, and he had spent more than 20 centuries in the grip of fear. The wheels turned slowly, making a tiny splash. Approaching the corner, Aaron's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his palms covered in sweat. The car began to turn the corner and his heart raced. Soon a quaint and elegant villa came into view, but at the moment to Aaron, the house in front of him was no less than a flood of beasts. But the remote-controlled bomb under his ass is more like the sword of Damocles hanging right over his neck, more desperate than the flood of beasts in front of him. Aaron's eyes were filled with despair and determination. He pressed the gas pedal hard and the car rushed towards the house like an arrow off the string. As he got closer to the house, he saw figures shifting inside through the window. Suddenly, his eyes widened greatly, as if he had seen something extremely horrible. Bang! A bullet pierced the car window and hit him in the chest. The fear of death coming made him instantly throw Gu Mingson's advice out of his mind. But he still had a bit of brains, and didn't directly abandon the car to run away, but just jerked the steering wheel. The car went out of control and tipped over to one side, fortunately not far from the house at this point. And although it didn't hit the house, it was only a step away. At the same time, a dark shadow rolled out from underneath the car and quickly hid in the corner. It was none other than Gu Mingson, who had just disappeared in the rain. No one could have guessed what he was really thinking otherwise, if he hadn't been absolutely trusted. It seemed a bit redundant, but it was a habit he'd picked up on previous missions. So not only the people in the house, even Ah Long didn't realize that Gu Mingson had already hidden under the car in advance. Inside the villa, the mercenary in charge of keeping an eye out also froze for a few seconds when he noticed this pickup truck that suddenly appeared. Being able to tackle more than 100 gun-toting peripheral security personnel was by no means a simple guy, and it was clearly unreasonable to be exposed to their guns just like that at the moment. But not allowing him to think about it, he fired as he saw the vehicle getting closer to the house. It was too hasty to aim, and he didn't know if he had hit the person driving the car, but he only saw the other person jerk the steering wheel, and the car went out of control and tipped over. Something's up. Who fired the shot? The other mercenaries were startled and immediately went on alert. Boss, it's me. There's a pickup truck heading this way from the east. Very fast. The guy driving it seems to have been shot. Boss's eyes lit up. If the person who was shot was Gu Mingson, then it would be too easy for them to earn this money. James, John, you two go out and check it out. Boss was very cautious and did not choose to go there himself, intending to wait until his men were sure. Roger that. Shulk, Beta, Mitch, you three be on guard. Roger that. 3 burly, heavily armed men rushed out the moment the door opened, one in each of the 3 directions, front and left, with their guns raised on guard. Safe, safe, safe. With a nod toward the boss, James and John raised their rifles in their hands and walked out the door. Approaching the dumped pickup truck, the rain crackled against their helmets and body armor. At this moment, Gu Mingson hid in the shadows, observing their every move. The duo approached the car and found Aaron passed out in the driver's seat. Boss, there's a man in the car, shot in the chest, isn't he? Su Tianchang had shown them Gu Mingson's photo, and after James recalled it, he confirmed that the person in the car was not Gu Mingson. He was about to report back when there was a sudden drop in his ear. As an experienced international mercenary, he was more than familiar with this voice. Chapter 43, He's coming. Boom! All of a sudden, the flames burst into the sky. Bombs may not be powerful, but the power generated by the explosion of this fully fueled pickup truck is not to be underestimated. James and John were instantly enveloped in flames, a cry for help too late. The 3 men guarding the doorway were also toppled to the ground by the shockwave of the explosion. And the only thing the people in the room felt was a wave of heat. James, John, but the boss did not receive any echo. The people present in the heart are clear. The power of this kind of explosion. The 2 are in the center. The chances of survival are extremely low. Shulk,
Are you guys okay?
He returned his gaze to the three men collapsed in the doorway.
Shulk stood up shakily and immediately looked over at Beta and Mikey who were doing the same. We're fine, boss, and beckoned toward the house. Oh, bang, Mitch. As everyone watched, Mitch was shot in the head and fell to the ground dead. Bang bang, shook, Beta, D, asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is it?
Someone's emotions instantly got out of control and they picked up their gun and stormed out.
Vern, stop. Boss stops it in one hand. Let go. I want to avenge them. Pa dash. With a resounding slap, Vern quieted down. Along with the rest of his stupid teammates, Boss swept a circle with his eyes sternly, and the crowd unconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to meet their eyes. From the first day you joined Blackhawk, you should have known that this moment would come sooner or later. So calm down now.
He was equally enraged by the sudden murder of his team members,
but as chief, he had to be calm. As you can see, that guy is tough to deal with, and I don't want to see any more people die, so I want you. Bang! Another shot rang out and the house was instantly in chaos. Move! Move! Find cover! Damn!
Where was the shot fired? Boss cursed and quickly ducked behind a pillar.
Well, seems to be upstairs. Upstairs? In the midst of the confusion, a curse came over the intercom. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tom.
Boss was shocked in his mind that Tom was one of the very people in charge of lookouts on the third floor.
Jerry, what's going on upstairs? What happened to Tom? He's dead. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boss punched the pillar. Any sign of the enemy? No, but I'm sure he's on the third floor right now, and I need backup. Okay, you stay put. I'll send someone to. Right away. Bang! At the sound of the gunshot,
the boss's fingers that had fallen to the third man lurched.
Jerry? Jerry, what's the situation? Come in, please.
Yet there was a dead silence across the room.
Boss's heart sank.
The panic in his eyes flickered and turned to viciousness.
You three go up there and check it out.
The three of them were stunned.
From the current situation,
the guy upstairs was by no means a good guy.
Without even showing their faces,
they had already lost 7 brothers, but under the gaze of the boss's ruthless gaze, the three of them still walked stiffly towards the stairs.
With each step, their hearts seemed to jump out of their throats. Stepping onto the third floor,
the lights were out and it was unusually silent, with only the sound of their light footsteps and breathing.
Feeny, did you notice anything unusual? Maybe. It's too quiet. It's the instinct of a fellow hunter that when things go wrong, there's a ghost. Boss couldn't help but frown, hesitating to let the three return. But just then,
a scream came from the third floor.
Ah!
The scream made Boss's heart clench instantly.
Finny, what's happening? He shouted over the intercom. However, there was only the nuisance sound of electricity on the intercom,
and no other response. The boss gritted his teeth, knowing that these three were afraid that they had already followed in the footsteps of the previous few. The atmosphere in the room became more and more tense and depressing, and the group of hardened men who had made their way through the gunfire actually felt a hint of fear.
Not afraid of pig-like teammates, only afraid of ghost-like opponents. Zip, zip, zip. Boss's expression was pleased and he hurriedly picked up his walkie-talkie. Finn, which one is he? There are 3 bodies lying here. The boss froze, then growled angrily. Who are you? What have you done with them?
There was a sneer from across the room,
as if mocking him for knowingly asking. You are bold.
This statement sounds a bit puzzling.
When he was puzzled, the other party added, what is China to you mercenaries? Has no one ever told you? Boss's mind reeled, remembering a legend he had once heard. About 10 years ago, the Gods Armed Mercenary Corps, once the #1 internationally recognized mercenary group, was hired to go to China on a kidnapping mission. During this period, the behavior was even more rampant, resulting in dozens of deaths and injuries, after which the Chinese officials suppressed the matter because they were concerned about the impact of public opinion. However, the armed forces of God consider the Chinese nation to be deceivable and have made great mockery of it at the international level. Just when everyone thought that the incident would end with China's silence, what happened immediately afterward shocked the entire world. Overnight, the entire armed forces of God, and the super rich man behind him, were all wiped out. There was no evidence pointing to China, but it was clear to everyone that only China had the reason and the strength to do it, and those forces that had been associated with them were all silenced, saying nothing about this matter. Since then, China was considered a forbidden place for all mercenaries, and no one dared to venture into it easily. The reason why the boss appeared here was that the money given by the Su family was really tempting, and secondly, this time it was not a mission like kidnapping that disturbed the social order of China or something like that. Gu Mingsen, who the hell are you? Come out if you have the guts. Gu Mingsen, an ordinary Chinese citizen with 7 years of military history. Other than that there were no bright spots on his profile.
When he received this protection mission, the boss only thought it was $10 million for nothing and agreed without hesitation. But today, he doesn't know who to blame. Blame the Su family for hiding Gu Mingxin's true identity? Or blame yourself for being too gullible? Ha! The sneer was slightly unnerving. It doesn't matter who I am. So, we're here. So what can you do? The boss talks and delays while directing his teammates to touch up and try to catch his opponent off guard. Are you sure you still want your men to come up here and die? They weren't Chinese. And killing them didn't make Gu Mingxin feel a single ounce of guilt. There was a flash of shock in boss's eyes, wondering how the other man knew so much about their every move. Nonetheless, he did not stop his men who were about to go upstairs. Gu Mingxin was like a ghost in the darkness of the night, not knowing when he would jump out and take the life of one of them. So by sitting on their hands they will only die faster. Chapter 44, Ghosts in the Darkness. It stopped raining. The entire estate took on an eerie silence. Ring ring ring. Hey, it's Li Jian. What's up? I had just felt sleepy when I was woken up by the bell and couldn't help but be a little annoyed. Team Li, something's happened at the manor. We got a call that there was a fierce gunfight inside and a lot of people were dead. Li Jian was jolted into instant sobriety. Hanging up the phone, he quickly put on his jacket. Attention all units. Gather at the gate immediately. Does Team Li want to wait for the SWAT team to come before acting? This person was one of the members who had learned Gu Mingxin's methods at the hospital and was still afraid of him. Li Jian hesitated slightly, but thought of his status as a police officer. You take one team outside, responsible for guarding and blocking the scene to prevent unrelated people from entering. The rest of you follow me in. The men had no choice but to watch as Li Jian led a group of people into the manor. In the meantime, on the third floor, Gu Mingxin stood in a corner of the corridor, almost merging with the darkness, gazing at each of the mercenaries that walked past him. His eyes were cold and sharp. He waited, waiting for the moment to strike. Finally, he strikes. People in a state of mental stress tend to ignore the slightest movement beside them. Like a ghost, Gu Mingxin silently approached a mercenary and locked his hands violently around the opponent's throat. With a gentle twist, only a click was heard, and the mercenary didn't even have time to make a sound. His entire body went limp. He gently put the mercenary down and continued to hide in the darkness, waiting for the next moment to strike. The other mercenaries didn't notice and were still probing deeper into the third floor. It's kind of weird. It's so quiet around here. The others were instantly tightened in their hearts and became even more vigilant. However, what they don't know yet is that the shadow of death is looming over them a little bit. Every few seconds, one of them loses his life. Kate, I kind of regret coming to China. Me too. I thought it would be easy to make a killing. Now it seems. Yeah, James and John were probably unrecognizable to their mothers from the explosion just now. They are professionally trained to carry out their duties and normally do not discuss such disturbing words. But now, the other party had taken the lives of a quarter of their team members with just a slight strike. It was counted as one of the trickiest enemies of the Black Eagle Mercenary Corps since its inception. They can only ease their inner anxiety by talking. Kate, do you think he's hiding in the shadows spying on us right now? Who knows? Suddenly, Kate's hair stood on end in a sweat, an omen of approaching danger that he was all too familiar with. Without waiting for him to respond, a cool palm attached itself to his throat. There was only time to curse in his mind, and in the next second, his neck lulled and he completely lost consciousness. Kate? Halfway through the sentence there was no sound, and his teammates were puzzled and called out, but there was no response. Then realizing something was wrong, and not bothering to police the direction he belonged to, he turned his flashlight to shine it at where Kate was. But where was Kate? Not only that, but they found an even more frightening situation. What about this? Other people? Everyone was so shocked by this bizarre scene that their mouths opened wide, but they couldn't make a single sound. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Alert! Attention alert! Stress reactions were triggered and everyone was immediately alerted to their surroundings with a million hearts, but the fear inside was still spreading uncontrollably and wildly. All, report. 1, 2, 6. No more? The man's eyes widened in disbelief, and some even shivered uncontrollably, their guns going unsteady. What the hell? I remember there were 13 of us when we came up here. The little chief glared at the man. You're the only one who knows how to count. In this case, specific numbers will only add to the panic of the rest. Sure enough, the next second someone couldn't help but break into a fit of rage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where the hell is he hiding? This is the question mark over everyone's head. Shut up. Everyone listen. From now on, if you see anything unusual, just shoot. He didn't need to say it. The others would do the same. But this roar slightly eased some of the fear in the hearts of the others. Laron, what should we do next? Even if a fly couldn't get into their realm circle right now, it wasn't a permanent solution after all. The other guy still has a gun in his hand.
A gun? Legrand suddenly realized a serious problem. Could the other side be firing a shot in the dark at them? The answer is yes.
What was even more frightening was that the number of people they had left now was just enough for one magazine.
And if the other party was an extremely accurate shooter, they couldn't help but end up with a surplus. All of you, back to back,
prevent the other side from shooting in the dark.
Just then, a black shadow swept over their heads and lunged towards one of them.
The man only had time to let out a muffled grunt before his throat bone was shattered. Everyone did not expect the other party to strike so quickly and accurately, but the stress reflexes developed over the years caused them to move their muzzles in unison.
Asterisk. Don't fire.
Legrand's words were drowned out in the dense gunfire halfway through, and he had no choice but to personally step forward and press the guns in their hands one by one.
Stupid. Who told you to shoot?
Asterisk.
Wasn't it you who said to just shoot if there's anything out of the ordinary?
The panic had been building up for a long time,
and some people couldn't hold back from letting it out any longer. But there was also the possibility that they were justifying their behavior of shooting at their teammates. With a great enemy at his side,
Legrand had no intention of arguing with him.
You shut the up.
This is not the time to argue.
The other man was silent, not nodding or shaking his head.
Only his face became harder, and he was the one who had just yelled fire.
Leron pushed the guy away,
his flashlight falling to the body of his teammate on the ground,
run through by dozens of bullets.
He was not given time to reminisce, for there were only the bodies of his teammates on the ground.
Where's Gu Mingsun?
It was clear that the other party was once again hiding in the darkness before they could fire,
floating around like a ghost. Everyone gulped in unison. Their reaction just now wasn't slow.
The other party was able to dodge it, and of course there was a possibility that the other party had predicted the movements of themselves and the others.
Is this still human? Lo Lang's forehead was even more cold and sweaty,
and he had the intention to leave the third floor, but he just didn't know if Gu Mingsun would give them a chance.
After only a moment's hesitation,
he made his decision.
All hands, listen up, don't disorganize, move in an orderly fashion towards the stairs. Lo Lang heart clear,
with the other party's means, stay put only one death.
Retreat there is a chance of survival. Chapter 45. Heavy casualties.
All of them formed a circle and slowly moved towards the staircase, always on guard against enemies who suddenly killed them from the shadows.
However, would Gu Mingsun let them leave so easily?
Just as they had taken a few steps, there was a slight clatter from the southeast corner of the second-floor living room.
Without even bothering to see what it was,
the crowd subconsciously pulled the trigger in that direction.
Bang 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 bang. The muzzle flame obscured their vision,
and Legrand was the first to react, taking his finger off the trigger and gathering his eyes.
Cease fire. It's an enemy decoy.
The crowd froze and subconsciously released the trigger as well.
But the next second, bang, 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 bang.
Legrand reacted most quickly, going prone toward the back of the living room couch the instant the first shot rang out. The others weren't slow either,
but they still couldn't outrun the bullets. And in the end,
as a result of the sacrifices of 3 of their teammates,
the remaining 3 were able to survive.
Oh,
seeing the tragic situation of his teammate's head being blown off, one man couldn't help but curse.
Leron covered his mouth.
Shut up. Don't make a sound if you don't want to die. Turn off the flashlight. At that moment, the entire living room was completely overshadowed by the shadow of death.
Gu Mingsun remained hidden in the darkness,
like a beast waiting for an opportunity. The sound of the 3 men's breathing was loud and clear in the silence.
What do we do?
Le Long, a man asked in a shaky voice.
Leron gritted his teeth.
Wait for your chance. He himself didn't know what chance he was waiting for. His opponent was so powerful that it was suffocating.
The only desire now was to get off the damn third floor and back to the first.
That was all. Zip zip zip. Leron, what happened?
Suddenly, the voice of the boss within the intercom was like a ray of light in the darkness,
bringing him a glimmer of hope. Boss, help! We're trapped on the third floor. We need backup.
At these words, the opposite boss's face turned green.
Listen to what you're saying. There's only one person on the other side, and there's a dozen of you.
The boss on the first floor had just heard only intermittent gunfire coming from the third floor and didn't know exactly what was happening,
so it wasn't clear where the remaining 3 were currently.
Just subconsciously assumed that 12 against 1.
The advantage was mine. What the hell is going on?
Tell me clearly. If it wasn't for the fact that it was his boss across the table,
Leland would probably have broken into a fit of rage. The enemy was at his side,
and perhaps even at this moment the gun was pointed at one of them, and he was asked to make the situation clear.
Boss, speed. We are now.
Oh,
bang.
Stairs.
Move. Legrand. Boss called out 3 times in a row.
but the only sounds on the other side were the disorganized footsteps and shrieks of his two remaining teammates. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boss angrily slams his walkie-talkie on the floor. At this point, the two mercenaries on the third floor had completely lost their courage to resist. Just now, Legrand was talking to the first floor boss, and the duo were expecting support from Legrand's mouth. However, the other party suddenly broke into a curse as he spoke, and without waiting for the duo to react to what was going on, they witnessed Lelon being shot in the head. Fear was like an invisible hand, instantly strangling their throats, opening their mouths wide but unable to make a single sound. Just subconsciously turning his head, he saw the devil-like Gu Mingson standing behind them, maintaining the action of shooting. In their instinct for survival, the pair quickly lunged to either side and quickly got up to make a mad dash for the stairs. However, the duo was not Gu Mingson and could not be faster than a bullet. Bang! Bang! The duo fell to the ground, adding a new pool of blood to the third floor, and in the last moment of dissipation of consciousness, there are many images floating in the mind. There is the spiritedness before coming to China. There is the process of meeting and falling in love with his wife and entering into marriage, and there is also a beautiful and lovely daughter. So far, 12 people, all gone. When he was sure that the mercenary leader would not send anyone else to die, Gu Mingson finally stepped out of the darkness. Looking around at the cultivated third floor, there was not the slightest fluctuation of emotions in his eyes. He'd given them a chance, but they hadn't appreciated it. Brother Sam, the police are out. There's not much time left. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Should have shot those guys that ran out. It's too late to say anything now, so let's think about how to deal with it next. Perhaps it was the heavy rain just now that caused those in the woods who should have been unconscious for an hour or two to awaken at the predicted time. This was something Gu Mingson and the four blackbirds behind him hadn't anticipated, but the immediate priority was to find Su Tingting. When the police would come, Gu Mingson wasn't very worried at first, because from the beginning to the end, he had never thought of confronting the police. Where is Su Tingting now? Gu Mingson's calmness infected the four blackbirds, who immediately quieted down as well. The utility room on the southwest side of the first floor hides the entrance to a safe house where all of the Su family members are now hiding. Aha! Responding softly, he wasted no time in heading for the stairway, but didn't go straight down to the first floor. Came to a certain guest bedroom on the second floor, opened the window, leapt down, landed steadily, if not carefully, could not hear a sound. At the moment, part of the mercenaries on the first floor were focused on the stairway, and part of them were on the boss. He was the backbone of the entire mercenary group, and faced with such a situation, there was an urgent need for him to respond. Unbeknownst to me, the boss has also been a muggle for a long time. From 2, 3, 6, and 12 at the beginning, the mercenary group's casualties had come to 2/3. This is since the establishment of the Black Eagle has never been, and the originator of all this, Gu Mingson alone. For a long moment, the boss clenched his teeth. Listen up everyone, abandon all guarded areas and assemble in front of the utility room. This was not an option. There was not yet an accurate judgment of how strong the other party was, but the movements were truly bizarre and unpredictable. He had long since lost the ease and comfort he felt when he first arrived in China, replaced by anxiety and nervousness. Utility room door. You four guard the door. You four and I will go in. The utility room isn't very big and it's too crowded to go in all the way. A flash of panic flashed across the faces of the four men ordered to guard the doorway. A series of encounters with their teammates had long since emboldened them. The only way to feel some sense of security is to have everyone together. Hans, listen. If you see anything out of the ordinary, don't hesitate. Just shoot. It's kind of familiar. Exactly what Laron said to the others on the third floor. Except, they're all dead. Hans looked deeply at the boss, knowing he had no choice. It was also understood that the utility room was not 100% safe, and that all of them gathered together did not hinder the man from killing. Chapter 46. Bang dash. Bang dash. Bang 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 bang. Outside the room, Li Jian was about to get out of the car when he was instantly startled by the string of gunshots and shrank back. Take cover. Take cover. A bit redundant, as his men reacted more quickly than he did. It's not surprising. A few $1,000s a month. What's the point of fighting for your life? Soon Li Jian realizes that the gunshots are coming from inside the house, and instantly realizes that a gunfight is going on inside. They actually had rifles. Li Jian was very shocked, knowing that China was a country that banned guns. Even a pistol was not an easy thing to get. But when he thought of the power of the Su family in China, he didn't feel strange again. Attention all. The target is likely to have a weapon in his hands. If he is found to show any signs of resistance, shoot him without asking for permission. All nodded solemnly and loaded their bullets. Li Jian led the creeping advance to the doorway, his attention distracted for a few seconds by the scene here. Exploding vehicle,
2 bodies burned to black charcoal in the corner. 3 bodies at the foot of a shotgun blast to the head. Entering the hall on the first floor, I was expecting a more bloody and horrific scene inside, but it was surprisingly clean. Meanwhile, inside the utility room, who the hell are you? With death looming over him, the boss was surprisingly calm, perhaps having anticipated this day. I just didn't realize it was in China. I'll give you guys a chance. Oh, can I see your face? So far, they had never seen Gu Mingsen's real face, and the only impression they had was the photo provided by their employer, the Su family. But he was answered by raising the muzzle of the gun a few degrees. Bang! The boss falls to the ground, dead. Brother Sam, the police are moving fast. They seem to have entered the house. Without the need for Blackbird to remind him, the commotion outside the utility room had already reached Gu Mingsen's ears. Without the slightest panic, he then pulled a Nokia push-button cell phone out of his pocket. After some maneuvering, drip dash, outside the door at the corridor. What's that noise? The shot that Gu Mingsen had used to terminate the boss just now had caused alarm bells to ring in their hearts, and it wasn't until the gunfire had stopped that they once again raised their guns towards the miscellaneous room and carefully surrounded it. Li Jian walked at the front, taking every step with extreme caution. Everyone else was also highly tense, and at this moment this sudden drop, even more so, their hearts were in their throats. What's that noise? It should be the sound of something. Li Jian's face changed drastically and he shouted sharply, "There's a bomb! Get down!" The crowd reacted, but it was too late, only to hear a boom sound. A strong shockwave swept over, instantly toppling the crowd in the corridor. Fortunately, Gu Mingsen's purpose in arranging the bombs was only to delay the police and did not mix lethal killers into the bombs. Meanwhile, the safe house was a mess. Although the people inside couldn't see what was going on outside, they could tell from the constant gunfire that the exchange between the two parties must have been very intense. Su Tiancheng, as well as the other Su family belts, began to silently pray that Gu Mingsen would be captured and killed alive, or even worse, that he would be defeated. As long as they were allowed to pass through this night peacefully, Su Tiancheng would definitely increase his pursuit of Gu Mingsen, not to mention $10 million, even if it was 50 million, 100 million, no two ways about it. Dad, Mom, I'm scared. Su Tingting shivered and snuggled into her mother's arms. She was afraid. She was really afraid. She was still young and had a lot of good time left to enjoy. She didn't want to die so early, beginning to regret the things she had done to Gu Linlin. If she could turn back time, she would definitely not repeat the mistakes she had made, making friends with her best and taking her with her. But, is late. Kada. The locking wheel inside the iron gate began to turn. Someone opened the door outside. Could it be Solo? Solo was none other than the boss of the Black Eagle mercenaries. This thought was vetoed by Su Tiancheng just after it flashed. Before he came in, Solo warned him that whoever was outside would have to wait until tomorrow at 12 noon to open the iron gate. But it's not even dawn yet, and the door has both internal and external locks, so it can't be opened without the cooperation of the people inside. Master? The butler looked to Su Tiancheng for instructions. With just a look from Su Tiancheng, the butler understood everything and his expression instantly froze. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, protect his lordship. The two men quickly drew their guns and aimed them at the closed steel door. Dad, what's going on? It's out there. Su Tiancheng nodded with a heavy face. Panic spread quickly, and Su Tingting, who was on the verge of collapse, could no longer hold back and cried out with a wow sound. It's him! It must be him! What to do? Dad, help me! I don't want to die. Ooh! His granddaughter's noise annoyed Su Tiancheng unusually. Shut up! If you knew it would come to this, why did you do it in the first place? With that, he glared at his own son, as if to chastise him for how he managed his daughter. The son secretly screamed bitterly, and in his heart he spat out, usually the one who favors this girl the most. It seems to be your old man. But the old father's majesty was there. He didn't dare to be rebellious. He could only turn around and pacify his daughter. Ting Ting, don't worry. This security door was built by your grandfather at great expense, unless it is used with explosives. Suddenly, the sound of the door lock turning disappeared. Su's father immediately gave his daughter a look expression. Even if this guy is powerful, he's still a human being. It's impossible. Drip dash. The crowd in the room froze. What's that noise? Next, boom. The impact of the powerful explosion shook the entire safe house, and all but 2 of the bodyguards stumbled and fell to the ground. Su father's brain directly down. Just said it hit the face. Don't panic. This door is absolutely solid, even with explosives. Drip dash. I'm Nima. Boom. No matter how strong the gate is, it can't withstand such continuous bombardment. Furthermore, the quality of this gate, others are not clear, but the housekeeper Lao Qin's heart is bright. After the second bombardment, there were already visible cracks on the four walls, and the debris that fell from the top of their heads hit the Su family members, causing them to stifle a cry of pain. Su Tiancheng secretly said that it was not good. One more time, even if this door was strong enough, the walls on all sides could not stand it. When the butler saw this scene, his heart was not shocked but pleased, thanks to the master's initial ill consideration, or else his embezzlement of funds for the construction of the safe house would have been exposed. As the shock of the second explosion dispersed, calm returned to the safe house, but Su Tiancheng knew clearly that it was only temporary. Solo had asked him for a large quantity of explosives, giving the reason for arranging them in corners of the estate where it was easy to hide them. In fact, the real reason is to carry the exit after the mission. Su Tiancheng saw it, but did not care, as long as they do not make things in the territory of China. Let him go. I just didn't realize that I would end up lifting a rock and stoning myself. Chapter 47, Give her to me. Open the door. What? The housekeeper looked at Su Tiancheng with an incredulous expression. Dad, what are you talking about? Everyone thought they were hallucinating, but when they saw Su Tiancheng's serious expression, their hearts sank. Open the door. There was a deep sense of helplessness and anger in his tone. Su Tiancheng was a killing and decisive character when he was young, although he is now old and his sharpness is not strong. But when it really comes to the survival of the Su family, anyone and everything has to step aside. At this moment, it was as if he was turning back into the cold-blooded and ruthless Su Tiancheng from before. Su Tiancheng knew exactly what Gu Mingxin wanted, and for that he had slaughtered more than 100 people. There was no way he would give up just because of a door. So, you can only give up Su Tingting. He's angry. He knew that his days were numbered and he only wanted to enjoy his last moments in heaven, so he doted extremely on Su Tingting and his brother. The culprit for all this was none other than Gu Mingxin outside the door. Dad, you're crazy. He won't let Tingting go. Su Tingting was shielded by her father. Master, Youngwu is right. Meeting Su Tiancheng's cold eyes, the butler's words came to an abrupt end. The other side has explosives in their hands. We have no choice. The hearts of the crowd sank. There was no guarantee that the safe house would withstand a third blast, even if it was barely tolerated. There was a fourth and fifth time. That doesn't. Su Tiancheng glared viciously at his son. With little Wang and little Li here, there is still a chance of survival if we open the door. But if we don't, we'll surely die. Seeing that still no one had made a move. Old Qin, open the door. The butler secretly grumbled. If Xiao Wang and Xiao Li could subdue Gu Mingxin, everything would be fine. Otherwise, Su Zhengyu would inevitably be angry with him in the future. But now that Su Tiancheng has spoken, the butler does not dare to disobey. The butler stepped forward to open the door, while nodding and giving a wink to Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, who had their guns raised and on guard. The two understood, adjusted their stance slightly, and stared intently at the iron door. Their fingers tightened on the trigger, ready to fire at a moment's notice. The door opened slowly with a dull thud. Su Tingting clutched the corner of her father's coat with a death grip, her body shaking like a sieve. The moment the door opened, the butler dodged to one side, giving Wang and Li room to fire. However, half a day passed. Why aren't you shooting? His heart felt bad, and he hurriedly turned to look at the two of them, and was relieved to see that nothing had happened to them. Then he followed the pair's line of sight towards the door, which was empty, and no, there was a body lying in a pool of blood, the back of the body's head facing them, and they could only tell it was the body of one of those mercenaries by the way it was dressed. The bloody hole in the back of the body's head was clearly visible in the light of the house lights, causing a wave of revulsion. Su Tingting's mournful screams echoed in the room, making the already tense atmosphere even more oppressive and frightening. Su Tiancheng was also stunned, his brows deeply furrowed, because the safe house was independently powered. It was dimly lit outside, and what could be seen was extremely limited by the little light that came through the house. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were highly nervous and stared at the door, not daring to be the slightest bit lax. Without realizing it, overstressing is more likely to lead to loopholes. Bar dash. Bang! 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 The two men subconsciously fired their guns, and the butler was calmer and called for a halt. The gunshots stopped and the butler was about to see what was making the noise, but the next second, bang bang, only to see Gu Mingxin like a ghost actually hanging down upside down from the top of the iron door, quickly firing 2 shots, knocking out the guns in the hands of the 2 people in the room who were the most threatening to him. Shot in the arm. The pair couldn't help but let out a cry of pain, but quickly relented and tried to touch the gun with his other intact arm. Gu Mingxin obviously wouldn't give the duo a chance. Bang bang, 2 more shots were fired, rendering the duo completely incapacitated. The steward hesitated for 3 seconds, quickly scrutinized the situation before him, and made his decision instantly. Pounce, take the gun, rise, aim, bang. The butler may have been professionally trained, But unfortunately he met Gu Mingsun. The butler fell to the ground with a cry of pain, covering his shot arm and looking at Gu Mingsun with a determined expression. He then learned to use his other hand to touch the gun like Little Wang and Little Li, until another gunshot rang out. And then he gave up and resigned himself to the ground, still hating Gu Mingsun. By now, only the Su family was still standing in the safe house. Gu Mingsun ignored the 3 people on the ground who fell to the ground and kept muffling, and walked straight towards the Su family members led by Su Tiancheng. Su Tiancheng has been in a high position for a long time, and his aura is comparable to that of few people in the world. But when he faces Gu Mingsun directly, he exudes extreme and pure killing intent. He backed off, until he retreated to the corner and could not retreat. Gu Mingsun stopped a meter in front of him, and Su Tiancheng subconsciously touched the gun at his waist, but the other side. Laughing, the smile sent shivers down his spine, and he had a feeling that once he drew his gun, he would be the one to die. When facing an enemy directly, if the other party is expressionless, it means he is simply trying to kill you. If he smiles, then it is not just as simple as killing you. Gu Mingsun was silent, only scanning the crowd with those icy eyes. Su Tingting had long been scared out of her wits, hiding behind her father, her body shaking like a leaf in the wind, and her tears could not stop flowing. But she didn't dare to make a single sound, as if so Gu Mingsun wouldn't be able to spot her. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Mingsun was only making her feel fear and helplessness, just like how her daughter felt when she was bullied by them. Gu Mingsun, your daughter, is our Su family sorry? The response to him was still that death stare, and Su Tiancheng could only continue with a stiff upper lip. Your daughter is not without hope of waking up. Do you want her to lose her father as soon as she does? And your wife? Do you tolerate her pulling a daughter with a serious illness all by herself? As long as you spare Ting Ting, I promise you that I will not seek revenge on you, and I will give you a large sum of money to find the best doctor for your daughter. Su Tiancheng's attitude was very sincere, not to mention that he didn't dare to make any threats against Gu Mingsun. At this moment, the power of the Su family was gone. Hearing the other party mention his daughter and wife, Gu Mingsun's expression moved a bit. Not a soft heart, but more hatred. Money can buy a lot of things in this world. A privileged life, good health, but it does not include Gu Mingsun's release, which belongs to his daughter, who may in the future forgive Su Tingting for the atrocities she once committed against her. But at this moment, Gu Mingsun is convinced that only the dead deserve to be forgiven. Give me Su Tingting, or I'll kill all of you and take her away. Gu Mingsun's voice was as cold as if it came from the 9 hells, without a trace of temperature, and every word was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the Su family. Chapter 48, Unworthy of Forgiveness. Su Tiancheng's face turned pale. It seemed that Gu Mingsun was determined to make Su Tingting pay. Gu Mingsun, is that really necessary? She's still just a child. Can't you give her a chance to reform? The other party meant for them to personally push Su Tingting into the abyss. Even if Su Tiancheng was no longer cold-blooded and heartless, he would have to deliberate for a long time. But, Gu Mingsun obviously wanted to give him time to think about it. Bang! Wife. Watching his daughter-in-law get shot and fall to the ground, covering her thighs and letting out a mournful scream, Su Tiancheng's eyes were wide with rage. Don't test my patience. I gave you a chance, and it was you who didn't cherish it. Yes, originally Su Tingting, these 5 are not necessary to die. Only blame their parents or self-righteous, thinking that with the power in their hands they can solve everything. Unbeknownst to him, it was this move that caused the god of killers, who had returned to tranquility, to kill again. Now, tell me your choices. Gu Mingsun pointed his gun at Su Zhengyu, who was calming his wife, and Su Tiancheng's eyes widened. No, but the next second. Bang! Yongwu! Su Zhengyu's performance looked even worse than his wife's, screaming extremely hard. It was normal. Or had he experienced such pain in his normal pampered life? Tell me your choice. Watching Gu Mingsun turn his gun to Su Zhengyu's other thigh again, Su Tiancheng could no longer maintain his composure. Why? Why should I have to choose? When you could have just taken the person. The hysteria didn't change anything, and he was still answered by a gunshot and his son's mournful howl. Wouldn't it be too cheap for you to just kidnap her? Gu Mingsun smiled maliciously. He had come to this point basically thanks to the Su family. Demon! You demon! Humph! Not even close to the atrocities your granddaughter committed against my daughter. Gu Mingsun shifted his gun again, this time, aiming at Su Zhengyu's head. His eyes met the black hole of the gun. Su Zhengyu's breathing stopped. He couldn't even feel the pain, only endless fear. He wanted to open his mouth and persuade his father not to agree, but did not have the courage, for the price to be paid would be his life. It seems that Su Zhengyu has also made a choice in his mind. It was now up to Su Tiancheng to choose, and there wasn't much time left for him. Next shot, he'll die. Gu Mingsun gives an ultimatum that the other Chinese will be lenient and not take their lives. but Su family members thought of the first time they saw Su Jiangyu, his high and mighty, unseen attitude. This kind of person living in the world is a waste of food. So he only left Su Tiancheng 5 seconds to think about it, and once the 5 seconds were up, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. 5, 4, 3, 2, yes, bang, Yongwu, A. The fact that he was still able to let out a scream showed that Gu Mingsen hadn't killed him painfully, but the shot still hit Su Jiangyu's right arm. I promise. Su Tiancheng was extremely angry at Gu Mingsen's lack of trust, and his hand unconsciously placed itself on the butt of the gun once again. This is your punishment for being a smartass. One sentence rendered Su Tiancheng speechless. Yes, he had just been trying to stall for time, stalling until the police arrived. However, he did not expect that Gu Mingsen had already seen through his small mind, and only demolished it now, indicating that the other party must still have a backhand to deal with the upcoming police. Thinking of this, Su Tiancheng silently lowered the hand on his waist. What do you want me to do? Su Tiancheng exuded coldness. He was completely dead. It seemed that Su Tingting could not be saved today no matter what. In order to avoid Gu Mingsen's anger being directed at them, Su Tiancheng was finally ruthless enough to cooperate with Gu Mingsen. At the same time, he secretly vowed in his heart that he would make Gu Mingsen pay in the future. Gu Mingsen smiled evilly, then took out a bundle of ropes from behind his back. Tie her up. Su Tiancheng was silent, bent down to pick up the rope on the ground, and took a step towards his granddaughter. Seeing her grandfather, who was usually the most kind and tolerant, walking towards her like a demon at this moment, Su Tingting could no longer hold on and went limp on the ground. The mouth kept crying out, "Grandpa, don't. Dad. Mom, save me, ah. Don't, ah." She regrets it, really regretted it. If Gu Linlin hadn't been bullied, this series of events wouldn't have happened. I don't want to die. I don't want to. I don't want to. Su Tingting struggled, but realized that her grandfather's old and weak body was so strong that she couldn't break free. Grandpa, don't. I beg you. Being in fear, he did not feel that Su Tiancheng's body was also trembling uncontrollably. How cold-blooded does one have to be to hand over his granddaughter to the enemy? Su Tiancheng did it, but also suffered a huge psychological pressure. After tonight, he will certainly be subject to 1,000 accusations, but to stay alive, he had no choice. Clamping down tightly on his granddaughter, his mind had gone blank, completely forgetting what to do next. Until, come on, you don't want me to fire a second shot before the cops get here, do you? Su Tiancheng's body trembled violently. Ting ting, Grandpa is sorry. Grandpa has to live. Don't worry, Grandpa will avenge you. Grandpa, don't, let go of me, let go of. Su Tingting fought to struggle, but her delicate body could only watch as Su Tiancheng tied herself up. And feet. Su Tiancheng was stunned, looking at Su Tingting, who was on the ground with her feet flailing about. Without much hesitation, he gritted his teeth, squatted down, and bound her feet with the same rope method. Seeing this, Gu Mingsen finally smiled with satisfaction. Only the smile fell into the eyes of the other three and was very creepy. Su Tiancheng got up to get out of the way and watched as Gu Mingsen carried Su Tingting in midair like a lamb to the slaughter. Anger almost drowned him, and if eyes could kill, he thought Gu Mingsen would have been cut by 1,000 knives at this moment. Don't, Uncle, I was wrong. I really know I'm wrong. I'm still a child. Please, forgive me. I'll never dare again. But what responded to her was Gu Mingsen's cold to the extreme eyes. A look she had seen, more than once, only this time, it brought her endless fear. Su Tingting's pearly expression did not let Gu Mingsen have the slightest softness, but instead provoked him to hate him even more. That's what their own daughters looked like when they begged for forgiveness. But what did they do? So no matter how much this person repents and begs for forgiveness, he cannot be forgiven. Gu Mingsen turned toward the door. Su Tingting was still struggling, looking at her family with supplication. Su Tiancheng's heart was also struggling. His hand was once again placed on the butt of the gun, but he was hesitant to draw it. He dare not bet. Chapter 49, Hostage-taking, Police Car Shooting. Gu Mingsen, stop, let go of the hostage. As soon as he came out, he ran head-on into the police led by Li Jian. The explosion that had just taken place had directly collapsed the only corridor to the utility room, and the police had wasted a lot of time just clearing a path. Are you sure? Gu Mingsen smiled teasingly and lifted the Su Tingting he was carrying upwards, as if he was showing something to the police. Li Jian's eyes instantly bulged, as if he had seen something terrible. Nobody shoot. There's a bomb on the hostage. What? The crowd was alarmed, all subconsciously moving away from the trigger for fear of going off. Back up. Li Jian no longer dared to say anything to let go of the hostage, and could only watch as Gu Mingsen took one step forward and his side took one step back. Damn it! What do we do? He ran his brain frantically, but could never come up with a foolproof solution. So far, it appeared that what was strapped to Su Tingting was a pull ring bomb, with the pull ring tied to Gu Mingsen's left hand. Once he shot Gu Mingsen, he would inevitably let go and detonate the bomb on Su Tingting at the same time. Unless, while striking down, he steps forward to support the falling Suttling. But this move in the presence of the police, obviously unrealistic, even if it is making a movie. The protagonist in it is also after countless times of rehearsal, before presenting the audience the most perfect one. Captain Lee, tell your men to put their guns down. Aren't you tired of holding them up like that? Tired? Tired. My ass. Li Jian was unfazed by Gu Mingsen's flirting. Gu Mingsen shrugged, then took another step. As you wish, but please note that you better not come within 5 meters of me, or else. Southend, who seemed to raise her left hand provocatively, waved it toward the police. Rampant. Li Jian cursed, but to no avail. Gu Mingsen entered. They retreated, entered again, retreated again, and so stalemated to the first floor hall, and then to the outside of the house. You won't get away with this. As long as you're still in the country, we'll apprehend you sooner or later. Li Jian clenched his fists, very unwilling. Should he let it escape again this time? Gu Mingsen smiled disdainfully. Escape? I never wanted to run away. My goal was always just to avenge my daughter's death. You're right. But before that, I must fulfill my revenge. Do you realize they are still children? If everyone was like you, what would be the point of having laws? This society would have been in chaos long ago. Li Jian tries to awaken Gu Mingsen's conscience, not realizing that it will only backfire. Is my daughter not a child? Li Jian was intimidated by Gu Mingsen's sudden outburst of aura and lost his words for a moment. Do they deserve to be called children? For what they did, they're not even as good as. Such people are a waste of food to live in the world and only bring suffering to others. They are the tumors and evil sores of this world. Everyone must be punished. Listening to Gu Mingsen's accusation, some among the police began to move. All of these have handled the Gu Linlin bullying case and have seen with their own eyes the videos taken during Gu Linlin's bullying. But anyone who still had justice in their hearts felt great joy at Gu Mingsen's actions. Gu Mingsen, no matter what the other party has done, it has to be tried in a court of law. You're a soldier. Don't you even understand that? Justice may be late, but it will come. Of all the police officers who had been involved in the bullying case, I'm afraid that Jian Li was the only one who hadn't been affected by Gu Mingsen's emotions. Ha, court. Gu Mingsen's eyes were stern, looking straight at Jian Li as if he had already seen through him. Li Jian inexplicably felt a pang of weakness in his eyes and voluntarily dodged. You know exactly what role you're filling in this process, so don't give me any lectures here. I don't go after you people because I still have feelings for this country and don't want to make things worse. Jian Li's body trembled. Just in that instant, he felt a killing intent from the other party, as if he would be dead in the next second. You, whom? The stern eyes carrying endless killing intent struck again, causing Li Jian to sweat and stagger back 2 steps. Luckily, a teammate assisted him in time so he didn't make a fool of himself. But the next second, he saw that Gu Mingsen was holding a hostage towards a police car, and immediately saw through the other party's intentions, hastily suppressing the panic in his heart. Gu Mingsen. Even if you don't think about yourself, have you thought about your wife and daughter? You're the only one on top, and it's easy for you to kill someone. Pat yourself on the back, and then leave this mess to your wife alone? Gu Mingsen was on his feet. If someone had told him those words before, he might have been swayed, but it was too late now. The knife is sheathed and stained with blood, but it was the difference between killing one more and one less. What to choose? Gu Mingsen made his decision after only a moment's hesitation. Continuing to walk expressionlessly toward the police car, he ignored the murderous gunfire all around him. Gu Mingsen. Jian Li had no choice but to watch Gu Mingsen open the car door. At this time, Su Tingting struggled even more, as if she knew that once she broke away from the police, the only thing waiting for her was death. Looking at the writhing like a silkworm chrysalis in his hand, Gu Mingsen felt some pleasure. If I had known it would come to this, why would I have done it? It's too late to know fear now. Unfortunately, just in case, Gu Mingsen still intended to let Su Tingting sleep for a while, and attached his right hand to her neck and gently pressed it. Su Tingting only felt a numbness in her neck, her brain sank, and then she lost consciousness, taking him from the driver's seat to the passenger side, during which time his left hand never left the pull tab without showing the police the slightest hint of a brake. The good thing is that the car is an automatic, which saves a lot of effort to drive. Well, any angle of fire? There was, but the other man's left hand never left the bomb puller. Li Jian sniffing heart anxious. Once let Gu Mingsen start the vehicle driving to the highway. Certainly born a lot of unforeseen changes. Together with the help of the mysterious hacker behind it, there is a high probability that the other party will escape. The engine started. Li Jian hurriedly ordered his men to get into the car to track. How to rescue the hostages can be put aside first. The priority is not to let Gu Mingsen escape from their line of sight. With a roar, the police car driven by Gu Mingsen rushed out like a reined-in wild horse, the tires rubbing violently against the ground with ear-piercing sounds, leaving 2 scorched black traces on the road. Li Jian looked at the vehicle that was going absolutely nowhere, and immediately yelled at his men in the driver's seat, "Quickly chase after it! Never lose them!" In a flash, the sound of sirens cut through the sky, and several police cars chased after Gu Mingsen in the direction he had fled like arrows from a string. Gu Mingsen's gaze was cold, the scenery outside the car window swept by like a phantom, but his heart was as calm as stagnant water, because this revenge is about to come to an end. Chapter 50, Another Turmoil. At the same time, a notice suddenly appeared on the websites of major online platforms, and with great speed, it rushed to the first place on the home page list. The second trial will begin promptly at 7 o'clock this morning, so stay tuned. It was accompanied by a video of the very same intercepts of Gu Mingsen's first live trial. At this time is more than 2 o'clock in the morning. Most of the Chinese netizens are in the middle of sleep. Only a small number of people see. Even so, after word of mouth and bombardment of phone calls, the number of viewers of this notice had come to tens of millions in just 2 hours, and growing at a rate of 10% per minute. The time came to 3 o'clock in the morning, and the whole city fell into a deep sleep as if it were covered by a huge black curtain. However, underneath the silence, a storm of information is sweeping through with breakneck force. Lin Xiao was a night owl, plus she didn't have any classes tomorrow morning, and was huddled under the covers, brushing up on her dramas, when a sudden push popped up at the top of the screen, causing her to instantly widen her eyes. A second trial? What the hell is this? Curiosity got the better of her and she clicked into the video link of that announcement, and her heartbeat steeply accelerated as Gu Mingsen stabbed down the first back with a dagger in his hand. This thing is a blast. Lin Xiao sat up straight in excitement, her fingers flying across the screen, forwarding the announcement to various chat groups, and not forgetting to include families. The big melon is here. In just a few minutes, Lin Xiao's cell phone was bombarded with messages. The college housemate group was alive with message alerts. These were people who were as refreshed as she was at the end of the night. Is this for real? The trial is still live? Don't the police care? Either it's hype or the other side is so powerful that the police can't do anything about it. It's not like it's fake. And I watched the first game live. It's true. It's a big deal in Shanghai. Lin Xiao replied to the message while waking up her sleeping roommate. Hurry up and get up. There's a big melon. After that voice, the other 2 roommates both woke right up without waiting for her to do anything. It's only natural to be woken up abruptly at 3 a.m. And there's no shortage of whining to go around. However, they were soon attracted by the large melon in Lin Xiao's mouth, revealing the same incredulous expression. I'm going. Do yum. Fast head. Headline. All this. How heaven-defying a background does one have to mobilize so many resources? No. Conventional means simply can't get the major platforms to cooperate, even if the other party has more background. A roommate calmly analyzed. You mean, there is only one possibility. The back end of all these platforms have been hacked. The 3 of them sucked in a breath of cold air. All of them were hacked. How good does this hacker have to be? They are not the only ones with this speculation and it is fast festering online. On top of that, another group of people were pulled out of their tender spot with a phone call. What's the situation? Didn't we say that it's already foolproof? And that the other party will never be able to hack into our backstage again? The big boss of the Douyin platform stormed out. This was already the second time the other party had entered the palace, and the last time he had caused a storm. He had taken a lot of effort to calm it down, but it's only been a few days of peace and quiet, and then it comes again. Zhengji, you swore to me before, and this is it? I'm sorry Mr. Zhang, as the head of the network security department, I take full responsibility. Initially forced to make warrants. No way to this strategy. Can only hope that the police will be able to open the second live before the other side will be arrested and brought to justice. But apparently, God did not favor him. Just as he was accepting his dismissal with open arms, his deputy Wang Chenjiao, who was beside him, stepped forward. Zhang Jia is not surprised. The workplace is full of deceit. In the face of a good opportunity to replace themselves, the other side will certainly not give up. Mr. Zhang, I don't think we can blame Supervisor Zhang for this. Aha. For a moment, Zheng Jie thought he was hallucinating. Mr. Zhang also looked at Wang Changyi with a surprised face. He had always seen the non-compliance between the head and deputy head of each department of the company. Happy to do it because it's in his favor. Today's incident, it is inevitable to find a person to come out to take the blame, before forcing Zheng Jie to make a military order, is also prepared for this. But what surprised him the most was that Wang Changyi had come out to speak for Zheng Jie. Mr. Zhang did not respond.
just looked at Wang Changyi with interest, wanting to see what this guy Gord in the end sold.
After investigation, not only are Douyin,
but this notice has appeared on the homepage list of all the nation's well-known online platforms.
What do you mean?
It shows that the strength of the hacker behind the other party is far beyond our imagination.
And even though we have greatly pulled up the importance of this hacker before, it is still underestimated judging from the results now. Zhang Jie's eyes lit up.
When a platform is hacked, it can be said that a general is incapable of tiring 3 armies, and peers laugh their teeth off. But if all of them are blacked out, we'll all be half-assed, hugging and crying together, and then we'll do what we want afterward. Mr.
Wang is right. We at least have the experience to deal with it and can face it with ease.
Yeah,
they must have their hands full and confused right now.
Mr.
Zhang instantly had a black face. What kind of strange employees were these? You're proud of yourself? That was also an error in judgment on Zhang Jie's part, and the blame lies equally with him.
Zhang Jie's heart felt cold. It seems that Zhang is always determined to let himself take the blame and give the board an explanation.
The deputy, Wang Changyi, stood out again, holding up his iframes and giving Zhang Jie "don't you worry" smile afterward.
Then he went to General Manager Zhang's side and attached himself to his ear and whispered,
"General Manager Zhang, in fact, the important thing now is not to find someone to take the blame."
A hint of surprise flashed across the bottom of Mr.
Zhang's eyes, not because his intentions were seen through, but because the other party actually said it to his face. Rather, it's about how to defuse the event perfectly or at minimal cost.
Well, Mr. Zhang cupped his chin and pondered for a moment.
Expand on that.
Wang Changyi nodded slightly and said without haste, "Your purpose of finding someone to take the blame I will not speak.
Now everyone is facing the same trouble. 50 steps laughs at 100 steps who does not say who."
Mr.
Zhang nodded slightly,
somewhat agreeing with his words.
"That's why it's so important to show how different our Djinshi are."
Mr.
Zhang understands.
This time the peers are also the same backstage hacked, and from the current situation,
they are equally helpless. That way, the shareholders can't blame him as CEO, so it doesn't matter if they find someone to take the blame or not. What matters is the subsequent solution.
As long as it is handled more seamlessly and for a smaller price than the rest of your peers,
that Mr. Zhang is not at fault, but has merit. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get a little excited, and hurriedly pacified the crowd, telling them to prepare for the aftermath.
Then his gaze lingered on Wang Changyi for 5 seconds, his eyes full of appreciation. Zhang Jie was still frozen up to this point, but he also knew that this level was thrillingly passed thanks to his own deputy.
Be grateful for it. Chapter 51 Expansion of Public Opinion. Sam, it's 5 o'clock, time to ditch the cops. Yes, Gu Mingsen directly pressed the gas pedal to the bottom, and the car's speed instantly soared to 200, catching the police who had been following his ass by surprise. Night Sun, report on the grounds. The venue equipment is all in order and ready to go live. Okay, next you'll control the traffic lights along the way and assist Sam in getting out. Roger that. The next second, the intersection ahead that was supposed to turn red was slow to do so. Hey, this stoplight is broken? What's going on? I'm in a hurry here. Hey, don't be in a hurry, old man. It should be ready soon. At this time of the day, there are already a number of cabs on the road that have gotten up early to start work. The passengers had just been calmed when a police car sped past. Yet, police cars are just arbitrary. The passenger was just about to chime in with a comment when he realized that the red light ahead had turned green. Hey, the light is green. Go. Okay, brother, you sit down. With a kick of the gas, the car started slowly, but just drove to the middle of the intersection. Nesting grass, the cab jolted, followed by the body starting to spin uncontrollably. My car. Luckily, it only hit the butt of the car, and the 2 people in the car were thrown around, not suffering any fatal injuries, just a little dizzy. Quick, contact the traffic police. Mustn't lose the man. The driver gradually came to his senses and opened his door to get out, only to realize that it was a police car that had hit the butt of his car. Harkin, shocked and angry, could not help but rush to the police standing next to the police car, shouted up, "How do you police drive? This intersection can also be crashed up. Too unreliable, right?" The police officers in the cars were also as woefully out of shape as they could be. The other side had timed it so well that almost all the police cars were blocked by traffic at this intersection, and with this delay, Gu Mingsen had already disappeared in his vehicle into the sights of the pursuing police. Brother Sam, it's already gotten away from the police for the time being, but the other side has already put in their full police force. You only have 10 minutes at most. 10 minutes? That's enough. Gu Mingsen drifted and turned into a dilapidated neighborhood. The roads in the neighborhood are narrow, and there are also many residents' private cars parked. Gu Mingsen had to slow down his car,
carefully threading his way between the gaps in these vehicles, parked the car in a hidden corner, got out, and carried Su Tingting to a domestic car. After a bit of maneuvering, it started up smoothly and took a kick of the gas toward the coordinates of the site provided by Blackbird. On the police side, after a few minutes of waiting, Li Jian finally received a reply from the traffic police. The result was that he felt a chill in his heart. The hacker behind the other side hacked the surveillance system of the traffic police team, and now the entire Shanghai city's surveillance is paralyzed. It meant that they had completely lost track of Gu Mingsen. *******. The director was also informed of this, but before he could respond, he received a call from the city secretary. Apprehend the criminals at all costs and ensure the safety of the hostages. The director heard the words. The first was all padding. It was the last sentence that mattered. Su Tingting must live. Hanging up the phone, his face grew more and more grave. At that moment, he immediately called Li Jian. Li Jian, I'll give you the power to mobilize the entire city's police force. I only have one request. Guarantee the safety of the hostages. Li Jian secretly grumbled. This request was 10,000 times harder than directly killing Gu Mingsen. Hang up, Li Jian, and then rushed to call the traffic police captain. Let it mobilize all the traffic police in all roads to set up barricades to intercept. For a time, sirens resounded through every corner of Shanghai. Traffic police quickly set up heavy barriers in the major arteries, intersections and out of the city passages, passing vehicles to conduct a strict inventory. A police car flashed its lights and whistled through the streets of the city, and the atmosphere was as tense as the depression before a storm. What's going on with all this fuss? It can't be terrorists coming into town, can it? This statement immediately caused panic among the surrounding groups of elderly people. They're all part of that demographic that doesn't frequent the internet, so they don't realize that a sensational live trial is about to begin. Grandpa, don't worry, it's not any terrorists. As the young man told the details of the incident and played the first live video recording, all the old people showed expressions of righteous indignation. If this was on my kid, I'd open his ass up. These parents are no good either, forging psychiatric certificates on the basis of their power and influence. Scenes like this one are unfolding across the country at the moment. How many fathers could do what Gu Mingsen did if it was their own children who were experiencing bullying? That's why no one thought there was anything wrong with what Gu Mingsen did, and even regarded him as a lone hero. The first thing netizens saw when they woke up and turned on their phones was that live announcement at 7 a.m. This morning, on major social media platforms, there were millions of discussions on related topics, and countless netizens showed their solidarity with Gu Mingsen in the comments sections, demanding that the police thoroughly investigate the falsification of mental illness certificates by Su Tingting's parents and severely punish those bullies. Only a very small part of the people found that the major online platform's official did not make any statement on this. According to the past situation, the government has long been out of the way, ordered the major platforms responsible for the public opinion to suppress this. Of course, the heads of the major online platforms are also suffering at this time. In the end, the pressure could only be transferred to the technical director of cybersecurity in our company, and the answer given was not satisfactory. Two possibilities. One is that the other party holds supercomputers that can crush all arithmetic power. That's unlikely. Supercomputers cost an astronomical amount of money. That leaves only one other possibility, that the other side is using a completely new algorithm that greatly reduces the arithmetic power of the computer when it is running. The second possibility is also outrageous, but at least it's not completely out of the question. All the technicians could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. If it was just a micro-innovation with commercially available algorithms, it was obvious that it could not be done to such an extent. To innovate this deeply and to this extent would be a revolution in computing. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel sorry that such a demon, comparable to a godfather-level figure in the computer field, would be involved in this fiasco. At this moment, Gu Mingsen was driving his vehicle towards the target location under the guidance of Nightsio. It was an abandoned, rotten building, surrounded by overgrown weeds and a crumbling fence so crooked that it seemed as if a gust of wind could blow it down. The building was bare of mottled concrete walls, and the window frames were crumbling like empty eyes, eerie in the dull light. Parked the car in a hidden place some distance away from the rotten tail building, vigilantly observe a glance around, to determine that there is no abnormality, before carrying Su Tingting toward the rotten tail building walked. Chapter 52 Second Trial. Entering the rotten building, a damp and moldy smell permeated the interior. Gu Mingsen carried Su Tingting up to the second floor, where there was a relatively open space where Nightsio had set up the live broadcast equipment in advance. Brother Sam, the equipment is all tuned up. 32 minutes left until the broadcast starts at 7. Good. Gu Mingsen tied Su Tingting to a chair, and in order to prevent her from waking up and screaming, she picked up a random piece of rag from the ground and stuffed it into her mouth. When this was done,
He sat down in another chair and waited quietly for 7 o'clock to come. In the headphones, Blackbird's voice sounded again. Descending star. Lin Yuan, how is the situation on your side? Do you need any help? No need. No need. A bunch of little caramels. Lin Yuan and I can handle it easily. There was a touch of uninhibitedness and confidence in the boyish voice. Be cautious. Watch out for the gutter. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. We have a brand new algorithm. It's harder than hell for them to crack it. Lin Yuan and I are keeping an eye on it. And we definitely won't let them interfere with the live broadcast. Time passed by, and it looked like the last minute was left before 7 o'clock. Countless people stared wide-eyed at the beating of the second hand. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the millions of netizens in front of their cell phone screens received, almost simultaneously, a pop-up window that the live broadcast was on. The Dark Knight trial abuser Su Tingting. Hello, everyone. I'm Gu Mingsen. It begins, as usual, with an accusation against Su Tingting, the abuser, and her elders. Just in these few minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast rooms of the major platforms climbed rapidly, almost in the blink of an eye, breaking through the 10 million mark, and soaring towards 100 million people at a terrifying speed. The netizens' messages are even more like a tidal wave. Punish people severely. The victims must be accounted for. This is too cruel. How could these people do this? Can people with power really do whatever they want? There are also some self-proclaimed righteous people who criticize Gu Mingsen's approach. Thinking is too extreme. Believe in the country, the government and the law. If everyone was like you, wouldn't this society be all messed up? You have to believe that justice may be late, but never absent. And I don't agree with your extreme approach. But it was quickly followed by strong rebuttals from other netizens. Easy for you to say. Try it on you? What does it mean that a clear-eyed person can see that the abuser's psychiatric certificate is a forgery, but he just can't find out? In the live broadcast room, the argument between the two groups of people intensified, and even Gu Mingsen, the protagonist, was temporarily ignored. Ganlin Ryu, the sailors all deserve to die. Someone couldn't help but explode with foul language, only to realize that they hadn't been banned, and all of a sudden all kinds of relatives' greetings filled the comment section of the live broadcast. Just then, an announcement popped up at the top of the broadcast. From now on, anyone who has made any inappropriate comments will be kicked off the air. Just as the crowd was pondering what words belonged to improper speech, they only saw that the accounts that had just spoken to accuse Gu Mingsen were being kicked out of the live broadcast room one by one. That's right, the 4 blackbirds struck. The live broadcast room cleared up a lot at once, and the eyes were once again placed on Gu Mingsen. Meanwhile, the police side is still in full swing trying to cut off the live feed. The technician was sweating profusely, shouting as he operated. I can't do it. The other side's technical defense is too strong. This algorithm keeps adjusting itself. We can't find a breakthrough at all. In the conference room of the police department, the chief's face was grave, looking at the live broadcast screen, and in his heart, he understood that this matter had become completely serious. Continue to find a way to cut off the live broadcast, and at the same time prepare a response plan. Once Gu Mingsen is caught, he should be dealt with immediately, and not allow public opinion to ferment further. Yes, when he left the conference room, he called Li Jian without a moment's pause to urge him on. Li Jian is also in the anxiety at this time. The city's surveillance system is paralyzed, can only rely on manpower to search bit by bit, but this speed is hard to say. Team Li, we've got something. A police officer came hurrying in with a hint of excitement on his face. Come on. Dongjiang District Jinling Street Police Station received a report. The informant said his car lost. Law enforcement police went over surprisingly in the neighborhood, found Gu Mingsen robbed that police car. Li Jian's eyes lit up and asked eagerly, which neighborhood? Fuhua neighborhood. Everyone get in the cars and head to the perimeter of the Fuhua neighborhood to canvass the area. Li Jian rushed towards the Fuhua neighborhood while giving orders to each squad through the intercom. Attention all squads, the suspect had appeared in Fuhua neighborhood, Dongjiang District, and stole a domestic car, silver, license plate number Shanghai B. Report back as soon as you find a clue. Roger that. At this time, Gu Mingsen's accusation in the live broadcast has come to an end. Well, the much-anticipated trial session is next. Gu Mingsen's expression was serious, and his eyes were filled with firmness and determination. As he slowly rose, a figure bound by ropes appeared on the air. She, none other than one of today's protagonists, Su Tingting. The live feed instantly exploded. Asterisk. Go to hell. It's a waste of food for such people to live. I'm a native of Shanghai and a father, and I strongly support Mr. Gu's approach. Otherwise living in the same city with such a demon would surely make it hard to sleep at night. Detto. +1. Su Tingting had already woken up long ago, only that her hands and feet were bound and she couldn't do anything. Her mouth was again stuffed with rags she had picked up from who knows where, and the strong taste made her retch, so she could only let out a helpless whimper. Seeing Gu Mingsen walking towards him, the image of those 4 close friends being killed by Gu Mingsen kept floating in his mind, and endless fear instantly overwhelmed him. Woo, woo, wah, like a plea for mercy, or a defense. However, Gu Mingsen turned a blind eye as he drew the dagger at his waist and walked towards Su Tingting one step at a time. Woo, woo. What responded to her was a pair of eyes that were cold to the core, and at this moment, no amount of pleading could shake Gu Mingsen's resolve. Finally, the fear reaches a threshold and Su Tingting begins to have a physical reaction. She, peed. Che, so timid. How come you were so awesome when you were bullying others? Humph, now you know you're scared. What were you doing earlier? Su Tingting could only watch as Gu Mingsen circled around to her back. Next, a large hand caressed her shoulder, causing it to tremble like a sieve. Su Tingting desperately shook her head, but to no avail. With a cold stabbing sensation coming from her back, she knew it was the dagger in Gu Mingsen's hand. No, no, I don't want to die. Su Tingting's heart barked wildly and her body struggled even more, but she still couldn't stop Gu Mingsen from sending the dagger into her body. I really know it's wrong. Please, I really don't want to die. Chapter 53, The End of Revenge. It's over. This month-long revenge program is finally coming to an end. While he watched Su Tingting lose a little bit of her life, Gu Mingsen felt a gust of loss. He stood on the second floor of the dimly lit, rotting building, surrounded by a damp, musty odor that mingled with the smell of blood. Gu Mingsen's eyes were hollow and complex, with relief and a hint of unspeakable confusion. Downstairs, sirens sounded from far and near, and flashing police lights cast a wavering light on the floor through the mottled walls. Sam, it's time to leave. The police will surround this place soon. Gu Mingsen, however, didn't make any moves. Leave? Where to? Overseas. I've got the boat all ready for you. First to Thailand, then on to Vietnam, Burma, and finally to the Black Continent. Blackout spoke quickly, with a subdued urgency. Gu Mingsen slowly shook his head, as if he was speaking to the darkness, but also as if he was talking to himself. My daughter still has a chance to wake up, and I don't want her to wake up and find that her father has fled the country. The 4 Black Knights were in a hurry, but you'll get the death penalty. Yeah, it's better to escape to a foreign country and at least be alive than to tell Lin you're dead. Right, brother Sun? Don't be silly. Besides, it's not like you can't come back after this. When this storm passes, just make a fake identity. You'll have no problem running all over the country. Gu Mingsen was unmoved because he was a soldier and he had his insistence. You guys don't have to worry too much. It's not exactly certain, but the military guys shouldn't be sitting on their hands. The 4 Black Knights were dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? For what he's done, there's enough to shoot him several times. After all, from a legal point of view, Gu Mingsen was a murderer, and a serial murderer at that. No matter which country it was placed in, it would be sentenced to death. Not to mention the fact that China was notorious for being more legal than sensible. Brother Sam, don't joke around at this time. It's really too late if we don't leave. In the face of Blackbird's renewed urging, Gu Mingsen merely smiled. You don't understand that unless one commits treason, one cannot be sentenced to death, no matter how great the crime. There was confidence in his tone. The 4 Blackbirds were puzzled and asked anxiously for the reason, but the police didn't give them that chance. Freeze, hands up, facing the muzzle of the gun. Gu Mingsen was calm and unruffled. Blackbird, thanks a lot. There was silence across the room for a long time. I owe you this. Gu Mingsen was dumbfounded. Yeah, so it looks like we're even. Getting even. Dash. Blackbird took the initiative to cut off the communication. Gu Mingsen's insistence could not be changed with a few words. Blackbird, what now? Taking the long view. Eventually, Gu Mingsen bounded away and police took him under control. However, as the chief leader of this arrest, Li Jian's attention was all on the body on the chair. Well, only the EMT shook his head with a heavy face. Asterisk. Li Jian was so angry that he kicked the other chair away. It's over. It's all over. As Ruan Anping said before, the Shanghai officialdom must give the military an explanation for the case of Gu Mingsen's daughter's bullying, and the first one to be opened up was inevitably him, the lowest-ranking criminal police captain. The only way for Li Jian to save himself was to save Su Tingting and gain the shelter of the Su family. But now, this cold corpse, not only can't bring shelter, but may even incur the wrath of the Su family. At this moment, he was incomparably angry at what Gu Mingsen had done. Blame him. Why can't you just accept your fate honestly? Why do you want revenge? Bang! It wasn't until a punch to Gu Mingsen's jaw that he calmed down a little. His eyes were red as he stared angrily at Gu Mingsen.
his chest rising and falling violently.
Do you realize what you've done? You dragged everyone into the abyss.
Gu Mingson was hit so hard that his head was tilted to the side, and a trace of blood slowly spilled from the corner of his mouth, but he just gently wiped it away and looked up at Li Jian calmly. I'm just doing what I think is right to get justice for my daughter.
Justice? You're undermining the legal order. You think you can solve the problem by killing people? Li Jian growled, his voice echoing through the empty, rotting building. Law and order? Where was the legal order when my daughter was being bullied and I went around complaining to no avail?
A hint of sarcasm flashed in Gu Mingson's eyes.
I believed in you, Li Jian. But what happened?
Li Jian was at a loss for words, remembering that he had found Gu Mingson and said that he would do his best to investigate. But it turned out that
he himself failed to resist Su Zhengyu's lure.
It caused a pang of guilt to well up in him,
but it was quickly replaced by anger and fear. That's no reason for you to kill. Now everything can't be undone. The Su family won't let me go, and I won't let you go either. Gu Mingson had a bashful face.
Li Jian became even more furious at the sight, but was pulled back by a reacting team member.
Team Li, this is not the place for interrogation. Take him back to the station first. Li Jian took a deep breath,
forced down the anger in his heart and gritted his teeth.
Take it away. Back at the police station,
Gu Mingson was immediately taken to the interrogation room. Li Jian gathered his emotions and walked into the interrogation room.
Name: Gu Mingson. Gender: male.
It seems to be intent on making things difficult for Gu Mingson.
And height, age, gender, blood type, and so on were all asked before the interrogation officially began. Give an account of your crime. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not see Gu Mingson open his mouth, completely lacking the cooperation he had just shown. Bang! Gu Mingson, do you think that if you don't say anything, there's nothing we can do to you?
Li Jian's voice was a little hoarse from anger, but Gu Mingson still had that same bland,
self-contained expression. There's nothing to say. You. Knock knock.
Li Jian could only suppress his anger for the time being and signaled the assistant beside him to open the door.
Chief.
The assistant saw the chief as soon as he opened the door and quickly saluted loudly to alert Li Jian in the interrogation room.
Chief, what's he doing here?
Li Jian hurriedly got up and walked out of the interrogation room.
From now on, you should stop following Gu Mingson's case, and turn around and hand over the information to this chief.
Li Jian was startled in his heart and followed the director's gesture, only to see a chief in military uniform standing aside with a serious look.
Why? We had a hard time capturing someone and we're just going to let them go?
How could Li Jian be willing to let him hand Gu Mingson over without any reason? The director's face sank as he pulled Li Jian aside and said in a low and stern voice,
Do you know who the other party is?
The head of the Central Military Law Enforcement Division. And the fact that he personally came to mention him means that Gu Mingson is involved in something far beyond our imagination behind the scenes.
Chapter 54, the military's arrangement for the presentation of the man. Then we can't just take people away without giving any reason at all. We're the police. How can we explain to the public? Is it possible to dismiss it with a mere sentence of a military rapture? Li Jian's consideration is completely right.
To know this live event caused by the public opinion of the wide unprecedented. More than 50% of the country.
Hundreds of millions of people are paying attention to the court's trial results. After this reminder, the director also felt that he had been a bit presumptuous, and should not have brought the other party to the interrogation room to raise him without asking anything. Chief, that's the way it is. No matter what, our police department has to give the people a statement. Don't you think so?
Li Jian had been watching the military bigwig,
who, like Nguyen and Bin,
carried 2 stars on his shoulders.
What you said, our military has taken into account. There won't be a big mess. Oh, like that. That's a relief. Since there's no problem, give us the person now.
The tone of his voice was full of unquestioning.
Wait.
The director's heart thumped, and he turned to look at the instigator.
Li Jian. In a sly manner. What other questions does this comrade have? The other party's eyes suddenly became stern, coupled with a majestic aura that pressed Li Jian's heart. But still, he said stiffly, Chief, I would like to know what exactly is the background of the criminal that requires a leader as big as you to personally come to the arraignment? The other party's eyes narrowed, from which Li Jian felt a killing opportunity, and his heart went straight to the heart, but still forced to pretend to be calm. Anyway, after the end of this matter, their own position of this captain certainly cannot sit. Simply break the pot. Say anything to figure out what Gu Mingson in the end the identity. The other party stared at Li Jian for a while before slowly opening his mouth. Gu Mingson's background involves military secrets. Some of the contents are not convenient to disclose right now. There's that rhetoric again.
Li Jian was enraged and immediately said forcefully,
So what exactly is the reason? We have the right to know. The director trembled and couldn't help but greet Li Jian's 8 generations of ancestors in his heart. He's got the guts to confront a big shot in the military. hasn't he? As Li Jian's immediate superior, in case he was misunderstood to have been instructed by himself. It would really be yellow mud falling into his pants pocket, it would be even if it wasn't. The director immediately stepped forward to berate Li Jian. Li Jian, pay attention to your attitude. What is your status? Holding up another smile to the military bigwig. Chief, you don't need to pay attention to him. You can lift the person whenever you want. Our side will absolutely cooperate unconditionally. The other party ignored it and just stared at Li Jian, his gaze like a torch, as if he wanted to see through him. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and the atmosphere in the corridor was tense to the core. The director's forehead sprouted fine beads of sweat. He used the corner of his eye to ruthlessly gouge out Li Jian. His heart kept complaining about this rash. Gu Mingsen's military background information belongs to the top secret of top secrets. Not to mention you. Even I would have to ask for permission from above to access it. The military bigwig finally spoke again, his voice low and hoarse. To prevent leaks, we'll take them to a military court for trial, during which they will be kept secret the entire time. The director of the bureau can't wait to pull out his legs and run, and having lived in the officialdom for a long time, he knows that there are some secrets that can't be heard, maybe not to the point of losing his head, but it would be hard for him to move up in his life. Li Jian also understood this, but didn't care much. He was destined to have nothing to do with further anyway. So, a slight beat, his eyes revealed a trace of gravity and worry. His trial, is it to follow the military law, or the criminal law? If it was criminal law, Gu Mingsen would die for sure. If it is military law, the same is true. But one thing that few people know is that the highest level military commission in China has the final interpretation of China's military law. In other words, the final outcome of the trial is determined by the judge's decision. Even though Gu Mingsen should have been sentenced to death according to military law, as long as the judge said acquitted, the other party could be left in peace. There are restrictions, of course, limited to enrolled military personnel, and no one who has been discharged from the military. A hint of surprise flashed through the eyes of the military bigwigs, as if they also didn't expect the other party to be able to think of this layer. Military justice. Military law? Li Jian smiled confidently. Military law only applies to enlisted military personnel. Regarding this point, you, Chief, should know better than me, right? The other nodded. But from what I know, Gu Mingsen has retired. The military bigwig's eyes were instantly sharp as eagles, staring at Li Jian. Comrade, there are some things it's better to know less about. Right. What you said, Chief, is, Li Jian. You should stop messing around here. The director now only wanted to send away this great god in front of him, and looked at Li Jian with even more disgust. However, Li Jian was unmoved and still looked straight at the military bigwig, insisting on not moving half a point even though the killing machine in the other party's eyes made him shudder. Who said Gu Mingsen has retired? The words were spat out longingly, with a touch of teasing. Li Jian froze. What do you mean? He's on his file. He's a soldier, and we in the military have permanent retention rights to his dossier. From the beginning to the end, Li Jian has overlooked one point. The other party's position is the head of the Military Justice Enforcement Division. Talking to him about rules and regulations is tantamount to playing with a big sword in front of the Duke of Guangdong. Li Jian was a bit confused by this sudden turn of events, and his originally certain thoughts were completely disrupted at this moment. But the dossier I've seen shows. He tried to argue, but was interrupted by the military bigwig raising his hand. What you've seen is only partial information. There are special arrangements for defining the status of certain military personnel under the special needs of the country. Although Gu Mingsen formally left the military, the mission he undertook never ended. So he still applies military law when it comes to incidents related to this type of special mission. The tone of the military bigwig was undeniable, and every word seemed to carry a heavy weight. Neither of the two noticed that his words defined the crimes Gu Mingsen had committed recently in terms of such special mission-related incidents. Li Jian gritted his teeth, knowing that he could no longer pry out more of Gu Mingsen's identity from the other side, and could only watch as the military men took Gu Mingsen away. Humph. Li Jian, are you trying to get me killed? As soon as the military bigwigs left, the chief immediately snapped. After this incident, one's own hat of a poorly managed subordinate is certainly not removed. Li Jian knew where he was going to end up and chose to just swing for the fences. In the face of this old leader, who used to be very respectful, he also lost his patience and disliked him not at all politely. Chief, where did that come from? I'm doing this for the sake of our police force, right? With such a big deal and the public's attention, how can we explain to the general public if we just call the person out in a haphazard manner? The director was furious, but there was nothing he could do, because in the sense of reason, could not pick Li Jian's fault for this move. Chapter 55. Shanghai Naval Compound. Two familiar figures were standing in front of the command post, looking forward to something. It was Nguyen and Bin and the guard, Li, who had been discharged from the hospital. Chief, coming. Following the direction of Xiao Li's finger, Ruan Anping saw a black military vehicle slowly approaching, its body reflecting a cold light in the sunlight. The car came to a steady stop. The door opened, and down came none other than the military bigwig who had taken Gu Mingsen from the police station. Ruan Anping rushed forward and greeted him eagerly. Old leader. The old leader gave the other a meaningful look and said quietly, I've brought back the person. Tell me about your plans. Ruan Anping owed a slight bow, looking grave, and leaned close to the old leader's ear to gently spit out 2 words, bail him out. The old leader frowned. A hint of surprise and seriousness flashed in his eyes as he took a step back and looked Ruan Anping up and down, as if to make sure he hadn't heard wrong. Bail him out? Do you realize what you're saying? The old leader's voice was low and strong, with unquestionable majesty. Ruan Anping took a deep breath and straightened his back, his eyes firmly meeting the old leader's gaze. Old leader, I hope you can understand that Gu Mingsen represents more than just him. If we don't satisfy them with the results of our handling, there will be a big mess. Who are they? The old leader knew clearly in his heart who Ruan Anping was referring to when he said them, and if it was really like what Ruan Anping said, then it would be very troublesome indeed. Go inside and talk about it. With a wave of his hand, the military vehicle that was escorting Gu Mingsen was opened, and after more than half a month, Ruan Anping once again saw this former subordinate. The 2 men looked deeply at each other without any words, but both could feel the unspeakable emotions in the other's eyes. Only after seeing Gu Mingsen escorted into the interrogation building did he walk into the command center, where the atmosphere was so stagnant that it seemed as if water could be wrung out. Inside was another lieutenant general with 2 stars on his shoulders, and a familiar face, none other than Wine Kitchen, who had previously been investigated by the Central Military Law Enforcement Division. Ruan Anping was not very familiar with him. Nodding acquaintances could not even be talked about, but since he had seen it, he could not just ignore it. Nodding to each other, we said hello. Once seated, he was greeted with a sharp look from the old leader, signaling him to continue. Ruan Anping first signaled towards Xiao Li to bring his briefcase, from which he took out a few pieces of paper and handed them to the old leader. This is 001's casualty and supplemental records since its inception, so you can take a look. Old leader. After a minute, the old leader who carefully skimmed through it raised his gaze to look at Ruan Anping. What does this have to do with bailing out Gu Mingsen? The data above shows that excluding the 5 years Gu Mingsen served, the average mortality rate was at 83%. The old leader froze, then picked up one of the data reports from it and realized that it was true. And within those 5 years of Gu Mingsen's service, the mortality rate was only 5%. The words fell, and for a moment it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. You mean, the mortality rate is so low because Gu Mingsen is there? Ruan Anping nodded solemnly. During his 5 years of service, basically everyone has endured the saving grace of Gu Mingsen. The old leader's ancient and incomparable expression finally showed a hint of change. What kind of mission Special Squad 001 performs? He has also heard about it. Basically the kind that is dangerous to the extreme. It was already not easy to save oneself, let alone be distracted from saving others. It was enough to see how terrifying Gu Mingsen's strength was. Even so, but do you know what price we have to pay if we keep Gu Mingsen? And I don't think it's at all necessary for you to do all this. Gu Mingsen, as a member of Team 001, enjoys the highest level of immunity from the death penalty. Even if we do nothing, he'll be sentenced to life imprisonment at most. Immunity from the death penalty, as the name suggests, means that anyone who is protected by this provision will not be sentenced to death, no matter how great the crime, which is equivalent to a gold medal for exemption from death in ancient times. In China can enjoy this honor. In addition to the founding of the country that a number of the founding fathers, only to the country has made significant contributions to the people. 001 squad members are precisely the latter. Some people find it unbelievable. And that's because they can't even imagine what the members of Squad 001 went through during those 5 years. Even so, Nguyen Anbin insisted on bailing out Gu Mingsen and getting him acquitted. Impossible. Military law is like a mountain. No one can make an exception. The old leader had his own insistence that when it came to the court-martial, death penalty immunity could at best only keep Gu Mingsen from dying. And in the end, the one who deserved to go to jail still had to go to jail. The two disagreed and soon quarreled. Wang Kitchen, who was caught in the middle, had a hard time, and could only be persuaded by both sides. But in the end, the talks fell apart and broke up unhappily. Looking at the duo who patted their asses and left, Wang Kitchen couldn't help but spit. How to handle this is up to you two. What's the point of dragging me into this? The duo left the command post and went their separate ways directly, and Gu Mingsen was left out to dry by them. Where is the chief going?
Lee sat in the driver's seat and turned around to see that the originally exasperated Ruan Anping had actually calmed down instantly. The corners of Ruan Anping's mouth rose slightly, a hint of certainty flashing in his eyes. Go back to the guest house. Lee was full of doubts, but he knew he shouldn't ask more questions and silently started the car. Back at the guest house, Nguyen and Bin walked straight to his room. Lee, there's a guest coming in a little while. Go get it. Although Xiao Li was curious in his mind, he immediately responded, yes, chief. Then he turned around and went downstairs to wait. In the past half an hour, the guests did not wait, but waited for the old leader who had just had a big fight with Nguyen and Bin. Take me to Ruan Anping. Lee froze, not yet reacting. Oh, good head. Our head is on the third floor 302. You can go directly. Our head has a guest. I have to wait here. No, I'm the guest he was talking about. Ha! Xiao Li stayed like a chicken. See, the old leader looks calm. Does not look like a lie. Half believe and half doubt turned to lead the way. All the way up to the third floor. The 302 doorway. Head still spinning. Go up and knock on the door. Chief, your guests have arrived. There was a hesitation in the middle. The door is unlocked. Go right in. Lee pushed the door open and entered, stepping aside to reveal the old leader and the other guard behind him. Seeing that Ruan Anping's face did not show any unexpected expression, Xiao Li was relieved to believe that the old leader had not fooled him. Lee, I need to talk to the old leader alone about something. Yes. Saluting, turning, and walking out of the room. The old leader's guardsmen did likewise upon receiving their orders. After a short period of silence, Ruan Anping hurriedly gave up the main seat, and the old leader was not polite. Went up and sat down on his butt. Nguyen Anbin pulls out a pack of special cigarettes and personally lights them for the veteran leader. Chapter 56, Ruan Pingan's plot. A few smoke rings later, the old leader took the lead. Do you think we're not being a bit unkind by doing this? Nguyen Anbin smiled disdainfully. Half of his Wang Kitchen's ass is sitting on the Su family side. If we don't knock him around, the whole of Shanghai City is going to become his Su family's. The old leader took a deep drag on his cigarette and was silent for a long time. But what if they don't get on board? Oh, that depends on how deep Su Zhengyu's feelings for this precious daughter of his are. A flash of knife light flashed through Ruan Anping's narrowed eyes. What about Gu Mingsen? Are you so sure he'll go along with our plan? This I can assure you. His wife and daughter are his scales, and anyone who touches them dies. The tone was thick with confidence. The old leader still retained a hint of concern on his face. What if Gu Mingsen doesn't get the result we want? It won't. Nguyen Anping hesitated. The chances are very small. So sure? Nguyen Anping finished the last puff of his cigarette and pressed it out, slowly exhaling the nicotine that had migrated back in his lungs in a circle. The others asked me the same thing. You know what? Even I've never seen him go all out. And I can't imagine how much damage he could do to a country once he's completely enraged. The old leader's mind stared, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Ruan Anping was not someone who believed in what he was saying. Since he had described Gu Mingsen in such a way, he thought that the other party's strength must be extremely terrifying. But fear not. No matter what, he's still a human being, and a human being can be killed. Nguyen Anbin nodded, his heart agreeing. For the sake of infallibility, I naturally keep a backhanded approach. Oh, the backhand involved top secret, and the old leader wasn't sure that Ruan Anping would know everything, so he didn't ask directly, but there was still a curious look on his face. It's those teammates that Gu Mingsen saved during his service, not to mention all of them. As long as a small half of them join forces, then the Huqing Su family will surely die. A flash of surprise flashed in the old leader's eyes. Them? But these people are now scattered separately. The words paused, and his complexion changed suddenly. They have come to Shanghai City? Yes. Impossible. The slightest movement on their part will be noticed by the military, let alone gathering in Shanghai, which is at the center of the storm. Nguyen Anbin smiled wryly. As far as they are concerned, avoiding military scrutiny is a child's play. Nope. To put it that way, how did you find out? The old leader's brow wrinkled as he realized that these people were like time bombs that might never detonate. But when they did, they were bound to have very serious consequences. Each member of Team 001 has a set of code words that are uniquely theirs, and the only way they can contact others when they come to Shanghai is through the code words they once had. As for what the exact code word was, Ruan Anping didn't go into detail because it was top secret and only he and the leaders behind him had the right to know. The old leader didn't ask many questions and obviously understood this, but was just still apprehensive. I hope that after this incident, the Su family in the capital will be restrained and not put their hands where they shouldn't. After a meaningful sentence, there was silence. Nguyen Anbin also relit a cigarette, thoughtfully, with a murderous intent looming in his eyes. On the other hand, Su Tiancheng was also the first to learn that Gu Mingsen had been taken away by the military after settling his family.
Slightly feel bad, but how can not figure out the purpose of the military's move? Gu Mingsen will make things so big, never live to talk about.
Otherwise it is the trampling of China's legal system. Even if Gu Mingsen's background energy in the military was great, he couldn't bear the consequences of doing so.
Dad, what's wrong? Is it news from the police department? On the hospital bed, Su Zhengyu's face was pale.
First he was shot several times, and then he received the bad news that his daughter had lost her life, and at this moment he was already unusually weak.
Nonetheless,
the hatred in his heart prevented him from recuperating from his injuries, and he kept a constant eye on the development of Gu Mingsen's situation after his capture. Su Tiancheng tried to squeeze out a hint of a pacifying smile and said to the frail Su Zhengyu on the hospital bed,
"It's nothing major. You can rest assured that you're recovering from your illness. Don't worry about anything else." Then he left the ward,
for he was anxious to get things straightened out.
Without knowing it,
Su Zhengyu was now full of thoughts of revenge for his daughter, and seeing that his father is hiding something,
he is ready to find out for himself.
Have your secretary bring your cell phone and call the Hucheng police chief's office directly. Upon learning that Gu Mingsen had been taken away by the military, the first guess was that the military was trying to save him.
This is the kind of thing he would never allow. Then, despite the secretary's obstruction,
he insisted on using his own network of connections,
and after a lot of effort,
he finally found out that Gu Mingsen had been taken to the closest military district to Shanghai City.
It so happened that the head of the military region he still knew,
and had a deep relationship with the Su family in the capital. Of course, this kind of hidden secret was only known to the core of the Su family like him. There was no hesitation,
just a phone call.
The other side straight said that Gu Mingsen is indeed being held in their military region.
Su Zhengyu hearta happy. If in other military regions, he really cannot take Gu Mingsen how?
But soon his mood instantly cooled as if he had been splashed with cold water.
Impossible. Right now, there are two high-ranking generals not lower than me standing for the other side, and the one standing behind them is at least a 3-star existence.
If something happens to the other party on my turf, I can't afford that one's wrath.
Su Zhengyu's heart tightened and he had the intention to retreat.
But the thought of witnessing the image of his daughter being taken and killed by Gu Mingsen's made his heart twist like a knife. Any scruples were all thrown out the window.
And did they say anything about what to do with the asshole? Wang Kitchen froze, feeling that something was wrong,
but he couldn't tell.
Chief Wang? Seeing that the opposite side didn't say anything for a while, Su Zhengyu couldn't help but urge.
Well, they did discuss.
What was discussed? Su Zhengyu pursued in an urgent tone. One side is going to bail him out and one side is going to... What? Bail him out. Cough cough cough.
Too much excitement to the point of pulling the wound.
The sudden onslaught of severe pain caused Su Zhengyu to cough. Youngwoo, don't get excited. It's still being discussed and the results aren't out yet.
Wang Kitchen was also afraid that if something went wrong with Su Zhengyu, the Su family would end up putting the pot on his head again.
Su Zhengyu took a few deep breaths and tried to calm himself down. However,
upon hearing that Gu Mingsen possessed immunity from the death penalty granted by the military's highest leader, the anger that had just recently subsided rose once again. The violent coughing made his face redden,
and the secretary,
fearing that his master had not taken a breath to carry him over,
was instantly about to call out for a doctor.
But he was pulled back by Su Zhengyu.
No! Looking at Su Zhengyu, whose face gradually improved,
the secretary then did not insist.
Then Su Zhengyu picked up the phone again. Chief Wang, I want to see Gu Mingsen. Chapter 57, Su Zhengyu threatens revenge. Faced with Su Zhengyu's insistence, Wang Kitchen deliberated for a long time. It's just a meeting, nothing should happen. In the end, Su Zhengyu's request was granted, but he was only given an hour. An hour? That's enough. Hanging up the phone, Su Zhengyu's eyes flashed with an endless fierce light. Gu Mingsen,
I'll make your life worse than death.
The next day, with Gu Mingsen's arrest,
Shanghai City seemed to have completely returned to its former calm.
However, is that really the case?
Mr. Su, we're here.
Aha!
The secretary hurriedly got out of the car and commanded the bodyguard to carefully place Su Zhengyu into the wheelchair.
In his heart, he secretly grumbled, not properly recuperating from his injuries. What was the point of fooling around?
The moving process inevitably involved the wound, and the pain caused Su Zhengyu to stifle a muffled grunt.
But the thought of my daughter's death made the pain even more unbearable. Youngwoo, you're here. Your daughter. Alas. Condolences. Wang Kitchen wanted to say something but couldn't get it out of his mouth, and in the end it could only turn into a long sigh. Su Zhengyu's expression couldn't be seen to change much,
but his eyes were filled with hatred.
Uncle Wang, take me to him.
Wang Kitchen nodded slightly and led Su Zhengyu and a group of bodyguards towards the place where Gu Mingsen was being held.
Along the way, the atmosphere was so stagnant that people couldn't breathe.
Only the sound of Su Jianyu's wheelchair rolling and the footsteps of the crowd echoed in the silent corridor. Come to the door of the room where Gu Mingsen was being held. Wang Qichen patted Su Jianyu's shoulder and urged, Jianyu, remember, 1 hour, don't be impulsive. I'll be right outside. Su Jianyu didn't reply, just clenched his teeth and stared at the closed iron door. The door slowly opened. Gu Mingsen was sitting on a chair, his hands bound on the table, and when he saw Su Jianyu come in, his complexion did not fluctuate in the slightest. As soon as Su Jianyu saw Gu Mingsen, his originally fairly calm emotions instantly erupted as he pushed his wheelchair forward with force and roared, Gu Mingsen, you bastard! My daughter obviously already knows that she's wrong. Why did you still kill her? Why? The secretary hurriedly stopped Su Jianyu from going forward. In case Gu Mingsen suddenly snapped, the Su family could pinch their own little minion to death. Gu Mingsen raised his eyes and looked at Su Jianyu with a cool gaze. Will a mere I was wrong make up for the damage she did to my daughter? Letting her die without much pain is already a bargain. You asshole. A vein rippled across his forehead. She's only 14. Gu Mingsen sneered, his eyes filled with sarcasm. My daughter is also 14. Su Jianyu was so angry that he was trembling, pointing his finger at Gu Mingsen, his lips trembling and unable to speak. After a long time, he slowed down and said angrily, I don't care what she did. I'll make you pay for it. Gu Mingsen looked calm and responded coldly, if you could really do anything to me, you wouldn't just be barking incompetently and wildly here. If it was in the police station, Su Jianyu had countless means to get back at Gu Mingsen, but this was the military. Wang Qichen and the Su family had a cooperative relationship at best, and it was impossible to offend the mysterious big brother behind Gu Mingsen in order to help Su Jianyu vent his personal anger. Su Jianyu was so infuriated that his face turned red and he was nearly insane. Suddenly, he laughed. Ha ha ha, I really can't do anything about you when the military is protecting you. But don't forget that you still have a wife and kids. When Gu Mingsen heard this, his originally calm eyes instantly became as sharp as ice blades, and he violently stood up, his hands forcefully pulling, and the chain that bound him then made an unbearable sound. He took a step in front of Su Jianyu, like an enraged lion, staring at Su Jianyu dead on, and said word by word, Su Jianyu, if you dare to touch my wife and son in the slightest, I guarantee you that, up and down the Su family, no chickens or dogs will be left behind. Su Jianyu was so frightened by Gu Mingsen's sudden aura that he instinctively shrank back, but quickly forced himself to calm down again, a twisted smile on his face. Gu Mingsen, you're nothing but a prisoner now, and you still dare to be so arrogant? I'd like to see how you can protect them. Wang Qichen, who was waiting outside, saw the situation and hurriedly commanded his men to come forward to control Gu Mingsen. Even though he was controlled by the 4 soldiers, Gu Mingsen's eyes did not leave Su Jianyu for a moment. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to materialize, causing Su Jianyu to be unable to resist a chill in his heart. But when he thought of his daughter's death, he braced himself and said, Gu Mingsen, experience what it's like to watch your wife and child being killed with your own eyes and not be able to do anything about it. Ha 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 ha. Wang Qichen's face instantly turned grim as he waved his hand towards the bodyguard Su Jianyu brought with him. Hurry up and take him down. It's crazy to say that kind of thing out loud. Su Jianyu, who was blinded by hatred, was indeed close to insanity, with only the obsession of taking revenge on Gu Mingsen remaining in his mind. Yongwu, calm down. I don't care what you want to do, but I don't want this to bring me trouble, and I hope that before you do anything, you discuss it with Elder Su before making a decision. Wang Qichen was displeased, and his tone even carried a warning. If today's conversation between Su Jianyu and Gu Mingsen was spread out, then as long as any accidents happened to Gu Mingsen's wife and daughter, that mysterious big brother would inevitably be counted on Su Jianyu's head. And it's inevitable that he, as a person who knew about it but didn't report it, wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. Ha ha ha, I'm too calm. I'm just going to make him feel what it's like to watch his daughter being victimized with his own eyes and not be able to do anything about it. Wang Qichen burst into flames. It seemed that the other party was insistent on taking on Gu Mingsen's wife and daughter. Although he didn't know how that mysterious big brother would react after Su Jianyu got his hands on him, he thought that he must be extremely furious. The Su family is at most bruised and battered, but once. Wang Qichen really regretted agreeing to Su Jianyu's request if he didn't let the two meet, although Su Jianyu would still carry out retaliation, but he did even more excessively, and he no longer had half a penny to do with himself. Wang Qichen looked at Su Jianyu's departing back, his heart filled with worry. He could see that Su Jianyu was crazy and determined to take revenge on Gu Mingsen, and after that, a conflict would inevitably break out with that mysterious military bigwig behind Gu Mingsen, and then the whole of Shanghai City might be caught up in it. A response program must be put in place as soon as possible. Wang Qichen, however, did not notice that Gu Mingsen, who was imprisoned, had a change of heart.
Before he was caught, the reason why he refused Blackbird's offer to flee abroad was precisely because he was confident that even if he was caught, the Su family couldn't do anything to him. And it did, but not exactly in the direction one would expect. Su Zhengyu was actually planning to lay hands on his wife and daughter. His wife and daughter are his scales, and anyone who dares to touch a hair on their head will be killed. Gu Mingxin knew deep down that he couldn't just sit back and wait for his turn. At the moment, he was being held in a cell, seemingly losing his freedom, but in reality, he was quickly thinking of a way to get out. Chapter 58, Revenge in Progress. Gu Mingxin carefully recalled the layout of the military district, trying to find a possible breakthrough. It was a military district he had known about during his service. He just hadn't thought at the time that he would one day be stuck here. The cell was located in the basement level of the military district, and was surrounded by high security, so it was never easy to leave without a sound. But time is running out, and Su Zhengyu could lay hands on his wife and daughter at any time. On the other hand, it was also true that as Gu Mingxin had predicted, Su Zhengyu let his secretary send out a secret reward the first time he left the military area. Mr. Su, should we wait? If you do it now, the police will definitely suspect you. I don't want to emphasize it a second time. If you can't do it, I'll replace you immediately. The secretary was scared by Su Zhengyu's harsh eyes, and all his words of advice were blocked in his throat. No, 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 don't worry, Mr. Su, I'll do it right now. When he returned to the Su family, he settled Su Zhengyu down and went to make arrangements without stopping. Pay attention. This matter, don't let the old man know. The secretary naturally knew that Su Zhengyu was talking about Su Tianchang and nodded repeatedly before retreating. Just shortly after the secretary left, Su Zhengyu picked up his cell phone again and dialed a call. My daughter is dead. Return home immediately. The opposite party seemed to freeze for a moment before responding. Understood. Without any other words, the other party simply hung up. Su Zhengyu, as the sole successor of the Su family in Shanghai City, naturally held some unknown power in his hands. Some were even hidden from his father. And the man on the other side of that phone call just now was one of them. Gu Mingxin, are you ready for my wrath? Su Zhengyu put down the phone. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes, as if he had already seen Gu Mingxin struggling in pain under his revenge. However, he was completely blinded by hatred, did not notice in the slightest. A monstrous giant net against the Su family has quietly formed. Government Guest House, Room 302. Nguyen Bin and the old leader were sitting together in the middle of swallowing clouds. A recorder was placed on the coffee table in front of him, and if Wang Kitchen was there, he would have dropped his jaw. Because the content of the recording was exactly the conversation that Su Zhengyu had yesterday when he met Gu Mingxin. Clear as day. Su Youngwoo has been set up. Do we need to do something? The old leader looked serious and looked preoccupied. No, at this point in time doing more is more wrong. Let's just wait and see what happens. Ruan Anping's tone was very relaxed, as if everything was under his control. What about the military district? The guards are not normally strong. Are you sure he can escape? Should we? Gu, my old leader. You don't need to worry too much. Just watch the show at ease. Ruan Anping sighed helplessly. No one knew better than him how strong Gu Mingxin was. To say that he could kill the entire military area, he might not be able to do it. But to say that he just escaped by crossing the many guards, it was easy. Still, those words did not ease the old leader's face. What about Gu Mingxin's wife and daughter's side? We can't just stand by and watch. Don't worry. You're old man. There will be someone to protect them. The old leader froze, then realized that what Ruan Anping was referring to was not someone from the military. Remember I told you earlier that Arson's former teammates have converged on Shanghai. You mean? The old leader understood everything instantly and his heart dropped. One more question. At the end of the day, what are you going to do about Gu Mingxin? Ruan Anping thought for a moment and said with a serious expression. First of all, people should never be killed. The old leader nodded slightly. With the immunity from the death penalty in place, it was impossible to kill someone by regular means hands. It's too bad to lock up. Again. Nguyen Bin cupped his chin and mused. And where do you want to put him? There's no place for him in this country. Not even with a new name. And his face is recognized by almost the whole country. The old leader was the first to veto the domestic, but suddenly gave a start. As if realizing something. Abroad? Ruan Anping smiled without saying anything. But the answer was clear. Abroad is really the most suitable place for Gu Mingxin to go afterward. As for what Gu Mingxin would do if he was sent abroad, neither of them had thought about it, but both tacitly refrained from mentioning it. Not that it was a scourge on their own countries anyway. At the same time, the secretary was also working intensively on the tasks explained by Su Zhengyu. The first person he found was close to the Su family, the underground emperor of Shanghai City, Su Wenxiang. In fact, it's Kung, the boss of Ah Lung, who has met Gu Mingxin twice. After the secretary found the person, there was no nonsense. He directly opened the door and threw the black suitcase in his hand in front of Su Wenxiang. Here's a $1 million deposit. And 9 million more when it's done. Su Wenxiang raised his eyes, his gaze landing on the black suitcase, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. He slowly opened the box and saw the neatly yards of banknotes inside. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Secretary Li, this is a generous offer from you. However, the matter that can make Mr. Su so attached to it, I think it must not be simple. It's better to tell you what you want me to do first? Su Wenxiang's ability to dominate the underground world of Shanghai City never depended on being brave and ruthless, but on being cautious enough to assess the situation. Although the Su family was the big gold master behind him, the only one who could say anything in front of him was Su Tiancheng. Su Yongwu, it's still a little short of fire. So he didn't just take the money in full. Seemingly sensing the other party's contempt, the secretary's face became a bit ugly, and his tone was icy. It's very simple. Arrest this man's wife and children, and then, made a neck-wiping gesture. Su Wenxiang's expression remained the same, but it changed drastically after he picked up the photo to see the face on it. On it was clearly Gu Mingxin's face. The live streaming incident was a big deal, and there was no reason for him not to know that what had moved him so much was what had happened to his own men, just half a month ago. Su Wenxiang received a call from Su Tiancheng asking him to send a group of his men to act as guards for Su's manor. For this reason, he specifically investigated and found that prior to this, the Su family had already spent a huge amount of money to hire one of the most professional security teams in the country. At the same time also heard the name Gu Mingxin for the first time, and at first did not take it to heart, but also secretly mocked the Su family for being too timid. It had been going on for nearly half a month, and he was snoozing away with his little darling in his arms when a phone call woke him up. The men who informed him to go to Su's house to serve as bodyguards all came back, and at that time, he was still furious. I thought I'd do whatever I wanted to do when I got back. What's the point of disturbing my dreams? But soon he heard something wrong in the tone of this heartthrob's voice, and hastily gathered the men together for questioning. When he learned that Gu Mingxin, alone, had silently put down more than 100 people, and had taken Su Tingting captive and killed her in front of Su Tiancheng, he realized that things were getting big. Chapter 59, Murder for Hire. Boss Su, Gu Mingxin has been arrested. This money is equivalent to giving it to you for nothing as far as you're concerned. I don't know what you're still hesitating about? The secretary couldn't help but urge the other party when she saw their hesitation. Su Wenxiang frowned. The other party's words were right. Unless the other party escaped from prison. Is this possible in China? He couldn't be sure, but he'd never heard of a successful prison break in the road either. Secretary Su, I'll have to think about this. Give me some time. Su Wenxiang is ready to drag a delay, and he also deliberate. After all, 10 million in his case, but only a few days of income. There is no need for this small profit. Take his life. There was this concern, but also from the mouths of those brothers who had returned alive. They knew of Gu Mingxin's terror. The secretary's face sank. After taking on this task, the first thing he thought of was Su Wenxiang because the other party was a professional. I thought that with Su Zhengyu's name, the other party would surely respond immediately. But the other party's reaction was obviously not what he expected. Boss Su, think carefully. Mr. Su has given me a death order. Attempting to use Su Zhengyu's name to pressure the other party. But Su Wenxiang does not eat this set. If it were Su Tiancheng's words, he would not say anything. Of course, he didn't put words in his mouth. Secretary Li, you can misunderstand me. I didn't say I won't take it. I just have to think about it. Consider Nima. Su Zhengyu looked like he couldn't wait a day with that look. Secretary Li is sure that once so go back to report truthfully. Will usher in Su Zhengyu head and face a scolding. That's a mild case. The heavier ones just get themselves out of the way. Without this job, how will I raise my beautiful wife and lovely daughter? What if my parents get sick? Although these years with Su Zhengyu side to get a lot of money, but also spend a lot of money. How else can you keep a beautiful wife at home? Okay, Boss Su, I won't force you. Like this, you only help me find people. I will talk about the rest. Secretary Li had to take a step back. Su Wenxiang thought for a moment. Well, it's not impossible. Looking at Su Wenxiang's fingers that kept rubbing, he instantly understood what the other party meant. Secretary Li couldn't help but curse in his heart. This old thing was really greedy and wimpy. But once he thought that this was a task explained by Su Zhengyu, and it was not his own money that he spent, he did not hesitate to push the money box in front of him forward. I understand the rules. This 1 million will be Boss Su's introduction fee as a middleman. Gee whiz, how bad is that? The words were spoken, but the hand naturally took the money box, closed it, and put it silently at his feet. Secretary Li, don't worry. I'll take care of this. As soon as I find someone, I'll notify you immediately. Su Wenxiang wildly patted his chest and punched the ticket, and was a different person from just now. Secretary Li didn't have a headache. It wasn't his own money anyway, just another exhortation. It has to be quick. Mr. Su's side is in a hurry. Su Wenxiang waved his hand. I know. I'll do it, don't worry. It's my own daughter who died, so I'm not in a hurry. Secretary Li couldn't hear the spit in the other's heart and refused the dinner invitation and left straight away, not forgetting to repeat the advice before leaving. Until the other party's back disappeared from sight, the smile on Su Wenxiang's face instantly disappeared. Chicken. Django, go get some bugs that are about to gag and come over here. Opening the money box, he took a few stacks out of it and threw them at Chicken. Yes. Chicken picked up the money and left the place with a happy look on his face. Su Wenxiang waved his hand again, followed by the juniors in the room, leaving one by one until the last one left, closing the door in the process. Only then did he get up, carrying the money box to his desk, and his hand went down to the desk, not knowing what he was touching, and pressed it gently. A dark door slowly opened at the foot of the left side, and inside the dark door was a narrow passageway, dark and without any light. It could be seen that Su Wenxiang should have already traveled many times, and his breathing did not have any ripples when he was in such an environment. After walking for about 2 minutes, you can't see, but you can feel what should be a heavy iron door. Su Wenxiang removed the Buddha sign around his neck and gently broke it, revealing the key inside. Opening the iron door, inside was a secret room, still pitch black with nothing to see. Su Wenxiang raised his right hand and probed along the right wall, quickly feeling a switch. As he pulled gently, there was a soft pop. The lights came on, and the darkness instantly receded. It was a modest room, the walls around it filled with all sorts of outdated boxes and filing cabinets, and a faint musty smell filled the air. And in the middle of the chamber, it's a mountain of $100 bills. Su Wenxiang's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness and greed, slowly walking to the side of the mountain of money, reaching out and grabbing a handful, putting it to the tip of his nose, taking a deep sniff, with an expression as if he had knocked down 10 pounds. The bills were then allowed to slip through the fingers, as mesmerizing as the green veil that brushes through the fingers of a beautiful woman as she sings and dances. After being intoxicated, he placed the money box in his hand on the money mountain, took out a stack of bills from it, counted them carefully and put them into his pocket. The money boxes were tossed around, only to see the corners piled high with boxes of this style. He left the chamber, returned to his room, and called back the minions he had driven out, as if nothing had happened. The only thing that had disappeared was the money box that Secretary Li had brought with him. The little brother, Chicken, was very efficient and brought 5 bugs that met Su Wenxiang's requirements early the next morning. Kung, these are stage 3 patients, the longest they can live is only 3 months. Su Wenxiang looked up and down a few times. One of the eyes are lifeless, the face is haggard, and the big eyes look like old worms. Bugs they are generally divided into 2 types. One is new bugs, which are lightly poisoned and only appear in their current state when high. Then there's the old bug, which is the complete opposite of the new bug state, and only interacts normally with people when it's high. Okay, just them. Satisfied, he nodded. Take them down to spirit first. If Secretary Li sees them like this, he will definitely feel unreliable. Chicken shouted, but no one responded, and went up to one person and slapped them again. Still, hey, giving you guys face? Ha! Rolling up his sleeves, he was about to teach these guys a serious lesson, but was stopped by Su Wenxiang. If it were a normal day, he wouldn't have asked Chicken how he wanted to clean up these guys, but not today. He still had use for these 5. Chicken bristled and could only pull a small bag of flour out of his pocket with a reluctant face, hold it up to the highest level and shout at the men. Let's go! Let's go! Let's take you mental spirits. In the next second, there was a hint of greed in the eyes of the zombie-like few. After Chicken took these 5 people away, Su Wenxiang immediately called Secretary Li. The other party was unusually agitated because Su Zhengyu had already rushed him several times. I'll be right there. Chapter 60, Covert Protection. Are they sure it will work? Looking at the sickly 5 people in front of him, Secretary Li had a hard time believing that they would be able to do the things Su Zhengyu had explained to them. Don't worry, Secretary Li. There are times when the right person is often more reliable than a professional. Knowing that the 5 people in front of them are suffering from terminal illnesses and will not live long, Secretary Li gradually put down his heart. Even if they were caught by the police, the chances of the other party betraying them would be slim. Secretary Li circled the 5 and finally nodded. Okay, they're it. Su Wenxiang understood and retreated with his minions, bringing the door with him in the process. He was only responsible for helping to find people, and if things stormed out, he could put all the blame on Secretary Li. Even if Su Tianchang personally asked about it, he only had to bite the bullet and say that Secretary Li borrowed Su Jianyu's name to only let him help find someone, and that he didn't know anything else, and that he could live with it. Of course, the chances of this were small in his opinion, unless the consequences of doing so were something that the Su family could not bear. I understand your situation. Now there is a chance to earn big money in front of you. Kill this mother and daughter, 1 million each. Secretary Li took out a photo from her bag, her voice low but seductive. The 5 men stared at the photo, different colors flashing in their eyes, from greed, to hesitation, and a hint of determination. $1 million is enough for them to live fast for more than half a year, and the longest remaining lifespan among them is only 3 months, so even $500,000, not to mention $1 million, would be a rush for them. When will the money be paid? A cold smile floated at the corner of Secretary Li's mouth. First, I will give each of you $100,000 deposit. After the matter is accomplished, the remaining $900,000 will not be delayed for a minute. If you dare to play tricks, you should know the consequences. With that, he tossed the black suitcase full of bills onto the table and opened it. The 5 of them glanced at each other. Their breathing became rapid, and the greed in their eyes instantly overpowered their hesitation. They swarmed the box and quickly divided the money. Secretary Li looked at the 5 people in front of him who were already driven by money, and a hint of smugness welled up in his heart. He felt that as long as these 5 people got their hands on them, the matter explained by Su Jianyu would be completed. As for the follow-up, even if something does go wrong, just get rid of these 5 people. Su Wenxiang has been waiting quietly outside the door. His heart has been wondering what price Secretary Li will offer these 5 people, how he is going to drain the money from the hands of these 5 people. As he was thinking, the door opened and Secretary Li stepped out of it with a satisfied look on his face. Boss Su, it's all been negotiated. Please arrange another car for them. The other party's bossiness made Su Wenxiang feel uncomfortable, but when he thought of Su Jianyu behind the other party, he could only squeeze out a smile and answer with his mouth full. After Secretary Li left, Su Wenxiang forcibly suppressed his displeasure, turned his head and shouted at his beloved, Chicken, go and arrange for a car, one that's a bit more hidden. Don't let anyone see the cracks. Chicken heard the words and went down with 5 men to get ready. The other side of town, Xinwei dragged her tired body into the hospital room, and under the dim light, the room looked extraordinarily cold. She walked over to the bedside and looked at her daughter, who was lying unconscious on the hospital bed, her eyes filled with heartache and helplessness. Baby, when will you wake up? Xinwei gently held her daughter's hand, tears in her eyes. A stabbing pain ran through her heart when she thought of the news that her husband, Gu Mingsen, had been captured by the police. Yet the 1,000 words spoken each day never received any response from my daughter. Xinwei sighed, tucked her daughter in, turned around and walked to the window, looking out the window at the night with a lot of sadness. Honey, I miss you. A tear, uncontrollably, slipped down his cheek. Leave the hospital. In order to treat her daughter. The family house has been sold and she can only live in a 30 square meter rental house near the hospital. But because she had to be constantly at her daughter's side, she only came here when she was doing laundry and cooking, and had a warm bed that she didn't sleep in once. Xinwei opened the door of the rental house, and a damp odor filled the house. Without caring, she put the clothes she had just changed for her daughter in her hand into the washing machine and started it. She then walked over to the bed and sat down, letting out a long breath and relaxing her body with it. It was the only moment in the day that she could relax. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door broke the peace. Xinwei's heart tightened. Who? Delivery. An unfamiliar voice came through the door. Xinwei was puzzled that she hadn't bought anything recently. You sent the wrong one. I didn't buy anything. Can't be wrong. The address and name are correct. Xinwei hesitated, but still slowly walked towards the door. The palm of his hand attached to the doorknob and gave it a gentle twist and a push. Where is everyone? Stretching his head out to look around, the entire corridor presented an eerie silence, and a pang of uneasiness could not help but grow in his heart. Bang! Close the door. A minute passes and nothing happens. Xinwei patted her chest and let out a long breath. What she didn't know, however, was that everything she had just done was all being watched through the cat's eye by a pair of eyes in the rental house across the street. Seeing the door to the room across the hall close, the man extends an OK sign toward his partner behind him, only to see that in addition to him and his teammates inside the house, there were 5 beaten, swollen and unconscious people lying on the ground. Judging from the way they were dressed and the shape of their bodies, they were the same 5 bugs that Secretary Li had hired. It's true that Kung was right. The other side really took a shot at Sam's wife and kids. What now? Should we kill or keep these 5 guys? The two were in the middle of a discussion when the cell phone rang. Hello? Is someone dead? Not yet. Just let them pass out. Good. Keep them alive and ask who's behind it. Good. Hanging up the phone, One of them wore a displeased expression. There's no need to ask? It must be the Su family. The other man didn't say a word, just silently took out ropes from the bag on the table and tied the 5 men on the floor in 5 different directions. To prevent them from waking up and screaming, they were also gagged with rags. After doing this, pulled out an aftermath cigarette and lit it, spitting out a smoke ring before slowly speaking. This is not in a foreign country. Everything should talk about evidence. Li Shan, we're here. Open the door. The man smoking hung up the phone and immediately got up to answer the door. The door opened and 5 sharp-eyed burly men quickly dashed into the room. The leader first scanned the 5 people on the floor before placing his gaze on Li Shan. Captain. Li Shan subconsciously poses a military salute. The other waved his hand. Noble ***** pleasantries. Zhang Yang, Chang Tianliang. You two take over from Li Shan and Ameng and stand guard here. Roger that. The car is down there. One person carries it down. After saying that, the captain bent down and carried one of the men on the ground, and several others moved quickly, each carrying an unconscious fellow. Chapter 61, Assassination After Assassination. A dilapidated factory on the outskirts of the city. Only very few people knew that there were more than 20 pugilists hidden here at the moment. Each of them had fierce eyes and exuded a murderous aura, talking in low voices inside the plant, with a few curses and sneers coming out from time to time. Bang! Levi Strong lands a heavy elbow. However, the expected screams were not heard. Ah! Ha 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 ha! It was as if pain had become some kind of stimulant for this man. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Okay, John. The captain spoke up, his voice low and strong, with an undeniable authority. Li Weiqiang retracted his fist with hatred, his face full of unwillingness. He spat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really weird. It's also the first time that the laborer has felt that his fist is so soft. These are old junkies with damaged nerves, unable to communicate properly with the outside world unless they're high, and completely incapable of feeling normal pain. Leviathan froze, not understanding for a moment what was meant by general pain. Soon, though, his teammates showed him what extraordinary pain was. Doctor, make him mental. As soon as the captain's words fell, the teammate who had just explained stood up and walked towards the 5 people tied to the chairs with an evil grin on his face. The doctor stretched his body with his fingers crossed before pulling out a surgical mechanical kit from the backpack he carried close to his body. Have a teammate pull up a table and place it on top and spread it out. The man who received a punch from Levi Strong had stopped laughing and looked at the evil smiling doctor with a dumbfounded face, not yet knowing what would happen to him next. It was then that Levi Strong realized what the so-called extraordinary pain was in the doctor's mouth, and didn't block it, but just watched with interest and even some nostalgia. All set. I'll warm up before this. He was seen raising his hands to his chest and strumming his 10 fingers a few times as if he were playing a piano, then walking towards the nearest assassin, drawing out one of the man's palms. He pressed his thumb against one of the acupuncture points on his hand. I'm pressing on your median nerve line. 1 to 10 levels of pain. Now at level 2. The man did not react. Well, it's now level 3. Ah, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The man responded, but not the way the doctor wanted, and the thumb continued to push. Level 4. Level 5. Level 6. As the level continued to rise, the expression on that assassin's face became more and more distorted, and the original crazy laughter was gradually replaced by hissing roars of pain. His body struggled desperately in the chair, trying in vain to break free. A cruel grin appeared on the doctor's face as he continued to add his thumbs up. Level 7. Level 8. That killer's screams had become hoarse. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead, and his face became as white as paper. Please, please. Stop. 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 He squeezed out a few words with difficulty, his eyes filled with fear and pleading. Unperturbed, the doctor continued to raise the pain level to 9. The pain was so extreme that the man could no longer make a single sound, and his body began to spasm uncontrollably. I'll go. The doctor didn't know what he saw, and subconsciously let go of his hand, looking at the other with a look of disgust. Why the hell does your pee smell so bad? Ha ha ha. The team couldn't help but laugh. Doc, he's a junkie. Doesn't he just stink? You didn't even forget that, did you? A flash of embarrassment flashed across the doctor's face. Years of living in comfort had indeed made him forget a few things. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you laughing at? You guys want to do it? The people waved their hands. Let them fight. To engage in assassination is a good hand. The doctor this means, not the average person to learn. The doctor had anger in his heart, and when he saw his teammates concede, he turned the tables on the remaining 4. Okay, let's ask first. The captain stopped, and the doctor retreated helplessly to one side. Tell me, who sent you? The man didn't seem to have recovered from the pain, his eyes bulging and drooling onto the floor without even realizing it. Nimrod, Pa dash. Li Weiqiang slapped the other party's head. The other party was hit. The corner of his mouth instantly flowed out a wisp of blood, and his body shook with it. After squaring their bodies, talk, is it something you want to do again? The man's body trembled at the words, and he seemed to recall the pain he had just felt, shaking his head repeatedly. No, 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 don't, I'll tell everything. Who? The captain's voice caused the man to shudder again. It's Su Wenxiang. The crowd froze, their heads suddenly lined with question marks. Shouldn't it be the Su family? And which one is Sui Mankun? Who is Su Wenxiang? He told you to kill Shen Wei's mother and daughter. Was there no one else behind it? The captain, full of suspicion, bowed down and stared intently at the battered assassin in front of him. Neither do I. Before the word no could be uttered, he saw the doctor with a wry smile on the corner of his mouth not far away, and his body couldn't stop trembling again. The pain just now was still fresh in his mind, and shooting him wouldn't even want to suffer that kind of life or death torture again. No, 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 I know. Then tell me. Don't dawdle. Leviathan growled impatiently, and raised the fist in his hand. Su Wenxiang is the middleman. The real employer's identity is someone else. After the shock, the man became much more fluent. Who? Yes. The man suddenly paused, realizing that he and the others hadn't asked for the other man's identity in the process of collecting the money. Speak up. Don't make me do it. When Levi Strong saw him stop, he was furious and grabbed him by the collar, lifting his body up. I don't know. The guy didn't say. The man cried out with a sobbing voice, his face filled with despair. The captain turned his attention to the doctor, asking if the other man was telling a lie. The captain's heart sank when he only saw the doctor nod slowly. Is there someone else? This thought was rejected by him after a flash, and there was absolutely no one else but the Su family. Just then, ring ring ring. The captain frowned slightly and picked up the phone. Captain, another batch. Hearing the report on the other end of the phone, the captain's face changed slightly, as if he hadn't anticipated that one wave had just subsided and the next one would come so quickly. How many? One. With a gun. The captain's face instantly became grave. Is everyone okay? It's fine. The other party was planning to go above Shaolin's medication, but luckily Xiao Long realized it in time. Anger rose in the captain's heart. The Su family. Seek death. The rest of us heard the same righteous indignation. Li Shan, bring that man back. I want to hear this man tell the mastermind behind this with my own ears. Roger that. Brother Shan. I'll go with you. Li Shan nodded and the two of them paired off. Chapter 62. In less than half an hour, Li Shan brought the man back, along with the man's belongings. Among them was a passport. Huang Young-min. From Kimchi Nation? Fake. The captain looked over curiously, only to see Leviathan pull another Sakura country passport out of his bag. Yumegawa Kuko? What a trashy name. Ha ha ha. The captain, however, had a serious look on his face. The appearance of this man showed that the Su family's means of retaliation was no longer limited to these unorthodox killers in the country. Wake the man up. Okay. The doctor stepped forward with a sardonic smile and pressed the same technique to the nerve wires in the man's hand. A sharp pain hit the man, and he instantly came to his senses and screamed loudly. The captain waved his hand and the doctor retired. The pain subsided before the man freed his mind to observe the situation around him, which was not promising. He sensed danger signals in the eyes of everyone present. He forced himself to be calm. Who the hell are you guys? Why are you arresting me? The captain moved over a chair and sat down, leaning forward slightly, his eyes glaring. In just this instant, the other party felt the oppression of a mountain of corpses and blood from the captain. Who sent you? What did you say? I don't understand. His eyes dodged. Asterisk. Looks like another guy who doesn't see a coffin. Doc, it's up to you. The man was unsure, only to see a burly man with a sinister smile slowly walk forward. As usual, we'll start you off with some appetizers. The man was even more puzzled, and in the next instant, his right hand was taken by his opponent. He struggled against it, but the other party's palm was like an iron vice, and it didn't loosen the slightest bit even with all his strength. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain came from the location where the other party was holding down, causing him to let out a miserable scream. Say no. Say what? I really don't understand what you guys mean. The man was still talking tough, and the doctor didn't take kindly to him and simply raised the pain to a 9. The extreme pain caused the man's mouth to brace to its limit, but he couldn't make a sound as his body began to spasm and his lower body became incontinent. Seeing that the other man was about to pass out, the doctor let go. After giving the other man half a minute to recover, the man slumped in his chair, panting heavily, his face covered in sweat and fear, his eyes revealing deep despair. Now, willing to talk? The captain spoke again, his voice low and cold. The man raised his head with difficulty and looked at the captain, his lips trembling as if he wanted to renew what he had said before, but fearing to suffer the pain that is worse than death again, he was unable to speak for a while. I advise you to give an honest account, or else, the pain that follows will be absolutely unbearable for you. The tone was flat, but it sent shivers down the man's spine, not to mention the fear of attempting the pain that would follow in the captain's mouth. I said, it's Su Jiangyu, he hired me. Sure enough, it's the Su family. The captain's heart fluttered, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The others did likewise, except for the doctor who looked at the slayer with more than a hint of disappointment in his eyes. This term of killers is really waste. Labor a lot of tactics have not yet made use of. And then give the recruitment. Captain, since we're sure it's the Su family, what do you say? What else can we do? Sam is also confused. He doesn't even understand that hitting a snake and turning his back hurts. That's right, kill all kill, don't know to drive to the end. Fortunately there are dozens of our brother, or have him regret. The people were talking, but they expressed only one meaning, to get rid of the Su family. Among them, Li Weiqiang performed the most positively. One is that his wife and children have long been gone. There is no worry. Secondly, among all the people, he has the deepest friendship with Gu Mingsen. The captain raised his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The Su family runs the political and business worlds in China. How easy is it to uproot them? Even if they did, those of them would face endless tracing and sanctions from the state of China. What's going on with Sam now? It's the same as always. The military has been holding people in the military area since they were brought up, and it's locked down so tight there's no news coming out at all. After Gu Mingsen's arrest, the four blackbirds did not listen to his words to hide completely, but contacted Li Weiqiang at the first opportunity to discuss a rescue plan. Li Weiqiang is also extremely chagrined when he wakes up to the news of Gu Mingsen's arrest, but it doesn't help. How to Rescue has not been able to discuss a clue, and learned that the other party was mentioned by the military to the military district detention. More difficult. It's a good thing he stumbled upon the coded markings left by the captain and them near the hospital, and that the meeting was quickly agreed upon. But before they could execute the rescue, the Su family had already begun to lay hands on Gu Mingsen's wife and daughter. At this point, the doctor interjected. Actually, I don't think it would be that difficult for Sam to escape from military custody if he wanted to. The eyes of the crowd swished to the doctor, expecting him to give some advice. You're right, Asen does have the strength, but only if he has the thought of escaping. You know that before Gu Mingsen was actively giving up resistance to be arrested, and now you want him to give birth to the idea of escaping. Unless, let him be informed of the current situation of his wife and children, whether Gu Mingsen was naive or confident. In any case, things did not go exactly in the direction he expected. If he had followed the normal process, Gu Mingsen, who held the gold medal for exemption from death, would have been given a life sentence at most. But the Su family, or Su Jiangyu personally, even chose to use means outside the rules. Unexpected, but also reasonable. The same father, Gu Mingsen, did not also use means outside the rules. Completed revenge? That's right. Once brother Sam realizes that the Su family sent someone to assassinate his wife and child, he won't be able to sit still. But how do we get the message in now? Yeah, if it was still maneuverable in the police department, but it's hard in the military district. The military district is different from the police station, which receives a large number of civil cases to process every day, and they can easily blend in. But not the former. The military zone is an important place. Idle people should not approach. This warning hanging on the military zone blockade line is not hanging for fun. Anyone who breaks in without a record, if they are caught, they will be found out and thrown out, or they will just be shot and not even given a chance to talk. And just then, Blackbird's voice came from the headphones that Leviathan carried with him. Kung, I do have an idea. What way? All eyes turned to him in unison, full of anticipation. I've got all the information about this military district in the NSA archives, so I should be able to blend in just by disguising a copy of my identification, right? Li Weiqiang's eyes lit up. There was no one in the room who wasn't familiar with the skill disguise. Chapter 63 Tiger. The military compound where Gu Mingsen was being held was not small, and it was impossible for the gate guards to know everyone, which gave them a chance to sneak in. Once that was agreed upon, the captains began to divide up the labor. Li Weiqiang is responsible for cooperating with Blackbird to get the identification. Li Shan takes the two men to get the equipment, and himself personally leads the men to sneak into the military area to look for Gu Mingsen. They acted very quickly and made all the preparations in less than a day. However, just as the captain decides to act at night, a phone call from the teammate responsible for protecting Shenhui's mother and daughter interrupts all their plans. Captain, I see Sam. What?
The captain's grip on the phone tightened violently, a look of disbelief filling his face.
Are you sure it's Sam? 1,000 times over. Captain, I've been watching. First he wandered around the corner.
Then he felt his way into the rental house in the dark. The teammate on the other end of the line sounded urgent and certain. The captain was surprised that Gu Mingson had come out on his own before he and the others had a chance to implement their rescue plan.
Something must have happened in between. Guessing was definitely impossible, and could only be solved by Gu Mingson himself after the meeting. In the meantime, Xinwei left the hospital, came to the rental house, turned on the lights,
and the first thing she saw was her husband Gu Mingson standing by the bed.
Xinwei in the hands of the key snapped fell to the ground. She stared wide-eyed, full of unbelief, lips slightly trembling. Son, how could you be here? Gu Mingson turned around, his face full of fatigue, but there was a hint of relief in his eyes. He walked forward and gently hugged Xinwei. His voice was a little hoarse. I was worried about you, escaping. Since that day when Su Jianyu put down his harsh words to take revenge on his wife and daughter, he has been worried and has not been able to sleep for a moment. The first time to escape is to come to confirm the safety of his wife and daughter, to see that they are safe and sound. The taut heart and soul only relaxed. When Xinwei heard Gu Mingson's words, she was aghast. An ominous premonition welled up in his heart, and he hurriedly grabbed Gu Mingson's arm and said nervously, Sam, 2 nights ago someone knocked on the door of the rental house, but I opened the door but I didn't see anything. It can't be. The eyes were full of afterthought. At those words, Gu Mingson's face instantly became gloomy. Fear not. I'm here. Holding his wife close in his arms, he gently patted her back in an attempt to reassure her, but the anger in his heart was like suppressed lava, burning at the bottom of his heart. After Gu Mingson's arrest, as the verdict was handed down, he was bound to usher in the Su family's frantic retaliation, and he had been mentally prepared for it. As the saying goes, the trouble is not as bad as the wife and children, and there is a head of the wrongdoer. This is the guideline that Gu Mingson has always acted on. So in the previous process of revenge, he has never killed those 5 family members. At best, that thought has crossed my mind. But the Su family, or Su Jianyu, was not as principled as he was. Old husband, what should I do with my daughter? Should we find a place to hide first? Xinwei's voice trembled, her eyes filled with fear and worry. So far, she didn't know Gu Mingson's true identity, including those thrilling moments during the revenge process. That's why at this moment, in the face of retaliation from the powerful Su family, it seems so overwhelmed. Gu Mingson gently stroked Xinwei's hair, his tone as gentle as possible, and comforted. No need. Just do what you need to do, and leave all the rest to me. But the Su family, don't worry, there are people in the shadows to protect you both as a mother. Xinwei was stunned and raised her head, her eyes full of doubts. Someone is secretly protecting us? Who is it? Why don't I know anything about it? It's some of my former comrades. Gu Mingson said softly, they should have learned about what happened to me on the internet and spontaneously came and secretly protected you 2 mothers. That's true. It just doesn't say what kind of experience it's been with a comrade in arms. Xinwei suddenly realized that it was no secret that Gu Mingson had been in the military, and his friends around him knew that it was normal to have a few close comrades. The heart flashed with emotion, but it was quickly taken over by worry. But the Su family is powerful. Will it involve them? Gu Mingson gently patted his wife's shoulder, giving her a reassuring expression. They are all people who have gone through life and death tests. Their strength is absolutely fine. Moreover, I won't let you and your daughter be in danger all the time. The words implied murderous intent. Xinwei did not perceive it. Only the color of worry on her face still had not receded, and she wanted to say something else. Suddenly, knock knock. The knock on the door was particularly abrupt and alarming at this point. Xinwei's body trembled violently, and she subconsciously grabbed Gu Mingson's arm, her eyes filled with fear. Gu Mingson, on the other hand, was instantly alert, and he gently patted Xinwei's hand, signaling her to keep quiet, then slowly walked to the door and pressed his ear against the door, trying to hear the movement outside. A good half hour. Mori, a low but respectful voice came from the door. Gu Mingson was slightly stunned. The voice was somewhat familiar, but for a moment he couldn't recall who it was. He didn't respond immediately, while putting his finger to his mouth to signal Xinwei not to make a sound either. Sam, it's me, Tiger. The person outside the door seemed to have sensed Gu Mingson's vigilance and hastily added. Hearing the name Gu Mingson's heart stirred, and his memory was instantly pulled back to his time in the army. Hu was his former comrade in arms when he served 001, 2 years later than he enlisted in the army, and he himself had saved his life. The relationship was quite good, only that his superiors prohibited contact with each other after he was discharged from the army. Gu Mingson hesitated for a moment, but decided to open the door. As soon as the door opened, he saw a burly man standing outside the door. None other than Tiger. When Ah Hu saw Gu Mingsen, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. "Brother Sun, we finally meet again." Gu Mingsen looked Tiger up and down to make sure he was unarmed and not abnormal before nodding slightly. "Tiger, what brings you here? It's not just me. After your first live broadcast, the captain, the doctor, and the mountain brother all came."
Upon hearing these 24 names,
Gu Mingsen's heart shook violently,
and his face was filled with an expression of disbelief.
You guys are crazy. If your superiors find out you're converging privately." He was well aware of the strict discipline of his former service,
where their superiors had forbidden them to contact each other,
and now that so many people had converged, the consequences would be unimaginable if they were discovered. Tiger, however,
spread his hands without a care in the world, a sneer on his lips.
"So what if I find out? I've been disappointed in this country for a long time." After a conversation,
Gu Mingsen learned that everyone had received more or less oppression from the local dignitaries over the years, especially the more economically backward the place,
the worse this phenomenon is. Chapter 64, Reunion of Comrades in Arms. Family, country and righteousness is a traditional concept deeply rooted in the bloodline of the Chinese nation. After they joined the military,
this philosophy was even more seared into their minds and they dared not forget it at all times.
For this reason, after suffering injustice and oppression,
they choose to endure it and choose to seek justice by legal means.
However, the darkness of reality stings them again and again.
Power, money deals and collusion between business and the government have caused their demands to be shirked and shelved.
And the long wait is like a blunt knife cutting flesh, wearing away their patience and hope, even secretly pressuring them to try to get them to give up. But even so,
they are still bound by the righteousness of their family and country in their hearts,
expecting that one day in the future,
the country will remember them and return the justice that belongs to them. What they ended up waiting for was not the justice they wanted,
but Gu Mingsen's outburst.
It was like a fuse that instantly detonated all the grievances,
indignation and resentment they had endured all these years.
So without any manner of prior agreement,
but very tacitly, after settling their own affairs,
spontaneously gathered in the city of Shanghai.
There were many reasons for this, one being that Gu Mingsen was the only one between them
who had exposed his position.
The second is a sense of security. It does sound outrageous that they would be insecure when each of them is a soldier king, but not when one learns of their experiences. As we all know,
the missions carried out by Team 001 are all extremely dangerous,
and the slightest mishap could result in the total loss of the team.
And while this was Gu Mingsen's perception before joining 001,
after joining, it completely subverted everyone's perception,
no matter how dangerous the mission was.
But whenever there was Gu Mingsen in the team,
they were able to turn danger into safety and return safely.
Gu Mingsen seems to be the pin of the team, his calmness, boldness and superb adaptability,
so that every member of the team has immense trust and reliance on him.
Like this one,
the day they were discharged, their superiors had sternly warned each of them that private contact meetings were forbidden.
Once caught,
a prison sentence inevitably awaits them. It was clear that they did not intend to tie their hands, all of them believing that under Gu Mingsen's leadership,
as usual, whatever obstacles lay ahead could be solved, because in this world,
they were the only ones who had experienced firsthand how terrifying Gu Mingsen's strength was. Those who are sitting on their hands will eventually realize what a catastrophe this convergence of forces will bring about once again.
Mori, Sam,
followed Tiger to the crowd-hiding dilapidated factory. That a familiar and unfamiliar face. The memory is once again pulled to the past side by side to fight in the lofty days of the past.
Seeing Gu Mingsen walk in,
the people who were originally sitting or standing were instantly like torches being lit, with blazing light flashing in their eyes as they gathered around.
"Son, we're finally all together again." Li Shan's eyes reddened,
his voice carrying a few choked sobs.
"All these years, I've been looking forward to this for a long time. You asshole, how dare you leave me behind and act alone?" Li Weiqian stepped forward and whacked Gu Mingsen on the chest. Gu Mingsen smiled apologetically and looked around the room,
his gaze lingering on each face.
"All in good time." Each person then sends a strong hug. "Sam, how did you get out?"
Gu Mingsen's appearance was unexpected by the captain, so he was very curious as to what had happened to change his mind.
Gu Mingsen did not hide. Will Su Zhengyu threaten to retaliate against his wife and daughter to inform the people?
He did not dare to bet that the other party is only showing off the power of the mouth, so he escaped from the military district custody.
When the crowd heard this,
they were all filled with righteous indignation,
their eyes burning with rage. "That dog,
still dare to touch your sister-in-law. Labor will have to tear him into pieces. For what his daughter has done, she wouldn't die a million times over." The captain had long known that Su Zhengyu had begun to take revenge on Gu Mingsen's wife and daughter,
and did not look very angry. "Sam, so what are your plans after this?"
After dealing with the Su family,
There must still be a place to go. You can't go back to prison, right? First of all, they wouldn't agree. I haven't thought about it yet. Gu Mingsen's mind was all about escaping as soon as possible and confirming the safety of his wife and children, and he really hadn't thought about what he planned to do after dealing with the Su family. The captain revealed an expression that was surely true. If this Gu Mingsen business hadn't come up, they would have been the same. Go abroad. Abroad? Gu Mingsen froze, then realized that this should be Blackbird's suggestion. Before he came, Tiger had already told him that after he was arrested, Blackbird had not followed his advice to hide, and still kept in contact with Leviathan. And going abroad was one of the first things Blackbird suggested to him, only he didn't take it up himself at the time. Now, is not a bad idea. But the thought of being separated from his wife and daughters for thousands of miles was overwhelming, and his daughter was seriously ill, so he certainly couldn't take them with him on the run. Sam, don't hesitate. Are you really willing to be taken to prison for the rest of your life? Yes, brother Sam. As far as our brother's skills are concerned, when we go abroad, that's when the sky is high enough for the birds to fly. Yes, after we leave the country, we'll also set up a mercenary group. What kind of Black Eagle or God's Arms are all trash in front of us? Blackbird has long envisioned a life abroad for them, with a series of development plans. The people were talking to each other, depicting the grand blueprint after going abroad, with their eyes full of expectation and longing for the future. Gu Mingsen fell into deep thought. On the one hand was the attachment to his wife and daughter, on the other hand was the high expectations of his brothers, both of which were constantly pulling at his heart. Seeing his entanglement, the captain stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying in a serious tone, Sam, you still don't understand that actually going abroad is the best protection for your wife and child. Gu Mingsen was a bit puzzled. The Shanghai City Su family is easy to solve, but have you ever thought about the capital city Su family? There were two branches of the Su family in China. One was the Su family in Shanghai City, and the other was the Su family in the capital city, and the two heads of the family were still blood brothers, and the Su family in the capital is a behemoth with deep roots and disjointed strength in the political world. Many people do not have such a cognizance, and it is useless to have more money in the country of China, and there is no temper at all when they say they will take it down for you, and when they say you can't do this, they can't do this. But it's different if you have a relative who is a big official, who dares to find him a little trouble. If you kill one Su Tingting, at most you will face retaliation from the Shanghai City Su family, but if you wipe out the entire Shanghai City Su family, the capital city Su family will never be indifferent. The captain's words were very right, and a hint of shaking arose in Gu Mingsen's heart. When he got rid of the Shanghai City Su family, if he tied his hands, he would surely welcome the endless assassinations of the capital city Su family. The opponent's power is so large that it is hard to guarantee that it has not infiltrated the military. Do you really have the confidence to receive all the other parties' means? Chapter 65 Angry Wine Kitchen. It would be different if you fled abroad. Although they will still face the pursuit of the Su family in the capital, as long as they don't kill you off for one day, they will be afraid of you and will never dare to lay their hands on your wife and children first. The captain had a point. With the Su family's ability, it was impossible for them to not be able to find out the identities of Gu Mingsen and the others, and they were bound to have scruples. And once he laid his hands on Gu Mingsen's wife and daughter, this scorn would likely turn into fear as well. His wife and daughter are Gu Mingsen's soft underbelly, but they are also the scales of adversity, and they will die when touched. The capital Su family is a big family, not as a last resort to the point of exhaustion. It is not possible to have on the other side of the fish death net this bold. The country is the other side's sphere of influence, and staying in the country is tantamount to fighting the entire state apparatus. Even as strong as Gu Mingsen, he didn't have full confidence. Once caught, even though death immunity could save one's life, the Su family in the capital still wouldn't stop, and even more difficult to prevent assassinations would ensue. As for the death immunity going out the window, this is by no means possible, for as long as 001 exists, those who enjoy this honor will not allow this to happen as long as they live on Earth. Because no one dares to guarantee that tomorrow or in the near future, he or she will become the second Gu Mingsen. If the other guy gets it and he loses his life, will the other guy go on to his wife and daughter? Even if there was only a slight possibility, Gu Mingsen didn't dare to gamble. He promised that he would never let mother and daughter be hurt in the slightest again. No, I could never let that happen. Gu Mingsen's eyes instantly became sharp as knives. Yes. Hearing Gu Mingsen's relief, the captain instantly revealed an expression of relief. Hoo. It's long overdue. His teammates cheered at the news. Then next, it's time to discuss how to solve this Su family. What is there to discuss? Just kill them straight away and then immediately run away on a boat. Needless to ask, the boat must have been arranged by Blackbird again. The crowd was pumping their fists and jumping for joy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, the head of the military region, Wang Kitchen, was scratching his head and staring at the surveillance in front of him. Above is exactly the whole process of Gu Mingsen's prison break. The video shows the guard soldiers making their routine rounds an hour or so after dinner. Since Gu Mingsen was the only one in the entire holding area, he walked straight to the door of the holding cell without the slightest pause in between. First, he stretched his head to look in through the barred window, noticed something unusual, and called out. There was no response from the other side, so he called out again. Still no response, and then knocked on the iron door with the butt of his rifle, but the result remained the same. The inspecting soldier did not recklessly open the iron door to go in to check the situation, but called his teammate to come to support him, and the two of them went in together to take care of each other for insurance. Soon another soldier ran over and in the same manner tried to wake up Gu Mingsen inside. The two men looked at each other, as if they were thinking of their superior's instructions to keep an eye on Gu Mingsen and to ensure the other's life. So an immediate decision was made to open the metal door and go in to check the situation. But before they do, it's prudent to contact the monitoring room over the intercom. Surveillance room, keep an eye on the situation here at all times. And as soon as you realize something is wrong, press the alarm. Monitor room copy. This is a recording of the conversation that took place. The soldier then put down his walkie-talkie and exchanged a glance with his companion after making two tactical gestures. The other soldier then clamped down his rifle, pointed it at the iron gate, and stood at attention. The soldier, on the other hand, took out a key and opened the iron door with slow movements. The moment the iron door opened all the way, the soldier also quickly set up his gun and made combat preparations. There was no surprise inside, and the pair exchanged glances as the soldier who had opened the door took the lead into the holding cell, followed by the other with his rifle mounted. Out of humanitarianism and respect for individual privacy, they do not place surveillance in every holding cell, and that's why you can't see what's going on inside when you get here. And what exactly is going on is only known through the dictation of the two soldiers when they wake up. At that time I went in and first shouted a feu more times, but the other side still did not have any reaction. Worried about the other side of the accident, I immediately have to go forward to check, but was pulled by Xiaoxi. I know, I shouldn't blame Xiaoxi, he should have pulled me back. At that time, it was indeed me who wasn't calm enough, but I didn't realize that the other party had seized the moment when we were both distracted, and moved so swiftly that before my head could turn around, my eyes blinked and I fainted. Xiaoxi's dictation was also basically the same, with the only difference being that when Gu Mingsen attacked the two, he saw a trace of a remnant shadow. Why didn't you call for backup then? It took two people to get in? Wang Kitchen was also angry and confused before asking this. If there was no call for support, then how did the second soldier come? Of course, this performance is normal. Ruan Anping before leaving but 1,000 instructions. Watch the person. Never let people escape. At that time he did not think so, but now, LOL. He also quickly realized that he couldn't blame the two guard soldiers, but with fire in his heart, he didn't know who to lash out at. Just have to keep watching the surveillance. And before Gu Mingsen's figure appeared in the surveillance, there was a recording of a call that made him feel almost choked. Surveillance room, please respond. Copy that from the surveillance room. What's the status of the prisoner? The guy got a rise out of something he shouldn't have, but we've subdued him. The guy's tough as nails. Is there a rope in the surveillance room? The soldiers on duty in the monitoring room didn't notice anything unusual because the sound was so real. I think, has it? Okay, I'll find out for myself and you keep watching the surveillance. The other party should have been unsure of how many soldiers were on duty in the monitoring room, which was why they specifically offered to get the rope themselves. Good. To be honest, if he wasn't looking at this from a god's perspective, Wang Kitchen would have a hard time doubting that the owner of this voice was Gu Mingsen's fake. True. So true. Because of his initial contempt, Wang Kitchen didn't realize how much of this skill Gu Mingsen had mastered. He now regretted very much that he hadn't learned more about Gu Mingsen from Ruan Anping. Wang Kitchen continued to stare at the surveillance. His eyebrows twisted into a dead knot. The anger in his heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It could erupt at any time. The call was interrupted. It wasn't long before a somewhat blurry figure in a military uniform with a military cap half covering his face reappeared on the monitor. Obviously, this was Gu Mingsen, only that the soldiers on duty in the surveillance room didn't see it at the time. Maybe it was carelessness, or maybe it was the mental note that had just instructed him to keep an eye on the door to the holding cell. In any case, the man has escaped and further accountability will not help. Only to see Gu Mingsen strutting into the surveillance room. Chapter 66, Arrested? Upon entering the surveillance room, the soldier on duty who was keeping a close eye on the monitor didn't turn his head to confirm his identity. He just subconsciously told the visitor where the rope was. The rope should be in locker 3. See if you have it. Gu Mingsen responded in a calm tone and walked straight towards the soldier on duty.
Perhaps the soldier on duty was so absorbed in staring at the surveillance that he didn't even notice when the person walked behind him, until a hand suddenly probed out and attached his carotid artery. His body trembled slightly, but did not wait for his reaction. His head tilted and fainted. After settling the matter, Gu Mingsen didn't stop for a second. Leaving the surveillance room and walking in a big way through the military area. Gu Mingsen had been a soldier and was familiar with the processes in the army. And what was scary was his powerful psyche. And when he encountered the patrolling soldiers along the way, he was even able to greet them without panicking in the face or jumping out of his skin. Finally he found a military vehicle that was ready to go out. And when no one was looking, he did a tumble to get underneath it. The tactics weren't very clever, but they were practical. And no one thought there was a man hiding under the car. Following the military vehicles out of the military zone, the surveillance cuts off here, and the officer who went to the traffic brigade to retrieve the surveillance hasn't returned yet. Wang Kitchen couldn't help but urge. Once Ruan Pingon and the old leader learned that Gu Mingsen had escaped from prison, they would surely hold him accountable, and the best solution was to get the man back before that happened. But are things that easy? The traffic police quickly sent word of the location where Gu Mingsen had last disappeared. Wang Kitchen nearly collapsed. What does it mean? It means that the person can't be found? Find out for me. At all costs. Even if you turn the whole of Shanghai upside down, you must find the person for me. The opposite side is a bit at a loss for words. Not a system. Your rank is even higher. Such a big thing. How to communicate with their top boss. Right? Wang Kitchen was clearly furious and confused. But fortunately the chief of staff on the side was calmer and stopped his outrageous maneuver. Old Wang, calm down. I can't calm down. Listen to me. The chief of staff slammed the table hard. If you do this, not to mention whether or not the people can be caught, before that, the news of Gu Mingsen's escape will definitely get out. The chief of staff's words were like a heavy hammer, causing Wang Kitchen to instantly freeze. He breathed heavily, his eyes full of anxiety and resignation. But he had to admit that the chief of staff had a point. So what do you say? As things stood, he can only place his last hope in the chief of staff. The hopeful chief of staff, however, frowned tightly and paced back and forth, apparently unable to come up with a solution for a moment. The air in the office seemed to freeze as the pair fell into a suffocating silence. Suddenly, the chief of staff stopped. Old Wang, should we ask the Su family? Wang Kitchen's eyes snapped open. Su family in Shanghai City, black and white. White power cannot be used. Otherwise it must not be hidden from Wanonping. But the mob. On finding people, there are times when the mob does work better than the white mob. If it came to relationships, Wang Kitchen actually had the closest relationship with the capital city Su family, but time was running out and he couldn't wait to contact the Shanghai Su family through the capital city Su family. Fortunately, 2 years ago, when he wished for the 90th birthday of Su Tianyang, the head of the Su family in the capital, he had a glance with Su Tianchang, and Su Tianyang as an intermediary introduced the two to each other and exchanged contact information. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed the number, but his heart was pounding. After all these years, I don't know if the phone number is still reachable. And on the other side, having experienced the pain of losing his grandson only a short time ago, Su Tianchang has not slept well for several days. Tonight was the same, getting into bed early only to drift off to sleep in the wee hours of the morning. In a haze, he seemed to see his granddaughter Su Tingting, who was so cute as a child that her knitted brows could make this old man laugh. Suddenly, ring 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 dash, phone. Su Tianchang's eyes widened violently, his spirit instantly sobered. Bouncing up from the bed and reaching for the cell phone on the bedside table, his movements sensitively unlike a 90-year-old man. It was just a phone call. Why the reaction? Hello? This is Su Tianchang. Who is it? And when Wang Kitchen heard Su Tianchang's voice coming from the other end of the phone, his heart finally sighed in relief. He took a deep breath and tried to sound as calm as possible. Hello Elder Su. I am Wang Kitchen. I had the honor of meeting you 2 years ago at your brother's birthday banquet. I wonder if you still have any impression? Although Su Tianchang was only a businessman, he was the blood brother of Su Tianyang, the head of the Su family in the capital, and was very different from the general backstage that only had interests to deal with. So treating Su Tianchang must be like treating Su Tianyang to give enough respect. When Su Tianchang heard that it was Wang Kitchen, he was slightly stunned. His mind quickly recalled the scene of that meeting, and his tone carried a hint of doubt. Oh, it's Chief Wang. I remember. Calling here so late. Is there something urgent? Wang Kitchen was a name he couldn't possibly forget. He was considered the Su family's biggest ally in the military on the surface. And 2 years ago, Wang Kitchen was still only the deputy commander of the military region. And it was only through the operation of the Su family that he was able to be promoted to full commander. Wang Kitchen knew that time was running out. So he stopped beating around the bush and said directly, Elder Su, I have indeed encountered a very tricky matter that requires your help.
An important prisoner has escaped, and we have not been able to find any trace of him until now.
And now the situation is so urgent that there is really no other way out before we take the liberty of disturbing you. I know the Su family has extensive connections in Shanghai City,
and I'd like to ask for your help in locating this man's whereabouts. Su Tiancheng froze. Important prisoner? Could it be Gu Mingsun? Ah, Wang Kitchen was a bit surprised. He hadn't named himself, so how did he just blurt it out? It's him. Su Tiancheng's heart sank,
suddenly recalling the phone call with that big brother in the capital not long ago. No matter what the military's final verdict on Gu Mingsun is, you guys shouldn't act rashly, and you especially shouldn't provoke him.
Big brother? Why? He's been arrested. Su Tiancheng was puzzled. What kind of waves could a guy who was locked up in prison turn up? Su Tianyang sneered. Arrest? It would be great if that were true. What does SH mean? Su Tiancheng was not a fool,
and naturally heard something in his big brother's words. A friend from the military told me that with Gu Mingsun's strength, the police force that was rounding up at the time wasn't enough to pose a threat to him.
What? Su Tiancheng was shocked. He is actively giving up resistance? But why? Obviously you can escape. He didn't understand Gu Mingsun's approach, and the same was true for Su Tianyang. With freedom on one side and a cage on the other, anyone who isn't stupid will choose the former. Chapter 67 Nightmare to come again?
Gu Mingsun had voluntarily given up his resistance to being captured.
But why had he escaped from prison now? Isn't that redundant? It's not right. Something must have happened in the middle.
Su Tiancheng quickly realized what the problem was,
and it was easy to figure out the answer. Gu Mingsun was imprisoned in Wang Kitchen's territory,
and he must have known what had happened during that time.
Chief Wang, during Gu Mingsun's incarceration, other than people from the military, who else has met with him? If Wang Kitchen said no,
then someone in the military must have told Gu Mingsun something to give him the idea to break out of prison, most likely related to his wife and daughter.
For some reason, Su Tiancheng inexplicably felt a sense of unease. Gu Mingsun escaped from prison, most likely because his wife and daughter are in danger. Why are they in danger? Who would do it to them?
The only ones who had a clear reason to do so were his Su family, and the families of the other 4 children killed by Gu Mingsun.
So, Su Tiancheng's heart tightened, remembering that not long ago his son ran out behind his back, not knowing what to do. He was still sinking into the pain of losing his grandson, and was not in the mood to ask about it. Chief Wang, is it Jiang Yu? He met Gu Mingsun? Ha! The old man's pretty sharp. A moment of silence. Su Tiancheng also drew an answer from this and was greatly dismayed. What did they say? It was a matter of life and death for the Su family. Su Tiancheng could not care less about the other party's identity,
and his tone was slightly questioning, because Su Tianyang had personally told him on the phone that he must not push Gu Mingsun too far before the verdict came down. Otherwise the entire Su family will welcome one of the most powerful enemies ever, the kind that won't stop until they die. He didn't dare to question it in the slightest as Su Tianyang said it himself.
It doesn't say much. It's just, as Wang Kitchen told the conversation of the day when Su Jiangyu met with Gu Mingsun. Su Tiancheng's face went down with an iron color visible to the naked eye. It's solid. Gu Mingsun's purpose for escaping from prison was their Su family. Su Tiancheng couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart.
He was also considered to have experienced Gu Mingsun's terror.
One man, noiselessly and without any damage.
He took care of the security team he had hired at great expense.
Thankfully,
the other party's target at that time was only Su Tingting alone.
But if there was even a hint of relenting,
there was a possibility that the Su family in Shanghai City would cease to exist. I thought the nightmare was over.
Yet less than a week later, it's coming again? Su Lao. He escaped from prison. Is it for? Wang Kitchen then realized that Gu Mingsun's escape from prison was likely because Su Jiangyu's threats had irritated the other party. As for what the other guy will do when he escapes, it goes without saying. Elder Su, the other party doesn't necessarily have this ability, right?
Wang Kitchen only knew that Gu Mingsun had killed the Su family's young princess, but he wasn't clear about the process, or else he wouldn't have asked this.
Su Tiancheng let out a cold smile, and then with it, he recounted how Gu Mingsun, by virtue of his own strength, resolved more than 100 security personnel, took Su Tingting away in front of him, and finally executed him live. Wang Kitchen was stunned. In his heart, he cried out, Ruan Pingon, you tortoise grandson, misled me. The other side has the strength you son of a didn't even say a word, but one more word, and I'll send the strongest combat team in the military district on round-the-clock watch. So, what now? For a while, Wang Kitchen also lost his footing. As things stood, even if Gu Mingsun was found, it wouldn't be easy to successfully apprehend him. Su Tiancheng pondered for a long time. In this case, I'll find the person, but I can't guarantee that I'll find him. You gather the most elite troops under you now, and be ready to arrest them at all times. Good. Suddenly thinking of something, he paused. Why don't I arrange the troops to be at your place temporarily, just so I can provide you with protection as well? There's nothing wrong with that. What's to say no to a free one? The money is still secondary.
Mainly now it has to take time to go and find a professional security team.
The domestic ones are fine and can be in place in a day or two, but the level is nowhere near as good as the foreign ones. In an hour at the most, my troops will arrive. Good. Hanging up the phone, Su Tiancheng was not completely at ease. Even though Wang Qichen patted his chest and assured him that the troops sent out would definitely not let him as well as his family suffer half a bit of harm. This was because the previous Black Eagle Mercenary Corps had similarly assured him of the same, only to be destroyed by Gu Mingsen's one-man regiment. Put down this cell phone in his hand, get out of bed, and call the butler. Master? What's wrong with calling me so late? The tone was a little anxious. Where's Young Wu? The voice was laced with anger. Ha? Young master? He is in his room. Do you want me to go wake him up? Go to. The words came to a screeching halt. What was the use of getting angry when things had already happened? Would Gu Mingsen just immediately go back to his cage and stay there? Apparently not. Thinking of the injuries on his son's body again, Su Tiancheng's heart instantly softened. Never mind. Follow me to the study. Yes, master. Coming to the study, Su Tiancheng waved his hand towards the butler, who consciously retreated and closed the door, leaving Su Tiancheng alone. Going to the desk and sitting down, he opened a drawer and pulled out a cell phone in the bottom compartment. Enter a string of international hotlines to dial. Hey, I'm Jack. How can I help you? This is Su Tensing. Get me Winston. Yes, with pleasure. Please wait a moment. There was a short burst of electricity on the other end of the phone, followed by a low and magnetic voice. Su, it's been a long time since we've been in touch. This time you're looking for me. I'm sure there's something tricky going on. I need a security team. The best. There was a moment of silence across the room. No problem. But, Su, you know, China is the only country our organization's power is not involved in. How much is not a problem. I just want the best. Okay. The other replied very quickly this time. Time, place, how to meet. The sooner the better. Huqing, 1-8 call this number. Okay, just a couple minutes. The cell phone was placed on the table. But the sorrow on Su Tiancheng's face was not reduced at all. The other party is already the most mysterious and powerful international organization he can contact. But even so, the people sent by the other party, can they really keep their family safe? Now it's just a matter of doing the best we can. 2 minutes later, the other's voice sounded again. Su, for $100 million, I'll send one of our organization's best special operations squads, who have the most advanced combat equipment in the world. Without waiting for the other party to finish his introduction, Su Tiancheng directly interrupted. No problem. When can we be in position? At the latest. Well, by your time there, 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. It was earlier than Su Tiancheng expected. Okay, how do I call you with the money? Chapter 68, Eagle Special Forces. An offshore account is reported. The other added. Su, you haven't forgotten our rules, have you? Su Tiancheng returned in a cold voice. I know. 30% deposit. The next moment, you can feel the other person's satisfaction through the phone. Okay, one more thing. The payment of the final payment. We want it to be in gold. Gold is the absolute hard currency. And this is only one aspect of the reason. The main reason is that gold has a special significance, as well as role within their organization. No problem. The phone hung up, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, there was a knock on the study door immediately afterward. Enter. The butler walked in with a slight look of alarm on his face. Master, there's a troop of 100 men at the entrance of the manor, saying that they've been ordered to temporarily station themselves inside the manor, sending troops into Su's manor for no reason. If there was nothing fishy in this, the housekeeper would not believe it for 100 times. So not caring whether Su Tiancheng has finished the important things, directly knocked on the door of the room. After all, no matter how big it is, it's not as big as the home is going to be stolen. It is indeed the troops I transferred from the military district. Let them in. The butler froze on the spot. What the hell? What's the big deal? Mobilizing the army to station at the estate. Is it the end of the world? What are you waiting for? Hurry up. He was already holding fire in his heart, and seeing the housekeeper dawdling so much, Su Tiancheng's tone could not help but be stern. The housekeeper then returned to his senses and hurriedly suppressed the curiosity in his heart. Good, my lord. Then he turned and walked quickly out to make the arrangements. It wasn't long before there was the sound of neat footsteps outside the house, and it was the troop that entered the estate in good order.
quickly taking up positions at various key locations. Another 10 minutes passed before the footsteps stopped. Su Tiancheng didn't move and closed his eyes, seemingly waiting for something. Another 10 minutes and footsteps came from outside the study. Knock knock. Master, this officer wants to see you. Su Tiancheng opened his eyes. Come in. The door was pushed open and the butler advanced, a sidestep giving way to an officer behind him in uniform, with an upright posture. His pace was steady, his eyes were firm, and he exuded a solemn aura unique to soldiers. Su Tiancheng made a look towards the butler. The other party immediately understood and bowed to exit the study, taking the door with him. The officer heard the sound of the door closing before he made another move, walking up to Su Tiancheng and giving a standard military salute across the desk. Elder Su, I am Li Yi, the captain of the Flying Eagle Special Force, and by the military order of Chief Wang, I have led 3 platoons of warriors to come and station here, and to be responsible for guarding the safety of you and your family. Su Tiancheng nodded slightly and waved his hand to signal him to sit down. The other party did not appreciate. Su Tiancheng is very satisfied. There is this attitude, that the other party does not engage in those false head of the brain, a heart on the task. Captain Li, hard work. Elder Su is polite. We are all acting under military orders. The other party was quite a bit rigid and upright, and Su Tiancheng liked it. After finishing these, Su Tiancheng remembered Wang Kitchen's request and hurriedly called Su Wenxiang, the underground emperor of Shanghai City. Being woken up suddenly in this middle of the night, Su Wenxiang was also annoyed for a while, but when he read the caller's memo, he instantly sobered up and his anger dissipated. Hello, Elder Su? It's so late. You're calling from? Su Tiancheng did not bull ********. In the eyes of ordinary people, Su Wenxiang is the underground emperor of Shanghai City, black and white, and the power is monstrous. But only those who had reached a certain level knew that this "I am the sky after 12 o'clock at night" character was actually a more substantial dog raised by the Su family. Mobilize all your underground forces and find me someone. Su Wenxiang froze. Looking for people again? Is it? Not it. With a little panic, he asked. Su Lao. Who is this person? Gu Mingsun. Sure enough, it's him. It won't be. No. Not right, Elder Su. Hasn't he already been arrested? How could I not believe it? Even though I had guessed the answer. He broke out of jail. With these words, Su Wenxiang's hanging heart completely died. Thinking of the previous time, Secretary Li brought $1 million as a deposit to get rid of Gu Mingsun's wife and daughter. Although he resisted his greed at the time, he finally took Su Zhengyu's identity into consideration and accepted $1 million to agree to be a middleman to introduce killers for him. But what happened? According to the junior who was downstairs overseeing their operations, the 5 went upstairs and continued for nearly an hour without a single person coming out. Just as he was about to go upstairs to investigate, a small cargo truck came downstairs and not far from him. Immediately after the car stopped, 5 ferocious-looking brawny men popped out and headed straight for the stairway. The youngest brother sensed something was amiss, and cautiously he chose to continue to watch and wait for almost 10 more minutes. The 5 burly men appeared in sight again, and what made him feel even more alarmed was that these 5 men were each carrying a person on their backs. Looking at the body shapes, those 5 old insects were extremely similar. Until these 5 pugnacious men drove away, the little brother did not dare to go upstairs to check the situation, and fled back with a kick of the gas. At that time, Su Wenxiang felt bad, and then sent people to check. Did not find the 5 old insects, and then checked the surveillance. Since the little brother left the surveillance, also never found their figure. Again, he was ready to check the surveillance of the 5 pugilists that his little brother was talking about. But it was a snowflake. The workman said it was a malfunction. But Su Wenxiang knew in his heart that it was the other party's handiwork. Determining that Gu Mingsun's wife and daughter had the secret protection of mysterious forces, Su Wenxiang was all too sorry to get involved. However, he could only pray that the other party would see that he was only the middleman and would not bother with him in general. However, before he could swallow the shock, he received a call from Su Tiancheng that night, asking him to mobilize all his energies to search for Gu Mingsun. One can only imagine what the mood was like. Su Tiancheng does not care about this. You Su Wenxiang is just a dog of my Su family. If you do not listen to the direct replacement is. Good thing Su Wenxiang did not speak out as an intermediary to help Su Zhengyu hired murderers, or Su Tiancheng a belly of fire, can find a vent. In the end, Su Wenxiang had no choice but to agree. But he also made up his mind to contribute to the work and try to be a little transparent. But will it really be what he wants? Preventive work was in full swing on this side, while Gu Mingsun and the others on the other side were not idle either. After a short catch-up, the crowd began discussing a plan of action. And they still don't know that Su Tiancheng has already deduced Gu Mingsun's intentions after escaping from prison through the extraction of silk, and quickly made corresponding precautions. Of course, even knowing that wouldn't stop them from moving. If they are described as a pack of wolves, then the Kingpin special forces like the Flying Eagles, which are in plain sight in every major military region in the country, are a group of tame sheep, still young. However, Su Tiancheng later spent $100 million to hire a special warfare squad from abroad. It is another story. Li Shan, Tiger, I'll leave the mapping task to you too. No problem? Full self-confidence is built on knowing one's enemy, and even the weakest enemy should be given enough attention. Chapter 69, Going to the Fortune Tree. Captain, what about us? Yeah, it's been stifling prickly heat for days. The others pumped their fists and looked at the captain with anticipation. The captain's real name is Lu Huajian, and he is one of the 13 captains of Team 001 since its inception. Lu Huajian raised his eyebrows, but he didn't rush to speak, but whetted the appetite of the brothers. Since we decided to go abroad, we can't go with a clean slate. Let's go and make some money. A fortune teller? To whom? The crowd had a head full of questions. The captain smiled without saying a word and looked around the room, his eyes falling on the doctor. Well, did you find out anything? The corners of the doctor's mouth quirked up, and it looked like a good haul. The guy's a pauper with a couple $100,000 in his account. The crowd came to a realization, but also felt a little disappointment. Hundreds of thousands of dollars spread to each of their heads, only a few tens of thousands of dollars. Has been determined to go abroad to get away. This money is naturally not in the eyes. But, the crowd was stunned. I did ask something from the other five. Asterisk. Doctor, hurry thee up and don't ing sell out. The doctor bristles. The captain does this and I don't see you guys clamoring. One of them said Su Wenxiang has a hobby. He doesn't like to deposit money in the bank. Gu Mingsen's eyes lit up. If the other party had deposited the money in a domestic bank, there was really nothing they could do. Even if you put it overseas, it's not easy to get your hands on it. What about overseas? The doctor spread his hands towards Gu Mingsen. That I don't know. Those 5 people were not Su Wenxiang's inner circle, and it was impossible to know this kind of hidden secret. Kung, have Blackbird check it out. If the other guy has an overseas account, maybe Blackbird can find out. After a few minutes, Levi Strong placed his cell phone on the table and turned on the external playback. Brother Sam, we found out that the other party has an account in his name, but it only has $12 million. Less. Too little. A Shanghai underground emperor can't just have this much money. So either the other party has the money in someone else's name, or the other party is holding all cash. Those are the only 2 possibilities. Blackbird analyzed. Does he have any children or parents? In the captain's opinion, if it was the first possibility, that person must be Su Wenxiang's closest relative. Wives were not on the captain's mind. To such a man of no evil, women were merely tools for procreation and amusement. The other's parents both died when he was 15, and he was married but divorced within a few years because the child wasn't his. Put. Ha. That the mob boss who dominated Shanghai had such a dark history was indeed worth a laugh. Gu Mingsen didn't hold back from moving the corners of his mouth either. Only the captain had a calm face. Then there's only the second possibility. The crowd closed their voices and once again converged on the captain. And, where would he hide the money? I don't know, and I don't need to bother with that. Just ask him face to face. As he spoke, a ghostly light emanated from Gu Mingsen's eyes. The rest of them unconsciously revealed a sardonic smile. Late the next night, the villa where Su Wenxiang lived, Chicken came to report. Brother Chang, the brothers have dispersed down. According to your orders. Out of work. Su Wenxiang curved the corners of his mouth and nodded. Good. In addition, tell the brothers again. Food, drink, accommodation and transportation, all invoices. Remember, not every place of business has the ability to invoice on its own, and it's probably a lot of trouble to ask for invoices for all of them. So a small invoice is basically fine. The use is naturally to facilitate to find the Su family to ask for money after the completion of the incident, and to ask the juniors to have a couple of them, as well as to take some benefits from them. You could say it's shrewd. Okay, Kung. There's nothing else I'll leave first? Well, go ahead. Chicken retired and took the door with him. Su Wenxiang, on the other hand, was sitting on the sofa, secretly calculating how much money he could get from the Su family this time, thinking that it would be another large sum. Ha. Reagenshin can grow another layer. Thinking of this, Su Wenxiang's heart was in the right place. Getting up, he opened the secret passage to the vault and looked at the mountains of cash piled up in front of him with unusual satisfaction. There were also 3 vertical calf-high black suitcases placed in a row against the wall on the left. Su Wenxiang stepped forward to open it, and a golden light instantly shone on his face, only to see that inside was a thick layer of rectangular gold bricks, and the other 2 boxes as well, adding up to at least 3 tons, which according to the current price of gold, was equivalent to about $1.5
5 billion Chinese dollars. In terms of value, it's higher than the mountain of money in the middle of the vault. Su Wenxiang touched and smelled, licked and bit, lasted half an hour before leaving the vault. Back in the first floor study, satisfied, he was ready for bed. Since making his fortune, he's been focusing on his health, and he doesn't want to lose his money one day in the future before he's spent it all. Because I know that money doesn't show. I have to go to the bathroom to wash the smell of money off of me before I go to bed. Only finally did he come to sit on the edge of the bed, opened the nightstand, took out a sleeping pill, and took it. It is impossible for someone like him to get a good night's sleep at night without the aid of medication. And, of course, because the minions stationed at the villa could give him enough security, lay down on the bed and quickly fall asleep under the effect of the medicine. In a haze, he heard the roar of the Lamborghini he had just picked up last month. A slender hand wrapped around his fat arm. Is he not long ago forced on the little young woman? The next second, it was back in the underground vault, and he and the little young woman were on the mountain of money doing indescribable things. Su Wenxiang lying. Beautiful, beautiful drops. Hey. I'm yet. This guy isn't having a wet dream, is he? An abrupt voice rang out, but it did not wake up Su Wenxiang who had taken sleeping pills. In the dream, instead, it turned into a little young woman pinning her screams. Hello? Wake up! Levi Strong stepped forward and slapped his opponent's face without the slightest effect. Hey, my little baby, why is your mouth so strong? Kissing my husband's face is hot. Ha! Li Weiqiang had a vicious chill and quickly drew his hand away from this dead pervert. Holy, this guy's on drugs, right? It should be. Gu Mingsen shook the box of sleeping pills he had rummaged through the nightstand in his hand. The captain couldn't help but twitch. Taking sleeping pills? The doctor's tone was full of incredulity. How did this guy survive this long? It should be because he thinks that with those people outside protecting him, no one can touch his bedside. Gu Mingsen said thoughtfully, so what do we do now? I slap him awake? Levi Strong shook his iron hand. The captain waved his hand. Let's get the man under control before we wake him up. Okay. Levi Strong stepped forward and picked the man up on his shoulders and took him to the living room and tied him to a chair. Chapter 70, Interrogation of Sui Mankung. Although the minions guarding the villa were all Su Wenxiang's hand-picked outlaws, they were each unbeatable in front of Gu Mingsen and the others. All of them were put down without even seeing their faces. Luckily, Gu Mingsen didn't want to make too much noise, so he left them with a dog's life. Doctor, wake him up. Inside the living room, 20 or so god of killers were either standing or sitting, all staring intently at Su Wenxiang, who was tied up in the center. The doctor nodded, stepped forward, and took the other man's right hand, the same old way. Find the nerve cord in the other hand and thumb it. Su Wenxiang intuited that the beauty in his dreams suddenly clenched underneath, making it difficult for him to bear. Under Gu Mingsen's gaze, the other party's entire face screwed up in agony, followed by a cold hiss of pain. Su Wenxiang's eyes snapped open and he subconsciously popped up, only to find himself in a situation where he was tied up in 5 different ways. Then realized that it was not good, and was about to call the minions, but found an even more horrifying scene. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Su Wenxiang looked around. The place is his own home living room. People, but not people he is familiar with. Dozens of teasing gazes swept over, and Su Wenxiang's body trembled violently. Crouching. Who the are you guys? Awake? Ha? Oh, brother, have something to say. We walk in the Jianghu. The rules I understand. The money is all in the safe on the 2nd floor. Password 881,208. Su Wenxiang reacted very quickly. A brain will be in this house in addition to the things in the vault. All the value of all the way out. He didn't know that the other side wasn't coming for that small profit. Pa dash. A big slap from Levi Strong in the living room cleared instantly. Don't be a ing nag. Who are you looking down on? That's not what we want. Ha? Su Wenxiang froze. No. Not these? Then, what do you guys want? A sense of foreboding could not help but arise in his heart. Hey, you're still ing playing dumb, aren't you? Leviathan raised his iron palm, but was stopped by Gu Mingsen, the underground emperor of Shanghai City. That's all he has? Do you think we believe it? Gu Mingsen clearly had such a kind smile on his face, but in Su Wenxiang's eyes, it was so scary. Money. The vault. My money. There. Is money or life important? No longer fully experiencing the fear before death comes, Su Wenxiang resolutely chose the former. Each of you good men, this is really all we have at home. I have all my money in the bank, so even if I wanted to give it to you, you'd have to be able to take it, wouldn't you? Gu Mingsen smiled without saying anything, and Li Weiqiang understood that it was his turn to go up again. Pa dash. Ouch dash. A slap in the face and a big tooth falling out. Su Wenxiang froze. What the hell? Why did you do it all of a sudden? You don't have any accounts in domestic banks, and there's only one overseas with $12 million in it. So, what you say next? Be careful. Ha! Gu Mingsen's expression and eyes were very calm, but the people around him let out bursts of sardonic laughter. Su Wenxiang couldn't help but gulp. For a long time, he couldn't hold back a word. For one thing, the other party had checked himself out so thoroughly that even if he tried to weasel his way out of it, the other party wouldn't believe him. Secondly, I really can't afford to part with all that money in gold bricks in the vault. Alas dash. I don't even know what to say about people like you, who have to taste a little bit of suffering before they can understand what it means to say that money is all outside the body. Before Su Wenxiang could figure out what Gu Mingsen meant by these words, he saw a pugilistic man with the most vicious smile walking towards him. What are you guys going to do? I am Su Wenxiang. You dare to touch me. Feeling uneasy, he began to struggle, but the ropes were tight, and the only way to release the extreme fear inside was by yelling, off. No, don't come near me. Gu Mingsen stepped aside and the doctor walked up to the front, turning a deaf ear to Su Wenxiang's shouting. The usual, I'll warm up first and hope you last a little longer. At this time, if Su Wenxiang still could not see what the other party was going to do, it would be purely brainless, and he was familiar with such things as torturing confessions. You have something to say. I really just... A sharp pain struck between his fingers. I'll go. You're too weak, aren't you? It's only level 1. It's only level 2 now. Su Wenxiang didn't understand what the doctor meant by level 1 and level 2. Only the cutting pain. Put. The extreme pain prevented him from speaking a complete sentence. This is only the second level. Below the third level you give laborers to hold on. Needless to say, the doctor was a bit of a pervert and thoroughly enjoyed the torture. Here comes the tertiary pain. Su Wenxiang only felt 10,000 times more pain than he had ever felt at the onset of kidney stones. The body begins to spasm, just not visible from the outside because of obesity. The doctor, however, could feel the rush. Hey, you hold up. Come on. However, it can be seen from Su Wenxiang's gradually rolling white eyes that it is already close to its limit. Come on doc, don't screw people over. Gu Mingsen hurriedly stopped it. Lean. The doctor cursed and reluctantly let go of his hand. It was only then that Su Wenxiang returned as if he had walked back from hell, panting heavily, his sweat already soaking his pajamas. After the pain subsided slightly, he looked at the doctor again, already full of panic. The body couldn't stop leaning back in an attempt to get away from the doctor. Gu Mingsen stepped forward and patted his face, pulling his gaze over. Now say no? What sounded like a simple and soft inquiry was like a demon whispering in his ear, bringing endless fear to Su Wenxiang. There was an internal struggle. What to choose between the extreme pain you've just experienced and the wealth you've been saving for years? I'll give you 5 seconds. No. 5. Su Wenxiang's heart was in turmoil. The pain just now really killed him, not wanting to experience it again. 4. But is that wealth that has been built up over several years really to be given up? 3. What to do? Damn it. What the hell am I supposed to choose? 2. The time left for Su Wenxiang was fleeting, so perhaps he really had to endure the torture he had just endured once more before he could make up his mind. 1. The moment the sound fell, Gu Mingsen took a step back. The doctor's heart rejoiced at the sight, and he once again smiled fiercely as he walked towards Su Wenxiang. No, don't. I say. Unfortunately, it was just a second too late. Gu Mingsen was indifferent. I said, you get him out of the way. I said, ha, there's no rush. Let's finish playing with you. The doctor took Su Wenxiang's right hand again. Su Wenxiang struggles, but to no avail. Chapter 71, Emptying the Vault. No. The doctor looked even more excited as the mournful screams echoed through the living room. In the next second, without any warning, the pain was directly raised to level 8. Su Wenxiang's body began to convulse, and in less than 3 seconds, feces and urine flew everywhere. The stench was so bad that Gu Mingsen couldn't help but show a disgusted expression. And so did the others. How do you get the out of him? Naya, it stinks. Subconsciously move away and cover your mouth and nose. Su Wenxiang straight rolled his eyes. Except for the extreme physical pain, everything in the outside world could no longer be perceived. Suddenly, he stopped twitching. Doctor! There was no response, and Gu Mingsen stepped forward and yanked the person away. What's gotten into you? People are fainting. The doctor skimmed and shrugged. Ha, my. A momentary lapse in control. Gu Mingsen screwed him up, turned away from him, and came to Su Wenxiang. The hand went to the jaw of the other man's neck, felt a certain point and pressed it gently. Su Wenxiang woke up and had a moment of bewilderment, but it was quickly replaced by fear. I said. The money. Money is inside the vault under this house. He was afraid that if he hesitated for a second, his opponent would make him taste the pain he had just suffered again. He could earn money again if it was gone, and that kind of pain was something he never wanted to experience again. Cut. No fun. The doctor was upset when he saw the other man confess all. Gu Mingsen didn't turn his head and didn't say a word. Su Wenxiang's scalp went numb from its stare. What I said is true. Don't believe you guys, go and see for yourselves. The entrance to the basement is in the study. The switch is on the desk, and there's a button in the lower right corner. Yes. The key. The key is in the Buddha medal around your neck. There's money in it. There's lots and lots of money. The psychological defenses had been completely broken down by the doctor's tactics, and a full confession was made in order not to be tortured again. Only then did Gu Mingsen reveal an expression of satisfaction as he stepped forward and ripped the Buddha medallion off his neck. I picked it open, and sure enough, there was a key. So I no longer have any doubts about Su Wenxiang's words. Django. Throwing the key to Li Weiqiang, he asked two more brothers to untie Su Wenxiang and racked into the study. The others also wanted to see what Su Wenxiang's vault looked like and all followed. Li Weiqiang found Su Wenxiang mouth switch. The entrance is still some distance from the vault. The two escorted Su Wenxiang in the middle to prevent him from playing tricks, came to the iron door of the vault, opened it, and under the light of the flashlight, despite the fact that the people had seen a lot of big scenes, they were still stunned by the scene in front of them. The first thing that came into view was the mountain of cash in the center, surrounded by safes and boxes. No need to ask. The contents must be worth a lot of money. I'll go. How much is this going to cost? Ha ha ha. Getting rich. With such visual impact, everyone's heart couldn't stop pounding. Going up and copying a handful, he put it to the tip of his nose and took a deep sniff, with a face of intoxication. Gu Mingsen also could not help but touch his hand. Long so big, he has seen the most money once, or to receive the retirement pension that time. At that time, it was only $1 million or so, while the pile in front of me must be $200 million less. Asterisk. How much ing damage did you have to do to get that kind of money? Li Weiqiang was indignant, and the others looked at Su Wenxiang angrily once again. Su Wenxiang's heart trembled more than just a few times, and he hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Each of you good men, I am wrong. I promise to clean up my heart and never do anything illegal again. When one goes the first step, it goes on indefinitely. Li Weiqiang and the others were silent, obviously not believing him. Good man. 2. Want to see what's in the box before you say? Su Wenxiang attempts to divert the attention of the crowd with the gold in the box. Boxes? Leviathan walked over to open it suspiciously. In a blink of an eye, a strong golden light almost blinded him. I'm going to. A whole box. Nope. There's more. Eyes fell on the other two boxes and couldn't wait to open them. Gold. Still gold. Wealthy. A mountain of cash in the center gave them a visual impact that was nowhere near as impressive. The crowd went up and picked up a piece, cold to the touch and heavy in weight. Bite into it. It's ing bliss. Su Wenxiang heart mixed feelings. This is his accumulation of several years of wealth. Cannot easily cut off, but there's nothing you can do about it. Whether you can save your life or not is another story. I only hope that this group of plague gods can be a little bit of Jianghu righteousness, take all the money and let themselves off the hook. What's in these safes? Gu Mingsen kicked the safes arranged in a row by the wall with his foot. Su Wenxiang hesitated for a moment, but quickly became respectful again, nodding his head at Gu Mingsen. Some certificates of title, share agreements and some blackmail from some people. In the end, he still dared not hide it in the slightest, because as long as the safe was opened, the inside was so obvious that it could not be concealed at all. Blackmail. Gu Mingsen muttered in a small voice, taking great interest in the black material Su Wenxiang was talking about. He was bright in his heart. Some of the people Su Wenxiang was talking about must be in a high position, otherwise the other party couldn't have paid so much attention. Open it. The fact is also true. These black information, if all out, will certainly lead to the entire Shanghai city officialdom vibration. What surprised Gu Mingsen even more was that there was a list of black information about a high-ranking vice-ministerial official in it. He couldn't help but look deeply at Su Wenxiang. I can't imagine that this guy is as obese as a pig. His appearance is not good, but there are still this means. Really, people can't look at each other. These asset certificates are of little use. Move all the rest. Yes. Gu Mingsen threw the black material file in his hand, and Li Weiqiang was so excited that he went forward and had to carry a box of gold by himself. Results. I'll go. Why is it so heavy? The crowd poofed. Nonsense. You think it's iron? This box is less than half a ton. Asterisk 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 dash. That's a box and a half a ton. Levi Strong was very bad at physics and was shocked by this. It's more than half a ton. This would be a special suitcase. Exactly 1 ton, right? Gu Mingson looked at Su Wenxiang. Ha, yes, yes, yes. This brother is really fiery-eyed. Upon hearing that there were actually 3 tons of gold in front of them, the crowd's eyes instantly glowed with gold. The hearts blossomed. The only one who had a hard time was Levi Strong, who looked like he had eaten a turd. Come on, brothers. Don't just stand there. Come and give us a hand. Without a doubt, this should be the happiest moment of their lives. Bags of cash and stacks of gold were carried out one after another, and the crowd worked feverishly. Su Wenxiang, on the other hand, had his heart dripping blood, yet he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. After the removal, the crowd converged on the living room once again. I assume you have an armory here. Where is it? The guards that were put down on their way here only had pistols on them, and Su Wenxiang, as the underground emperor of Shanghai City, couldn't possibly only have these weapons in stock. Chapter 72, Su Wenxiang's End. Everyone's eyes lit up. Just now their minds were all on the vault. If not for Gu Mingson mentioning it, they would have really forgotten about it. Su Wenxiang froze, instantly realized that the identity of this group of plague god is not ordinary. If only seeking money, take the money to go away is. Pa dash. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mute, I asked you a question. Seeing that he didn't speak, Levi Strong went up and slapped him. Su Wenxiang trembled before he returned to his senses and remembered his current situation. Yes, 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 there's a warehouse on the left out the door. There's a basement in the warehouse. The guns are all in there. Pa dash. Leviathan slapped again. Next time react faster. Su Wenxiang dared to be angry, and could only nod his head as if he were pounding garlic. Yes, yes, yes. Gu Mingson arranged for 2 people to check it out, and after a while, one of them ran back with an excited face. I'll go. Brother Sam. Send it. There's enough equipment there to equip a platoon. My goodness. This guy isn't still in the arms business, is he? It was a line of speculation, but judging from Su Wenxiang's expression, I'm yet. You guys have a really extensive business. Another slap from Levi Strong. Su Wenxiang covered his face in tears and subconsciously moved away from Li Weiqiang. Okay, go get a couple more guys and get some whole gear on the bus. Doing so was also to prepare for the next action. And the Su family would certainly be prepared when they learned of Gu Mingson's escape from prison. And the Su family must have learned from the last time and hired a better level of security team. If Gu Mingson was alone, he might not have taken it so seriously, but this time his teammates were accompanying him, and he had to think about the safety of his brothers. After carrying the weapons, they didn't rush to leave, but instead discussed again how to deal with Su Wenxiang and his minions. These guys are doing nothing wrong, and it's a scourge to keep them. Yes, if we let them off the hook today, we don't know how many more people will suffer from their persecution in the future. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Su Wenxiang's fat body was trembling. He is only 48. The world of flowers has not yet finished enjoying. And that little young woman. And then a few times to be tempered well. Su Wenxiang flung himself to his knees and kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic without saying a word, not stopping until a trace of blood was left on the floor. It really hurts. Everyone, good man, spare your life. I promise that in the future. Absolutely clean up my heart. Do a good job. And the money you have already got your hands on. I am still so cooperative. We have to talk about a little Jianhu morality, is not it? Asterisk 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 jungle morality. Li Weiqiang went forward as a foot, crouched down and snapped 2 slaps, grabbed his collar and roared. Talking about Jianhu morality with someone like you? You're also worthy. Spittle sprayed onto Su Wenxiang's face, but he didn't dare to wipe it. Good man. I beg you guys, don't kill me. I still have use. What else you want to ask? I promise to tell you all I know. At this moment, he has just lost a little bit of his former underground emperor's momentum, and he is worse than a lost dog. Leviathan twisted his head to look at Gu Mingson. Gu Mingson looked to the captain. Captain, is there anything else you'd like to ask? No. He looked at Levi Strong again and spread his hands to show that he didn't have one. Levi Strong gave a sardonic laugh. Sorry, no more. Su Wenxiang's face instantly turned pale, still refusing to give up and continuing to beg for mercy. But everyone was unmoved. What to do with him? Just kill him? Su Wenxiang's heart trembled and his pleas for mercy intensified. Leave it to me. It would be too cheap to just kill him. The doctor steps forward and takes control from Leviathan. No, don't give me to this demon. Don't. Su Wenxiang began to struggle. Pa dash. The doctor was more than likely not going to spoil him and just slapped the other guy. slapping away a couple of big teeth.
Su Wenxian was temporarily honest, but began to struggle again as the doctor dragged him. It was already a bit of a struggle to drag this fat body around, and this struggle made it even harder. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ally, get over here and help. Ha, oh. The two then worked together to drag Su Wenxian to the bedroom, seemingly feeling that there was no more possibility of survival. The other party's pleas for mercy gradually turned into curses. You bastards. You shall not die. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Unperturbed, the doctor and Ally heaved him onto the bed and bound his hands and feet with rope. Gu Mingxin and the others couldn't see the bedroom floor. Suddenly, the other man's curse turned into a scream, and it grew more and more mournful. About half a minute passed and the screaming continued, but Ally walked out alone. Under his breath, he muttered, asterisk 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 asterisk. Doctors are real ing perverts. Ha ha ha, understand. One is holding back for years. The bedroom screams and screams. The living room talks and laughs. Gu Mingxin's face was expressionless, and in his heart he neither resented nor approved of the doctor's tactics, used on an ordinary person. He might have blocked it. Only the captain could not help but frown. In the past when he was on a mission abroad, the doctor did so he had no ripples in his heart, but in the country, inexplicably felt uncomfortable. But there was no stopping it, only finding topics to distract. Sam, what are you going to do about those men of his? Before Gu Mingxin could speak, Li Weiqiang commented first. What else can I do? Just like this guy, pointing to the bedroom where the screams continued. Ha ha ha, Kun, are you planning to let the doctor go through it all at once? Can a dozen doctors keep busy? Fear not. Ally went to work as a deputy for the doctor. Asterisk 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 off. If you want to go, you go. I don't want to go hungry on a mission down there. Ha 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 ha. Gu Mingxin also couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth, but didn't agree with the crowd's proposal. It's not a matter of being soft, it's a matter of time not permitting it. Stop it all. We have to leave before dawn. The crowd immediately quieted down. Throw all the men down to the vault below and lock the door. Where are the keys? Leviathan shook the vault key in his hand. The key. Gu Mingxin smiled and went up, patting him on the shoulder. Strong brother, you keep it as a souvenir. The crowd froze, then realized. Locking people up in vaults without keys. Think carefully. Why does it feel like these people are going to end up worse off than Sui Mankung in the house? Oh yes, it is better to confirm. What have been committed? Not very serious even if tied up to find a random house to throw it. Li Weiqiang nodded, then called on his brothers to go out and get the stunned Su Wenxiang's men in. As for how to confirm whether they were unforgivable or not, it was handed over to Blackbird, who easily found these people's records on file from the police department's archives. Those who have committed something, or are suspected of having committed something, are not spared. In their eyes, if they work under the hands of someone like Lu Wenxiang, there will never be any doubt. Throwing the men all into the underground vault, and finally thoughtfully turning out the lights so that they could sleep a little longer and feel a few hours less fear of impending death. Chapter 73, Su Tianyang's Call. The doctor was just about done too, wiping the blood from his hands with a towel and walking out of the bedroom with a satisfied look on his face. Finished? Anan, would you guys like to go inside and admire my work? The crowd immediately shied away. The doctor wasn't annoyed, and with a raised eyebrow, he walked towards Ally and climbed his right hand onto the other man's shoulder. Ally dodged. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can you damn well stop smiling so pervertedly? Hey hey hey, Ali we brothers dozens of inside I most optimistic about you. Roll roll roll. Don't take it from the laborer. Go find Big Strong. Daejang? Yeah, he said he wanted to see it before. Big Strong was in a hurry. Asterisk 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 off. When did I ever say, hey hey hey? Don't you dare hit me. Ha ha ha. Daejang wasn't spared either, and got a smudge on his face. Seeing this scene again, Gu Mingxin felt cozy that his brothers could finally fight side by side again. Let's all stop. We should get going. The captain walked coldly toward the doorman, and the crowd followed with resentful smiles. There was a line of cars parked in front of the door. The captain couldn't help but twitch at the sight of one at the front of the line. Snap dash. Sam, captain, specially picked for you too. Lamborghini. Drive on the road. Absolutely pulling. You guys didn't see the garage with the luxury cars. That's a lot. Really? Porsche. Maserati. The crowd's eyes were hot. Driving luxury cars and flirting with beautiful women. What man doesn't like it? Nonsense. The captain was rather spoiled, and the excitement of the crowd instantly cooled a few points. We can't even keep a low profile? Why are we driving such an eye-catching car? Granted, the crowd was still upset. Look at you guys, you haven't seen the world. With this money, what kind of car can't you buy? Gu Mingson pointed to a few cars in the back that were loaded with gold nuggets and cash.
The eyes of the crowd lit up, and their disappointment was instantly swept away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Guys, don't just stand there. Get in the car and go to the dock. Levi gave a strong hand.
There was a stowaway boat at the dock that Blackbird had contacted, and the captain had sent his men to take control of it, ready to sail away from the harbor at any time. The crowd hooted and hollered as they got into their cars, drove out of the villa, and sped to the docks. On the other hand, the Su family. Master, sleeping pills. Su Tianchang nodded and took the medicine and cup of water in the housekeeper's hands. The worries of recent days have forced him to resort to medication in order to sleep.
But despite this, he still wakes up in the middle of the night from time to time. Just like now.
Taking the sleeping pills, the butler retreated, and as the medicine took effect, Su Tianchang gradually sank into sleep. But this dreamland did not give him the slightest peace, and he dreamed again of the night that he could never forget.
In the darkness, Gu Mingsen weaved like a ghost. Screams were endless, and blood splattered all over the walls. Tina doesn't.
Su Tianchang woke up violently from his dream,
sweating profusely and panting heavily. Ring ring ring.
He shakily reached out and turned on the bedside lamp,
the dim light easing him slightly.
That's when he picked up the phone and connected.
Tianchang, why did you hire another group of foreign armed entry? What happened? Su Tianyang toned with worry.
The two are blood brothers,
together in the wind and rain for decades. Brotherly love is extremely deep,
at the same time full of doubts. The last time Su Tianchang hired foreign mercenaries to enter the country,
it was for defense against Gu Mingsen. So what was it for this time? Su Tianchang was silent for a moment.
Big brother.
Gu Mingsen escaped from prison. Gu Mingsen? Jailbreak? Su Tianyang was first stunned.
Gu Mingsen had voluntarily given up his resistance and chose to be arrested.
So how did he escape from prison again? It doesn't make sense. But soon realized that the reason why Gu Mingsen escaped from prison had something to do with Su Tianchang or the rest of the Su family in Shanghai City. Otherwise Su Tianchang would not have deliberately mentioned this. Su Tianyang suppressed the doubts in his heart and asked in a deep voice, Tianchang, what's going on? Does Gu Mingsen's jailbreak have anything to do with you guys?
The other party is their own big brother,
and is the biggest backstage in China.
There is no need to hide.
Without too much hesitation, directly will tell all. Su Tianyang's heart trembled.
Then he took a deep breath in an attempt to ease the uneasiness in his heart.
At the same time is also very annoyed. One has very seriously reminded Su Tianchang, never to provoke Gu Mingsen again. But, Su Tianchang knew that he was in the wrong,
and in the face of his elder brother's reprimand,
he could not speak a word of defense. But what's done is done, and we can only take one step at a time and figure out how to deal with the next challenges.
Big brother, this offshore armed force I hired comes from a mysterious organization that is very powerful.
Gu Mingsen, no matter how strong he is, he's still a human being, and as long as he's a human being, he can be killed. Maybe we're scaring ourselves?
There was a little truth in these words, but they did not dispel the uneasiness in Su Tianyang's heart. That military friend of mine said that once you're targeted by Gu Mingsen, it's hard to protect even a great god. The words were a bit exaggerated, but they also sidestepped the unimaginable strength of Gu Mingsen's strength.
Big brother, I know I shouldn't ask, but I'm really curious about the identity of your military friend. Su Tianchang first learned of this person's existence 2 years ago.
The great-nephew Su Mingsheng came to Shanghai to celebrate his 85th birthday,
and did not rush back after the birthday, but followed his grandson Su Mingwan to play around every day. One time I got into a confrontation with someone in a bar,
both 18 years old and young,
because it was Su Mingwan's home turf.
The other side suffered a loss and had a leg broken.
In the end,
Su Mingsheng also put down a vicious sentence.
My father is Su Zhenghua. Next time I see you, break your other leg. The attitude is very arrogant. But I never thought that this was actually filmed and transmitted to the internet. For a time, it caused a hot debate, and Su Zhenghua's identity was also quickly picked up. 43 years old, vice-governor of Hanjiang province, vice-ministerial cadres. Fortunately, the Su family reacted in time, so that the identity of more people was not raked out. However, affected by this incident, Su Zhenghua's promotion to the rank of provincial governor that year also fizzled out. I thought the matter was over. But suddenly a piece of news made everyone dumbfounded. Su Mingsheng was arrested. Who caught it? When asked, it turned out to be a direct capture by military special forces. It was only when I checked that I realized that the man who was beaten had a military background and was of high rank. This is going to be a pain in the ass. The Su family was strong in the political and business worlds, but in the military, it was only Su Tianyang who had a few old acquaintances who could say a few words. But now that Su Mingsheng had broken someone's leg, it wasn't something that could be solved with a few words. Su Mingsheng, as the sole heir of the Su family in the capital, would never allow anything to happen.
Su Tianyang had no choice but to take out the bottom card that had been hidden for many years, a phone call to a certain mysterious big brother in the military.
A few words. The next day, Su Mingsheng was released. Chapter 74, Calculations. Who is that mysterious military bigwig? What rank? What is the position? No one knew except for Su Tianyang and some military bigwigs. However, after this incident, it also exposed Su Tianyang's intention to expand his power to the military sector.
Tian Cheng, there are some things that you don't need to ask too much about. Knowing too much will instead invite trouble for you.
Su Tianyang's voice was low and serious. The top priority is, nope.
Before Su Tianyang finished his words, he paused violently. His eyes were instantly sharp as a hawk, and alarm bells went off in his head.
A strong uneasiness surged through him,
and he suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a fatal mistake.
The military lifted the man. Why did they imprison him in Wang Kitchen's territory? On the surface, there is nothing unreasonable about it. But, Wang Kitchen is the Su family's highest-ranked ally in the military on the surface. Imprisoned there, the Su family can grasp Gu Mingxin's situation in real time through Wang Kitchen. So, Su Tianyang's brows were furrowed as he pondered, thinking about the military's intentions in doing so.
Big brother, what's wrong?
Su Tiancheng anxiously inquired on the sidelines, but like a stone sinking into the sea, could not get half a response. Only Su Tianyang could be heard pacing back and forth in the room,
the soles of his shoes rubbing against the floor with a dull sound.
Suddenly, Su Tianyang's pupils instantly dilated and stopped.
The body began to tremble slightly.
Tiancheng?
Big brother,
I'm in? What just happened to you?
There was another dead silence. Su Tianyang slowly sat down on the chair beside him as if his essence had been drained, his face as white as paper. It was a long time before he spoke.
We may have been tricked.
Su Tiancheng's head buzzed,
wondering if he was hearing things.
Big brother, what did you say?
A trick? What trick? Wait, you let me run it through again. Su Tiancheng was even more flustered. If it was just one Gu Mingxin alone, he could spend lots and lots of money to get rid of him. But if it was as Su Tianyang said, that someone was setting up their Su family, then with this person's status, it was by no means something that money could solve.
Tiancheng, you just said that when Wan Anping and Cheng Sangu were discussing how to deal with Gu Mingxin,
Wang Kitchen was also passed over? Cheng Sangu is that old leader.
Right.
Did it say why?
Su Tiancheng froze. This he really didn't know, much less asked.
No. Call and ask. Ask now.
Su Tiancheng hurriedly called out to his butler to bring a special encrypted cell phone. The phone beeped for a long time.
Just when Su Tiancheng thought to be unanswered, finally came Wang Kitchen's slightly urgent voice. Hello? Who is this?
Because it was an unfamiliar number,
Wang Kitchen did not know the identity of the caller. Plus he was woken up by the phone in the middle of the night,
and his tone was a little punchy.
It's me, Su Tiancheng. Elder Su? Yeah, it's me. Double checking. This cell phone number is not the one that was dialed last time, but listening to the voice is indeed Su Tiancheng.
Coupled with the fact that there were very few people who had this phone number of theirs,
and Su Tiancheng was one of them, he no longer doubted the other party's identity. What's so important for your old man to call at this late hour? If it were anyone else, the attitude would not be so polite. Without any nonsense, Su Tiancheng opened the speakerphone, put the phone on the table, and directly asked Su Tianyang's question. Wang Kitchen was puzzled. Calling in the middle of the night to ask about this? He still patiently answered Su Tiancheng's questions due to the other party's status.
There's no particular reason.
People are being held on my property. It's always good to know what's going on with the other side. And that's what the two are thinking about. The phone hung up.
Big brother?
The phone call just now hadn't been hung up, so Wang Kitchen's words had been listened to by Su Tianyang.
There was no response, and again there was dead silence.
The more this happened, the more Su Tiancheng's heart panicked. A long sigh. The Su family is in trouble. What? Su Tiancheng was shocked.
Big
brother, what's going on?
He was still confused. There was another long sigh from across the room. It's no coincidence that Wang Kitchen was called over.
Not by chance? Then what is it? In Su Tiancheng's opinion, Wang Kitchen's level is the same as Ruan Anping and Cheng Sangu,
and it is quite normal to be called over to discuss together.
Deliberation?
Oh, I guess Wang Kitchen didn't speak a word the whole time.
Even so, that. No, not right. It seems that
Su Tian Imaging is catching on to something.
You can see that too, can't you?
Well, the purpose of the two was not to discuss at all, and those words were purposely said to Wang Kitchen.
What's the purpose of this? What's the connection with Gu Mingxin's escape?
If you don't think about it carefully,
it's really an oversight. On the surface,
these words were spoken to Wang Kitchen,
but in reality,
they were conveyed to the Su family through his mouth.
Imagine that. How will the Su family feel when they learn that Gu Mingsen has immunity from the death penalty? Suddenly, Su Tianyang violently bounced up from his chair. Just now, he suddenly realized that the pawn might not be Wang Qichen alone. Of the Su family, he was the first to learn that Gu Mingsen had immunity from the death penalty. Come to think of it, normally, getting this information was thanks to the Su family's connections in the military and political circles. But what if it wasn't? The other side deliberately let itself be known? If that was the case, not only Wang Qichen, but even his mysterious military bigwig friend, were all pawns in this game. Fine thoughts. If that was the case, the opponent's tactics were old and unheard of. The more Su Tianyang thought about it, the more he felt a chill on his back, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Pacing back and forth in the room, his feet messy, his eyes full of anxiety and unease. No, not right. If the other side only tells me that Gu Mingsen has immunity from the death penalty, then I will certainly agree to Tiancheng's taking unlawful means to take revenge on him and his family. But why did you inform Gu Mingsen of the danger? Su Tianyang instantly realized that the other party should be warning. What's the warning? Warning him that the Su family should not extend their hands too far. Ever since Su Tianyang's ambition of intending to die the military power was exposed 2 years ago, he knew that this day would come sooner or later. Is it just a warning? The more Su Tianyang thought about it, the more wrong it became. If the other party is just a warning, then wouldn't Wang Qichen's step be superfluous? Big brother, could the other side be targeting? Su Tiancheng instantly widened his eyes. Yes, you. No, I should say the entire Huqing Su family. The warning was given to the Su family in the capital. Then the one given to the Su family in Shanghai was Gu Mingsen. The other side knows very well that even if they tell us both to be on the safe side, they won't make any moves. But other people can't say. This other person was none other than Su Tiancheng's son, Su Zhengyu. Bang! What immunity from the death penalty and the military's efforts to protect Gu Mingsen are all designed to lure Young Wu onto the bait. Su Tiancheng was furious. It turned out to be someone else's calculation from the beginning to the end. Of course, all of this presupposes that Gu Mingsen has the strength to exterminate the entire Su family in Shanghai City. Chapter 75, Learning of Su Wenxiang's death. Is it true that Gu Mingsen can't be killed? If it was half an hour ago, Su Tianyang believed in 9 points. But now, only 3 points. Because it cannot be ruled out that his mysterious military big brother learned that the information contained exaggerated elements. Highly likely. When convinced of this, Su Tianyang was rather less alarmed. As long as Gu Mingsen was eliminated, all of the other parties' calculations would come to naught. Tiancheng, are you sure that the offshore arm you contacted is reliable? Su Tiancheng thought for a moment. Reliable? All those foreign competitors of mine, they are clearing them out. And I paid $100 million this time. 100 million. Su Tianyang was slightly shocked. Converted into Chinese currency there were more than 600 million. This was not an asset. It was real cash. In that case, I'll say hello to that side and ask them not to block this group from entering the country. Because of the relationship with the Su family and the execution of a security mission, that offshore armed force did not choose to sneak into the country. Su Tianyang also got the news as a result. The next morning, Su Tiancheng had just woken up when Wang Qichen's phone call came over. Elder Su, haven't you found Gu Mingsen yet? There was some urgency in his tone. Well, not yet. Why? That guy Wan Anping suddenly called and said he wanted to arraign Gu Mingsen. Where can I turn someone out for him at this time? Wang Qichen is very anxious. The person is detained in his place, and now lost. The responsibility must be his. Su Tiancheng wrinkled his eyebrows. Don't be anxious first. Before the police almost turned Shanghai City upside down and didn't find the person. These 3 days haven't passed yet. It's normal to not be able to find. That's what he said. But seeing that the pot was about to fall on Wang Qichen's head, there was no way for him not to be anxious. Okay, I'll call and ask. Hanging up the phone, he immediately called Su Wenxiang. But a burst of busy tone. The other party may be busy, and call a few times, but still busy tone. Su Tiancheng could not help but frown tightly. Not answering the phone. Did something happen? There is only this possibility. In the realm of Shanghai City, Su Wenxiang would never dare to disobey his will. Sensing something bad, he immediately called for the butler. Su Wenxiang isn't answering my calls. Send someone to his house. The butler led the way and retired. Su Tiancheng into contemplation. Su Wenxiang to do that kind of business. The enemy must also be a lot. But so many years have no accident. How to favor this time? And so on. Could it be Gu Mingsen? He suddenly realized that if Su Zhengyu intended to take revenge on Gu Mingsen's wife and daughter, he would either hire a foreign assassin or resort to mob forces. Su Wenxiang, the underground emperor of Shanghai City, is definitely the first choice.
It didn't take long for the butler to return. Without waiting for him to take a breather, Su Tiancheng ordered again, "Call Secretary Zhang Yu over." Su Zhangyu was shot in both legs and had difficulty moving, so contacting Su Wenxiang must have been for his secretary to do. "Yes, master." The butler retired and immediately telephoned for Secretary Li. He was still at a loss, not being able to figure out what this old man of the Su family could be looking for him for. Su Tiancheng directly opened the door. "Did you go to see Su Wenxiang?" Secretary Li froze. "Yes. Was looking for him." "Looking for him for what?" Secretary Li some hesitation. Su Zhangyu had repeatedly warned him not to tell this matter to Su Tiancheng, but now it seems that the other party seems to have. "Say, don't hold anything back." The aura of the superior was instantly released, and Secretary Li's body trembled and no longer dared to conceal the slightest bit. When Su Tiancheng learns that Su Wenxiang is acting as an intermediary to help Su Zhangyu find a killer, he is finally convinced that the person who did it to Su Wenxiang is Gu Mingsen. But what can you do if you know? It's already happened. And Sui Man Kung is lost and is presumed to have been killed. Levi, right? Aha, yes. I want you to be the first to tell me if this ever happens again. Secretary Li's heart trembled. Did not dare to meet his eyes. X lowered his head and said with a trembling voice, "Yes, yes." Su Tiancheng was then satisfied and waved his hand for him to retreat. Secretary Li was like an amnesty and turned around to leave the room in a hurry. It didn't take long for the people to leave, followed closely by news from the butler's men who were sent forward to look for Su Wenxiang. Su Wenxiang is dead. The death was very, very tragic, and those men of his, nowhere to be found. Su Tiancheng was not surprised by this. From the moment he couldn't get through a few phone calls in a row, he had already expected it. The butler did not disturb Su Tiancheng, who was in deep thought and stood by in silence. Suddenly, the cell phone that had just hung up vibrated. "Pick it up. It's a picture." "Vomit. What's wrong?" The butler's dry heaves pulled Su Tiancheng out of his contemplation and frowned slightly. "No. In the picture is none other than Su Wenxiang, but he is already completely unrecognizable, and almost straightened out the housekeeper's overnight meal." There was some hesitation to show this extremely uncomfortable photo to Su Tiancheng. Only hesitating for a moment, he was shocked by Su Tiancheng's stern eyes. The butler knew his master's temper. He didn't dare to have the slightest delay, and stiffly handed over the cell phone. Su Tiancheng took the cell phone and saw the bloody and horrible picture on the screen. His face instantly became ironic and his hands involuntarily trembled. I can't imagine. He even has this kind of means. In that comparison, it was fortunate that his own granddaughter had not endured such torture before her death. It wasn't long before the men sent another message asking what to do next. "Call the police." "Call the police? Is it appropriate?" If it's an ordinary person who calls the police directly, there's no excuse. But with all the business Su Wenxiang has done, it's enough for him to die 10,000 times. They call the police. The police will definitely ask them about their relationship with Su Wenxiang, and will have to free up their hands to deal with the trouble. So having the men just leave was the best way to handle it. If you call the police will have a reason to intervene. I don't know how much it will help, but it's better than nothing. Until now, the police have not been informed of Gu Mingsen's escape and have no way to intervene. In that case, it's still your lordship's high opinion. Leaving a small word of horseplay, the butler retired. Meanwhile, a well-equipped special operations squad had arrived at Hucheng Harbor. "Hunter, the paperwork is done. We can get off the ship." On deck, a well-built foreign man in a fine suit. I can't imagine that China's ports are so prosperous. This was the first time he had set foot on this mysterious eastern continent, having only heard a few words about it on the news before. "Ha ha ha, I heard that this continent is a mess. You don't want to fall in love with it." Hunter squinted at the other man. "Sonny, do you also think that China is what the media news describes in our place?" Sonny shrugged. "Who cares? If it weren't for the fact that this mission pays extraordinarily well, I'd probably never set foot here." Seeing Hunter's silence, he stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder again and added, "Don't think so much. I estimate that in half a month at the most, we'll be able to complete our mission, take a generous reward, and get away with it for a whole year. Let's hope so." Chapter 76. Suburbia. Abandoned factory. "Brother Sam, the stats are in." Aaron ran in with an excited look on his face, and the others immediately gathered around with anticipation. "How much?" Gu Mingsen sat in his chair and acted extremely calm. 1,580,000,000 Chinese dollars. The crowd instantly stared in disbelief. This was a number they had never dared to think of before. "I'll go. Getting rich. Ha ha ha." Someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in shock, their voice filled with shock and ecstasy. Gu Mingsen raised his hand and the scene instantly quieted down. He swept his gaze across the crowd, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "There are 28 of us brothers. and each of US can get an average of more than $50 million. Once he heard that he could get his hands on more than $50 million, his joy instantly overflowed. Only the captain heard differently. They had previously discussed together that the money would be used to develop their power when they arrived abroad.
So what did Gu Mingsen mean by counting the money now? Sam, what do you mean? You're breaking up? The crowd was alarmed. What? Break up? How can we break up? Didn't we agree to use the money to do great things abroad? Exactly. I absolutely disagree. Me too. Gu Mingsen looked at the crowd's emotional and calm expression, slowly stood up,
raised his hand to signal for silence, and swept a glance at the expressions of the brothers.
With a slight sigh, he explained, I have my own considerations.
The words are not finished. I don't care what your considerations are.
I definitely don't agree to break up.
If I had known it was going to end in a breakup,
I wouldn't have come all the way out here. Who isn't?
The brothers became more and more agitated and shouted in all directions.
All right,
all be quiet for a moment and let Sam finish his speech.
The captain's tone was calm,
but his brow was furrowed into a chuan.
This is good. Gu Mingsen suddenly want to break up.
The genius let people cannot figure out. Only then did the brothers suppress the righteous anger in their hearts and focus their eyes on Gu Mingsen,
waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation. Gu Mingsen let out a long sigh. Guys, I understand how you feel, but I've given this a lot of thought. The Su family is a behemoth in China.
Once we get rid of the Shanghai City Su family,
we will definitely face the endless pursuit of the capital city Su family. But their main target is definitely me.
You guys can totally take the money and go abroad to this random little country to live a peaceful life. Gu Mingsen's voice echoed in the empty abandoned factory with a hint of heaviness.
This is something I do alone. I don't want to involve my brothers.
Asterisk 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 asterisk.
We're brothers to the death. What the hell are you talking about? You saved my life, Sam. So what would I be if I agreed to break up? What kind of dangerous scenes haven't we experienced? The Su family's pursuit is nothing.
That's right. Piss us off and destroy the Su family in the capital as well. The brothers' voices rose and fell, determination and discontent written on every face. Gu Mingsen looked at these brothers in front of him who had once shared the same life and death. A warm current welled up in his heart, and his eyes couldn't help but turn slightly red. Several years have passed and they have not changed.
Gu Mingsen has not changed either. Sam, after all these years, how come you're still so innocent? Captain, you.
A sideways glance at the captain who tapped him on the shoulder was puzzling.
Oh, you think we'll be okay if you stay away from your brothers? You're thinking too simply. How? Gu Mingsen couldn't help but frown.
The idea of breaking up the gang was born when he decided to flee to a foreign country with his brothers, and it was only after much deliberation that he brought it up. Think about when we retired from the military. Why did our superiors ask us not to disclose our identities or contact each other, no matter what situation we encountered? Gu Mingsen of course knew very well that after 5 years of service and no less than 100 missions, picking out just one exposure would cause a huge stir internationally.
This is still in the country of China, holding such an important secret and still being able to walk away and live a peaceful life. If it were any other country. Seeing Gu Mingsen's silence,
the captain spread his hands and continued.
So even without the Su family, do you think the military would just watch us get away with it abroad and do nothing? The answer, of course, is no. But, Captain, I understand. But, Gu Mingsen still frowned tightly. With the financial power of the Su family, it can definitely drive all the underground forces in the international arena, and then it is the enemy of the entire world. Once they escape from China, they are doomed to wander forever in the future in the dark zone, where profit is paramount. The weak are the strong, full of deceit and bloody killings. The captain patted Gu Mingsen's shoulder and said firmly, Son, when have we ever been afraid? When we were on those missions, which time didn't we die? But we made it through, didn't we? The Su family may be rich, but they're not omnipotent. The captain is right. With our brothers' skills, it's not clear who's the wolf and who's the sheep. Soldiers come, water comes, water covers the earth. How many come we kill? How many come? Kill until they are cold. Kill until more money they dare not move. Right. The words are wild, because they have absolute confidence in their strength. Seeing that Gu Mingsen still had hesitation, the captain couldn't help but sigh. Sam, have you ever thought of returning to China again in the future to live an ordinary life with your own wife and daughter? Gu Mingsen's eyes lit up. Of course he wanted to, dreaming about it. But is possible? Of course it's possible. The captain heaved at Gu Mingsen's shoulder. But only if you're strong enough, or if you have a powerful force behind you. A powerful force? A light called hope flashed in Gu Mingsen's eyes. Yes, more powerful than the Su family. So powerful that the entire Chinese government had to compromise. The captain's voice was firm and strong, echoing through this abandoned factory. Gu Mingsen's heart shook.
He had never thought that he could be powerful to that extent, but at this moment, the thought took root in his mind. But how easy is that, Sam? So what if it's hard? Let's take it one step at a time. Leviathan clenched his fists, his eyes full of fighting spirit. The other brothers also nodded their heads, their eyes revealing their anticipation for the future. Gu Mingson looked at these brothers who had shared the same life and death, and a surge of ambition welled up in his heart. Good. Then do it. He slammed the table, his voice booming. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The crowd chanted in unison, and their morale was boosted. At this moment, they finally had a firm belief, which might be the key to their future success in reaching the summit. Some people and organizations may have their most powerful enemy ever. Chapter 77 Roundtables. Brother Sean, we have a situation. Li Shan quickly ran towards Ahu, who was holding up his binoculars to observe the situation in Sue's house. Here, taking the binoculars, he fixed his eyes towards Sue's house, only to see the gate of the Sue family slowly open. A dozen or so military vehicles came out in a line, their bodies reflecting an icy light under the morning sun. This was the troop sent by Wine Kitchen to protect the Sue family, and the duo had been observing for 2 days. Looking inside the manor again, the posts that had been manned were empty. Strange, why are they all gone? The Sue family doesn't ask questions anymore? Could it be an empty city? Li Shan gave Tiger a blank look. Empty city? Can the Sue family have the guts to do that? What to do? Should we report it to Sam? There's no rush. Look again. The two continued to keep a close eye on the movements of the Sue family. Suddenly, Tiger pointed a finger. Sean, look. Li Shan hurriedly looked in the other direction, only to see 4 black medium-sized vans speeding towards the Sue family gate. As the vehicle drove into the manor and stopped, Su Tiancheng's figure actually appeared in the line of sight. It seems that these people's identities are not simple, to the extent that the Su family head personally came out to greet them. As soon as the words fell, the door of the car opened and a group of people with black special bulletproof vests wrapped all over their bodies and holding rifles came out in a line. They moved with agility and order, quickly forming battle formation on the estate. A bodyguard hired by the Su family? Is this nigga wearing a bulletproof vest? Holy, KNBA body armor. What? Descending Tatsu you recognize? Li Shan asked after him, holding his headphones. That's a good one. You can't usually get that. Tiger was instantly curious. How good is it? It was designed by the military of the pretty country specifically for Navy SEALs and high-risk missions, with extreme protection against close-range fire from small to medium-caliber firearms. Li Shan's heart sank, so to speak. Those guns in their hands, in front of this bulletproof vest all became scrap metal? Holy crap! So powerful. If we had such high-level equipment when we were in the military, we wouldn't have to kill so many people. Ah, who marveled. Li Shan deeply agree. As the saying goes, open fire is easy to avoid, dark arrows are difficult to prevent. They are no longer good at hand, vigilant and strong. It is inevitable to be shot in the dark when carrying out the mission. If at that time there was this body armor, it would be different. Descending star. It shouldn't be cheap to build this set, should it? Well, no less than $2 million. When Li Shan heard the price, he sucked in a breath of cool air. $2 million a set? Then these 40 people. $80 million. Ahu's eyes also widened with shock. I'll go. The Su family is putting down blood money here. Blood money is not so much. With the Su family's financial strength, more than enough. Just as the three were talking, 2 more men came down from the head car. Unlike the 40, these 2 were dressed in black suits, with upright figures and steady steps, and despite the distance being somewhat far away, Li Shan still smelled a hint of danger from these 2 foreigners. Tiger also realized through his binoculars that the duo were no good getting into the country even with people and weapons. This Su family energy is really extraordinary. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. If this group of people had been smuggled into the country, they would never have come over in their gear like this. Descending star. Can you find out the identity of this group of people? The organization behind such costly equipment must not be unknown. Hold on. Let me check. The duo waited patiently while continuing to observe the dynamics within the manor. At this time, Su Tiancheng had already welcomed the 2 foreigners in suits into the house. Brother Sean, should we report to Sam and the others first? Who suggested again? Talk about it and give them more time to prepare. Tiger went down to contact Gu Mingson. It didn't take long for there to be a result on the Descending Stars side as well. Check. These people belong to the Round Table. Round Table. Li Shan instantly widened his eyes, looking like he was no stranger to this organization. You've heard of it, Shan? Li Shan's silence caused Descending Star to ask this question. Well, once had dealings with this organization during a mission. No, isn't it an assassin organization? How come it still takes on security missions? The history of the Round Table dates back to the Roman Empire in 27 B.C.,
and continues to exist today. After thousands of years and many changes, it has evolved into what is now the world's top assassin organization. It is also extremely complex in its structure and modus operandi, consisting of 12 separate gangs spread around the world, each of which occupies one seat. The Round Table also governs a large number of subordinate organizations underneath it, including assassin academies, mercenaries, and weapons stores, which make up the Round Table's vast network. That's unclear. Maybe it's because the Su family is paying enough money. Li Shan was dumbfounded. It wasn't that there wasn't this possibility. No matter if it was an assassin or a bodyguard, the ultimate goal was for money. As long as the money is there, any bodyguard can turn into a killer immediately. What? These grandsons? They came to China? Looks like we still killed less back then. After learning the identity of the other party, the hot-tempered Tiger broke into a rage. Yo! Listening to Tiger, they've even suffered at your hands? Descending Tatsu's heart of gossip is stupid. To know that this is the Round Table, power all over the world, under the banner of countless killers. A bit of old news. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. That's what he said. But Tiger's eyebrows were arched to the sky. Oops. The other side isn't making any moves now, so it's idle to talk about it. The fire of gossip, once ignited, is not so easily extinguished. Okay. Who cleared his throat and began to speak. That was several years ago, when a high-ranking official of our country was visiting abroad. He was assassinated and killed by the assassins of this organization. The higher-ups were outraged and ordered us to investigate and crack down on the forces involved, which eventually led us to the Round Table. Descending Tatsu listened intently, and a dragon fight was sure to follow. Tiger, however, suddenly stopped without a sound, and then, just go to war chanting. Successively destroyed their 4 strongholds located in the Cherry Blossom Country and the Black Continent after the other side saw that they could not beat it. Played disappeared. Another month or so passed, I think, before the higher-ups called off this purge mission, and we didn't pay any more attention to the organization. Mud. It's only been a few years, and these guys have the nerve to come to our house. The more Tiger thought about it, the more angry he became. If it wasn't for Li Shan on the sidelines, he would have gone straight up to these guys. What are you angry about? Li Shan patted Tiger's shoulder. If I hadn't replaced the original batch, I wouldn't have been able to do it. It was the same unit that Wang Kitchen had sent that was spoken of. Gu Mingxin and the others had been soldiers and had different feelings for these soldiers. In this way, it was a good thing to avoid conflict with them. Chapter 78. At the same time, the police immediately went to Su Wenshan's villa after receiving the alarm. The outside world was calm, but without exception, all were shocked by the bloody scene in the bedroom. Outside the house, in the right corner, piles of their vomit. Police Department. Team Li, the Vice Bureau is looking for you. Jian Li froze. Ever since Gu Mingxin was brought up by the military, he had been marginalized by the top brass of the police force. And the only reason why he hadn't been dealt with yet was because the Su family hadn't yet given their word. Su Tingting's death, and the culprit Gu Mingxin was brought up by the military. The Su family's full of anger has nowhere to vent. As the chief of the arrest operation, he is naturally the best person to undertake the Su family's anger. It hasn't been dealt with yet, probably because they haven't thought about it yet, and once it's brought up, his superiors will surely not hesitate to push him out. Then call me this time. Walked into the deputy director's office with confusion and unease. Sit. The deputy director is called Cheng Yanbang, 48 years old, country face, police uniforms to wear to the body meticulously, looks quite majestic. Ken Li sat down with some trepidation, as if he had a premonition of what awaited him after this conversation. There's been a homicide in the Shiho courtyard, and the chief and I are recommending you to investigate. What do you mean? Ken Li was dismayed. This is to then use me? Cheng Yanbang saw the other party's incomprehension, so he explained. This is not an ordinary murder case. Serial homicide? Other than that, Jian Li couldn't think of any other case that would require him, the soon-to-be marginalized chief of the criminal police. In the next second, Cheng Yanbang shook his head. No, that's. Our top brass suspects that the murderer may be Gu Mingxin. What? Ken Li pranced out of his chair. No way. He's not being held in the military district, is it? Ken Li snapped to attention. He broke out of jail? Full of incredulity. Although he had never been to the place where the military district held prisoners, but how could he think that it could not be worse than the guarding strength of a regular prison? However, Cheng Yanbang nodded with a serious face. A deputy director couldn't have lied to him, and there was no reason to lie to him. It took a long time before Jian Li gradually accepted the news that shocked him beyond belief. Turning to great joy, Gu Mingxin escaped from prison and his superiors asked him to conduct an investigation and hunt. What does that mean? It's giving him a chance. If you catch Gu Mingxin, everything will be over. If you can't, it's just back to square one. In Ken Lee's case, a steady profit. Bureau Chang. I'm heading to the scene. Chen Yenbang waved his hand and gently saluted and left the office. However, due to his excitement, he did not notice that the moment he closed the door, Chen Yenbang had a meaningful smile on his face. Ken Lee, it's not as simple as you think. Time to pull back to an hour ago. The director was dealing with documents in his office when he suddenly received a call from Su Tiancheng. He is shocked to learn that the murder of Su Wenxiang, which has been characterized as a vicious murder case, was committed by Gu Mingsen. Director Ning, I suspect that Gu Mingsen's purpose in escaping from prison this time is our Su family. I hope that the police will be able to find him and arrest him as soon as possible. Director Ning was resistant to this request. Gu Mingsen's previous actions have scorched the entire Shanghai police force, and now this? At the same time there was a lot of resentment towards the military. Gu Mingsen was captured by the police but was lifted by the military, and now that the man had escaped, he was coming back to them? But there was no way to refuse. For one thing, Gu Mingsen was currently roaming around Shanghai, and it was their duty to apprehend him, so they couldn't refuse. Secondly, the Su family is powerful in the political world. Even the top boss of Director Ning has to give the Su family 8 points of thin face. Unable to do anything else, Director Ning could only oblige. Don't worry, Elder Su. We police will do our best to catch the criminals. Yeah. Hanging up the phone, he turned his head and called the deputy director, Chen Yenbang. After informing the other party of Gu Mingsen's prison break, the other party was equally shocked, turned furious. Are the military people all fools? They can lose sight of such a big man. If I had known that, I would have been better off not letting them lift the people. That being said, even if they knew that was the outcome, there was nothing they could do to stop it in the face of the military razors. Alright, it's useless to get angry when it's already happened. Better think about what to do now. Director Ning was equally upset. Whether or not he could catch someone was another matter. The key was that it was difficult to find Gu Mingsen now. The opponent has a superb counter-surveillance awareness and means, as well as the presence of a mysterious hacker behind the scene, making their search doubly difficult. The two thought about it. This Gu Mingsen is not easy to deal with, or secondly, the key is that even if we capture the person, in the end, the military will definitely still come to demand the person. Do you think we give it or not? Chen Yenbang spread his hands out, kind of swinging for the fences. What do you mean? Out of work? Not out of work. Director Ning was startled. This can work? And have you ever thought that if we capture the person, the Su family side? This time, it was Su Tiancheng who personally called to instruct him, indicating that he attached great importance to the capture of Gu Mingsen. If the other party was really caught by their police, it would be a great favor with Director Ning. Chen Yenbang, after this reminder, also instantly understands this truth. But the premise is that the person is finally arrested. Don't end up with an unearned favor and a bad debt. Li Jian is the best example. The Su family did not count his bank account now, just because there is currently a bigger stall to deal with. There. Chen Yenbang's eyes lit up and he slapped his desk in excitement. What? Director Ning pursued. Let Ken Lee go. Ken Lee? That's right. He's still the head of the criminal police force. Don't have enough positions. Director Ning nodded, signaling him to continue. And then there's the fact that he's in a position where he's going to give it his all once he's put in charge of this capture. Think about it. In the end, if the person caught, counting on us to know people, even if we cannot catch. Sometimes words don't need to be said in full, and people who know what they are talking about naturally understand what the other person is trying to say, regardless of who is sent. As long as the person is apprehended and brought to justice, the two of them will certainly not be able to run away from the credit, and the favor of the Su family will also be in hand. They are afraid of what to do if they can't catch it in the end. Who will take on the Su family's wrath? The rank is small, certainly not. Li Jian, the criminal police captain, is just right. Once the two agreed, Chen Yenbang immediately called for Jianli and gave him the task. There was no fear that Jianli would see through the duo's intentions, as he had no choice but to be grateful to them instead. Without this opportunity, Jianli would have inevitably been marginalized and even lost his job. But if he finally succeeds in arresting Gu Mingsen, the Su family will surely remember him for this, and he will surely rise to great heights in the future. Of course, the difficulty of this is not normal. Chapter 79, Scene of the Crime. Ken Lee hoofed it to the crime scene and met up with his men. Team Lee? What's he doing here? They could all feel the subtle changes in the CID. Starting with this murder case, which was supposed to be brought forward by Ken Lee with his team. However, the director directly named Deputy Team Chen Wanmin to lead the team, the implied meaning of which is self-evident. When Chen Wanmin saw Jianli arrive, a trace of displeasure flashed across his face, but it was more of a surprise. What's the situation? Ning Bureau in the morning obviously patted my shoulder and said in a serious manner that the future Interpol team all rely on themselves. Ken Lee, you're here. Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized that his tone wasn't very good. Knowing that he was still the vice captain and Jian Li was the superior, Ken Lee waved his hand in a generous gesture. Without further ado, where is the scene? Lee team, Ning Bureau said. Bureau Chang's orders. From now on, I'm taking over this case. Chan Wanmin froze. What the hell? Are you kidding me? I'm only halfway through this big captain addiction. Team Lee, I'm not getting any. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted again by Ken Lee. If you have any comments, you can call Bureau Chang. Chen Wanmin instantly frowned. Jian Li was acting so confident. It seemed that there was indeed something going on. The heart is very upset. It's only half a day. Even a day would be a better mood. What about monkeying around? There was a part of the team that had an expression as ugly as eating, too. Just a short while ago, these people thought that Li Jian was about to lose his power and had switched to Chen Wanmin's side. But the situation is changing rapidly. They never thought, this is only half a day's work, Li Jian how to become before that veritable criminal police captain. Li Jian similarly did not bother with these people. The most important thing is to catch Gu Mingxin. All the scores are left until after the fall. Go into the bedroom. Seeing Su Wenxiang's death, it was no surprise that Jian Li's overnight meal was spat out. Slightly better. And hastened to ask about the investigation so far. Forensics first. By the post-mortem, the deceased should have suffered great pain during his life. You're not talking nonsense? The body is in that state. Say something useful. The coroner snapped, nodding his head back and forth. The other party is very experienced in committing crimes and no residual substances were found on the body. Jian Li couldn't help but frown at that death. The one who killed Su Wenxiang must be a pervert. Is Gu Mingxin a pervert? It was hard to tell, but his gut told him otherwise. If that was true, then there was only one possibility that Gu Mingxin wasn't alone. How many are there? Who are they? The previous visit to the survey proved that Gu Mingxin in Shanghai City's social circle is very small, not to mention willing to abandon the comfortable life to insert a foot in, is bound to be a lifelong friendship. Little Lee. Ha? Oh, Team Lee. Lee froze for a moment, then reacted and stepped forward. Access the equipment immediately and check the ground footprints throughout the villa area. I suspect there's more than one person. The crowd was amazed. None of them had expected this, including the vice team. Chan Wanmin. Xiao Li hurriedly responded and hurriedly ran out to contact the bureau to retrieve the equipment. After doing so, Ken Li kicked everyone out of the house again, as every step they moved now would destroy the scene. Coming outside and waiting for the equipment to arrive, Ken Li stood in the doorway with his arms crossed, looking straight into the first-floor living room, not saying a word. The atmosphere was very dull. The others were even more afraid to make a sound and waited in silence. Suddenly, Jian Li seemed to think of something and his expression moved. No. What's up, Team Li? Chen Wanmin was now very careful, afraid that he might have omitted something and be seized by Li Jian. It's a good thing Ken Li is completely distracted by all this right now, and isn't looking for the jab on sight. Where are those men of Su Wenxiang? Chen Wanmin froze. At first he also had this doubt, but a team member told him that the people might have all run away before the police arrived. I didn't think much about it at the time because the men responsible for protecting Su Wenxiang were all outlaws with a criminal record. When you see them police, you're more afraid than a mouse seeing a cat. After hearing Chen Wanmin's explanation, Jian Li secretly snorted in his heart. What an idiot! You want to compete with me for the position of captain? Li Jian did not show it. Chen Wanmin's ability is mediocre but can achieve the position of deputy captain of the criminal police. Behind the background is bound to have a background, and it is not small. It was also that Jian Li had outstanding abilities, otherwise this position of the first captain would not really be his turn. So there was no need to cross Chen Wanmin over something insignificant. First of all, from a legal point of view, there is no difference between killing one and killing dozens. Chen Wanmin nodded slightly. Indeed, they were all death sentences. We all know what Su Wenxiang does. What kind of good bird can follow him around as a personal bodyguard? That's how it is. With all the evidence they have, it's enough for Sui Mankung to die hundreds of times. Why haven't we seen him make an arrest? It's not that there is someone behind the other side? And the energy of the person behind him is not ordinary. There's even a rumor that it's the Su family of Shanghai. The rumors were not to be believed, but they all knew in their hearts whether they were true or not. And look, are there any signs of battle around? Ken Li pointed to the villa yard. It was clean. If someone hadn't called the police, no one would have guessed that the owner of this villa had had his body plowed into his bed. So now there are only two possibilities. One is that the murderer is so powerful that he took down dozens of bodyguards one by one without any reaction. 1v dozens, and it's silently putting down all the bodyguards. Sounds fantastical. But there are cases. And it's even more dramatic than that. It was the time Gu Mingsen attacked the Su family, putting down over 100 bodyguards on the periphery by himself. What about the second possibility? Chan Wanmin pursued. Su Wenxiang was betrayed. The crowd's eyes lit up. They thought so at first and were ready to investigate in that direction. But they missed an important point. Monitor. Did you all watch the surveillance? Kenli was referring to the surveillance inside the villa. Looked at it, but nothing was found. The time period when Su Wenxiang was killed was deleted altogether. We can't rule out that it was deleted after those minions of his committed the murder. Jianli didn't nod his head in agreement, but he didn't shake his head in denial either. Because whether the truth was as he had deduced or not would have to wait to see the surveillance on the road outside the villa to make a judgment. What about inside the whole villa area? If it's an external enemy, it's possible to photograph them. Chan Wanmin, however, shook his head without hesitation. Same surveillance as this villa. What about further out? This. In that case, but also contact the traffic police brigade. So you do? Or didn't think of it? Chen Wanmin was silent, his face very embarrassed. Stupid. Li Jian hastened to arrange for people to contact the traffic police brigade. Access to surveillance. Chapter 80, Master Locksmith. The traffic police brigade was quick and efficient, but the results were surprising. Team Li, the traffic police team said that the surveillance video of that time period had been tampered with by someone who couldn't provide the real video. The crowd was shocked to hear that. Although it was not explicitly stated, the meaning was obvious. That is, to tell them that the road monitoring system of the traffic police team, again, has been hacked. Why do you say again? Everyone knows it by heart. And for that reason, they thought of the man in unison. Gu Mingsen. Could it be him? Chen Wanmin is not convinced either. Mainly because of the lack of a basis for inference. What is the blood feud between Sui Mankang and Gu Mingsen? Why did you kill Su Wenxiang so brutally? Gentlemen, I don't need to tell you who it is, do I? The crowd nodded with heavy faces, as the chances of a second Gu Mingsen appearing were almost zero. But, wasn't he raised by the military? Could not be. The crowd instantly widened their eyes. A jailbreak. Li Jian let out a long sigh and said with a serious expression. That's right, just as you guessed. Gu Mingsen escaped from prison. I got days. Everyone in the room was not greatly shocked. So now you can basically lock in the perpetrator, which is Gu Mingsen, who is on the prowl. No one retorted, for it was impossible to think of anyone other than him who was capable of such a thing. At the same time, there was a sudden feeling of bitterness in their hearts. The Gu Mingsen before he was arrested for the first time was simply their nightmare. Now it has to be experienced again. Especially the few who had fought with Gu Mingsen. Their bodies couldn't control the pendulum. No one knew better than them how terrifying Gu Mingsen's strength was. Team Li. It was little Li, and the crowd instantly threw their eyes over to him. The equipment has arrived. He was followed by several uniformed colleagues with instruments in hand. Team Li. Time was running out, and without too many pleasantries, Jian Li interrupted with a wave of his hand. Begin. Yes. They were quick and efficient, testing the interior of the villa and all corners of the yard in less than half an hour. The results obtained, however, shocked the crowd. Excluding our police insiders, there are about nearly 50 footprints of various sizes. Inside the single villa, how many footprints are there? Well, 29. Just as many. Ken Li still couldn't tell the number of people on either side at the time. It seems that the only way to determine the number of perpetrators is to find those bodyguards of Su Wenxiang. That's right, unless there's a third-party force. The crowd coincidentally ruled out the second possibility. If there were three parties of forces mingling here, they wouldn't have left no traces of the battle at all. Team Li, we've got something. Voices came from the house, and the crowd quickly entered the house. In the study, a technician was seen crouching next to the desk with a precision testing instrument in his hand. Here, he pointed to a floor and the crowd looked puzzled. Again, he pointed to the instrument in his hand. It detected footprints up there that went here and disappeared. Disappeared. Ken Li's eyes instantly widened. You mean, yes, there must be a secret room or secret passage. Although he didn't know what was underneath, his intuition told Ken Li that it must be important, or important to the progress of their investigation. Quick! Find the switch. The crowd quickly dispersed and soon made a discovery. Over here. Without waiting for the crowd to gather around, the man directly pressed the mechanism. Li Jian wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The good thing was that there was nothing unexpected, and as the heart went down in a hurry, no reprimand was given. The switch was flicked and the floor beside the desk slowly opened to reveal a dark hole. Li Jian turned on his flashlight and took the lead down the narrow steps, and the crowd followed suit, weapons gripped tightly in their hands, wary of unknown dangers. The steps were not very long, and within a few steps, The people came to the iron door of the chamber. Needed a key, but they didn't have one. Contact the locksmith company and send someone quickly.
The iron door was incredibly strong.
Even if it could be violently broken open, they didn't dare.
In case the entire secret passage collapsed during the breaking process,
no one could afford the responsibility. After Kenley had instructed him, he reached out and tapped on the iron door again. Is there anyone in there?
Combined with the disappearing bodyguards,
it can't be ruled out that they're all locked in.
I don't know whether the soundproofing of this secret room was done too well, or there was no one inside at all.
But anyway, Jianli didn't receive any response, so he waved at his rear teammates. Come on, let's go wait up there. Go go go.
The secret passage was narrow,
only allowing 2 people to walk side by side, and with the darkness, no one wanted to stay a second longer.
The locksmith was not slow to arrive,
yet just as they reached the bottom,
the master threw a cold shower on them.
Comrade officer, this lock is too advanced. I can't get it off. Master who? Really? You're the best locksmith in your company. This is a public business. Lock company bosses cannot dare to fool. Master who is indeed the company's ace locksmith. Yes, that's right, but I tell you this much. In the whole of Shanghai, those who can open this lock are not out of this number. Looking at the other party's 5 fingers spread out, Jianli thought it was normal. Su Wenqiang,
as the underground emperor of Shanghai City for more than 10 years, could not have built the secret door too simply.
All who? Kenley pursued. It doesn't matter how advanced the locks are, as long as someone can open them. The requisition of civilian power in this regard.
The police efficiency is very fast.
Not an hour. Master who mouth a master locksmith was brought over. However,
the first sentence of this master locksmith's opening caused the crowd to be stunned.
Hey, that's no coincidence. What does SH mean? Ha ha, this lock. Ah, I designed it for you.
It makes sense for a master locksmith to design a lock,
doesn't it?
And they have a habit of designing door locks for their guests that know it all. The master locksmith was seen pulling out a small packet from his bag with a bemused face,
filled with all sorts of keys. It took a long time to pick one. Insert the keyhole and twist. The door open. Nice guy. You. Ha. Professional habit. Professional habits. But I've never done anything illegal. Did I say you did? The locksmith's mouth was speechless. All right. Business is business. Kenley helps him out and the locksmith is grateful.
Ignoring the other man's meaningful look, Kenley raised his flashlight and shone it into the chamber.
In the next second,
the expression changed drastically. The same was true for the others, only to see a dozen or so people lying around inside the chamber, not knowing whether they were dead or alive.
I'll go.
Kenley was the first to recover from the shock and walked in,
squatting down next to the one closest to the doorway and stretching out his fingers to probe his nostrils. Live. Can't help but be relieved. Chapter 81 Preparation for Action. What? People are running away. Nguyen Bin pranced out of his chair. Which, of course, he pretended to do. It's not all my fault. You're not to blame? Do you blame us? Wang Kitchen opened his mouth, having a hard time speaking.
Although he and Chang Tsanggu were of equal rank, the other party was the head of the Central Military Judge Advocate General's office and was naturally on top of himself.
How did it run? Wang Kitchen got up and brought the 2 of them to the monitoring room. After watching Gu Mingsen's escape, the duo was trying to laugh but couldn't, and have to act like you're angry and helpless. Lao Wang, people but handed over to you. I am the old leader when I left.
You also swore that you will not be in trouble.
And now, you say what to do it? What can I do? Just get you guys back again. Wang Kitchen knew that he was in the wrong,
and he stopped looking for excuses to defend himself. The 2 of them laughed in their hearts.
Catching back? Unless Gu Mingsen himself is willing. You want to catch him? It's hard as hell. Okay. With Lao Wang you this sentence. I will not be difficult for you again. But, if the people cannot be captured back, you personally with the Central Military Commission to explain it. Aha. What the hell? Wang Kitchen froze. Not, just lose a person. Why do you want me to personally go to the center to ask for forgiveness?
The 2 looked at each other and smiled, a hint of cunning flashing under their eyes.
Not good. Wang Kitchen felt bad at once. Sure enough,
Ruan Onping's next words directly caused his eyes to glaze over.
Because of this man, the military commission named him to be brought back to the capital. What? I'm Nima. Wang Kitchen directly broke his defense and cursed in his heart. Bang! You 2 punked me. Even if he was slow, he could see it.
Since Gu Mingsen was named by the Central Military Commission,
why didn't the duo inform him?
He could understand if confidentiality was involved.
But what was the duo's intention in not even informing Gu Mingsen of the danger? Old Wang, it's not very nice to say pit you. Do you really think what you did was seamless? Wang Kitchen froze,
and his anger was thrown to the back of his mind.
However,
he was very resilient, and the look of panic on his face flickered before he regained his composure.
I don't understand what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not. We're not like other places where everything is about evidence and the law. Wang Kitchen only felt a chill instantly flow from his spine to his entire body, here referring to the military, and as he had been in the military for decades, he naturally understood some of the military's tactics, which were not up to scratch but did work well. As it is now, Sensei has no proof that he has done those things, as long as more than 50% of the people are convinced. It sounds outrageous, but it is, because the military is the sharp edge of a nation, and is all about efficiency and loyalty, with no room for potential threats. Once there are doubts about the loyalty of a particular soldier, in exceptional cases, it is not going to be done by the book, as in the ordinary judicial process. Even so, I ask myself to stand up to the country. I can stand up to the people. You can't do anything about it. Wang Kitchen is very confident. His rank is a lieutenant general, and in the military world for many years of deep cultivation, there are many connections, plus the Su family will certainly not stand by and watch himself fall, and I'm only holding this man on behalf of you. You didn't tell me the importance of this man or his danger, so even if the man is lost, it's not very relevant to me. He is so clear in his thinking that it is pure fantasy to take him down on that basis alone. However, the two of them did not have the expression that the other expected on their faces. Instead, they were calm. It's not going to be that simple. And on the other side, Sam, everything is ready. When do we move? Li Weicheng fiddled with a rifle in his hand that he had carried back from Su Wenxiang's house. He was thrilled to finally touch this old friend again after so many years. The same goes for the others. The ban on guns in China has suffocated them for the past few years. Of course, who was in charge of scouting, transmitted information that made them feel even more excited. Responsible for the security of the Su family was, after all, the Round Table. It is a well-known killer organization in the international arena, and among its killers, there are quite a few, whose strength is on par with theirs. This time, the Su family must have paid a big price, and the strength of the group of people who came will definitely not be weak. Hey, I say Brother Chang, Tiger has told us that people are equipped with full body armor. We probably can't even break the skin with this gun. This word, the crowd's hot heart instantly cooled in half. This bullet hit out. Only poo to the enemy to leave a few holes in the body is too much. The crowd couldn't help but cast their gazes towards Gu Mingsen, expecting him to offer a solution. Gu Mingsen thought about it and also found it tricky. No one could have imagined that in a few years' work, single combat equipment would have developed to such an extent, but it's not without a bit of a response. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that the whole body is bulletproof. According to the information provided by the Blackbird, there's not much difference between the materials used in this whole body bulletproof vest and the ordinary bulletproof vests, but it's just that the area of defense has been enlarged. You mean, here, most likely the weak point, the front and back of the neck, the joints of the arms. Gu Mingsen pointed them out one by one. The crowd's eyes lit up. Yeah, Levi Strong's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh excitedly. These moving joints, they sure as hell can't be bulletproof too. Of course, whether or not it was as they had deduced would only be clear after they had fought these people. The crowd then worked out a plan to get out after the operation was over. Once we start moving, the police side will definitely receive the news first, and the entire city's police force will probably swoop in. The people do not think. The police are what strength they know best. Come how many they clean up how many. The captain saw what they were thinking at a glance, and his face was solemn. Before we move on, I'd like to emphasize one more time that no police personnel will ever be allowed to be laid hands on. What? The crowd froze, full of confusion. Not, then just let them shoot us? Their confidence comes from having the truth in their hands and not letting them shoot? The captain sighed and explained. Going after ordinary people and going after public officials are of two natures. What's different? Even if you kill 100 ordinary people, the country will only make you a wanted criminal. But if you kill just one national law enforcement officer, it's treason. The crowd was slightly dismayed. They really hadn't thought of that. The former, there is still room for redemption. But if the latter, throughout history, the fate of traitors, none of them got a good end. Gu Mingsen's expression moved slightly, naturally understanding the implicit meaning of the captain's words, and inwardly agreeing with them. He is a veteran. Full of blood has not yet cooled. Plus his wife and daughter still have to stay in the country of China. Chapter 82, Visiting the Su family again. Su family, inside the eastern mountain forest. Sam, it's no good. 40 men, clear of full body armor, and with no other utility known at this time. Li Weiqiang stood on Gu Mingsen's side, his hand raised with binoculars to observe the situation inside the manor. It's a bit tricky. 18 guard posts,
and basically no dead spots in sight within a 2,000-meter radius of the house.
The captain couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Only Gu Mingsen had a calm face, staring at a three-man post within the manor for a long time. Unlike last time, there was less cover from the rain screen. The pure black bulletproof vests on the three of them exuded a chilling light under the moonlight. Putting down the binoculars, he turned and scanned the brothers behind him. The usual rule, I go first. With such dead-end all-around guards, it's best to drop a sentry at the apex if you want to feel your way in unnoticed. This mission must be carried out by the strongest among them, and Gu Mingsen was the only one who could do it. Sam, be safe. Gu Mingsen nodded slightly. The corners of his mouth curved into a resolute arc as he responded in a low voice. Don't worry. In the next second, his figure was like a ghost in the night, and he disappeared into the dark shadows of the mountains and forests in a few rises and falls. It would certainly be a lie to say that I'm not worried at all. Li Weiqiang and the captain's hearts instantly hung in the air, their eyes staring dead center at the direction Gu Mingsen had disappeared in. The weapons in their hands subconsciously gripped tightly, ready for a strong attack at any time. In the southeast corner of Sue's garden, there is a small forest with dense vegetation, which is a perfect hiding place, but if he could think of it, the other side was bound not to ignore it. Surprisingly, a hidden post was set up here, again with 3 men. It was very sudden, but Gu Mingsen didn't hesitate for a second, and immediately decided to end this guard post first. The moonlight poured onto the ground, forming a patchwork of light and shadows, and he skillfully utilized these shadows, stepping extremely softly with each step, barely making any noise, getting closer and closer to the post. He could even hear the 3 men talking in low voices. The moment he was about to launch his attack, one of the guards seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned his head, looking around warily. Gu Mingsen instantly stopped moving, his body pressed against a large tree. Holding his breath, the guard looked around suspiciously for a moment, not noticing anything out of the ordinary, before turning to look away. Finally, he reached the back of the post, only a few steps away from the nearest guard. He quickly drew out the dagger at his waist and rushed up with a swift momentum, covering the guard's mouth, the sharp dagger directly penetrating the opponent's throat. The other 2 sensed the movement and were just about to turn around when Gu Mingsen had already flung the dagger in his hand, accurately stabbing one of them in the throat. The one remaining guard reacted extremely quickly, reaching for his weapon and shouting at the top of his lungs. Gu Mingsen wouldn't give him a chance, rushed over with an arrow step, flew up and kicked the opponent in the chest, knocking him to the ground, and then quickly added a punch to his throat. The man only had time to let out a muffled grunt before he lost his voice. After checking the bulletproof vests on them, Gu Mingsen sighed in relief. As he expected, the neck was the weak point. After resolving this hidden post, without any pause, he continued to feel his way towards the set target. Coming to the edge of the other side of this grove, Gu Mingsen carefully peeked out and observed the movements of the guard post in front of him. It was the 15th day of the month, and the moon was big and full, making it much more difficult for him to feel his way through silently. But as long as you're human, you're going to be negligent. These 3 weren't always staring in one direction, which gave him a chance to take advantage of it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's now. Gu Mingsen saw the right moment and scurried out like a cheetah the moment those 3 people's eyes briefly shifted. He was light on his feet and barely made a sound. By the time those few people shifted their eyes back, Gu Mingsen had already hidden behind a cover. A few minutes later, the man had silently felt his way behind a bunker closest to the post, and in the sight of those 3 sentries, the wind was calm all around them, not realizing in the slightest that behind the stone statue 3 meters away from them, there was a life-threatening fatalist hidden. Gu Mingsen leaned close to the stone sculpture, listening with his side ear to the subtle movements coming from the guard post. The sound of their conversation came faintly. It's a small language, supposedly talking about insignificant trivia, with a hint of slackness in the words. Gu Mingsen took a deep breath and slowly drew out the bloodstained dagger at his waist. At the moment, the dagger glittered with a cold light in the moonlight, as if it was also waiting for the next fatal strike. He probed slightly, his gaze pinpointing the nearest guard with hawk-like precision. The man stood at the edge of the post, his back to Gu Mingsen, defenseless. It's now. Like a black lightning bolt, Gu Mingsen stormed up from behind the stone statue and instantly approached the guard. His movements were as fast as a ghost, and before the guard could react, the dagger stabbed into the back of his neck as viciously as a viper spitting out its mail. Warm blood spurted out and splattered on the back of Gu Mingsen's hand, and the guard only let out a faint muffled grunt before collapsing limply. The other 2 guards turned their heads alertly, their firearms raised quickly in their hands. However, Gu Mingsen took care of the first guard and then made a smooth throw. The dagger struck the knot of that one guard's throat with unerring accuracy, and the man grunted. His body swayed, and he fell straight down. Oh, dollar and percent at yen. The last guard was subconsciously about to shoot, but just as he aimed his gun in Gu Mingsen's direction, Gu Mingsen had already bullied his way up like a ghost and kicked him in the wrist. There was a click, a sharp pain in the guard's wrist from a broken bone, and the gun clattered to the ground. He was terrified and abnormal, attempting to cry out for help. Gu Mingsen surely wouldn't give him the chance to crush his opponent's throat bone with one punch. The guard let out a cackle in his throat and desperately covered his neck with his hands, trying to breathe but unable to make a sound, and soon lost his voice. After resolving these three, Gu Mingsen sat down on the ground, panting slightly. It just looked easy, but it was full of thrills. Once the figure was exposed, there would be only two paths waiting for them. One was to temporarily retreat, and the other was to have a firefight. The other party's equipment was dominant, and if they chose to engage in a firefight, it would be detrimental to them, and might even result in casualties. After resting for a moment, Gu Mingsen pulled out his flashlight and made a few coded signals towards where his brothers were hiding. Solving this one post was equivalent to tearing a hole in this 316-degree deathless line of defense. They could then unknowingly feel their way to the enemy's rear and deliver a sudden blow. After the secret signal was sent, Gu Mingsen quietly waited for his brothers to arrive to join him. Chapter 83, With great rewards come courageous men. 10 minutes and 28 seconds. This was the time it took Gu Mingsen from the time he left to settle the two guard posts. Good boy. After all these years in the past, his stance hasn't regressed at all. Yeah, Sam. How'd you do that? Was it sneaky training? These few years of peaceful life had worn away a lot of their strength, especially their bodies, and a few of them had developed small bellies. Gu Mingsen raised his hand to suppress the crowd's curiosity. There will be plenty of time to ramble on to you later. I don't need to remind you what to do now, do I? The crowd instantly returned to their senses, their expressions becoming serious and focused. The tacit understanding that they had once cultivated by crawling on the battlefield allowed them to understand each other and quickly enter the battle state. Kung, Doc, you guys follow me? The rest of you stick to the plan. As soon as the words fell, the others immediately dispersed in all directions, feeling their way towards the other guard posts. And on the other side, Mr. Su, aren't you going to bed yet? Hunter, as the leader of this security mission, didn't just sit there with a glass of red wine and call it a day. For Su Tiancheng, a big customer who had paid out $100 million, it was necessary to make the other party feel all around at ease. That's why he and his deputy, Sunny, guarded Su Tiancheng's side in 24-hour shifts. Su Tiancheng frowned slightly. His gaze shifted from the books in his hands and looked at Hunter. I don't know what's going on. I always feel inexplicably panicked. Hunter smiled confidently. Mr. Su, you can rest assured that what I brought this time is one of the most elite special warfare squads within our organization, and with Sunny and I on 24-hour round-the-clock rotation. Even a mosquito would never think of biting a mouthful of blood from you. Perhaps these words had worked. Su Tiancheng's frown gradually unfurled. Standing up, he walked over to the window and looked out into the dark night. Trouble you, Mr. Hunter, then I'll go to bed. Bang! A sudden gunshot, like a shooting star, cut through the stillness of the night. Su Tiancheng was startled and his body instinctively trembled. Hunter reacted extremely quickly and quickly pulled Su Tiancheng away from the window, got up again to close the curtains, and turned off the light in the study. What's going on? Where's the shooting? Returning to his senses, Su Tiancheng hurriedly inquired. Sunny, go check out the situation. Roger that. Putting down the walkie-talkie, he looked at Su Tiancheng again. Mr. Su, it's not very safe here. We'd better move to the living room. Good, good. The other party was a professional, and if Su Tiancheng wanted to live, he had to do as he was told at this moment. When he came to the living room but didn't see his family, Su Tiancheng couldn't help but panic. Hunter, where's my family? Mr. Su, don't panic. I've sent someone to wake them up. This was a big client, so Hunter's tone was very kind. Only then did Su Tiancheng's panicked heart ease a little. Dad. Su Mingyu was pushed over in a wheelchair, followed by his wife and son Su Chenjian. Su Sunun was acting a little worse for wear at the moment, trembling from fear. The night his sister was taken by Gu Mingsen, he escaped by sneaking outside to fool around. Later, he heard from his family that Gu Mingsen had taken out more than 100 of their guards with just one person, which scared him. Thinking that the matter had passed, who would have thought that just after a few days of fast living, the other party came again, and the target was their entire Su family. Yesterday, his grandfather had also planned to send him to the Su family in the capital to avoid trouble, and he had raised both hands and feet in favor of it at that time. But before he could move, he was called up in the middle of the night and told that people were coming to kill him. Directly scared him 6 gods up. And then there was the fact that he had no confidence at all in these guards in front of him, knowing that Gu Mingsen had a super god battle record of 1 vs more than 100. Everyone, Don't worry too much. Maybe the people have already been killed by my men and are on their way to report at this moment. Cut. Whoever believes that little cutie. Seeing that his reassurances were not having any effect, Hunter stopped speaking. Hunter. Sunny came running in on fire and Hunter rushed to meet him. Well, what's the situation? All of our posts outside have been attacked, and I estimate that they are in a bad way. What? Hunter was dumbfounded. He had just boasted about it, but he couldn't imagine that the slap in the face would come so quickly. No, this is not the most current concern. Can't reach any of them. Though he didn't want to face it, Sunny nodded his head with a heavy face. Hunter's face plummeted. How is that possible? How did they do it when we had our guards set up so tightly? I'm not sure, but it's clear that we took it lightly. When Su Qingzhen heard this, his legs went limp and he almost collapsed to the ground. It's over. It's all over. Su Mingyu gritted his teeth, his eyes full of unwillingness, and violently pounded the armrest of the wheelchair. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dad, I don't want to die. Help me. Su Sunun had cried out in fear. All right, you think crying will make him leave you alone? Su Tiancheng was annoyed at his grandson's cowardice at this time, but more than that, he was heartbroken. It was regrettable that he had not been sent to the Su family in the capital immediately after yesterday's deliberation. The cries subsided a little, but the fear still did not dissipate, and sobs came from time to time. Mr. Hunter, the 4 members of my Su family are counting on you. At this point the remaining guards in the house became their last hope for survival. Mr. Su, please rest assured that we will ensure the safety of you and your family until the last moment. Yes, the words of the scene who will speak. Su Tiancheng do not dare to bet on the professional ethics of these people. Must come up with something real. He is only at ease. Mr. Hunter, I hereby promise you and your teammates that as long as you let my Su family get through this crisis peacefully, I'll pay you an additional $15 million honorarium for your private, and your teammates, $10 million each. Upon hearing this huge honorarium, a trace of fervor flashed in Hunter and Sunny's eyes, and the shock and uneasiness in their hearts were instantly suppressed by the strong drive for profit. The same was true for the others. Only because of the mask's concealment, it was impossible to see the slightest change in their expressions. Sunny, gather everyone who can fight and hold this place at all costs. He clenched his fists and turned his head to Sunny, his eyes revealing a desperate determination. That's $50 million. 5 times what he was paid for this mission. This kind of opportunity comes along once in a century, and it's worth fighting for. Sunny quickly gathered all the teammates he could contact and repeated everything Su Tiancheng had just promised. Everyone was abuzz, forgetting their fears for a moment, for the heavy rewards would be rewarded. Mr. Su, plus me there are 12 more. I assure you, whoever wants to touch you and your family will first have to step over our corpses. Su Tiancheng's heart was slightly at ease when he saw this. If he could let the Su family pass through this calamity peacefully, even if it was half of his family's wealth, he would not hesitate to give it with both hands. Chapter 84, Crossfire. Master, should we call the police? The housekeeper was skeptical that these people could keep the Su family safe, and calling the police might be a good option. Su Tiancheng shared the same feeling, but still had to take care of the feelings of Hunter and the others. After all, choosing to call the police was a disapproval of their strength. Mr. Hunter, what do you think? As expected, Hunter's face was displeased, realizing that they were former assassins and were on the natural opposite side of the fence from the police. There is a heart to oppose, but the situation is not optimistic at this moment. The incoming enemy hadn't even shown his face, and he had already lost half of his own men, and he wasn't entirely sure how to deal with the next attack. Moreover, they entered the country legally and with complete formalities, so if they really want to report to the police, they are not afraid. Thinking for a moment, Hunter said in a deep voice, Mr. Su, it's good to call the police. It's always right to have an extra safeguard. Su Tiancheng nodded slightly and turned his head to the housekeeper. Call the police and explain the situation truthfully. The housekeeper immediately pulled out his cell phone and dialed the police. Still feeling uneasy, Su Tiancheng personally took out his cell phone again to call Wang Kitchen. The other hand under the hands of the special forces can be much stronger than the police. A few beeps later. Hello? Su Tiancheng froze and took a closer look at the number. It's him. All right. Are there no notes? Things were urgent, and Su Tiancheng could only console himself. It's me, Su Tiancheng. Oh, what can I do for you? The voice was cold. It's not right. It's not right. The first few times the two of them talked, Wang Kitchen did not say that he was very enthusiastic, but he had never been so cold. What the hell? Commander Wang, you have a guest over there? Su Tiancheng asked tentatively. The other party was silent for a few seconds, and Su Tiancheng instantly understood. There are guests, and a bad one at that. Excuse me. There were no more side conversations. Just hang up. Who could it be? Someone who could make a military chief scornful must have an unusual identity. Could it be? Bang! Another gunshot interrupted his thoughts.
Hunter and the others quickly shielded the Su family in the center,
alertly looking in the direction of the gunshot. Bang bang bang.
The gunfire intensified.
Look! The crowd was startled and looked in the direction Sunny was pointing.
It was their teammate,
who was fighting and retreating towards them,
while bullets rained down on this teammate's body armor.
Asterisk. This body armor is ing tough. Must carry 2 sets back later. Only 2 sets? You've got some nerve. Carry them all back. It was the captain,
who was leading 4 of his brothers with looted rifles,
pouring bullets like pillars of rain on the leaky man. Stop chatting. Aim for the point and hit the neck. I can't. This guy is facing us. He can't hit it. I don't think so. Forget it. There's another group in the house anyway. We'll just get them all together later. Save the wasted bullets. The captain thought it was okay, too, and was about to speak when suddenly, look out!
The crowd subconsciously dodged with great speed.
Bang bang bang. A more violent burst of bullets swept by, and the location of the few people who had just spoken was instantly knocked to the ground. Mother asterisk. Almost guttered. All take cover. Without the captain's reminder, the crowd had taken cover. These grandchildren. I thought they'd stay cooped up in the house and not come out. Don't even show your head. Arson and the others should be backing up soon. 20 of them came on this operation,
and the others must have been the first to head this way when they heard the shots.
However,
time passed and the expected support was slow to arrive.
A sense of foreboding welled up in the captain's mind. What the hell is going on with Sam and the others? Why are they so slow?
The faces of the players also became more and more gloomy as the situation became more and more unfavorable to them.
The enemy's fire was still ferocious,
pinning them down behind cover and showing no signs of relaxing.
Inside the house,
Su Tianchang and the others were anxious as they saw the fierce firefight outside through the window,
but could not see the number of opponents. Hunter doesn't want to stay in this stalemate either. Sunny, take a couple of guys and detour around the side and surprise them. Not good. Right.
In case these guys are enemy bait.
Sunny frowned slightly. Being able to silently take out a dozen of their sentries could be taken out by them so easily? But Hunter was not impressed. Offense is the best defense,
and the body armor we're wearing can only be most effective if we take the initiative to attack. That made sense. The reason Gu Mingxin and the others were able to quickly end a dozen or so enemy outposts was by surprise.
This is not accidentally missed one.
They shot out a dozen magazines,
but also did not hurt each other a bit. Okay. Without further hesitation, Sunny picked 3 random team members,
flip outside through a window in the left wall of the house and slowly move in the direction of the enemy, using the cover of the shade of a side tree.
Meanwhile, Hunter's side increased its fire output to provide cover for the 4. The enemy seemed completely unaware of the threat to his flank, still hiding his entire body behind cover. As he got closer to his enemy, Sunny's heart began to beat faster. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, a dagger suddenly flew out of the darkness,
hitting the neck of the team member at the front with precision, and he fell straight down before he could even make more noise.
Asterisk. Alert! Alert! The 3 remaining men quickly leaned back and raised their guns to guard the perimeter. Sunny, what the hell?
Hunter was on real-time comms with them and felt bad when he heard Sunny curse.
There's an ambush. 16 is dead. Hit in the neck with a knife. Where's the enemy? Any sign of the enemy? No, just a dagger. The 2 spoke very quickly, but their hearts sank in unison.
There was a long silence before Hunter spoke.
Come back if you can't. Let's save our strength. Yet the next moment, oh, that direction. Fire. Bang bang bang. Barta. Boom dash. As an explosion rang out, the gunfire stopped and the intercom fell into a dead silence. Sunny?
Hunter's expression changed greatly. The 2 were partners for more than 10 years.
Ahem. Sunny, I am. Hunter was relieved to hear a familiar voice, but the next words, Hunter, listen to me. I may not be able to go back, and of course, neither are you. If you survive, take care of my wife and kids for me. What nonsense are you talking about? You, only to be interrupted by Sunny's stern voice. You shut up and listen to me. It's them. It's them. Hunter froze. What were they? Sunny, what are you talking about? Who are they? Chapter 85, Li Weicheng's injury. 8 years ago, that mysterious squad. What? Hunter was shocked, and there was even more fear in his eyes, but soon a deep frown creased his brow. Sunny, are you sure? I'm sure. This person is him. I was lucky to survive from him back then, and it's impossible for me to misremember this kind of hunting tactic. Half a year ago, the Round Table encountered an unprecedented crisis. In a month's time, the 5 major branches in Asia were swept away. Nearly 1
000 members of the assassins, and only a handful of them eventually survived.
Sunny was one of them, and he told us afterward that the enemy was cold, cruel, and bloody, like a ghost hiding in the darkness to harvest a life. Over the years, the fear has always been buried deep in my heart, and more than once I have been awakened in the middle of the night by a nightmare, now encountering it again. Sunny knows full well that he won't have the same luck as last time. Sunny, if it really is them. Good luck. Sunny laughed bitterly and shook his head, the muscles in his face twitching slightly with fear. I borrow your good advice. Meanwhile, I wish you good luck and hope you survive. If he could go back to the beginning, Sunny would never set foot in China for half a step. Only those who survived back then knew exactly how terrifying these people were. Sunny took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. Realizing that panicking at the moment was useless, he patted the only remaining member of the team. Withdraw. The original plan had long been behind him, and there might be a silver lining in backing off at this moment. The two were back to back, moving step by step in the direction they had come from. The gunfire at the doorway exchange had stopped, and the surrounding area was plunged into a dead silence, with only the heavy breathing of the two of them standing out in this silent space. With each step, Sunny felt like he was stepping on his own heartbeat with a thud. Suddenly, look out! A dagger wrapped in a biting wind shot out of the darkness, straight at Sunny's neck. Not good. The target is me. Sunny was both surprised and normal. He wasn't wearing full body armor and was relatively the easiest to get. Unexpectedly, the other side's first two targets were team members wearing full body armor, and this time the target turned out to be himself. The cold light flickered in the dull light like the eyes of death. The speed was so fast that Sunny's body couldn't keep up with his brain's reaction at all, and he could only watch as the dagger flew closer. Just in the nick of time, the player's eyes were quick, and he pushed Sunny forward violently. The dagger sliced through a layer of skin at the base of his neck and plunged deep into the wall next to him with a plop, the hilt still trembling slightly. Dodging it narrowly, Sunny's heart palpitated and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The teen reached out to help him. Thanks to Put. A flying knife came from nowhere and penetrated the team member's neck. Sunny froze. The player's body swayed and slowly fell forward, crushing Sunny. No! Sunny roared sadly, his eyes instantly filling with blood as he fought to push his teammate away from him, trying to check on his opponent, only to see that the player's eyes were wide open, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, and he was already out of breath. Asterisk. Sunny hissed, the fear in his heart completely ignited by anger. With red eyes, he raised his gun and swept wildly in all directions, bullets raining down into the unknown corners of the darkness. A clip was swept empty, and a few sneers came faintly out of the darkness, as if mocking him. Sunny knew that the enemy was still in the shadows and they were enjoying the hunt. Sam, that's a really cool trick to play with sound and fury. If it were up to me, I'd probably have to capsize too. It was Chinese, and Sunny didn't understand it very well, but from that tone, he could sense the teasing and contempt of the other party. Are you people or ghosts? Come out! Come out! Bang bang bang! The only way to keep from breaking down from extreme fear for a while at this moment was to keep shooting. However, magazines are limited. Finally, the last clip was emptied and the gunfire stopped. Endless fear wrapped itself around Sunny once again. Magazine! 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 He felt all over himself and his dead team member, but only felt a pistol. Sunny gripped the pistol tightly, and even though there were only 3 bullets left in the gun, it still felt like some kind of spiritual support in this situation of extreme fear. After calming down a little, his brain began to race again, thinking of a plan to get out. Whether it was in or out, the decision had to be made quickly, and the other side wouldn't give him much time. Maybe next. Who dash? Sunny jerked to his left and racked his pistol. In the darkness, a silhouette slowly emerged. His footsteps were gentle, but it was as if he carried an invisible sense of oppression. A man? Nope. It's bait. The 3 bullets in the pistol at the moment were more precious than the $10 million Su Tiancheng had promised him, and every shot had to be fired carefully. Hey bro, I'm a second-degree knight of the round table. Maybe we can talk. What do you want? Money? Or something else? Sunny tried to negotiate and raised the round table to shock the man, with little effect, but the slightest possibility was not lost on him. Oh, I want your life. Can I? It was Li Weiqiang. His voice was cold and carried a thick killing intent. Sunny's heart instantly sank to the bottom, while not moving his finger to the trigger. Next, bang, bang, the two fired almost simultaneously and dodged at the same time. Levi Strong is faster. However, bang, the other party was unharmed and fired another shot at him, but thanks to his quick reaction, the shot missed his eyebrow, but his arm was not spared. Sam, watch out. The suit on this guy is bulletproof. Meanwhile, Sunny's next shot followed, Not good. My life is over. With his arm injured, Leviathan couldn't dodge the shot with all his might. It was a good thing he wasn't alone. An arm poked out from behind him like the wind and clamped down on Levi Strong's shoulder. A huge force instantly struck, and the person slid and flew backward uncontrollably. Bang! Put! It was impossible for a man to be faster than a bullet, and Li Weiqian being shot in the calf was the best possible outcome. He was relieved himself. Sam! You saved my life again. Gu Mingsan did not say anything, but another voice came from the darkness. Kung, I've long advised you to honestly finish people off and be done with it, but you have to engage in some kind of lone hero. Now you've played a bad game, haven't you? Asterisk. Doctor, don't be so sarcastic. Stop the bleeding. In the next second, the doctor appeared from the darkness, walked over to Leviathan, crouched down, and examined the injuries. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Followed by a box of band-aids from his pocket. Chapter 86, Sunny, Pawn. Rip a large slit in the shirt at the site of the shot, take out a band-aid, and apply one to each wound. The wound caused by the bullet was a bit large and one piece didn't quite work, followed by several more until the wound was completely covered. Leviathan. With that done, the doctor stood up and clapped his hands together, a smile on his face as if he was pleased with the masterpiece before him. Levi Strongman was dumbfounded, with a face of disbelief. Finished? Anon. Asterisk. A gunshot wound in the laborer. I'll put up with band-aids. I'll put up with cartoons. How can I put up with bullets when you won't even take them? The doctor shrugged his shoulders in innocence. You'll have to put up with it if you can't. And do you see this as a suitable occasion to fetch you a bullet? Not to mention, the band-aid didn't look like much, but it did stop the bleeding. Li Weiqian gritted his teeth, itching to jump up and beat this quack up, but the injuries on his body allowed him to just lie there and stare. Gu Mingsan couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth, interrupting the duo. Alright doc, you take Strawn to safety and leave this one to me. When he finished, he looked over at Sunny, his eyes like torches and a chilling aura around him. Sunny's heart tightened and a fine bead of sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He wanted to turn and run, but his instincts told him that he would only die faster. The pistol's magazine was empty, but it was the only weapon that could give the other side a little deterrence at the moment. Sam, be careful. This mother her suit is bulletproof. There was chagrin in his tone. If he was still at the peak of his strength, that shot could definitely be dodged. Got it. Gu Mingsan was somewhat unimpressed. This was absolute confidence in his own strength. Bulletproof? Bulletproof against punches? In the next second, Gu Mingsan moved. His figure was like electricity, and in the blink of an eye, he approached in front of Sunny. Sunny's pupils suddenly shrunk, and subconsciously raised the empty gun in his hand and slammed it towards Gu Mingsan. Gu Mingsan sidestepped slightly, easily avoiding the clumsy attack, and in the process, landed a hook straight to Sunny's stomach. Only heard a muffled bang. Sunny's entire body like a broken kite flying out backwards, heavily hit the tree behind him, the leaves rustling down. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his face filled with a mixture of pain and horror. Is that all you can do? Gu Mingsan spoke coldly, walking towards Sunny step by step. Sunny cursed and struggled to get up, but realized that his bones felt like they were falling apart and he couldn't exert a single ounce of strength. You can see how strong the force of that kick was. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Gu Mingsan is getting closer and closer to him. At a stone's throw away, Gu Mingsan stopped in his tracks with a cold face and reached out to grab Sunny's neck. Suddenly, Sunny's eyes flickered. The short blade hidden in his sleeve stabbed out like a viper, aiming for Gu Mingsan's throat. This strike was full of his desperate madness, and it was extremely fast, bringing up a sharp sound of wind. However, what? Sunny underestimated Gu Mingsan, and he actually ducked. What was most mind-boggling to him was that the other party acted so easily and naturally, as if he had already anticipated his sneak attack. 1 strike missed, and before he could react, Gu Mingsan's counterattack had arrived, only to see him dodging backward while his right foot kicked out violently, as fast as lightning and with amazing power. This kick hit Sunny's knife wrist. Click. Sunny only felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The short blade was instantly out of his hand and fell to the ground. Ah! Sunny let out a scream, but there was no mercy. Gu Mingsan supported the ground with one hand and stabilized himself with a spin, and in the process, he bullied his way forward and grabbed Sunny's throat with his right hand like an iron clamp. No! Catching dash! Accompanied by this crisp yet frightening sound, Sunny's neck twisted at a bizarre angle. His eyes widened, the fear and unwillingness in them not yet able to fully dissipate. His life suddenly extinguished like a candle in the wind. Gu Mingsan casually tossed Sunny's body aside without the slightest ripple on his face.
as if what had just ended was just an insignificant little game. Pervert. The doctor hadn't gone far with Li Weiqiang on his shoulder, and when he turned around and saw this scene, he couldn't help but let out a gasp in his heart. Gu Mingxin patted the non-existent dust on his body and raised his eyes in the direction the doctor left until his back disappeared into the darkness of the night. The eyes fell once more to the building not far away, and there was a sense of revisiting the same place. Zip! Gu Mingxin returned to his senses and picked up the walkie-talkie that Sunny was carrying. Sunny? Sunny? It was Hunter, in a somewhat urgent tone. It had been 10 minutes since he'd last heard Sunny's voice, and having waited until this moment, he finally couldn't resist initiating contact. Even though he knew Sunny was in a bad way, he still had a glimmer of hope. The corner of Gu Mingxin's mouth hooked up into a cold smile, deliberately lowering his voice as he said into the walkie-talkie, "Sunny is dead." There was momentary silence on the other end of the intercom for a long time before Hunter's slightly heavy voice came through. "Gu Mingxin? It's you, right?" Gu Mingxin was silent, and Hunter became even more irritated. "It has to be you. You killed Sunny and I'm going to make you pay." "Yeah? Good luck." The tone of his voice was full of disdain, and then he simply threw away the walkie-talkie and crushed it with his foot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hunter was annoyed. 1. The death of his best friend was too much for him to take in for a moment, and 2. The fear inside him couldn't be suppressed, and could only be released through roaring. It was at this moment that he truly realized that the enemy he encountered this time was unprecedentedly powerful. Su Tiancheng was even more flustered. How could he not see Hunter's external strength at this moment? The Su family, in danger. Dad. What to do? What to do? Honey, do something. Su Chenjian and his mother shook like a sieve. Their sanity was completely gone. Otherwise they would not have taken Su Mingyu, who could only move by wheelchair, as a life-saving straw. Su Mingyu's situation was not much better than the duo's. Unlike last time, Gu Mingxin's target was Su Tingting from the beginning to the end, and he did not feel the fear of impending death. But this time, the target is the entire Su family. Dad. 2. Why don't you call Chief Wang again? He still had a shred of sanity and knew that only Wang Kitchen could give them a ray of hope at this moment. Su Tiancheng frowned at the words. They had already reported to the police. A large number of police should be on their way at this moment. But, will the arrival of the police definitely keep their family safe and sound? If Gu Mingxin really intends to be immortal with their Su family and chooses to fight with the police in a firefight, with the strength he has shown. Thinking of this, Su Tiancheng finally made a decision. I'll try. Take out your cell phone and no longer hesitate. Wang Kitchen's slightly distant voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Who is it? Although he knew that the other party was deliberately so, but the matter of the lives of a family, Su Tiancheng had to choose to ignore and lower his stature. Chapter 87, The Su Family in Despair. Su Tiancheng took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calmer. Commander Wang. It's still me. Su Tiancheng. There was silence across the room for a moment. Elder Su? Calling? Is it something else? Assholes. You don't know what you're talking about. Su Tiancheng could not help but be secretly annoyed, thinking that he was the reigning Shanghai city for decades. When did he receive this kind of anger? However, the current situation forced him to swallow his breath. It's like this. Now that Gu Mingxin has already killed at my Su family's doorstep, I hope. No. I request you to send out your troops immediately. Otherwise my Su family. In order to avoid pulling the wool over his eyes, Su Tiancheng put his posture extremely low. However, Wang Kitchen's reply made his heart half cold. Su Lao. Sorry. Unless it involves national security or else I cannot arbitrarily mobilize the troops. You can first call the police station to play the report presented to the Municipal Party Committee. The Municipal Party Committee and then reported to the central government. I received the central transfer order. Only then you can. No way dash. My Su family was all dead then. Before Wang Kitchen could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Tiancheng's growl. Listen to me. Send me troops now, or my Su family will definitely not let you go. Seeing that soft words don't work, Su Tiancheng simply stopped pretending and directly took the Su family in the capital to press people. But what he doesn't know is that Wang Kitchen can't help himself at this moment. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. After saying that, without giving Su Tiancheng a chance to pester him, he directly hung up the phone. Do. Putting down the phone, Wang Kitchen let out a long sigh of helplessness. Are you guys satisfied? It was Ruan Anping and Chang Sangu, and in a small conference room, the two sat opposite Wang Kitchen. Hearing this, Chang Sangu smiled faintly. Ruan Anping, on the other hand, was slightly mocking. What? You still have a grudge? For all the collusion you've had with the Su family, if it wasn't for Elder Qin helping you out, do you think you could still be sitting here talking to us peacefully right now? Wang Kitchen was dumbfounded. In the country of China, the military is a system of its own.
Despite the huge power of the Su family in the political world in the capital, it is unable to interfere in the appointment of personnel in the military. Only that elder Su, with the powerful connections he had made over the years, could say a few words, but that was all. Wang Qichen can be promoted to the current position, but also the Central Military Commission that a few big shots to give Su Tiancheng face, but everything is afraid of too little too late. Su Tiancheng's appetite is getting bigger and bigger, and even attempted to reach into the Central Military Commission. But I'm the one who lost the man, so it's not right to leave him alone now, is it? The reasoning is this. Ruan Anping lifted Gu Mingsen from the police station on behalf of the military, and now that the person ran out of the hands of the military, it is impossible to say that there is no responsibility at all. But Ruan Anping and Cheng Sangu looked at each other and smiled. What's inappropriate? If you don't admit it and we don't say anything, who can prove we lost it? Ha? This? Wang Qichen was dumbfounded. But the person was raised by Ruan Anping from the police station openly. Who doesn't know? You this. You're not opening your eyes. Old Wang. Watch your speech. Be careful, I'll sue you for slander. I defame. Hearing these backwards words, Wang Qichen was even more speechless. Old Ruan, the eyes of the masses are sharp. Do you think a deadly denial will be enough? The masses? I wonder which masses you are talking about. Wang Qichen froze. Which people? Naturally those. Through special channels. He suddenly realized that those who supposedly knew the inside story were actually people within the system. Cheng Sangu saw the change in Wang Qichen's expression and knew that he had already figured out the joints, and leisurely opened his mouth. It's not true that Anping went to the police station to pick up the man, but there is no written document to prove this. Wang Qichen's expression changed suddenly, as if he had caught the trick. Nope. What about surveillance? To put it mildly, the security camera footage is tangible evidence. But how could the two men in front of us have made such an omission? Anping has a special identity, and when it carries out its mission, it can temporarily take over and requisition a certain range. All the resources as well as tools and equipment. Monitoring is also within the range. Wang Qichen was dumbfounded that Ruan Anping was open. As for whether there was such a rule within the military, he didn't doubt it at all. After so many years in the military, he knows too much about those old men's virtues. Whether there is or not is a matter of their words. But, even so, you'll have a hard time gagging those people, won't you? The corner of Cheng Sangu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smirk of confidence. Old Wang, you don't have to worry about this. Those who know the inner workings of the system, which one is not well versed in the ways of officialdom? It's just to knock some people out of reaching their hands so far. Ruan Anping's words shocked Wang Qichen. So it is. The so-called certain people are actually only the Su family, which is also the target of this game's sword. It's just that this tactic is a little too ruthless. How dare you sacrifice the entire Hucheng Su family? Having seen the ruthlessness of those in the military, Wang Qichen couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. If a person doesn't strike, it's a thunderous blow, breaking off two of the Su family's arms. But if we do that, will it set off a chain reaction that will make the entire officialdom on edge? Cheng Sangu looked aghast and said seriously, this is just the beginning. What? Unbelievable. It's amazing that the military's appetite goes beyond that. With our country's economic takeoff over the years, some bad customs have begun to spread, and now they are getting more and more serious. And the experience of history tells us that if we don't rectify them in time, there will be endless consequences. Corruption and greed in officialdom are like tumors that, if allowed to grow, will eventually erode the foundation of the entire nation. This time, targeting the Su family was just the first shot at rectification. Wang Qichen's heart set off shock waves. He originally thought that this was just a military suppression of the Su family, but did not expect it to be the beginning of a large-scale rectification. He didn't dare to ask any more questions for fear of getting involved in this upcoming storm that would sweep through the entire officialdom of China. At this time, the Su family in Shanghai City, the sound of gunfire was endless, and the screams were even more numerous. Gu Mingsen had already led his brothers to kill their way into the main building where the Su family was. Although Hunter's men fought to the death, the defense line gradually collapsed under the godlike attacks of Gu Mingsen and the others. Having no choice but to do so, Hunter retreated to the third floor with two of his men escorting the Su family. Su Tiancheng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He kept pacing in the living room, beads of sweat on his forehead. How could he not expect that the Su family, which had always called the shots in Shanghai City, would be in such a desperate situation? Grandpa, do something about it. I don't want to die. Su Cheng was so scared that his face turned pale and his legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. He grabbed Su Tiancheng's arm tightly, his voice carrying a sobbing tone. However, the loss of past power and power of Su Tiancheng, at this moment completely become a dying old man. Chapter 88, Resignation. Dad. 2. Or should I? We talk to him? Talk about what? How? Su Tiancheng's tone had a hint of reproach in it.
If it wasn't for Su Mingyu meeting Gu Mingsen in private and threatening to take revenge on his wife and children,
would the Su family have had this calamity? Big deal. One person does everything.
I messed up, I take the blame myself.
You guys say something soft. Maybe. Naive.
If Su Mingyu just put a few harsh words, there may still be a chance to salvage the situation, but 1,000 times should not pay action for this. The moment Gu Mingsen decided to break out of prison, he would never pin his hopes on the promises of their Su family again.
If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. This reasoning, Gu Mingsen didn't understand it before, but how could he not understand it now? Then we can't just sit around and wait for it to happen, can we?
Regarding the performance of hunters, several people,
Su Mingyu no longer had any hope,
and only prayed that they could delay the arrival of the police so that there would still be a chance of survival.
Dad, should we call the eldest? At this point,
my daughter-in-law suddenly made a constructive comment.
Right. Find great-grandpa. He must have a solution.
As if he had found a lifesaver.
Su Qianzhen became unusually agitated.
Su Tiancheng's eyes instantly lit up for a moment. His own words didn't work. Could it be that his own big brother Su Tianyang's words?
Wang Qichen also dared to go against them?
To know that Wang Qichen can have the present achievements.
The Su family. No, I should say it's Su Tianyang, who deserves a lot of credit. Pulling out his cell phone,
his fingers quickly slid in the address book and found Su Tianyang's number.
Without any hesitation, he immediately dialed it. Do. Phone call connected. Tensei?
There was confusion and a hint of gravity in his tone. A call this late at night was never going to be as simple as catching up.
Big brother. Is me.
Without too much politeness,
Su Tiancheng spoke extremely fast and informed the current situation one by one.
There was a silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and after a long time,
Su Tianyang opened his mouth. I'm clear. Don't hang up. I'll call Wang Qichen right now.
Yes. With the speakerphone on, the Su family all gathered around. The beeping sound of Su Tianyang hanging up the phone came from the other end of the phone. Su family people gathered around Su Tiancheng.
The atmosphere did not dare to come out. Eyes staring at the cell phone.
This small object at this moment carries all of their hopes. Time became unbearably long in this moment, and every second that passed seemed like torture. I don't know how long it took, but the beeping stopped abruptly.
Hello? Who is it? Su Tiancheng's mind shook. It was Wang Qichen's voice, almost the same tone. It's me, Su Tianyang.
There was a slight huff in his voice. If it was said that not too long ago when Su Tiancheng called Wang Qichen, this tone of his was probably feigned, then it must be feigned now, because Su Tianyang used the cell phone every time he contacted Wang Qichen. It was impossible for the other party not to know who the caller was. After more than 10 years, Wang Qichen was the first person who dared to slow him down so much. Perhaps the other party had unspeakable secrets, but this feeling of being slowed down still made Su Tianyang couldn't help but feel a hint of sulkiness.
Su Lao? It's a bit of a sham. However, this is not the time to count on it. Wang Qichen. Su Tianyang actually called the other party by his first name,
which had never been done before.
Wang Qichen froze for a moment.
The other party had lost his temper so much for the sake of the Huqing Su family. One could imagine what kind of rage he would face next after he refused his request.
A moment of apprehension. It's Elder Su. What do you want? You ask me? Don't pretend for me. You know very well what I'm looking for in you. Wang Qichen couldn't help but tremble physically.
The might that this old master had cultivated over the decades was not something that ordinary people could withstand.
However, it's not true that Su Tianyang is a fierce tiger, but these two hungry wolves in front of him are more.
There was no choice but to return with a stiff upper lip.
What makes you say that? Please speak more clearly. Bang! Ouch me! Su Tianyang suddenly became angry, and Wang Qichen's cell phone was almost unsteady. Don't bull ***** me. Now! Immediately!
Immediately send me troops to the Su family estate. If one of the Su family members dies,
I, Su Tianyang, swear to the heavens that you, Wang Qichen,
with my Su family,
there will be no end to death.
Wang Qichen's hand holding the cell phone trembled slightly.
Su Tianyang's harsh words made him pressured like a mountain.
You know, the last guy who had this treatment had grass 3 meters high in his grave. But Wang Qichen subconsciously looked at Ruan Anping and Cheng Sangu, who were calm on the surface but actually had a fierce light in their eyes. He had a premonition that if his next answer did not satisfy the two, he would be taken down directly. There is no need to doubt that the duo has that power.
Elder Su, I'm sorry, I really don't understand what you're talking about. Besides, without a centralized directive, privately transferring troops is a felony.
The meaning of drawing a line was already obvious,
and Su Tianyang was furious. Wang Qichen, Have you forgotten how you climbed to this position? Forget it? That's impossible. But in all cases, we talk about the pros and cons before we look at the favors. The Su family's grace is as heavy as Mount Tai. Wang Kitchen acknowledged. But, led it to report this grace to throw away the life of the family? Never. Of course, even if Wang Kitchen was really stupid to such an extent, Ruan Anping and Chang Sangu weren't eating their words. The purpose of the two joining forces to sit here was to prevent Wang Kitchen from jumping out of the plot. If he really had a hot head and sent troops to save Su Tiancheng's family, the ending would be unpredictable. Elder Su, please watch your words. I, Wang Kitchen, have gotten to where I am today entirely through my own efforts and loyalty to the country. The tone was sincere and firm. Ruan Anping, however, silently rolled his eyes at the hypocrisy. On the other end of the phone, Su Tianyang's chest rose and fell violently, and the anger on his face was almost overflowing. On Su Tiancheng's side, when he heard these words from Wang Kitchen, the hope in his heart dimmed a little bit and the fear kept spreading. Good, Wang Kitchen, you're good. Ruan Anping and Chang Sangu looked at each other and smiled. After today, the Su family is considered to be with Wang Kitchen, the military's biggest ally on the surface. A complete break. Su Tianyang forced down his anger and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He knew that anger would not solve anything at this moment. Wang Kitchen, tell the person next to you that I admit defeat in this game. Aha? What? The three froze, suspecting for a moment that they were hallucinating. The political super big brother, the head of the Su family in the capital, Su Tiancheng, even, personally said the three words, conceded defeat. Unbelievable. Ruan Anping made a look towards Wang Kitchen to test what the other party was selling in his gourd. Wang Kitchen nodded and organized his words. Elder Su, what do you mean by that? It's literal. I concede defeat. I promise never to meddle in any military affairs again in my lifetime. The Su family of Shanghai City must not become a victim of political struggle. This is Su Tianyang's bottom line. It had nothing to do with profit, but only his decades of brotherly love with Su Tiancheng. Chapter 89, The Bigger Picture. Su Tianyang's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of Wang Kitchen, Ruan Anping and Chang Sangu. He actually bowed his head. Wang Kitchen frowned. Su Tianyang, this words of sincerity, but can satisfy the appetite of those people. Subconsciously looking up at Ruan Anping and Chang Sangu, the two of them represented those bigwigs, and it was still up to the two of them to decide whether or not to discontinue this plot. Ruan Anping met Wang Kitchen's gaze and shook his head. Their ultimate goal was to fix the entire officialdom of China, and it was impossible for them to give up just because of Su Tianyang's one promise. Then again, this arrow of Gu Mingsen's had already left the string, and it wasn't something they could collect just because they wanted to. Wang Kitchen saw Ruan Anping shaking his head inside in his heart. At the same time, it was also understood that those big men were extremely determined and would not change their plans just because of Su Tianyang's simple promise. Elder Su is sorry. You'd better think of other ways. After saying that, he no longer gave Su Tianyang a chance to speak and directly hung up the phone. Su Tianyang heart sank. Decades of official career. Has long practiced a sensitive sense of smell. The other side seems to have a bigger plan. If it is only to deter their Su family, at the moment they soften and admit defeat. The other party's purpose has already been achieved. Why do they insist on killing everyone? Explain that the other side deterrent target is not only the Su family. In the country of China, more powerful than the Su family is also only who? No way. Those guys definitely don't have the guts to be. Could it be the entire Chinese officialdom? The more Su Tianyang thought, the more he felt a chill down his spine. If the other party's goal is really the entire Chinese officialdom, then the Su family in Shanghai is just a fuse in this storm. In these years, China's official atmosphere is a kind of, he knows very well, otherwise his Su family power would not have developed to such a huge. He also knew that this day would come sooner or later, which was why he attempted to dabble in the military world, aiming to bring the Su family's power to the next level and become the chess player in this storm. However, who would have guessed that Gu Mingsen, a small and insignificant person, would become the key figure in prying this storm? At the same time, he was chilled by the ruthlessness of the military's tactics. Unlike them who play politics, they rely on strategy, maneuvering and relationships. Who dares to object to a direct stick and threat from a human being? The Su family in Shanghai is a bloody example. Su Tianyang felt deeply helpless at this direct play of lifting the table. Big brother, what should we do now? Is there no way at all? Seeing that Su Tianyang's side was silent for a long time, Hunter's few people, whose firefight with Gu Mingsen and the others was getting closer and closer to the third floor, finally couldn't help but break the silence. Su Tianyang slowly came back to his senses, and hearing this anxiety-filled inquiry, he took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calmer. Tian Cheng, it's too late. Su Tiancheng's body trembled and directly froze. Yeah, it's too late.
If Hunter and his men hadn't dragged Gu Mingsen and the others to the stairway by virtue of their weaponry,
where would he have had time to say so much?
Even though it was still a stalemate at the moment, Su Tiancheng had a hunch that Hunter wouldn't be able to last much longer.
It may be a few minutes, it may be half an hour, but the result is still the same.
Then there were the police, who had been delayed nearly an hour since the housekeeper had called the police. Su Tiancheng understood in his heart that he was afraid that there were military forces behind this as well, deliberately delaying the police action so that Gu Mingsen would have enough time to deal with the Su family.
Big brother. I understand. Su Tianyang felt Su Tiancheng's despair and a stabbing pain in his heart.
The two of them have traveled together through thick and thin for so many years,
and their feelings are extremely deep.
When his brother was in danger,
he couldn't do anything about it.
One could imagine how complicated his emotions were at the moment.
Tiancheng, don't worry. No matter what identity he has and escapes to the ends of the earth, I will make him pay. Su Tiancheng, however, firmly shook his head, surprisingly calm when life and death had been predetermined.
Only after this blood lesson could he see that Gu Mingsen was a person who should never be messed with,
even if he couldn't establish a friendly relationship with him, because people like him are the greatest nemesis of all powerful people. No matter how powerful you are and how much money you have, his iron fists will make you realize what it means for all beings to be equal. Big brother, listen to my advice. A person's death is like a lamp going out, and all thoughts become ashes. Never mess with Gu Mingsen, and people like him who are outside the rules again. What are you talking about? You are my own brother.
You're asking me not to avenge your death and watch your enemies go free.
I'm telling you, no way, no way. Su Tianyang is almost completely irrational. The hatred of hand and foot is not shared.
If Gu Mingsen killed all of Su Tiancheng's family,
he would inevitably face the endless pursuit of the Su Tianyang Su family. Su Tiancheng's heart was touched,
but it was also filled with bitterness.
He had expected that Su Tianyang would not listen to persuasion,
but he had to persuade.
Those who were targeted by Gu Mingsen would surely die, and he, the Su family of Shanghai City, was an example. In order to deal with Gu Mingsen,
Su Tiancheng bet all the ways he could think of and all the resources he had accumulated.
But what was the result? Su Tiancheng smiled miserably, knowing that he couldn't dissuade Su Tianyang.
He simply changed his tone.
Big brother, since you insist, then I won't stop you.
But there was a 2-second pause, while Su Tianyang waited for the following with a very serious expression. Before you succeed in getting rid of Gu Mingsen,
never lay a hand on his wife and daughter. Why? Su Tianyang couldn't figure out that Qinwei and Gu Linlin were the best tools to coerce Gu Mingsen into submission.
Big brother,
you don't understand Gu Mingsen as a person.
Although his wife and daughter are his weaknesses, they are also his scales.
Touching them is death. If Su Mingyu had not threatened to take revenge on Gu Mingsen's wife and daughter and put it into action,
he would not have escaped from prison and arrived at this immortal situation with the Su family.
Once his wife and daughter are threatened, he will become even crazier and completely reckless. He will stop at nothing to drag all of you with him. That's why you mustn't lay a hand on his wife and daughter until you're absolutely sure you can deal with him.
Su Tianyang's brows were tightly locked. His heart was extremely unwilling, but he also understood that what Su Tiancheng said was extremely true. Gu Mingsen's madness and determination was something he had experienced in this short period of time. If they really angered Gu Mingsen to that extent, the Su family might really be completely doomed.
Just then,
there was a violent explosion from downstairs,
accompanied by Hunter's screams. Su Tiancheng's face changed, knowing that Hunter's side might not be able to resist anymore.
Big brother, take care. Then without giving Su Tianyang a chance to say goodbye,
he directly hung up. Parting is always sad,
especially when it's a matter of life and death.
Su Tianyang understood Su Tiancheng's intention and could only silently say goodbye in his heart. Tian Sung, take care. Chapter 90, Gu Mingsen's attack. Bang bang bang. The phone hung up and everyone was racked with despair. A deathly silence,
with only the sound of continuous gunfire echoing around them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is this mother asterisk 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 ing body armor so hard to hit? Li Shan broke into a fit of rage.
A pile of emptied magazines scattered at his feet.
Asterisk 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 asterisk.
What if I can't break the defense? Is there any other access to the third floor? Nope, unless the window is rolled over.
The difficulty was so great that the crowd was silent. They observed that the second floor windows were more than 4 meters apart from the third floor windows.
Not to mention that there was no suitable borrowing point. Setting up a ladder is fine, but those guys on the third floor aren't cuties. How could you let them climb up? I have an idea.
The doctor's mouth quirked, and it was obvious at first glance that he wasn't selling any good drugs.
What way? Blow up the house. The crowd couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. It was a good idea, but there was a real problem in front of them. This house is made of solid materials. The explosives we brought are probably not enough. Then it's up to Sam. The doctor spread his hands and looked at Gu Mingsen. As the strongest combatant among them, if even he couldn't do anything about it, then they would have to wear out the enemy until they ran out of ammunition. It can't go on like this. The police should already be on their way. Just come on them. The crowd was ready to flee overseas and didn't mind in the least having another firefight with the police before leaving. The captain frowned, unsure of what he was thinking. Not good. Killing a police officer is not the same nature as killing an ordinary person. One dead police officer. We and the Chinese officials will completely become immortal. Gu Mingsen spoke first. As the captain had said before, when they had developed their forces overseas to a certain level, they could negotiate with the officials for legal status. But once you kill a cop, the likelihood of that is completely zero. Then how can we get them? These guys are guarding the stairway like the Iron King. There's nothing we can do about them for a while. Li Shan was so anxious that he stomped his feet and pressed another round into his gun. But in his heart he knew that it was futile. We don't seem to have many bullets left in our hands. The point is that so many bullets hit them as if they had no effect at all. Tiger poked his head out and quickly scanned the top of the stairs. Bang bang bang. Rifle bullets followed. What a nasty piece of work. Two guys just standing straight at the stairway with their guns, hitting people when they show their heads. The eyes were full of envy for this outfit. If they take the initiative to attack, there must be a break. But this is guarded there like a wall. There's no way to do anything about it. The crowd is helpless. Martial arts is also afraid of choppers. They are all battle-hardened. King of soldiers level of existence. But in the face of this kind of situation, it is also a muggle. I'll go. Gu Mingsen stepped forward. The eyes of the crowd instantly converged on him. It's just over 4 meters. Nothing difficult for me. The others looked at each other, not agreeing for a moment. Sam, is there any certainty? There was a hint of concern in the captain's tone. It was hard to roll in, but it was even harder to take on those few well-trained and well-equipped enemies all by yourself. There should be 7 left upstairs with guns, 2 guarding the stairway and 5 guarding the Su family. The doctor extrapolated from the crowd's kill count. No problem. Leave it to me. Gu Mingsen acted very confidently. Alright, let's do as you say. The captain gritted his teeth and finally clapped his hands on the decision. Soon the rope was found. Gu Mingsen took to a bedroom on the 2nd floor, walked to the window, and opened it. All of the plumbing and electrical equipment in this building is hidden inside the walls, so the exterior walls are very smooth. Gu Mingsen didn't rush into action, but first took out a small mirror and carefully probed out to observe the situation over the 3rd floor window. Through the reflection of the mirror, he saw that there was no enemy guarding the 3rd floor window, but the window was half hidden, making it impossible to see the exact layout of the house. Just because no one could be seen didn't mean that there were no guards, or else the window wouldn't be half covered. So Gu Mingsen's movements had to be swift. Sure enough, after about half a minute had passed, the same small mirror poked out of the 3rd floor window directly above. Gu Mingsen instantly revealed a smile that was so true, and then retrieved the mirror. Leave it alone for about 10 seconds and probe the mirror again. The mirror above you has disappeared. Sam, is the man gone? Well, it looks like I was right in guessing that the other side is limited in numbers and can't have every wall guarded. Hi, who gave Gu Mingsen a heartfelt thumbs up? Gu Mingsen nodded with a flat expression, then took a deep breath to stabilize his heartbeat. Then he jumped up to the window, first peeking halfway out, and pricked up his ears, trying to listen for movement behind the window. Yet the fierce battle at the stairway continued, and the gunfire was so constant that it was impossible to hear. So much for not caring. The time dragged on and the man returned. It would be a problem. Gu Mingsen stretched out his hands to grasp the window frame tightly, and with both feet at the same time, he fiercely exerted his strength. Like a cheetah, he bounced up 3 meters at once, steadily grabbed the lower edge of the 3rd floor window. His feet took off, and his whole body fell onto the wall. I'm going. Sam is awesome. Tiger lay on his back at the 2nd floor window and was shocked to see the scene. On this level, to get to the Olympic Games on the high jump program, properly world champion. Brother Sam, be careful. Tiger lowered his voice, realizing that something more sinister lay ahead. Gu Mingsen didn't make a sound and nodded slightly, putting his eyes on the window near his head again. 1, 3, 10, 20 seconds passed. Gu Mingsen seemed to be waiting for something. The sound of gunshots at the stairway was unceasing, but the silence of the room behind this window could be vaguely felt. What's he waiting for? Who was equally puzzled by this, and as he watched Gu Mingsen hang on and remain inactive, he couldn't help but begin to get anxious. I wanted to make a sound of inquiry, but I was afraid of disturbing the enemy upstairs. Another 10 seconds passed, and Tiger grew more and more anxious, finally unable to hold his tongue when a small footstep came from inside the house, from far away, getting clearer and clearer. Gu Mingsen's heart flinched as he snapped his eyes open. This should be the enemy who had been watching from the window with a mirror had returned. He gripped the lower edge of the window with both hands and pressed his body against the wall, trying not to make a single sound. Even his breathing was controlled to be extremely weak. The footsteps stopped at the window, followed by a mirror slowly peeking out in an attempt to observe what was going on downstairs. This was the perfect moment Gu Mingsen had been waiting for, and he couldn't miss it. Just when the mirror was about to capture Gu Mingsen's figure, he moved. Gu Mingsen's right hand probed out like lightning, grabbed the arm holding the mirror and yanked it with force, while his left hand violently propped upward, and the whole person used the force to flip into the house. Oh, Chapter 91, One More Hour. That enemy never expected such a turn of events. Before he could react, Gu Mingsen had already bullied his way up, strangling his enemy's neck with his left arm, and quickly hooping his right hand around his opponent's head with a forceful twist, only to hear a click sound. The enemy's cervical vertebrae snapped, instantly losing his breath, and was gently lowered to the ground by Gu Mingsen. The whole process lasted less than 3 seconds, and the other party didn't even have time to let out a second scream. On the other side, whose head was still poking out of the window, and when he saw Gu Mingsen move and disappear his figure, his heart became even more anxious. Sam, what's wrong? Waiting for 2 seconds. He didn't wait for Gu Mingsen's response, but saw the gesture given by the other party, and only then did he retract his head in peace. After resolving this enemy, Gu Mingsen quickly scanned the room and was slightly dismayed. This was a pink-decorated bedroom. Besides the little princess Su Tingting of the Su family, who else would live in such a room? Immediately adjacent to the window on the desk there is also a picture frame of Su Tingting. The photo. She stood in the sunshine, wearing a small white long dress, flowers decorated with a bright smile on her face. But in Gu Mingsen's eyes, there was only disgust and resentment. Her own daughter was being tortured by her like this. What right did she have to smile so happily? Gu Mingsen clenched his fists, resisted the urge to smash the picture frame to pieces, and gently snapped it down. The eye is not seen as pure. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire became more intense, and it seemed that Tiger had already passed on the news that Gu Mingsen had won, and was covering for him. Gu Mingsen knew that time was short and there was no delay. Quickly adjusting his emotions, he walked over to the door and took out a small mirror and carefully peeked through the doorway. Outside was a hallway that connected at the end to the third-floor living room, which was empty. Gu Mingsen was puzzled. The other party's manpower was strained to such an extent? If not, it's hard to explain why the other side sent only one person to patrol the windows of each room. This door to the third-floor living room in the middle of the distance of 2 rooms, the corridor on both sides of the 7 or 8 large potted plants, at the moment became the best cover for Gu Mingsen to silently touch over. Gu Mingsen pressed himself against the wall, using the cover of the potted plants to move forward as quietly as a cheetah. Every step was cautious to the extreme, eyes constantly alert to the surroundings, ears catching any subtle sound. By the time he touched the closest potted plant to the living room, he could clearly hear the conversations going on in the living room. Mr. Su, the police were called an hour ago. Why haven't they arrived yet? A broken Chinese. Gu Mingsen guessed that this should be the small head of the roundtable invited by the Su family. Mr. Hunter, isn't it obvious? Someone is making a move from this. This was Su Tiancheng, and his tone was full of helplessness. What? Hunter was shocked. You mean, can't come? What made them hold out until now was precisely the large number of police officers that Su Tiancheng had spoken of. But now, Su Tiancheng had always seen it clearly. That's why he had been hiding it. Only at this moment he had to find a way to appease Hunter's heart. Once he opened his mouth to admit it, Hunter would definitely not have the slightest hesitation to leave their Su family behind and turn around to run. After all, if you have a lot of money, you have to have a life to spend it. It can come. It just takes time. Time. It's been an hour. And you're still telling me you want time? Feeling deceived, Hunter was furious and could not wait to shoot the bad old man in front of him. It was important to realize that before Gu Mingsen and the others blocked them on the 3rd floor, they still had a slight chance of getting out. But now, is never possible. Combined with what Sunny had once portrayed, the gang was best at pulling off sneak attacks, hiding in the darkness of the night and giving you a cold stab to the neck or some other fatal part of your body, especially in a room with narrow space. Hunter was sure that once they abandoned the stairway as an excellent defense point and took the initiative to break out, they must not even be able to go to the stairway leading to the 1st floor on the 2nd floor. The most important thing was that the other party had come with more than a dozen people this time, while they were only left with 7 at the moment, and there was absolutely no hope of overturning the situation. Su Tiancheng wasn't annoyed when he was yelled at. He did have the suspicion that he had punked them. Most importantly, at this moment, they mustn't have internal strife. Mr. Hunter, please calm down. ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** How do you expect me to be calm? At this moment,
Hunter's long-accumulated fear seemed to have found a vent,
and spittle sprayed onto Su Tiancheng's face like it was no money. Su Tiancheng couldn't help but tighten his brows and sulk,
thinking that he was a prestigious figure in Shanghai and even the whole of China.
Where had he ever been scolded like this? Enough!
Hunter's yelling and cursing came to an abrupt end,
but also became more irritated. This old clapper is still so arrogant even at the end of his life. An hour ago,
Hunter was treating him with respect for the sake of $50 million, but now we are in the same situation.
You Su Tiancheng, even if you take out $500 million, do not want me to be polite to you again. Half a point. Hunter's eyes were red, staring viciously at Su Tiancheng,
the gun in his hand trembling slightly,
as if he would pull the trigger in the next second. Su Tiancheng took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, saying, Mr. Hunter, we are now on the same boat, and internal strife is not beneficial to anyone. Trust me, we still have a chance. Chance? What chance? Hunter sneered.
You don't want us to fight those guys downstairs to the death,
do you? Of course not.
Su Tiancheng hurriedly denied it,
but whenever he uttered a yes, the other party would definitely not hesitate to pull the trigger in the next second. I want you to drag until the police come. Hunter froze, but only for a moment before anger once again took the high ground. Still dragging? The people aren't even coming. What's the point of dragging it out any longer?
I never said the police wouldn't come.
Su Tiancheng's eyes were resolute,
and the aura of superiority that he had cultivated over the years unconsciously radiated out.
Hunter was slightly suppressed and his anger was slightly reduced. What do you mean by that? I've already talked to the secretary of the Shanghai City Municipal Party Committee on the phone.
Su Tiancheng raised a finger, and because of the excessive force, the veins on his hand were exposed.
1 hour. I only need an hour. Police help will surely arrive in an hour. It was hopeful, but it also made Hunter more desperate.
The gunfire at the stairway entrance grew more intense, and it was clear that the other side was attempting to quickly deplete their ammo levels.
It's a young plot. There's no avoiding it. They can only follow it.
And the amount of ammunition they now had left was enough for half an hour.
Not to mention an hour. Are you sure? Hunter stared closely at Su Tiancheng, trying to see a crack in his expression. Even if the glimmer of hope given by Su Tiancheng was very desperate, Hunter, who no longer had a way out, had to accept it. I'm sure. Chapter 92, The Last Hope is dashed.
With intense gunfire,
Su Tiancheng said decisively, Mr. Hunter, we can only trust each other now,
and stick together for this 1 hour.
As long as the police arrive, those people downstairs won't be able to fly. Hunter gritted his teeth,
and after weighing the pros and cons, he slowly lowered the slightly trembling gun in his hand.
All right, I'll believe you one more time, but if the police aren't here in an hour,
I'll make sure you Su family members go ahead of us. Su Tiancheng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart,
but on the surface, he remained calm and collected, reassuring again. Don't worry, the police will definitely come. Hunter was silent,
staring intently at Su Tiancheng for a few seconds before turning towards the two henchmen who were standing in the middle of the stairway in the middle of the battle.
Stop! Stop!
The duo froze and lurched as several bullets struck the duo's black masks with a series of sparks.
One of them quickly fired back,
but the enemy at the bottom of the stairway had long since retracted the exposed half of his body, and several bullets missed.
Stop! Listen to me. The man ceased fire, but the next second, May was on his way. Immediately, he was about to shoot back again, but was stopped by Hunter's stern voice. Don't worry about them for now. The caliber of their bullets won't break the body armor you're wearing. Listen to me. The two were a bit reluctant, but they could only follow orders and let the other party probe frantically.
And several times the two almost didn't hold back from firing their guns.
Hunter saw this and spoke extremely fast. Listen up. I want you two to hold out for another hour, but we don't have many bullets left,
so we must conserve them for the rest of the day.
And it's best not to shoot until the other guy shows his head.
The two men nodded heavily, though they were puzzled, and began to control the frequency of their shots.
Hunter looked at Su Tiancheng again,
with a hint of scrutiny and skepticism in his eyes, as if he was confirming whether or not this man was really worth risking his life again.
Suddenly, he jerked his head to look at the corridor where Gu Mingsen was. 1, 2, 3,
Hunter finally realized that one person was missing, the very same henchman who had been sent to patrol the windows on all sides.
Quickly walking towards Su Tiancheng,
the other man was stunned, unsure, and was relieved to make sure there was no hostility in Hunter's eyes.
What's wrong, Mr. Su? How long has it been since that henchman I sent to patrol the windows of the various rooms has returned?
Su Tiancheng froze and immediately realized the importance of the problem and turned to look at the housekeeper.
Like Hunter, the situation was such that he was completely oblivious to such details. The butler was equally flabbergasted. but fortunately his habitual attention to detail allowed him to give an approximate time. 4. Least 5 minutes now. What? Su Tiancheng's face instantly became grave. 5 minutes was enough for 2 round trips on patrol. Available at. There was no longer any need to doubt that the guy was definitely dead. The question now was how many people were coming up on the other side. Suddenly, there was an eerie silence from downstairs. A silence that was even more eerie than the intense gunfire from earlier. You, go check it out. Hunter pointed to a random henchman. His tone filled with unease. The man hesitated for a moment, but finally hardened his heart, racking his gun and feeling his way cautiously toward the corridor. His footsteps were extremely light, and each step he took seemed to exhaust his entire body, his eyes staring dead ahead at that dark area of the corridor, the gun in his hand trembling slightly, but always remaining ready to fire at any time. Su Tiancheng, Hunter, and the rest of the group held their breath and waited quietly for the news. It was as if time had frozen, and every second was incredibly long. 1 step, 2 steps, walking past the potted plants where Gu Mingsen is hiding. He was about to turn his head sideways when suddenly, Gu Mingsen struck. He leapt out from behind the potted plant like a ghost. A dagger was in his hand at some point, and with a flash of cold light, he stabbed the henchman's throat with unerring accuracy. The opponent didn't even have time to let out a scream before his eyes rounded out and he collapsed straight down, blood spreading quickly on the floor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hunter cursed angrily and raised his gun to fire wildly in Gu Mingsen's direction. The remaining 2 henchmen also reacted, and for a while, the sound of gunfire echoed in the small space, with bullets raining down on Gu Mingsen's location. Gu Mingsen, however, was prepared for this and directly used the man as a shield, the bullet hitting the bulletproof vest with a dull sound. Taking advantage of the gap between Hunter and the others to change magazines, he violently flung the body towards the crowd, while his body was like electricity, lunging towards the 2 nearest enemies. One of them subconsciously raised his gun to fend it off, but was kicked away by Gu Mingsen, his gun slipping to the ground. Immediately after that, the dagger in Gu Mingsen's hand ruthlessly stabbed at another person's throat, and that person couldn't avoid it, so the dagger stabbed straight into his neck, and blood spurted out like a spring. His eyes were wide and his hands tried in vain to grab onto Gu Mingsen, but they eventually hung down helplessly and his body slowly collapsed. No! Hunter let out a roar, his eyes instantly covered in blood, quickly changing magazines and frantically strafing, bullets whistling and flying towards Gu Mingsen. Gu Mingsen rolled on the ground, avoiding the deadly bullet, then quickly got up and threw his dagger towards the man who had just been kicked out of the rifle in his hand. The dagger was wrapped in a cold light and flew straight at the man. Only a scream was heard as the dagger hit him squarely in the throat, shaking him a few times and then falling heavily to the ground. Hunter's eyes went red at the sight and he quickly shifted his gun. However, until he emptied his clip, he failed to capture Gu Mingsen's shadow. His speed was too fast, like a ghost. At the same time Gu Mingsen was pulling out his pistol, dodging and hitting at the same time. Hunter wasn't completely overwhelmed by anger either, and knew to pick up the bulletproof suit he was wearing to cover his head. But, Gu Mingsen was exceptionally calm. Seeing that shooting the enemy's head was ineffective, he immediately shifted his target, hitting Hunter's palm that was carrying his suit with a single shot. Bang! Followed by a quick follow-up shot to the brow of Hunter. Hunter's body fell straight backward with a dull thud as if all support had been taken away. At the same time, the 2 men guarding the stairway had also sensed the change in the rear and quickly turned their guns around. However, at this moment, the 2 of them were already in a situation where they were attacked from both sides, so any resistance seemed so futile. Bang bang bang. In less than a minute's work, 2 more cold corpses were once again on the floor of the 3rd floor. At this point, the Su family was completely in a desperate situation. Seeing this, Su Tiancheng still wanted to make a last-ditch counterattack, ignoring Gu Mingsen's icy cold eyes, reaching out his hand to pick up the pistol on the ground. The next, bang dash, no doubt he was greeted by a merciless bullet, precisely hitting Su Tiancheng's palm. He screamed miserably, his entire body twisting from the intense pain, his outstretched hand dropping helplessly. Blood gurgled from the wound and instantly stained the floor. Chapter 93, Destruction of the Su Family. Gu Mingsen slowly approached Su Tiancheng, his face as cold as ice and frost, condescendingly looking at him as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Slowly raise your gun to your opponent's forehead. Facing the threat of death, Su Tiancheng couldn't help his body trembling, but he knew clearly that fear wouldn't help the situation at hand, so he quickly forced himself to calm down. Gu Mingsen, you have to think clearly. Once you shoot, you and our Su family will completely become immortal. As long as you let my Su family off the hook, I promise, in the future, all grudges between my Su family and you will be written off. Seeing this, the corners of Gu Mingsen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a mocking smile. If these people's words were to be believed, a sow could climb a tree. If I had known, why would I have bothered? Looking deeply at Su Mingyu, who was sitting in the wheelchair with an iron face. The last time they met, it was still in the military camp, and the Su Mingyu at that time could be much more arrogant than now. Facing the gaze cast by Gu Mingsen, Su Mingyu did not dodge. Angry, unwilling, and mixed with a hint of fear. The hatred of killing his daughter was not shared by all, and it was impossible to make him voluntarily open his mouth and beg for forgiveness. But faced with the threat of death, the fear inside grew more and more exuberant. Su Mingyu clenched his teeth and tried not to let the fear show. Bang! Dad dash! The moment the gun sounded, Su Tanchang subconsciously closed his eyes, and then, couldn't he open them completely? You bastard! I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Su Mingyu could no longer suppress his emotions and became hysterical, cursing madly. However, bullets were merciless, and Gu Mingsen was even more merciless. All of this is what your Su family deserves. After killing Su Tingting, he had planned to call it a day, but Su Mingyu had to force him to raise the butcher's knife again. Bang! Another bullet shot out, leaving a bloody hole in Su Mingyu's forehead. Honey, Dad, demon, you demon, you'll get what's coming to you. Su's mother broke down, bawling her eyes out as she hugged Su Mingyu's body, and frantically cursing Gu Mingsen. Gu Mingsen didn't say anything, but just watched coldly, then slowly shifted the muzzle of his gun. Su's mother's screams and curses came to a screeching halt as the muzzle of the gun fell to the top of her head, and any emotions were all turned into fear at this moment. No, don't, bang, no bull ********. One shot to the head. Mother Su, pawn. To them, Gu Mingsen actually did not have too much hatred, and all he did was to put an end to the trouble. Please, I'm young, let me go. Su Chingan's legs went limp and he fell to his knees with a thud. Tears and snot smeared all over his face as he looked at the smoking gun in Gu Mingsen's hand, and his body couldn't stop trembling. At this moment he was no longer the once high and mighty, unrivaled young master of the Su family in Shanghai City. Just let me off the hook, and I'll do anything you ask me to do. Gu Mingsen looked at Su Qingzhen, who was only 5 or 6 years older than his daughter in front of him, and a trace of pity actually arose in his heart, but it quickly dissipated. But any weakness in one's heart is irresponsible on the part of one's wife and daughter. Don't blame me, blame your father. Su Qingzhen froze, then was about to open his mouth again to beg for mercy, but the next second, bang, the bullet accurately penetrated Su Qingzhen's brow, and his body fell backward like a puppet with broken strings, his eyes wide open, the undissolved fear and pleading still remaining on his face. Finally, the gunfire dissipated and the world was completely quiet. Gu Mingsen watched Su Qingzhen fall without the slightest ripple in his heart. He slowly put away his gun and looked around the room full of blood. The bodies of Su's family members were lying all over the place, and the former wealth and prosperity had been reduced to nothing at this moment. Withdraw. The brothers moved at the sound and began to evacuate. Wait, hey, this outfit needs to be brought back. With that said hand, he had touched a body on the ground wearing full body armor. The others looked at each other and then jointly looked at Gu Mingsen. Seeing that his expression did not change in any way, they also no longer hesitated. Teams of 2 start stripping. Soon there were several more bodies on the ground dressed in black tights. All right, let's go. Gu Mingsen nodded and led his brothers to quietly leave the house that reeked of death. Back? How was it? No accidents, right? It was Levi Strong, the only one injured in the operation, who was currently sitting in the passenger side of an SUV. Look at what you're saying. We're all brothers together. What could go wrong? That's hard to say. Strong is not here. Ha ha ha. Li Weiqian's face flushed red, but he couldn't retort, and could only glare at the mouthy guys. The crowd snickered as they made their way to the car. Gu Mingsen sat in the driver's seat of the first car and started the car, the roar of the engine breaking the silence of the night. Up to this moment, he still didn't dare to relax, because there was a bigger challenge waiting for them next. The Su is 35 kilometers from the port, which is 12 nautical miles from the maritime borderline. They must cross this distance and flee overseas before the police respond to be completely safe. The vehicle slowly pulled away, the bloody manor behind it gradually being swallowed by darkness. Along the way, no one spoke again. The bloody killings they had just experienced made everyone a bit tired. Gu Mingsen drove intently, his eyes sweeping to the rearview mirror from time to time, alert for any following vehicles. Suddenly, the captain sitting in the passenger seat handed over a cell phone. What's this for? Gu Mingsen froze. Call your wife and say goodbye. Yes. With this trip, I don't know how many years it will take to see my wife and daughter again. Maybe even forever. Thinking of this, Gu Mingsen immediately cast a grateful gaze. Pick up the phone,
Type in the cell phone number you've long memorized,
and click to dial. The phone beeped, and every sound felt like it was knocking on Gu Mingsen's heart. His hands trembled slightly, and his wife's gentle face and his daughter's lovely smile came to mind. Hello? The familiar voice of his wife Shin Wei came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of doubt because it was an unfamiliar number. Wife. Gu Mingsen's voice was a little choked up. 1,000 words at the moment, but he didn't know where to start. Husband. You. One can sense a strong sense of surprise in this, but the words come to an abrupt end, as if realizing the unusual nature of the call. Gu Mingsen took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound smoother. Wife. I have to go. Shin Wei was silent for a long time. Is this so fast? Gu Mingsen felt the unwillingness that filled his wife's tone, and his heart became even heavier. His throat felt like it was choked with something and he spoke with difficulty. Yes. Chapter 94 Leisure on the Road. Finally, Shin Wei held back her tears to make a final goodbye. Husband. Take care. My daughter and I are waiting for you to come back. Gu Mingsen choked for a long time before saying the last word. Good. Handing the cell phone back to the captain, he took a deep breath and buried all his reluctance in his heart. The captain could see Gu Mingsen's inner struggle and reluctance. There were no words of comfort, only a heavy expression as he patted his shoulder. The atmosphere in the car was a bit dull. The backseat Li Shan and Tiger looked at each other across Levi Chang. Li Shan couldn't help but speak first. Captain, by the way, what country on the Black Continent are we going to? Hu and Li Weiqiang also looked over with an expectant face. The plan that Blackbird had made for them was to go to the Black Continent, but it didn't talk about which country to go to. The captain was silent for a moment and slowly spat out 2 words. Sorry. Hearing this name, the 3 of them were shocked. Soli? I heard there's anarchy going on there? There's war everywhere? The most famous pirate there is still there? The tone of his voice was relaxed, and there was no hint of the worry that should have been heard. Yes, I've heard it's gotten even more rampant. It's normal. They were more restrained before when there was a government. In the past, pirates from Somalia have mostly targeted ships from developed countries, such as the beautiful countries and the European Union, which has been a major headache for the governments of those countries. They then joined forces to put pressure on the then Sorry government to regulate or eradicate domestic piracy, but with little effect. After all, most of these pirates who dared to go out to sea to rob had some official background, and also formed an obscure industrial chain, which certainly could not be solved by a few threatening words from developed countries. When those developed countries saw that intimidation did not work and that it was too costly to send troops directly, they began to secretly support some obedient armed forces in Soli. But this has made the situation in Sorry even more chaotic and confusing, and for the simple reason that a third-party force has intervened. After all, these developed countries can eliminate these pirates for their own interests, and there is no guarantee that they will not activate pirates again in the future for their own interests. Don't feel that it seems a bit shady to think so. History has taught us that there is no room for mercy in the struggle between nations. Even if it looks like there is, then there are bound to be deeper considerations involved. After the third-party forces intervened, the heads of state were extremely indignant and threatened to find the culprit who had disturbed world peace. It didn't say what would be done with it when it was found, but anyone who wasn't stupid could guess. If the opponent is weak, it must be a thunderous blow. But if he is strong, then a strong condemnation must also take place. But to the surprise of the heads of state, they couldn't find out, because this guy surprisingly does not talk about martial virtues, supporting a dozen armed forces at once. The main fight is one to muddy the water. It makes heads of state think there are a dozen or so countries playing games with them. If not a year a country whim, statistics for a number of years by the Soli pirates looting data even found that China accounted for only 0.3%. So some conspiracy theories appeared. China a country to support more than a dozen armed forces. China undermined world peace. And so on the public opinion of the moment prevailed. It didn't take long for Huagua to give a response, saying that it intended to minimize the social impact, so the officially reported figures were not accurate. Of course, believing it or not is another matter. However, since the third-party forces intervened, Sorry forces have been in constant conflict and war in order to compete for territory and resources. The phenomenon of piracy is worse than it was when previous governments existed. To the regret of heads of state, how do you choose to go there? Leviathan asked. Because it's messy enough there. Seeing that Li Weiqiang was still a bit confused, the captain continued. Those warlords, especially the ones whose territory is near the sea, are all rich. Grabbing any one of them would be enough to feed us for the rest of our lives. Ha 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 ha. Good lord. If those warlords in Soli heard the conversation between a few of them, they'd be crying in the toilet. It wasn't that they didn't welcome the arrival of Gu Mingsen and the others. On the contrary, they were happy to do so, because mercenaries from all over the world currently exist in the armies of the various warlords of Sori. But people are very disciplined. I pay you a commission. You help me fight the war. But these few goods even want to do $1 million deal. Gu Mingsen looked through the rearview mirror and saw that only Tiger didn't smile, but instead was a little disappointed and unsure. Tiger, what's wrong? You don't feel good about sorry? Ha? Tiger froze for a moment, and then waved his hands. No, not really. I just think we already have so much money. Why don't we find a place to get away for a while? The four of them also froze, thinking that this kid could hold back some good farts. But this? Pa dash. You've drifted off, haven't you? You think you can enjoy yourself with a little money? We'll use that money to buy weapons and equipment and recruit people. Li Shan is a direct slap. To know that they are planning to develop their power overseas, inevitably inseparable from all of the above. It boils down to one word. Money. That's why Blackbird had long planned for the money they'd grabbed from Su Wenxiang. Hey line. Gu Mingsen voiced out to stop Li Shan's next slap. Ah, who is also right. Our brother's so much off to break through, but also cannot enjoy it? The captain laughed too and teased. Tiger, tell me, which country do you want to go to? Tiger didn't think twice about it, and there was excitement in his tone. Bangkok, Thailand. Don't they say it's a man's paradise? There was a time when such a phrase was indeed prevalent on the internet, and there was only one thing that could make men want it so much. The captain was slightly dismayed, but when he thought that Tiger had so far been he had this idea. He did not think it was strange. In his heart, he was laughing, and so were Gu Mingsen and Li Weiqiang. Only Li Shan. Pa dash. What a mess. I'm telling you Tiger, don't think about those messy places. When you get a chance, I'll introduce you to a clean girl. Tiger was aggravated. I'm 27 years old. Hey, Li Shan ears are very sharp, so small sound are heard when it is going to be another slap. Hey, don't hit the waif like that. It wasn't very cerebral in the first place. Tiger, what kind of society is it now? Li Shan, why is your thinking still so futile? Humph. Li Shan didn't pay any attention to Lei Weiqiang. Pa dash. Another slap. In the face of Li Shan's education, who did not have a trace of annoyance, because the two had the best relationship, just like Gu Mingsen and Li Weiqiang, the same batch of 001 that joined. Li Shan was also 5 years older than Tiger, so he had always referred to himself as the older brother. But Levi Strong is not happy. Hey, Li Shan, I've put up with you for a long time. If you want to fight, can you not touch me? Forget that I've been shot. Hiss dash. Because of the excessive force, I accidentally pulled the wound again. Li Shan saw the situation, suddenly apologized, was about to open his mouth to say a few soft words. Suddenly, Chapter 95, Encounter with the Police. Brother Sam, we have a situation. In the headphones, Blackbird's voice rang out abruptly. Gu Mingsen's heart tightened. What's wrong? At the sound of this serious tone, the clamor in the carriage came to an abrupt end. The captain hurriedly pulled out his headphones and put them on as Blackbird's slightly urgent voice sounded again. Night Sun monitored that a large number of police appeared on the road to the harbor in front of us and are coming in hot and head-on. Several people's expressions stared. They thought they had been able to avoid an encounter with the police, but they never imagined that they would end up bumping into each other. What to do? Gu Mingsen's brows furrowed as he didn't answer directly. Blackbird, how far are the police from us? 2 stoplights. 3 minutes. Maybe even faster. Not much time left for them to think about their response. Gu Mingsen quickly scanned the road. There was no guardrail separating them in the middle, and the police would definitely become suspicious when they saw such a long convoy of them. Want a detour at the front stoplight? It's too late. In Gu Mingsen and the captain's line of sight, a row of police lights had appeared. Punch it? Gu Mingsen didn't say anything, but showed his answer with practical actions. The gas pedal goes straight to the floor. The vehicle rushed out like an arrow off the string, the roar of the engine shaking one's eardrums. The doctor in the vehicle behind him was uncertain, but without the slightest hesitation, followed with the same kick of the gas pedal. The same is true for the rest of the vehicles. As the convoy accelerated frantically, the scenery on both sides of the road flew by like a phantom. Team Lee, look, this time, the police lead is still Jen Lee, and the first time he receives the alarm from Sue's family he summons all the city's police officers to rush to Sue's house. But before he could act, a group of soldiers came and detained him where he was without explanation. He was puzzled. He was indignant. He questioned, but the soldiers simply ignored them, and there was not the slightest room for accommodation in their cold eyes. Calling higher-ups for help was not allowed, and it was clear that the other party aimed to stall him. Even if you understand all this, you are helpless. The other side of the sentence involves confidentiality. Cannot be informed. It is blocked to death. It's easier to ask questions later. Just find an excuse that we're on an urgent mission and we'll get away with it. Ask what the mission is, and Ran is still the same. so you can't argue with it. He had been held without reason for nearly 2 hours before the other party let him go. Then immediately I got a call from the director and came up with a line. Now, immediately, bring someone to the Su family at once. It was then that he realized why this group of soldiers let him go. It must be the Su family in the capital who had made the move. But at this point, almost 2 hours have passed since Su's family called the police. Is it still too late? Even though it was highly likely that the Su family had already been gotten rid of, Jian Li still didn't dare to delay, and quickly summoned police forces from all districts of Shanghai City to rush to the Su family for support. Because he was on the route from the Su family to the harbor, he was lucky enough to meet Gu Mingxin and the others, who were rushing to the harbor at a rapid pace, and Gu Mingxin and the other 20-people convoy. In this middle of the night driving on the road looks particularly unusual. Inevitably by the head of the police car driver noticed. Stop them. Intuition told Jian Li that there was something wrong with this convoy, and it wouldn't take long to stop and check it out, regardless of whether it was right or wrong. Yes. In a flash, the team turned the steering wheel. A sharp brake. The police car steadily across the center of the road. The rear of a dozen police cars see the situation. Although the front of a situation is unknown, but also very tacit understanding of the foot on the brakes. Cross into a row. Vehicle ahead stop. We are. The loudspeakers blared across the road. Sam, punch it. Gu Mingxin's eyes flinched. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and the gas pedal under his feet once again stepped down hard. The car's speed increasing instead of decreasing. The engine let out a hiss, and the body of the car ran straight into the police car straddling the middle of the road like a runaway wild horse. The police officers in the police car saw this scene. Their faces showed shock. They did not expect the other party to be so bold. Without the slightest intention of stopping, because it wasn't far away, they didn't have time to react. Stop the car dash. Stop. Bang. With a loud bang, the vehicle driven by Gu Mingxin crashed hard into the 2 police cars that were head-to-head across the road, and the 2 police cars were knocked across the road and shifted out a few meters, with the front ends of the cars severely deformed. The vehicles behind them didn't hesitate for a second, following closely behind Gu Mingxin's car, rushing through the gap that had been opened by the crash and turn. Jian Li's eyes widened in shock at this sudden turn of events. He didn't expect this convoy to be so crazy as to openly resist the police interception. And just as the other side rammed the police car and broke through the blockade, the familiar sideways face in the driver's seat of the lead car. Gu Mingxin, chase. Never let them get away. Jian Li roared into the intercom. A dozen or so police cars instantly started up, sirens blaring as they chased towards Gu Mingxin and the others' convoy. Gu Mingxin saw the police car in hot pursuit through the rearview mirror and looked grave. Sam, this isn't the way to go. We have to get rid of them. 2 parallels, hit the tires. It was the best way. And if they chased them to the harbor, a big battle would be inevitable. As usual, the captain immediately grabbed his cell phone and contacted the rear vehicle. The crowd cooperated well, and the convoy quickly split into 2 columns, with the last skylight of each column opening, followed by a brother holding a rifle revealing half of his body. Bang! 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 The bullet was fired accurately at the tire of the police car, and with a pop, the tire deflated instantly. Look out! Li Jian reacted extremely quickly drew his hand and turned the steering wheel slightly, narrowly avoiding the bullet. However, quick! Move back! The driver quickly turned the wheel, changed lanes, slowed down, and ducked behind the rear ass of the police car. Bang dash! Bang! Gu Mingxin and the others were all sharpshooters, and it wasn't like the movies where a barrage of bullets went by with the tires intact. Except for Ken Li and that police car, the rest of the vehicles are basically 100 shots. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Team Li, what to do? Seeing one by one in front of the vehicle was a flat tire. It will be their turn to sit in this car. The team was anxious. Keep the SWAT van up front. SWAT officers are often on dangerous missions and the vehicles they ride in are usually bulletproof. The team member quickly picked up his walkie-talkie, and the opposite side returned to Roger, followed by a lane change and an acceleration to the very front of the convoy. Bang! 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 Asterisk 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 asterisk. This SWAT car has bulletproof tires. What do we do? They are extremely confident in their own marksmanship. See, 3 shots in a row this special police car are intact. This left Gu Mingxin with no way out for a while. With a bomb? Against the police. Levi Strong has no qualms. No, it's too powerful to kill a cop. The captain's face was serious and stern. But the bomb won't work. What are they going to do about this iron lump? Chapter 96 The Battle in the Road. Li Jian is from the countryside. Once in order to climb to the position of this criminal police brigade commander, he paid 10 times more than ordinary people, 100 times the effort. However, the reality was cruel.
and no amount of his efforts could compare to the layers and layers of relationships that people had.
So he began to be complicit.
He began to attach himself to the powerful. His integrity was gone, and his dignity was lost, but he had no regrets,
and even if he had to do it again, he would still choose that way.
It took him 30 years to realize the truth that it's a world of the weak and the strong, and it's never changed since the beginning of time. With regard to those powerful people, he started with resentment, resistance, joining, and now understanding. They are like the offspring of tigers and lions.
They are born noble. Jian Li's eyes stared dead ahead at the fleeing vehicle, full of resentment.
After spending half of his life, it was not easy for him to get half a foot into the ranks of rulemaking, but just when everything was going in the right direction, there suddenly appeared a Gu Mingsen who did not play by the rules.
With just a dagger and a gun,
the years of hard work that Jian Li had put in were destroyed. Attention all teams. The target has been identified and can be shot immediately without requesting permission.
Li Jian hissed. Since he saw Gu Mingsen here,
there was no need to think about what would happen to the Su family.
It was bound to be vicious.
There were only two choices before him today. Either to let Gu Mingsen and the others leave and then usher in the monstrous wrath of the Su family in the capital. Either you fight with Gu Mingsen to the death
and win. There is still a slight possibility of turning around.
Lose? Oh, received. The team froze for a moment, when in fact they had been able to shoot back since Gu Mingsen and the others shot the tires of the police car. But the opponents are all very good shots, and they can't read minds, so they can't figure out what's in their minds. So who dares to show their heads?
A few $1,000s a month and you want them to fight for their lives? The point is that when you put your life on the line,
the credit is not always yours. But now that Jian Li himself had given the order,
they didn't dare to disobey. Bang bang bang. For a while, bullets flew. However,
a closer look will show that all bullets will be a few points off the target figure.
Holy, they're shooting back.
Gu Mingsen's brothers dared to recklessly show their bodies and shoot the tires,
just to see that all these policemen were shrinking in the police car. What should we do now? We can't be living targets, can we?
The brothers had retreated back into the car through the sunroof.
Yet. What's there to think about? I don't know what to do. Them.
Li Weiqiang has a fiery temper,
and if he hadn't been injured, he might have taken his gun and gone for it. The captain's brow was furrowed, unsure of what he was thinking.
Gu Mingsen frowned slightly when he saw that the captain did not speak.
Bang!
A bullet came in and knocked out the rearview mirror of the car they were in.
Seeing this, there was no further hesitation and the order was given at once. Fight the arms, don't hurt their lives.
The captain's head snapped sideways at his words, and he opened his mouth, but the words stuck in his throat. If we let the other side shoot and hit the tires, with a dozen kilometers left,
do we leg it over? Okay.
The brothers opened the windows,
peeked out again, took aim and fired. Bang! One and done. No good. Someone's been shot. In the next second,
all the police officers who had poked their bodies out
subconsciously shrunk back.
Asshole dash. You guys are cops. What are you afraid of?
Ken Li was furious, but it didn't help.
This shot from the other side was like a warning.
Dare to show your head. Direct seconds.
The same team members just keep their heads down.
Main player you say you. I just don't move. What can you do to me? Asshole. What are you afraid of? Shoot me. Do you still want to do it or not? Ken Li yelled frantically with his walkie-talkie.
Group leader, what to do? Some of the newcomers are a bit panicked and are really afraid of losing their hard-earned public jobs.
Don't care. Just ignore it. With this shooting skill of the other side, the anti-terrorist unit would have to come and rest in peace. It is. My kid is only 2 years old. I can't have anything happen to me.
The old greaseballs are as steady as they come.
Bang!
Ken Li slammed down the right armrest,
looking unusually angry and more than a little helpless. Row. You guys are great. If you won't fight, I will. Hey Team Li, dangerous off.
Ken Li pushed away the blocking team members and defiantly stretched out half of his body with his gun.
Bang bang bang.
Poor accuracy because of all the excitement.
But the other party, as always,
would not hold back a bit because of his status as a captain of the criminal police force.
Bang! Team Li.
Ken Li was shot in the right shoulder and the team rushed to pull him into the car.
Quickly! Stop the bleeding! To the hospital! The crowd had their hands full. Don't mind me. Keep chasing. The car continued to speed through the chaos as sirens and gunshots echoed intertwined.
Li Jian endured the severe pain in his shoulder. His face was as pale as paper. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead, but his eyes were still staring dead ahead at the gradually disappearing vehicle. His heart's unwillingness and anger burned like a blazing fire. The situation was once again at a stalemate, with the two SWAT cars clinging to each other, leaving Gu Mingsen and the others helpless. Why are these guys like dogskin? Contact the brothers at the docks and tell them to be ready to intercept. The terrain there is complicated and it is indeed easier to get rid of the police. Roger that. Blackbird immediately asked Nightsio to contact the brothers who were receiving at the pier to deploy. Brother Sam. All deployed. Good. As the vehicle sped along, getting closer and closer to the pier, the police car behind was always in hot pursuit. The sirens cut through the air and soon arrived at the dock area. Suddenly, Gu Mingson drove the head car with a violent acceleration, and Jian Li felt bad. Hurry! Accelerate! Keep up! However, it is too late. Not far ahead, a large truck suddenly pulled out straight across the center of the road, completely blocking the road. Quick! Reverse! Ken Li shouted and tried to go around. But this place had been carefully chosen by the Blackbird, so how could it be intended to delay them for a moment? Buzz! Hiss dash! Bang! Only to see the same large truck appear at the rear intersection, completely blocking the retreat. The rear police car, being slow to react, inevitably came into close contact with the big truck. The car's ass was instantly deformed and a wave of dizziness washed over the officers inside. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get out of the truck. Grab the truck. Li Jian did not care about the blood flowing from the shoulder wound due to the excessive force, and opened the car door first. Team Li. No. You must stop the bleeding immediately. Let go. I must catch Gu Mingson. This was his only obsession at the moment, and he didn't care even if the blood drained from his body. But he was still thinking too simply. Blackbird's plan didn't leave them a chance to grab the cab of the truck. Chapter 97, Going to Sea. Boom! The police officers who had already gotten out of the car were instantly sent flying to the ground by the powerful shockwave generated by the explosion. Ken Li was spared because he didn't get out of the car, but when he saw the truck, which had been completely covered by flames, he was heartbroken. It's over. No chance at all. Both ends were in blazing flames, and they were now having problems staying alive, let alone continuing their pursuit. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't just stand there. Call the fire department. Jian Li's deputy, Chen Guorong, was the first to react. At this point, the docks were in chaos, with a blazing fire burning and lighting up the night sky. Team member Li fumbled to pull out his cell phone and dialed the fire department, his voice shaky and urgent, reporting the detailed location of the dock to the caller, hissing for them to hurry over. For his part, Chen Guorong immediately contacted the police headquarters to report the dire situation on this side and request for support. Hanging up the phone, he rushed to check on Jian Li's injuries again, because of his stubbornness, causing him to lose a lot of blood now, and his face was terribly pale. Team Li? Team Li, how are you doing? Jian Li only felt that his head was drowsy, as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, and the sound in his ears was blurred as if he was separated by a curtain of water. He struggled to move his dry lips, but couldn't make a sound. Be over? Oh, this is good too. Team Li, Ken Li, you wake up, don't sleep. Chen Guorong is anxious, but it does not help, can only lie on the other side of the ear and keep shouting. On the other side, it was a completely different scene. After Gu Mingson and the others got away from the police, they immediately met up with their brothers who were waiting at the pier to receive them. Sam, Captain, Kung, all were beaming with joy. For now it was only a matter of boarding the ship behind them and sailing beyond the maritime borderline 12 nautical miles away, and they would be like dragons entering the sea, soaring at will in heaven and earth. Only the smile on the captain's face didn't last long, and his gaze unconsciously turned to the patch of fire behind him, mingled with the slightest hint of apprehension. Bah! Serves you right. Let's get you guys to chase so hard again. Li Weiqiang also looked over there and spat hard. Alright, the priority is to get out to sea. Don't waste time here. Gu Mingson frowned and urged the crowd to hurry up and board the ship. Yeah. Gotta get going. Don't forget the Marine Police. Speaking of the Marine Police, the expressions of the people instantly became grave, and they did not dare to delay any longer and quickly boarded the ship. The ship started slowly, breaking the calm sea and heading for the maritime borderline 12 nautical miles away. The sea breeze whistled past, blowing the clothes of the crowd. Just leave 4 or 5 on deck. Everyone else go into the cabin and rest. Gu Mingson arranged for the crowd, and then he came to the side of the ship alone, looking at the still dissipating flames in the harbor, and a trace of uneasiness actually rose in his heart. I hope no one dies. It was the captain, who had stood next to Gu Mingson at some point. Well, Gu Mingson wanted to speak for a moment. Captain, do we really have a chance to come back to China? Huagua still has his wife, and his daughter lying on the hospital bed. Even if there is only a small possibility, he will still try. Of course. The captain's gaze was firm, but only if the bottom line of what the country can tolerate is not touched. Bottom line? This was the first time Gu Mingson had heard it.
There are tens of thousands of people in China every year who flee overseas for various reasons, but very few of them actually touch the country's bottom line.
Most people like these go into exile for a few years,
and when the wind dies down,
they are able to return as legal or semi-legal.
Gu Mingxin was puzzled, and when he thought about it, it was really like what the captain had said. So the police are the bottom line in China? That's why you keep stopping your brothers from killing cops? Nice. The captain smiled, a smile so darkly alien that Gu Mingxin did not notice.
Killing 100 ordinary people is just challenging the legal system,
disrupting the social order and jeopardizing social security.
But all you have to do is kill a police officer or any other arbitrary state agency to jeopardize national security.
Totally different in nature. The reasoning is simple. A little goes a long way. Gu Mingxin couldn't help but frown, his eyes once again on the harbor that had become so small as to be almost invisible. His heart flooded with worry. And on this side of the harbor, EMS, the fire department and supporting police forces finally arrived. The fire was quickly extinguished, and fortunately there were no casualties other than Ken Li and several officers who were hit during the road chase. As Jian Li is carried to the hospital in an emergency vehicle, Chen Guorong takes over the temporary command and rallies the police force to head to the port terminal at a rapid pace.
But it's too late. They must be on board. Contact the Marine police team immediately.
Roger that.
The Coast Guard received the message and responded quickly.
A well-equipped Marine police ship cut through the sea,
heading at full speed in the direction Gu Mingxin and the others had fled.
Yet how easy is it to find a ship in the middle of the ocean without any information? There's nothing in the model, style or tonnage.
So prepare yourselves.
Chen Guorong's heart sank,
but he could only force down his inner anxiety and said to the head of the Marine police on the other end of the phone, "We will gather surveillance information from the port terminals and provide it to you as soon as possible. Please, these criminals are extremely dangerous and must not be allowed to escape the borderline."
Hanging up the phone,
Chen Guorong then hoofed it to the port security room. Locking down the information of the ship, Gu Mingxin and the others were traveling on with great speed and sending it to the Marine police team that had already departed.
Roger, BTW. Estimated 25 minutes have passed since the other side went to sea.
To sail 12 nautical miles at 20 knots per hour at the speed of a common ship would take about 36 minutes.
That is, less than 11 minutes were left for them at this point. Well, by all means, just do your best.
Chen Guorong understood in his heart that the chances of finding it were extremely low. The Marine police team immediately adjusted their search strategy, and on the ship of Gu Mingxin and others.
Meanwhile, on the sea, Gu Mingxin and the other ship was still breaking the waves. In the cabin, Li Weiqiang sat on his butt on a chair, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, taking a deep breath with an intoxicated look on his face. Not far away was the bullet the doctor had just removed from him.
"I say, doctor, after a few years of not seeing you, you've gotten a lot worse at removing bullets."
The doctor squinted at him and didn't bother. At that moment,
Gu Mingxin and the captain walked into the cabin and saw that the two were still serious.
"Sam, Captain, relax, we'll cross the borderline soon,
and then even the Marine police won't be able to do anything about us."
Gu Mingxin didn't say anything, his brows locked. He didn't dare to relax in the sea. How much longer? Li Shan looked at the time. At the current rate, 10 or so minutes. 10 minutes, last 10 minutes. Chapter 98, Target Surrey. Dang it, come and go.
Li Shan raised his eyebrows and threw a black box to the ground.
The crowd's faces were delighted,
and they immediately gathered around, only to see that the box was full of gold, which was exactly what they had robbed from Su Wenxiang.
"Take it, 1 piece each."
A gold brick was thrown casually towards Tiger.
Tiger caught it steadily, put it in his mouth like in the movies and took a bite,
and the next second the corners of his mouth grinned right up to the back of his ears.
"I said, what does this mean? Didn't we agree that all this gold and money would be used to develop the power?"
Li Weiqiang was puzzled.
"This is not even out of the country. How to share the spoils? It's not a parting of the ways, is it?" "What?" The crowd was alarmed.
Li Shan hastily raised his hand to pacify.
"What's to think? Who said anything about going our separate ways? So, what are you parting with this gold for then? The gold is tempting, but the brotherhood is heavier."
The few people who had received the gold, the smiles on their faces had disappeared, and they were waiting for an explanation with a serious face. Li Shan smiled without saying anything and looked at the captain.
"Captain, is this what you mean? Not bad. You don't worry to take it.
I discussed with Sam. These gold can't be disposed of for a while, so it's better to give 1 piece to each of the brothers to keep as a souvenir." The crowd looked at Gu Mingxin again, and only after seeing the other party nodding silently did their hanging hearts drop.
"In that case, then I'll be polite, ha 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 ha."
The brothers stopped worrying and all took the gold that Li Shan threw at them. Like Tiger, he gnawed at the gold until he left rows and rows of teeth marks,
and then carefully put it away,
with a long-lasting smile on his face.
"Sam, here." Gu Mingsen took it and didn't take a few bites like them, just weighed it in his hand and put it in his jacket pocket. Gold in hand. Overjoyed. They firmly believe in their hearts. Today this piece of gold brick is just the beginning. There will be a second and third in the future. Snap dash. The captain clapped his hands, bringing the crowd's attention together. It's all there, isn't it? There it is. The crowd raised their hands to the gold bricks and let out loud chants as the blinding golden light shone in the small cabin. Hold it all. If you lose it by accident, it's none of my business. Don't worry, even if I lose my life, I won't lose it. Ha 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 ha. Acting casual, his hands subconsciously clenched. Okay, one other thing. Seeing the serious tone of the captain's voice, the crowd put away their smiles. Our post-departure destination has been finalized. Black Continent Soryu. Everyone present had heard of this country. Let's go there and be pirates. Some people wondered what else he could think of to do there besides the pirates of Soli, who were known the world over. The captain smiled slightly. A very wry smile. Nice, but different. The crowd froze. A pirate is a pirate. How can it be different? Let's go be pirates of pirates. What? The slow-spinning brain feels confused. No. Captain, do you mean? Let's rob those pirates. You can still do that? Only to see the captain give a look like that, was it? And the crowd called out to the good guys. Pirates rob merchant ships. They directly end the nest of pirates. Both save trouble and make money fast. Hi. Really high. There is another question. How are we going to find the nest of these pirate groups? The crowd also instantly realized that this was the biggest difficulty. Yeah, pirates are sneaky. Some don't even have fixed dens. It's not easy to find them. Gu Mingsen wasn't the least bit flustered and still had a confident expression on his face. Have you forgotten? We still have Blackbird and the four of them. With their technology, they can easily crack the protection systems of the world's major shipping groups and get precise cargo ship roadmaps. The crowd was pondering. There was no doubt about the hacking skills of the four Blackbirds. But, even so, there's no certainty that that freighter will encounter pirates. Isn't it still a matter of luck? Gu Mingsen remained unperturbed. And this issue had been taken into consideration. He only waved at the doctor. And the other man slowly got up and took out a satellite communication device from the backpack he was carrying. Lay out and smile mysteriously. Zip la 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 la. This is the ocean liner Golden Bull. Reporting to the main desk. We have passed through the Soli Sea and the voyage is normal. The crowd was shocked. Their mouths slightly open. This is, yes, by monitoring the real-time communications of the major shipping group's communications switchboards. No matter which freighter encounters pirates, we can be the first to know. In this way, as long as one pirate was captured, one could follow the trail and find the nest of this pirate group. And then it's, grab it all, grab the light, or snatch it up. Ha 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 ha. At the thought of this, the crowd was so happy that they couldn't wait to fly to the Soli waters and rob a group of pirates to suppress the shock. Well, don't get too excited just yet. There's a trip to the Manila harbor in Phobing to replenish our weaponry before we head to Soli. What's the point of wasting that money? Let's just go to Surrey and grab it. The others deeply agreed, not giving the vicious pirates the slightest thought. The captain smiled helplessly and bitterly, but he didn't see anything wrong with his brother's arrogance, which was all derived from the confidence of strength. Gu Mingsen smiled and explained, the prerequisite for robbing is to be able to catch up with others. Do you guys think we can catch up with this fishing boat under our feet? The crowd smirked and shook their heads. This fishing boat under their feet has a maximum speed of 12 knots, which is beyond the reach of even some ordinary large freighters. Not to mention the pirate ships that are faster than that. Blackbird contacted an arms dealer on the dark web who claimed to have a 500-ton patrol boat in his possession with a top speed of 40 knots and an asking price of $80 million. Hearing the price, the crowd instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. $80 million. Still in U.S. dollars. At the current exchange rate, nearly 600 million Chinese dollars. Hiss. Knowing that the gold and cash that they had snatched from Su Wenxiang added up to just over 1.5 billion Chinese currency. More than a third of it was removed in this one fell swoop. Honestly, is heartbroken. Oh, look at your little interest. Just this money. We just rob a big pirate and come back. Having said that, is still very much in the clear. But also know that the boat sooner or later have to buy. Cannot always drive a fishing boat to follow the pirates and tail gas, right? Thinking of the future grandeur, he could only accept it through gritted teeth. Seeing this, Gu Mingsen smiled, and in order to ease the crowd's emotions, he broke another weighty piece of news. According to the information found by Blackbird, there are a total of 23 small and large strands of pirate groups in the Somali waters, and the revenue they grab every year is roughly $2 billion. Sure enough, the heartache in the eyes of the crowd immediately dissipated in the next second. An hour ago, East Sea Fleet, Hucheng Base, old leader, we can move now. Oh, they went to sea? Soon. Well, let's go. Chapter 99, Encounter with a Naval Patrol Boat. The Sali pirates had been known around the world for several years, from the time they joined 001 and began to get a lot of information from overseas. $2 billion a year. What about 5, 10 years? Even if it's not that much every year, it must be an astronomical amount to accumulate over the years. What's the hesitation here? Buy a ship and them. Leviathan was unusually agitated. Money is the best hormonal catalyst. And for a while, the whole cabin ghosted. And just then, the ship suddenly rocked violently, and everyone a shotgun, barely gripping the gold bricks in their hands. Who's driving the boat? It's Puss. This kid is still so hairy. Tiger was about to get up and go to the cockpit to teach Cat a lesson. Something's not right. Go check it out. Gu Mingsen's brows furrowed as he ran out first. The others looked at each other and immediately followed. But just out of the cabin and onto the deck, they were dumbfounded. This is the Chinese Navy. Ships ahead, stop immediately. This is the Chinese Navy. Ships ahead, stop immediately. The voice from the loudspeaker echoed across the sea, word for word, like a heavy hammer on the hearts of the crowd. The originally noisy deck instantly quieted down, leaving only the sound of waves lapping against the hull. How did we run into the Navy? What to do? Should we stop? They weren't sure if they had stumbled upon it by chance, or if the other party's target was themselves and the others. Of course, they preferred the former, so that there was room for maneuver. But Gu Mingsen was unusually calm. Blackbird, are we out on the open sea? A reply came quickly over the headset. Well, it's already a nautical mile out of Chinese waters. What is the country of registration of this ship? Phoebe country. Getting a satisfactory answer, Gu Mingsen no longer hesitated. Then they have no law enforcement powers. Ignore them. But he overlooked an important point. The other side is the Navy. Arson. No. The captain tried to stop it, but it was too late. And Cat, who was manning the rudder, simply turned on maximum horsepower. This is the Chinese Navy. Ships ahead, stop immediately. Hey! The shouting Navy froze, thinking that this was not taking their Chinese Navy seriously. Reporting to the chief, the ship ahead did not heed the warning and is speeding up to escape. Whether to sink it, please instruct. No. Fire a warning shot. Yes. The gunners quickly took their positions, skillfully maneuvering the ship's guns and loading the shells with precision. Cannon 1 in position. Fire. Boom. With a loud bang, a shell exploded in the sea not far in front of Gu Mingsen's and the other ships, stirring up white splashes more than 10 meters high. Holy, they're getting real. The tremendous impact caused their ship to rock violently, and the people were so unsteady on their feet that they almost fell to the ground. What should we do? Is the next shot going to hit our ship? Brother Sam. Captain. Stop or don't you? It goes without saying, and it is clear to anyone who has been in the military, that the Chinese Navy never gives a second warning. The crowd panicked. Really, a cannon blast down. They are able to fight 100 at a time, but also in vain. Cat. Stop the boat. It was the captain, who was anxious when he saw Gu Mingsen's hesitation, fearing that the second shell would come straight at him without saying a word. Puss, like an amnesty, shut down the engines and the ship slowed to a stop. Gu Mingsen didn't stop him. Obviously he also understood that with this fishing boat under his and other people's feet, it was by no means a match for the Chinese Navy. But he didn't give up the fight. Brothers, it's clear what happens when you're taken back. Believe me or take the gun. Believe me, then get a gun? The voice was not loud, but it gave the crowd great confidence. I'm yet. Him. Levi Strong was the first to respond. Mud. Fight them. With Brotherson here, the carriers are all for them to take. Yeah, trust me Sam. Ha ha ha. I can't believe I'm hearing this kind of thing from Sam again after all these years. The crowd's emotions were instantly ignited, and the panic that had just been deterred by the Navy's intimidation transformed into an almost frantic desperation. They quickly returned to their cabins and grabbed their weapons as Gu Mingsen made his battle deployment without panic. Listen, grab the opportunity to board. Yes. In addition, to encounter a moment of crisis, do not keep your hands. Gu Mingsen had made up his mind. The other side would definitely not watch them board the ship. It was bound to be a bloody battle. For the safety of his brothers, he could no longer care about the bottom line or not. The crowd froze, but the serious madness was even greater. This time, they could finally do something big. Good dash. Let's see what level these new recruits are up to. Yeah, ha 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 ha. The captain's heart tightened. The brothers reacted in such a way that he had not expected. Asen, Cat, you see your chance to hit it. Copy that. Hand it over. The captain finally panicked, his expression changing drastically. Sam, no. Gu Mingsen froze, and the other brothers all looked at him with confused faces. Captain, what do you mean? Afraid? The crowd's expressions frowned, very reluctant to believe it. But why did the captain stop it? Or does he have some other brilliant idea? But now that the other side had fired a warning shot, they were bound to have a firefight if they wanted to get out alive. Of course not. The captain denied it. But when he met Gu Mingsen's slightly icy eyes, he couldn't help but dodge them, making it impossible to guess what was in his mind for a moment. Gu Mingsen didn't say anything, but his brows were furrowed. More than once he had sensed the captain's abnormality and never thought much of it because he believed it. But at the moment, the captain seems to be hiding something. Captain, if you still consider us brothers, let's get something straight. The captain was suddenly dumbfounded and embarrassed by the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd. Well, I do. Sam, Chan Kwok Wing. I don't think I need to introduce myself who I am. Do I? This voice. The crowd was alarmed. Old leader, Ruan Anping. The familiar voice caused the crowd's movements to freeze instantly, and the weapons clenched in their hands unconsciously drooped. Gu Mingsen's eyes flashed with disbelief as he turned to the captain and instantly understood everything. The captain didn't argue and spread his hands with a bitter smile, apparently admitting it. Sam, I'm not here to arrest you, and I won't stop you from leaving, but there's something I need to talk to you about. Gu Mingsen's brows furrowed, his gaze darting back and forth between the captain and the patrol boat, his heart filled with doubt and vigilance. Sam, it's better to hear what the old leader has to say. Captain, you. The doctor looked incredulous. The others hadn't quite realized it yet and still looked puzzled. Gu Mingsen took a deep breath, understanding in his heart that questioning at this moment was meaningless. Tell me, what the hell are you guys playing at? Chapter 100, 002? Sam, even though I said I lied to everyone, please believe me, I don't mean any harm, and I won't harm anyone. Who knows? Time is a sharp weapon that changes many things. Looking at the disbelieving gazes of the crowd, the captain was helpless. I know, it's probably useless to say anything now. You'll understand when you meet the old leader. Gu Mingsen frowned and could only agree. Soon a skiff was lowered from a Navy patrol boat and headed toward the fishing boat. This instantly thwarted Gu Mingsen's plan to board the ship and fight if he failed to negotiate. Ruan Anping boarded the fishing boat and swept his eyes over the faces of all the people one by one, finally settling on Gu Mingsen. Ugh, what can I say about you guys? You have to get involved in this mess when you're having a good time. What was being said was naturally everyone else except Gu Mingsen. Ha! Old leader. Your old man is living in the heavenly palace for a long time and does not know the hardships of the earth. That is a good life? My old man and mother died of depression because of the demolition. And you call that a good day? Asterisk. Because of the collusion between the government and business, the laborers' families are broken. Who the hell wants such a good life? The crowd instantly became agitated, and Ruan Anping was momentarily speechless. 5 years. No matter how dangerous and arduous the task, I have never complained. But this is what I have waited for. So are we protecting the interests of the country, the people, or the interests of this group of powerful people? If it's the latter, then my joining 001 is the single most regrettable thing I've ever done in my life. Some people say that this is an isolated case and should not be generalized. But if this happened to you, would you still think so? Nguyen Bin let out a long sigh, his eyes complex as he swept a glance at the group of soldiers who were once full of ambition to serve their country, but now only had grudges. He knew that some of the darker aspects of society had traumatized them over the years, and that these wounds could not be healed with a few words of comfort. I admit, the country has wronged you. The crowd froze, the answer taking them by surprise. I'll spare you the rhetoric. I just want you to believe me that we're working hard to change this country, and the justice that's missing, we'll give it back to you eventually. The crowd was silent. The status of the old leader was, after all, a thing of the past. Why should we believe you? By virtue of the fact that I am a soldier whose blood is still alive. By virtue of the fact that we once fought side by side. By virtue of the fact that I have the same hatred for the bureaucracy. These words were deafening and moved them. But it was not enough for them to give up their resistance. So, you're here to take us back? The atmosphere instantly became tense, and the crowd's eyes were once again hostile. Of course not. No? Nguyen Bin's answer puzzled the crowd. Could it be that he just came to catch up with them? How could it be? The thought was rejected by the crowd in a flash. If I was here to arrest you, I wouldn't have waited until I was out on the high seas to show myself. Yes, as an afterthought, the crowd realized that outside of the high seas, no country had the right to enforce the law unless it jeopardized the security of its own waters. An article they clearly did not meet. I have come here to give you a choice. Chance? The crowd froze, and Nguyen Bin scanned the crowd's reaction, then pulled out a file pouch from his pocket. You'll see for yourselves. Throwing it casually, Gu Mingsen took it steadily and slowly unwrapped it, taking out the documents inside. China's Special Affairs Handling Squad. No. 002. Confidentiality level. SSS. A cursory scanning glance, however,
caused Gu Mingxin to be greatly shocked.
This is filled with disbelief. Except for the different numbering, it was a complete replica of the 001 Special Squad.
The others had a head full of questions and were very curious about the contents of the document. The documents didn't stay too long in his hands. Gu Mingxin pondered for a moment before handing them to Li Weiqiang and circulating them one by one. The crowd was equally shocked and understood Ruan Anping's intentions.
Is this a recruitment? Ruan Anping smiled without saying anything, but the meaning expressed was already very obvious. There's already a 001, why do we need another 002? Gu Mingxin's brows were furrowed as he vaguely felt that this matter was not so simple. Unless there exists a thing that even 001 can't fix. When he thought of this, his expression instantly froze. 001 Special Squad brought together the 50 soldiers with the strongest overall strength from the 5 major war zones in China. Even they can't fix it. For the next 5 years,
001 will be used to take care of some domestic matters, and 002 will take over 001's duties for the time being.
That's all I can tell you. Domestic?
The crowd could not help but feel curious, recalling that Nguyen An Bin had just spoken of changing some phenomena in the country.
Could it be that to this end?
If it was really like this as they had guessed, it was evident that the military had indeed made a great determination to change, otherwise it would be impossible to transfer a bunch of killing gods back to the country.
I accept. Aha? What?
The crowd froze,
their gazes instantly focusing on Gu Mingxin, as did Ruan Anping, who was genuinely surprised by such a dry answer. Sam, you don't think about it? Literally so, but in actuality,
it is suggesting to the other party that they can take the opportunity to make some conditions.
No need. I promised my wife that one day, I will definitely rejoin China and return to their mother and father, so I should thank you for giving me this opportunity. For one thing,
the document in Nguyen An Bin's hands is clearly more cost-effective compared to what Captain Tran Quoc Vin said about developing overseas forces.
Secondly,
they had no choice, and he had no doubt that once he and the others refused, they would inevitably be greeted with relentless shelling. The Chinese military has love and justice for its own people, but it will never be merciful in the face of its present and possible future enemies. But he ignored the feelings of his brothers,
many of whom, unlike him,
had no domestic attachments today and were all bent on traveling to Soli to develop their careers.
Arsene, I think it's better to consider.
Li Weiqiang tugged at the corner of Gu Mingxin's coat, seeing that he still had that look on his face. He could only pick it out directly.
You're silly. The old leader is imploring you to make conditions. What? Gu Mingxin froze for a moment, turning to hindsight. Thinking about it? Well, it wouldn't matter if it was me, but I can't do it for my brothers. When he was done, he looked to his brothers and signaled them to make the offer. The brothers were instantly energized, but they looked at each other, and no one spoke first. Finally, Levi Strong couldn't help himself first. Ha ha, then I'll go first. My conditions are the simplest. No interference in any of our behavior abroad. Give us absolute autonomy. The corners of Ruan Anping's mouth twitched violently. This was still the easiest? This was equivalent to them not having any relationship with China other than the name 002. If you want to command them, you must also be considered by them and obtain their consent. He was certain that if he really presented this condition, he would definitely receive a scolding from the higher-ups. It's outrageous. The crowd didn't find it surprising. If Ruan Anping had agreed directly without saying anything, only then would they have to wonder if he was harboring some kind of conspiracy. Hey, gotta leave you guys some room to bargain, right? Nguyen An Bin blankly glanced at Li Weiqiang and slowly stated his acceptable price. Chapter 101 Acceptance of Cooperation. Ruan Anping scanned the room, finally resting on Gu Mingxin, and slowly spoke. First, all mission orders given by the military must be obeyed unconditionally. Secondly, you must not do anything that is detrimental to the interests of the state of China and its people. Thirdly, you shall not commit any act that is contrary to the laws of heaven. For the rest of the situation, the military will not ask any questions. The crowd fell into deep thought when they heard these points raised by Nguyen An Bin. Gu Mingxin frowned slightly, quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Old leader, this is unconditional obedience to mission orders. But what if the mission is unreasonable? Li Weiqiang was the first to ask a question. His face was serious and his eyes revealed worry. Nguyen An Bin smiled slightly and returned without haste. How many of the missions you carried out while in 001 were justified? The crowd was silent for a moment, their thoughts drifting back to a time when 001 existed to accomplish tasks that seemed impossible. Since he had accepted the squad number 002, he should understand that the military would never issue mission orders that could be accomplished easily. Li Weiqiang opened his mouth, would have liked to retort, but the words reached his mouth and swallowed back. The fact is true. Their past experience has long verified this. Well, we can accept that. But I don't accept endless missions all year round like in 001. Ruan Anping was slightly stunned. Okay, Sam. State your terms. Once a month or no deal. Gu Mingsen raised a finger, his eyes firm. It was not for himself, but for his brothers who were willing to fight alongside him. Nguyen Anping thought for a moment. Okay, this I can make the decision to promise you. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Gu Mingsen nodded. Anyone else? The eyes scanned the circle again. The doctor frowned, and seeing that no one had stepped forward even after 10 seconds had passed, he finally couldn't resist stepping forward. Old leader, you just said that 002 was a temporary replacement for 001. Does that mean that the final destination of 002 is dissolution? With these words, the eyes of the crowd instantly converged on Wan Anping, which carried a faint worry. If it's what the doctor said, what do? Become wanted criminals again? Gu Mingsen was the first to disagree. His purpose in accepting the recruitment was to gain a legal identity and one day return to his wife and daughter for a peaceful life. That's up to the higher-ups, and I can't get back to you exactly. But, however, not waiting for him to finish his speech. What? You can't guarantee it? Then what's the point of all this talk? Yet. When we're done selling our lives, you guys kick us out. Who are we going to reason with? The crowd was unusually emotional. A few years of life rubbing has long made them to the military is no longer as before. 100% trust. Nguyen An Bin's head was spinning. How could he guarantee this? Even if he risked being held accountable by his superiors to assure the crowd. The premise was that Gu Mingsen and the others believed him, but judging by the looks on the faces of the crowd, it's a little hard. I'll be the guarantor, Captain. The crowd was a little surprised, but with the same hint of distrust in their eyes. Ha! Believe you? Are you kidding? You're in league with him. Levi Kwong pointed his finger at Nguyen An Bin. Indignant. The captain knew he was in the wrong and didn't argue, and the scene was at a standstill for a while. Li Weiqiang, you've all misunderstood Chun Guorong. The crowd stared in disbelief. Do you know the truth about him? It sounded as if the captain had something else up his sleeve. Just then, Gu Mingsen raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. He looked at the captain, then turned his head to Ruan Anping and said slowly, Old leader, just tell us straight. Ruan Anping glanced at Chun Guorong and saw him nodding slightly before he slowly said, All of you are gathered here because you have had a miserable experience. But Chen Guorong is not. The crowd was startled, suddenly realizing that from the beginning, it seemed that they had never heard the captain talk about any of his miserable experiences. Captain, you. The captain smiled bitterly as the crowd once again turned their attention to Nguyen An Bin. Chen is not like you guys. He retired from the military and started a business. When I contacted him, people have already driven a Mercedes-Benz BMW. Children and children. Life is beautiful. What? The crowd was confused and had a you don't kidding me look on their faces. Who would run for a wanted man in this condition, without 3 years of cerebral thrombosis? The only one who was not surprised was Gu Mingsen. During the Common Service 001, the captain was the one with the highest double quotient. Otherwise it would not have been possible to hold the position of captain in the Crouching Tigers and Hidden Dragons 001 squad. But there was one thing he couldn't figure out. What Ruan Anping had told the captain to make him willingly give up everything in front of him. Because of the brotherly love between them? Well, it's not out of the question. The captain spread his hands, a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Everyone don't think of me as so sentimental. If it wasn't for the old leader finding me, I probably wouldn't be able to leave my wife and children behind to follow you into exile. Gu Mingsen no longer blamed the captain for his betrayal, but instead was greatly moved. Why did Ruan Anping find the captain? The purpose was naturally for the other party to penetrate inside Gu Mingsen and the others to monitor the crowd in real time. It also made sense why Nguyen An Bin had locked onto their position so precisely in this vast ocean. Without the medium of the captain, I'm afraid that I would have to go into complete exile overseas, and it would be difficult to have a glimmer of hope of returning to China. Captain, thanks. This one, sincere as it is. Seeing this, the other brothers also apologized for the misunderstanding they had just experienced. Captain, I'm sorry misunderstood you. Captain, you're still this. The captain waved his hand and acted unimpressed. But was that what was in his heart? I am afraid not. After all, put the wife and children hotbed days not to. See is also a great determination. Gu Mingsen looked at Nguyen An Bin once again. Old leader, according to you, wouldn't that allow the captain to return to his previous peaceful life? If the captain was like them, choosing to get on the same boat as them because of the oppression in the area, then Gu Mingsen would not have asked this. Of course, upon hearing the affirmative reply, a flash of loss flashed in the eyes of the crowd. They didn't think the captain would choose to follow them onward. However, Nguyen An Bin smiled mysteriously, but Chen Guorong refused. He chose to go on with you guys. The crowd was shocked and filled with disbelief. What? Captain, you're confused. You don't want your business? Wife and kids don't even ask. Captain, don't be a fool. Go back with the old leader and live your life. The people were talking, but they were all urging the captain to go back to his quiet days. Instead, the captain shook his head, his eyes very determined. My wife and children have settled down, and you don't have to worry about the business. I'm sure it will only prosper with the old leader looking after it. Ruan Onping will smile. A glance will see through the captain's small mind, but does not care. Just use the power in the hands of a small capricious. No way. I can't believe your wife would agree. People's hearts are made of meat. No one can agree to their other half. Give up a cushy life, to face the rain of bullets every day. Chapter 102 New Assignments. The captain's insistence moved the crowd, and Gu Mingsen stopped persuading them. Faced with the conditions put forward by the crowd, Ruan Anping also agreed on the spot to those who could make the decision, and those who could not said that they would consult their superiors. Thus, Gu Mingsen and the others have once again become a sharp weapon in the name of the military. As for whether today's decision is right or wrong, no one can guarantee. Old leader, I have one more question. What's the problem? Nguyen Bin looked at Li Weiqiang, his expression signaling that there was no need to take it into account. Just say it. Now that we have accepted the recruitment, are we free to enter and leave the country? This should be asked on behalf of Gu Mingsen. After all, there was nothing left to remember in the country. Nguyen Bin opened his mouth and thought for a long time before giving a reply. No. When Gu Mingsen heard this, the glimmer of hope that had just risen in his heart instantly sank to the bottom. Yet it was also quickly accepted that 002 was founded and was an SSS classified secret, meaning that no more than a handful of people knew of 002's existence. Other than them, it was also for this reason that, on the surface, Gu Mingsen and the others were still wanted criminals. Of course, this is one, and the second is the Su family in the capital. The power of the Su family is not trivial. Stomping your foot can cause the entire officialdom of China to tremble 3 times. You guys exterminated the Su family in Shanghai City, and have already become a thorn in the side and a thorn in the flesh of that old man of the Su family. And once he learns that you guys have entered the country, you're bound to usher in crazy retaliation. However, the crowd was very unimpressed. Asterisk. Can he be more powerful than a gun in our hands? That's right. The Shanghai City Su family has been exterminated by us. What's worse than his capital city Su family? He. Nothing a bullet can't fix. Ruan Onping's eyelids snapped. Good lord. What a bunch of ruthless people have I let out. The eye of the beholder. Life and death are not important. He was certain that if he didn't stand in the way, there was a real possibility that these guys could do it. Hurriedly waving his hand, suppressing the throbbing in the hearts of the crowd. Don't be a jerk. There are official rules in the official world. If we ignore the rules and get rid of the Su family like you guys did, what about the mess behind us? There are countless officials attached to the Su family in China's officialdom. If the Su family is exterminated, it will inevitably lead to an unprecedented upheaval. Talking about the rules of officialdom with a bunch of muscular killing gods is no less than talking to a cow. Who dares to mess up? Killing, is it? As I see it, it's all the fault of this so-called rule that they're so rampant. Let them try what it's like to be unprotected by the rules, and be assured that one will be cleaner than the other. Not to mention, these words did make sense, and Ruan Onping was momentarily speechless. Gu Mingsen was silent for a moment and raised his hand to stop the crowd from clamoring. No matter how perfect a system is, ultimately it's still up to people to enforce it, and with 1,000 people, getting rid of one batch ensures that the next batch won't be so? Maybe it sucks more. The crowd was quiet and thoughtful. Seeing that the crowd's emotions slowed down a little, Gu Mingsen continued, putting the Su family's matter aside for the time being, I believe that the old leader will not let us down. Since the military chose to recruit Gu Mingsen and the others, coupled with 001's transfer into the country, it means that it is already working on the Su family. Or maybe, has struck out. The gazes of the crowd instantly converged on Ruan Onping. The other party didn't say anything, but the smile on his face already gave the answer. Then he slowly raised his hand, spread it out, and said in a firm tone, 5 years. 5 years at most. I will definitely fulfill your demands and restore all of them to their legal status. Gu Mingsen's heart fluttered, and it was shorter than he had expected. 5 years? Seems long, but not out of reach. Gu Mingsen can't afford to wait. He looked at his brothers. Except for the captain. Their eyes were calm. Rightly so. Unlike himself, they no longer have any attachments in the country, so their desire for a legal identity in China is not so strong. Gu Mingsen turned his head and nodded solemnly at Ruan Onping. Old leader, I believe you. Ruan Onping smiled gratefully and went up to pat Gu Mingsen's shoulder, once again making some assurances. All clear? Seeing that no one spoke, he
He took out the document immediately afterward and held it up in front of him.
Then sign and put your handprints on it. Immediately, the guardsmen on the sidelines took out pens and sealing clay from their handbags. Who's first?
The crowd looked at each other,
and no one moved a foot. Gu Mingsen took a deep breath, and under the watchful eyes of all the brothers, he took the pen, signed,
and pressed his handprints without the slightest pause. No one was surprised. He had a wife and daughter in the country, and no one wanted a legal identity more than he did.
Next, me.
The captain took the pen handed to him by Gu Mingsen.
Again without the slightest hesitation.
It was the turn of the others,
some decisive, some still hesitant. 1, 2, Shan, are we really signing? Tiger's face was worried.
Li Shan, demeanor relaxed, waved his hand.
Sign, a piece of paper only. Really wanna have any problems? Recognize or not is not a matter of our words? Tiger suddenly realized.
The other still hesitant brothers also decisively went forward to sign the fingerprints.
Once everyone had signed and put down their fingerprints, that recruitment document became official. Nguyen Bin carefully put the documents away,
his face filled with a look of relief,
followed by the boring testimonials.
Old leader,
let's cut the crap and get down to business. Ruan Anping froze.
His heart is very upset, but I was so prepared for a long time.
This is just less than a third of the speech.
Seeing that Gu Mingsen's eyes were firm,
he could only give up helplessly. Okay, down to business. Ruan Anping beckoned to a guard at the side,
and the other immediately came forward and handed out the briefcase again.
A flash drive? Gu Mingsen's expression stared. Surely you guys shouldn't be able to go anytime soon. The crowd was stunned. How did Nguyen Bin know they were going to Soli? Oh yeah, Captain, is this coming to the mission?
Nguyen Bin smiled without saying a word,
took out a computer and inserted a USB flash drive, opened a copy of the video.
When the crowd saw the contents,
anger instantly surged. A girl,
Asian faces with darker skin.
Get out of my way, please.
$&% hashtag and,
hey hi he, ha 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 ha.
It's in Burmese because the girl in the video didn't complete the task and is being punished.
Hiss dash. Singlet.
The girl tried her best to resist, but was met with a barrage of punches and kicks until she lost any strength to resist.
$% at hashtag percent. Don't. Dash.
Various slurs. The next image is hard to watch.
The anger of the crowd was like a volcano erupting. ******* Nima. This bunch of, where are they? I'm going to kill them. **********. Chapter 103 Acceptance of the Mission.
10 gig of data inside the USB flash drive. The video of the girl being abused and tortured alone accounted for 9 gig.
At the end of the video, the flower girl has been tortured into total disfigurement. Gu Mingsen even wondered if the girl was still alive now. So we're on this mission to save this girl?
Ruan Pingan nodded with a heavy face.
This girl is called Jinjin, invited by her classmates to travel to Myanmar during the winter vacation, and ended up being kidnapped.
These videos were all streamed during this period.
I don't think she's an ordinary person, is she? Last year's fraud incident in northern Myanmar shocked the nation, but China has not taken any action other than stepping up anti-fraud propaganda. Now that they were out for a girl, it was thought that the girl's identity must not be simple. Nguyen Bin did not choose to hide it and let out a long sigh.
Her parents are both academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and are currently conducting an extremely important scientific study.
Not yet knowing their own daughter. Nguyen Bin's words made the crowd's heart sink,
and it was impossible to imagine how the girl's parents would behave when they learned of their daughter's tragic ordeal.
Those sons of ES. Bloody hell.
Leviathan slammed his fist on the table, his eyes filled with anger.
Gu Mingsen was calm on the surface,
but his heart had long been filled with anger. He also had a daughter and had experienced the heartbreak of her persecution.
Gritting his teeth, he said word for word, "Old leader, don't worry, we will save the people even if we put our lives on the line."
The others nodded their heads, their eyes revealing a firm resolve.
Nguyen Bin looked at the crowd and nodded gratefully. I know that you are capable of accomplishing the mission, but I won't hide it from you. It's been 2 months since the last video was released. Gu Mingsen's heart sank. 2 months without news.
Then there were only 2 outcomes. Either Jen has demonstrated some other available value, or
is dead. Let's hope it's the former. Otherwise, there must be many people buried with them.
Old leader,
I have a question. Didn't the fraud group contact Jen's family for ransom? The captain was still calm enough to see the anomaly.
Typically, the first step in being abducted into the park is definitely being coerced into contacting friends and family for ransom.
If you run into a gang with a bottom line, it's fine, and you will release the person when you get the ransom, but I'm afraid I'll be unlucky and run into a gang without a bottom line,
and they won't release the person even if you give them the ransom,
and at most, They will make the person's life a little better in the park. Unless, of course they want it, and they have a very big appetite for it. 8 times before and after combined, totaling as much as 30 million Chinese dollars. Hiss. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. This is the only thing that is a profitable business. But the idea was quickly discarded. And this was abhorred. The fraud gang's demands we are able to fulfill as much as possible. All for the conduct of the rescue plan to delay. But this gang surprisingly do not have a little bottom line. Nguyen and Bin's voice was tinged with anger and helplessness. If we hadn't stumbled across these videos online, we'd probably still be foolishly giving them money right now. Gu Mingsen was equally furious, but grasped the point. Rescue plan? How far along are you? The identity of the target group has now been locked down, and I was going to send 001 to carry it out, but after thinking about it, I still think you guys are more suitable. We're the best fit? What's the difference? Gu Mingsen saw it clearly. Because of identity. Identity? That's right. Our apparent identities are the most wanted fugitives in China. Once one of us is caught, even if we tell our true identities, no one will believe us. What? The crowd was annoyed that the military didn't think they could withstand the torture and reveal their identities? That's proper mistrust. Seeing the bad situation, Ruan Anping quickly explained. It's not what you think. It's all because this mission is special. But with that one explanation, the crowd clearly didn't buy it and remained angry. Judging by the way things are going, the chances of Jin surviving at this point are extremely low. Gu Mingsen frowned. According to him, there was still a need to send them out? So our mission isn't just to save lives, right? That's right. These words instantly aroused the curiosity of the crowd, waiting for Ruan Anping to continue. Of course, the rescue plan has to be executed first, alive or dead. Once the death of the mission target is confirmed, you can only carry out the next mission. Gu Mingsen nodded slightly, indicating that it was fine, and the brothers had no comments. Seeing this, Nguyen Anbin began to talk about the second plan. In fact, our country as early as 3 years ago, on the problem of rampant fraud groups in northern Myanmar, specializing in pitting Chinese people, has been dealing with the government of Myanmar transnational law enforcement cooperation agreement matters, but the results are obvious. Nothing was achieved, and the reasons involved were even more complex, until last year when the problem completely exploded in the country. And with this incident, the military first relented and decided to take action. So your second task is to strike a thunderous blow against the major fraud syndicates in northern Burma. Nguyen and Bin's expression was serious as his gaze swept over the crowd in turn. Simply put, you can't look away and get revenge. Gu Mingsen's heart fluttered. Ruan Anping's last words sort of set the tone for this mission. To do everything they could to crack down on all the fraud gangs in northern Burma, as hard as they could, without any restrictions. The others were not surprised to receive such a mission. Having served in 001, whenever they encountered a problem involving national security that could not be solved by conventional means, that was the time to deploy them. The video of Jinjin's miserable appearance, that gang of ugly face, even without the assignment of the military, they will not stand by and watch this tumor prolonged in the world. Gu Mingsen laughed fiercely. Don't worry, old leader. I will make these guys regret coming to this world. That's right. This bunch must die by 1,000 cuts. Right, Doc. Turn around and teach me a couple tricks. And me, Mud. Now the doctor is in high demand, and the crowds of righteously indignant people are asking him for advice. Seeing that the crowd is in high spirits, Ruan Anping is very satisfied. If it is not that his status does not allow him to follow a piece to clean up this gang, this task may not be difficult for you, but it is quite time-consuming. So if 001 goes there, it will surely be suspected to our country after a long time. So our wanted status becomes the best smokescreen. Gu Mingsen would smile. The Chinese government using a group of wanted criminals? Who would believe that? In this way, international public opinion alone, China is already firmly in the driver's seat. In addition to that, I have a gift for you. A gift? Nguyen and Bin waved at the guard, only to see the latter take out a talking machine. Bring the stuff over here. The crowd watched with anticipation as a distant warship slowly dropped a speedboat, coming quickly toward the fishing boat. Chapter 104, Leakage of Information. The speedboat soon docked, and from it came down several loaded soldiers, who carefully carried 2 large tarpaulin-covered crates onto the fishing boat. Nguyen Anbin stood up and walked over to the box, tapping it gently before signaling the soldier to open it. The moment the box opened, holy dash! So much gold! For us! The crowd was filled with disbelief, only to see 2 large boxes, neatly yards full of gold bricks, reflecting a tantalizing golden glow under the not-so-bright lights of the fishing boat. Ruan Anping smiled faintly and looked at the surprised expressions of the crowd as he slowly said, "That's right, this gold is for you, as a way to fund the mission for the next few years." Gu Mingsen frowned slightly.
These 2 boxes of gold added up to at least 3 tons.
When did the military become so generous? Seeing his confusion,
Ruan Anping smiled mysteriously and explained.
Don't think too much about it. It's all from the Su family. The Su family? The crowd was stunned. You left in a hurry and didn't have time to get it, so I brought it for you.
Gu Mingsen suddenly realized that the Su family in Shanghai City's industry was involved in many fields,
including commerce and finance,
and had strong assets. Hoarding so much gold at home is not unexpected. And then there is the legitimacy of the source of this gold. In the hands of the military that can only be put in the treasury to eat dust.
It is better to use as Gu Mingsen and others' mission funding. It's not legal,
but it's reasonable. And no one would suspect that the gold was taken by the military and handed over to them. When Gu Mingsen accepted the gold,
Ruan Anping gave a few more simple instructions and left.
They also went to the Philippines first to buy ships and replenish their weaponry,
as originally planned. On the other hand, Kan Li woke up the next morning.
The first thing he did was to inquire about the arrest. And when he learned that the Marine police team had failed to search for Gu Mingsen and the others,
he was so angry that he punched the hospital bed. Team Li, you mustn't be angry.
Be careful of the thread you just sewed breaking. The director is taking it seriously now and is already applying to Interpol for transnational enforcement.
However, the effect was minimal,
and Jian Li's face was still red, his eyes filled with anger and resentment.
The players see the situation, cannot help but anxious. Coincidentally, this time, Chen Guorong came to visit Li Jian, and brought a good news and a bad news.
When we were investigating the scene of the crime, we found the Su family's underground vault with 3 tons of gold missing. Kan Li's eyes lit up with good news.
Good news.
There was no need to doubt that the gold must have been taken by Gu Mingsen and the others.
What's the special marking on that gold?
Anyone who hoards gold has a habit of engraving a special mark on the surface of the gold.
Yes. Hearing the affirmative answer,
Jian Li was ecstatic. With this special mark, it would be much less difficult for the police to find Gu Mingsen and the others. Because Gu Mingsen and others were in exile, it was impossible to carry this large amount of gold at all times,
either to find a place to hide it or to use it up. Kan Li prefers the latter. What about the bad news? Chen's eyes averted and he wanted to speak for a few seconds. The bad news is, ugh, show yourself. Aha, this is.
Jian Li froze,
took the document handed by the other party, opened it,
and his face instantly turned white. In view of the fact that Li Jian's improper command in the process of handling the case led to the escape of important suspects and caused the Su family to be killed in full this serious consequence, it is hereby decided that Li Jian will be suspended from all duties in order to cooperate with the investigation and wait for further processing. Jian Li's hand holding the document trembled slightly, his eyes filled with resignation and despair.
Oh, I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Congratulations, old Chen. The position of the first captain has finally arrived.
As soon as Chen Guorong heard this, the curvature of his mouth became more and more obvious despite his extreme efforts to suppress it.
Team Li, you can't say that. I, Chen Guorong, am not that kind of person. How could I covet the position of your first captain?
Ha! Jian Li snorted and didn't make a comment. Whether or not the words were spoken out of sincerity was no longer important to him.
The atmosphere was a bit awkward, and after a few more stiff conversations, Chen Guorong found an excuse to leave. When a man stands on the top of a mountain, everyone in the neighborhood will hold him up.
But once he falls off the mortal coil, even a dog passing by will have to bark a few times. Kan Li knows this all too well at the moment. And with the suspension papers, even the team members who had been by his bedside before have begun to shun him.
Team Li, I just remembered something else important. What's your sister-in-law's phone number?
Jian Li coldly looked at the team member in front of him, his heart filled with disappointment.
No, I'll contact her myself. You go about your business.
The tone was despondent. The team member froze for a moment, seemingly not expecting Kan Li to say that, and after hesitating for a moment, he still turned around and hurriedly left.
The ward instantly quieted down,
leaving Li Jian lying alone in the hospital bed, his eyes staring vacantly out the window.
At this moment,
his mood was as depressing and heavy as this gloomy sky.
Chan left the hospital and drove to the police station.
Gu Mingsen and the others had already fled overseas, and he had to organize the case information as soon as possible to submit it to Interpol headquarters and apply for a red notice, which was equivalent to an arrest warrant.
Ring ring ring. Hello? What's up? Team Chen. Something big is not good.
The news of the Su family's extermination and the robbery of 3 tons of gold has somehow leaked out.
Chen Guorong was startled. Subconsciously a sharp break.
Bear.
La. What? Didn't I tell you to keep it strictly confidential? What are you guys doing? Team Chen. According to your orders, I gave them 3 orders, but I don't know how the news got out. Now outside public opinion are exploding. Good multimedia in front of the police station blocking. The director was criticized by the top. Is on fire? You come back quickly. Chen Guorong took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, knowing that panicking at this moment would not help. "I'll be right back." Hanging up the phone, Chen Guorong restarted the car and sped all the way back to the police station. He knew in his heart that Gu Mingsen was in big trouble if the news that he had robbed the gold leaked out. This is 3 tons of gold, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and this huge wealth is enough to make countless people desperate. Once the news spread, those forces lurking in the shadows, whether they were international criminal organizations or some outlaws trying to profit from them, would all pounce towards Gu Mingsen and the others like sharks smelling blood. Not only would this cause great disruption to police pursuits, it could also lead to a series of unpredictable and dangerous events. Back at the police station, Chen Guorong walked straight to the director's office. The director was sitting at his desk, his face so grim that it looked as if it could drip water. Undoubtedly, directly first a severe reprimand, but things have come to this point, they can only step by step to deal with. At this time, far away in overseas, Gu Mingsen and others still do not know that they and others are about to become the global forces in the eyes of the meat and potatoes. Chapter 105, The Seller's Appearance. 3 days later, Gu Mingsen and the others finally entered the Philippine waters, and since they were unable to go through the import and export shore formalities, they had to choose to dock at a more secluded bay. As night fell, there was silence all around, except for the rhythmic sound of the waves gently lapping against the side of the boat. "Brother Sam, the seller has returned the message." "How?" There was a hint of urgency in his tone. The other party sent a coordinate, 14 degrees north latitude, 120 degrees east longitude. It's an uninhabited island. The time of the transaction is 11 o'clock tomorrow night. Yes. There was no hesitation as Gu Mingsen was in a hurry to go to northern Burma after completing the deal. Ever since accepting the mission, Jen's miserable appearance had been repeated in her mind, and her ears were almost entirely filled with her mournful screams, causing the anger in her heart to boil over all the time. If it was his own daughter, Lin Lin, who was suffering from this kind of torture, Gu Mingsen would have killed her single-handedly, but now it was not easy to endure. The doctor pushed up his glasses and calmly analyzed. "We have to prepare in advance. First check the terrain of that island through the satellite map and plan a retreat route. When trading, bring as many men as you can, spread out and hide in the perimeter, so that you can quickly support them in case of a situation." Gu Mingsen nodded in agreement. "The doctor is right. Everyone go to bed early tonight and get enough energy. I'll study the island's terrain with the captain and arrange for personnel deployment." Time quickly came to the afternoon of the next day. The blazing sun was high in the sky. Gu Mingsen and the others set off in high spirits. The uninhabited island is irregularly shaped, with a relatively flat sandy beach on the west side, suitable for boats to dock and where the trade takes place. The central part of the island rises gradually in elevation, with an area of rolling hills on which grows a dense tropical jungle. A winding path through the jungle leads to the east side of the island, where an abandoned watchtower sits high above the island with an excellent view. The fishing boat approached the uninhabited island silently and slowed to a stop by the beach. The night was just falling, and there were still 4 hours to go before the agreed-upon time of the transaction. Gu Mingsen stood at the bow of the boat, looking at the mysterious island that was already shrouded in night, secretly pondering the upcoming deal in his mind. "Brother Sun, according to the plan, I'll take a few people to sneak into the jungle first and ambush them there." Li Shan walked over to Gu Mingsen's side and lowered his voice. Gu Mingsen nodded. "Pay attention to concealment. And don't alert the snakes. Once the deal goes sour, don't wait for my signal." "Understood." Li Shan turned around and greeted Tiger and his 3 brothers, who quickly and nimbly jumped out of the boat and quickly felt their way towards the jungle under the cover of the night. "Sam, we went too." "Yes." The doctor, with 2 members of his team, cautiously stalked towards the watchtower. Gu Mingsen watched as they disappeared into the night, then left Li Weiqiang and 3 of his brothers to man the fishing boat. He and the captain then led the rest of the brothers up the beach slowly, carrying the chest with the gold. They found a relatively open spot on the beach to stop and waited for the seller to show up. Time passed by, and the only sounds in the quiet night sky were the waves and the occasional insect chirping. Gu Mingsen looked at his watch. There was still half an hour until 11 o'clock. "Sam, look!" Following the direction of the captain's finger, Gu Mingsen saw a blur of lights appear in the sea in the distance, wavering and drifting this way. It should be the seller. As the light grew closer, the outline of a medium-sized speedboat became clearer. The speedboat slowly approached the beach and stopped not far away. Several figures jumped off the boat and tripped through the shallows towards Gu Mingsen and the others. Walking at the front was a man in a black trench coat, with a slender figure and a wide-brimmed hat that made it impossible to see his face. He was followed by several bodyguard-like men, all of them big and strong, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. The slight bulge at the waist should be a gun. "Mr. Gu?" Gu Mingsen sized up the other party and responded without moving. "Yes." Another glance was swept behind the man,
and a slight frown creased his brow.
Where's the boat? Not seeing the imaginary patrol boat, Gu Mingson instantly became suspicious.
The man in the trench coat smiled professionally as if he had seen it all before.
Oh, Mr. Gu is a first-time trader? So what if it is? Seeing the other party act in such a manner, Gu Mingson was slightly displeased. That's no wonder. What do you mean?
The man in the trench coat explained nonchalantly.
How can we make a big deal out of trading in this area and bring the patrol boat here?
If the Coast Guard finds out,
then none of us will have a good time. The boat is hidden nearby. After the deal is done later, I will send someone to take you guys to get it. The doubts in Gu Mingson's mind were not completely eliminated,
but the deal had already reached this juncture,
and he didn't want to give up easily. Besides, the enemy is outnumbered and we are outnumbered,
so I don't think the other side would dare to play tricks.
Yes, after Gu Mingson beckoned,
the box containing the gold was carried to the center immediately after. The trenchcoat man's gaze was instantly attracted to the box, and a trace of undisguised greed flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure.
Mr. Gu is really quick, so let's play by the rules,
the trenchcoat man said,
signaling his men to come forward.
Opening a metal box that he carried with him, it contained a small instrument.
He picked up the instrument and carefully tested it against a gold brick. Boss, no problem, it's the real deal, exactly 1 ton.
After confirming that there was no mistake, the trenchcoat man finally revealed a satisfied smile,
followed by a wave of his hand,
and 2 more of his men stepped forward,
covering the box and carrying it away. Watching the other party carry the gold onto the yacht,
the brothers behind Gu Mingson each had a heartbreaking look on their faces, but the other side had made all the preparations, so that their idea of going dark would not work at all.
Mr. Gu, the gold is fine. Then it's time for you to send someone with my men to fetch the ship next.
The trenchcoat man turned around and whispered a few words to a bodyguard, who nodded his head and then signaled Gu Mingson's side to send someone to follow him.
Gu Mingson looked back at the captain and gave a wink.
The captain understood and brought 10 brothers to follow the other party to fetch the boat. To avoid the other party from playing tricks, Gu Mingson kept a close eye on the trenchcoat man,
always on guard. Oh, Mr. Gu doesn't have to be so guarded. Our organization still has a reputation for credibility internationally.
The trenchcoat man had what appeared to be a smile on his face,
trying to ease the tension. When you go out, it's better to be cautious. By the way, just listening to you, I still don't know exactly which organization you are. Gu Mingson's idea was simple.
If the black-clothed man in front of him was an outcast, then set out the name of the organization behind this guy, so he could also settle the score. Yet the man in black replied,
Round table, Gu Mingson. For a while, the scene was silent. Chapter 106 Shifushima Campus. By the looks of it, Mr. Gu has heard of our organization? I've heard of it. It's not too much to say that it's an enemy.
Oh, Gu Mingson tried to control his expression and pulled the corner of his mouth.
I've heard of it.
The other brothers all looked like they wanted to laugh but were trying hard to hold it in,
causing the man in black to be confused but unable to say what was wrong. For a while the two sides lapsed into silence again, and just as the eerie atmosphere of silence intensified,
a shrill honk came from the distance,
breaking the deadlock.
Gu Mingson and the trenchcoat man looked at the source of the sound at the same time, only to see that a small warship was speeding in the sea, its bow splashing white waves. The identity of the incoming vessel was unknown, and Gu Mingson's gaze was slightly condensed, slightly wary. The trenchcoat man, however, had a relaxed look on his face.
Mr. Gu doesn't need to be nervous.
This is the ship for this transaction.
What? Isn't it a patrol boat? How?
Gu Mingson was greatly surprised. As the small warship got closer and closer, Gu Mingson finally got a good look at the captain standing on the deck, and his heart's guard was completely down. The captain nodded as he descended from the deck without speaking, only making eye contact. Gu Mingson understood and knew that there was no problem with the ships, so he completed the deal with alacrity. The trenchcoat man's face still hangs that seemingly smile.
Our organization has always focused on credibility. This transaction ended successfully. Mr. Gu, in the future if you need other weapons and equipment, you can contact me at any time, to ensure that the price is fair. Gu Mingson laughed without saying anything,
and the other brothers also looked at the trenchcoat man with strange smiles on their faces. The trenchcoat man was puzzled, but he was also gentlemanly enough not to ask more questions, and owed Gu Mingson a slight bow.
Mr. Gu, I'll see you later. Saying that, he boarded the speedboat with his men and quickly disappeared into the vastness of the night.
I wonder how this guy would react if he learned that the weapons we're holding right now were all taken from his partner. I don't think his first reaction was to get angry,
but to run away in fear.
Ah. Gu Mingson looked in the direction they had left, his eyes revealing a hint of contemplation.
He had a premonition that in the days to come, the round table will be this organization. less to deal with. Well, stop laughing. Get all the men back here. Hurry up and get on the boat. And let's set off for northern Burma as soon as possible.
The crowd immediately put away their smiles and moved quickly to transfer all the supplies from the fishing boat to the warship. Eventually the fishing boats were simply abandoned and everyone boarded the warships.
Depart dash. With Gu Mingsen's order, the roar of the engine sounded, and the warship slowly turned its direction, accelerating towards the direction of northern Burma. During the voyage, Gu Mingsen gathered his brothers together. According to the information given by the old leaders, the situation in northern Burma today is extremely complicated, with local armed forces, park owners, small gangs, and villages, people, and everything in between. Especially in the park, there are a lot of secret and hidden, and with other forces to form a complete chain of interests, outside forces without access, it is difficult to get involved. Between different forces, the news is also not smooth, trying to find a person not to say a needle in a haystack, but also a lot of effort. After listening to the captain's narration, Gu Mingsen frowned tightly. Now it seemed that it was not difficult to save people as far as they were concerned. What was difficult was to find out where the people were. By the way, didn't the old leader say that the identity of the target gang had been found out? The captain's eyes dimmed. The check was made. At first the person was sold to the Shufu Island Park, but then it was resold a few times, and now there is no other way to find out where it is, except to check it layer by layer. Shufu Island Park? Gu Mingsen frowned and muttered. What's the background of this Shufu Island Park? The specific identity is not clear, only know that the boss behind is a Malaysian, under the hands of the 4 heavenly kings, all brought from the country of the top fighters. The 4 of them run each of the 4 largest parks under this horseman, and do no evil in them. Gen's kind are not even considered the most cruel. Hearing this, everyone was filled with righteous indignation, wanting to immediately kill over and chop up these scum and feed them to the dogs. Gu Mingsen was calm on the surface, but in reality, he was seething with rage inside, his clenched fists trembling slightly. Determine the location of these 4 parks and kill them directly. No one objected. There had never been a time when they were so eager to kill as they were now. Qi Xiaoming, a man who has been in northern Burma for many years, is familiar with every inch of this region, every village, every corner. When he first came to northern Maine, he came for only 2 things, money and a mother-in-law. After all these years, money, no luck, bitch, no luck. But he fell in love with the atmosphere of freedom, black, here, dark, and did not want to go back to the country to roll. So he has been rotting in this land, mixing one day at a time. Come on, drink dash. Feelings run deep, one bite at a time. Adhering to this principle, Qi Xiaoming mixed like a fish in water in the Shofu Island No. 3 Park, District No. 3 boss called Hussein. Do not look at the person looks big and thick, but behind the scenes of the big boss under the 4 big horsemen and the most educated one. He admired the wine culture of China, so he made good friends with Qi Xiaoming, a Chinese who had been deeply influenced by the wine culture of China since he was 3 years old. He was even given the position of logistics director, the most well-oiled position in the park, and Qi Xiaoming was happy to do so, because this job was the only thing that made the guilt in his heart not so heavy. On this day, Qi Xiaoming waltzed into Hussein's office carrying 2 more bottles of mutai that he had gotten from the black market. In less than 10 minutes and half a pound down, the 2 men became half-brothers. Hey, old ho, you keep fish? Seeing that there was still a shallow layer at the bottom of Hussein's wineglass, Qi Xiaoming sneered without a care in the world. Have you forgotten everything you were taught? If you can't drink, you have no future. Hussein laughed and took a drink from his glass. Another batch of good-looking piggies came in yesterday. Go back and pick one out. And there is a golden pig inside. That body, is simply a perfect. Wait for her family to call the first ransom over. Then our brother and sister apiece. To a 2 dragon play beads. Aside from the juggernauts like Hussein, who are at the top of the food chain, there are 2 broad categories of people in the park. One is to take the initiative to join, belonging to the fishing, engaged in wire fraud, internet gambling and other unseen black industry chain. This kind of people is predominant, such as Qi Xiaoming. The other, being tricked into going there or kidnapped or sold. Such people are slightly more difficult and costly for park managers to manage, make up a minority, and are also collectively referred to as piggybackers. And there is another class of people among the piggies, called golden pigs. As the name suggests, it is the home of the very rich in the country. Chapter 107, Qi Xiaoming. Once a golden pig is tricked into coming in or tied up, it's already scared out of its wits without even needing the people inside to do anything about it. Many will be the first to say that they have money in their family and want to redeem themselves with it. Without realizing it, the moment she got the promise of release, she had 1 foot in hell. No no no, brother Ho, you still don't know me after all these years? Like this kind of thing, I don't like to be forced. Despite his extreme inner disgust, in order to stay alive, Qi Xiaoming didn't dare to show the slightest bit of it and could only look for other excuses. But Hussein did not leave him alone. What's this about? Feed her 2 pills and make sure you love her. Truly nifty. Qi Xiaoming didn't move, didn't accept, didn't reject, thinking that he would find an excuse to refuse when the time came. It's a deal. With that, he drained his glass in one gulp and then the glass snapped toward the table. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No, I can't stand it anymore. I'll do her now. Holy dash. Qi Xiaoming was shocked. What excuse was he allowed to make in this haste? There it is. Brainstorm. Pa dash. Leaving no room for a slap, Qi Xiaoming slapped himself hard on the face, the crisp ringing sound echoing in the office. Hussein was startled by the sudden move. Ming, what are you doing? It hurt, but I, Qi Xiaoming, forced myself not to show it and instead put on a look of chagrin and remorse. I'm so not a thing. Hussein frowned, unable to figure out what Qi Xiaoming was selling. As a result, Qi Xiaoming next sentence. How can drinking be a distraction dash? Hussein barely managed to hold on to the mouthful of wine he had just muffled. Brother Ho, it's rare to get drunk a few times in life, so we must drink to the point. How can we be like those who have nothing? I wanted to retort, but I didn't know how to do so. Hussein was in the mood for something, but he couldn't get out of it that easily. Qi Xiaoming expressed his nonchalance, and with that, he wrapped his hand under the table, and there were 4 more wine glasses in his hand. Arrange them in order on the table and pick up the bottles. As he poured, he yelled, 1 cup of love, 2 cups of love, 3 cups to be a good brother. Each of the 2 had 3 glasses in front of them, all of which were poured. 1 end of the hand. 1 please. 1 cup dry. Qi Xiaoming took the first bite and saw that Hussein was still frozen. Brother Ho, what's the matter? Looking down on brother me? China's shallow wine culture. He thought for half a day and did not open his mouth, but only under the gaze of Qi Xiaoming. Grab a glass of wine and take a sip. I thought I could take a break, but who knows? 2 cheers. Brother Ho, come on. Another mouthful. And Hussein had no choice but to follow suit when he saw it. Put the glass down for less than a second. 3 cups of karma are doomed. What's there to say? Boring is the end of it. Good. Qi Xiaoming gave a vigorous thumbs up. Ho is open. 3 glasses of the sharp drink went down, and Hussein's face instantly reddened as the feeling of revulsion grew stronger. But by Qi Xiaoming this boast, in order to maintain the face of the boss, and swallowed hard, Qi Xiaoming looked in his eyes and smiled in his heart. Let's see how you Master Qi will clean you up today. When the wine cup is finished, there are thousands of gold. Come on, brother Ho. I wish you an explosive performance this year. This, Hussein believes in this and must drink it. When glasses clink, gold bounces around. By the end of the drink, Hussein was unconscious and not a drop of the 2 bottles of Moutai remained. It's not that bad for just 2 bottles, but who let Qi Xiaoming pull a stunt? Bullying Hussein into a drunken stupor, he secretly caught a small tub of mineral water and placed it at his feet. That is to say, these 2 bottles of Moutai, Qi Xiaoming at most drank 1/5, the rest all into the stomach of Hussein, but not drunk into this? After helping Hussein to lie down on the bed in the restroom, Qi Xiaoming gently closed the door. It was then that he took a long breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It's not easy to get out of the mud in this filthy place. Leaving Hussein's office and returning to his residence involved walking through a work area. Hey, don't hit me. I was wrong. I will work hard to fulfill my performance. Don't hit. Husbands, want to see the anchor. Just a sports car can be and more exciting. Just a carnival. Electric fraud zone. Anchor zone. Casino zone. For several years now, Qi Xiaoming had been traversing this corridor several times a day, and had long since become numb. If there wasn't a bottom line, he would have been one of the abusers based on his relationship with Hussein. Returning to his place, he first went to wash his face to clear his head a bit, and finally sat down at his desk, took out his notebook, and recorded the day's experience on it in every detail. It was a habit he'd picked up since shortly after arriving at the park, not to think about it too much, not to take it out for such a grandiose goal as exposing the atrocities of the park. Merely idle. Qi Xiaoming does not whoring and does not gamble. That thing even more dare not dip. Drink also only accompany Hussein. Logistics work is only to the end of the year will count the days busy some. Other times are basically in the chatting and farting. The real work time is less than 1/10. Today Hussein tried to drag me along with him to scourge a golden pig, and once again I made excuses to refuse. Last night I dreamed about that girl Lu Xiaojin again. It should be considered a nightmare. She held a knife to my neck, vocally questioned me. I am also a Chinese. Why should I help the evil? In the end she cut my throat with a knife.
But she still did not escape from the devil. Hussein appeared with a lewd smile and walked toward Lu Xiaozhen.
I woke up. I know it's a dream. But, I also know that reality is harsher than a dream. 2023 July 21st. The entire diary is not signed by a single name.
Because Qi Xiaoming dared not.
I'm sorry I couldn't save you. Much less all of you.
Qi Xiaoming knew very well that. Don't look at him calling Hussein his brother all day long. It was impossible to save a golden pig with this.
If you don't get it right, you'll piss off the boss behind the park. And even you'll be on the hook, in case you get caught up in it.
At the thought of this, Qi Xiaoming involuntarily shivered. After years of mingling in the park, he couldn't have known better what would happen.
Putting down his pen,
perhaps because he felt relieved to have written everything out, Qi Xiaoming let out a long sigh of relief,
closed the journal and put it back in its place, at the bottom of the table hole,
went and took a shower before lying down on the bed.
Put in the park. On his kind of living conditions, I don't know how many people should be envied to death. Matai's afterburner gradually came up.
Qi Xiaoming only felt that his head was drowsy and his eyelids began to fight.
However, just as he was about to go to sleep, bang! A gunshot broke the silence of the late night. Aha! That gunshot! Bang bang bang!
Qi Xiaoming instantly came to his senses. It was not surprising to hear gunshots in the park, as from time to time people who could not endure the torture chose to escape. But this continuous gunfire.
Chapter 108, Golden Pig? How many people must have escaped this time?
Qi Xiaoming opened the door of the room with doubts,
and the lights in the corridor were all out, and it was pitch black. Nope, he felt bad at once, knowing that at the entrance of the park's electric gate room, 2 AKs were stationed 24 hours a day, and it was unrealistic to try to break through with that gang of bare-handed piggies. Quickly retreat. In just a split second,
Qi Xiaoming made the decision to retreat to his room and lock the doors and windows.
But in the next second,
a broad and calloused palm suddenly reached out from the darkness on the right side of the room door and covered Qi Xiaoming's mouth to death. His eyes widened in horror as he struggled desperately, but found the hand to be more powerful than he could have imagined.
Keep quiet and be honest if you want to live. A low,
icy voice rang in his ears, while a cylinder topped his waist.
A gun. Qi Xiaoming's body trembled, and under the instinct of the desire to survive, unable to make a sound, he nodded repeatedly. Seeing his cooperation, the man's palm loosened some of its force,
and Qi Xiaoming was able to catch his breath.
Who are you? You? Think.
Qi Xiaoming lowered his voice and tried to make his tone sound less panicked.
It doesn't matter who I am.
What matters is that you're in such a nice room, so I'm sure you're not in a low position in this campus, right? The voice in the darkness was still cold, without a trace of emotion. Qi Xiaoming just calmed down a little bit of heart once again violent beating.
What does this mean? Brother Sean, what's the point of wasting words with him?
This guy surely hasn't done much harm to his compatriots.
Listening to the accent,
this guy should be from the northeast.
There aren't many Chinese who have this kind of treatment.
Qi Xiaoming's heart trembled.
And the other party was, actually more than one person.
And these words of theirs.
No, I don't want to die. I can't die. Be honest with me, or I'll send you to the west now.
Sensing Qi Xiaoming's struggles, Li Shan threatened while his gun pressed hard against his opponent's waist and ribs.
His hurt. With his mouth tightly sealed,
Qi Xiaoming could only howl in pain in his heart. The elongated nasal voice carried a strong murderous intent,
and the pain disappeared instantly, leaving only endless fear.
As the choking sensation hit, Qi Xiaoming stared wide-eyed and shook his head vigorously, only to be let go for the time being and not daring to struggle anymore.
Hearing this,
Qi Xiaoming's heart instantly rose to his throat,
and that eerie laughter seemed to come from hell, making him shudder. Wanted to struggle, but didn't dare. Stop it,
Li Shan chided in a low voice.
Sam and the others are still waiting for us to cut the back row.
The one who was heckled hemmed and hawed,
putting away his impish demeanor,
but his gaze swept over Qi Xiaoming,
still carrying a few hints of viciousness.
Qi Xiaoming didn't dare to utter a single breath and hurriedly lowered his head,
not daring to look directly at him. 1, 2, 3, 7. Together with the man behind him, there were actually 8 people who came over silently. Are the guards at the back door all freeloaders? Obviously. The guards should have gone to God by now. Know why you were left behind?
The icy voice echoed in his ears once again, and Qi Xiaoming's face instantly turned pale.
Brother, why don't you just let go and let him talk?
But,
why? Is it because he's so handsome and looks like Panin? Of course not. You're from China?
Qi Xiaoming nodded his head repeatedly. The fact that the other party was also from China gave him a glimmer of hope to live.
Management? Qi Xiaoming continued to nod. Then have you ever met a girl named Lu Xiaozhen? Still point. Aha! Qi Xiaoming's face was stunned. This name couldn't be more familiar.
He had dreamed of it almost every night in recent months.
At the same time,
he also guessed the identity of the other party.
as well as the purpose, came to rescue Lu Qiaozhen. But, he would not dare to admit it at this moment. Even shook his head. Whom. Sensing the killing intent emanating from the other party, Qi Xiaoming desperately twisted his neck, pleading with the other party to let him speak. Li Shan did not respond. It should be in thought. After 10 seconds or so, Qi Xiaoming only felt that his neck was suddenly loose, and fresh air came to his nose. Qi Xiaoming greedily gulped in fresh air, and because of the exertion, his neck hurt as if it had been burned by fire. He didn't dare to have the slightest delay, and quickly said, "Big brother, I really haven't seen a girl named Lu Qiaozhen. People come and go in the park. So many people go in and out every day. How can I remember them all?" Qi Xiaoming knows in his heart that once he admits to knowing Lu Qiaozhen, he is afraid that he will be in a place of no return. Li Shan stared coldly at Qi Xiaoming, trying to find a break in his expression. Qi Xiaoming was looked at and his heart fluttered. The cold sweat on his forehead kept rolling down, but he was still holding on. After a long time, Li Shan slowly spoke. "Are you sure?" Qi Xiaoming, because of his nervousness, did not hear the change in Li Shan's tone and nodded his head busily. Sure, big brother, how dare I lie to you? The result is the next second. As it is, then there is no need to keep you." "Ah, what?" Qi Xiaoming was dumbfounded, not expecting the other party to be so decisive, without the slightest regard for fellowship. "Big brother, no." "Wow, who?" The large hand once again attached Qi Xiaoming's mouth and nose. This time the other party seemed to have used his full strength, and a sense of suffocation instantly struck. At the same time the gun at his waist was withdrawn. Spare him? No, of course not. But Li Shan decided to make the walk a little easier for this ill-advised compatriot. While retrieving his gun, Qi Xiaoming seemed to guess Li Shan's intentions, and under the threat of death, he began to struggle violently. "Don't, big brother, I'll say it. You let me say it." Li Shan, however, was unmoved. The strength in his hands did not decrease at all, and his eyes were full of determination. Qi Xiaoming's struggles gradually became powerless, his legs kicking and stomping haphazardly, and his hands desperately trying to break away from the large hand covering his mouth and nose. Just when Qi Xiaoming felt that his consciousness was about to dissipate, Li Shan suddenly let go of his hand. Qi Xiaoming collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, gasping for breath, his lungs feeling like they were about to burst into flames, and an agonizing ho-ho-ho sound escaped from his throat. "Say." Li Shan condescendingly looked at Qi Xiaoming and coldly spat out a word. Qi Xiaoming did not dare to hide the slightest bit this time, and said with a sobbing voice, "Big brother, I have seen Lu Qiaozhen. She was sold to Shoufu Island No. 2 Park." Li Shan frowned slightly, not satisfied with this answer. "You lie. You're all in the same family and you're selling? Big brother, you believe me? No. 2 and no. 3, although they belong to the same owner's name, are in competition with each other? And how could Lu Qiaozhen, the golden pig, give it to them for nothing?" Qi Xiaoming spoke extremely fast, fearing that if he was a second late, his own little life would not be saved. A golden pig? Li Shan's face was cold. He very much disliked this name. Chapter 109, Qi Xiaoming's self-help. "So now, you shouldn't have any use for it? Aha, kill the donkey? Good guy." If the situation did not allow it, Qi Xiaoming would have already greeted Li Shan for the past 18 generations. There is. Oh, what's the use? With a teasing tone in his voice, Qi Xiaoming's heart was burning with anxiety, and his brain was running rapidly, thinking about what life preservation chips he still had. I. Seeing the other party stammering, Li Shan's playfulness rose. "I'll give you 10 seconds, and when the time's up, I'll open up." Saying that, Li Shan let go of Qi Xiaoming, followed by a gun to the other party's forehead. As the cold touch of the gun's muzzle hit him, Qi Xiaoming was so scared that he almost peed, and his legs couldn't control their wobbling, as if he was going to fall to the ground in the next second. 10, 9, Li Shan coldly counted, each number like a heavy hammer on Qi Xiaoming's heart. "I know the combination to Hussein's safe, which contains $7 million in cash and 100 kilograms of gold. These all add up to a total value of more than $10 million. Qi Xiaoming does not believe that the other party will not be moved. As for after the other party got the money in gold, it might still be hard for him to escape death, but it was better than dying right at this moment." However, Li Shan's answer, "Not enough, even if you don't say so. Do you think we can't help a little safe?" The corner of Li Shan's mouth hooked into a disdainful sneer, his eyes filled with mockery. "You have 5 seconds. 5, 4, Qi Xiaoming panicked. This was already considered his biggest bargaining chip. What to do? Thoughts racing. They aimed to rescue Lu Qiaozhen. Lu Qiaozhen? Right, Lu Qiaozhen. Qi Xiaoming's eyes lit up. Wait, I've got an idea. Finally, it was the last second that Li Shan was about to pull the trigger that he spoke up to stop it. In fact, time was up, but Li Shan did not shoot, wanting to hear what this guy could say before he died. He raised an eyebrow, signaling Qi Xiaoming to hurry up and speak. Qi Xiaoming took a deep breath and spoke extremely fast. Big brother, I can see that this should be the first time you guys have come to northern Burma. Am I right? Li Shan's expression moved slightly. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he did not answer, only used his gun to press against Qi Xiaoming's forehead, signaling him to continue speaking. Qi Xiaoming exhaled, a million times more grateful that he had gotten the blindfold right. This place in northern Burma, the forces are intricate. With your strength, it may not be difficult to rescue Lu Xiaojin, but it is not so easy to find her. After a pause, he saw that Li Shan was silent and knew that his chances of surviving were a few more points higher. Truth be told, more than 4 months have passed since Lu Xiaojin was sold to the second park, and during that time it must have already been transferred to an unknown number of hands. Even if you guys head to the second park now, the person is definitely not there anymore. Li Shan eyes dimmed, before has been holding a glimmer of hope, but at this moment see Qi Xiaoming, the head of the ground so sure. Think in the second park to find Lu Xiaojin whereabouts of the odds. Extremely low. What's the use of keeping you after all that talk? Or no talk at all? The sound of gunshots stopped ahead. It should be that the battle between Gu Mingxin and the others had ended, and Li Shan's patience waned. There is. Brother, you listen to me. Li Shan was silent, his finger slowly placed on the trigger. I can help you find Lu Xiaojin's whereabouts. Qi Xiaoming didn't dare to rhyme anymore when he saw this and directly picked out his role. You? Right. In these 3 years, I've been in charge of the logistics of Park No. 3, and I've come into contact with nearly 70 parks of various sizes. So I don't say I know them like the back of my hand, but at least I'll be able to give you the location of whichever park you're referring to right away. Li Shan frowned slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. If what Qi Xiaoming said is true, then it can indeed provide great convenience for the search for Lu Xiaojin. But again, he really had a hard time trusting the timid and seemingly cunning fellow in front of him. Big brother, I know you probably don't believe me, but think about it. It doesn't matter to you whether you kill me or not. But leaving me with a small life might be of greater use in the future? However, Li Shan was still hesitating, and Qi Xiaoming had no choice but to continue to increase his chips. Also, I'm really familiar with the situation of the parks around here and know a lot of little-known tidbits of information, such as the owner behind the Shofu Island Park. I can help you find him. After speaking, he purposely paused to observe Li Shan's reaction. Sure enough, the other party expressed a keen interest without the slightest concealment. Qi Xiaoming thought to himself, this is stable. $10 million or so you may not see. But how about hundreds of millions? Hundreds of millions. A hint of movement flashed in Li Shan's eyes. The temptation of several $100 million was indeed not small. Brother Shan, what's wrong? Why is it so hard to deal with a small chicken? It was Tiger, who had just led 6 of his brothers to plow through the back of these guards under the cover of Gu Mingxin and the others attracting fire from the guards at the main entrance of the park from the front. After cleaning up the battlefield, I realized that Li Shan had not yet followed up, worrying that the other party was in trouble, so I immediately brought a few brothers to rush to check. He saw Li Shan pressing against Qi Xiaoming's forehead, but he was slow to do so. Li Shan glanced at Ahu and said, this person may be of great use. Let's keep him alive for now. Great use? This little chicken? Well, go find Sam first and then I'll explain it to you guys. When he found Gu Mingxin, he was busy directing his brothers to gather all those still alive in the park. Among them, East Asian faces accounted for nearly 90%, and it was even more astonishing after inquiring that of the 90%, Chinese alone accounted for 95%. Sam, what about these people? This is more than 100 miles away from the national boundary of China, and it is difficult to walk on 2 legs alone. The captain's brow furrowed. He wanted to propose escorting these people safely to the border, but then he thought that the rescue mission was just as urgent, and for a moment he didn't know how to make a good choice. Just then, Li Shan brought Qi Xiaoming over. Sam, there's a situation to tell you about. Seeing his gloomy expression, he thought it wasn't good news. Gu Mingxin's heart sank. Li Shan pushed Qi Xiaoming forward. This guy met Lu Xiaojin and said that people were sold to the second park more than 4 months ago. They had expected this result, so Gu Mingxin was not surprised. And, this guy said that he is familiar with the situation in northern Burma and can help us find Lu Xiaojin's whereabouts. There is also the boss behind this park. He also has a way to help us find it. Gu Mingxin looked Qi Xiaoming up and down with a skeptical look in his eyes. Just him? The Chinese? If the other party had a different regional face, Gu Mingxin wouldn't even be so skeptical, because in this region of northern Burma, 99.9% of all Chinese have only one identity, that of a piglet. That's why it's hard to believe that a piglet could have so much energy. Yet you can't judge a book by its cover. Chapter 110, Billions? Dollars? The lights were back on at the moment, and there was still residual heat from a few bodies on the floor. The dead eyes of one of them happened to be swept by Qi Xiaoming, causing his heart to contract violently, as if it had been clutched hard by a large invisible hand. Qi Xiaoming's throat was dry and he swallowed with difficulty, wanting to avert his eyes, but it was as if the gaze was stuck by glue, unable to move away. The smell of blood was thick around him, mixing with the dust in the air and making him sick with every breath he took. His mind uncontrollably began to replay the intense conflict that had just taken place. The images of the fight, the shouts, and the moans of pain intertwined and constantly pounding his nerves. Hello? Dumb? Li Shan pushed the dazed Qi Xiaoming. Oh. Qi Xiaoming hurriedly explained, Big brother, I really did not fool you. I've been in charge of logistics in the third park for 5 years, and I have dealings with many neighboring parks, so I have a wide range of contacts and am well informed. I can definitely help with Lu Qiaoxin's matter, and finding the boss behind the scenes is no big deal. Gu Mingxin frowned and seriously thought about it. Keeping a groundhog around actually did more good than harm. There are already blackbirds providing information, but those are, after all, from the internet, and it takes some time to collect them each time. Far quicker to ask from the groundhog. After thinking about it, Gu Mingxin warned the other party again. I hope you're not bluffing. If you try to trick us, you know the consequences. When he finished speaking, the doctor behind him revealed a sinister smile. Qi Xiaoming couldn't help but shudder and busily nodded his head. Another layer of fine beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead, mixing with the cold sweat from the shock just now, sliding down his temples. Sam, there's more. Gu Mingxin froze, and the others instantly turned their gazes to Li Shan, filled with curiosity. Li Shan smiled mysteriously and pointed at Qi Xiaoming. This guy, speaking of the richest island park owner, has hundreds of millions of dollars in cash and gold in his hands. Hundreds of millions. When these words came out, golden light radiated from the eyes of the crowd. The man behind the curtain is of little interest to them, but a few $100 million can be too much. Ahem. Gu Mingxin's sharp gaze swept, signaling the crowd to be more steady and not to act like wolves who had been starving for half a month once they heard about money. The crowd scratched their heads and smiled sarcastically, withdrawing their greedy gazes. So you don't know the exact whereabouts of Lu Qiaoxin even now? Qi Xiaoming nodded his head repeatedly, just in case Gu Mingxin thought he was useless, and hastened to add, Don't worry, big brother, as long as we look for it layer by layer, we're sure to find it. There are basically behind-the-scenes owners of large and small parks in northern Maine, and to make it easier to check the books at the end of the year, they all keep records of the identity of each piggy bank, including how much it cost to buy it from where it was bought, and how much it was sold for to where it was sold. That's why Qi Xiaoming was so sure. Gu Mingxin nodded slightly. This was indeed an important piece of information. Although they had planned to look for them layer by layer at first, if it was like what Qi Xiaoming had said, then they wouldn't have to look for people one by one to inquire about each place they went to, and they could just check the transaction records directly. Sam, get over here. It was Li Weiqiang, who had a joyful look on his face, as if he had made an unimaginable discovery. Gu Mingxin walked over and was ushered into an office as he looked over at Qi Xiaoming. The other party immediately understood. This is Hussein's office. Hussein? This name, Gu Mingxin had never heard of, but once he heard it, it tasted like horse country. He's the head of the third park and one of the 4 main hitmen of that behind-the-scenes boss. Gu Mingxin's gaze swept around the office, which was filled with an air of extravagance mixed with violence. There are all kinds of machetes and torture devices hanging on the wall and some guns, a few thick piles of banknotes scattered on the desk, and a variety of famous wines piled up on the coffee table. The most piercing of these is Maotai from China. Clang! Sam! Look! Levi Strong tapped the safe in the corner with his dagger, beaming with joy. There's nothing more exciting than violently breaking a box, and the crowd jumped at the chance. However, at that moment, Qi Xiaoming, who was eager to show off, stepped forward and made the crowd retreat in passion with a single sentence. I know the code. Gu Mingxin nodded and gestured for him to go ahead and open it in case Qi Xiaoming played tricks. He waved his hand towards Li Shan and gave him a wink to rack his gun. Qi Xiaoming didn't notice anything, and was fully focused on opening the safe. According to the memory to enter the password, but also secretly pray. Ho, you can never change the password, so that when you die, I promise to go to you every year at Qingming to burn paper. Bring your favorite drink Maotai. As each number was entered, Qi Xiaoming was nervous to the extreme, and sweat was seeping out of his forehead, but time could not stand still, and the memorized numbers were all lost, and instead of turning the gears at the first opportunity, he looked back. It was the same glance that made him almost pee, only to see a pitch-black gun muzzle. At some point, pushed up to 3 inches from the back of his head. What are you waiting for? Open it. Levi Strong was impatient and couldn't help but prod. Under the threat of death, Qi Xiaoming stopped thinking, mechanically twisted his head, raised his hand, put it on the gear and turned it. Bar dash. The safe opened at the sound. Qi Xiaoming heart big stone finally fell to the ground. Legs numb, can no longer support, paralyzed on the ground. And the crowd's eyes were instantly and firmly drawn to what was inside. It was piled high with bundles of U.S. currency, gold shimmering bullion glinting tantalizingly in the light, in addition to bags of papers and jewelry. Get up out of the way. Li Weiqiang pushed Qi Xiaoming away as soon as the other party returned to his senses, only to realize that sweat had already soaked his back. Ha ha ha, this must be tens of millions. We've made a worthwhile trip. A park of more than $10 million. This is to be swept over from one house to another. Shall not be $1 billion or so? That instantly spoke to the hearts of the crowd. Don't forget about the boss behind the scenes that this guy is talking about. There's still hundreds of millions of us. Ah, who pointed at Qi Xiaoming, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, his eyes releasing a greedy, thieving light. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Only Gu Mingsen's face was stony, not immersed in visions of immediate and future benefits. Scanning the circle, he seemed to be looking for something, not finding it, and finally put his eyes on Qi Xiaoming again. Walk over and crouch down. Why is Hussein, the man you said was in charge, missing? The voice was cold to the extreme, causing Qi Xiaoming to shudder. He's in the chamber. There. He pointed to the wall to the right of his desk, on which hung a very artistic painting of a female body. Gu Mingsen stepped forward, and sure enough, 2 very slight gaps existed on both sides of the painting. I can't help but marvel at the talent of the guy who thought of hanging a painting of a female body on it. Anyone who comes and looks this way will not be able to control all the attention to this painting. It is difficult to find the gaps on both sides of the painting. Chapter 111 Angry Gu Mingsen. How do I open it? The crowd that was discussing was instantly attracted by this statement and cast their eyes over curiously. Sam, what's wrong? Gu Mingsen was silent, his eyes signaling Qi Xiaoming to open the door to the chamber. Qi Xiaoming didn't dare to hesitate. He got up in a hurry and walked to the desk. Once he fumbled around, he seemed to find the switch and pressed it down. The door to the chamber slowly opened, and a chilly aura hit his face, mixed with a faint smell of blood. The eyes of the crowd looked inward in unison, and it was pitch black inside. Before Gu Mingsen could say anything, Qi Xiaoming had already self-consciously walked up and turned on the lights. Everyone was stunned. The light was actually red, and with the furnishings inside, it was like a hellish atmosphere. Ein yet. *******. It seems to be alive. Hurry up and save them. It's a woman who is bound to a crucifix. Li Shan reacted quickly and saved the man, gently placing him on the ground and reaching out to probe his nose. Doctor, come quick. There's still air. The woman was naked and covered in bruises, with blood seeping out from underneath. It looks like it was just recently tortured. The doctor rushed forward and took off his jacket to cover the woman's private parts, urgently took out a set of tools, took out a fine needle, aimed at a certain acupoint of the woman, without any hesitation to zap down 6 in a row, before exhaling. The injury is under control for now, but further treatment is necessary to save his life. What's needed? Gu Mingsen did not have the slightest hesitation. Seeing this woman made him think of his daughter again. The same bruises all over her body. The same. A lot. The doctor's face was heavy, and probably he didn't have much hope of keeping the woman alive. Let's get the man to the infirmary first. Where's the infirmary? Suddenly being stared at by so many pairs of eyes filled with killing intent, Qi Xiaoming was so scared that he almost peed. Found on. At. Waist. Point the way. Li Shan went up and gripped the back of the other man's shirt collar and lifted him into midair. That. Qi Xiaoming shivered and pointed the way, and the doctor immediately picked up the woman and followed the two. When the few people left, Gu Mingsen's long-suffering anger finally erupted. Ka-ching! Bang! With just one kick, he split the pole-thick crucifix in the center of the chamber in two and smashed it hard against the wall. Gu Mingsen's chest rose and fell violently, and his eyes flushed red, as if he were a furious beast. $% and martyr. Who is it? Noisy laborers sleep. Do not want to live. The crowd was startled. Then their gazes shot in unison to the source of the voice. Under the dim red light, coupled with the fact that everyone's attention had just been focused on that woman, so they had never realized that in another corner of the chamber, there was actually another hut. $%N%##, which asshole disturbed the sleep of laborers. Simply tired of living. The man cursed angrily as he got up, opened the door, and walked out. Manhwa face. This person should be the Hussein that Qi Xiaoming was talking about. ##. You're. As soon as Hussein came out, he met a pair of scarlet, bloodshot eyes, and his remaining drunkenness dissipated instantly. #%$% who are you? Do you know where this is? Unfortunately, no one could hear him. Hussein realized this as well and closed his mouth, frowning and making an instant decision. Drawl, counterattack, bang, but unfortunately, he was facing Gu Mingsin and the others, and didn't even need Gu Mingsin to do anything. Leviathan shot a bullet the moment his finger was about to touch the pistol, breaking Hussein's attempt. However, Hussein, as one of the 4 main fighters of the boss behind the scenes, was not like Qi Xiaoming, a softie. $% and ******. Who the hell are you guys? If you dare to touch me, my boss won't let you go. Completely unintelligible, but able to feel the hysteria of the other party in the face of death. It made the crowd feel good. It was very relieving. But, Gu Mingsin slowly walked up, stretched out his foot, and stomped on it. This foot, directly Hussein shot that arm, stepped out a dent. The power of the great, visible how angry he was. At #%@%. Even so, Hussein remained hardened and cursed, yet it was an impotent bark. Suddenly, Gu Mingsin bent over and looked directly at Hussein. The eyes were bloodshot, and the killing intent in his eyes was even more solid as substance. The other man froze, forgetting to curse for a moment. It's too cheap to shoot you in one shot. Hussein returned to his senses. An intense pain instantly struck him, but he was very hardened and froze without saying a word, glaring at Gu Mingsin with the same hatred. At #%$% and feel free to use whatever tricks you have. My boss will surely avenge me, and you and your families are in for the most brutal revenge. Yet he had no idea what he was about to face, which would be dozens of times more brutal than hell. The corner of Gu Mingsin's mouth pulled out a cold smile. There was no half temperature in that smile, as if it came from an ice cellar. Take him and go to the infirmary. Tiger and one of his brothers came up and lifted him up, and Hussein tried to resist but was met with vicious blows. It was the other hand. Tiger didn't hold back anything. Directly a backhanded tackle, a hard break. Hussein's left elbow joint is broken straight through and the bone is showing. With this extreme pain, the person could no longer scream, but could only let out a faint moan. Gu Mingsin frowned slightly. Be gentle. Don't doctor someone to death. Of them all, the doctor was the most specialized when it came to torturing people, and Gu Mingsin didn't feel comfortable leaving it to the others. Who also felt that the strike was heavy and did not retort. A few people came to the infirmary. The doctor was inside resuscitating the woman. Li Shan was playing on the side. Without disturbing the duo, they all stood aside and watched quietly. Yet Hussein's moans of agony became audible at this point. Gag him. Tiger nodded and scanned the area, quickly finding a suitable tool. In the trash, a pile of bloody bandages. To avoid infecting himself with anything unclean on it, Tiger deliberately wore a pair of gloves before reaching in and picking up a ball. Back to Hussein and shoved it into his mouth without a second thought. Qi Xiaoming couldn't help but shudder when he saw the scene. He was in charge of the park's logistics. No one knew better than him. The bloody bandage isn't a big deal. It's the trash can and everything else in it that's a problem. Just then, the doctor finally stopped his hands, straightened up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. A tired look on his face. Stabilized for now. It's up to her to survive. However, everyone knew in their hearts that with her current injuries, she could only stay where she was to recuperate, which wasn't realistic because this was northern Maine. Chapter 112, You Stay. Gu Mingsin stared intently at the frail woman in the hospital bed, his heart filled with mixed feelings. They can't stay here all the time, but once they leave, there will inevitably be another force to take over this park, and this woman will likewise hardly escape death. Thinking of this, Gu Mingsin's brows twisted into a dead knot as he paced back and forth in the infirmary. The sound of the soles of his shoes rubbing against the ground extraordinarily harsh in the silent space. Can't just leave her here to die. He stopped abruptly and said decisively, his voice not loud, but with undeniable firmness. Levi Strong interjected, but to take her away, we'll be in trouble. Li Shan slammed his fist into the wall. This bunch of all deserve to go to hell. The others didn't say a word, but the killing intent was very obvious in their eyes. How about contacting the old leadership? I think it's fine. Let's get the border guards ready to receive them and let's send a few brothers to escort these people all the way to the border. Gu Mingsin nodded. This was the best thing to do at the moment. They had a more important mission and couldn't be delayed here for too long. Then his gaze turned to Hussein, who was tied up, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Now, it's your turn. Hussein couldn't help but physically shudder as he already anticipated what he was about to face. But he remained hard, crossing his neck. At #%@%#. I'm yet. What the is he talking about? At this point,
It was Qi Xiaoming's turn to take the stage.
No. He raised his hand tremblingly, wanting to be expressive, but fearing a horse's ass. Speak. He said that if you have any skills, just use them. My boss will never let you guys go. Also, and, what else? Gu Mingxin's eyes flashed, carrying an endless coldness. And your families. How dare he threaten Gu Mingxin's family? This guy is miserable. Humph. Doctor, the man is in your hands. You understand what to do, don't you? Don't worry. I promise to make him regret coming into the world. The doctor pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, a cold light flashing behind the lenses, a sinister smile pulling at the corners of his mouth. Saying that, he unhurriedly took out a set of tools from the medical kit. The stainless steel utensils collided with each other, making a crisp sound, adding a few scares in this depressing infirmary for no reason. Hussein watched the doctor's actions with growing fear, but his mouth continued to curse. The doctor turned a deaf ear, picked up a long, thin needle, baked it on an alcohol lamp, and carefully wiped it with alcohol cotton. This needle, it will keep you awake all the time, and you won't pass out with any more intense pain, the doctor said softly, as if speaking to Hussein or to himself. Chillingly, Levi Strong stepped forward, picked up the man and placed him on the operating table. Hussein seemed to anticipate something and struggled violently. $hashtag. Pa dash. The slap was so forceful that several teeth flew out. Shut the up. Hussein was a little dazed by the slap, but he quickly regained that fierce look, his mouth still cursing. Leviathan cursed in his heart. Tiger, come over here and help hold him down. He then had time to take a rope and tie Hussein's limbs securely to the operating table. Seeing this, the doctor stepped forward with a fine needle in his hand and aimed it at a certain point on the top of the head. And just as the tip of the needle was about to touch the skin, Hussein twisted his head violently in an attempt to avoid it. Tiger was quick on his feet and pressed down on his head. Be honest. The doctor inserted the needle steadily, then his eyes signaled that Tiger could let go. Within a few moments, Hussein was greeted with a strange sensation. The world seemed to slow down. The location of the injury also hurt less. The doctor nodded in satisfaction at the sight, then took a small scalpel out of his tools and shook it in the light, the blade reflecting an icy light. What would happen next was clear to Gu Mingxin, and he was sure that the doctor would not let him down, and had no desire to watch on. After all, is too gory. Without a word, he directly turned around and walked towards the outside of the infirmary, and Li Shan and the others hurriedly followed. Stay and watch? That's purely looking for uncomfortable. After all, that scene can make them a week cannot eat a good meal. Although Qi Xiaoming didn't know what was about to happen next, he remembered those piglets in the park that once had no value whatsoever. And Hussein's end, for sure, would be even worse. Wait, Gu Mingxin suddenly stopped. The crowd looked over in confusion, and Qi Xiaoming's feet that had just stepped out of the infirmary followed suit. You, stay, swish dash. Li Shan and his brothers twisted their heads in unison and sidestepped to make a line, revealing Qi Xiaoming standing at the very back. He was confused and pointed at himself with an incredulous face. Me? That's right, big brother, you are not joking, right? Can't do anything? What am I doing here? I don't want you to do anything. I just want you to be here to see with your own eyes what will be the end of fooling us. Gu Mingxin's reply completely shattered his last shred of fantasy. Qi Xiaoming's legs went soft and he almost collapsed to the ground. He shivered and opened his mouth. Big brother, don't dare to. Me. Gu Mingxin's eyes glared, his icy gaze shooting like a sharp blade, and Qi Xiaoming was instantly silenced. Any fear took a back seat to the threat of death, and all he could do was turn around warily and slowly retreat back into the operating room. Back in the operating room, the atmosphere inside was oppressive and breathless. The doctor had picked up the scalpel and flicked it across Hussein's arm, blood oozing out, Hussein's features twisting in pain, but because of that needle, he could only be conscious of the agony, a slurred hiss escaping his lips. #######. Bastard, kill me if you can. Qi Xiaoming's back was against the wall, his eyes not daring to look directly at the operating table, but Hussein's screams kept drilling into his ears. His hands were clenched into fists, his nails embedded into his flesh, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. On the other side of the room, the captain had gathered all the survivors of the park to the playground outside the building. He was distributing weapons when Gu Mingxin and the others approached. The third park wasn't exactly small, and the security personnel they'd shot down alone numbered over 50 and were manned by an AK. The final count, together with those kept in the storehouse, amounted to more than 100, and a dozen pistols with more than 10,000 cartridges. Sam, you're here? Gu Mingxin nodded and scanned the crowd, except for a small number of good-looking women. The rest were all yellow-faced and lax-eyed.
It's hard to imagine what they've been through all these years.
Chapter 113, Never Give Up.
The old leadership has agreed to our request, and has arranged for the border guards to meet us at this location. And the medics and all kinds of supplies are on their way to be assembled at a rapid pace. Looking at the location the captain was pointing to, which was nearly 100 miles away, Gu Mingson couldn't help but frown. It's too far. In their state, I estimate it will take at least 3 days. 3 days? The captain showed slight bitterness. In his opinion, 3 days was too optimistic. You know, this is in the north of Burma. When all the forces learn the news, they will easily let them leave? Obviously it was impossible. And all forces would be amazed if they didn't swarm all over the place. Do the best you can. At least, they're not powerless. The eyes fell on a middle-aged Chinese man who was receiving his gun.
Name, identity, place of origin, any military service?
With only 100 guns and hundreds of piggies present, it was certainly impossible to just hand them out. Necessarily, those who can make guns are prioritized.
Chen Jiala, a native of China's Su province,
served as a soldier for 2 years. When he had finished speaking, he was asked to demonstrate it again to make sure he wasn't a neophyte before he was issued the bullets.
100 pieces. Take it.
Chen Jiala solemnly took it, and no one noticed that the moment he took the bullet, a hint of sternness flashed in his eyes. The ones like him who came forward to receive the gun were still in the minority. Most of them had been tortured and completely lost their bloodlust, not to mention coming forward to receive the gun. Even if the gun was shoved into his arms, he was shivering with fear. At the end of the day, with over 100 guns, there was actually a third left. Sam, Captain, what about the rest of the guns? The brother in charge of issuing the gun was in a dilemma. If he kept it himself, he could not look at it, and if he threw it away, he felt sorry for it. Ask again, be tough, and tell them that it's up to them if they want to live. However, Gu Mingson didn't think so. Forget it, it's a waste of time to give them the gun and risk hurting one of their own. There was a pause for a moment of thought. Distribute it to those who come forward to receive their guns. They at least have blood in their veins and are more dependable. The captain nodded, thinking it made sense. Just like that, Chen Jiala was allocated another AK and 100 bullets because of his experience in the military. Now it's a matter of routes. One is to take the national highway. You can get to the pickup point faster, but the drawbacks are obvious. It's easy to be exposed, and it's easy for the forces along the way to snipe. The second is to go through this forest and enter this 39-kilometer unnamed road to reach the pickup point. Concealment, but there are too many of us. There is still a high chance of being exposed. And, the speed won't be fast. Gu Mingson nodded slightly, his heart incomparably heavy. No matter which path he chose, it was inevitable that many people would die. The captain was thoughtful. I suggest going through the forest. It will be good for our brothers in charge of the escort to fight. The other brothers also had a look of agreement. Compared to the open territory like the national highway, it was obvious that the terrain like the forest trail was more favorable for them to play. Only Gu Mingson had a difficult look on his face. It was certainly appropriate to walk through the forest. As for whether or not these people could keep up with the team, it was believed that under the threat of death, they would explode their potential like never before. Just, that woman, Captain, contact the old leader again and ask him if he can send a helicopter. What? The captain was startled. You're crazy. This is northern Burma. Once the Burmese government finds out, it will definitely cause an international dispute. Gu Mingson certainly understands the consequences of helicopter entry without the consent of the Burmese government, but it was the only way to save the woman. Her body was too weak. If she were to walk through the forest, in her state, she definitely wouldn't be able to last, and the end result would only be dying halfway through. Gu Mingson insisted, and the captain was so helpless that he could only take out his satellite phone. However, the result was unsurprising. Nguyen Bin didn't hesitate for a second and directly refused. The captain still wanted to fight, but he didn't know that it wasn't that Nguyen Bin was cold-blooded, but it couldn't be done. Those previous actions, no matter how big the fuss was, it was also in the country. Not to mention sending a helicopter, even if it was a soldier with a gun, it could cause international disputes, and no one can afford to take the responsibility. Even if I'm willing to risk it for you, what about the others? At the end of the day, I don't have direct orders to the border guards at the pickup site. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Hanging up the communication, the captain spread his hands helplessly towards Gu Mingson. I told you, the old leader would not approve. This is a problem. Should we really leave that woman here to fend for herself? No, Gu Mingson couldn't do it. In that case, let her follow us. Sam, actually, Li Weiqiang faced difficult color. This woman, if it is a minor injury, is not even, but now is still unconscious. Take her with you and you'll need at least 3 brothers to watch over her every inch of the way. What? Do you have an idea?
Kong? Gu Mingsen's face was expressionless, and Li Weiqiang was instantly dumbfounded, having no doubt that if he had suggested leaving this woman behind, Gu Mingsen would have been furious. Although the others had dissatisfaction in their hearts, they didn't express it in the end, because they knew Gu Mingsen. He was just like that, just like once when they were in danger. It was also Gu Mingsen who turned his head righteously and brought them out to kill them. That's it. Let's get started. With Gu Mingsen's order, the captain left first to arrange the escort. There were 6 brothers in charge of escorting these hundreds of people to the pickup point. Even though the captain had repeatedly emphasized the danger of this escort mission, these 6 people always had a relaxed look on their faces. What are you afraid of? We brothers have seen many storms before, and this little minion in northern Burma can't turn over the sky? Don't worry, Captain. Take out as many as they come. This is the time to finally let go and do something big. Ha 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 ha. The captain, however, had a stony face. If it's just you guys, I'm certainly not worried. Listen, if things don't work out, don't hesitate to save yourself. He patted each man heavily on the shoulder and intoned, be careful. This time, arson is not by your side. The 6 people also put away their playful smiles at this and nodded solemnly. The group left the park and set off towards the forest. On the periphery were these 6 people, who were responsible for scouting and dealing with unexpected situations. In the center were dozens of people such as Chunjala, who were armed with AKs, and in the innermost part of the room were the largest number of people and the most disorganized. I wonder how many of them will last 100 miles from hell to heaven. With the departure of the hordes, the park instantly became incredibly quiet. It was clear to all that this was the calm before the storm. Meanwhile, the doctor had successfully completed the task explained by Gu Mingsen. Look at the work on the operating table and be satisfied. Does it hurt? Chapter 114, Shi Xiaoming, who was scared to death. Does it hurt? But the only thing that responded to him was Hussein's moans of agony to the point of death. What? He's even alive. If you weren't watching the entire process created by the doctor, you wouldn't be able to tell that on the operating table is a person anyway. Nope, I should say a stick, and it is shaved skin, hair, blood and flesh, bones clearly visible. After all that, people are still alive and conscious? Unbelievable. How in the world did the doctor do that? Only the corners of his mouth rose slightly, paired with the blood that was still radiating residual heat, like a demon from hell. Oh, feel this last pain? 58 seconds to go and you'll never feel it again. The response to him continued to be the thin, agonized moans from the operating table. The doctor is really a pervert, and he actually closed his eyes with a look of enjoyment, like listening to the most beautiful music in the world. Wait, he even danced. At this moment, it was as if he had become the best dancer in the world. Unfortunately, there is no audience. No, there still is, just not in great shape. Face as white as a ghost of a devourer, vomit all over the floor beside him, mixed with urine, and the smell of blood, mixed together. Simply, at the end of 58 seconds, the object on the operating table was completely silent, and the doctor gave a gentlemanly and graceful curtain call into the void. Perfect. A deathly silence ensued, admiring the work on the operating table, which was strewn with blood and limbs like a hellish scene, but in the eyes of the doctor, the most beautiful picture in the world. Finally, leaving behind a resigned gaze, he turned, removing his blood-covered white coat and mask as he walked toward the sink. Turn on the faucet and carefully and slowly wash the blood from your hands and fingers. After doing so, he came to Qi Xiaoming and looked at the mess on the ground and the odor that filled the air, instantly revealing an undisguised look of disgust. Hello? He lifted his foot and kicked it. Dash. Don't kill me. Qi Xiaoming screamed like a frightened wildcat, his body curled up into a ball, his hands protecting his head tightly. It's hard to imagine what he's just gone through to look like this. Ha, punk. The doctor saw this and a mocking sneer appeared on his face. You have 10 seconds to stand up or. The tone was chillingly cold. And it worked. Qi Xiaoming instantly stopped twitching, raised his head, and met the eyes that were so cold that a chill instantly crept up to his brain from the soles of his feet. 10. He had no doubt that the doctor was true to his word, so without waiting for the other man to spit out the second number, he bared his soul and climbed to his feet. This desire to survive. Simply. The doctor froze as well, but with it came a deeper contempt. Qi Xiaoming noticed, but didn't care. If put before observing the process of creating this art, the only thing he thought about was how to survive. But now, he felt that it was a luxury to fall into the hands of the doctor and be killed by a shot. Let's go. It stinks. With another disgusted look at the floor, the doctor turned and headed out the door. The door opens. Finished? It was Tiger. Just now he was guarding the door the whole time. Qi Xiaoming twice couldn't stand to run out, and twice he threw people back in. In Qi Xiaoming's eyes,
It was the most detestable person other than Gu Mingsen.
Aha. The doctor nodded. Yo, this guy can still stand up? With surprise in his tone, Qi Xiaoming's body trembled.
As if recalling back to the moment of despair when he was just thrown in by Ah who was using strong-arm tactics.
Come on, let's go see what's going on with Sam.
Ah who smiled playfully and let Qi Xiaoming go for now. It seems that Qi Xiaoming's future days
are not easy. When he found Gu Mingsen,
he was studying the route to the second park, frowning until his eyes lit up at the sight of the three doctors arriving. Qi Xiaoming's face changed as Gu Mingsen's target seemed to be himself. After everything he had just experienced, he was now as frightened as a bird. You say you know the situation in northern Maine very well.
Tell me, what forces are on this road to the second park?
The second and third parks are separated by more than 30 kilometers,
with 3 villages and 2 unnamed parks in between.
They were accustomed to being cautious,
and if they didn't have Qi Xiaoming,
they could only move forward while groping, and their speed would definitely be much slower.
Qi Xiaoming swallowed his saliva.
His voice trembled and began to say, This road, those 3 villages, the villagers are planting and collecting tolls for a living,
controlled by a small warlord called Lao He,
who operates a small casino and a processing factory in the village.
If we go through there,
we can pay a toll and save ourselves a lot of trouble. The one comment he thought was constructive was scoffed at by Gu Mingsen and the others. They'd be very kind if they didn't rob this old black little warlord.
And they want them to pay a toll? Gu Mingsen frowned slightly.
He knew very well that in this part of northern Burma, those who could be called warlords, even if they were small, had to have several hundred soldiers under their hands.
Continue. What about those 2 parks? Not the slightest emotion could be heard in his tone.
Qi Xiaoming gulped and tried his best to suppress the panic within him. The biggest of these is the Shufu Island No. 1 park, where the general manager is Mahmud, one of the 4 main fighters along with Hussein, who is the most brutal of the 4.
And I've heard that he.
Seeing his sudden pause,
Gu Mingsen showed slight displeasure. What's wrong with him? Say it.
Li Weiqian was hot-tempered and went up and slapped him. Qi Xiaoming's head buzzed from the slap and his body swayed,
almost falling to the ground again.
He covered his fiery face, his eyes full of fear, stuttered and continued. I heard that he is very perverted,
and every day he has to pick a woman. Basically no one can survive.
No wonder he swallowed his words. So he anticipated how angry Gu Mingsen and the others would be when they heard those words. Everyone stared at him,
seeming to take him for Mahmud.
Qi Xiaoming was terrified
that he would follow in Hussein's footsteps the next second.
But it's also sideways proof that normal people don't live long in this part of northern Maine.
According to you, this park 1 must be very heavily guarded? Qi Xiaoming busily nodded.
Yes, the guards are especially strict. The walls were high and thick, with high-voltage electricity running through them,
and every 50 meters there was a watchtower with loaded guards patrolling day and night.
The gate of the park is even thicker and heavier, made of bulletproof material, with heavy guards at the entrance. Not only advanced monitoring equipment, but also several ferocious Tibetan mastiffs, so strangers can't even get close. This Qi Xiaoming really isn't blowing it. At least he knows the various parks in the Shofu Island area like the back of his hand. But does have to go through Park 1 to get to Park 2?
Chapter 115 Blackwater Village. Tiger frowned and spat. Damn, this is going to be a bit tricky to chew down.
It wasn't like they hadn't encountered tight defenses like this one before, but before every operation, they would either conduct careful reconnaissance in advance or the military behind them would provide detailed information about the enemy.
But where's the time to scout now?
As for the 4 blackbirds, they are absolute kings on the internet, but it's really hard to be of much help in the hole that is northern Burma.
Gu Mingsen stroked his chin,
his gaze flickering sharply in the darkness. There's no time for reconnaissance, so we'll have to take a chance.
Qi Xiaoming, are you sure you're still familiar with the terrain around here and won't lead us into a ditch?
His eyes landed coldly on Qi Xiaoming, as if he could see through him.
Did you see something?
Qi Xiaoming shivered,
busy waving his hands and said, I don't dare. I've been around for so long.
I know all the mountain paths and trails around here.
I definitely won't lead the wrong way.
Although his heart was scared to death, but he knew that at this moment must not fall off the chain.
Otherwise I am afraid that the end is worse than Hussein. Think about that stick. It's a bunch of demons.
Gu Mingsen grunted coldly, seemingly half convinced by Qi Xiaoming's answer, but there was no better option at the moment.
It better be, and if you try anything different,
I promise you'll regret coming into this world. His voice was low and cold, like a warning from hell. The doctor silently examined his weapon from the sidelines,
rubbing his sharp dagger over and over again, the blade glinting coldly in the faint light.
Sam, if I see it we don't need to rush at all. The chances of Lu Qiaozhen still being alive at the moment are very small.
What if?
Gu Mingsen's eyes flashed as he interrupted the doctor. In case Lu Qiaozhen was still alive but died because they were late. He would regret it for the rest of his life. The doctor was instantly mute, though he still insisted in his mind that Lu Xiaojun had become a corpse. The crowd was silent, and only the captain, who was also a father, could understand Gu Mingxin's feelings at this moment. We've all seen the video. I think we should all feel the same way. If people die in front of us because we arrived even 1 second late, will you feel remorse for that? The crowd was silent, thinking back to the torture Lu Xiaojun suffered in the video. An uncontrollable anger and anxiety instantly surged in their hearts. Captain's right. Mud them and be done with it. What kind of dangerous missions haven't you encountered before? Why are you so scared now? I'm a ninny. When did I ever say I was afraid? They became more and more emotional and fearless, as if they were back to the time when they received a mission and just did it without saying a word. Seeing his brothers up and down, Gu Mingxin no longer hesitated and waved his hand. Depart dash. The crowd was hot and howling, but don't get the wrong idea. Just because they had gotten hot and bothered didn't mean their brains were gone. Sean, you take 2 brothers, and him and drive to scout the situation along the way. Gu Mingxin pointed at Qi Xiaoming, who had been shrinking his head. The other party was first stunned, then he nodded his head resentfully. He didn't dare to say a word of no. Tiger, and, with a wave of his hand, Li Shan got into a pickup truck, started the engine, and the car raised a cloud of dust as it headed out of the park. Qi Xiaoming sat in the back seat, his body tense, his eyes full of fear and anxiety. He didn't know what would happen to him on this trip out, and was even more worried that he would lose his life if he wasn't careful. It would be a blessing if he really lost his life this simply. After all, the doctors were salivating over him. Doctor, the woman is in your hands. Watching the pickup truck disappear into the night, Gu Ming turned back and pointed at the woman on the stretcher on the ground again. It's still in a coma and I don't know if I'll ever wake up. The doctor nodded slightly, a bit of dislike in his expression. It was a liability after all. Gu Mingxin noticed, but pretended not to see it. His head twisted to the side as he spoke to the captain. Captain, did you find out the identity of this woman? He changed the subject so obviously that the doctor rolled his eyes. No, I think it's newly kidnapped. The captain shook his head, a hint of pity in his tone. In that case, wouldn't they have been able to save the woman if they had come an hour earlier? But it's too late for that. Blackwater Village, one of the 3 villages controlled by Old Black, the small warlord that Qi Xiaoming spoke of. It was already after 3 a.m. But the lights were still on. Was today a special day? A glance swept over. Clear Southeast Asian faces. Not right. There is a Chinese, dressed in gold and silver. The landlord's breath comes out, and his body is surrounded by warblers and swallows. It's true that women die of love and men die of envy when they see it. Yang Yuan, go, the village chief wants to see you. The village chief is the local warlord. Old Black, a young villager dressed in very local characteristics, squeezed in and patted Yang Yuan on the shoulder. Ha, oh, good, wait for me to boo. Hiss dash. The woman's charming eyes were like silk, seductive, and Yang Yuan was reluctant to let go of his mouth. Ouch, ha 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 ha. He withdrew his hand and placed it on the tip of his nose to sniff before getting up to leave. Passed by other warblers. Still do not forget to up and down a bit. On this short 10 meters of road. Froze for 10 minutes. Hurry up and watch out for the village chief's anger. The villagers want to use this to deter Yang Yuan and make him restrain himself. However, the effect was not good. Yang Yuan waved his hand full of concern. You don't know the village chief. There is only one situation that can make him angry. The villagers looked puzzled. What? Make less money? He had a posture of taking it completely, and he didn't know what his status was, but he knew Old Black so well. The villager was silent. He was not so bold as to orchestrate the village chief who was in charge of his destiny. Seeing the village headman, whose side is similarly surrounded by warblers. The difference is the faces. East Asian faces are predominant, and the rarest of all, there is also a big foreign horse. Yang Yuan unabashedly revealed his covetous gaze. He had come to the north of Burma for so many years and had only touched a big ocean horse once or twice. Like, the village elder, Old Black, teased, farts wise ass. The words want to her are pretty much written all over this guy's face. Well, the village headman thought for a moment. There is another one in the piggy bank. Take it with you when you go. Yang Yuan's face was so happy that he rubbed his hands together in excitement. Then thank you so much, village chief. I'll take my time. Ha ha ha. Nah, you deserve this. The first half of the year was great and I hope the second half will only be better. Without thinking, Yang Yuan vigorously patted his chest and assured. Don't worry, village chief. My goal this year is $10 million. Chapter 116, The Sudden Phone Call. Lao He made his fortune by selling poppies, and later became the head of Heishui village, encouraging the whole village to grow poppies, which he came to recycle to earn the difference in price. After 2 years of development, the appetite grew. another processing plant was built, and 2 nearby villages were compelled to follow suit. He was so greedy that he didn't even spare the villagers and opened another casino in each village, and the 2 operations combined generated up to tens of millions of dollars in annual revenue.
But he was still not satisfied,
and seeing that the nearest park to his turf,
Shofu Island,
had a higher income than him from just one park,
he was instantly jealous. No expense was spared in poaching Yang Yuan and getting a park of his own. Now in its second year, Yang Yuan did not disappoint,
bringing him more than $5 million in net profit in just 6 months. Today was the day to pay up the profits, and he took it very seriously, calling all the unmarried women in the 3 villages for Yang Yuan's enjoyment for this reason. But the boy had even taken a fancy to the big foreign horse beside the old black one, for which he did not care, as long as it brought him dollar.
Ring ring ring. While chatting about life with a hot body goblin, a ringtone abruptly broke the ambiguous yet extravagant atmosphere in the room. Yang Yuan frowned impatiently,
pushed away the beautiful woman in his arms, and reached for his cell phone from his pocket.
Hello?
What's up? The sky better be falling or bother me at this hour. He pressed the fire, his tone full of threats.
Manager Yang,
something seems to have happened in the 3rd park of Shofu Island. Our brothers who were purchasing supplies passed by there when they came back and heard the sound of a gunfight.
Yang Yuan's expression instantly changed from annoyance to gravity.
The first thing that came to his mind when the gunfight occurred in the park was that the Shofu Island No. 3 park was coveted by other forces. Although it's not its own park, there's no guarantee that the other side won't go along and give it a gobble. In this part of the northern main boundary, there is very little conflict between parks because there is no conflict of interest with each other. Unlike the old warlords, the biggest business in this area was growing poppies and manufacturing, which required a lot of land and population, so conquests between warlords were commonplace. But since the gradual rise of the wire fraud industry,
this mess is gradually disappearing. First of all, the language problem, because most of the targets of electric fraud are Chinese. You cannot speak Chinese, certainly not,
so the locals are no longer like the old meat and potatoes.
The next issue is land,
which is enough to establish a park of up to 100 acres or so.
In that case, is there any need to create conflicts between parks?
All they need to do is to get Chinese people to work for them by their own means,
either by tricking or kidnapping or buying them. There is only one reason that drives conflict between the 2 parks. Eye candy.
Take the park that Yang Yuan is responsible for managing. His annual performance of $10 million. Others are afraid of the old black behind him, will not rise covetousness. But if it's $100 million a year, he was certain that old black would not live for more than 3 days and would inevitably be annexed by other great powers.
Yang Yuan, what's wrong?
The old black leans lazily on the sofa, but his eyes are always fixed on the old black. The corner of his mouth hangs a smile that seems to be there, and his hand plays with the highball glass, the red wine in the glass gently shaking. The foreign woman was currently snuggled up next to him, her eyes mesmerized, her fingers unconsciously tracing over his arm. The pinholes on the woman's little arm were visible, and the guys were damned. Yang Yuan hung up the phone and squeezed out an ugly smile on his face. It seems that today's blessing, little brother, I can't enjoy it. Old black sniffed, put down his glass, and sat up straight, seeing that the park is on track and he just needs to sit back and count his money.
No problem is too small to be ignored.
Yang Yuan looked grave and told Old Black everything about the gunfight that came from the 3rd campus of Shofu Island. After Old Black heard this, the smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy face. It's no longer a small problem. The slightest misstep in this mountain of gold that brings him millions and millions of dollars a year could be overthrown. Village chief, there's no need to worry too much. That boss behind the Shofu Island park will definitely not sit back and wait for his turn.
As long as he makes a move, we'll be able to sit tight. From this, it seems that Yang Yuan is not so ambitious as to attempt to take the chestnuts out of the fire.
A brilliant light flashed in Old Black's eyes,
instantly comprehending Yang Yuan's intentions. But soon,
a hint of worry appeared on his face.
A bit risky, isn't it?
That boss has a lot of power. The size of this boss's men add up to more than 10 parks, several $100 million a year, behind the back of the high-ranking officials for its stand warlords. Just take out one, can beat him to cry his parents. Yang Yuan's eyes were firm and the corners of his mouth rose slightly,
revealing a confident smile. Village chief, the so-called rich and famous, if we can make a fortune out of this, don't ask for much, just grab 200 or so people. I can guarantee that next year's performance will break $20 million. Good lord, he's got a lot of nerve talking about it. He just doubled it. Obviously, Old Black was moved by the words, his eyes froze wide with greed. Good, good, good. What do you say? What should be done? When the profit reaches 100%, some people dare to take the risk. I'll go back to the park now and send people to check out the situation. You gather your men to get ready, wait for my call, and then immediately move to grab the piggies. For the park, piglets are its most important asset, and as long as they are alive, they can create a steady stream of wealth for the park. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to take you to the village entrance. Yes. Arriving at the village entrance, Yang Yuan's men brought from the park waited for a long time, because Old Black was cautious. He valued Yang Yuan but didn't fully trust him. No, I should say anyone outside the village. So every time Yang Yuan brought his men down to the village to deliver the count, the men would be stopped outside the village, with enough wine and meat and women, just not allowed to enter the village. Ha, why are you out here, Yuan? The men were hugging chicks, drinking wine, chatting and farting, but they didn't expect Yang Yuan to come out before the sky was bright. Something's going on in the park, gotta get back. The crowd froze, and when they saw Yang Yuan's serious expression, they immediately realized that something big had happened. Pa dash, stop ing gnawing. It's time to go. The man jerked his head out, looking confused. Pa dash, still frothing? The man hastily drew his hand, drew his stick, and dressed. Yang Yuan walked to the Mercedes they had driven and waved goodbye to the villagers who had escorted him. Go back, just about to get in the car. Suddenly, a pickup truck whizzed by. Now that it was the rainy season, there was still a lot of water on the ground, and the muddy water brought up by the pickup truck splashed directly onto Yang Yuan. It wouldn't matter if it was on a normal day, but for today's rave party, he purposely procured a set of expensive Armani suits from abroad. It's only been on for less than a day. Combined with a lot of drinking, the combination of factors caused his temper to instantly explode. Asterisk. What are you waiting for? Go after them. Chapter 117, The Miserable Qi Xiaoming. Old Black had absolute power in the village, and the one who came to escort him was his beloved and highly respected. After them, at his command, everyone on motorcycles with AKs wailed after the pickup truck. This is, after all, Old Black's territory. The dragon has to be coiled when it comes, and the tiger has to lie down when it comes. Don't look at the four wheels of that pickup truck, but in this part of northern Burma, where there are bad roads everywhere, it's really not as fast as a motorcycle. It didn't take long to catch up. Mother Stop the car. They had their heads on straight and didn't have their heads in the sand and crossed directly in front of the pickup truck. After all, in northern Maine, those who drive pickup trucks are some of the toughest men in the force. In case the other side is a gang of guys who don't want to die and just run over them, you can say goodbye to the world. Bang! Stop the car, or I'll shoot. Yang Yuan was fuming, pulled out a pistol and fired a warning shot towards the sky. The villagers on the back of the motorcycle also picked up their AKs and loaded their bullets, just waiting for Yang Yuan's order. The other parties seemed to be afraid. The vehicle slowed down, and with a bare dash, a sound, the pickup truck stopped. Q. Yang Yuan angrily walked over to the driver's door. He. Aha, why is he frozen? Ha, the person driving the car is Tiger? No wonder. Who was Tiger? Who had once broken out of a mountain of corpses and blood, and could scare off a gang with a single look. Yang Yuan, as the manager of a park, was considered a ruthless man, but in front of this look from Ahu, his heart still palpitated. He, unwilling to lose face, he turned the needle on the other man in the passenger seat, only to find that the other man was even better than Tiger. Unwilling, he was not willing. This face must be recovered. Looking to the back seat again, his eyes finally landed on Qi Xiaoming, who just looked like a good bully. Stump. Pa dash. Get your ass down here. Qi Xiaoming was confused. This is to catch the soft persimmon pinch, is it? He didn't dare to get out of the car, so he turned his eyes for help to Li Shan beside him. He was greatly touched by the other man's response, only to see Li Shan, without saying a word, opened the car door and walked down. Tiger and another brother followed closely. Seeing this, Qi Xiaoming also straightened his clothes and opened the door to go down. If you didn't know, you'd think this guy was the boss and those three were his bodyguards, but obviously, Yang Yuan didn't think so much about it, and when he saw Qi Xiaoming open the door, without saying a word, he directly yanked it down. Hey, take a look. Rawly pulling, he disliked Qi Xiaoming's face to his soiled pants leg. Nima, I just bought Armani. As he spoke, a slap followed by a slap was called to Qi Xiaoming's face. Qi Xiaoming was confused. What was the situation? Where's Li Shan? Why don't you him when you're being beaten up? What's Li Shan doing? He's holding his bladder and watching the show. Wait, big brother, wait for Nima. Is Yang Yuan crazy? Can't you see that Li Shan and the others are around? No, he could see clearly that the other side was watching the show, and in that case, he mustn't put on a good show, and take it out on him? Yang Yuan yanked Qi Xiaoming's head and slammed it directly against the car window. Kaching dash.
The car window shattered, and Qi Xiaoming's brain instantly saw red. Enough! Seeing that Yang Yuan was not going to stop, he was about to slam into the body of the pickup truck and immediately stopped it.
He's a reasonable man, and it's time for someone to take it out on their newly purchased clothes when they get splattered with mud. But there are limits, and Qi Xiaoming is still useful to them for the time being. But does his talk work? It proved to work, only to see Yang Yuan immediately let go of his hand, because he was unsure of the identity of Li Shan and the others. Coupled with the chilling aura of the eyes he had just looked at, he did not dare to treat Li Shan's words as farting at all. Although he let go of his hand, his face still wore annoyance. Hey! The dash! As if it was deterring Li Shan and the others. This is the land of labor. Don't move bad thoughts. And so the tense standoff seemed to end that way. The only thing that suffered was Qi Xiaoming, under a dozen slaps plus a violent impact. At the moment his head was confused and he could barely stand. Good thing there was a glimmer of consciousness left to hold on to the body. Tell me, what mountain did you get mixed up on? Regarding the feeling that Li Shan's 3 people gave him, the power that this group of people were in must be extraordinary. None of the 3 spoke, but looked at Qi Xiaoming in unison. However, he did not know that this move made Yang Yuan dumbfounded. No, not really. This guy is in charge. In actuality, no, but the performance of a few of Li Shan's men was extremely disorienting. At this time, Qi Xiaoming slowly came to his senses. At this moment, with Li Shan backing him up, he should be fuming, right? After all, just these few blind cats and dogs in front of him. Even the 3 people's eyes are not estimated to be able to enter. It was also true that Li Shan had already simulated no less than 10 ways to take out Yang Yuan and the others in his mind as early as the moment he got out of the car. Now it's up to Qi Xiaoming if he has the guts. Big brother, me, Qi Xiaoming from the 3rd park. This guy is really out of his league. Li Shan showed slight contempt, but did not say anything. After all, their mission was to scout. Once they clashed with the local armed forces, the opponent must remain cautious, to the detriment of the large force fighting behind him. Qi Xiaoming? Yang Yuan was slightly stunned. As a fellow Chinese, the name Qi Xiaoming had naturally heard of it. After all, there are only a handful of Chinese people who get along well in northern Burma. Wait a minute, Campus 3? Isn't that where the shootout took place? Thinking of this, Yang Yuan was instantly on guard. But on the surface, he did not move. What are you doing here? Whether the other party was an enemy or a friend, and their intentions were unclear, coupled with the fact that the sense of oppression brought to him by Li Shan's 3 men was particularly strong, he didn't dare to act rashly. Qi Xiaoming froze for a moment and subconsciously looked at Li Shan, who could actually make the call. However, the other party remained expressionless, and he couldn't help but drum in his heart. Is this giving him free rein? We are going to pull a batch of goods in District 1. Big brother, don't worry. We have already paid the toll. Qi Xiaoming opened his mouth. He had been in charge of the logistics of the 3rd park for many years and often went out to purchase supplies. This excuse was reasonable. He didn't know that there was no problem with this reason in the usual way. But Yang Yuan knew that something had happened in the 3rd park, and he would still believe in this bull reason? Yang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Pulling goods? Who was bluffing? The surface was silent. Just you guys? If Qi Xiaoming answered yes, then with just the 3 people in front of him, he was scornful but not afraid. Can be answered if. No, there's 20 more back there. Yang Yuan's expression stared. All like Li Shan? He felt bad. One could give him such a strong sense of oppression. More than 20? The eyes swept over to Li Shan, Tiger and the other brother again, as if choosing. Do it now? Or do we wait for the other side to arrive in force and make a sneak attack while they're not ready? Chapter 118. Obviously, Yang Yuan had guessed the identity of Li Shan and the others, the third-party force that attacked the 3rd park. The opponent's presence here means that the 3rd park has fallen. But how long has it been? The 3rd park is one of the 4 most central parks on the richest island, which can bring tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars a year to that behind-the-scenes boss. And there must be at least 60 or 70 guns stationed there. But just one night. No, half the night. It fell? Then there is the fact that several hours have passed since the shootout took place, and there has been no movement in Park 1, the closest park to Park 3. It showed that the other party acted very quickly and efficiently, and before the guards of the 3rd park could react, they had already been touched by the enemy to finish them off in close proximity, causing them to not even have the chance to call for support. So it seems that the combat troops sent by this third-party force must be very strong. The only uncertainty now is whether the other party would destroy Blackwater Village in the process? Seems like the latter is safer. Without taking a moment, Yang Yuan had already made a choice in his mind, because Blackwater Village is the road leading from the 3rd park to the 1st park.
If the other party has no intention of plotting against Blackwater Village, they will definitely negotiate with Old Black, and will not hang around the village like they are doing now.
Obviously, it's scouting the terrain, but if he did it now,
whether he could keep the other party or not was another story. The key was that his own life could not be guaranteed. Old Black has hundreds of guns under his command, and anyone with a little bit of brains knows what to choose.
Mud, let's see what I'll do to you later. Yang Yuan's heart was vicious,
but his face was instantly piled with smiles.
Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Since there is an emergency, I won't delay the brothers,
he said as he dispersed his cigarette. The corner of Qi Xiaoming's mouth twitched, and he cursed in his heart.
Asterisk 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 you're misunderstanding. Did I get this beating for nothing? Unwillingly, he looked at Li Shan,
but the other side was expressionless and oblivious.
It does seem to have been a wasted effort. No one to back him up.
Although the heart suffocates, but also dare not attack,
can only silently swallow this breath?
Take Yang Yuan handed over the cigarette.
Hey, Xiaoming brother also don't feel wronged. Look at me, this all mud.
Tens of thousands of dollars to buy Armani. This is only the first time to wear.
Tens of thousands of dollars? And dollars. This guy's not getting ripped off, is he?
Qi Xiaoming is even more wrong.
He did not drive. Is a splash of mud.
With him not half a penny right. Li Shan took the cigarette handed by Yang Yuan and casually clamped it behind his ear. His eyes calm but with an unfathomable meaning.
Okay, that's it then. Disperse. With a wave of his hand, Yang Yuan turned around and led the villagers and his men and others onto the motorcycle,
started the car and took off.
It looks like it's in a hurry. Li Shan looked at the distant motorcycle.
His eyes gradually turned cold.
Could he be seeing something?
Shan, what's wrong? Who saw him staring straight at Yang Yuan's departing direction with a gloomy face.
He didn't understand what was worth paying attention to.
Just a few of these little carrots he could have gotten rid of on his own without much trouble.
I don't know, but something doesn't feel right. Because he didn't understand Yang Yuan's true identity. Although Li Shan had a premonition of an abnormality, he couldn't say anything about it. Could it be that he recognized our identity?
But it's only been less than 2 hours since we captured Campus 3.
Are their intelligence capabilities that strong? Tiger didn't know that in this world,
there was a thing called coincidence. It is more insurmountable than any form of intelligence reconnaissance.
Impossible.
Although the sphere of influence of the Shofu Island Park is right next to these 3 villages, the 2 sides have long had an agreement that well water does not offend river water.
And the 2 sides seldom enter each other's sphere of influence without incident.
Qi Xiaoming's tone was very certain, but it still didn't seem to dispel the doubts in Li Shan's heart, but instead drew the attention of Li Shan's icy eyes.
Why was he looking at Qi Xiaoming like that? Is Qi Xiaoming hiding something? Li Shan wasn't sure,
but his heart was getting more and more uneasy. Leaving from the 3rd park and going all the way here. According to Qi Xiaoming's plan, in order to reach the 2nd park in the shortest time, the 1st park could not be avoided unless the vehicles were discarded and passed through the mountains on both sides.
But it took longer.
Then there was the Blackwater village in front of them, which was also unavoidable, but the other party belonged to a neutral force, so all they needed to do was find an excuse and pay some tolls, and the odds were that they would be let through.
There didn't seem to be anything wrong,
but Li Shan always felt that there was something fishy and that Qi Xiaoming was hiding something. That's why it's a good idea to test the other side with that look. It was also unknown whether Qi Xiaoming really didn't have anything to hide, or whether he was mentally strong.
Anyway, Li Shan didn't see anything from the expression on his face. Maybe he was too cautious. Go ahead and meet up with Sam and the others and see what he has to say. Tiger nodded and waved at his other brother,
and the 2 of them got into the driver's seat and the passenger side, respectively. Li Shan walked towards the back seat and Qi Xiaoming walked towards the other door in the back seat. None of the 3 noticed that the moment they turned around, Qi Xiaoming actually quietly sighed in relief. It seems he does have something to hide.
What is it? Start the vehicle, turn it around, and head in the direction you came from.
On the other hand, the road was very difficult to travel at night, coupled with the fact that Gu Mingxin and the others still had a wounded man in their group, causing them to leave the 3rd park for nearly half an hour before traveling 8 or 9 kilometers. There were still more than 20 kilometers to the destination.
Park No. 2, and in between, we had to pass through the Blackwater village in Park No. 1, where the situation was unknown, so it was impossible to arrive before dawn.
Stop the car.
What's wrong? Leviathan questioned Gu Mingxin as he slammed on the brakes.
The 2 were in the lead vehicle, and when they stopped, all the vehicles behind them also stopped.
In the rear vehicle, the captain stuck his head out the window and asked, Sam, what's going on?
Gu Mingxin jumped out of the car without answering and ran straight to the back.
The captain was uncertain, and when he saw Gu Mingxin's anxious face, he also instantly realized that it was not good. Hurriedly, he got out of the car and followed.
Only then did I realize that the last car had stopped for some reason.
Doc, what's with the sudden stop?
The road is too bumpy and the woman is bleeding from her wounds. The captain was shocked in his heart and hastily accelerated forward.
Only the woman on the stretcher,
who came out with a slight blush on her face, was now bloodless, because of the wound disintegration. The slightest trace of blood appeared under the gauze, and the situation was not promising.
I'll be damned. It's a good thing she's with us. If we let her follow us to the border, we probably wouldn't even get halfway there before she'd be dead.
A hint of intolerance flashed under his eyes as Leviathan spoke.
Well, still keeping up? This injury, it's pretty much hanging by a thread.
The main reason was that the woman's wound was inside her body,
and in the absence of professional surgical tools,
only a simple bandage could be applied to stop the bleeding, stop the wound from bonding with nearby flesh tissue,
and allow the wound to heal on its own. But the road is too bumpy underfoot right now. Chapter 119 Interrogation.
The car must slow down again or the wound will fall apart again and I won't be able to save her.
That's slow enough. Slow enough?
The doctor was helpless.
Every time the wound opened up,
the woman had to bleed profusely.
No matter how skillful he was,
there was no way he could make blood out of thin air.
Right? The gazes of the crowd couldn't help but all converge on Gu Mingson,
waiting for him to make a decision.
At the moment, there were less than 2 hours left until dawn,
and if the car slowed down,
then their plan to raid the second park would be reimbursed. But if it is not slow, the woman is afraid that she will not live. Meeting the eyes of his brothers,
Gu Mingson was at a loss as to what to do.
Just then, a car came up ahead. It was a pickup truck, traveling fast, and the crowd was beaming.
Li Shan and the others are back.
Putting this aside for the moment, Gu Mingson turned around to welcome them.
The pickup approached and just stopped,
and Li Shan jumped down, along with Tiger and another brother.
Qi Xiaoming was the last one to come down. Unlike the first three who took big steps to meet them, he was hesitant and did not dare to move forward.
What's going on? Why are you guys stopping?
Li Shan had a stomach full of doubts.
It's not that woman. Can't stand the road is so bumpy. This drive less than 10 kilometers.
The wound chipped 3 times.
Nice guy. 3 times. This is still alive? People are dead? Nope, but follow along a little longer and I guess I will.
Li Shan looked at the ground under his feet.
It was true.
He didn't realize it when he was riding in the car before. The road is basically a small pothole at 1 step, a big pothole at 3 steps, and at 10 steps you have to steer around it. Little did he know that this was already considered a good road in northern Maine.
How many corrupt officials must there be in Burma?
This road is in such a bad shape.
Why don't you fix it? Tiger couldn't help but spit out a comment.
This part of northern Maine is in the hands of all the powers, and the government is stupid enough to pay to help them build roads.
In any case,
it is a hard fact that the government of Maine is incompetent.
So what do we do next? Stay where you are and wait for this woman to get better? No way. It's not realistic.
First of all, the news that the third park had been breached would soon spread,
and that behind-the-scenes boss of the Shofu Island Park would certainly not be indifferent when he learned of it. By then, even if they wanted to wait, people wouldn't want to. Haven't thought about it yet. Let's start with what you've been scouting. Gu Mingson frowned.
The longer the time dragged on, the more variables there were,
but to drag it out would be tantamount to voluntarily abandoning the woman,
contrary to the principles he had always upheld.
It's really hard to choose. Li Shan nodded and informed the situation one by one. So, you suspect this guy is hiding something?
Gu Mingson slowly twisted his head to look at Qi Xiaoming,
who was still hesitating by the pickup truck.
Icy cold and without a trace of emotion in his eyes caused Qi Xiaoming's body to instantly freeze, strongly bracing himself to reveal a smile that is worse than crying.
Big brother, I didn't You believe me. However,
this almost pleading tone did not receive the slightest bit of mercy from Gu Mingson and the others. Li Shan did not say anything, but his hands clasped his chest and the sardonic smile at the corner of his mouth already gave the answer.
Big brother, I really didn't. Believe me.
Facing the cold-blooded eyes of the crowd, Qi Xiaoming had begun to stop trembling. We'll have to wait and see if he's credible or not until it's verified.
Doctor! Gu Mingson shouted without looking back. The doctor? The demon! Let him do it? This is simply not giving Qi Xiaoming a chance to live. What's wrong?
The doctor gets out of the car and walks over unsteadily.
Try him. Gu Mingson didn't bull ****. Didn't even talk about what the trial was about.
Big brother,
I didn't. I don't have. You want to know anything, just ask. I promise I have nothing to hide.
When looking at the doctor's face, Qi Xiaoming seemed to be back in that infirmary.
Crazy, tyrannical, bloodthirsty. It was hell. He, the devil, puff dash. Run away?
That will only lead to a worse death.
He could only kneel and beg Gu Mingson,
praying that the other party would believe him.
Big brother, you tell me. What do you want me to do to believe me? He knew that once he was in the hands of the doctor, death was a luxury. Gu Mingsen was cold and indifferent, and the doctor laughed and held out his hand. Don't worry, if you've really been wronged, just bear with it and get over it. Endure? To put it mildly, I'm guessing the doctor himself has never experienced it. He clasped Qi Xiaoming's right hand, still in the classic beginning, and pressed his thumb to the nerve points. Let's give you a taste of level 3 first. 3? Level 1 and 2 are just omitted? He really looked up to Qi Xiaoming. CH. Didn't even last 3 seconds. Punk. Seeing that Qi Xiaoming had begun to roll his eyes in spasm, the doctor loosened his grip. He also did not think about it. On the Qi Xiaoming this small body, at the top of the day the second level of pain will have to be all recruited. He even directly on the third level. It took nearly half a minute for Qi Xiaoming to gradually regain some consciousness, bewildered, and then filled with horror. Don't come over. He sat paralyzed, arms and legs flailing as he struggled backwards. Be honest, at least rode in the same car. Tiger is a little bit of emotion, directly a slap. Qi Xiaoming was honest, but the terror in his eyes remained. Say it, big brother, I really didn't. Before he finished speaking, Gu Mingsen directly waved his hand, signaling the doctor to continue. Wait a minute, isn't just a review? Qi Xiaoming man was stupid, etc. The doctor, however, would not give him a chance to speak. The familiar sharp pain struck again, and this time, he braced himself for 5 seconds. Recovering consciousness is also faster, only taking 10 seconds or so. Is this an immunization? But don't worry, it's only level 3 pain and the doctors have plenty of tricks up their sleeves. Big brother, please, you've got to kill me. I really don't have anything to hide from you guys. This time, Qi Xiaoming learned to snatch the answer before Gu Mingsen could say anything. However, go on. Qi Xiaoming was directly petrified. One more time. He must not pee out? Brother, I really can't. You can kill me. I really don't have. Hey. Listening to this miserable scream, it seems to be lighter than the previous 2 times. But, in terms of Qi Xiaoming, the pain lasted longer. Humph. You boys are only worthy of the second level. Enjoy. The only thing that responded to him was a harsh and persistent scream. After lasting for a minute, Qi Xiaoming seemed to slowly adapt to the secondary pain, and his screams changed to agonized whimpers. The doctor smiled evilly at the sight. Looks like this guy is holding back. In the next second, he slightly elevated the strength of his thumb. The screams went straight up into the clouds, as if they were trying to stab through the sky. This must be at least 5 levels. Chapter 120, Dividing the Army in 2 Paths. The doctor didn't let go until the person was foaming at the mouth and convulsing in spasms. He clapped his hands and stood up as if he had accomplished a small, sparse task. More than a minute passed this time before Qi Xiaoming gradually regained consciousness and was once again overwhelmed by unmitigated fear. Brother, please, no more. He was afraid to death he would not want to go through this pain again. But will Gu Mingsen stop there? Qi Xiaoming also knew that there was little hope, and it was a miracle that he had lasted this long. Whether or not you stop depends on your next answer. Gu Mingsen opened his mouth, cold and unfeeling as always. No, don't. I really don't have anything to hide. No, don't you come over here. Qi Xiaoming was like falling into an ice cave, his mouth full of pleas for mercy. Still not what Gu Mingsen wanted to hear. Maybe it's because he knows in his heart that if he answers yes, what awaits him will be 100 and 1,000 times more painful than what he is currently suffering. That's why he kept his mouth shut. If that's the case, then he's really underestimated. The doctor stretched out his hand again, this time with a hint of cunning in his smile, looking like he was ready to give Qi Xiaoming a hard time. Don't, brother, please. Qi Xiaoming was close to breaking down. Just how far would Gu Mingsen have to go before he would believe him? Or did Gu Mingsen not have the slightest trust in him from the bottom of his heart? If that was the case, Qi Xiaoming would be in deep trouble. Wait a minute, what's on the ground at? Qi Xiaoming peed. More than that, it seems like this strong odor? If it was an ordinary person, I am afraid that at this moment, they would have already covered their nose and dispersed. Gu Mingsen and the others, however, acted as if nothing had happened, especially the doctor, who actually had a crazy smile on his face, true to his perverted name. Alright, Gu Mingsen opened his mouth, and another 10 seconds or so passed before the doctor let go, his face wearing an expression of intent. Qi Xiaoming was able to catch his breath, this time evenly out of the whole thing. If he does not give a satisfactory answer, the doctor may have to laugh, but with their knowledge of Qi Xiaoming, if they still didn't confess, They probably really weren't hiding anything. Gu Mingsen squatted down,
stared at Qi Xiaoming's eyes, and said word for word,
"I'll give you one last chance. If you still don't tell the truth." "Is he serious? You really don't want to give the other guy a chance to live?"
Qi Xiaoming had endured this torture. His body had long been deflated and his face was pale, but he was still awake.
"Big brother, I really don't know what to say even if you dismantle me. I swear, if I hide anything from you,
I'll be struck by heavenly thunder and my whole family will not be allowed to die."
Gu Mingsen's eyes swept back and forth across Qi Xiaoming's face, trying to find even a trace of lying in his bloodshot eyes and distorted face. The air around them seemed to freeze,
leaving only Qi Xiaoming's ragged gasps.
"Looks like you're really tough talking." Gu Mingsen slowly stood up. His voice was low, but it was like he was carrying an invisible pressure that
Qi Xiaoming's heart trembled as if he had a premonition of his end.
Looking to the doctor, he smiled again, and it looks even crazier. "Qi Xiaoming, in danger." The doctor grinned sardonically and stepped forward again, this time, with a small bag in his hand, the one containing the needle. No, no, fear struck again, instantly spreading throughout his body, and every muscle in his body trembled uncontrollably.
Little did he know that the more he did, the more excited the doctor became.
"Wait." Gu Mingsen waved his hand and stopped the doctor. How many meanings?" The doctor looked upset, but his interest had just been piqued and it was over? "That's it. It's not time for torture. At this moment,
I don't know whether Qi Xiaoming should cry or laugh. He has lasted for so long,
but in the eyes of the other party, this is not really torture."
It was impossible to imagine what would happen to Qi Xiaoming if he was really tortured. The doctor retreated with a reluctant face, and Qi Xiaoming was able to escape, thankful that he was still alive in this world. No longer paying attention to him, Gu Mingsen turned his head and asked Li Shan again about the terrain around Blackwater village, as well as the distribution of the guard posts. 13 posts on the periphery. Each post is spaced about 100 meters apart, and 2 to 3 people are stationed there. The situation inside is unclear, and before we had time to scout, we were stopped. By the way, the village is lit up inside, as if it's celebrating something.
"Celebrate?"
Gu Mingsen muttered in a small voice, then looked at Qi Xiaoming.
"Is today any special day?"
"Ha?" Qi Xiaoming froze for a moment, but reacted quickly and subconsciously returned.
No, then what are they celebrating?" Gu Mingsen frowned slightly, really unable to figure it out. "Sam, are you thinking?"
The captain seemed to have guessed Gu Mingsen's intentions, but he was unsure.
"Well, to be on the safe side,
it's better to settle this Blackwater village first." His instincts were really great, or cautious. With just one sentence, they negated the plan that Qi Xiaoming had made for them and chose to play hardball with Blackwater village.
As expected,
Qi Xiaoming's expression changed slightly,
only he hid it so well that no one noticed. "What about the woman?"
Li Weiqian pointed to the rear with a worried face.
For this, Gu Mingsen also thought of a countermeasure in his mind.
Split up into 2 groups. The doctor will take a group of men and slowly move forward.
The rest will follow me.
Follow him?
To do what? It's self-evident.
The captain thought for a moment and nodded his head slightly. Although he was not sure how much Blackwater village was armed, he had absolute confidence in the strength of Gu Mingsen and his brothers.
Big brother, don't it?
The old black hand can keep hundreds of guns.
Just we.
Qi Xiaoming shrunk his head and raised his concerns,
intent on getting Gu Mingsen and the others to follow his plan. However, to his surprise, they all laughed, with scorn in their eyes, as if instead of hundreds of men holding guns, there were hundreds of pigs. When is it your turn to talk? Stay out of this. Li Weiqian, this violent temper, went up to slap. He really does not take Qi Xiaoming as a person. After receiving this slap, Qi Xiaoming also didn't dare to show even a hint of anger, hurriedly shrinking his head and rolling to the side. Now no one raised any objections anymore, and with a wave of Gu Mingsen's hand, they all got into the car, started the vehicle, and drove towards Blackwater village. The doctor was the only one who sulked. He wanted to go to war too, but he was the only one with the highest medical skills in the team, and if he had to go, the woman would be a muggle if any more emergencies arose. Watching the last car disappear into the night, the doctor, no matter how reluctant, could only accept it. At the same time, the other side of the Yang Yuan has returned to the Blackwater village. Without saying anything, directly will be surrounded by Warbler's Old Black. A pull-out. Chapter 121 Ambush. Old Black was as human as his name at the moment, and his fat face was already as black as coal. The medicine has been taken. The atmosphere has arrived.
The sword has been wound up. Anyone who comes will have a belly full of gas.
If the target wasn't Yang Yuan, he would have greeted him with a bullet long ago. Village chief, something big is wrong. Old Black's face changed, suddenly sobering up 3 times, and the words had an inexplicable familiarity. What's wrong? This had only left a short time ago and came running back, yelling something big was wrong. Was something wrong in his park? If that's true, then Old Black, a guy who sees money as his life, is probably going to blow up, and that's $10 million on one side. The third park is destroyed. His words immediately let the Old Black completely wake up. How long has it been? One night. No, less than half a night. And the third park has been breached? But that's not all. Yang Yuan spoke extremely fast and did not give Old Black a chance to react at all. The other side's next target is likely to be us. What? Old Black was shocked. The first sentence had already given him enough shock. But before he could slow down, Yang Yuan blurted out another shocking news. Wait, what are his chances of winning if the opponent targets him? 10 points? That's too high. 3 points? No, too low again. Those hundreds of soldiers but real spend a lot of money from the European side to hire a retired special forces trained. This is also the Old Black dare to collect tolls in the territory of the first rich island Park Bottom. Are you sure? Asked this sentence to show that the Old Black judgment of the situation in front of him is more optimistic. Both sides of the battle value at least in 50-50. Otherwise his answer would have been one of two possibilities. Either the advantage was on me, him. Second, if you can't beat them, run. Yang Yuan nodded with a solemn expression. If anything, Park 3 was not breached and was in a stalemate. The closest and supportive Parks I, 2, and 4 will inevitably send troops to the rescue. One of the first and second Park support is bound to pass through the Blackwater village. The two sides coexisted peacefully for many years, but also not afraid of the other side to play any tricks, fake charging a little toll to let it pass. When they engaged the third-party forces, Yang Yuan observed the situation from the sidelines and took the opportunity to go up and get a piece of the pie. But the plan cannot catch up with the changes. Who did not expect the third park fell so quickly? And the third-party force's appetite is surprisingly large. It actually wanted to destroy the entire Shufu Island Park forces in one go. Lips and teeth cold reasoning Chinese people know. Yang Yuan is no exception. The other side, if you can easily take out the richest island forces, will certainly not be able to tolerate the Old Black. This one does not pull out of the eye, pull out of the bar, and the loss is not worth it. This is also the reason why that behind-the-scenes boss of Shofu Island tolerates the existence of the small warlord of Old Black, which affects the whole body. These hundreds of guns in Old Black's hands are not for show, and if the two sides really intend to fight to the death, the three parks closest to Blackwater village won't be able to live in peace. Add in the costs of casualties and guns and ammo, and the benefits are totally disproportionate to the effort. And anyone who is a competent businessman knows what to choose. How did you find out? How far are they from the village? There was some urgency in his tone, and he seemed ready to engage. Blackwater village is Old Black's home base, and it's hard to get him to abandon it until the moment of last resort. I guess it's soon. We must prepare for battle as soon as possible. The third park was only about 20 kilometers away from Blackwater village, so it was reasonable that the people should have arrived a long time ago, and Yang Yuan did not notice this anomaly. But in their case, it should be considered a good thing. Quinn Chicken, a loud voice from Old Black called a halt to the revelry, and a fierce-looking fellow, almost as black as the Black Continental's Black, scurried out of the pile of women. Black, what's wrong? He's Quinn Chicken, Old Black's absolute heartthrob. Gather the men. All hands into battle. Assemble at the village entrance. Ha! Now! Ganji froze for a moment. He hadn't realized what kind of enemy was about to come to Blackwater village. Right. Immediately. Immediately. Oh yes. The first rule of the Beloved's guidelines. The words of the boss should be obeyed absolutely without question. Kun Chicken turned and ran away, first pulling all the backbones of the troop out of their tenderness. In a short while, the village resounded with noisy footsteps and shouts, and a group of villagers holding weapons and wearing green uniforms poured out from all corners, sleepy-eyed but quickly awakened by Old Black's order. When they came to the entrance of the village, they arranged themselves to stand and began to methodically check their guns and ammunition. Old Black looked at Yang Yuan again and asked, "How many people are on the other side and what equipment? Are you clear?" "The equipment isn't very clear, and the number is about 20. So little?" Old Black was slightly dismayed. To be able to exterminate the entire third park overnight, he seemed to need at least 100 or so people, but there were 4/5 of a whole lot less. If there were only 20 or so, then he was more confident. Time was running out, and Old Black couldn't think about more. Rushing to battle deployment. "I'll take 100 men to guard the village. Kuan Chicken, take 200 brothers and ambush the woods on either side of the sentry post." "Roger that." "Sandy, you take 50 brothers to guard the sentry post, and once you've identified the other party, immediately fire the signal." "Roger that." "On Kai, take 200 men and go around behind the enemy. Wait for the signal, and we'll give him a dumpling." "Roger that."
Ong Chai led the order and quickly dived towards the designated route with 200 men.
The night was thick, and their silhouettes were quickly hidden in the dense jungle,
their footsteps muffled by the damp dirt and thick fallen leaves.
In the end,
only Old Black and the remaining 100 soldiers were left at the entrance of the village. Yan Yuan also waved his hand and asked his men to bring out the AKs from the trunk of the car.
One for each person and a number of bullets. In his heart, he knew very well that if Old Black was destroyed, his good days in northern Burma would come to an end. So, he had to put up a fight. At this time, Sandy had already led 50 brethren to arrive at the post where the toll was collected. Only 10 men were left visible in plain sight, and all the rest were hidden around the sentry post. After doing so, he kept his eyes fixed on the road in the distance, waiting for Gu Mingsen and the others to arrive. And in the woods on both sides of the sentry post, Kuan Chicken with 200 brothers had also been ambushed. He lay down behind a large tree, his eyes fixed dead center in the direction of the sentry post, waiting for Sandy to give the signal. He waved his hand and led his troops to kill. 20 minutes later, Ong Chai was also in position, and his mission objective was relatively simple, just to block the enemy's retreat after they realized they were being ambushed. He did not perceive that 20 minutes time. According to reason, Gu Mingsen and others should have reached the sentry post long ago, but why haven't we seen a single person so far? Quiet, terribly quiet. Time passed by, and Ankai gradually sensed that something was wrong. It can be too late. Chapter 122, Night Massacre. 2 kilometers away from Blackwater Village, a convoy of cars was approaching at a rapid pace. Stop the car. Gu Mingsen gave an order, and Leviathan slammed on the brakes. What's he up to? Did he notice something unusual up ahead? How far is it to Blackwater Village? 2 kilometers. At the speed of the car just now, it would take 5 or 6 minutes at most. Get out of the car and feel your way through the woods on both sides. It's sort of a normal consideration. Convoys traveling on roads are too big of a target and can easily be ambushed. Yes. Without thinking, the crowd jumped out of their vehicles and did the usual check of their weaponry. After everything was in place, Gu Mingsen waved his hand and led a portion of his men to feel their way through the woods on the right side of the road. The captain led another group of men who touched down on the left side. Now the old black man's calculations were probably going to come to naught, and his men, who were ambushed in the woods on both sides of the road, were in misery. The woods on either side were thick with foliage, and the moonlight shed dappled light through the gaps. Gu Mingsen's footsteps were light, each step falling carefully, trying not to make a sound, his eyes always vigilantly scanning the surroundings, not letting go of any hint of abnormality. The team members behind him also held their breaths and followed closely, tacitly maintaining their battle formation. To the left, in the woods, the captain likewise led his team slowly forward. Suddenly, Gu Mingsen raised his hand to signal his brothers to stop, his eyes locking onto a figure leaning against the side of a tree repeatedly rubbing his back. Hey, you really did guess right. The man had a gun in his hand, and it was obvious that it was none other than the henchman Old Black had sent to ambush him in the woods. Keep it down. Gu Mingsen also couldn't help but be glad that he didn't follow Qi Xiaoming's plan, or else he would have definitely been wrapped up by the other side, and he didn't know how many people would have died by then. You guys stay put, I'll feel my way over and check it out. Yes. The teammates nodded their heads and silently spread out, using the trees as cover and aiming their guns at that enemy to provide cover for Gu Mingsen. Gu Mingsen catapulted himself to the ground, placing his footsteps more lightly, almost moving against the ground. A few meters from the enemy, he stopped and observed. After determining the approximate number of people by the moonlight shining through the cracks between the branches and leaves, no further action was taken and he retreated. Well, seeing Gu Mingsen's safe return, Li Weiqian put down his hanging heart and asked eagerly, about 100 or so, not very spread out, but their attention is on that outpost, so we can try to pull them off one by one. When these words came out, a bloodthirsty light instantly appeared in the eyes of the crowd, flashing with a cold chill under the moonlight. Then don't delay. Tell me, how will it be divided? This is a truly wild statement, and it's almost as if he doesn't give a damn about the 100 armed enemies in front of him. Gu Mingsen raised his hand and pressed down, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then began to quickly deploy. Let's split into 5 groups, with each group being responsible for taking care of an area of enemies. Use daggers as much as possible. Avoid shooting, and once we are exposed, we will immediately attack strongly. The crowd nodded and quickly came together 2 by 2, exchanging combat details in whispers, moving nimbly to check their equipment and adjust the safeties on their guns. Gu Mingsen and Li Weiqian took the lead as the first group, weaving through the forest like ghosts, silently approaching the few enemies closest to them. In the moonlight, the enemy's figure became a black silhouette, unaware of the approaching danger. Their attention was still fully focused on the path that they had to take to get to Blackwater Village in the third park, but they didn't know that, Because of Gu Mingsen's prudence, they had long since gained an insight into their intentions. A merciless massacre is about to begin. Gu Mingsen exchanged glances with Li Weiqiang and instantly struck out. The dagger flashed coldly in the night, directly through the throat. The enemy didn't even have time to let out a muffled grunt before he fell limply to the ground. As it was, in less than 10 minutes of work, only a third of the opponent's 100 men were left. What's On Kai doing when people are dying? Doesn't he realize it at all? Brother On Kai, why hasn't anyone come yet? The third park isn't that far away, is it? There was no reaction in Ong Chai's expression, still staring straight in the direction of the sentry post, anticipating the signal that was no longer likely to rise. Brother On Kai, why don't you call the village chief and ask? I always feel something is not right. There was nothing wrong with his little brother's words, but On Kai frowned. Shut up, Black told us to ambush us here. The enemy will surely come. Just wait, he chided in a low voice, and it was obvious that this guy, On Kai, was a deadhead who only knew how to strictly carry out old Black's orders, but didn't know how to improvise. The little brother smiled resentfully and didn't dare to speak again, not realizing that death was only a stone's throw away from them. Buzz dash. Hello, Black? The youngest brother's face was delighted, and just after mentioning that he was looking for the village chief called and saw that they had already detected the abnormality. Haven't seen anyone yet? Don't worry, Brother Black. If they dare to break into these dozens of miles of mountain forests, I will definitely teach them to be human. A fierce smile appeared at the corner of On Kai's mouth. Extremely conceited. They had lived here since they were children, and the dense forest around them was an advantage to them. But unfortunately, the one they were going to face was Gu Mingsen. Yes, don't worry, Brother Black. I will definitely contact you the first time once I find any enemy traces. He was full of assurances, but did not notice the anomaly beside him. My little brother was listening intently to the conversation between On Kai and Old Black, when suddenly, a large hand reached out and covered his mouth and nose. Fear plus a sense of suffocation instantly struck him, and he subconsciously struggled. But the other hand, no, it was the dagger, that instantly failed to enter his throat. He died, his eyes wide open, speaking of a heart full of discontent. $%. Well. Ong Chai was still talking to his good big brother, not noticing in the least that he was at the moment being stared at by a dozen pairs of eyes, teasing, mocking, cold, bloodthirsty. Yes. Don't worry, Brother Black. With me here, I guarantee that nothing will happen. This poor guy, he should be thankful for this call, because Gu Mingsen and the others knew clearly that if they made a move at this time, they would definitely be exposed. So he was able to survive for a few more minutes. Not knowing what the old black man across the street had said, On Kai suddenly became like a chicken blood. Yes, seeing that he was about to hang up, Gu Mingsen immediately made a look towards Li Weiqiang and prepared to make a move. Levi Strong nodded and smiled sardonically as he leaned down like a cheetah poised to strike. The phone hung up. Ong Chai still didn't notice anything out of the ordinary and dutifully kept a dead eye on the direction of the sentry post. Looking at Gu Mingsen and the others could not help but draw down the corners of their mouths. How did this kind of oddball live so big in this part of northern Burma? All of you, keep your eyeballs wide open, and don't even spare a bird for me. Aha, why isn't anyone talking? Ong Chai sensed the abnormality and subconsciously turned his head. Where is my big little brother? Chapter 123, A Sudden Change in Circumstances. The On Kai was stupid. Where is everybody? Where is he? Where's my little brother? Suddenly, a strong wind came from the back of his head. He reacted quickly, and under the astonished gaze of Gu Mingsen and the others, he actually dodged Li Weiqiang's fatal blow. No wonder this guy is so brainless, can still mix into the old black beloved. It turns out to have real skills in the body. But he is Huaxiong meeting Lubu today, and he is in trouble. Li Weiqiang missed a blow, once again rose to pounce. This time, he is no longer careless, a shot is full strength. This caused Ong Chai, who had just dodged a blow and was still somewhat complacent, to change his face drastically. Li Weiqiang's attacks came like a raging storm. His punches carried wind and killed him. In just one breath, he had been hit by several knives. What kind of monster is this? Ong Chai had fought all 3 villages since he was a child, but in front of Li Weiqiang, he didn't have a trace of power to fight back. In a flash, despair came like a tidal wave, facing the attack. He no longer had a trace of power to fight back. The victory was already decided. Wait, Anan, guess what to do? Gu Mingsen's eyes stared and flashed out instantly. A hand with the strength of an iron vice firmly grasping Ong Chai's wrist that was trying to reach for his waist. A hint of viciousness flashed in Ong Chai's eyes, and his other hand formed a claw, aiming straight for Gu Mingsen's throat. Gu Mingsen slightly sidestepped his head and easily dodged it, while at the same time his knee went hard into Ong Chai's abdomen. At the same time,
The dagger that Leviathan had stabbed at Ong Chai also ended up at his throat. Put. The edge of the blade entered the flesh, and crimson blood slowly trickled down the curve of the dagger. Ong Chai's body instantly froze. His eyes were wide open, full of unwillingness and disbelief, as if he could not accept that he would be defeated in the hands of these two until he died. Humph, out of your depth. Leviathan cursed lowly and drew his dagger as Ong Chai's body fell to the ground with a loud thud, raising a small cloud of dust. Gu Mingson gasped and wiped the corners of his forehead, not knowing whether it was sweat or splattered blood, and swept his gaze around to the bodies of the enemies that were sprawled on the ground. Another look at the sky. Let's go. We must rush to settle Blackwater village before dawn. The darkness of the night was the most powerful weapon for them, and it didn't matter if they were 1-for-1, but once it dragged on until dawn, it was inevitable that there would be some changes. The crowd nodded, leaving a trail of corpses behind, and continued to feel their way forward. Meanwhile, on the other side of the old black, after hanging up the phone, his heartbeat always inexplicably accelerated, and the feeling of uneasiness became more and more intense. Yang Yuan, are you sure that the other party's next target is Blackwater village, or did you mishear? Nearly an hour had passed since Yang Yuan had come to report the news, but there was still no sign of Gu Mingsen and the others. A total of just a dozen kilometers of road. Even if it is barefoot running, it should run to, let alone the other side is still driving a car. I'm pretty sure I heard right. Did they change their target? Yang Yuan's brows were furrowed and he really couldn't figure out why the other party hadn't appeared yet. He began to carefully review the process of encounters with Li Shan and others, but did not find where he had exposed. Mayor, are there any other roads around here that lead to Park 1? The other side might have found a hidden route, which would explain why they hadn't seen anyone until now. Old Black thought hard. No, is it hard to leg it over to Park 1? Village chief, call Ong Chai again and ask him to. Bang! What's that noise? Gunshots! Bang bang bang! There's a firefight up ahead? But why didn't Sandy send a signal? Village chief, are we going on? It was so sudden, and Sandy hadn't fired a signal. That old Black couldn't make up his mind for a moment. The gunfire was intensifying. There should have been a major firefight already, giving him little time to think. Village chief, they're not just 20 or so people. What are you afraid of? One of Yang Yuan's men is acute and thinks the advantage is mine. So what's the point of hesitating? Shut up. You don't get to talk here. Yang Yuan glared at his men, who retreated resentfully, and only then did he turn his gaze to old Black. Village chief, I heard the gunshots coming from the sentry post. Why don't we make a call and ask what's going on? Yes, the old Black is this intention. If it is not clear the truth of a brain reckless up, in case of being wrapped dumplings, he did not even have the opportunity to rise again. Soon, the call was answered. Bang bang bang. Ha! The old Black man hit to the Quinn chicken. The shot was too loud. He felt bad. Did the enemy feel their way through the woods on both sides? Village chief, it's not good. We've been hit by a sudden attack and suffered heavy casualties. Sure enough, old Black's hunch was right, but soon he realized a very serious problem. Why is there no sign of the enemy on Ankai's side? Or, they have all turned into corpses at this moment. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the other side will first fight with Kuanji's ministry. Hiss dash. If it is really as he guessed this, how did the other party manage to solve the 200 people silently? Thinking of this, old Black's face instantly turned white. They had kicked the bucket. No, there's still a chance. It's only 200 dead. He's got 300 more. Quinn chicken, what's the situation at your place? How many people are on the other side? Bang bang. I don't know. It's so chaotic. It feels like there are enemies everywhere. Bang dash. With the sound of a gunshot, Quinn chicken's voice came to an abrupt end. He's dead? Quinn chicken? Quinn chicken. Quinn chicken. Quinn chicken is the most trusted confidant of old Black. Did he die just like that? The old Black does not believe. Repeatedly calling out the name of the Quinn chicken. Can respond to him. Bang bang bang. Mud dash. Splat. No longer hopeful and furious, he smashed the phone to pieces, but then angry. In the immediate serious situation also does not help. Is to fight or escape. Must be as soon as possible to take the idea. Village chief, Kun chicken and Ong Chai, both of them. Yang Yuan's face was pale, as if he had already guessed what would happen to the two of them. Of course, it didn't matter if they were dead or not. The point was how many of the 400 soldiers that the two of them had taken away would come back. If it's one that can't come back, what's the point of thinking about it? The other party could easily solve their 400 brethren, so the 100 or so people in front of them couldn't even be expected to top it. Although unwilling to admit it, old Black had to recognize the reality and could only nod with a heavy face. Hiss dash. What are you thinking? Run for it. Once the other side has finished with the friendly forces in front of them, will they let them go easily?
Apparently not.
But the one who could make the decision was Old Black after all, and Yang Yuan did not rush to express his thoughts.
Mayor, what do you think about that?
If Old Black replied stubbornly to the end,
Yang Yuan wouldn't jump, but he would definitely look for an opportunity to get away.
He came to northern Burma to seek his fortune,
not to bow down and die for anyone. Old Black's face was torn.
Blackwater Village was his base camp that he had operated for decades,
so how could he give up on it? Chapter 124, Running Away? Bang bang bang.
The forest is littered with corpses,
gunfire and screams. Ha ha ha.
This bunch of trash.
Thanks to us still so important.
Li Weiqian laughed wildly as bullets poured out of his gun like rain,
each of them shot like a god.
In this visibility of less than 10 meters in the forest night, still shot dead,
a shuttle bullet down, often take away several lives. At %%, the enemy is scrambling around, panicking. Bang! One bullet right in the eyebrow, dead on arrival. In the next second,
a figure swept past in a hurry.
It was Gu Mingxin.
He traveled through the forest like a ghost,
so agile that it was hard to catch him. He held a rifle,
the muzzle of which glinted a little coldly in the refraction of the moonlight,
as if it were the eye of death. Bang! With the last shot,
there was not another enemy standing around the crowd.
Gu Mingxin slowly put down the rifle that was still smoking in his hand and swept a glance at the wretched battlefield, full of corpses, blood in the moonlight with a weird dark red color.
The pungent smell of blood filled the air.
Disgusting.
Li Weiqian and his brothers were full of excitement as they came striding in,
their mouths still discussing how many people they had just taken out. Alright, don't be careless all of you. Let's celebrate when we pull down Blackwater Village.
Gu Mingxin raised his hand to interrupt the discussion.
He could strategically defy the enemy like his teammates, but tactically, even if there was only one person on the enemy's side, he would still give it enough attention. At that moment, a night wind blew through, and the leaves in the forest rustled as if whispering the aftermath of the brutal battle.
Gu Mingxin took a deep breath, the strong smell of blood in the air causing him to frown slightly.
He crouched down,
his fingers gently touching the puddle of blood on the ground,
already a little cold.
There were at least 80 to 90 corpses under his feet, and it had been an unknown number of years since the last time he had experienced this kind of scene, and this moment gave him a feeling as if it was a lifetime ago.
There is both nostalgia and a hint of discomfort. Don't delay any longer. Let's get to Blackwater Village as soon as possible while the night is still dark.
Gu Mingxin stood up, his gaze becoming firm as he looked into the distance, the direction of Blackwater Village.
The killing, it's not over. The crowd quickly replenished their ammunition and headed towards Blackwater Village under Gu Mingxin's leadership. Along the way,
everyone maintained a high level of vigilance, weapons held tightly in their hands,
eyes always on the lookout for movement around them. There might still be ambushes set by the enemy along the way, and they didn't dare to be careless.
Along with their light footsteps, an oppressive silence filled the forest,
and the occasional cries of a few night lords added a bit of tension.
When they arrived outside Blackwater Village, the village was dead silent. Not a single light or sound could be heard.
Gu Mingxin gestured for everyone to stop. He was catatonic, slowly approaching the entrance to the village, which was already empty. Where did old Blackie go? Did he run away? If that's the case,
then Gu Mingxin and others are considered to have saved their lives.
After keeping watch for a few minutes and not seeing anyone come out, Gu Mingxin stopped waiting.
Blackwater Village was completely surrounded by a wooden fence, and it was completely impossible to see anything inside from the outside. He carefully felt his way along the cover towards the fence, which was more than 3 meters high and a bit difficult for ordinary people to get over. But in Gu Mingxin's eyes, it was easy. Gu Mingxin's legs bent slightly and lashed out, lightly leaping towards the fence like a cheetah. His hands grasped the top of the fence with precision, and with a push of his arms, his entire body tumbled over, landing firmly in the shadows of the village's interior.
The moment he landed,
he quickly half-crouched,
the rifle in his hand ready to fire. There was silence all around. Only the breeze blew by, driving the leaves on the ground to rustle. By the faint moonlight, he saw that the village had a patchwork of houses, but they were all closed, without a trace of popularity. Not right.
Gu Mingxin was secretly alert in his heart. According to what Li Shan said, when they passed by the village, something was being celebrated wildly inside, but with the dead silence in front of them, it was completely impossible to tell.
Where are the people? Did old Black run away and take all the villagers with him? But that's moving too fast, isn't it? Gu Mingxin didn't dare to be careless,
and remained unhurried as he felt his way towards the nearest house.
The houses are bamboo fence houses.
Most of the houses in the village are. A few are wooden plank houses, which is considered a rich village in this part of northern Burma.
The door was closed,
and Gu Mingxin reached out a hand and gently pushed it down.
Realizing that he couldn't push it, to prevent making noise, he dared not use brute force. Wait, window was open.
Gu Mingson immediately shifted his target and came to the window. The room was dark and he couldn't see anything. But it didn't matter. It was hard to defeat Gu Mingson. He rolled over and nimbly leapt into the house without making a single sound. When he landed, he quickly stood against the wall, listening vigilantly for movement around him. The whole house was awfully quiet except for the sound of his own slight breathing. There's no one in the house? After realizing this, Gu Mingsen relaxed and walked over to the window. The quilt was half lifted, and he reached out to try the temperature. Again hot. It seems that people should have just left not long ago. Can't it be that the old black runaway really took the villagers with him? But with the villagers time-consuming and laborious, completely costly, he is not stupid? Nonetheless, Gu Mingsen was still uneasy and checked several houses one after another. And the same was true. It was only then that it was determined that the warlord leader, Old Black, and all the villagers had run away, and it was too late to think about the reasons why, because along with everyone in Blackwater village running away, they would be faced with an even more difficult problem. Their whereabouts are about to be revealed. There was no doubt that after Old Black escaped, whether out of vengeance or for other reasons, he would definitely pass on the news that the third park had been breached to the boss behind the Shofu Island Park. Once that happens, their next target, Campus 1, will definitely be on guard, including their final destination, Campus 2, *******. Then what are you waiting for? Go after them. If there was only Old Black with his last 100 or so soldiers and horses, for Li Weiqian's proposal, Gu Mingsen would have just nodded his head in agreement and chased after them to finish them off. But don't forget there are villagers who don't know the exact number of people. Should we kill them too? If not killed, these villagers escaping would likewise give away their trail. So with the effort of chasing, it would be better to get a good night's sleep and refresh for the upcoming counterattack from the Shufu Island Park. He's a strange one, taking the villagers with him on the run. What do you think we are? What do you think we are? A mob that kills everyone? Gu Mingsen was also very puzzled, but he felt that there must be some reason for this. Sam, over here, come on. Chapter 125, Hell on Earth. The group came to a cellar door where the captain stood. What's wrong? The captain didn't say anything, just pointed inside the cellar, signaling them to see for themselves. What's in there? He has such a stony expression on his face? Gu Mingsen frowned and probed, and when he saw the scene inside, he was surprisingly stunned for several seconds. The crowd did the same, all shocked by the scene inside the cellar and unable to speak for a moment. Yet, these guys, after a long time, Li Weiqian was the first to break into tears. **********. How come I let this bunch of run away? Mad. I can't stand it. I have to go after them. Sam, give the order. What was in there that made them so angry? The brothers were furious, and Gu Mingsen's heart was equally furious, but he did not immediately agree. Don't worry, even if they run to the ends of the earth, we will definitely not let them go. The tone was full of killing intent. Once, during his service in 001, he had never even seen a scene more bloody and brutal than this, but in the north of Burma, in one night alone, he had seen it twice. What are you waiting for? Help! With a low growl, he walked into the cellar without waiting for his teammates to respond. A dozen thin, bony, bruised men lay sprawled on the ground in the dim light. Their bodies were covered with whip marks and bruises, some wounds still oozing blood, mixed with the putrid odor of the cellar, which was sickening. Gu Mingsen hurriedly squatted down and gently picked up a young man who still had breath. The man's eyes were lifeless and his dry cracked lips trembled slightly, but he couldn't make a sound. He's lucky to be alive. At least, let's move them out first. The environment here is too bad for treatment. The team sniffed and moved quickly, working in pairs, carefully lifting the men out of the cellar one by one and placing them in nearby houses. 16 people, 6 out of breath. The remaining 10 can survive, I estimate. It is difficult to more than half. Gu Mingsen's heart sank when he heard the death toll reported by Li Weiqian. Where's the doctor? Hasn't he arrived yet? This wasn't in the country, and they didn't have strong medical logistics behind them, so at the moment they could only hope that the doctors could save a few more people. He's still on his way. Probably another 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I don't know how many of them will make it through those 10 minutes. Time passed by, listening to the wails of pain coming from inside the house, making every second seem unbearably long. Finally, the roar of a car came from outside. The doctor is here. A member of the team shouted excitedly. Gu Mingsen let out a long breath, his taut nerves finally relaxing slightly. After some efforts by the doctors, the condition of several slightly less injured people gradually stabilized. But there are still a few seriously injured people who are still teetering on the edge of life and death. They're losing too much blood and there's nothing I can do about it. In the end, only 7 of these 10 people survived. And these 7 were lucky to have met Gu Mingsen and the others. But it is also unfortunate because they are still in hell.
Gu Mingsen looked at the three nationals who hadn't made it through, his fists crunching as his heart burned with anger like a blazing fire. If there is a hell on earth, it is the north of Maine. He secretly resolved that before he was born, he would swing this extra-legal land at any cost. Let all the sinners, all of them, pay the price. On the way to Campus 1, as the sky turned fish-belly white, the sun slowly rose, coloring the earth with a light golden hue. Stop! Old Black raised his hand to call a halt to the procession. Village chief, why have you stopped? The enemy may be coming after us soon. Sandy's tone was full of urgency. He had stationed at the sentry post before and could be said to have personally experienced the battle with Gu Mingsen and the others. If he hadn't decisively chosen to strategically retreat, I'm afraid he would have become a corpse at this moment. That was why he could most deeply appreciate the terror of Gu Mingsen and the others' strength. And the 200 soldiers led by Koan Chicken basically didn't have any power to fight back. What's the hurry? Old Black frowned and chided. I left my tail behind. If the enemy comes after me, they will definitely come to report. Hearing this, Sandy's anxiety eased a little. Even so, why was Old Black stopping at the moment? Yan Yuan was also unable to understand the time back to an hour ago, when the Old Black took the decision to run away. He was relieved. But Old Black's next words, let's go to Park 1. What did you say, village chief? Not. What are we going to do in Park 1? Yan Yuan was dumbfounded at that time. They are not to the point of exhaustion. There are still 2 villages and the park these lands. No matter what, it is not reduced to go to someone else's home territory to take refuge, right? And there is another important issue. You go, people also have to accept you to be able to. Do not arrive at the local people directly give you a sentence. From where to go back to where. If that's the case, they're muggles. There is an old saying in the country of China, called the enemy of the enemy is a friend. They came in with great force, wiped out the 3rd park in one night, and took out more than 400 of my people in a few shots, so it can be seen how terrifying their strength is. Yan Yuan was stunned. What you mean is, the Old Black face is gloomy. This time, the Shofu Island Park is in big trouble. By himself, I estimate that it is difficult to survive. Us as well. Do you think that after the Shofu Island Park is destroyed, will they let us go? The chances were very, very small, or else the other party wouldn't be making a move on them at the moment. If that was the case, Old Black and the others would either go far away or fight to the death. Obviously, Old Black was unwilling to give up such a big business, but with his current strength alone, to put it nicely, it was called resistance, but to put it bluntly, it was just a brainless delivery of heads. So there is only one way, the Alliance Shofu Island Park. Together against Gu Mingsen and others. Maybe there is a ray of hope. Yang Yuan opened his mouth and felt very dismayed. Was this still the Old Black he knew who was not moving and shouting to kill? He can have that kind of knowledge? Of course, even with the change in his perception of Old Black, Yang Yuan was still not optimistic about the proposal for the Alliance's Primeval Island Park. Still, why would anyone want to be in league with you? On the basis of the 100 or so defeated soldiers that Blackie has? They're all illiterate. They'll swallow you up for their teeth. But this sudden stop halfway down the road, did he change his mind? Village chief, what's wrong? Yan Yuan went forward and asked. Old Black frowned as he scanned the line that was more than 100 meters long. A large part of them are ordinary villagers of Blackwater Village. Most of them complained about the Old Black, after all, who are not willing to leave their homes for no reason to embark on a life of flight. Then there's the fact that you ran away in such a hurry that you didn't have time to take out the money from the bottom of your suitcase and take it with you. Old Black could not help but curse. A bunch of brainless things. But the laborer saved you. Chapter 126, Gu Mingsen's Scheme. The Old Black man was very upset to realize that, like in front of these natives of northern Burma, but whenever they fall into the hands of other forces, a little bit of culture is okay. As long as they are illiterate, they are lucky to be killed by a shot. After all, these guys, in the eyes of the other forces, were only worth a few dollars for a body part. Even so, the Old Black still cannot abandon this group of people. They can be their own power map in the middle of the basic disk. Without them, where will Old Black find soldiers? Who will farm his land? Whose money does he make at the casino? Sandy, give you 30 men to take the villagers to White Tree Village. It was another village in his sphere of influence. Thought he, even if he was going to the Alliance, what was the point of dragging his family? It seems to be a predetermined plan for where the villagers will go. But Sandy is a little confused. The Old Black had 3 big beloved. At the moment there is only one left, Sandy. He does not entrusted with the important task, how to give back to the dispatch. At least that's what Sandy thought. Full of reluctance. Not the village head. This just finds someone to bring it. Need I? Cut the crap. You think I'm just going to have someone delivered and be done with it? In the face of Old Black's might, Sandy didn't dare to contradict him and shrunk his head, but his expression remained unconvinced. Old Black glared at him fiercely when he saw this. If not for the fact that Kuan Chicken and Ong Chai were gone, Old Black wouldn't have been able to count on him. Arranging for Yang Yuan to go? No way. Never. He likes Yang Yuan only insofar as the other guy can bring him millions and millions of dollars a year. You're coming with me. Walking to the side and making sure that Yang Yuan and his men could not hear the two of them talking, Old Black opened his mouth to reveal the real purpose of having Sandy personally travel to White Tree Village. Here's this for you. Slip Sandy a note. What? Sandy picked it up and was about to open it straight away. Don't open it yet. Wait until you leave. Seeing his serious expression, Shoddy nodded and obediently put the note away. This is a shipment of arms I have stored at White Tree Village. Arms? How much? Seeing how serious Old Black's expression is, it should be quite a lot. Of course, Sandy would not dare to move any crooked ideas now. After all, arms alone will not do. There must also be people. Then you recruit some people in the two villages. I'll be waiting for you in Park 1. Do you hear me? Seeing Sandy freeze, Old Black couldn't help but chortle again. There was no way around it. He had lost a lot in this battle with Gu Mingsen and the others, so he could only pull the tallest out of the short ones and delegate this heavy responsibility to Sandy. Ha! Oh, good. Don't worry, village chief. I promise to complete the task. Chest thumping. And I don't know if it's reliable or not. The Old Black man stared straight at the sand for a few seconds until he couldn't afford to lower his head. Go on. Yes. He quickly ordered all 30 men and led the villagers in a grand march toward White Tree Village. Along the way, the villagers still kept complaining, but Sandy didn't take advantage of the situation, and went up to give a scolding when he saw someone slowing down. He represented Old Black. No one dared to disobey his will, but the resentment towards Old Black deepened. Sandy took the time to open the note that Old Black had given him. The address on it was the same as he had guessed. The arms were placed under Old Black's villa in White Tree Village. Without moving, he collected the note and headed toward the village of White Tree. After Old Black and the others watched Sandy lead the villagers away, they didn't stay too long and got into their cars to speed up toward the No. 1 park. In Blackwater Village, the four of them, Gu Mingsen, Captain, Levi Chang, Li Shan and Ahu were sitting inside Old Black's villa. It was said to be a villa, but in actuality it was a larger boarded-up house, though it did qualify as a villa compared to the other houses in the village. Tell us what's next. The captain spoke first to break the silence. Li Shan, Li Weiqiang and Ahu glanced at each other. No one spoke first, and finally converged their gazes on Gu Mingsen. It was obvious that they all had their own ideas. They just weren't good at speaking up first. Let's start with your thoughts. Gu Mingsen didn't want to be dictatorial, plus he himself hadn't thought about his next plan yet. Good. It's the captain. He's got a belly full of it. I suggest we leave all the wounded here. When these words came out, the atmosphere instantly froze. They all knew that letting Gu Mingsen give up the wounded, that was harder than climbing up to heaven. But the captain still mentioned it? As expected, Gu Mingsen frowned tightly, not objecting, but not agreeing either. That attitude says it all. Captain, you should be aware of how small the chances of them surviving are by leaving them here. Gu Mingsen spoke, his voice cold. If it had only been the woman at the beginning, it would have barely been possible to follow. But now 7 more wounded had been added. How can they have so many people to look after them? The captain was sober. Sam, you should also know that it's simply not realistic to have so many injured people following us. No matter how good they weren't Superman. They couldn't carry people and fly. And when faced with an enemy siege, these wounded would hold them firmly in place like stakes. Li Weiqiang glanced at the captain, then at Gu Mingsen, and sighed helplessly. Sam, the captain is right. Bringing these people will severely limit the brothers' fighting. He agreed with the captain's view, yet he also understood Gu Mingsen's difficulty. But they have to face reality. There were now 3 options before them. One was to leave the men behind and they would once again become that invincible team without any weaknesses. The second is to station here and wait for the wounded to recover from their injuries, but to face head-on the frantic counterattacks of the Shufu Island Park and the remnants of the Blackwater Village. 3 retreats. First moving to safety with the wounded, then back to the second park, so that it is likely to give birth to a lot of variables, the consequences of which are even more serious. No, there is another way. It's just hard to get the captains to agree with them. You guys take the wounded and move. I'll head to Campus 3 myself. Gu Mingsen's eyes were very firm, sweeping over every single face. Without exception, all 4 were shocked by Gu Mingsen's decision. Sam, do you have any idea what you're talking about? Sam, be sensible. Do you know how many enemies are ahead? Not hundreds, but thousands, tens of thousands. No, even more. After all, they are now, sort of, enemies of the whole of northern Maine. Doesn't Gu Mingsen know?
No. He knew very well in his heart what he would face after making this decision. But he still insisted.
I know, but someone has to do it, don't they?
The tone was very calm,
yet so firm.
The four of them were stunned,
unable to retort. Just like several years ago when they were in a desperate situation during a mission, Gu Mingsen was also as determined as he was now, incomparably determined not to give up on any of his teammates.
It could be said that without Gu Mingsen,
they wouldn't be standing here today.
It was Gu Mingsen who gave them a second life.
So, will they agree? Chapter 127, Old Darkness arrives at Campus 1. Gu Mingsen's decision caused everyone to fall silent.
In fact, they knew in their hearts that no matter how much they tried to dissuade them, they would not be able to change Gu Mingsen's decision.
But to just agree to this program?
The captain took a deep breath and broke the silence.
Sam, we understand that you're anxious, but we can't let you risk your life alone.
Li Weiqiang also nodded his head in agreement.
Yes, son. Before we left the country, we all agreed that no matter what we do, we can't leave our brothers behind.
It could be said that without Gu Mingsen, there would be no current 002 squad.
And if Gu Mingsen left, would 002 still have a need to exist?
In the face of dissuasion,
Gu Mingsen's reaction was as they expected.
He shook his head and his tone was very firm.
It's the best option for you to move to safety with the wounded.
I'm more flexible and less of a target on my own.
So don't worry about me.
I'll be careful. There was actually nothing wrong with this scenario. Rather, it suited them better. Their main task now was to determine Lu Qiaozhen's whereabouts and life and death. The current engagement with the local forces was also a last resort.
After all, it was unrealistic for dozens of them to completely hide their tracks. Gu Mingsen acting alone could solve this problem perfectly. Waiting to determine Lu Qiaozhen's final whereabouts before contacting his teammates to carry out a rescue operation would be the optimal solution.
It's just that very few of them realize it. Ever since they've been out of the country,
they've been extraordinarily excited and don't do as many things as they used to do with as much forethought and deliberation.
The captain wanted to say something else, but seeing Gu Mingsen's determined eyes, he also finally realized that any more persuasion would be futile.
I'm afraid.
He sighed and patted Gu Mingsen on the shoulder.
Fine, but I don't agree with you acting alone. Gu Mingsen froze,
momentarily failing to see through the deeper meaning of his words.
There are 8 wounded. To carry out the transfer, 4 cars are enough.
It is not necessary for all our brothers to follow.
What does he mean? Split up?
Gu Mingsen heard it and frowned slightly. He knew that the captain was trying to get some of his brothers to follow him so that they could look out for each other.
I think it's okay. Let the doctor take 10 of his men to move the wounded, and the remaining dozen or so go on ahead. Yeah, Sam, that's better than you being alone. Gu Mingsen pondered for a long time.
It was not impossible to split the army into 2. Only he still had some worries. What if the doctors encountered the enemy on their way to transfer the wounded?
What if they were short of manpower?
All right, then, as the captain proposes,
let's split the army in 2.
But 10 is too few for the doctor to take away.
Add 5 more.
These 5 extra men are likely to play a vital role in times of crisis. The captain didn't object at his words, but instead revealed a satisfied smile.
As long as Gu Mingsen no longer insisted on going alone,
it made no difference if there were 5 more or 5 less.
On the other side,
Old Black had arrived 400 meters away from the number 1 park.
The guards on the high wall spotted them at a glance. After all, it was over 100 armed men with AKs. It was hard not to notice. Sound the alarm immediately.
A piercing instant cut through the quiet dawn, the shrill sound echoing through the park and beyond.
Inside the park, some had just woken up, some were still asleep, but all looked in the direction of the gate in shock the moment they heard the siren.
What happened? I can't believe I pulled the alarm that hasn't been used in a year. There's not going to be an attack on this place.
Is there? Are you kidding me? Shufu Island Park is the top major power in northern Burma. Who would dare to attack this place? It's too long to live.
Although it was hard to believe,
when Mahmoud, the head of Park 1,
climbed the high wall and saw the unidentified armed men who had approached the gate of the park by 100 meters. This concern still arises in the mind.
Is there really someone who is so impatient to live that he is an enemy of the Shifukushima Park?
From here, the group was dressed in military uniforms,
clearly soldiers under one of the warlords in northern Burma.
Wait, they stopped.
Old Black came up.
Old Black,
the little warlord who straddled the line between Park 1 and Park 3, still made an impression on Mahmoud,
but the distance of 100 meters prevented him from identifying the other party.
Binoculars.
Here,
Mahmoud took over and quickly turned the camera on the old black man and his party.
Through the clear vision of the binoculars, he confirmed that the person in front of him was none other than Old Black. The heart couldn't help but be flooded with a trace of doubt. This old black man usually carefully maintained a delicate balance between the no,
1 and no,
3 parks.
Why did he suddenly bring so many armed men to kill at the entrance of the park in a furious manner today? Old Black, what do you mean by bringing so many people to my Shofu Island park? Mahmoud picked up a megaphone and shouted towards the old black man, his voice echoing in and out of the park. Old Black? That little warlord from Blackwater Village? He's crazy. Dared to attack Park 1? It's better to be dead. Every time we go to Park 3 to trade piggies, we have to pay him a layer of tolls. These are in the minority in terms of status and freedom within the park. Most of the others weren't very concerned about who was going to attack Park 1, because no matter what the outcome was, their situation still wouldn't change. And Old Black, who was 100 meters away from the high wall, also immediately looked towards the direction of the high wall after hearing the sound. Although he couldn't see Mahmoud's expression, he could hear a hint of caution and anger in the other party's tone. He cleared his throat and picked up the megaphone as well and responded. Mahmoud, I'm here today to talk to you about something important. Find a place. Mahmoud frowned and pondered in his mind that the two sides did not socialize deeply. What important things could he have? What's so important that you have to bring so many people? You just say it right here. If you can't tell me, you won't be able to leave easily today. The tone is very strong. The Old Black, the small warlord, Mahmoud has long had the intention to overthrow, just has not been able to find the right opportunity. If he couldn't come up with a statement today, Mahmoud had every intention of leaving Old Black behind. You go and contact the third park. Tell them the situation and tell them to watch out for a backlash from Old Black's men. Mahmoud whispered his orders to the men at his side. He didn't realize that only these 100 or so of Old Black's hundreds of soldiers and horses were left, thinking that the other hundreds had been left behind in Blackwater Village by Old Black. So if he took out Old Black here today, there was no guarantee that his men wouldn't hit the third park, so a reminder was always good. Being threatened like this, Old Black also felt anger in his heart, but he also knew that the situation at the moment was not as good as the others, so he could not be impulsive. Gritting his teeth, he said, Mahmoud, I'll have my men go in and tell you not to shoot. After saying that, he pushed Yang Yuan. The other side was dumbfounded. Chapter 128, The Miserable Nan. Yang Yuanran was dumb enough to let him go. I'm afraid it's a meatbag that won't come back. They say that peers are enemies, but in this part of northern Burma, they are enemies. Before today, the other side is afraid of the hundreds of soldiers and horses under the hand of the Old Black. He went in to stroll around nothing, but with just these 100 or so remnants in front of him, not even a defeated general. Maybe Mahmoud would reward him with a peanut rice if he was not happy, and the odds are very good. There were two reasons for this. One was that Mahmoud himself was a grumpy person, and the other was that Yang Yuan had tapped into the one park a couple of times. Ha, village chief, I can't. I don't get along with Mahmoud. Old Black smiled playfully and nodded. That's a yes? Of course not. Immediately after that, he raised his hand and pointed at the men behind Yang Yuan under his hijacked expression. If you don't want to go, then let them? As soon as these words came out, several people were immediately scared out of their wits, their heads simultaneously shrinking back. Joking aside, if Yang Yuan goes, Mahmoud is jealous of Old Black and may still be alive to let them go. It is expected that Mahmoud will find it hard to let go of this opportunity to air his grievances, and Mahmoud has a bad reputation in his hands, guaranteed that do not want to go down in one piece. No, it all seems a waste to go down to the ground, and will probably have to be chopped up and fed to real piggies. Yang Yuan certainly understands this, but dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. Nan, you go. Picking a short man out of a tall one, he went straight for the most useless henchman. It's an alliance. As long as the meaning is there, there's no need to waste your own smart and capable men. Anan, who was named, instantly turned ashen, and his legs softened as he directly knelt down. No, the old boss, I can't go. With a sobbing voice, he couldn't stop his body from shaking. Yang Yuan, however, had a cold face and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Nan, don't you talk nonsense. This is a good chance for you to get credit. If you get it done, you'll come back with a lot of favors. If you dare to disobey orders, don't blame me. Saying that, Yang Yuan also deliberately touched the gun on his waist. The threatening intent was self-evident. Anan looked around at his companions in despair, but they all looked away from him, not daring to meet his eyes. They were all aware that this trip was going to be a bad one, and no one wanted to push themselves into the fire. Unable to do anything else, Mainami could only drag his heavy steps towards the park's main gate. Every step he took felt like he was walking towards the abyss of death. When he finally made it to the main gate of the park, his legs were completely out of control and he collapsed right to the ground. Ha, that's it? Waste. Is this sent for our amusement? The guards on the high wall, seeing Anan in this sorry state, had revealed contemptuous smiles, and their words were even more unabashedly mocking.
Yan Yuan also couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he saw this, cursing the waste in his heart. When he went back, he would definitely clean up this indisputable thing, but he is also clear that it is not yet clear whether Nan can come back or not. He inclined his head to look at the old black face, and sure enough it got darker. He also did not expect Yang Yuan to pick out a random useless guy to fool him, causing him to lose face in front of Mahmud. But things have come to a head, and one can only grit one's teeth and hold on. Mahmud, is it sincere enough for me to send this kind of cargo in to talk to you? This, sincerity? He's kinda brazen, but on the other hand, it does count as sincere. After all, by sending this kind of cargo into Park 1, Mahmud didn't have to worry about him pulling any tricks at all. Even so, Mahmud couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, feeling very speechless at old Black's chutzpah. Send 2 men, carry this guy in. Remember to check for bombs on this guy. He waved his hand at his men, who took orders and walked down the high wall. After a moment, the park gate opened a crack and 2 guards rushed out to Anan. Big, Pa Dash. Shut up, be honest. Minami wanted to get close, but who knew he'd get a direct slap on the face, and the poor kid almost cried out. However, that wasn't the end of it. The other guy reached out for his ass. Hey, no, Pa Dash, told you to be honest. Deaf, ha, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. If you don't fight back, your asshole will not be protected. Nan is furious. However, what? Why don't you move it? Before he could make his next move, a cold muzzle of a gun was directly pressed against his forehead. Impulse is the devil. Daisies or little lives? It's a question that deserves careful consideration. The chrysanthemum is gone, and the little life must be preserved. The small life is gone. The chrysanthemum is not necessarily saved. So, hiss Dash, these 2 guys are so rough. They've made Nan's face green. Finally, the nightmare was over, and Minami breathed a sigh of relief. But the next, recheck the mouth. What? Can't you just check from the top down? Anan is desperate. Nima, it stinks. He could barely hold back his overnight meal, so it was good that the nightmare was over for good. Okay Dash. After checking to make sure that there was no bomb on Minami, the 2 guards each grabbed one of Minami's arms and yanked him up off the ground. Anan screamed in pain, but didn't dare to resist, so he could only let them do whatever they wanted. Wait, what's that guard's face? This, Anan is in danger, probably going to lose his chastity, and before he knew it, he was covering his ass and hissing. Anan was taken to a secret room with various instruments of torture with traces left by his predecessors. Just by looking at it, Anan couldn't help but shiver. And did the other party have some deeper meaning by bringing him here? As he was thinking about it, Mahmud walked in with 2 armed guards, one of whom was the same guard who had just given him that look. This time, Minami noticed, and suddenly her asshole tightened. Say, what did old Black tell you to pass on to me? Mahmud sat down and looked coldly at Anan, his eyes revealing a hint of bloodlust. Nan was too stunned to speak. Mahmud's patience wore thin and he frowned. 2 hands down went up and set the man up, and without further ado, tied him directly to the tiger bench. This ordinary person must be scared less. Asterisk. You piece of. I can't believe you pissed yourself. Pa Dash. Gamlin Ryu. I just brushed it clean last night. If you don't lick it clean for me later, let's see what I'll do to you. The other guard was hot-tempered and went straight for a slap. All right. Mahmud waved his hand, calling a halt to the duo. I'll give you one more chance. Speak. Seeing that the 2 guards have already taken the bricks, Anan spoke extremely fast, quickly recounting all the news of the 3rd part being breached and the intentions of the old black man to come here. Chapter 129, Rejection of Alliance. What? Mahmud's face paled. Campus 3 was performing in the tens of millions of dollars a year. Hundreds of millions on a good day. Who ate a bear's heart and dared to go against their Shofu Island park? The first thing he thought of was the other 2 big powers in northern Burma. But on second thought, it didn't make sense. This business of wire fraud is different from other industries. The situation of internal roles is not serious. We are all muffled, far from the extent of the knife fight. But I can't think of anyone who would have the guts to. Boss, it's not good. The little brother who had just had the 3rd park alerted to beware of old Black's counterattack came running quickly and shouted with an uneasy look on his face. Combined with the news revealed by Anan, Mahmud couldn't help but feel panicked. Something had really happened in the know. 3 Park. Several calls to Park 3 have gone unanswered. Sure enough, Minami wasn't lying, and this is a big deal. He had already imagined how his boss would react when he learned of the fall of Campus 3. Storming, then, will surely do whatever it takes to fight with the opposing forces in a firefight. This process will kill many people. Send someone to Park 3 to find out what's going on. Don't take the main road. Even though there was already a 99% chance that Campus 3 had fallen, he had to send someone to confirm it himself. At least figure out who the enemy forces really are first. Yes. The men responded and immediately retreated to arrange for someone to go ahead and check out the situation in the third park. After the command, Mahmoud turned his attention back to Anan. Eyes like a knife. Tone of voice cold, you know all the details, give me carefully say again. Not a word to miss. If you dare to play any tricks, you know the consequences. Anan's body trembled, and if he hadn't been tied to the tiger bench, I'm afraid he would have collapsed to the ground. Yes. He then started from the conflict with Li Shan several people, to the old black set up an ambush, but was recognized by Gu Mingxin and others, and then without injury to take out a large part of the old black's troops and horses. The old black ran away with the intention of alliance with Mahmoud and so on one by one. When he finished speaking, Anan carefully glanced at Mahmoud, his heart filled with worry about his next situation, the task that old black had given him, and what Mahmoud wanted to hear were all told in his head, so that he was of no use at the moment. As we all know, in North Burma, it is essential not to let any power mind think you are of little use, or else, as it is now. Hey, Boss Ma, what do you mean by that? Mahmoud ignored it and left the interrogation room straight away. The most important thing at the moment was to deal with the unknown challenges that lay ahead. He left, but the two guards stayed. No, one of them seemed to be leaving as well, but before he did, he turned his head to look at his teammates. Watch it, you don't want to give him a bad time without the boss giving the word. In Campus 1, there is only one person who has the power of life and death, and that is Mahmoud. Therefore Anan cannot die until Mahmoud announces the outcome of Anan's treatment. But, can do something else? Don't worry, it's not like it's happened once or twice. I know what's going on. The other guard waved his hand impatiently, and this expression, Anan was miserable. Soon the only people left in the interrogation room were Minami and the guard who coveted his ass. Big brother, I have money. I have a lot of money. As long as you don't touch me, I'll give it all to you. He's totally scared. Has he forgotten? In northern Burma, if you have money and no power, you'll only die a worse death. Ha! Money? I'll touch you and you'll have to honestly spit out the money to the laborer, or you'll be in for a treat. There was confidence in his tone, and it was clear that this was not the first time he had done this. This time Anan is completely call the sky, call the earth, but can only eyeballs to see the other side to extend the claws to their own. A scream that rings out. Mahmoud frowned slightly but didn't stop him. After all kinds of perverts made up the majority of all his men. Go back to the high wall and pick up the megaphone. Old black, go back where you came from. We don't need an alliance. What? He just refused? The old black was surprised. No matter what, he at least has more than 100 soldiers. Just a little bit cannot see? Mahmoud, think carefully. This incoming enemy is not a small one. The fighting is amazing. He attempted to increase his side's leverage by portraying Gu Mingxin and the others as powerful. However, Mahmoud did not eat this. It is not that he does not look down on old black's 100 or so men, but that old black does not have the capital to make an alliance with him. This is more than 100 guns, but also more than 100 mouths. Once he accepts the alliance, he must not make a place to accommodate these 100 people. He had to feed them and drink them. If old black said to come and join him, he might consider it. Old black, I made it very clear. Alliance? No way. Unless you are self-sufficient. Old black's face went green and white as he listened to Mahmoud's words. He was left with just over half an hour to make a run for it, so he had nothing with him except his gun, ammunition and personal belongings. How are they supposed to be self-sufficient? Obviously, the other party was letting it know to retreat. After all, if the enemy did not come to attack for a day, they would have to stay here for a day. These 100 or so people eat, drink, and sleep every day, but they all have a cost. Village chief, the other party obviously doesn't have any sincerity of alliance at all. I think we'd better go back to White Tree Village or our home park, Yang Yuan casually said. He hadn't held out any hope for the Alliance 1 campus and still stuck to the plan he had started with. The Shufu Island Park and the third-party mysterious forces snipe at them. Although there was the same risk, it was better than having a direct conflict with that mysterious force in any case. After all, the other party's fighting strength is really too scary. Did not understand what is going on it. Their hundreds of brothers are gone. Yet, old black men he could not think of it? Of course not. The old black who can become a party in the north of Maine is not a generalized person? It was because he knew all too well how terrifying Gu Mingxin and the others' battle power was that he insisted on coming to ally with Mahmoud. How many years has Yang Yuan been in northern Burma? How many years has he been in northern Burma? The former only saw that the Shofu Island Park was so powerful in this part of northern Burma that no one dared to touch it. Think dare to move the third park.
is bound to be one of the major forces in the northern region of Myanmar. The two sides' strength is equal. They can sit on the shore to watch the fire, see the opportunity to go up to nibble a bite. There was nothing wrong with such thinking, but he had overlooked the point that the opposing forces were uncommonly strong in combat. In northern Burma, regardless of the size of the power of the warlords, the quality of the soldiers under their command is basically at a level. The war is you fire a shot, I fire a shot, you die a soldier, I die a soldier. Chapter 130, White Tree Village. But today this incoming enemy is so strong that it is unheard of. In just one night, the third park and his Blackwater village were destroyed in a row. And what was even more horrifying was that up to now, Old Black still didn't know what Gumingson and the others were, and which forces they came from. So he had a strong premonition that with just these 100 or so men under Mahmud's hand, he would still not be an opponent, even though he was occupying the advantage of the high wall. Mahmud, I'm not being alarmist. Cut the crap. Alliances are fine, but this park of mine, you can't enter, and if you want food or drink, you have to pay for it. Mahmud gradually lost his patience and directly picked out his side's conditions. The men who went to check the situation in the third park have not yet returned, and he does not dare to completely trust Old Black. Not allowing him to enter the park is to prevent the other side to play any tricks. Sell them food and drink is simply want to make a fortune from the Old Black. After all, this guy every year trafficking also quite a lot of money. When the Old Black heard this, immediately in the heart of the fire, or that thing, run away to run in a hurry. Blackwater village villa below that saved a few years of dollars and gold, is a little bit did not bring out. It was even more heartbreaking to think about. Okay, let's do as you say, but this money has to be owed first. The mouth said so, but the heart is secretly poking and calculating to wait for you to see the terror of the enemy. Labor to see you still have the face to ask for money? I'm afraid Mahmud won't have a chance to mention the money to him again by then. Hearing that he was going to be owed a bill, Mahmud frowned, mildly displeased, but on second thought, for this amount of money, Old Black this then should not renege, right? I don't think so. It's not like it's a couple $1 million to lose your share over. Yes. With that, the two sides entered into a partnership to fend off the coming enemy. Meanwhile, Sandy led the villagers, finally arriving at White Tree Village before noon. Before they stepped into the village entrance, they actually ushered in a wide range of attention from the villagers of Baishu Village. Sandy wasn't from White Tree Village, but he was known to basically everyone as one of Old Black's inner circle. Sandy? What are you guys? Looking at the Blackwater villagers in front of them like refugees in the last century, the White Tree villagers had a head full of questions. Don't ask so many questions first, go get some food. After a night of partying last night, with his stomach full of booze, and this running around all morning, he had long been starving in front of him. The Blackwater village villagers were similar, staring at the White Tree village villagers expectantly. Ah, there, you guys are here just in time. The dining hall will be open soon. It is the big pot meal, because all three villages plant poppy, food are purchased from outside back. In order to facilitate the management plus save costs, the Old Black will be directly in each village to set up a dining hall, eat big pot meal. He was quite conscientious and did not take this opportunity to raid the villagers' hands. Led by the old village chief of White Tree Village, Sandy and the crowd of villagers from Blackwater Village hurriedly arrived at the dining hall. Tables and chairs had already been set up in the dining hall, and the steaming hot meals had just been served, the aroma instantly tickling everyone's cravings. Everyone couldn't care less about being polite. They all found a seat, copied the bowls and chopsticks and gobbled up the food. The villagers of the White Tree Village gathered around, looking at their hungry appearance, their hearts filled with doubts and worries. Sandy, what the hell is going on? Why do you all look like you've escaped from a ghost gate? The old village chief asked as he took a drag on his dry pipe. Sandy swallowed the food in his mouth, drank some water, and took a breath before saying, the Blackwater village is gone, and the Shofu Island no. 3 Park has been destroyed, and a mysterious force has come with a very terrifying strength. Thanks to our people running fast. He didn't tell about the 400 dead soldiers because nearly half of them were from White Tree Village, and if he told them, it would definitely cause a panic. He's got some brains. But even so, the dining hall still instantly exploded as the villagers of White Tree Village exchanged words, panic written all over their faces. Then will our White Tree Village also? Where's Mayor Black? How come he's nowhere to be seen? Could it be that? What? Black Village Chief also? They were as if they had lost their parents. The Old Black was extremely prestigious in the 3 villages, and the thought that even he was, hey, what are you thinking? The village chief is alive and well. And the reason why he didn't come in person is that he went to find an ally. Allies? The old village headman froze, a word that could be quite foreign in northern Maine. Which ally? Park 1. Mahmud. Upon hearing this name, the old village chief's brow furrowed slightly. and a hint of complexity appeared on his face.
That guy can be very proud of his heart.
Would he be willing to ally with the Black Village Chief?
Who knows? That's what the village chief said anyway. The old village headman took a drag on his dry cigarette and pondered. This mysterious force is coming on strong. What will happen to their White Tree Village? It had to be considered carefully, or else it was likely to end up like Blackwater Village. Suddenly, the old village chief's expression was stunned as he looked towards the sand.
Sandy, I'm sure the Black Village Chief has other orders for you to come, right? Sandy nodded and told all about the purpose of the trip,
but still hid the fact that 400 soldiers had died. The old village chief was silent for a moment as he listened. If it was really like what Sandy said, that the enemy's next target would be Old Black after exterminating the Shofu Island Park, then their White Tree Village would definitely not be spared either.
So, this one has to be given anyway. Good. I'll make the arrangements. Just this gun. You can't just have people. You need guns. You can't fight the enemy with a kitchen knife, can you?
Don't worry. The village chief has already made the arrangements. Old village chief, you just need to make the arrangements for the people.
Okay, then I will immediately go to. Right. This is the key to the piggy bank.
Recently came a batch of new goods. You turn around and pick one to bring it to the Black Village head.
After saying that,
the old village head threw the key onto the table and left the dining hall straight away.
Sandy's eyes lit up as he copied the key.
The 30 soldiers he brought with him stopped picking at their food and looked at him expectantly.
You, and you, come with me.
The soldiers who were named were ecstatic, and the expressions of those who weren't instantly collapsed. Sandy took the 3 soldiers who had been named,
and, with the key in his pocket, walked expectantly in the direction of the pigsty. When we got to the place, it was a suspended, 4-square bamboo cage that looked like it could hold a dozen people.
And it's not pigs that are locked up inside, but people, and they have another name for them in northern Burma. Piggies. These are all the villagers of Baishu village who got them through enticement,
kidnapping and intimidation,
and took them to Old Black in exchange for money. As for what Old Black did with the piglets, they were not sure, but there are only 2 kinds. One is to sell to other parks, the other is to self-digest.
Chapter 131 Arms and Meals. Sandy, the men are all set. When do you plan to move? And this gun?
The old village chief was quick and efficient, and before nightfall, he had gathered together the only 50 or so strong laborers left in the village.
There's no rush. Wait until I'm done. Sandy waved his hand and turned to plow on. 10 minutes later, he got out of bed with a relieved look on his face and a mess behind him. Seeing his clothes on the floor, after dressing, he opened the door and walked out, just to see the grim-faced old village chief standing there, staring at him. Sandy wasn't the least bit flustered, and as he fastened the waistband of his pants, he tasted back. This batch of piggies is really good quality. The old village chief's face sank slightly, but at this juncture, it wasn't good to have a fit, and he just urged, don't talk about anything else. The main thing is important. This piggyback would have fetched a good price, but now that it's been so spoiled by Sandy, I guess it'll just fetch a whole lot of money for the parts. Follow me at. With a big wave of his hand, Sandy led the crowd to Old Black's exclusive villa in Cypress Village. The door to the villa was closed and an eerie silence permeated the surroundings. A few moments later, the door slowly opened and a lean man poked his head out, his eyes warily surveying the crowd. He was the guard that Old Black had left behind to watch over the villa, and with so many people suddenly gathering, he couldn't help but wonder if something big had happened. Sandy approached his ear and informed Old Black's orders and commands in full. The lean man's pupils shrunk slightly after hearing this. Then he stepped aside and let Sandy and the others enter the villa. Once inside, Sandy didn't stop for anything and headed straight for the basement, only to see that the basement was piled with weapons and ammunition, the sheer amount of which caused Sandy and the old village chief who followed him in to instantly suck in a breath of cold air. The old village chief secretly calculated that this batch of arms in front of him could at least arm an army of thousands. Sandy looked at the arms in front of him a moment of difficulty. The Old Black said let him come to pull arms, but did not say how much specific pull away. Pulling it all away? Doesn't seem necessary. White Tree Village gathered more than 50 people, and I guess the other village is about the same. Thinking of this, Sandy made a decision, and he waved his hand. Go on, move half and leave half. Nonetheless, in the end it still filled up the vehicle he had come in and had to commandeer a jeep from the village. After doing so, Sandy said goodbye to the old village chief and the villagers, and prepared to go to another village to pull in another batch of people before heading to the No. 1 park to support Old Black. Boss, this is the situation. All the brothers in the 3rd park are dead, and all the hundreds of piggies are nowhere to be found. Mahmoud's face was horribly grim as he listened to his men who had traveled to the 3rd park to check out the situation. Things are big. The men were too scared to utter a breath and stood with their heads down. Immediately give me to find out where the piglet went. Live to see a man, dead to see a corpse. Also, find out who's behind this. I'll make sure he's dead, Mahmoud said viciously. Piggy was the most important asset in a park, and now that it had disappeared, it convinced him more and more that the mysterious force came from a peer force. They are the only ones who would go through the trouble of moving hundreds of piggies safely. After instructing his men, he had something more important to do, and that was to report to his boss. Fittingly, his boss blew a gasket when he learned that Campus 3, which would have generated tens of millions of dollars in annual revenue for him, was gone. One after another phone call out. But the high officials and the heads of the various forces were also confused and said they didn't know, including peers, also said they did not know, and even threatened that even if they were to attack, they would not pick a soft target to pinch, and would definitely hit the one park directly. This is good. The culprit has not been found, but instead, he is holding his breath again. Find a way to get me a live one. I want to see which one it is. Hanging up the phone, Mahmoud felt a big headache. Where could he find a live one? Just then, a henchman walked in. Boss, those guys at the door want us to send some food and drinks. Look, how about this price? Mahmoud was too distracted to care about that, and waved his hand impatiently. You guys watch. The men's faces were pleased, but they quickly collected themselves and then retreated. Now, Old Black looks like he's going to hemorrhage. On the other side, Old Black was eagerly waiting, and he almost jumped up in excitement when he saw the park's tightly closed gate finally open. The door's open. The door is open. The man Mahmoud had just been working with walked out unhurriedly, a hint of imperceptible cunning flickering in his eyes. Hey, how come there's no food? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Labor wants meat. The old black men from last night to now, but a grain of rice have not eaten. Now has long been hungry eyes. Seeing that it was empty-handed and there was no food behind them as they had imagined, emotions instantly became agitated. Shut up, all of you. If I'm here, you'll all eat for free. Old Black gave a roar plus a wave of his hand, instantly silencing the troops who had just been in a commotion. Hey, what's the matter with you? Where's the food and drink? His tone was a bit unkind. He had agreed to pay the debt. Was Mahmoud going to renege? The man's skin smiled, a sly glint in his eyes. Boss Black, don't be in a hurry. It also has to be time for us to cook for this cafeteria chef, doesn't it? Hearing this breezy tone, Old Black couldn't wait to directly slap him. You've prepared a full banquet at your house. You didn't make it from noon tonight? Don't give me anything else to talk about. Tell me when the food will be delivered. In fact, not only his men, but Old Black himself had likewise not eaten for a day and a night. Well, the man's face was torn and he wanted to speak. Say something. Fart something. Old who was impatient, his brow furrowed deeply. Perhaps feeling the fire was enough. The man spoke. That, you should understand. Boss Black, our meals don't come from the wind. Straight up. How much? Although I can see that the other side to play the meaning of the autumn wind, but at the moment the situation is not as good as the people hungry really do not support. The Old Black really do not want to ink with this guy. Anyway, this money he did not intend to return. He. Boss Black is really quick. We don't ask for much. Let's give $500,000. This includes the brothers' food for the next month. Do you think it's okay? He rubbed his hands together and a fawning smile piled up on his face. This guy isn't afraid to give it a go. Old Black's heart shook when he heard this figure. This was simply a lion's share of the money, taking advantage of the fire. But the more the other side does, the more comfortable he is in relying on this debt. Chapter 132. Blackwater Village. Village entrance. A roaring flame rose to the sky, illuminating the surrounding night sky in red. The pungent smell of scorching quickly spread. If you carefully smell can be found. The smell, an ordinary meat aroma, is different. Northern Burma is a tropical rainforest region, and those hundreds of bodies in the forest are likely to cause unimaginable disasters if they are not disposed of in a timely manner. Sam, there's a wounded man awake. Gu Mingson and the others twisted their heads in unison to see that Tiger was waving at the crowd with an excited expression on his face. This would be the only good news they've heard in the last few days. Walking into the room where the wounded were housed, I saw a pale man lying on a simple hospital bed, with fear and confusion in his eyes. Gu Mingson crouched down and asked softly, "Brother, are you all right? Can you tell us exactly what happened?" The man opened his mouth, but did not make a sound. Who hurriedly handed over a cup of water. The man drank a few mouthfuls before slowly saying, "I accompanied my girlfriend on a trip to Mongnam, and on the way back to the hotel, suddenly a group of gunmen hijacked me and my girlfriend. I was knocked out by a thug with a rifle and woke up here. They're not people, not human." Seemingly recalling those horrible experiences, he became emotional, his body trembling unceasingly, his eyes red, tears welling up in his eyes. "They got in my face. In my face.
The man choked on his words, his hands gripping the sheets so tightly that his knuckles were white.
Gu Mingson gently patted his shoulder,
trying to calm him down,
realizing that the injuries on his body hadn't fully turned around yet.
As the others listened, their hearts were also filled with anger and sympathy.
Li Weiqiang clenched his fists,
gritted his teeth and said, "These must make them pay." But when he learned that even those villagers were abusers,
Gu Mingson finally stopped holding out any hope for this place.
This place,
it sucks. It sucks through and through. After calming down, Gu Mingson immediately ordered, "Move the wounded immediately. The rest of you follow me onward." No one objected,
for they had been harboring a fire in their hearts for a long time after listening to the man, and could not wait to encounter a band of enemies and make a killing at once.
Wait. It's that wounded man. He's pulling on Gu Mingson's coat. What's he going to do? Gu Mingson bent down slightly and looked at the man in the hospital bed. I don't want to go. Leave me behind. I want to avenge Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan.
That's his beautiful and cute girlfriend.
The spirit is commendable, but how can he take revenge when he can barely lift his arm? Gu Mingson didn't reject it completely. Recuperate from your injuries first, and when you're healed, if you're still thinking about revenge, you're welcome to join us anytime. At that,
the man let go of his hand with slight reluctance. He couldn't tell if these were Gu Mingson's words of comfort,
but no matter what, a seed of revenge had taken root in the man's heart, and sooner or later, one day, he would return to this land. By the way, what's your name?
Gu Mingson had already turned to leave, and when he was about to walk to the door, he suddenly remembered that he still didn't know the man's name.
My name is Rika. Li Jia?
Gu Mingson murmured in a small voice.
Okay, that name, I'll remember it. In this world, those who could be remembered by Gu Mingson's name were either his enemies, his friends and family,
or those who deserved his respect.
Back to the village entrance.
The fire is slightly reduced. I think that after another 3 hours or so of burning, the nearly 400 people will be completely dust to dust, earth to earth. There was a long pause until the captain arrived and broke the heavy atmosphere.
Sam, one more question. What about all this money?
The captain pointed to the more than $20 million not far away.
Which are the results of the old black accumulated for many years.
I did not expect a carelessness.
All cheap Gu Mingson them. What else can I do? Carry on. Gu Mingson was still thinking about it when Li Weiqiang stepped forward first. Admittedly, it's money.
And beyond that,
it can't be thrown away, can it?
Yes. It's not much for one person to carry a little. But have you ever thought that if we have all this money after only 2 trips, will we still be able to carry all of it when we go to other places later and capture more?
Not bad. It's still cash. And don't forget the gold. Hard to carry that too? Gu Mingson frowned.
This was the downside of the lack of logistics. If it was placed in the past, all one needed to do was to report a location to his superiors,
and in less than half an hour at the slowest, someone would come to collect the money. But now,
they were all combat members,
and only the 4 blackbirds were barely half logistical.
There was nothing they could do with the mountains of cash.
Tell you what,
have the doctor take all the money with him and send it to the ship after escorting the wounded to the borderline.
As for the latter, we'll talk about that when the time comes. Gu Mingson thought very simple. Take it if you can, throw it or burn it if you can't. In short, just don't leave a single point for the later forces.
The crowd moved quickly to move all the money to the vehicle in which the doctor and others were traveling.
After doing so, the doctor didn't make too many stops, and after waving goodbye to Gu Mingson and the others,
he started the vehicle and drove towards the borderline. Watching the last car disappear from sight,
Gu Mingson's expression condensed, raised his head, looked at the sky. What's wrong? Seeing Gu Mingson acting so strangely, Li Weiqiang couldn't help but ask. Gu Mingson did not rush to answer, but took a deep breath and exhaled heavily, completely relaxed. The moon isn't very bright tonight. A dark and stormy night? Is that what it means? Seeing Levi Strong's agitated face, he thought that this should be the meaning. Don't freeze. My big gun has been hungry for a long time.
He urged Gu Mingson to get into the car and set off.
Gu Mingson felt a little weepy, but didn't say anything frowned upon and obediently got into the car. Seeing that everyone was in position, Gu Mingson extended his hand out the window and gave a firm wave. Depart. Vehicle starts and heads in the opposite direction of where the doctor and others left. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Old Black and the others were finally eating their first hot meal of the day. It could also be the last meal of their lives. Another bowl. I can see that Mahmud's henchman, Black Heart to Black Heart, but as long as the money is given in place, this food arrangement must guarantee quality and quantity. After all, it's $500,000. Chapter 133 Operational Programs. Old Black was feasting when Yang Yuan came over. Village Chief, now that we've joined forces with Mahmud, Shouldn't we meet with him to discuss the following battle plan?
It was a very constructive comment, and after all, Old Black had decided to come to the alliance in a fit of pique. The specific battle plan had never been thought through in detail, and now that he had eaten and drank,
it was indeed time to think about it. You're right, go arrange for a brother to shout. Yang Yuan went and didn't shout,
but asked the Parkers who brought them food to pass on the message. Soon Mahmoud received the message and frowned slightly.
A battle plan? How can they formulate it when they don't even know the identity and true strength of the enemy? But no matter what, it's been promised to the League, and you can't come up here and not give the Old Black man face. The two sides agreed to meet at the entrance to the park. Mahmoud brought 10 men on his side, heavily armed, and Old Black did likewise,
and it seemed that they were both on the defense of the other side. The two of them first greeted each other briefly and politely,
and then went straight to the point. What? You're saying you're taking people into the park? No way. That's absolutely impossible. Mahmoud flatly refused, his eyes revealing caution and determination.
It was important to realize that Old Black still had more than 100 people in his hands, so once he had any bad intentions, it would be a great threat to the No. 1 park. The Old Black Mahmoud was resolute and not annoyed in his mind. In itself, he did not expect the other party to agree to their entry into the park.
The reason for such an outrageous request is also to prepare for the following conditions. In that case, then provide me with some tents.
I can't let so many of my men all lie on the ground and sleep.
Can I?
This request, like the last one, was really not worth mentioning, and Mahmoud really didn't think much about it and just nodded his head in agreement.
Since we're not allowed inside, let's talk about our battle plan outside. Seeing the other party's promise, Old Black's heart was delighted, and he hurriedly changed the topic, fearing that the other party would return in the next second.
Aha!
Mahmoud nodded slightly, signaling him to continue.
We are stationed outside the park,
in the same clearing we are in now,
and are responsible for scouting the perimeter of the park.
And as soon as we find out that the enemy is coming, I will notify you immediately, and you will have to send immediate support.
Mahmoud listened attentively, nodding his head from time to time, and calculating in his mind that this program would indeed do him more good than harm.
However,
he fixed his mind and looked at the ground map.
In the No. 1 park to the Blackwater village must pass through the road. Both sides of the road are endless forest. That's a good spot for an ambush. However, after Old Black heard Mahmoud's ploy, his face instantly became strange. What's wrong? Not good? How should I explain this to him? Is it possible to say outright that Gu Mingson and the others were the ones who took out several hundred of his men silently in an ambush? If he had said so, Mahmoud would have belittled his side and even affected the newly established alliance.
But if he really accepted Mahmoud's proposal to set up ambushes in the forests on both sides of the road,
he would probably repeat the same mistake. And that was all he had now, 100 or so bottoms.
This place to set up an ambush is indeed a good location in theory.
But, Old Black said hesitantly, trying to find a suitable expression.
Mahmoud frowned slightly when he saw Old Black stammering, a hint of displeasure welling up in his heart.
Old Black, if you have something to say, just say it, don't dilly-dally. Could it be that you have some concerns?
He could see that Old Black had something to hide, but he definitely couldn't imagine that Old Black had sent 400 people to set up an ambush on the road that must be traveled from the No.
3 park to Blackwater village, and in the end, only less than 20 of them came back alive.
Old Black gritted his teeth and decided to reveal some information anyway.
Mahmoud, we have fought with the enemy,
although we don't know the identity of the other side,
but we can see that the other side is very good at jungle warfare, so it's better for me to be stationed here and fight them hard. Eat a line of wisdom. This guy is not stupid.
Knowing that in the jungle with Gu Mingson and others,
the possibility of winning is minimal. Hearing this,
Mahmoud only thought that Old Black was afraid of being beaten, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, but he didn't show it. This ploy did not persist any longer.
After all, his No.
1 park had a high wall present.
Even if thousands of enemies came to attack,
there was no fear.
So Mahmoud made up his mind that he would not mobilize a single soldier to leave the park until the enemy was identified.
How to arrange the outside is all left to the Old Black,
as long as it does not provoke the No. 1 park, as he tossed. Having agreed, the two men returned to their respective camps. Mayor, how's it going? As soon as Old Black came back, Yang Yuan couldn't wait to gather around. Touché. Like hearing the gospel, Yang Yuan's face immediately surfaced a bright smile.
At least there is a tent that can block the mosquitoes.
Otherwise this night will pass and most likely the person will follow. In no time at all,
Mahmoud arranged for his men to bring the tents.
It's not too big, and when it's propped up,
it doesn't look cramped when you lay 3 people down. The Old Black is not to be missed.
1 person exclusive of a tent. Yang Yuan in the field status is second only to the Old Black, but also have the honor to be treated with this award. As one tent after another was put up, a humble campsite came into view. The old black and his soldiers were already exhausted and fell asleep, snoring. I have to say, from a distance, it's kinda cozy. Wait a minute, is there no one standing guard? If Mahmoud had seen this situation, he would have rubbed his forehead and sighed longingly. What kind of pig teammates did he find? Of course, I don't blame them. After all, they're just too tired. Last night a night of revelry, during the day and all the way to run all the way tired, until the evening to eat a serious meal, not iron bodies simply cannot carry. On the other side, Gu Mingxin and the others, as they had done during the attack on Blackwater village, abandoned their vehicles when they were about 2 kilometers away from the No. 1 park, choosing to quietly feel their way through the forests on both sides of the road. In the middle, he was worried that the other party would set up an ambush in the forest like last time, but the wind was calm all the way through the touch. Hey, do you think they still don't know that Park 3 was breached by us? Can't say for sure. Unlikely. Blackwater village and other people fled in the direction of this No. 1 park. Inside the people must be able to find anomalies. A little inquiry, and then call the No. 3 park. A look at the inability to get through. We'll certainly send people to check. The group was discussing and diving at the same time when suddenly, Gu Mingxin raised his hand and called a halt to the group. He saw the outline of the high walls of the first park, and the humble camp. The Great Battle. A touch. Chapter 134, The Sleeping Murderer. The team stopped to look. Good lord. This wall has to be 5 meters high, right? I don't think so. It's over 4 meters, but it's not easy to get up there. Hey, what's he doing with this entrance camp? It was only then that the others noticed the extremely alternative-looking camp under the high wall. Say it's a military camp, but it really doesn't look like it. There are no personal patrols, and then there are the tents scattered around the camp. There is no rule of arrangement at all. Gu Mingxin stared at the campsite, his mind quickly calculating. The usual, I'll go up and check it out first. You guys wait for my news. As soon as the words left his mouth, he didn't even give his brothers a chance to react before dodging out. Stepping into the camp, the only feeling that gave Gu Mingxin was that it was quiet. It was too quiet. If this is a military camp, either the general is incompetent and doesn't even have basic patrols of soldiers, or this is a trap. A trap? No, it was unlikely, because as he passed a tent, there was light snoring coming from inside. Gu Mingxin stopped and listened with his side ear, making sure that the person inside was sleeping heavily. He slowly approached the tent and lifted the curtain, in which lay 3 soldiers in skimpy uniforms. Through the appearance, Gu Mingxin quickly judged the identity of this troop. He was about to leave when, suddenly, there was a slight scuffling sound not far away. Gu Mingxin's heart tightened and he immediately closed the curtain and hid in the shadows of the tent. Then a figure came into view, from another tent not far away from the Chinese. The face belongs to East Asia, and it is not clear exactly which country it belongs to. Gu Mingxin held his breath while his entire body's muscles had tensed up. As long as the man made any movement, he would attack without hesitation. It was a good thing that the East Asiatic was walking towards the edge of the camp in a daze, not even noticing anything strange around him. Not long after, there was a zippy sound of water coming from that direction. Finally the man shrugged it off, lifted his pants, fastened his belt, and returned to the tent in a daze. This guy was lucky to have dodged a bullet, but he just couldn't avoid it even if he was lucky next. With this little episode in the past, Gu Mingxin returned to his teammates without further delay and informed them of the situation at the camp. It's the same old rules. 2 people in a group. Try not to make too much noise, or you'll be in trouble if you disturb the high wall guards. Don't worry, we saved it. They patted their chests in assurance, not a hint of panic visible on their faces. As far as they were concerned, the more challenging the task was, the more it inspired them to fight. Soon, in groups of 2 or 2, they sneaked into the camp as silently as ghosts. Li Shan and Tiger were in a group, and they were responsible for clearing the tents on the right side of the camp. The 2 men catapulted themselves gently closer to a tent. Tiger first listened outside the tent for movement inside, and after making sure there was snoring, he nodded to Li Shan. Li Shan would understand, gently lifted the tent curtain. When both of them entered the tent, looked at each other, followed by the 2 of them gently attaching their palms to the sleeping person's throat vocal cords, then nod to each other while counting down in your mind. 3, 2, 1. Ka-ching. The 2 of them exerted force at the same time, and 3 crisp cervical vertebrae snapping sounds rang out in the tent, and the sleeping trio was out of breath before they could even let out a single moan. Li Shan and Ahu exchanged a glance to make sure they didn't make too much noise, then loosened their hands and slowly exited the tent, continuing to sneak toward the next tent. Yang Yuan was in a tent, and once he was in a state of mental tension, his sleep became shallow. As it was, he was just getting used to the whirring noises that were rising and falling around him. But suddenly the whirring became less and less until it disappeared completely. Cautious by nature, he realized immediately that something was wrong, opened his eyes, sat up, and first pricked up his ears to listen. There was only the silence of a falling pin. Something's wrong. Very wrong. No matter how much those soldiers slept, they couldn't possibly not make a sound at all, could they? Alarm bells went off in Yang Yuan's mind as he gingerly got up from the bed and reached for the gun on his pillow. The moment he gripped the handle of the gun, he calmed down a little. Then he cautiously approached the door of the tent. His ear pressed against the tent fabric, trying to hear the movement outside. It was terribly quiet outside without a single breeze, which instead made Yang Yuan more nervous. He knew that the enemy had probably infiltrated the camp, and was so skillful that he had silently disposed of those around him. Then the next. There's a good chance it'll be him. No, he can't. He couldn't just sit back and wait for his turn, or he'd be a fish on a chopping block. Yang Yuan took a deep breath and violently pulled open the tent door. Ha! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bang! When he only heard a sound of nationalism, he felt his head sink, his eyes went black, and his whole body fell straight down. But vaguely, he saw the face of the attacker. It was Li Shan, with whom he had had a brief encounter. It was also a coincidence that Li Shan and Ah Hu happened to touch over, thinking that this tent was the same as the ones in front of it, and the people inside slept like dead pigs, so they were careless and prepared to go straight in to finish the people off without scouting ahead of time. But unexpectedly, just as Li Shan's palm was about to touch the tent curtain, it was suddenly opened from inside. Li Shan was shocked and subconsciously spat out the sound of that nationalism, but he reacted quickly and struck out to stun Yang Yuan before he could react. It's a good thing Raoul reacted quickly, or else you'd have been done for if you'd called out. Li Shan gently put Yang Yuan down, but still had his heart in his mouth. Shan, look at this tent, he lives alone. This guy must be a big fish. Ah, whose tone was slightly agitated, and Li Shan nodded slightly. Okay, let's keep him alive for now. Get a rope and tie him up. Okay. In this way, Yang Yuan was able to survive in his unconscious state because he lived in a tent alone. But, is it really lucky to be alive? The duo tied him up, not forgetting to put one of his own smelly socks in his mouth at the end to prevent him from waking up and yelling. With that done, the two left the tent and rejoined the larger group. Meanwhile, a new guest has arrived on the old black side. Gu Mingson gently lifted the tent flap, and the first thing that entered his ears was old black's earth-shattering snores. Sam, it's basically confirmed that this is the unit that escaped from Blackwater Village. The strange thing is, where did all the villagers go? This black ball, like 80% is the Blackwater Village chief, Old Black. Li Weiqiang stared at Old Black, who was sleeping with a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. This guy has committed countless sins. It's too cheap to simply get him killed. Chapter 135, The High Wall of the Park. Well, Old Black woke up with a start only to feel a chill on his neck. You are, but only a blurry face was visible, and the eyelids closed uncontrollably again. Seeing him almost yell out, Gu Mingson frowned slightly and looked at Li Weiqiang, giving him a scolding glance. The latter knew that he was in the wrong, scratched his head and let out a simple smile, and defended. I also didn't expect to just run into this guy, and he woke up. Gu Mingson didn't say anything more, just made a gesture signaling to hurry up and deal with Old Black. Their biggest goal tonight was Park 1, and they couldn't waste too much time here. Li Weiqiang understood and quickly tied up Old Black and stuffed something in his mouth to make sure he wouldn't mess up when he suddenly woke up. He was then carried to a position away from the high wall. Coming back from all this last night, the rest of the team had settled all the tents and converged on them, using them to conceal their form. The next step was to find a way to occupy the high wall silently. Gu Mingson stuck close to a pair of tents, showing half of his head to observe the condition of the high walls. It seemed that they had learned of the news that the third park had been breached, and there were 5 guards on the high wall, and all of them had a high level of vigilance, walking back and forth and looking downward from time to time. Moreover, the top of the high wall is equipped with some lighting equipment, sweeping back and forth all around, so it is not difficult to go over the wall silently. It's a bit tricky. The captain couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't hard to take care of the 5 guards. What was rare was not making too much noise and disturbing the insiders. The camp is about 100 meters from the high wall, with no cover in between, and the searchlight sweeps a round trip at about 9-second intervals. That means you have to run 100 meters in 10 seconds to stay out of their way. The equivalent is going to be over 9 seconds for 100 meters, close to the human limit speed, and I'm afraid that the only one present who could do that was Gu Mingson. Even if he did, Gu Mingson would have to run under the high wall, and would have to climb up over 4 meters to take care of the guards in that area, again keeping the time to less than 10 seconds. Everyone unconsciously gathered their gazes on Gu Mingson. This challenge was not too difficult for Gu Mingson, but his expression didn't change in the slightest. Come, as if he was just dealing with a trivial and insignificant matter. He nodded toward the crowd. "Leave it to me." Just 3 words, but brought hope to the crowd. No one thought he was being facetious. They all thought Gu Mingsen could do it. "Sam, be careful with everything. If things don't work out, back off. Big deal. We'll force the attack. It'll be a bit of a hassle at best." The so-called trouble spots in the mouth of the team are probably deadly. Gu Mingsen understood this. So, his eyes were unusually firm. It was success or failure. He unloaded all the guns and ammunition on his body, and took off all his body armor, just to reduce his body weight and compete for the fraction of a second that might play a vital role. "I'm going." Leaving a sentence behind, he took a deep breath and leaned his body forward slightly, like a cheetah about to hunt. Mental countdown. 1, 2, 3. It's now. When the light from the searchlight swept over the tent he was hiding in, Gu Mingsen immediately rushed out like an arrow off a string. The footsteps were light and swift. Each step seemed to step on the wind, and from a distance, its body turned into a black residual shadow in the night. The hearts of his teammates in the rear instantly lifted, their palms unconsciously placed on their rifle butts. Once the high wall guards discovered Gu Mingsen's figure, they would not hesitate to shoot to cover for him. 9 seconds flew by, and just as the searchlight was about to sweep over again, Gu Mingsen had already rushed under the high wall, a narrow escape from the searchlights. Wait, he didn't stop. He actually used his strength to leap straight up with the intention of going over the high wall. Gu Mingsen was impulsive. This would inevitably make some noise, in case the guards on the high wall were startled. Then a bloody battle would be inevitable. The hearts of his teammates were instantly in their throats. Snapped. Very slight. Hopefully the guards on the high wall didn't hear it. Only Gu Mingsen's hands were seen clinging to the edge of the high wall, and from a distance, his entire body was hanging on the wall. He stopped? Is he gambling? Bet the guards didn't hear it, or heard it but didn't care? After all, the sound was really slight, and if you didn't think about it carefully, you wouldn't be able to notice the abnormality at all. Ta-da! It was the sound of the guard's footsteps, growing clearer from a distance. Not good. He was moving forward, and Gu Mingsen was surely discovered. Gu Mingsen's expression froze as he quietly retracted one palm that was gripping the edge of the high wall and took out the only weapon he had on him, a dagger. Looks like he was prepared to be found out. Da! The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and from the viewpoint of the captain and the others, as long as the guard's head was angled a little lower, he would be able to see the palm of Gu Mingsen's hand hanging singly over the edge of the high wall. Not good. Sam is going to be discovered. Should we shoot? Levi was so alarmed that his finger subconsciously went to the trigger, as if he would fire the next second. Don't shoot. Wait for Sam. The team leader chirped repeatedly, but kept his eyes fixed on the touch-and-go situation on the high wall, similarly shifting his gun and putting his finger on the trigger, apparently also ready to shoot at any time. Everyone else held their breath and moved in the same manner as the two. At #UN at hey, smoke? It was Filipino, which Gu Mingsen couldn't understand, but he knew it was called for this guard who was about to spot him, because the footsteps are gone. At #%##, here it comes. Da. Bar dash. The footsteps drifted away and stopped. The sound of a lighter, and Gu Mingsen breathed a sigh of relief. The same was true of the teammates who were watching from inside the camp. Suck who? #UN #at. It was quiet, with only the sound of searchlights turning and the few guards talking. This was a good opportunity for Gu Mingsen to once again grab the edge of the high wall with both hands and forcefully lift his body up, revealing half of his head. The guards were still talking, not sure what they were talking about, with disgustingly lecherous smiles on their faces. They didn't realize in the slightest that danger was coming. Gu Mingsen's movements were light, but his speed was not slow at all, and he tumbled up the high wall almost in the blink of an eye. Landing on the ground, he leaned down and quietly approached towards the guards, his footsteps as light as a cat's. When he got close enough, Gu Mingsen saw the right moment and rushed at the nearest guard like a tiger pouncing on him. Chapter 136 Attacking the Park. The guard was still engrossed in conversation with his companion, and had not the slightest inkling of the coming of death. When he reacted, the dagger had already accurately stabbed into his throat, and he subconsciously raised his hand to cover the wound. But the strength of his hand grew weaker and weaker. His eyes were wide, his mouth was open, but he couldn't make any sound, and his body slowly collapsed, rapidly losing vital signs. When the other guards saw this scene, they directly froze, forgetting to exhale the smoke in their mouths. When he reacted, it was too late. Gu Mingsen's dagger had already attacked. Fast, precise, and hard. Within moments, there were 5 more cold corpses on the ground. They shared the common trait of being killed by a single stab to the throat, and were staring wide-eyed as if they were dead.
Gu Mingxin finished resolving the enemies and didn't leave himself any time to catch his breath as he stood on the high wall and looked down at his teammates. He waved his hand, signaling that they could come up. There are 4 high walls in the park, divided into 8 areas, each with 2 searchlights to see the ground. Gu Mingxin sneak attacked the high wall that was in the area to the left of the main entrance, and by tackling this side, the guards in the area to the right would also have a hard time discovering it as long as the number wasn't too many. So the team came in batches and all tumbled over the high wall by building a human ladder. The gazes converged on Gu Mingxin once again, the difference being that this time there was more thick admiration. Li Weiqiang even gave Gu Mingxin a thumbs up without hiding it. Only this kind of Gu Mingxin could bring enough security to his teammates, and no matter how difficult a task they encountered, they didn't worry about not being able to complete it. Gu Mingxin glanced gently without saying anything and gestured, signaling to split up and take care of all the guards on the high wall. In fact, by this point, there is nothing to worry about. The park has lost its biggest barrier, the high wall, and the people inside have become the equivalent of lambs to the slaughter. After receiving Gu Mingxin's hand signal, the team members quickly split into 2 teams and felt their way along the high wall towards both sides. There was basically no difficulty, and the other 7 area guards on the high wall, completely unexpected, would have enemies who could feel their way up silently. Soon the 2 teams met at another high wall. I have 3 patrols on my side of the ground, 5 men each. What about your side? Gu Mingxin and the captain agreed to remember to observe the ground situation on the way to touch over. The captain replied, same on my side. They're all armed. They seem to know we're coming and have made a lot of preparations. Humph. No matter how much preparation you make, it's useless. You still have to die. Yes, it's bad luck for them to meet us. Ha ha ha. At this time there were no living people on the high wall except them, and there were no longer any scruples in speaking. Don't take it lightly, no matter how good you are. A bullet to the head will kill you. The captain couldn't help but frown at the sight. Don't worry, we've got it covered. The words were said, but they acted unimpressed, not knowing if they were inflated or if Gu Mingxin was here to give them confidence. The captain wanted to reprimand a few more times, but was interrupted by Gu Mingxin. Same old rules, split up. Captain, you take 1 team and feel your way through from the south. I'll take the right and take care of the outer guards first, not to mention the team members. Even Gu Mingxin didn't actually put these rabble underneath in his eyes. After the first 2 battles, it is also to see the real combat power of the troops under the hands of these so-called warlords in the north of Burma. And there is no comparison at all with the enemies they killed when they carried out their mission in 001. The captain opened his mouth, but didn't say anything else, nodded, and then led a few brothers, carefully descending the high wall and feeling their way towards the south. Soon approaching one of the patrols, he immediately made a gesture, and the team immediately spread out into a semi-surrounding position. Added ##% and, I heard that Park 3 was wiped out. True or false? Said patrol looked like 5 street skaters, cigarettes in their mouths, guns in their hands, hanging back and forth, not the least bit alert. Added #%. Really? I heard that someone was sent to check it out, and all the piggies were gone except for the guards' bodies. Who is it? How dare you? Dare to hit our boss's business? Don't you want to hang around in North Burma? Listening to Brother Gubin's analysis, it's either the other 2 major forces or an outside force that doesn't know the depths. They had a mouthful of smoke and a word, chatting hotly, not realizing that several daggers glittering with cold light were slowly approaching. Do you think their next target will be our one park? Who knows? What do you put? This guy is still lucky. At least before he died, he saw the person who killed him. Li Shan. Long-winded also don't know what kind of bird language to speak. Li Shan couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Shan, it's Filipino. Tiger sniffed and kindly explained. You hear me? Can't understand. What are you pretending to know if you don't understand? Inexplicably disliked. Tiger said he was wronged. Clearly he meant well. It was good that he had an unusual relationship with Li Shan and did not get angry. Okay, stop being poor and get to work. The captain chided. Separated from this group of teammates for a few years, how do you feel that everyone has changed? Except for Gu Mingxin. He is still as strong as ever. The 2 withdrew their voices. The others withdrew their smiles and continued to move. And soon another patrol came into their sights. Good lord, this patrol is even worse. Kebabs and beer, what the hell? With this bunch of goods, the Shofu Island Park can be called a major power in northern Burma? You're kidding. In fact, it is quite normal. Since the rise of the electric extortion industry, the traditional industries in northern Burma have gradually ceased to be popular, and the warlords have gradually disappeared from the war to seize the land. After all, to engage in electric fraud, only one factory is needed. The market is not completely saturated. Peers are fine and will not come to trouble. Peaceful development. No one is willing to spend huge sums of money every year to maintain an elite force that can only be seen, which has led to a decrease in the fighting level of the armed elements in the area year after year. 1, 2, 3, 4, why is one missing? Going to the bathroom? I think so. The team leader couldn't help but frown as well. He was sure he saw a squad of 5 on the high wall, but there were only 4 in front of him? Where did the other one go? These 4 were getting closer and closer, and if they didn't make a move, they were at great risk of being exposed. Whatever, let's take care of these 4 first. The captain's eyes flashed as he gave a decisive order. Woo 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 woo. The crowd about to strike froze. What's going on? Why is the alarm going off? Is Gumingsen's side exposed? Chapter 137, A Side-by-Side Massacre. Fight dash. The team is yelling, the alarm goes off, and a formal firefight is inevitable. Bang bang bang. The rest of them reacted quickly, and bullets poured out like rain. What? The 4 guards were still in a daze, and the bullet had already hit them squarely in the center of their eyebrows, killing them instantly. At the same time, inside the park building, a large wave of enemies emerged. Take cover. Bang bang bang. At the captain's words, the enemy fired bullets that grazed the team and hit the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. On the other side, the park surveillance room. Send a group around and try to surround them. Mahmoud gave his orders with a cold face. The appearance of Gu Mingsen and the others inside the park indicated that the high wall of defense he was so proud of had broken down. Park 1 is in danger. Without any hesitation, immediately call the boss behind the scenes and ask for backup. What? So fast? The boss behind the curtain was shocked to learn the news and bounced out of bed with a shocked look on his face. It was only during the day that Mahmoud had reported to him that Campus 3 had been breached, and then he had called in the evening to tell him that Campus 1 was almost untenable as well. What's the situation on your end now? The behind-the-scenes boss inquired as he got up and walked briskly to the study. The high walls have been breached and the enemy has penetrated the interior of the park. There was a hint of trembling in his voice. The other party could solve the most difficult high wall silently, so he could think about the strength of the enemy. The boss behind the curtain was cold at the sound of it. Obviously, even if support arrives in time, I'm afraid Campus 1 is busted. Hold on. I'll arrange for backup right away. Yes, Mahmoud's tone is firm, but a scene on surveillance. Bang dash. Bang bang bang. Holy dash. The opposite side is hitting so well. A guard, witnessing a bullet strike his companion squarely in the eyebrow, subconsciously stepped back and accidentally fell. Just when he was about to climb up, he saw the rest of his companions' corpses on the ground, and without exception, all of them were shot in the head. How do you fight this? As soon as you show your head, you get seconds. Bang! As he was speaking, another companion fell, equally dead. The timid ones instantly glared, not daring to show their heads. Fear spread, and all those who were still alive, their bodies shook like sieves. The gunfire stopped and they froze, scanning around to find their remaining companions all cowering behind cover. What to do? What do we do? The sirens also disappeared at some point, and the world was quiet, but their hearts were beating even faster. Bang! Another shot rang out and everyone shuddered in fear. It was a companion who wanted to see what was ahead of him, but just as he showed half his head, a bullet took his life. No one dared to get up again now. But, will the captain and the others agree to just spending time like this? The answer, of course, is, it won't. The captain was in the center, and Li Shan and the other 8 people lived on both sides, slowly advancing in a goose-shaped formation. Bang! Ha! Missed! The captain frowned. It wasn't so much their marksmanship that was the problem, but the guard who had poked his head out was very alert. Surprisingly, he poked his head out of the sides of the bunker and immediately retracted again without the slightest pause. No big deal though, they continue to keep pushing. It's over. It's finished. They're pushing through. The guard who had come back from the dead covered his chest in horror. What? All of them were greatly alarmed. Now it was a case of fight may die, not fight will definitely die. To fight? Or not? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Even if it was only a few seconds before they died, it was a difficult choice to make. 5 seconds passed without any change in them except that their bodies shook worse. But death was coming closer and closer to them. At hashtag *********. Some people got mad and showed their heads to fight for their lives. Bang! Bang! The result was obvious. The captain and the others had already set up their guns and waited for them to show their heads. The rest of the guards were even more emboldened. But there was nothing they could do. At UN% at, oh mom. Someone broke down, got up crying, and ran toward the campus building and quickly set off a chain reaction. Oh, I want to go home. Bang bang bang. The result was obviously a bloody hole in his head before he had run 5 meters. The 3 remaining guards were terrified, neither advancing nor retreating, and even if they wanted to surrender, they didn't have a white flag.
Hands up? Unless he doesn't want that hand anymore.
Maybe the only way to die with honor is to fight for your life.
Bang bang bang. Aha! Where's all this gunfire coming from? Listening to the sound, it was behind the captain and the others. Could it be that Mahmoud had sent a team around the back to kill them? Should be, but how is it that the captain's few people are not panicking in the slightest? Still not advancing slowly.
Take 2 brothers to support the rear.
The captain finally gave the order.
And it turned out that he had anticipated that the other side might send someone around the back, and had already left someone behind in the bunker they were in to pad the back. The brothers who were responsible for padding the rear,
upon seeing the new enemy,
didn't hesitate for a second and fired directly.
The shots were accurate, taking 5 enemy lives in just one wave,
forcing the remaining enemies to seek cover and engage in a standoff.
Tiger backed up with 2 men,
and the captain continued to advance with the rest.
Finally,
they were only a step away from the bunker where the 3 remaining guards were. The 3 guards seemed to anticipate it as well, and in spite of the fear in their hearts, they ghostly stuck their heads over to the side of the bunker to look.
The result, a pitch black, still warm muzzle of a gun, solidly pressed against the forehead. No. Bang!
Not giving him a chance to open his mouth and beg for mercy,
the captain directly ended his sinful life with a single shot. Bang! Bang! The other 2 guards went down the same way. After settling these 3, the captain didn't stop for a second,
gesturing his hand, and his teammates understood and began to check the battlefield to see if there were any other survivors. When it was determined that there wasn't a single survivor, he didn't bring his teammates back to back up Tiger's side either, but instead headed towards the interior of the building. The inside of the building was the real main battlefield.
The entire park covered more than 100 acres. Only this building,
it accounted for 70% of the area.
How many numbers of enemies were inside? They did not know. Coming to the door of the building,
suddenly the captain's gun swiveled and pointed to the other side outside the gate.
Who? With that shout, the rest of the group immediately sought cover and their spirits tightened. Me! It's Gu Mingsen. Some surprises, but also reasonable. The 2 teams at the same time, the same place to start, in the gate here to meet. It is normal.
Without the captain having to wave his hand, the others had already lowered their guns,
their faces showing faint joy. Without any pleasantries,
the 2 teams set their eyes on the half-open door in front of them.
Chapter 138, Mahmoud's Judgment. ********. Watching the almost one-sided carnage on the monitor, Mahmoud was both horrified and enraged. Chai Ba,
take all your brothers and guard both doors for me.
Giba is Mahmoud's confidant and the head of security at Park 1. Fierce-looking and sinful,
with the blood of the Chinese on his hands.
Yes,
whether it was his expression or his tone, he was very grave. The strength of the incoming enemy was rare in the world, and truthfully, he did not have the confidence to defend it. But he knew in his heart that if he couldn't hold it, Mahmoud, and himself, would surely die an untimely death. After Chaiba left, Mahmoud still couldn't feel at ease. It was clear that he didn't think Chaiba could hold on either, and only wished he had held on longer. Pick up the phone again and dial the number of the boss behind the curtain.
Phone call connected. Hello? How's it going over there?
The boss behind the curtain frowned. This phone normally couldn't ring once in 10 days and a half months, but in just one day, it rang 3 times.
Boss, the situation is not good.
All the peripheral brothers are dead and the building is about to be destroyed.
I need backup.
There was still a hint of panic in his voice,
despite trying his best to remain calm.
At those words, the boss behind the curtain frowned even tighter.
It won't last an hour? Mahmoud was silent for a long time and seemed to have given out the answer. Hard. This squad is too strong.
Not at all like the level of the troops under the native forces should be.
At this statement,
the boss behind the curtain was suddenly suspicious.
You mean, they are alien forces?
Most likely. The tone was decisive.
There was a moment's silence across the room, as if in serious thought. Okay, I'll look into it. Now you hold the fort. I promise backup will be here within the hour. An hour?
He had underestimated the strength of Gu Mingsen and the others too much.
It was just hard to defend for half an hour. Okay, yes.
Mahmoud felt a sudden bitterness in his heart and looked at the monitor again. Guoba had already led his men to exchange fire with Gu Mingsen and the others.
Grenade! Grenade! Boom! Smoke and dust. I don't know. What's with their firepower?
Li Weiqian looked at his teammates who were forced back and cursed in anger.
Bang bang bang. Sam, do something.
Thanks to Mahmoud's high regard for privacy within the park, the entire building is windowless on all 4 sides up to the 3rd floor. This allowed Gu Mingsen and the others to not have to worry about the enemy encircling them from both sides, but it also cut off their hopes of breaking through the other entrances.
Gu Mingsen, calm and self-possessed, looked up at the sky. No, 3rd floor window, to be exact. Kung,
take the men and destroy all the surveillance on the periphery of the park.
Li Weiqiang immediately understood, and immediately ordered 2 people to go. Soon, Mahmoud was in the monitoring room,
and the majority of the monitoring screen was nothing but snowflakes.
Not good. The other side is going to burst in through the window, obviously. He also sensed Gu Mingsen's intentions and immediately deployed a response. But there is another serious problem, and that is understaffing. All hands were now guarding the 2 entrances on the first floor, and with roughly 40 windows in the entire building, at least half of the men would have to be deployed if they wanted to be foolproof. Giba, send some of your men to guard the 3rd floor windows. Nonetheless, it also took Mahmoud only a second to make his decision. If you defend, you have a chance of survival. If you don't, you're bound to die. Dash. Bold 3, take 10 men and guard the 3rd floor windows. Chaiba couldn't help but curse, but had to follow orders, as he was also aware of the importance of the security of the 3rd floor windows. What? Baal. That leaves us with a dozen people. The other team is hitting the ball too accurately. I'm afraid it won't last long. They were separated from Gu Mingsen and the others by a corridor of more than 10 meters, so it was impractical to rush over and they could only feed bullets to each other. But the result is often that they are seconded when they show their heads, and even though they fire together, the lack of accuracy is hard. The opponent only had to show his head for a second to take one of their lives. If he hadn't brought a box of grenades with him, I'm afraid this last line of defense would have been breached by the other side. Crap, I don't know. If you're told to go, you go. They'll die just the same if they come in from the 3rd floor. Giba roared. This roar caused Bold 3 to not dare to have any more opinions, and he hurriedly ordered 10 people to rush to the 3rd floor. Spread out, check every window, and hit me if you see anyone. But could they stop Gu Mingsen? On the other side, Gu Mingsen had already begun to move, and he had asked Li Weiqiang to bring someone to collect some ropes. He first took out his dagger to test the hardness of the wall and thrust it hard towards the gap between the bricks. With a pfft sound, the blade completely disappeared, and seeing this, Gu Mingsen let out a sigh of relief. Look, I'll go first. You guys set up your guns and hit the windows whenever anyone shows their head. The crowd nodded with serious expressions. Gu Mingsen was definitely unable to make a counterattack during the climb, which was clearly putting his life in their hands. Kung, give me your dagger. Here. Receiving the dagger, his legs were slightly bent, and then he stomped hard, directly leaping up more than 2 meters. Put. The dagger held in his right hand plunged into the crack of a brick above his head, stopping his descent. As he did, rotating between his right and left hands, he was fast, and within a few breaths he had climbed to the height of the 2nd floor. Almost there. Almost there. As long as he was allowed to enter the 3rd floor safely, no one could stop them anymore. Wait. Bah. Bang. It's broken. It's been discovered. Quick. Gu Mingsen must enter the 3rd floor before enemy support arrives. This way. This way. With a wave of Bold 3's hand, all the guards who were patrolling the other windows immediately ran that way. Don't show your head. Bang. Unfortunately, his reminder came too late. Damn dash. He pounded the floor in indignation. This showing up for seconds was as gut-wrenching as it was open. Sango. With so many windows, which one is the person under? This was a fatal problem. Without showing their heads to check, they didn't know from which window Gu Mingsen would climb in, but if they did, they feared that before they could see the man, they would be shot in the head by the enemy with his gun mounted below. Time passed in an instant, and while they were still at a loss for words, Gu Mingsen had already climbed to the 3rd floor right below a window. He was in no hurry to enter, and the enemy was no cutie pie, surely racking their guns against all the windows. But to just stand still? No. Fortunately, Gu Mingsen had prepared for this and took out the grenade he had prepared at his back, quickly pulled out the safety pin and threw it in towards the window above. Grenades! Get out of the way! Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The 3rd floor was in chaos, and taking advantage of this moment, Gu Mingsen used his hands to brace himself and tumbled into the 3rd floor. Chapter 139. As soon as Gu Mingsen landed on the ground, he saw an enemy gun about to aim at him. His eyes glazed over and the dagger in his hand hurled. Swish dash. It hit this enemy squarely in the forehead, his eyes wide and his face still retaining a look of horror. The enemy is coming up. Fire! Fire! Bold San had just stabilized himself, and with a glance, he saw Gu Mingsen, who was maintaining his throwing position. The rest of the men, hearing the shouts, also returned to their senses and looked in the direction indicated by Bold 3, subconsciously raising their guns. Aha! Where is everybody? Not good. How come so fast? Without leaving them time to react, Gu Mingsen had already moved. Bang bang bang. In the blink of an eye, bullets flew across the room, but in the narrow space, the power of the gun was limited, and often, just as they shifted their guns, the person disappeared in the same place again. That way, bang bang bang. Bold 3 was anxious and annoyed, but there were numerous bunkers within the third floor, and Gu Mingsen was more agile than a leopard, making it impossible to do anything. Put! Bang bang bang! Damn dash! He was furious that Gu Mingsen had taken out one of his own juniors right in front of him, and in the end, he was still in one piece. He should be glad that Gu Mingsen doesn't have a gun in his hand. Otherwise, bang! Where did Gu Mingsen get the gun? Bold 3 froze, then subconsciously looked at the body on the ground, only to realize that a gun was missing. Pupils plummeted. Quick! Find cover! Bang bang bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, several bullets were fired from the shadows, taking away 3 fresh lives. Bold San's eyes widened with disbelief. It's over! It's over! How's this for a fight? The heart is even more desperate. The strength of both sides is simply not on the same level. What to do? What to do? Bold 3's brain raced, thinking of a way to break the game. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. He shivered violently, and then looked to his right. A junior who had exposed his head to observe the situation had already collapsed on the ground, with a bloody hole on his forehead, and the effusion of blood was spreading towards the surroundings at an extremely fast speed, and with it spread endless fear. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brothers, fight him! Bold 3 shouted and made a show of fighting for his life, and the rest of the men were infected by it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There is still a way to live if you fight, but you will die if you don't. Spell it out. So, 1 by 1, 2 by 2, all with their guns raised, they came out of cover and strafed the front. Bang bang bang. For a while, bullets flew. Wait, what is Bold 3 going to do? Why is he running in the opposite direction? I see. This guy is shameless, coaxing the others to provide cover for him as he escapes. The most hateful thing was that he even succeeded, and the others didn't realize it until his back disappeared at the end of the corridor, continuing to pour bullets like crazy. Unbeknownst to them, a gun, already aimed at them in the dark. Bang dash! Bang bang bang! The succession of deaths made the 2 remaining guards feel abnormal. Where is the enemy? Shooting out so many bullets, they do not even seem to know where the enemy, completely by virtue of the heat of the moment to stand out, and when calm down, only to find that the partners around them are all dead. A worse fear than just now ensued. Wait, where's Sango? There was no body of Bold 3 on the ground, and the result was obvious. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bang! Bang! Unfortunately, just after realizing that they'd been sold out by their good big brother, a bullet takes care of all their troubles. Only after making sure the people were all dead and clean did Gu Mingsen step out from the shadows, immediately untie the rope from his body, tie one end and throw the other through the window. In no time, the teammates waiting downstairs climbed up one by one, casting admiring glances at Gu Mingsen. And on the other side, Mahmoud, through the building's internal surveillance, had also realized that Gu Mingsen and the others had attacked the building. It's over. It's over. He was as good as dead. He couldn't last half an hour now, let alone an hour. What to do? The only way to do that is to call the big boss behind the curtain again. And at this moment either the gods will come down or Park 1 will be destroyed. What the dash? Are you a loser? It's only been less than 10 minutes. The boss behind the curtain was furious. Sorry boss, it's my incompetence. Mahmoud sincerely admitted his mistake. But in his heart he felt very stifled. Who would have thought that this suddenly popped up a force? The strength is so strong. Overnight, even destroyed the third park and the Black Water Village. Only the past day, the other side is on the first park. And, judging from the current situation, the other party would be able to exterminate them without much effort. 20 minutes. Just 20 minutes. You hang in there. The boss behind the curtain roared, having made a decision in his mind to use his bottom card. Hanging up the phone, he didn't hesitate for a second and immediately took out another satellite phone and dialed a number. Hello? General Chasong? Ha 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 ha. Boss Chen? Rare guest. Rare guest. Why did you remember to call me? Boss Chen didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point. I'm in a bit of trouble. Campus 1 is being targeted, and I'd like to ask you to help me go relieve myself. Opposite Chasong seems to feel shocked. In the north of Maine this boundary, dare to mess with this Chen boss. Not many, and can force it to call him for help. At least he is not think out which power will be. It's okay, it's just that I understand the rules, but I only have one request. Be there in 20 minutes. After saying this, the bottom of Boss Chen's heart felt like it was dripping blood. This was going to throw out tens of millions of dollars at least. It hurt. It really hurts. But it was also much better than the complete fall of the No.1 Park, which was a chicken that could lay golden eggs and could bring him at least hundreds of millions of dollars a year. Yes, with a happy face, Chasong agreed without hesitation. Both sides are not dealing with once or twice. Some things do not need to say too much understanding. He is confident that Chen boss will never dare to play any tricks with him. After all, these thousands of guns under his command aren't for sale. Hanging up the phone, T-Song immediately called for his deputy.
Immediately gather 1,000 brothers and follow me to Campus 1.
Ha, General, what are you doing?
The deputy's head was still a little dazed from being yanked out from under the covers.
Earn money. Hearing those two words,
the deputy instantly sobered up. In the north of Maine,
you can drag your feet on anything, except making money. Very quickly, in less than 5 minutes,
the deputies were assembled.
This shows that this T-Song has 2 more brushes in ruling the army. Get in the car dash. Cha-Song waved his hand. The troops hooted and hollered and got on the bus, starting a fast drive to Campus 1. Chapter 140 New Clues. Bang bang bang. Ah dash. Ah. Withdraw. Withdraw. On the first floor, gunfire rained down,
and Chaiba's men suffered heavy losses,
and now only the last line of defense remains.
The corridor outside the surveillance room.
Boss, when will the reinforcements arrive?
The brothers can't hold out much longer.
Giba stormed into the surveillance room and questioned Mahmoud. 15 minutes. Hold on for another 15 minutes. Mahmoud glanced at the time. 5 minutes had passed since the 20 minutes given by Boss Chen.
There's no mistaking it.
15 minutes? We can't even hold out for 5 minutes. Guoba almost collapsed.
Only 20 minutes or so had passed since he had discovered Gu Mingsen and the others.
And of the 100 or so guards in the park,
only the dozen or so were left at the lower entrance.
What do you want then? You can't make them fly over. Unhappy at being questioned one after another, Mahmoud disliked him back. Available. Boom. A grenade? Giba, heart shocked, cannot afford to argue with it, rushed to turn around, opened the door of the monitoring room. The result. Bang. Giba. D. Mahmoud turned immediately when he heard the gunshot,
and instantly stared at the body of Chaiba with fear and despair.
No, don't kill me dash.
Some begged for mercy and raised their hands consciously.
Bang bang.
Someone tried to resist and was greeted with a bullet right between the eyes.
Now everyone was honest, including Mahmoud. Search. Gu Mingsen gave the order, and his teammates behind him fishtailed into the room,
searching them one by one before gathering them in the corner of the surveillance room.
Who is Mahmoud?
The voice was cold, causing the bodies of the bounding crowd to tremble.
Gu Mingsen couldn't help but frown as no one stepped forward. Get Qi Xiaoming here.
Qi Xiaoming has been mixing in northern Burma for many years and is in charge of the logistics of the No.
3 Park, so he certainly hasn't traveled much and should know Mahmoud. A few minutes later,
Qi Xiaoming was brought to the surveillance room, along with Yang Yuan and Old Black, who had survived, both of whom were tied up. The eyes were filled with horror.
The duo didn't expect, in any case,
to just take a nap and wake up to see that the whole world had changed.
These two were put aside for now,
and Gu Mingsen grabbed Qi Xiaoming over.
Who is Mahmoud? Qi Xiaoming froze. He didn't know.
Although he was in charge of the logistics of the 3rd park, every time he came to the 1st park, this guy Mahmoud was mysterious and never saw his true face.
You don't recognize it?
Cold, without a trace of emotion, as if Qi Xiaoming shook his head, what would greet him would be death. Qi Xiaoming swallowed with all his might.
No, I know. The two of them definitely know each other.
As his thoughts turned sharply, it so happened that his eyes glanced at the duo of Yang Yuan and Old Black, and his eyes lit up.
Yang Yuan might not know Mahmoud, but Old Black certainly did. Yang Yuan's heart tightened and he cursed the asshole,
but to no avail. The two were pulled to the front. Since he was from China, he was the first one to ask,
"Say, which one is Mahmoud?" Saying that,
a gun was pressed against Yang Yuan's head, and his body trembled.
Not daring to delay, he raised his hand tremblingly and pointed it toward Mahmoud. The latter's face instantly turned white. Snap dash.
Levi Strong stepped forward and picked him up,
coming up with 2 slaps. Still trying to muddle through? Mahmoud couldn't understand Chinese,
but he was very sensible and silently lowered his head.
Sam, what do we do with these people?
The captain pointed to the few remaining men in the corner.
Gu Mingsen slanted a glance and said indifferently, "Kill it. Don't even need to investigate. These guys,
they must not have done much evil."
Ah, no, don't.
Those few people looked at the cold muzzle of the gun pointed straight at them,
instantly realized what the other party was going to do,
and were so scared that they begged for forgiveness.
Bang bang bang. It's no use. From the day they chose to do evil,
they no longer deserve forgiveness.
Within moments,
there were a few more cold corpses on the ground.
Old Black, who was still alive, Yang Yuan and Mahmoud's pupils suddenly shrunk,
and fear was written all over their faces. Looking at the corpses on the ground, it was as if he saw his future, and his heart was filled with despair.
What about these 3? Tiger, this guy is yours. Get me the identity of the boss behind him. Gu Mingsen pointed at Mahmoud and said to Tiger.
There was no choice but to bring in Tiger, who often helped the doctor, as the doctor was out of town. Who expression a little difficult. He is often playing hands, but every time the doctor to create his so-called works of art, they are far away from. He took Mahmoud down with him. Now Yang Yuan and Old Black were left, and the latter was directly ignored by Gu Mingsen, making it really troublesome to communicate. Identity. Name. Gu Mingsen said in a cold voice. Yang Yuan raised his head and his body trembled when he met its eyes that emitted a cold light. My name is Yang Yuan, a native of China. It's the person in charge of the park under his name. He didn't dare to hide anything, even shaking out how many people were left in his family at home. Gu Mingsen frowned slightly. It was all irrelevant information. Do you recognize a girl named Lu Qiuzhen? Lu Qiuzhen? This name. I think he's heard of it somewhere. Big brother, is this a relative of your family? None of your business. Recognize it or not? Answer the wrong answer. Li Weiqiang is a direct slap. The force is so strong that the left side of the face is quickly swollen. Here. Heard that. The slap seemed to knock its brain through, suddenly remembering where he had heard the name. When? Where? Speak. Gu Mingsen's face stared. Just last month, she was read out as an auction item at a park exchange. Yang Yuan covered the swollen left side of his face and stammered, his eyes full of fear, afraid that the slightest mistake in his answer would invite another beating. Who shot her away? Gu Mingsen's eyes instantly sharpened as he grabbed its collar and forced himself to look at Yang Yuan. Don't play any tricks, or you'll definitely regret it. Yang Yuan was anxious and afraid. He did not even put it in his mind at that time, not to mention that he did not know which power had shot away Lu Qiuzhen. How could he answer Gu Mingsen's question now? But if you say that you don't know, Gu Mingsen will definitely not believe. Will inevitably be a torture to force confessions. Yang Yuan's body shrank and said in a trembling voice, I didn't know. Didn't care at the time. Gu Mingsen frowned, pondering the truthfulness of Yang Yuan's words. Chapter 141, $300 million. Gu Mingsen stared at Yang Yuan, his gaze like a torch, causing the other party's heart to flutter, and subconsciously lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes. Which power organized that exchange? The icy voice sounded again. If we can find the organizer, we should be able to get Lu Qiuzhen's whereabouts. Yang Yuan didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. Paradise Island Park. Another new power appeared. Gu Mingsen frowned slightly and looked at Qi Xiaoming. The other party would understand. Paradise Island Park is located in the northwestern part of northern Burma, close to the border with China, and is also one of the major forces in northern Burma. The identity of the boss behind the scenes is unknown. Taking out a map, Qi Xiaoming pointed out a general area. Trouble. Nearly 200 kilometers from this place, with a dozen small and medium-sized forces along the way. One should encounter quite a few obstacles if they wanted to reach it smoothly, but this is the only fastest way to learn the whereabouts of Lu Qiuzhen. They have no choice. But the first order of business is to solve the immediate problem. What to do with this park? Park 1, as the largest park on Shofu Island, creates huge profits every year, which are piled up by the huge population base. Up to 1,000 of them are called piggies here. 90% of them were Chinese, and most of them had come here involuntarily, so the happiest people were this group of people when the one park was overrun. The fact that Gu Mingsen and the others spoke Mandarin was no less than a godsend to them, and they all thought they were about to be put out of their misery. But it's far from simple. The one park is in the hinterland of northern Burma, more than 200 kilometers away from the nearest borderline of China, with more than 10 forces of various sizes distributed. The distance was like a moat to these unarmed men. Sam, there's something going on out there. Suddenly, a shout pulled Gu Mingsen out of his sadness. What's wrong? A force of 1,000 men has appeared in the southern part of the park, and the man in charge says he wants to talk to you. Talk to me? Gu Mingsen murmured in a small voice and came to the high wall, only to see a force of 1,000 men arranged in a scattered manner, headed by a man with a medium obese build and dark skin, who was currently shouting something with a loudspeaker. This person is none other than Chason. What did he say? Qi Xiaoming was stunned and translated. He said that he said to let find people who are good at what they say. Tell him I am, and listen to what he has to say. The original words were translated over, and the man's voice was smaller and his attitude less arrogant. Another piece of bird language, and without waiting for Gu Mingsen to remind him, Qi Xiaoming directly translated it. He said that he came here on behalf of someone and didn't want to have a conflict with you, and that you could take away all the weapons and belongings in the one park, and as long as he was left with an intact one park, he would let you leave peacefully. The crowd froze. Is this what a northern Maine warlord should look like? Not a single shot, and you come up here to make peace? This is not to blame Chason. If the one park is not broken at this moment, then he will not hesitate to press the entire force. But now that Gu Mingxin and the others had fully occupied the park, those 4-meter-high walls were not for show. If Chasong chose to force an attack, it would inevitably hurt the enemy 1,000 times and hurt himself 800 times. And with the current price given by the boss behind the Shofu Island Park, it was really not cost-effective. So he made his request to Gu Mingxin and the others while he was at it, and in case the other party agreed, wouldn't he be able to make an easy buck? On the other hand, he was still contacting that behind-the-scenes Boss Chen, informing him of the situation at hand. Boss Chen's lungs exploded when he learned that the No. 1 park had completely fallen into enemy hands. Get me Park 1 back. This tone of voice made Chasong slightly upset. The two are only cooperative relationship. Chen boss is now a bossy posture, but the thought of being about to arrive, with a ticket for nothing. Boss Chen, before we talked about just support, but now you're asking me to force an attack. I can't afford this loss. How shrewd is Boss Chen? Immediately heard the words of Chasong, but can he refuse? Can't. First of all, Park 1 could bring him more than $100 million in profit every year. And secondly, once the news of Park 1 being occupied by other forces spread, they would definitely target the other 10 or so parks in his sphere of influence. That's why he had to take back Campus 1 at any cost, to deter other forces in northern Burma. 300 million. What? What? Shazin froze for a moment, seemingly shocked by the number. Take back the No. 1 park for me, and I'll give you $300 million. Haven't I made myself clear enough? Hear me this time. $300 million. T-Song eyes immediately bright. To know his name a variety of industries together. A year can reach the profit is only $100 million at the beginning. But Boss Chen is willing to shell out nearly 3 years of Chasong's profits just for a park. How much money must this No. 1 park earn to be worth Boss Chen's price? Ha ha ha. Clear. Clear. Don't worry, Boss Chen. I'll definitely take the No. 1 park back for you. Chasong's chest thumped. But he didn't know that there would be time for him to cry later. Wait. Boss Chen suddenly interrupted, causing Chasong's expression to stiffen. What did it mean? Could it be that he was going to back out? I want to complete Park 1. And when you breach it, mind your man and don't touch any of the piggies inside. It wasn't too much to ask. T-Song said he understood. After all, there was only one most valuable asset in a park, and that was the piggy bank, especially in the No. 1 park. More than 90% of the piglets in it are experienced veterans. And when they go to any park, they don't need to undergo training, and they can be used directly. Don't worry, Boss Chen. I know. Hang up. At the front of the line, the deputy was still holding up a bullhorn and shouting, when T-Song stepped right up to interrupt. No need to shout. Prepare for a strong attack. As he spoke, his eyes were glued to the screen of his cell phone as he waited for the deposit. $30 million, that Boss Chen had promised to give. The deputy, however, froze, looked around, stood without standing, sat without sitting, sure about letting these guys make a strong attack. General, this wall is more than 4 meters high. We build a human ladder are not sure to go up. Sure strong attack? Gesturing to the generally short, spindly 1,000-man force behind him, the deputy grimaced. Chasong is not surprised. He knows best what kind of soldiers he has under his command. Don't look at them as skinny and short, but their fighting strength is one of the best in this part of northern Burma. Nothing else, just the word ruthless. Ruthless enough to be feared by others and chilling to the enemy. But this siege, just rely on a force cannot win, and to compare the will to fight, Gu Mingxin and others to take out a random one, can completely explode all of them. Of course, this is completely invisible in Shazin's POV, so he acts very confident. Unbeknownst to him, today's move may bring unimaginable disaster to his forces in northern Burma. Chapter 142 Repelling the Enemy. Chasong was filled with the $300 million, and with a wave of his hand, he told his deputy to prepare the tools needed to attack the high wall. When everything was ready, he called all the soldiers together. See that wall? He pointed at the high wall Gu Mingxin and the others were standing on. Take it down for me. $5,000 each. The crowd's eyes lit up. $5,000 tops could top a year's salary for them. That's not all. The man is dead. $20,000 for the settlement. Wah dash. The team was in a momentary uproar. This was much higher than what they were usually given. Whoever calls me in first. $50,000. T-Song spread his 5 fingers wide and raised them high toward everyone. $50,000. They have to eat and drink for 10 years to save up. Now they only need to spell it out once. Maybe the lucky one will be themselves? Lured by the heavy gold. The soldiers instantly reddened their eyes and hissed like maddened beasts. At this moment, looking at this group of people, all murderous, who dares to say that this troop, short, thin and weak, on dash, charge, at Chasong's command, all the soldiers roared, followed by a reckless rush towards the high walls of the park.
Bang bang bang. Hit me.
The sound of gunshots and shouts,
intertwined, was deafening.
Gu Mingsen and the others were calm and self-contained,
a stark contrast to the crazy scene under the high wall.
Gu Mingsen and the others had the advantage of the terrain, but the number of soldiers under Cha Song was several times that of theirs,
and on the surface,
it looked like the two sides were evenly matched.
If you look closely, you will find that these soldiers of Cha Song are just a brain rush. The gun hit indiscriminately, not a little bit of discipline.
In front of Gu Mingsen and the others who were extremely accurate with their guns, they were completely a living target.
Basically, every shot fired takes an enemy life. Because of the darkness,
Cha Song couldn't see the situation on the high wall and could only see the tongues of fire at the muzzles of the guns as both sides opened fire. This caused him to mistakenly believe that both sides were fighting at a stalemate, and so he was not aware that the 1,000 soldiers under his command were being depleted at an extremely fast rate.
Bang bang bang. Put. Splat dash.
The soldier who was charging tripped over his feet and fell.
Dash.
He cursed, then braced his right hand on the ground to get up.
His right hand suddenly grabbed a touch of warm liquid,
causing him to be startled.
And when he looked down, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Surprisingly, it was a body. No, not one, countless. As far as the eye could see,
there were corpses all over the place.
His heart skipped a beat as fear surged through him,
and he immediately came to his senses as he was overwhelmed by money.
Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire,
the shouts of his comrades,
was incessant,
but it was as if a voice in his head kept ringing out and soon overshadowed the rest.
Run! Run! No! No! I don't want to die.
He struggled to his feet and fled to the rear. He was not the first, nor the last. As more and more soldiers realized the corpses piled up at their feet, how frantic they had been in the beginning,
how terrified they were now. At this moment,
if they were to hear Cha Song speak of those rewards again, they would certainly not hesitate to spray a mouthful of spittle in his face.
Your money. Labor wants to live. Asshole. Don't back off. All of you.
Cha Song was shocked to see that what had been a swarm of people going up was now a swarm of people coming down.
Bang bang. Stop it all, labor dash.
He fired a warning shot in the air, and the routed soldiers retreated only slightly slower.
Asterisk 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 asterisk. Labor provides you with food and drink. What's the use of having you guys if you fall off the chain at critical moments? Said, about to make an example of him,
pointing his pistol at a routed soldier nearest to him.
General no. Bang. It was the deputy who stopped Cha Song, forgetting that it was a taboo to do so. What do you want?
Cha Song stared at the deputy, his eyes cold to the core.
He wanted to kill,
but the deputy chose to save the people. If this was not dealt with,
there would be consequences.
The deputy was mute for a moment.
The heart is even more afraid.
His actions are not only challenging the authority of the tea ceremony,
but also the suspicion of soliciting people's hearts. Sensei, whether he was unintentional or intentional,
he had become a threat in Cha Song's eyes.
General, you can't kill people at this time. Can I kill? Is it up to you?
Cha Song was silent. His eyes remained cold.
The deputy's body trembled.
He knew clearly that if he didn't give a reasonable statement at this moment, he was afraid that it would be difficult to keep his life.
Look at them in this state, and you are forcing them to go forward. Are you not afraid of their mutiny? Hearing this,
a hint of hesitation flashed in Cha Song's eyes as he looked around at the soldiers. The money-inspired madness in their eyes was no longer there at the beginning. It had all been replaced by fear.
What the hell just happened? Cha Song was not allowed to know,
but he calmed down completely and agreed with what the deputy had said.
If he did shoot, not only would it not do any good,
but it would cause the remaining soldiers to turn against him. But his look at the deputy had changed to that of a dead man.
I'll spare you all this time. Next time you dare to.
He swept a circle with his ruthless eyes, and no one dared to meet his eyes.
Only then did he sneer. The next time,
I don't care who begs for mercy.
I'll shoot even him. Everyone was silenced and the deputy's face was heavy with uncertainty. Gather your ranks and retreat first.
Cha Song then waved his hand and led his army to retreat 800 meters away from the high walls of the park. Seems like there's no intention of giving up on the hardcore of Campus One yet.
Thought so. After all, that's $300 million.
He can afford to pay for it even if he blows his family's entire fortune.
Sam, they're retreating. Should we go after them? There's no need.
This is only the first wave. There must be more troops behind us.
Let's just think about how to deal with it. Gu Mingsen's face was grave.
The first wave of enemies had 1,000 people.
And further back he was afraid it would be thousands and thousands? And there's only a dozen of them. Can they block it? Where's that guy?
Li Shan froze, then reacted that the guy was referring to Qi Xiaoming.
Bringing the person over.
Qi Xiaoming nodded his head and hailed with a two-dog posture.
Nonetheless,
Gu Mingsen and the others still didn't give him a good look.
Where is this group of forces? Do you know? Qi Xiaoming froze. He didn't know, but someone must know. Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan was then brought over, as Old Black was a warlord, so he knew something about the major warlords in northern Burma, but based solely on the high walls outside, the ground body dressed, cannot see which family, a moment of difficulty. Pa dash. What's the use of keeping you if you don't know this and that? Li Weiqiang was fierce, but it scared Yang Yuan. Good man, spare your life. It works, but it's not by mouth that it works, it has to be shown in practice. There it is. Got it. Yang Yuan slapped his thigh and seemed to think of something. Chapter 143 The Great Warlord Chasong. T-Song. It's him. It must be him. Yang Yuan's words were sure. How did he recognize it? Gu Mingxin and the others were silent and looked at him, waiting for him to explain. Chasong's territory is the closest to Shofu Island's one park, and the one who can come so quickly to provide support must be him. Indeed, from the time Mahmud discovered the figure of Gu Mingxin and the others to the time Chasong led his troops to the one park, it was only a little more than half an hour. Gu Mingxin thoughtfully took out a map and asked Yang Yuan to point out the approximate location of his territory. Yang Yuan looked and pointed out, in the northeast direction of the one park, 20 or so kilometers. It is true that it is quite close, but you have to know that Chasong but also with 1,000 soldiers. Half an hour, not exactly 10 minutes, marching 20 kilometers. This speed is placed in the north of Burma. Quite scary. Got here in half an hour. Flew in, right? Leviathan was a bit shocked. There should be a car, 1,000 men, 30 cars at least. Squeezing 20 cars is enough. For the condition of the roads in northern Maine, even driving is fast enough. How many soldiers are under Chasong's hand? Gu Mingxin asked again. Yang Yuan shook his head. I'm not too sure. I guess there's a 7 or 8,000. Oh, the crowd was shocked. This is considered a big warlord in northern Burma. What's his relationship to the guy behind the Shufu Island campus? This. Yang Yuan hesitated for a moment. This I really do not know. On the surface of the north of Myanmar all forces well water. The interior of the mainland there is no other relationship. Who does not know? I know. Qi Xiaoming raised his hand in a weak air. Usually when the park has a problem that can't be solved, it will pay for these warlords to help. Gu Mingxin frowned. Then do you think Chasong will transfer troops again? It depends on what the boss offers. If it's enough, it's not impossible for him to pull in all his troops. Chasong just under the soldiers' loss cannot be small. Again at least 2 or 3,000 soldiers must be pulled. Otherwise it is impossible to break through the first park. However, they would not have thought that the boss behind the scenes would pay $300 million to hire Chasong. And the other party has already decided to pull out all the troops and horses to eat them. How many people the other side sends should depend on the value of this park. The captain analyzed calmly. The faces of the crowd changed. Qi Xiaoming had said before that the one park could create hundreds of millions of dollars in profit every year. And all these years, they could hire the most powerful army in the world. In this way, the situation is grim. I propose to abandon Park 1 for the time being and fight them in the field for attrition. The crowd fell into a brief silence at the captain's words. Giving up Park 1 would also mean giving up the Chinese in the park. What about these people? Li Shan broke the silence. Give up for now. They are among the important assets in the eyes of the park administrators, and surely they will not be harmed. Gu Mingxin didn't respond. Chasong was a warlord, not a park manager, and no one could predict what this guy would do after occupying the park. I agree with the captain's proposal. If we do not withdraw, we face thousands of soldiers head-on. And it is not ruled out that the other side is armed with heavy weapons. Li Weiqiang's face was worried. The chances of winning a head-on confrontation with a few thousand soldiers were too small. The others were gradually being talked to as well. But Gu Mingxin hadn't taken a stand yet, and they didn't echo it at first. Sam, what do you think? The captain asked. Gu Mingxin frowned and contemplated for a moment. Brother Sam, there's something. Suddenly, a brother ran inside the building, waving his hand in this direction and yelling, Hi. The crowd was attracted to it and averted their eyes for the time being. Brother Sam, I found a transaction record in the database. Lu Qiaojin was sold to Paradise Island Park. Gu Mingxin was shocked and glanced at Yang Yuan. This guy really didn't lie to him. It looks like their next destination is going to change. The Paradise Island campus. When was that? If the timing is right too. It's a sure thing. Not paying attention. Go, check out. Gu Mingxin raised his feet and walked inside the building. The captain and the others looked at each other and followed. Inside the surveillance room, because the transaction time is short, so the backup in the computer has not yet been deleted, but it is convenient for Shanghai. Otherwise it is not easy to find out this transaction record. When he came in, Gu Mingxin went straight to the computer. July 8th, 35 days ago, The time is right. He was happy in his heart. There was only a month in between. The chances of Lu Qiaoxian being alive were still high. It only says Paradise Island Park. Why doesn't it say which park on Paradise Island? The captain found the blind spot. Paradise Island Park, like Shufu Island Park, refers to an area with a dozen or so small, medium and large parks within it. Gu Mingxin frowned and touched the mouse, double-checking all the documents. There was no record. This was tricky. They couldn't just feel their way from park to park. How much time would be wasted? Hey, did you know? Li Weiqiang slapped Qi Xiaoming's shoulder. Fierce, and the other party's body trembled. I have got it. Mahmud's office. That computer of his also has access to the park's transaction logs, so the information should be a little more comprehensive. He really did know, and it seemed that he had saved his little life, and it was the right thing to do, and they would never have thought of that. Gu Mingxin thought darkly, and soon another doubt popped up. Where is Mahmud's office? It should be on the top floor. A lot of parks have their offices on the top floor. Located on the top floor, it signifies that this office is the pinnacle of power in the park, and no matter where you go, this set is not exempt. To the top floor, the building has 5 floors. The first and second floors are the work area. Rows of computers, rows of gambling tables, surrounded by a small room. Listening to Qi Xiaoming said, our female anchor's special room. As for what for, he understands without saying. The third and fourth floors were dormitory areas, totaling more than 40 rooms and housing more than 1,000 people, with an average of 30 to 40 people living in each room. One can only imagine how Spartan the living conditions must be. When you get to the 5th floor, it's a slightly better environment, and is supposed to provide housing for the park guards and managers. There were also rooms with doors closed, so I don't know what was going on inside. Mahmud's office was on the deepest part of the 5th floor, and the group walked straight to it without stopping in the middle. Suddenly, Gu Mingxin stopped in his tracks. Sam, what's wrong? Without answering, he walked toward an iron door that, upon closer inspection, was not closed tightly. It should be more anxious before people leave. Of course, it is also possible to go in. There were a couple gas masks hanging by the door. Not sure what they were for. Be careful. There's movement inside. Just in case there was a leakage hidden inside. Gu Mingxin whispered to remind his teammates aside. The captain and the others had their expressions once again. And when they saw that Gu Mingxin's expression didn't look like a joke, they immediately raised their guns on guard. Gu Mingxin held his breath. His whole body muscles tensed up. Then, gently pushed open the door. Chapter 144 Paradise Island Park 4. Open the door and everyone freezes. This room, rows and rows of dog cages, most of them empty, only a few, which hold people. People can't straighten their backs in there, and they can't stretch their legs out when they're lying down, so they can only curl up their bodies. Yet, these guys, it's just too cheap to kill these grandsons with one shot. It deserves death by 1,000 cuts. They were so pissed off that they could not wait to pull out those dead guards and whip them again. Still frozen? Help! As soon as the captain's words fell, Gu Mingxin had already stridden forward and walked to a cage, pulling out his dagger and prying off the lock on it. Open the cage door and carry it out. Bam! The dog bowl fell to the ground and made a crisp ringing sound, but it was so harsh to Gu Mingxin's ears. On the right side of the cage is a male. He's not moving much and I don't know if he's asleep or has. The left side of the cage was also a woman. Asleep, awakened by the movement of Gu Mingxin picking the lock, looking up at Li Weiqiang who was preparing to go to pick the lock. In the next second, the reflex was to shrink backward, a look of horror on his face. But she couldn't even straighten her legs in the cage, so where could she shrink to? Damn it! How many times has this been tortured to develop such muscle memory? With no choice but to use brute force, Li Weiqiang could only yank him out of the cage. Don't! I was wrong. I'll never run away again. No! She screamed in desperation as she made her way towards the cage. Li Weiqiang's 2 eyebrows were twisted together, controlling the woman. His arms were bruised, and the fire in his heart was as if it was going to spurt out. Suddenly, vom dash! It's Yang Yuan. He actually threw up. After these people were locked in, they ate, drank and slept inside. And those gas masks at the door were presumably used to protect against the smell of this house. Gu Mingxin and the others were unfeeling, having experienced harsher environments than this when they were on missions during 001 service. Qi Xiaoming was slightly better. There was also a dog room in the third park. He had been mixing with the third park for many years and had long been immune to it. Yang Yuan was different. Although he was also in charge of a park, he was still essentially a Chinese, and could not yet be so cruel. When a piggy escaped, they were mostly punished with ear-tugging, electric batons, punching and kicking, or at best, a shotgun to the head, or sold to another park. Today's scene was really the first time he had seen it, so he couldn't hold back for a moment. No talent at all. That's all you've got and you're still in northern Maine?
Li Shan despised a sentence and ignored it. The eyes once again fell on this woman. She looked to be in her 20s, and her figure and appearance should be beautiful, which could be described as superb. It's just that the whole thing looks very haggard and weak because of the long time in the cage and the torture he's suffered in the meantime. She had a collar around her neck, which was a complete failure to treat her like a human being. Abominable. The crowd clenched their fists. 6 people. 3 dead, 2 wounded and 1. It's hard to imagine that the woman Levi Strong is controlling is in the best situation of the 6. These 2 are badly hurt, and it's probably hard for them to survive without the doctor here. They only know some simple first aid and are completely helpless in the face of such injuries. Gu Mingsen's heart sank as his worst fears still came to pass. The atmosphere in the room also became heavy, and after stopping for a long time, Gu Mingsen let out a long sigh, turned around helplessly, and walked towards the door. Help me! Help me! No sooner had he taken 2 steps than a faint cry for help came from behind him. It's a woman, one of the 2 critically injured. She's still conscious. Gu Mingsen's footsteps lurched, a little surprised, but did not turn around, but closed his eyes, lowered his head, and the feeling of powerlessness quickly came to wrap his whole body. After a long hesitation, he finally took a deep breath and left. He couldn't save her. Arriving at Muhammad's office, he opens his computer, only to find that he needs a password. Park 1 didn't have another Qi Xiaoming to help them, but it didn't matter. There were still the 4 blackbirds. Wherever there's a network, they're king. There. In the headset, Blackbird's voice had just dropped, and the desktop of the computer in front of him popped up. As Blackbird started the automatic search in the background, in less than half a minute, all the information about Lu Xiaojin in the computer's hard disk popped up. Gu Mingsen slid the mouse and quickly skimmed through the known information, quickly finding the record of where Lu Xiaojin had been sold to. Paradise Island, Campus 4, 234 kilometers from here. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the target mission, Gu Mingsen did not have a trace of joy on his face, as the scene just now was still in his mind, lingering. The others were a little agitated. After all they had been through, they had come to loathe this place, full of evil and unable to do anything about it. They all knew very well that even if all the wire fraud syndicates in northern Burma were exterminated, it wouldn't take long for another crop to grow, and they can't stay here forever. Even if they voluntarily stayed, Maine officials wouldn't agree. They're not sure they can stand up to a country. Sam, are you okay? Sensing Gu Mingsen's low mood, the captain looked worried. I'm fine. Gu Mingsen waved his hand. Snap dash. How do you get this safe? Hai patted the safe in the corner behind his desk with a hint of glee on his face. It was time to open the blind box again, and the others had smiles on their lips as their moods had eased a little due to the effects they had just had. Don't get too happy. This safe doesn't have a combination. It's not easy to open. The captain went up and checked it, and found that the safe was extremely secure, and even if it was violently broken open, it was estimated that only the gold was still intact inside. Password? That's not easy. Go find Tiger and ask him to ask Mahmoud. The crowd's eyes lit up, and with the maneuvers Tiger had learned from the doctor, they weren't afraid of Mahmoud's stiff upper lip. The captain called a brother and went to find Tiger. Granted, the wealth they were accumulating now wouldn't be spent in a few lifetimes, but money was something that was always more than enough. Only Gu Mingsen was disinterested, thinking about his next plan, whether to abandon Park 1 now and move to Paradise Island Park 4, or to finish solving the survival problem of all the forced victims in Park 1. If he hadn't seen the scene in the dog room, he would have chosen the former 80%, but now, he hesitated. They're gone now, and the next time they come back, they won't know when, and they may never come back. What about the 1,000 or so victims? It is certain that most of them will end up no better than the ones in the dog room. Gu Mingsen's brows furrowed tightly and suddenly stretched. Perhaps in his mind, he made a decision. Coming. The brother who went to find Ahu shouted and ran over, but his face did not look joyful. Instead, he looked constipated. Chapter 145, Plans to Stay. What? That look? The question seemed to evoke that bad image again, and his face hardened. Don't ask. If you want to know what's going on, go to Tigers and see for yourself. He waved his hand, unwilling to portray a single word. Tiger? Mahmoud. The crowd froze, and then their expressions changed, their minds automatically conjuring up artifacts that the doctor had created. Okay, did you get the password? The captain frowned and brought the conversation back on track. Ask out. He stepped forward, entered the combination and the safe opened. The first thing that caught his eye was a golden color. Gold. Wherever it is placed is hard currency, all moved out, about 300 kilograms, worth nearly $30 million. The second layer was some documents.
Gu Mingson opened it and looked at it. Part of it was the Ruegwa bank bearer account, totaling up to $200 million, and the other part of it was within a few countries. A certain high-ranking official's black information. The third level is cash. $7,230,000. Just this safe has a total value of nearly $400 million, some of which is the spillover value of all that black material. I Nima. This no. One park is too rich. That's like 10 third parks. Ha ha ha. If every park was like this, we'd be rich. They thought there was money inside the safe, but they didn't realize there was so much money. Enough to buy them 4 or 5 patrol ships. Gu Mingson also felt slightly shocked, but soon wondered how so much money was all placed in Park 1, that the boss behind the scenes would be relieved? While the crowd was basking in the excitement of discovering a huge fortune, the captain had a grave look on his face. He knew full well that this fortune would bring more trouble than surprise. With such a large sum of money sitting here, that behind-the-scenes boss could never be indifferent, and would definitely do whatever it took to recapture the No. 1 park and get that money back. Perhaps at this moment, a large number of people are rapidly gathering towards this place. Don't be happy yet, the captain said coldly. Get these things into the car. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. The crowd woke up as if from a dream, quickly realized the seriousness of the problem, and began to move. However, Sam, what's wrong? Gu Mingson, however, frowned tightly and didn't move a muscle. Sam, I know what you're worried about, but we have to leave. This money will attract untold enemies. The captain could see its concern, and he couldn't bear to abandon those in the park who lived in dire straits every day, but there was nothing they could do. Gu Mingson slowly raised his head without speaking, his eyes full of struggle and unwillingness. Captain, trust me. Will you fight for once? Spell? How will they fight when they won't be facing hundreds of people or the best way to fight? Sam, you have to realize that this amount of money here is enough to drive every power in northern Maine crazy. 3 days? That's all I need. The captain froze. 3 days? So what if you lasted 3 days, and those poor people get to live? Without waiting for him to respond, Gu Mingson continued. I don't seek to save everyone, but I am confident that I can save some of them. What do you want to do? The captain's brows furrowed, unable to guess what Gu Mingson had planned. Seeing him loosen up, Gu Mingson's heart rejoiced. Django, take everyone outside. Li Weiqiang was unsure, but based on trust, he didn't say anything and went straight to it. Hi, go carry all the guns and ammo over there. The crowd froze. Did he want to? That's right. At the main entrance of the park building, there was a large open space, and at the moment there were more than 1,000 people standing, and before that, they were all called piggies. Gu Mingson and the others stood on the front steps with their guns, in the center of which was a small mountain of guns, and boxes of bullets neatly stacked on top of each other. Sam, here. Li Weiqiang handed over a speaker, and Gu Mingson took it and tuned it. Take a deep breath, as if making some important decision. Guys, the voice was not loud, but it was extremely majestic, causing the crowd, which was somewhat noisy, to instantly fall silent. Gu Mingson swept his eyes and continued. I am a Chinese national. The first to identify themselves. The eyes of a large portion of the people below lit up. They had a common characteristic. They were all Chinese. Old folks see old folks. 2 tears. This is fortunate that it is in the north of Myanmar, or else it must rush up and hug Gu Mingson thighs crying. All the administrators in this park have been killed by me. And you are free. Free? Everyone froze. What a luxury that was for them. Over the years, they had lived a life that was worse than that of a pig or a dog, thinking only about how to survive every day. But today, Gu Mingson had actually told them that they were free. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Really? Really? Some were abducted late and still have hope in their hearts. But more people, who had long been numb, heard these 2 words, and after a slight freeze, the imagined luster did not appear in their eyes. Even lowered his head, trying to stay away from this unrealistic fantasy. Gu Mingson looked in his eyes, both helpless and heartbroken. This group of Chinese people, the bloodline has long been tortured. That's right, at least for the moment. You are free. No more harm will come to you at all. At this moment, some were bewildered. Others seemed to guess it and looked disdainful. What do you mean? Meaning, they'll be back with a vengeance before long. Those people's faces changed. They had just seen a glimmer of hope, and then it was instantly extinguished. They didn't think that the dozen or so people in front of them alone could withstand the maddening retaliation of the boss behind the Shofu Island Park. It also meant that the freedom in Gu Mingson's words was nothing more than a beautiful dream that would wake up at any time. But, Gu Mingson raised his voice, and the gazes of the crowd below converged on him once again. You have a choice now. His voice was powerful and carried total confidence. What? Chance? This is it. Gu Mingson pointed to the centered gun and ammunition. Pick up the gun and do it with a bang. What? Everyone was shocked. Is this man crazy? How dare he instigate them to pick up a gun and resist? No. No way. They simply don't have the guts. Everyone, can't you see the true colors of those oppressors? If you don't resist, you will all die. Sooner or later. Yes, Gu Mingxin is right. But, living meticulously is also living. Previously, they had only one hope in mind, waiting for domestic rescue, which was so slim as to be almost non-existent, but was the only reason to support them to live. There was a commotion in the crowd, and someone whispered, "Resist? How can we have that ability? Aren't we just going to die?" Yeah, better dead than alive. On closer inspection, these people are in better spirits and dressed than the others, so they should have done well in their performance and received special treatment. Gu Mingxin listened in his ears and was unmoved, knowing full well that not everyone is like them. Chapter 146, Want to Live? Resist. Her name is Li Nan, female, 25 years old. After graduating from college, she was introduced by her classmates and came to northern Myanmar. Tempted at first with a high salary, she came, but soon regretted it. But it was already too late. A slap in the face that shattered her so-called dreams of getting rich. She resisted, but she was greeted with even more cruelty and worse, abuse. The video was taken and she knew that she was done. Done for life. Eventually she was thrown in front of a computer. Thrown a talking book. And in walks a middle-aged man with glasses and a nice look. She was told word for word what tone to use, and she still didn't behave. With predictable results. It wasn't until she was put in the dog room, taken to the operating room, and witnessed the organ removal process that the men's mournful screams still ring in her ears. She succumbed and she began practicing her words and making calls like crazy. But, she didn't seem to have that talent and her performance was poor. The manager asked her to talk to him and gave her two options. Either transfer to another department or, without a moment's hesitation, she chose the first one, after which the nightmare began. Until now, she and a group of difficult sisters dressed fashionably and stood in the crowd looked so alien. But no one envied them, because they all knew how they got it. When Gu Mingxin and the others attacked and fought their way in, Li Nan was at work. As it was late at night, the best time to punch results. As much as she loathed and hated the man on top of her, in order to survive. As I said, you're free, and it's your choice whether or not to pick up a gun and fight back. We'll only be here for 3 days, and after that, the ones with the guns, can leave with us? What? Gu Mingxin is taking them with him. Really? The crowd was in an uproar. The strength of the dozen or so people in front of them was in their eyes. The park's more than 100 guards, coupled with the presence of the suffocatingly high walls, surprisingly could not stop them. Maybe, by following them, one can survive. Li Nan was heartened, and not just by her, but by many others. Think carefully, you know better than me what you will face if you choose to remain here. Li Nan's heart was beating violently in his chest, and those tortured days in the past flashed in his mind like a walking light. She looked at Gu Mingxin's resolute face. Perhaps, he could really lead them to live. Thinking of this, Li Nan took a deep breath and finally made a decision. She moved and took the first step. Li Nan? You? A girl beside her was shocked. Their group, in non-special circumstances, lived a life that was considered privileged compared to others. She never expected that Li Nan would be the first to respond. Without a word, Li Nan moved forward, walked to the pile of guns, hesitated, and looked at Gu Mingxin. Gu Mingxin nodded, a hint of encouragement in his eyes. After a long stare, Li Nan reached out, picked up an AK, and instead of returning to the crowd, stepped to the side consciously. From the moment the gun was picked up, there was no turning back, for the move was bound to reach the ears of the park administrators, who would not tolerate piggybacks with the presence of defiance. Even if he regretted it at the moment and put the gun back, the result would remain the same. Is there anyone else? Gu Mingxin said coldly. After all he has said, if it is just Nan Li, then he might be disappointed. Willing to live in fear of death all day long, but not daring to pick up a gun and try to fight back? What to do? What to choose? Most people remain numb, believing that the park administrators are invincible and that participating in the resistance will only lead to death. A small number of people hesitated, their eyes filled with worry. Their brains were clear. If they didn't fight back this time, it would definitely not end well. But to engage in resistance, there are bound to be casualties. You die? You die? He dies? It doesn't matter. Do I die? They hesitated. Yet. What the hell? You're worse than dogs and pigs here. Can you have some blood? Li Weiqiang couldn't help but curse. It's best for all of you to keep your heads in the sand so that we can save ourselves the trouble instead. He really thought so. It was so much easier to take Li Nan with him now that she was the only woman. Mud. I'll do it. I'm at the bottom of the performance totals and won't survive 3 months here. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Me too. Put up a fight and maybe I'll live. This scolding, on the contrary, first woke up the group of people at the bottom of the performance. In the park, people like this die the fastest and the most miserable. They pushed and shoved their way out of the crowd to the pile of guns and, without hesitation, picked up a gun and walked over to where Li Nan was. In this wave, more than 300 guns on the ground were directly missing a quarter. It's over. Once they're gone, won't I be at the bottom of the heap? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is forcing my hand. What to do? Brother Lung, shall we go? Someone else panicked. The park has a rule that no matter how much you do in terms of performance, if you are down in performance for 3 months in a row, you will be penalized. Light is locked up in the dog room. Heavy is dead. To just a shot to collapse is good. The key in the park. The person this body parts. Also worth a lot of money. When you're done digging, you throw the body toward the pigsty. Few people know that the state of Maine exports large quantities of hogs every year. Put up a fight. These people look like they have skills. Follow them and maybe we can survive. Okay, Lung, I'll listen to you. Another set of men stepped out and stepped aside with their guns. Not to mention, the 100 or so men, standing there with their guns, were quite a sight and shook the remaining crowd. Guns are strong bears. In the past they were a group of people who were terrorized by guns, but now that they have touched a gun, their temperament has immediately changed. No one? Gu Mingson swept the room, his voice cold. I don't have that much time. I'll give you 5 more minutes to think it over. This may be your only chance to live. He's righteous at heart, but not a saint. Some can pull their weight, others, incorrigible. 5 minutes went by in the blink of an eye, and another chunk of guns were missing from the floor, leaving only a quarter of the total. 200 or so, that's enough. Relying on them, Gu Mingson was confident that he could hold it for 3 days. Captain, I'll leave these men to you. Take the fastest time possible so they all learn to shoot. Yes, the captain nodded. If he was just teaching them to make a gun, it was nothing difficult. But he had just realized a serious problem. Most of the 200 or so people, with the exception of a few, were malnourished. From this, it was clear that the next battle would be exceptionally grueling. Kung, the rest of the people, just in case, shut up. He had his eyes like a torch, and he didn't dare to bet on the gang's knuckleheads, knowing that in times of war, the harm done by the second 5 is the worst of all. Yes, Li Weiqiang waved his hand and took 10 men with him, herding the remaining 1,200 or so people into the second floor of the building. There were no partitions on this floor, and by closing off all the entrances, it would be impossible for them to escape. All this last night and the captain's side started training to shoot. Chapter 147, add another 100 million. Mori, after dealing with that, who was done on his end and found Gu Mingson. He was a bit mentally drained, and he didn't know what he had done to Mahmoud to become like this. Well, how'd it go? What did you find out? Gu Mingson looked at Tiger, who was reeking of blood, and frowned, a little worried. After all, not everyone is like the doctor, who has that kind of fetish. Well, the boss behind the scenes is called Chen Thailand, a Malaysian Chinese, mixed with the Yakuza origin, 32 years old that year to unify the Yakuza forces in Malaysia, and then began to collude with the officials on a large scale. The power was once so large that it could interfere in the election of the president of Malaysia. Chinese? This identity was deeply distasteful to Gu Mingson, and no native-born horseman would have been able to do so in his place. Any more? The rest is all information that's not very nutritious. Oh yeah. He also said that this guy Chen Thailand is very rich, with a fortune of billions of dollars. Yet. Then this doesn't mess with his wave. Upon hearing this, Levi Chang instantly became excited. Then where is this guy now? Gu Mingson was not surprised. Chen Thailand's business had expanded to the north of Myanmar, and his wealth was certainly not small. Of course, it didn't matter if it was money or not. The main thing was that the man was so sinful that it wouldn't be comfortable not to finish him off. Mahmoud said Chen Thailand lives on a small island in Ma all year round and is very heavily guarded. Strictly? Li Weiqiang smiled disdainfully. The mountain of swords and the sea of fire they had all broken through, and the more stringent guards, in their eyes, were not worth mentioning. Ha ha ha, just in time. When we're done with this side of northern Burma, on our way to the Black Continent, we'll clean him up on the way. What do you think, Brother Sam? Seeing that Levi Chang's eyes were full of money, who was a bit helpless and looked at Gu Mingson, wanting to hear what he had to say. Gu Mingson had a resolution in his mind. He didn't hesitate and directly returned. It's a matter of passing anyway. Right. Ha ha ha. Seeing that he didn't object and billions of US dollars were about to be pocketed, Levi was powerfully happy. He perfectly exemplifies what it means to say that no one dislikes money, and that having more money isn't enough kind of thing. Gu Mingson smiled helplessly and bitterly and shook his head. walking away to see the captain's training. On the other hand, after Cha Song had straightened out the remaining scattered soldiers 2 kilometers away from the park, he called Chen Tailan to talk about the current situation. Boss Chen, the situation is like this. This group of people is not ordinary. I have more than 1,000 brothers, and I have not even touched the wall. Chen Tailan's heart sank. No. One park was still losing ground. Damn it. My money. In order to save time, he has all the parks on Shofu Island, handing over their quarterly profits to Park 1, and then he goes over at the end of each year to recover them all. It's been a quiet 10 years, but only this year has gone wrong, and he regrets it. T-Song, take back Park 1 for me. Chen Tailan forced down his anger and didn't roar out, but his tone was full of unquestioning. This, Cha Song licked his dry lips and looked embarrassed. Boss Chen, it's possible, but, is this going to raise the price again? Say. The voice was cold and implied dissatisfaction. Cha Song froze, then reacted that Chen Tailan had seen through his intentions, but was unimpressed. Boss Chen, you know me. I'm not an insatiable person. But, Chen Tailan's face showed disdain, thinking that it was really like this. What big-tail wolf to pretend. The other side's tactics are so ruthless that those men of mine are a little scared in their hearts. They have to be given some extra incentive or else. It was a gesture of putting Chen Tailan on the spot. What? $300 million isn't enough. You have a big appetite. Oh, Boss Chen is joking. Think about it. If someone else came, the appetite would be even bigger. Cha Song's intention was picked out, so he no longer beat around the bush. But he did not fool Chen Tailan either. In the north of Burma, he was the one who had the deepest friendship with Chen Tailan, and if any other big warlord came, he would only want more, because everyone knows that the No. 1 park is equivalent to the treasure pot in Chen Tailan's hands, and he will never give up until it is absolutely necessary. Chen Tailan naturally understood this, so he had no choice. Taking a deep breath, a decision was made. Yes, I'll add another $100 million, if I can get the park back. He gave his promise almost through gritted teeth. 400 million. The whole 400 million. It's already half of his last year's profit, and his heart is dripping blood. Boss Chen is atmospheric. Then I'll thank Boss Chen for my brothers. Don't worry, Park No. 1. I'll definitely snatch it back for you. Cha Song's face was full of complacency, and his chest beat with a thump. But wasn't he too happy too soon? Did he really think Gu Mingson and the others were so easy to take down? Just snatching it back? Cha Song's smile froze, but he quickly reacted. Knowing that Chen Tailan was asking for something else, he did not feel very surprised. $400 million. The conditions are a bit harsh. Very normal. Okay, Boss Chen, you tell me. As long as I can do it, I will never say anything. On his lips, he was secretly praying that it would not be some outrageous request, or else he would still have to pull his punches. My request is simple, leave all of the group occupying Campus 1 behind, or at least not let them take anything with them. The tone was firm. Cha Song froze. He was shrewd enough to immediately get a message from this not-so-difficult request. Inside the first park, there was something very important to Chen Tailan. What could it be? T-Song thought darkly. I hope it's not something very valuable. Otherwise, good. No problem. As soon as my army arrives, we'll surround the No. 1 park and they won't be able to escape. Oh, I believe you. It's $400 million after all. Chen Tailan deliberately pointed out the $400 million is to tell Cha Song, although the money is good, but it is not so good to take. Well. Cha Song hung up the phone and immediately called for his deputy. You go back and pull 5,000 soldiers and horses over here, and I'll gnaw down the No. 1 park even if I have to fight off all my men, he said viciously, his heart full of desire for that $400 million. Yes, but General. The deputy didn't move, wanting to speak. What? Speak. Cha Song was a little impatient. The previous account had not yet been settled with him. Why were there still so many problems? Yes. The deputy trembled, not daring to hesitate any longer. General, isn't 5,000 people a bit much? In case a few warlords in our neighborhood do something. His concerns are not without merit. The warlord forces in northern Burma, unlike the park forces, are in constant friction with each other. The main reason for this is that most of these warlords are still in their old jobs and have a disproportionately high demand for land. Cha Song frowned. $400 million is fragrant and tempting, but the territory is also very important. Chapter 148, 3 Roads. Cha Song had 8,000 soldiers under his control, excluding the 1,000 here. There were 7,000, of which 2,000 were distributed in various parts of the territory, and 5,000 stayed in the main camp to cope with emergencies. If all 5,000 men were deployed, it would take at least a day to get here. And with the attack on Park 1, there would be a delay of at least 2 days, adding up to 3 days. In 3 days' time, the neighboring hostile warlords, no matter how powerful they were, would at most occupy 1 or 2 territories, and compared to $400 million, the gains far outweighed the losses. It can be dry, don't worry about that, just bring me the man. The deputy froze for a moment, and seeing Kayasan's insistence, he didn't dare say anything else and obediently left, called a few menders, drove 2 cars and sped toward the base camp. Meanwhile, this side of the sand seems to have been forgotten. He had followed Old Black's orders and had already recruited 300 men in the 2 remaining villages. He wondered if he should send someone to ask for permission from Old Black first, or just lead the men to Park 1. Hesitantly, the men who had returned with him reminded him, Shah, the village chief seems to say that he wants you to take the people and guns and go directly to the No. 1 Park. Sandy slanted the man a displeased look. He remembered, of course, that the object of so acting was merely to delay it a little, and that it would be better not to go. Because of his previous encounters, he deeply recognized how terrifying the strength of Gu Mingsan and the others was, and was genuinely unwilling to go up against them. But this henchman in front of him seemed to be very loyal to Old Black, and it was unlikely that he would want to make him cooperate with him. At the thought, he lost some of his mood and sighed in exasperation. Go call someone. Okay, Shah. The man ran out the door and called from house to house. Soon, all 300 of the assembled men assembled at the entrance to the village, surrounded by the villagers of the village. What? Going away? It was the village headman, with a tone of resignation, and before him was already the only strong laborer left in the village. He knew that the men were leaving to go to war, which meant that people would die. How many? He didn't know. Shah, everyone's here. This man was a little excited, because the only one left in the heart of the Old Black men was Sandy. It was a good opportunity for him to get to the top, so he behaved very positively. Sandy smirked, his eyes full of disgust, but there was no reason to delay. Sighing helplessly, let's go. The man's expression was joyful as he waved his hand toward the group. Depart dash. The group of 300 people marched towards the No. 1 Park, raising dust all the way. Sandy walked ahead of the group, his mind filled with apprehension. Unbeknownst to me, this trip is hell. But for them, sinfulness is just the best place to be. Manhwa, Chen Tailan's residence. He called for the butler. Get ready to go to Main North. Ha! The housekeeper froze. In previous years, Chen Tailan only went to the end of the year to check the accounts and collect the profits in the north of Myanmar. But the first half of this year has only passed not long ago. Did something happen? Yes, it is not a big deal. Chen Tailan will not go to the north of Burma at this time. The housekeeper has a clear mind. Did not ask more questions, just do what he was told to do. After the butler left, Chen Tailan called the bodyguard captain again. Master, what is it? There's something going on in northern Maine. Go gather your men and we'll leave in a few minutes. The bodyguard captain was highly professional and his expression didn't change at all when he heard the news. Yes, Chen Tailan was very life-thirsty, and he spent tens of millions of dollars a year to keep over 150 bodyguards, all of whom were mercenaries. Among them, the bodyguard captain's identity was the most special. He came from the Round Table Association, and he was considered an enemy with Gu Mingsan and the others, and it was inevitable that they would run into each other again this time. They were very efficient, and in less than an hour, everything had been arranged. Master, the ship has been arranged and is ready to set sail. Boss, according to your order, 100 bodyguards have all boarded the ship. For insurance purposes, Chen Tailan left only 50 or so people to guard his home. Okay, go. The group made their way to the dock and boarded the ship. As a mellifluous whistle sounded, the ship slowly started and sailed out of the harbor, heading towards Myanmar. Of the 3 ways, Sandy was the first to arrive, but soon he was dumbfounded. Bang, bang, bang. Freeze, hands up. 3 kilometers from Park 1, Sandy was walking with his men. Suddenly, a large wave of soldiers sprang out of the mountains on both sides, armed with AKs, which were soldiers under Chason. Hey, not. Where did this come from? No, don't know. What to do? Should we fight? Everyone looked bewildered and subconsciously raised their guns to confront the wave of ambushed soldiers. Bang bang bang. I'll say it again. Drop the gun, or we'll shoot. Seeing that the soldiers on the Sandy side were already surrounded and trying to resist, the Chason side became agitated and fired another warning shot. Asterisk. Who are you guys? Try firing a ING shot. Some were more hardened, blaring viciously at the incoming enemy, their fingers already on the trigger. The atmosphere at this time was tense, but if the slightest abnormality appeared, a firefight would inevitably be initiated. All of you keep your mouths shut. Sandy let out an angry cry and looked around. quickly realizing that the leader of the other side was standing in the backwoods watching the posture. It's you. The man frowned slightly, thinking quickly about whether or not to step forward. My name is Sandy. My family general is the head of Blackwater Village. Which one is your family general? If he directly reported the name Old Black, the other party would not necessarily know, but he would definitely know about Blackwater Village. As expected, the man's expression moved and he stepped forward. We are under General Chasong. What are you doing here instead of staying in your own territory? It's normal to have a bit of a punchy attitude. If you're gentle, people will think you're a bully. Chasong? It's him. Sandy was stunned. Chasong is one of the top warlords in northern Burma, and the other side of the territory is not very far from Blackwater Village. Sandy naturally heard of it. It's over. Chasong is a big warlord with thousands of men under his command. There's no way we can beat him. I think it's better if we put down our guns first. Panic was starting to set in on the Sandy side, and that was just from hearing the name Shazin. If they really fought, it was expected that they would simply abandon their guns and surrender on their knees. My general went to the No. 1 Park to seek an alliance, and ordered me to bring troops to support. This doesn't seem to be your territory either, does it? What are you guys trying to do here? Sandy explained, followed by a rhetorical question. Alliance? The man froze for a moment, and then carefully recalled that when they attacked the No. 1 Park, they did not see Old Black and his soldiers next to them, except for a patch of tents all over the place. You're being funny, right? Park 1 has been taken over by a mysterious force. So what kind of alliance are you, J-League? It was Sandy's turn to be confused. Where did Old Blackie and the others go? This is the biggest question in his mind at the moment. Chapter 149, Stealing a Body. All drop your guns. Misunderstanding. Sandy waved his hand, and his own men lowered their guns, and were somewhat bewildered to learn that Old Black and the others were nowhere to be seen. It's not exactly a complete disappearance. There are still uncleared bodies there at the makeshift camp. At that time, Chasong was in a hurry to attack the No. 1 Park and didn't pay attention. But now that I think about it, it should be the 100 soldiers under Old Black. Chasong also rushed over, and after getting the full picture of what happened, he also told his soldiers to drop their guns. He and Old Black, their territories were not neighboring and there was no conflict of interest. And now the most important thing is to attack the No. 1 Park, get Chen Thailand's $400 million. He is even more reluctant to make trouble. Nevin, go there and bring 2 bodies. Chasong frowned and waved a hand at another of his minders. Nevin. Yes. Nevin took the order to leave, called up 10 men, and went 400 meters beyond the high walls of Campus 1, looking out over the camp, which was permeated with the aura of death. Go! He waved his hand, and when 3 seconds passed without a single movement behind him, he turned his head hesitantly. Just see the 10 guys drooping and wilting. What are you waiting for? Go on. Nirwan was puzzled in his mind and shouted a rebuke, but they looked at each other without speaking or moving. And, on closer inspection, a look of fear flashed across their faces from time to time. Seeing that his words didn't work, Naywin became enraged. What for? To revolt. The 10 men's bodies trembled, and it was obvious that Nevin had some prestige in the army. No, not. Someone couldn't stand the sharp look in the deputy's eyes and spoke up with a trembling voice. Sir, we're just going to go over there and the park people won't shoot? It turned out that the camp was less than 200 meters from the high wall, and if they were to walk out, they would inevitably be exposed to enemy fire. With a start, Nevin looked to the high wall, and there were indeed 2 men up there, rifles in hand, walking back and forth. Having already taught Gu Mingsen and the others about their marksmanship, there was no need to doubt that as long as they showed themselves, they would surely not be able to run more than 10 meters before they would have to be killed by a single shot. Sir, 2, not count anymore? It's not worth it to give up your life for 2 corpses, no matter how you think about it. Nevin thought the same thing, but he quickly shook his head. No matter how unworthy it was an order given by Chao Sun. Gotta find a way to distract those 2 on the high wall. You go back and call some more people. Ha! How many shouts? The man froze, not knowing what the deputy was going to do, but not asking much. 40 or 50 will do. Go! Yes! He turned and ran toward the camp. In the past 10 minutes or so, the sound of Ulala footsteps came, and there were positively 50 people. Sir! Well, you take them and go to the other side and shoot towards those 2 on the wall. What? The man froze for a moment. Was this asking him to attack the park with these 50 men? How is that possible? They couldn't even attack with 1,000 men before, and now with just 50 of them? Long. Sir, are you kidding? This isn't sending us to our deaths? Send your sister. Nai didn't hold back and cursed. Who told you to charge? Just stand there and shoot. Draw those 2 people's eyes away from you. The man sighed with relief as realization dawned on him. Yes,
and so it was that they had not been long in crouching before they rose again to leave.
Not for long. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out, and the attention of the duo on the high wall was indeed drawn to them, and they fired back. Nerwin waited a few more minutes, and when he saw the time was right, he waved a hand toward a few people in the back. Go! They moved, ran as fast as they could, entered the camp,
and quickly hid under tents that they had not had time to clear.
Not daring to delay, he opened the tent and saw 3 cold corpses lying inside, their eyes wide open and dead.
A few of the men's expressions didn't change. They'd seen a lot of dead people in northern Maine.
Without any prior agreement,
there was a clear division of labor, with 2 people working in pairs, one grabbing the feet and the other the shoulders,
carrying and running back. It's a race against death, 3 times faster than it came. Bang! Put! Done! It should have been the 2 men on the high wall who had spotted them, and the shot had hit one of them squarely in the eyebrow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Run! The shout woke up the frozen few, and in the next second, the adrenaline soared, and the few ran directly out of the 100 meters 9 seconds and 8 seconds. Bang bang bang.
The sound of gunfire from behind became intense, and they didn't dare to turn their heads back for a moment. They could only close their eyes and run wildly through clenched teeth. Some people are lucky and the bullet grazes their ear and hits the ground, while others are unlucky and are shot in the thigh or back, catching them off guard and falling on their asses. Help me! Wait! Put! No one paid any attention to the man. Stopping at this time would be certain death. It took them less than half a minute for these short hundreds of meters,
and in the end,
the only ones who reached the end of the line were 4 people,
and a corpse. Ridiculous. They paid 5 men for this body. People carrying back? Get out of here.
With a great wave of his hand,
Nerwin turned and groveled in the direction of the camp, not caring if he heard it or not. The remaining 4 couldn't catch their breath and ran off at the drop of a hat.
Good thing they hadn't forgotten about the body they had carried back from their desperate attempts.
Running back to the camp,
Nerwin sat straight on his butt on the ground,
panting heavily.
Running wildly for over a kilometer in one breath had exhausted him. The 4 guys were no better. The bodies were thrown away and sat on the ground,
panting as well. After resting for a few minutes,
Nerwin's breathing calmed down a bit,
and he immediately got up again, and recalled a few soldiers to carry the body to Chasong. It's been almost an hour and I don't know if Chasong is in a hurry. On the other hand, Gu Mingsen immediately rushed to the high wall after hearing the gunshots.
He had just climbed the high wall when he saw dozens of soldiers shooting this way from a distance.
"Ai Nima! How dare these people come to attack?" Li Weiqian's face showed disdain,
and then he raised his gun.
Bang! 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 Unfortunately, the distance was too far,
plus the wave didn't even dare to show their heads,
so they just showed one hand and shot randomly without aiming. What is this? Some people are gradually sensing that something is not right. This face is not even revealed. Talk about attacking the park? Look at that. You guys. Suddenly, someone spotted the wave of body thieves and raised a hand to point that way.
Gu Mingsen and the others looked over and were stunned.
Corpses? What are these guys stealing corpses for? What the hell? Just hit them and be done with it. That's right. Shoot.
This wave of maneuvering on the other side was confusing, but surely they couldn't just let them carry the body back.
Bang bang bang. In a flash, bullets poured out like pillars of rain, and despite the distance, under their superior marksmanship, they still left 5 corpses on the other side. 1 corpse for 5 of them. Great profit. Ha 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 ha. Gu Mingsen did not follow the laugh.
The other party, this operation is really unintelligible,
but there must be a reason. After half a day's thought, I can't figure out what the other side is carrying this body for. Chapter 150 T-Song's plot. General. Got the body. Still gasping for breath,
Nevin pointed to the body on the ground. The heart hated the fact that for this 1 corpse, but 5 of their soldiers had died.
Chaosun frowned, not looking at the body. What was that gunshot just now?
He was in the middle of learning from Sandy about the previous battle at Blackwater Village when gunfire suddenly rang out from the direction of the park. He thought at first that someone had accidentally discharged his weapon, but then the gunfire intensified and he realized something was wrong. A man was hurriedly sent to check on the situation, but before the man checking on the situation returned, Nevin arrived with the body. Intuition told him that the gunshots that had just been fired had nothing to do with Nevin. Here's the deal. Nevin recounted the situation briefly. With that, he carefully observed Chasong's expression, only to see that his tightly furrowed brow had already relaxed, as if he was unconcerned about the deaths of those 5 people. Indeed, the lives of these 5 soldiers were nothing compared to what he was planning next. Carry the body and follow me. Chasong waved his hand and the 2 men behind him stepped forward, lifting the body headfirst to follow. All right, put the man down. Sandy, look, is this one of yours? At this point, Sandy was still in a daze. The odds were that Old Black was planted. And what was to become of him and the 300 men behind him?
Avenge him? Or just go back? Sandy favors the latter, but has to find a suitable reason, or else he won't be able to convince the people and he won't be able to get to the top. As he was thinking about it, a voice rang in his ear, calling him. Sandy looked up and saw Cha-song waving at him, and there was a body lying on the ground that looked a little familiar. What? Unsure, he stepped forward. Let's see if this is one of yours. T-song repeated it again, a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. What? Our people? Sandy froze, then crouched down and approached the body, scrutinizing it. When he looked at the dead man's face, his pupils contracted violently and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. This man he happened to know, from the same village as him. He's dead. What about old Blackie? Not showing up until now. There are only two possibilities, either dead or captured alive. The former is fine, to the extent that after that, those three villages Sandy are the talkers. But if it's the latter, there are still variables. You look like this. It seems right. Sandy grimaced and nodded. Where is my general? Have you seen? The last two words he did not speak out. The old black is currently life and death is uncertain. Say it out easy to fall into the hands of others. The corners of Cha-song's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of undetectable cunning flashed under his eyes. He shook his head, his expression turning sad. He's dead too. How is that possible? The old black was obviously captured alive. Why did Cha-song? Is he trying to? Where's the body? Sandy's brow furrowed. He wasn't comfortable without seeing the body. Now it's Cha-song's turn to be in trouble. Unless he can do magic, it's impossible to conjure up a body out of thin air. I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. The body. We can't find it. Sandy froze. What do you mean? They died in a strange way. Cha-song pointed to the bodies on the ground. All died in the camp tent. And there is no trace of any gunfight at the scene. I suspect that they were all killed in their sleep. By someone. S.H. What? Sandy was shocked. Over 100 people. All of them dying like this? He couldn't believe it, but he couldn't think of any reason for Shazin to lie to him. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. It wasn't out of the question for Sandy's heart to move. But of course, the main thing was to make sure that the old black man was alive or dead. Only when he dies can Sandy inherit old black's legacy without fear. Shazin had to do something. And if Sandy actually went to check it out for himself and didn't find old black's body, the lie broke itself. I should warn you, though, that camp is only about 100 meters from the high walls of the park, completely exposed to the gang's guns. Sandy lurched. If that was the case, then they would probably have to add a few more corpses when they went there. Not to mention finding the old black body. Just this one corpse, but it buried 5 of my elite. In order to make Sandy realize the seriousness of the situation, Cha-song purposely described those 5 ordinary soldiers as elites. Sandy was really taken aback. He stopped talking, but didn't rush to make a statement for fear of looking like he was eating his way out of an ugly situation. He looked behind him at a few skeleton soldiers, almost all of whom had evasive eyes, apparently not taking the search for the remains of the old black man back into consideration. Seeing this, Sandy was relieved and was about to state that he would give up avenging old black. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears, rather harshly. Brother Shah, the village chief is dead. We must avenge him. Sandy's face immediately darkened, and he turned to glare over at the guy who was so eager to show off. Report your sister. Min Dare, do you have any idea what you're talking about? He pressed his anger and said in a single word. With Park 1 gone and the Alliance gone, how can they take revenge with just the 300 or so of them? Of course I'm clear. What? Are you unwilling to avenge the village chief? Shah. Min dared to stick his neck out, looking as if he would die. In northern Burma, there are 3 great joys in life: promotion, wealth, and death of the boss. Once the boss died, it represented a chance to get to the top, and Mindang asked himself if he didn't have the prestige of Sandy, so he had to find another way. But he didn't know what he would be facing. Gu Mingsin and the others were not that easy to deal with. Good. I, Chao Song, admire your kind of righteous friends the most. I support you. Cha Song is not too proud to be arching a fire. But of course, that's what he intends to do. The purpose is to swallow this force left behind by Old Black, previously interspersed with the Shofu Island Park as a force. Together with Old Black's men also have a few hundred soldiers. Want to take down. The cost is too great. But now well. Smooth things. General T, this is an internal matter of our Blackwater village. It's not good for you to interject like that, is it? Sandy looked over at Chazone, his eyes unsavory and his face grim, as if he'd seen through his trick. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How can you talk to my general? Who the hell are you? Min dared to see that he was disrespectful to Chazone and immediately stepped forward, his finger on the verge of poking Sandy in the nose. Kazi dash. The sound of a gun being loaded followed. What for? What are you doing?
The men on the Sandy side were not willing to show weakness, and once again raised their guns to confront each other. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Against you guys. Put down your guns, or you'll all die. Ne-chun was furious when he saw how arrogant they were even after being surrounded. Stop it all. Just at the moment when both sides were about to restrain themselves, T-song bellowed to stop the strife. All of you, put your guns down. When he gave the word, Naharu didn't dare disobey, and with a cold grunt at the sand, he reluctantly lowered his gun. Sandy, tell your men to put their guns down too. Eyes sharp, tone full of unquestioning. Chapter 151 Reunion. The situation was so bad that Sandy could only bow his head and wave his hand, telling his men to put their guns down. Oh, that's right. T-song saw this and revealed a satisfied expression. We have a common enemy. Infighting will only cheapen the other side. In a single sentence, he showed his intentions for the alliance between the two sides. Of course, the terms given now were an alliance. And before long, when these 300 men under Sandy became 200, 100, or even a few dozen, it would become an annexation. This reasoning is naturally understood by Sandy. Unlike the alliance with the No. 1 Park, the nature of the forces of the two sides is very different, and the conflict of interest is smaller. So there is no fear of who is pitted against who, because there is no need. But Cha-song is not the same. He is also a warlord, and the power is even more massive than Blackwater Village. Several times the size. Once the alliance with it, his side must be in a weak position. A failure to pay attention may have to bear the fangs of the other side exposed. But did he have a choice? General Cha-song is right. Brothers, the village chief has treated us well. Don't you want to avenge him? Min dared to come directly to the hand of moral abduction. Truthfully, the old black on the throne period, whether soldiers or ordinary villagers, basically have received its favor. So, they moved. Looking at the hesitation on their faces, Sandy cursed in his heart. Damn Min Dang. For the sake of himself, he even used everyone's life as a bargaining chip. Avenge the village chief. After a long period of silence, someone finally responded, and those who were still hesitant immediately followed suit, and it was only a matter of seconds before the rest of the people were incited. Sandy took a deep breath and tried to calm himself, knowing that there was no stopping. Good. Min Dang raised his hand and pressed. Everyone quieted down and looked at Sandy again. Brother Sandy, what do you think? The brothers all agree. Seemingly inquiries, but in fact in the ultimatum, you Sandy if you agree. Then we still respect you as the boss, but if you do not agree. Min Dare had quietly touched the butt of his gun at his back. This little action could not be hidden from Sandy, or he did not even think of hiding it. He was explicitly telling Sandy that if he did not agree, he would die. Sandy's face was suddenly gloomy. He was considered to be held by Min Dang, regardless of whether he agreed or not. It was a severe blow to his prestige, but it's better to die than to live. Not to mention that even if you agree, it doesn't come to that. So as long as you're not a cutie, all know what to choose. Avenge the general. Sandy snapped his arms up to make a statement. Avenge the village chief. Passion was once again ignited. Some were genuinely avenging Old Black, while others knew exactly what they were here for themselves. It's a war anyway. Why? Not that it matters. Unbeknownst to me, the only chance to escape from the ghostly gate was so tragically missed. Good. All good. Cha-song's heart was overjoyed. 5 ordinary soldiers in exchange for 300 cannon fodder. Making a big profit. Naharu, go help our friends set up the camping place, and also prepare dinner. I want to receive them. He waved his hand toward Naharu to give orders. Yes. Ne-chun led the way and went down to get ready. Meanwhile, over at the park, although he couldn't see what the enemy was playing at by exchanging 5 lives for a corpse, Gu Mingson still felt a sense of urgency. First, they strengthened the guard force of the high wall, and then they personally participated in the intensive training of the more than 200 additional armed personnel. Listen up, everyone. During an engagement, every detail can make the difference between life and death. Li Nan listened very attentively, knowing that although this moment was temporary, every skill she learned would increase her chances of survival in the upcoming war. Pay attention. When you shoot, hold your breath and aim at the target before you shoot. The most basic is the 3-point line. Here, here, and here, Gu Mingson said as he personally demonstrated the standard shooting position. Bang bang bang. Wah dash. The crowd's eyes lit up as Gu Mingson fired 10 shots, and without exception, all of them hit targets 200 meters away. If every one of them could have such marksmanship, even if there were tens of thousands of enemies, they would have the confidence to beat the out of them. Gu Mingson put away his gun, turned around, and swept around the room, hearing the exclamation from the crowd without any change in his expression. I can tell you very politely that it's impossible to get to that level without 2 years of hard practice and tens of thousands of bullets.
It's the truth. It's demoralizing, and the crowd is a little low.
My purpose in telling you this is not to discourage you.
What was that for?
The crowd looked up with puzzled faces. The purpose is so that when you go up to the high wall to defend,
you won't remain calm because no matter how you aim, you just can't hit the enemy. Stay calm? Is that important?
Of course it is. Only those who have been to war understand how important it is to be calm.
He will save your life at the critical moment. To give a very simple example, when most new recruits go into battle,
the thing that goes through their minds the most is not how to shoot the enemy,
but to show their heads and not be hit by the enemy. It's a fear thing, not to mention new recruits, but even veterans,
for the most part. But veterans have the advantage of being calm enough to always make accurate judgments about when to show their heads,
when to aim, and when to fire,
thus reducing the chances of being hit by a bullet. This is all knowledge points that can't be accessed in real life.
Just a simple one to shoot a gun and get the bullets out. There are so many doors. They are a bit surprised. One more thing. Most important, always overcome fear. Don't ever shrink your head for a second to show it for fear of getting shot. With a stony expression, he scanned the circle, taking in everyone's expressions,
and was relieved not to see the panic and fear he had imagined.
If this is not even on the battlefield, and you are already afraid, then even if you go to the battlefield, it is still a drag. This kind of person should be excluded as early as possible. The good thing is that these people,
from the moment they stepped forward and brought their guns up,
put life and death at risk.
They knew that there was no turning back,
and that even if they were not killed by the enemy on the battlefield, the post-war park administrators would not spare them, the betrayers.
Okay, the next 10 men will split into 3 groups and come up one by one to test fire.
Gu Mingson waved his hand. 30 people in front of him, quickly divided into 3 groups. On the other hand,
the deputy had already returned to the base camp and proceeded to gather the soldiers and prepare for the march overnight.
On the following day, before dawn, 5,000
people climbed up early,
carrying supplies and equipment, and marched towards the No. 1 Park. Chapter 152, Their Identity. Deck, boss, we've entered main waters. Good. Chen Tailan nodded his head, gazing at the endless, calm sea,
but his heart was in turmoil. Beside him stood the butler, who was holding a piece of information that appeared to be the root cause of what made Chen Tailan so.
Gu Mingson and his gang totaled more than 28 people,
suspected to be retired members of the Chinese military's special forces.
That's right. This is the information that Chen Tailan investigated through his huge network of connections. However,
it was not 100% possible to confirm the identity of Gu Mingson and the others.
After all, so far,
anyone who had seen their true colors was either dead or about to die.
All of them?
Chen Tailan's tone carried the slightest hint of incredulity.
And if it was true,
he would have to reconsider whether or not to risk his life and head to the No. 1 Park. It was well known that the special forces were very good at decapitation operations, and in case the other side learned of his arrival and gave him a go, he wasn't sure if the 100 bodyguards around him would be able to ensure his safety.
Yes,
on the information sent from the Chinese side, it also says that the Su family in Shanghai spent $100 million to hire a top special operations team from the Round Table.
And in the end, the entire army was wiped out, along with the Su family. Hiss dash. Chen Tailan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air.
Sure.
Yes.
The butler nodded with a solemn expression. It seemed that they were no strangers to the organization of the Round Table, which was not surprising. The Round Table organization's sphere of influence was spread throughout the entire blue planet, but it was impossible for any bigwigs with a bit of strength to have never heard of it.
It's a bit tricky.
Chen Tailan's brows furrowed as his heart grew more and more worried. The Round Table had all suffered losses at the hands of Gu Mingson and the others.
Could he take advantage? It was probably difficult.
Your lordship.
Not really. The butler suddenly spoke up, breaking the brief silence. His head slightly bowed, a harmless smile sketching the corners of his mouth. How? Chen Tailan aroused curiosity. The butler had followed him for decades, always steady, never without a point. The
information also said that the very next day after this group of people fled China,
a $200 million bounty order appeared on the dark web.
It is suspected that it was issued by the Su family in the capital.
This was considered good news for Chen Tailan.
If he exterminated Gu Mingson and the others, not only would he be able to recover that huge amount of wealth, he would also be able to make a huge profit. Of course, the premise was that he could exterminate Gu Mingson and the others.
You said,
if we spread the identity of these people.
The housekeeper was stunned and his face changed. Master, if we do this, the entire northern Burma will be in chaos. He is right.
Gu Mingson is now the equivalent of a walking $200 million. The Blue Star Party's underground forces are salivating over it. Once they learn that he is in the north of Myanmar,
one can only imagine how many forces will pour into it. Not to mention them, the local forces in northern Burma will become crazy. Chen Tailan frowned, realizing this as well. What about just telling the Su family in the capital of China?
Anyone who could mix into a party of bigwigs acted with extreme caution. And when he learned that Gu Mingsen's life was worth $200 million, his greed only lasted for a moment. Sharp intuition told him that the $200 million
was not so easy to earn. Well, the butler thought seriously. We can't rule out the possibility that they'll just spread the news again in order to save trouble. If that's the case, it's redundant. Master, this is $200 million. Why don't we give it a try first? In case it succeeds, wouldn't that be a big profit? Even if it doesn't work, it's not too late for us to spread the news again. Chen Tailan raised his eyebrows in the corners of his mouth. It seemed that his heart was moved. Okay, that's it. $200 million is a lot of temptation, and it wouldn't hurt to try. Whoa, what's that sound? Over there is a boat. No, to be precise, a patrol boat. They are now sailing in Burmese waters. So this patrol boat, it would be the Burmese Marine Police. Boss, what to do? The bodyguard captain stared closely at the patrol boat with a grave expression. Although he had followed Chen Tailan out to sea quite a few times, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Don't worry, we have this ship on file in the Burmese state. Chen Tailan waved his hand and calmed the crowd of mentally tense bodyguards. Immediately afterward, he instructed the butler, Uncle Shu, go get the box of money. Yes, master. The steward excused himself and stepped into the cabin, and by this time, the patrol boat was less than 50 meters from the ship at their feet. Bang! The vessel shuddered beneath his feet, and just as he was standing still, he saw a major in a navy uniform come out from inside the patrol boat. What country are you from and why have you entered our waters without authorization? That major's face was not good. This is their common trick. Don't care what the other party's identity is. First scare a wave. If the other side shows the slightest bit of fear, they'll rip them off. Unfortunately, Chen Tailan has been used to this for a long time. And instead of being afraid, he was relaxed. My name is Chen Tailan, and I am friends with your General Chachai. A light sentence, but it caused the opposite major's face to change drastically. Chachai is the supreme officer of the Burmese Naval Command, his top boss, and a single word can determine his future. He even offended the friend of his top boss. Of course, whether what Chen Tailan said is true has to be verified. But look at its dressed inexpensive feet. This ship looks like a lot of value. Identity status 80% cannot be low. Good day, sir. After arriving at a judgment in his heart, the major didn't dare to be any more slack, because a group of pirates recently appeared out of nowhere. Several merchant ships have already been robbed, and I'm also really sorry for disturbing you. When you go out, it's all about you giving me face and me giving you face. Chen Tailan didn't have the intention of finding trouble with this major because of this little thing. He casually waved his hand in a casual demeanor. Ha ha ha, no harm done. It just so happens that I came from the Ma Kingdom and brought some local specialties with me. So help me bring them to your General Chachai for a taste. With that, the butler came out of the cabin, carrying a money box in his hand. Chen Tailan took it and personally handed it to the major again. There are quite a few specialties in here, and I don't think General Chachai can finish them all alone. So you guys can split half of them, and then send the rest to General Chachai. The major's heart rejoiced. Whose specialty was in a money box? Of course, you can't point out this kind of thing, or both sides will be embarrassed. The major took the money box, weighed it, and the smile on his face widened. A courtesy. If it were any other unintelligent person, they would probably take the money and leave. Obviously, the major is not. Only to see him let his subordinates to bring a thing to Chen Tailan.